This young man has been transported to the world of cultivation for 3 years. But he does not have any golden finger system. To make matters worse, he was plotted against by the elder and thrown into an abandoned estate. Surrounded by monster clans ready to hunt him down, Zhang Fan could only silently pray that the monsters would not catch up with him. But of course, the very thing he feared the most happened, because right after that, a growl suddenly rang in Zhang Fan's ears. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. Before Zhang Fan was a huge white tiger that could even speak human language. Haha. You cultivator. If you are so skilled, then run away. Keep running, Zhang Fan cursed silently in frustration. This fiery red tiger actually managed to catch up to him. Not to mention, it knew about Zhang Fan's situation, his damaged spiritual roots and dissipated spiritual energy. Now he was no different from an ordinary person. Zhang Fan felt utterly desperate. Was he really going to die here today? He was unwilling to accept that outcome. Just then, a system window appeared before Zhang Fan. It detected the host encountering a monster, the danger level rising, and automatically unlocked the Supreme Sword Realm system centered around the estate. The Supreme Sword Realm enveloped the entire area. Within this range, the host possesses unbeatable swordsmanship, breaking the bounds of heaven and earth. Within the Supreme Sword Realm, any treasured sword, spiritual sword, or even divine sword must submit to the host. Seeing the words dancing before him, Zhang Fan was so moved he burst into tears. 3 years. 3 long years had passed, and he finally waited for the legendary system. Seeing Zhang Fan ignore him, the fiery red tiger was extremely furious. It let out an angry roar and then charged straight at him. In that moment, Zhang Fan extended his hand to condense sword energy, then unleashed a palm strike, instantly knocking the fiery red tiger away, resolving the immediate danger. Not stopping there, he wanted to explore just how powerful his Supreme Sword Realm was, so he took the sword off his back. The fiery red tiger, unwilling to back down, yelled, "Impossible. You clearly do not differ from a mortal now." This monster was so talkative that it grated on Zhang Fan's nerves. For the next attack, he poured all his strength into a single strike, slashing the tiger away. The force was so great that it sent the opponent flying. The tiger flew straight into the sky until it was no longer visible. However, Zhang Fan himself did not expect that his strike would be so powerful it tore the sky apart, shattering the heavens and creating a massive explosion that shook the world. All over the world, people were buzzing about this extraordinary phenomenon. From the Spirit Soul Town to the Wandering Sword Immortal Sect, and even in the Celestial Realm, no one could resist being drawn to the sky-splitting scar. And the author of this phenomenon, Zhang Fan, was also surprised by his own ability. Clearly, he had just swung his sword normally, yet the entire sky had been destroyed. At that moment, the system also announced that he had defeated the fiery red tiger, earning 400 points of Sword Realm energy, along with a beginner's reward. It also explained that Sword Realm energy is used to expand the coverage of the Supreme Sword Realm. Specifically, every time 100 sword domain points are consumed, the range of the sword domain increases by 1 meter. This means after defeating the Lake Demon, Zhang Fan has increased the range of the sword domain to 14 meters, but to him, this number is still too small. He opened the newbie gift box, and the system unexpectedly gave him another chance to increase the sword domain range by an additional 10 meters. Adding these two increases together, the sword domain has leveled up, unlocking the ability to transform everything into a sword. Zhang Fan is not sure what transforming everything into a sword means, but it sounds very magical. Seems like every branch and blade of grass here could eventually become his sword. Thinking this, Zhang Fan casually picked a leaf and tossed it away. When the leaf struck a rock, it created an astonishing shockwave, splitting the rock in two. Zhang Fan was so astounded he could not blink. The sword domain was already incredible, and now with this new ability, he felt like a tiger with wings. Then Zhang Fan asked the system about the crack in the sky. He received an answer that he had inadvertently destroyed the 9 heavens divine pinnacle that separated this world, exposing it to 3,000 other worlds, significantly increasing the spiritual energy. The outer realm demons can now come here thanks to this crack. Are you saying I have broken the protective shell of this world? Zhang Fan asked in disbelief. This is really too terrifying. What should I do now? Can that crack be repaired? Zhang Fan asked anxiously. The world's heavenly Tao will automatically fix it, but it can't prevent the demons from invading anymore. Please protect yourself. Host. Zhang Fan sighed heavily. This system's way of speaking is really hard to listen to. Now he has become someone who has lost all cultivation. How can he protect himself? Well, thinking more about it now is pointless. He should first check the effects of the sword domain. With that thought, Zhang Fan picked up a piece of wood, then concentrated sword energy in his hand, instantly transforming the lifeless piece of wood into a complete wooden statue. This made him extremely happy. This system is really impressive. The sword domain not only has incredible power, but also a high level of precision and detail. However, there was one thing that puzzled him, so he asked the system. The sword domain is fixed. Right. Why do I feel like it can't move? The system immediately explained. Initially, the sword domain is indeed fixed around the system's starting point. It cannot be changed or moved. Zhang Fan can only expand the range and level up by earning sword domain points. Also, if he leaves the sword domain's range, he will lose all his power. This means that if he steps out of this old, dilapidated villa, he will immediately revert to being a weak chicken, easily bullied by others. The key point is that he needs to earn 1,000 sword domain points to increase the range by 10 meters. So how many monsters does he have to defeat to achieve that? These thoughts made Zhang Fan's head want to explode. However, he quickly brushed them aside, because what he needed to do now was find something to fill his hungry belly. Since this manor has been abandoned for a long time, now we can only walk around picking some vegetables and mushrooms to fill our stomachs. Not far away, a group of young cultivators is chasing after a wolf, which happens to be the Shadow Knight Demon King, possessing unparalleled strength. If it were not for the heavenly pillar falling from the sky and injuring it, it could have swallowed this whole group in one bite. The Shadow Knight Demon King runs swiftly and finally spots the abandoned manor in its line of sight. As it gets closer, it finds Zhang Fan struggling while eating mushroom soup. Most importantly, he has no spiritual energy, just an ordinary human. The eyes of the Shadow Knight Demon King immediately brightened. It decided to eat Zhang Fan to replenish its strength, unaware that simply stepping into the manor where he stood would turn it into prey. Human, surrender your life. Without thinking much, the Shadow Knight Demon King charged forward, but quickly realized something was off because of Zhang Fan's strange gaze. It was genuinely a look of longing. How could he not crave when meat unexpectedly presented itself at his doorstep? Instantly, Zhang Fan struck, knocking the foolish wolf to the ground. It did not understand what had just happened, not even seeing what Zhang Fan had used to hit it, only feeling its entire body weighed down, as if crushed by a mountain, unable to move at all. Zhang Fan approached it, holding a soup ladle, which seriously shocked the Shadow Knight Demon King. How could it be knocked down by a soup ladle? Just then, the other cultivators caught up. They jumped over the fence, shouting, "Demon, let us see where you can run." However, after taking a closer look, they discovered that the Shadow Knight Demon King had already died, and in a very tragic manner, next to Zhang Fan, who held the soup ladle. Looking harmless and confused about what happened, a girl immediately pointed her sword at him, questioning, "Who are you? How dare you steal our prey?" Zhang Fan remained calm. This was his home, and none of the others were stronger than him, so he twirled the soup ladle in his hand a few times, then slammed it down onto the ground. The ground shook immediately, causing the young cultivators to step back in surprise. One of them quickly recognized that the technique Zhang Fan had just used was the all things transforming into sword. But clearly, he emitted no fluctuation of spiritual energy, just like an ordinary person. Therefore, they began to doubt if Zhang Fan was a hidden expert. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was not thinking about such distant matters. The only thing he cared about was that the mushroom soupy he had worked hard to cook had spilled due to the shock he created. While Zhang Fan was crying over the spilled mushroom soup, the cultivators looked at each other with anxious expressions. Among them, the one called Senior Brother Duan was the most panicked because he was certain that what Zhang Fan had just used was the ultimate divine technique of all things transforming into sword. That was a level of power that even the elders of the Sacred Sword Immortal sect had yet to comprehend. When the other loon mentioned this, the whole group of fake cultivators showed expressions of fear. Meanwhile, Trondrang Fum had no idea what they were scared of. Luckily, the soup in the pot had not spilled yet. After checking this matter thoroughly, he finally had time to stand up and talk to the uninvited guests. "Are you the reinforcements sent to save that dog?" Trondrang Fum stepped forward, and they took a step back, trying to maintain a safe distance. The senior brother of the group spoke up on behalf of everyone. "We are here to chase after that dog." Saying this made him feel quite embarrassed, being a Dark Realm monster king. Yet Trondrang Fum turned him into a dog. It is a very powerful beast. Otherwise, it would not have escaped from us. When he heard this, Trondrang Fum realized he had just taken down a beast. It was because the undefeated Sword Realm made him too confident against his opponent. He had felt nothing when taking its life. Looking at those people, he noticed a vague sword aura fluctuating around them, probably sword cultivators. So he asked, "Who are you?" Saint Sword Immortal Sect Dune Tu Vine requests an audience with the young master. Seeing his senior brother so respectful, the two behind him immediately clasped their hands in imitation. The girl who had pointed her sword at Trondrang Fum was named Uzida Dung Mai Si Lan, and the other was Thai Thai Via. After that, Lun Tu Van hurriedly apologized to him for the recent events. They feared that if they did not do this, Trondrang Fum would beat them so badly they could not return to their sect. Their attitude left Trong Fum extremely surprised. Normally, sword cultivators would not care about anyone. When did they become so obedient? He then asked them how to deal with the Dark Realm Monster King. Of course, Lun Tuvan's group did not dare to argue and handed over to Tran Pham before finding an excuse to leave. This person's strength was terrifying, and they needed to get out quickly to report back to their master. Lun Tuvan thought to himself. Seeing that Tran Pham had nothing more to say, he quickly pulled his two junior sisters away. However, as they took a couple of steps, Tran Pham called out, "Wait!" Cold sweat immediately poured down Don Tuvan's forehead. He thought it was all over, but it turned out Tran Pham just wanted to express his thanks. After all, if they had not chased after the Dark Realm Monster King, that stupid dog would not have run to this manor. And Tran Pham was not one to accept things from others. So he tossed them a wooden statue he had casually carved while in the undefeated Sword Realm. The YTVA quickly caught it. After thanking Tran Pham, they made a hasty exit. Not long after, a large bird flew across the sky, its claws clutching the nine heavens' divine cauldron, looking very pleased. Throughout its flight, the bird kept laughing loudly. A divine artifact has fallen to the mortal realm and ended up in the hands of my Chan being Monster King. Once I refine this cauldron, the entire cultivation world will tremble under my feet. Coincidence. It flew past the manor where Tran Pham was staying. The sight of the Dark Realm Monster King lying dead immediately caught the attention of Qian being Monster King. Then, the scene of Truong Pham starting a fire struck its eyes. This monster became furious and let out a scream. How dare a mere human kill the Beast King? Humanity, prepare to meet your end. With that, the heavenly winged Beast King spread its wings wide and soared toward the mansion. However, it had not even landed before being struck dozens of times. Each blow was fatal because it collided with the invincible sword domain. The heavenly winged Beast King did not even have time to yawn. When Truong Pham noticed the unusual noise and looked up, that giant bird had already fallen to the mansion's courtyard along with the nine heavens' divine cauldron. What in the world is happening? Truong Pham exclaimed. Why did a bird in a pot fall from the sky like this? The system reappeared, announcing that he had just defeated the heavenly winged Beast King, earning 40,000 sword domain points, and his invincible sword domain leveled up by 2 ranks, expanding its influence by another 424 meters. Truong Pham approached the bird with skepticism. This big bird is actually a level 7 heavenly winged Beast King. With so much meat, a single pot clearly is not enough. After examining its injuries, Truong Pham deduced that it died from crashing into the sword domain, triggering the system's defensive mechanism. However, for a mighty Beast King to perish in such a ridiculous manner only proves how terrifying the invincible sword domain truly is. But he liked this a lot. So much meat and even a big pot to boot. Perfect. He could set aside the dog meat today in favor of bird stew with mushrooms. He did not know how long it had been, but the Shadow Knight Beast King surprisingly began to regain consciousness. It turned out it was not dead. It was just knocked out, its breath weak. The wolf felt a pounding headache, and recalling the events before its fainting only made it furious. That detestable human must be skinned alive to pay for this. Just as the Shadow Knight Beast King thought this, it noticed the heavenly winged Beast King lying right next to it. While it was still trying to understand why the bird was there, it caught sight of Truong Pham busy cooking. At that moment, the Shadow Knight Beast King realized the heavenly winged Beast King was just ahead. Its entire body was already in the pot with mushrooms. The wolf was so scared that it howled loudly. Truong Pham turned around, still chewing on a piece of bird bone, which only terrified the Shadow Knight Beast King more. It was so frightened that it fell off the stone table, a myriad of questions swirling in its mind. But the biggest question was why the heavenly winged Beast King was being cooked by a human. This was truly absurd. The Shadow Knight Beast King then realized that the pot Truong Pham was using to cook the bird soup was the cauldron that had fallen from the sky. It almost got squished, yet Truong Pham turned it into a pot. These two facts combined made the Shadow Knight Beast King conclude that Truong Pham was not an ordinary human, but a terrifying cultivator, a supreme powerhouse capable of hiding all his cultivation. Then it thought of something even scarier. Don't he tell me that after eating the heavenly winged Beast King's meat, it will be its turn next? This guess was further solidified when that stupid dog saw Zhang Fan approaching with a fierce look. It was so scared that it froze up. What should I do now? How can I avoid this disaster? On Zhang Fan's side, after seeing the Shadow Knight Beast awaken, he only had one question in mind. How could a beast like this be so stupid? But that did not affect his desire to turn it into dinner. After all, this villa was not big. He could not go outside. So how could he pass up this chance for dog meat? With that thought, Zhang Fan picked up a knife, and the Shadow Knight Beast was immediately scared to tears, repeatedly whining, "Don't come over. My meat is not tasty. Don't force me to go down with you." However, the more it resisted, the more Zhang Fan's blood boiled. Seeing him look so fierce, the Shadow Knight Beast decided to change tactics. It rolled on the ground, crying and whining pathetically. Zhang Fan did not understand dog language, but he vaguely guessed that this stupid dog was begging for mercy. After some consideration, he decided to put down the knife. After all, The house needed a dog to guard it, so he suggested that the Shadow Knight Beast stay and guard the door for him. Although it escaped death, the Shadow Knight Beast's pride was severely insulted. It was a beast king, yet it was treated like a house dog by humans. And to make matters worse, Zhang Fan did not want his house dog to go hungry, so he tossed it a bone. The key point was that the bone was from the celestial Peng Beast. You want me to eat the bone of the esteemed Beast King? These humans are really bullying the monsters too much. The Shadow Knight Beast thought, but seeing the look of hope in Zhang Fan's eyes, it ultimately had to put aside all its dignity. After all, being a house dog was better than being executed. With that in mind, the Shadow Knight Beast opened its mouth and snapped at the bone, only to realize that the bone of the celestial Peng Beast smelled incredibly good. At this point, Duan Tuan and the others had returned to the sect. The first thing they did was to pay respects to their master. Hearing the familiar voice of his disciple, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Tuan, Mulan, Saiwu, why have you all returned? Duan Tuan immediately knelt down, meticulously reporting on what had just happened. They were sent by their master to the 10,000 Great Mountains to search for divine artifacts. Although they did not find any, they encountered a peerless expert who had mastered the transformation of all things into swords, who might be able to help the sacred sword suppress blood. Their master and several elders there were astonished after hearing this, but some immediately dismissed the idea. Transformation of all things into swords. How is that possible? You are talking nonsense. In a 10-mile stretch of monster-infested wilderness, how could there possibly be such a peerless expert hidden away? Even Duan Tuan's master found this hard to believe. Even if such an expert were to hide in such a place, would not he, as a curious sword cultivator, be able to sense it? Realizing his master was furious, Luan Tuven's face turned pale, but he still tried to speak up. I swear, I would not lie to you, master. Everything I say is the truth. Please judge for yourself. His master sighed, clearly still not believing what he had just heard. This holy sword sect had been established for over 10,000 years, and only 3 sword cultivators had ever reached the divine transformation stage to manifest sword intent. The transformation of all things into swords was a level that even the first master of the holy sword sect could not achieve. Yet we truly sensed that transcendent sword intent from that person. At this moment, it was the ITVI's turn to speak, which completely drove their master into a rage. You 3 are just at the stagnation stage, slacking off in your training, so of course, everything you see seems powerful. Sword intent is not something that can be easily understood. You 3 have never even seen true sword intent, so you must have been tricked by some charlatan. He also thought, if there were really someone who could control the transformation of all things into swords, then why has no one known about it until now? This is just too absurd. Lun Tuvan was about to explain further, but his master interrupted him. You all are just like the other disciples. Hurry and leave the sect. Once you leave, do not come back. The blood demon seal is weakening, and if this keeps up, we won't be able to maintain the seal any longer. You are all still young. Do not throw your lives away for these old fools. It turns out the place where they sit in meditation is actually a huge seal, but it only prolongs the time before the blood demon escapes. Master Rune Tuvan also mentioned that when the blood demon finally breaks free, he would fight it to the death alongside the elders, even if it meant risking his life to ensure that the demon lord does not return to the world. Ha! You think betting your lives is enough? Suddenly, a sharp laugh echoed. The master of the Holy Sword sect immediately changed his expression. Could it be the demon lord? But how could it be so fast? In response, that deep voice rang out once more. Thousands of years ago, your ancestors were destroyed in their attempt to suppress me, drowned in a sea of blood consumed by me. And now, thousands of years later, you worthless trash think you can stop me. Sensing that the blood demon was taking form and preparing to break free, the master of the Holy Sword sect hurriedly ordered the elders to activate the Holy Sword formation. They all stood up and acted at once. And immediately, a massive sword appeared beneath the master's feet, thrusting down into the earth, where the blood demon was sealed. But facing that terrifying attack, the demon showed no fear. Instead, he mocked those old sword cultivators for their lack of talent. He did not even bother to retaliate, because the Holy Sword formation truly could not harm him. The blood demon casually exerted a bit of force, shattering the gigantic sword into countless fragments. The master of the Holy Sword sect and the other elders were affected, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Seeing them struggle like this, the blood demon below became increasingly smug. Just a bunch of useless fools daring to confront me, completely unaware of their own limits. The members of the Holy Sword sect were burning with anxiety upon witnessing this scene. The sect leader urged them to flee quickly, and once they escaped, they needed to spread the news about the blood demon breaking the seal so other sects could prepare. However, that demon had no intention of letting the Holy Sword sect escape. In his eye, they were merely the remnants of the sect that had once sealed him. Not a single one of them was allowed to escape. The moment that evil spirit began its attack, the shortest among them, they could not run fast enough and fell to the ground. The wooden statue carved by Truong Pham fell out as a result. What seemed like a lifeless statue suddenly had its eyes gleam brightly. And then it flew up on its own. The crazed blood demon stood before the statue, feeling a chill run through him. But by the time he realized that the statue contained a profound sword intent, it was already too late. A flurry of sword strikes was unleashed, each carrying extraordinary power, ultimately annihilating this evil demon. After everything settled, the wooden statue fell again to the astonishment of everyone present. Is the blood demon really defeated just like that? The elders looked at each other in confusion. They had worked hard to guard the formation for days, even risking their lives, yet could not suppress the demon. How could this wooden statue completely destroy him? The leader of the Holy Sword sect was the first to regain his composure. He picked up the statue and declared that it would become the treasured artifact of his sect from now on. All disciples of the Holy Sword sect must worship the statue and together comprehend the sword intent above it. You will bring back this artifact that can suppress the blood demon. I will absolutely not forget your contributions. But for now, quickly tell me how you encountered the senior in the 10-mile wilderness. At this moment, he finally believed the words of the Holy Sword sect members to be true. He recounted the details of the story. A few minutes later, after hearing the entire story, the sect leader of the Holy Sword sect was hit with another shock when he discovered that the wooden statue was made entirely of ordinary materials. What truly defeated the blood demon was merely the leftover sword intent from someone else's sword on that statue. Terrifying. This is too terrifying, Master Don Tuvan kept murmuring. Just how terrifying was that exceptional expert's power? Was it the tribulation stage, or even the great ascension stage? The elders of the sect did not believe it. As the spiritual energy in the world was no longer as abundant as before, it was already rare for someone to reach the tribulation stage. And achieving the great ascension stage was truly difficult. But the sect leader of the Holy Sword sect was determined. He had to visit that expert himself to clarify this matter. So he called for Mudong Moklan to take the red gold divine sword and the divine essence elixir to accompany him to visit that expert. Upon hearing this, Mudong Moklan was left speechless, as the red gold divine sword was the treasured artifact of the Holy Sword sect. The other elders immediately voiced their objections. The sect leader can't do that. How could they give away the treasure of the sect? There is also the divine essence. That is the sacred land our ancestors brought back from the celestial realm. What do you even understand? The leader of the Holy Sword sect interrupted, clearly annoyed. Just this wooden statue alone is an incredibly rare treasure. We can't go meet the expert empty-handed. Who knows? What we call the sect's treasure might not even be worth a dime in the eyes of the expert. The leader of the Holy Sword sect had already decided. Being honest does not compare to flattery. Holding onto the big shot is the real truth, so he must cling to this big shot at all costs. Who knows? The expert might share a few techniques with them in a moment of joy, helping them achieve sword intent, turning the Holy Sword sect into an immortal legacy, truly worthy of being called a master. Speaking with such authority, Duan Tuvan was speechless. And the other elders were thoroughly convinced as well. This idea was indeed brilliant. Who would have thought this kid could showcase his talents among his peers and become the leader of the Holy Sword sect with no one opposing anymore? The Holy Sword sect and Yui prepared to visit the legendary expert's residence. Meanwhile, the main character of their story was completely unaware of this. After a nice nap, he woke up to find the Dark Knight Demon King also sleeping, so he gave it a kick. Great. I let you stay here to guard the house. And you are getting lazy. Do you think I won't make you my dinner? The Dark Knight Demon King, who had been sleeping soundly, was rudely awakened and gritted its teeth in anger. It shot Zhang Fan a fierce glance, thinking, I am the Demon King. Do you even understand what that means? Remember when I roamed the world? No one could rival me. Everyone feared me. How impressive was that? And now you treat me like a guard dog, and dare to act this way towards me, even though it felt extremely aggrieved. The Dark Knight Demon King knew that the one in front of it was the one who had cooked the Celestial Peng Demon Emperor, and it could not fight back. To vent its frustration, it could only let out a few growls before turning away to dig into the ground. Zhang Fan saw this scene and exclaimed, Oh my, what kind of dog is this? It even knows how to dig. Perfect. If you like digging so much, help me out. I was just about to plant something in the yard. Next, a new character appeared. That was Sun Yulin, flying on her sword. It seemed she was fleeing from some pursuers, but after expending too much spiritual energy, her speed on the sword was too slow, and she might soon be caught. Just then, Sun Yulin spotted an abandoned estate ahead. Although she had many doubts, Sun Yulin decided to land. After all, it was better than being caught by those pursuers. Then, she saw Zhang Fan's figure in her line of sight. This girl considered herself quite smart and deduced that anyone daring to lead the Wen Huren Hongshan must be extraordinary. With that thought, she shouted, Senior, help! Zhang Fan turned around upon hearing the noise. At that moment, Sun Yulin had entered the barrier of the sword domain of invincibility. Instantly, Hundreds of invisible swords pointed at her, making Toon Nekline freeze in place. Even her breath becoming very light. Cold sweat poured down her forehead endlessly. Is this the legendary sword intent? It feels like if I take one more step, I will be pierced through the heart by 1,000 swords. As for Trong Phum, he had seen Invincible, but he did not expect escaping this Nam Hong ancient valley would be so lively. In just half a day, there had already been 2 uninvited guests. And before he could react, the shadowy Demon King charged in that direction. This cunning dog wanted to use the appearance of the newcomer to distract Trong Phum, giving it a chance to escape. But the barrier of the sword realm would not allow it to escape so easily. Invincible carefully descended, moving slowly for fear of being struck by the sword intent, confirming that there was no one around except for Tran Yufu. Invincible could not hide her confusion, as he looked very young, and the aura around him was completely like that of an ordinary person, not resembling someone with deep cultivation at all. However, she did not dare to doubt Trong Phum, because someone who could produce sword intent was definitely not an ordinary expert, but a peerless master, the best of the best. Tunan Geki Lion speculated that Trong Phum was a transcendent who enjoyed playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger, hiding here pretending to be immortal. Thus, she respectfully clasped her hands in salute. I apologize for intruding on your estate. It is due to desperation that I implore you to let this go. This was the second time today that Trong Phum had been called a senior by people around his age. This deeply hurt him. Did he really look that old? After pondering for a while, Trong Phum replied, I am not going to blame you. But why are you here? Before Toon Nekline could respond, a loud noise came from a distance. Soon after, a group of people riding swords arrived in a very ostentatious manner, accompanied by several fierce-looking bull monsters. Seeing this, Toon Nekline knelt down, tears flowing as she recounted her situation. Senior, the Kuang Long sect is colluding with the Demon Clan, wanting to take me back to offer to the Demon King as a concubine. My father disagreed, and unexpectedly, they slaughtered my entire family, from the eldest to the youngest. Only I managed to escape. Please, senior, save my life. Trong Phum could not hide his shock. The Kuang Long sect was a prestigious righteous sect. Could they really commit such a heinous act? However, he did not rush to respond to Tunga. This world of cultivation was fraught with traps and dangers. He felt it was better to hear the whole story from both sides first. Although he was in this estate, no matter who the enemy was, he would remain invincible. But Trong Phum did not want to be taken advantage of. He feared that he might bring disaster upon himself. Seeing Trong Phum hesitating, Tuan continued to plead, Senior, if you do not save me, I will definitely die. Don't be afraid. As long as you are in this estate, no one can force you to leave. Trong Phum temporarily reassured her, but for now, he needed to assess the attitude of this group. Leading the group from the Kuang Long sect was a man with a dignified appearance, named VD. Seeing Tunga calling for help from Trong Phum, he hesitated to move forward and could only stop at the mansion's entrance. Next to him, another guy whispered to Vukaitu. Senior brother, that girl's spiritual power is depleted. Why are not we capturing her quickly? What are you waiting for? Vukaitu shouted back, knowing full well that anyone who could build a mansion in this treacherous mountain area, where monsters roam, was not an ordinary person. Besides, the world of cultivation is full of hidden talents. So he feared that Trong Phum might be an extraordinary figure who had distanced himself from the mundane. Meanwhile, their own cultivation level was only at the foundation stage, and if they offended a high-ranking expert, they might not find their way back. But this is the border between the Demon Clan and the cultivation world. Could it be that someone truly chose this place to hide? The guy continued, still feeling uneasy about it. Moreover, he did not think Trong Phum looked like a high-ranking expert at all. He seemed foolish and even had a silly dog with him, making him look doubly foolish. Nevertheless, Vukaitu still did not dare to act rashly. After all, they were out in the open, and it would not hurt to be cautious. Thus, Vukaitu stepped forward, respectfully clasping his hands in front of Trong Phum. Sir, we are from the Kuang Lang Immortal sect, sent to capture a traitor of our sect. I hope you won't believe her lies. Then, Vukaitu accused Tunga Lion of being a demoness practicing dark arts, sacrificing her own family, injuring several of her fellow disciples, and now deceiving Trong Phum to seek refuge with him. No matter how she pretends, please see through her true face. He spoke with great indignation. Vukaitu's performance was truly impressive, making his junior brothers gasp in amazement. He clearly played the villain, but pretended to be a paragon of virtue. Only the talkative guy felt impatient. Why is senior brother dragging this out? Why not just charge in? Taningo, covered in dirt, trembled with rage and pointed at Vukaitu to retort, don't slander me. Clearly, your Kuang Lang Immortal sect is colluding with demons to offer me to the Demon King. My father wanted to expose you, and as a result, you annihilated my Tun family to silence us. Your act does not seem like a charade. In this situation, Truong Pham felt that both sides seemed to be speaking the truth. He did not know whom to trust. While the Dark Knight Demon King sat to the side, enjoying the drama, with no intention of getting involved. Just when Truong Pham was at a loss for how to resolve the situation, the ground suddenly trembled as three bull-headed figures approached from afar, looking extremely fierce. They stared directly at Vukatu, then angrily asked, "Aren't you here already? Why are you still hesitating to take them away?" Seeing that Vukatu could not deal with Truong Pham, these bull-headed monsters grew frustrated and shoved him aside. Just a mere mortal hindering the great mission of the king. All you young cultivators are useless. Vukatu felt extremely aggrieved. But if he could not fight back, he had to endure. Fortunately, those bull-headed figures had some strength, enough to handle Truong Pham. The physique of the Bull Clan warriors was like a treasure, impervious to blades and difficult to deal with. If Zhang Fan is really a master, both sides will end up in a mess. The outsider like him might even catch Sun Golian and snag a few spirit pills along the way. After the appearance of these bull generals, Zhang Fan knew who the liar was. With that, he felt he did not need to raise his hand anymore. Sun Golian felt a bit worried because these bull generals were very strong. And with the addition of some disciples from the Guanglang Immortal Sect, could Zhang Fan handle it? She did not expect the Guanglang Immortal Sect to truly collude with the Beastmen. Zhang Fan sighed, his tone filled with disappointment, then bent down to casually pick up a branch from the ground. "If that is the case, all of you can come at me together. Do not waste my precious time." One of the bull generals immediately charged forward, clearly furious at Zhang Fan's arrogant attitude. But they could not have guessed that his arrogance was fully justified. They saw Zhang Fan lightly swing the branch in his hand a few times, splitting the bull general into 17 or 18 pieces before the astonished eyes of everyone present. The commander of the bull clan, with a body like a treasure, impervious to blades and spears, was now turned into food reserves by a mere branch. Sun Golian had long guessed that he was a hidden expert, but this level of power was just terrifying. She secretly thought that Zhang Fan was at least at the nascent soul stage, or even the transformation stage. Not realizing that he actually had no cultivation left, the Dark Knight Demon King was not surprised by this situation. It picked up a piece of beef, started chewing vigorously, and silently mocked them. A bunch of fools who do not know their limits. Now you understand how I felt at first, right? Suddenly, the system appeared before Zhang Fan, notifying him that by defeating a regular demon general, he had earned 800 points in the sword domain. However, the number 800 was too meager for Zhang Fan, so he picked up the branch and moved forward, wanting to earn more. Meanwhile, Wu Kuzi, after witnessing the previous scene, was so scared that his legs turned to jelly. He quickly knelt down, tears streaming down his face, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the other two bull generals and several of his disciples hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, Zhang Fan did not give them that chance. Within his invincible sword domain, there was no one who could escape. The sound of the sword slicing through flesh simultaneously silenced many, and Wu Qizi did not even dare to open his eyes. Now he was the only one left alive. At this moment, Zhang Fan stood before him, looking down casually while digging at his ear. "What did you just say about a misunderstanding? I did not catch that." Wu Qizi was so terrified he could not even form a coherent sentence. Zhang Fan, losing patience with him, prepared to send him on his way, but just as he was about to strike, he thought of something. Now that Wu Qizi was the only survivor, if he took his life, would not the Guanglang Immortal Sect and that Demon King be completely unaware of what happened here? If they did not know, they would not come to his estate for revenge, which meant Zhang Fan would lose quite a bit of experience. Thinking this, Zhang Fan paused his hand. "Not only do you have to spare this guy's life, but you also need to trick him into bringing more people here. That is the only way your skills can level up." With that thought, Zhang Fan threw the dry branch he was holding to the ground. "Today I will spare your life. Go back and tell your sect master and that Demon King that I will protect Sun Yuilian as long as I am alive. Do not even think about harming her." The shadowy Demon King and Wu Qizi were stunned by Zhang Fan's actions. Protecting Sun Yuilian is one thing, but why would he suddenly show compassion and spare Wu Qizi? After a few seconds, this guy finally caught on, tears streaming down his face. "Am I not supposed to die? Why are not you leaving?" Zhang Fan said impatiently. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Qizi turned and ran. He took off on his flying sword. But before he could get far, Zhang Fan suddenly collapsed and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Sun Yulian turned pale with fright and rushed over to help him up. "Senior, what is wrong?" "Just a minor injury. Help me inside first." Zhang Fan held his chest with one hand, putting on a pained expression. But the Shadow Demon King had already realized he was just pretending. This act was way too obvious, but he did not understand why Zhang Fan was doing it. However, Wu Qizi, who was hovering in the air, was genuinely moved by his performance. After all, that terrifying sword intent was not something just anyone could wield. Felt that if someone could exude sword intent from a young age, they could not possibly be as unknown as Zhang Fan. Wu Kuzi believed there was something deeper behind this. While Zhang Fan was already exhausted thinking this way, he quickened his pace, wanting to report this to the sect so they could help him avenge today's humiliation. Once Wu Kuzi was far away, Zhang Fan revealed a sly smile. Then he stood up straight and waved his hand at Sun Yulian. Alright, the Shadow Demon King was left speechless, thinking Zhang Fan was just pretending to take advantage of Sun Yulian, feeling he was utterly shameless. Senior, are you really okay? Sun Yulian was still worried. Zhang Fan patted his chest a few times, indicating he was truly fine. Sun Yulian's worry did not stop there. Since Zhang Fan had let Wu Kaizi, she felt he would definitely call for help. But this naive girl did not realize that was Zhang Fan's deeper intention. People often say that the elders of the Guangling sect are incredibly powerful, at least at the nascent soul stage, and that Demon King is also a fierce bloodline. But the stronger the opponent, the more Zhang Fan enjoys it. Anyway, in this estate, you are the champion. The tougher the enemies, the more experience points you will earn. How could Tu Nukuhi Lion know about all that? That is why she felt guilty that to save her, Trajong Fum had made enemies with so many terrifying forces. Alright, seeing Tu Nukuhi start to ramble, Trundring Fum interrupted her. Don't worry. As long as we are in this estate, I promise no one will harm you before I fall. He only meant to say a few words to stop her from babbling, but Tun Ungeklin was touched by Trundring Fum's words. Now, she was kneeling before him. I truly have nothing to repay your great kindness. Senior, I wonder if you would accept me as your disciple. If you agree, I will serve you well as your disciple in the future. The situation unfolded so quickly that Trundring Fum really had not thought about this. Although he was the champion in the sword domain, he was originally a cripple who had lost all his cultivation. What could he teach Tu Nachlin? Trong Fum refused her request. However, just as he was about to dismiss the idea, the system suddenly appeared. It showed a random unlock mission stating he had to accept Tuan Nukek Lion as a disciple in swordsmanship to earn special rewards. This really was putting him in a tough spot. As for Tun Netilin, being rejected so bluntly made her feel sad, but she was also understanding, feeling that Trying Fime, though young, had a profound and unpredictable cultivation, undoubtedly would not value someone of her ordinary talent. Moreover, they were not close, so it was normal for him to refuse. Yet at that moment, he slowly approached and patted Tunraki Lian on the shoulder. I have never accepted a disciple before, but you are an exception. Starting today, you are my disciple. Tunho Lin was stunned, her eyes wide, as if she could not believe her ears, and needed to confirm it again. You agree to accept me. Wait, why is she still calling him senior? She should change how she addresses him now. The speed of his decision made Tundra Lin start to have vague thoughts. Furthermore, since Trundring Fum was so young, she wondered if he wanted to take her as a disciple, just to make her a maid. Thinking about that, her cheeks flushed, but thinking it through, Trashung Fum really did save her life, and that is a great kindness hard to repay. Besides, if she could rely on him to avenge the blood feud of the Tin family, then being a maid would not matter. With that decision, Antonin Grively knelt down again, respectfully clasping her hands. Disciple Tanuki Cleon pays respects to the master. Trong Fumum nodded in satisfaction. The system stated that this girl possessed a swordsmanship body, which was a rare innate divine body that nurtured golden chi energy since birth. Moreover, accepting her as a disciple would grant him a special reward. This was what Traneng Pham had been looking forward to. Not long after, the system sent the mission reward. This time it was the skill of sword intent pointing, which could enhance beings by pouring sword energy into them. Right away, Trangram Pham felt that this ability was pretty cool, because in this area, his sword energy was limitless. Eager to test the effectiveness of this new skill, Trang Pham found a withered tree nearby. Next, he touched the trunk with his fingertips, starting to pour sword energy into it. Miraculously, in the blink of an eye, the dry wood began to grow, sprouting rapidly. Tuningrit Lean was shocked by this sight. How is this possible? That dry tree could— When the dry tree transformed into a large trunk with a lush green canopy, Trang Pham finally stopped. Satisfied, the Shadow Knight Demon King was so excited it rolled on the ground a few times, feeling the vitality surging so much that it could sense its own injuries from the divine peak, healing quickly. Moreover, the technique Trahang Pham just used, resembling some kind of celestial magic, was something the Shadow Knight Demon King had never heard of, making it even more certain that he was a celestial being. Yet, Trang Pham observed that tree for a while, seemingly not entirely satisfied with the result. It seems pouring all that sword energy only resulted in this. The nutrients of this land are too sparse. Just achieving this level is already a miracle. However, since sword energy in the sword realm costs nothing and requires no effort, Trang Pham freely used it on all the life forms in this abandoned estate. After bustling about for half a day, Trudging Fime's abandoned estate finally had a bit more life, with all kinds of lush trees sprouting. He took Tonekilin around the estate, then suddenly asked, Ingi Kifilin, do you know why I took you as my disciple? Tonekilin was confused by this question, and after a long pause, she stammered. The foolish disciple does not understand the intention of the master. But if the master wishes, the disciple would not be unwilling. It is just that is not this progress a bit too fast. The disciple is not yet prepared. The implication and expression clearly hinted at some things that were not suitable for children to see. Trudging Fime, however, did not understand what the other party was thinking, and even thought she might be sick. He had finally taken on a disciple. Was not she really sick? In the vast Chinvan continent, there often appear prodigies favored by heaven and earth. They either have powerful physiques and bloodlines or have extraordinary opportunities that shine brilliantly in the cultivation world, becoming strong beings. What do you think you belong to? This overly righteous question from Trudging further confused Tonekilin. She felt that being accepted as a disciple by someone like him naturally belonged to the second type. But Trudging Fime shook his head, saying she belonged to both types. The Shadow Knight Demon King, upon hearing this, threw a glance at Tonekilin, looking full of doubt, thinking, what does that mean? Don't tell me this girl has a special physique too. No way. Right, if that were true, with my Demon King's strength, how could I not see it? On Honengi inside, after hearing what Trudging said, she could not hide her joy. Master, do you mean I also have a particularly strong physique? That is right, Trudging replied in a gruff voice. You really have a special constitution, which might be why the Demon King has taken an interest in you. Meanwhile, that bastard has returned. Under the pressure from the elders of the Guanglang Immortal Sect, especially that Demon King, he recounted everything that happened at Trudging Fime's mansion. The tense atmosphere was completely opposite to the feelings of Tonekilin, who had just learned from Trudging Fime that her constitution was the Sword Dao body, very suitable for sword cultivation. The Dark Knight Demon King was left speechless. It felt like this was all too surreal. Constitutions are categorized as waste body, ordinary body, spirit body, extraordinary body, bizarre body, flesh body, and the highest being the Dao body. Even as a Demon King, it was merely an extraordinary body. Yet, a seemingly weak human like Tonekilin has the highest level constitution, a sword Dao body. Really? Is this why she has been targeted by the Guanglang Immortal Sect and the Demon King? Tonekilin felt both joy and anxiety. It was just a Demon King and a minor Guanglang Demon King. They probably did not fully see through her. Or else they would not have just sent a few demon generals to capture her. Even though Trudging Fime had confirmed this, Tonekilin still doubted herself. After all, she had never discovered any talent in herself since she was little. But were not those prodigies, as rumored, always showing talent from a young age? Trudging Fime patiently explained to her that the Sword Dao body is not like other ordinary constitutions. It can only be discovered after awakening. Otherwise, not to mention just one Guanglang Immortal Sect, even the 8 great immortal sects in the Chinvan continent would not be able to sit still, and would come to compete for Tonekilin. Hearing this, a strong sense of resentment and regret surged within Tonekilin. If I had awakened my power earlier, my family would not have been destroyed. I plead with my master to teach me how to awaken the Sword Dao body. I want revenge. Trudging Fime nodded, then asked her to start by sensing her sword intent. Before the Guanglang Immortal Sect's people came to hold Trudging Fime accountable, the Holy Sword Immortal Sect's people had already arrived first. The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect, upon seeing Trudging Fime's dilapidated mansion, could not help but exclaim, "It looks so ordinary. I did not expect there to be a hidden master here." As they got a bit closer, they sensed a dense aura of spiritual energy. Clearly, when Mudong Mulan and Thai Tuvu came last time, they did not feel anything like this. Even the sect master of the Holy Sword Immortal Sect had never sensed spiritual energy this intense. Like an endless sea of spiritual energy that felt inexhaustible. At this moment, the Dark Knight Demon King was laying in the yard. Seeing someone approach, it stood up and barked wildly. Thai Tuvu introduced it to his master. "Master, this is the silly dog that the 3 of us chased. It seems it has been taken in by this senior." The sect master of the Holy Sword Sect carefully observed the Dark Knight Demon King, then turned pale upon realizing its true identity as a Demon King. He really did not mistake anything. He just could not understand why a Dark Knight Demon King appeared here. And it seemed like it had already noticed them, looking ready to pounce at any moment, causing the leader of the Holy Sword Sect to be unable to hide his fear. Seeing them so scared, the Dark Knight Demon King finally felt a hint of the pride it had lost since surrendering to Trudging Fime. This foolish dog took the chance to bark wildly to intimidate the Holy Sword Sect's group. Little did they know that after just the 3rd bark, Trudging Fime rushed out of the house and gave it a swift kick without hesitation. "What are you barking about here?" Ngok Lian had just grasped the sword intent. The Dark Knight Demon King, feeling both pain and humiliation, whimpered and left. After it was gone, the Holy Sword sect members finally felt at ease to land. Truong Pham immediately recognized the two children. But the old man with them was a complete stranger. The leader of the Holy Sword sect, after witnessing the previous scene, was sweating coldly. In his whole life, he had never seen anyone dare to teach a demon king of comparable rank to a god like a dog in their home. This only proved that Truong Pham possessed unmatched power, at least at the level of transcending tribulation. Mudung Moklan spoke up first to introduce her master to Truong Pham, also mentioning that their purpose in returning was to thank him for the wooden statue. So it turns out he is the leader of the Holy Sword Immortal sect. Truong Pham originally planned to greet them first, but unexpectedly, he was interrupted halfway through. This old man has come uninvited, hoping for your forgiveness. Senior. The word senior felt like a weight on Truong Pham's heart. Now even an old man was calling him senior. He was worried his age was less than the old man's single-digit age. Out of politeness, Truong Pham invited them into the house. The leader of the Holy Sword Immortal sect kept his eyes fixed on him. Strangely, his cultivation was not low, yet he did not sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Truong Pham. This could only be explained by two possibilities. Either he had no cultivation, or the difference in cultivation was too great for the Holy Sword leader to perceive. Thinking this, he boldly asked Truong Pham, I did not expect your cultivation to be so profound. Could it be that you have reached the realm of returning to the origin? Truong Pham faced the question, but could not say he was just a waste who had lost all his cultivation. Even if he told the truth, the other would not believe it. So he could only scratch his head and respond vaguely, must. After taking a few more steps, they saw Tun Goklian sitting quietly under a tree. Truong Pham briefly introduced, my disciple is sensing sword intent. Let us not disturb her. Let us go this way. Along the way, the leader of the Holy Sword sect kept praising the garden of Truong Pham. These kinds of spirit-rich trees could not just be grown with regular watering. Only ancient caves could create such phenomena. That must be it. It is just a pity that this land is too barren. I have used sword energy to water them, but that is all they can do. Truong Pham shrugged, then saw the sect leader of the Holy Sword sect pull out a brown pouch from his pocket, stating that it contained a gift in return for the wooden statue Truong Pham, previously given to his disciple. Truong Pham did not hold back and opened it to take a look. Inside was divine essence, the sacred soil that the ancestors of the Holy Sword sect had brought back from the immortal realm, rumored to be used for nurturing divine herbs. As for the sword, it was the red gold divine sword, the sect's treasured artifact. Both items were very valuable and useful to Truong Pham, but he knew there is no such thing as a free gift in this world. Now that the sect leader of the Sacred Sword sect brought such precious items here, he likely wanted to ask him for support for their sect, but Truong Pham could not even leave this estate right now. So how could he be a support for others? Thinking about this made him furrow his brows, a look that caught the attention of the Sacred Sword sect leader. He thought Truong Pham did not like the two treasures, and became so anxious that he could not sit still. After all, these were the best things the sect had to offer. I hope the senior does not mind, the Sacred Sword sect leader suddenly exclaimed, startling Truong Pham. Well, if they have good intentions, you should accept them. Truong Pham took both items, even saying that the divine essence would be great for growing vegetables. This statement left the old man speechless. That was a sect treasure, something they had never dared to use before, yet Truong Pham treated it like soil for planting vegetables. This attitude truly showed he was someone extraordinary. But this was also good news for the Sacred Sword leader, because now that Truong Pham accepted the gifts, it would be easier for him to flatter him. Once he accepted their gifts, he could not treat them too casually. Truong Pham understood this well, so he called a few disciples of the Sacred Sword sect to stay and eat with him. Just then, he had just butchered 3 of those bull generals, and the meat was still fresh. The Sacred Sword sect leader naturally would not refuse such a good opportunity. The beef should be almost done by now. Miss Lan, could you please help me bring the pot of stewed meat over here? Truong Pham said, and the Sacred Sword sect leader quickly volunteered for this task. Following the smell, he spotted the 9 heavens divine cauldron in the middle of the estate. Guessing it was the pot Truong Pham mentioned, and went to lift it, but the cauldron did not budge at all. The Sacred Sword sect leader tried several more times, but could not lift the pot. Then he took a closer look and realized this was the divine artifact that had fallen from the sky last time. The man was so scared that he immediately let go and took a few steps back. Countless sects were searching for this treasure, yet it was a divine artifact that fell from the sky, and Truong Pham treated it like a pot for cooking meat. Seeing the sect leader's face turn pale and green, Truong Pham felt a bit embarrassed. It really was too much to make him carry such a big pot of beef alone. All right, let me carry it, Truong Pham said, then gently lifted the pot. The Sacred Sword sect leader, still in shock, whispered to his disciple that the pot of stewed meat was a divine artifact that had recently fallen to the mortal realm. Mzi Dung Mufsi Lan could not hide her astonishment after hearing this. Really? Master, what should we do now? Absolutely do not do anything. I am just worried that the sky being torn might be related to this expert. But this is something we can get involved in, according to you. How high is that elder's cultivation level? I am not sure. But at the very least, it must be at the Earth Immortal stage. No wonder I could not see his level at all from start to finish. Hearing the term Earth Immortal made Musi Dung Umi Filan feel anxious. She silently felt lucky that she had not offended Tri Hong Fum while chasing after the Dark Night Demon King. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After serving the meat into a bowl, Trong Fum excitedly called the others to try it. The moment they took the first bite, the 3 disciples of the Holy Sword sect plunged into a state of bliss. The beef was tender and sweet. But what made it perfect was not just the flavor, but also the overwhelming spiritual energy it possessed. They only left after eating to their heart's content. Trong Fum even walked them to the door, politely reminding them to come visit again when they had time. However, before he returned, the sect master of the Holy Sword Immortal sect suddenly realized something astonishing. He had only been at Trong Fum's estate for a short period. Yet he had already broken through to the transformation spirit stage. This was actually not surprising because Trenjang Fazam's estate was filled with the essence of the 6 paths. The energy of sword intent soared to the sky. And there was also the beef of the demon general stewed in the 9 heavens divine cauldron. With all these reasons, it was normal for the old man to break through to a new realm. Although Trungkonfum was busy hosting guests all day, receiving the divine essence still made him very happy. With this kind of fertilizer in hand, he could enjoy all kinds of fruits in the future. Speaking of which, Trundring Fum suddenly saw a type of fruit glowing in his garden. Getting a bit closer, he discovered it was a human-shaped fruit. What is noteworthy is that this strange fruit was growing very quickly, and in no time it took on the appearance of an adult sitting in meditation. The Dark Night Demon King, seeing the scene, thought he had encountered a ghost. For standing on end, Trong Fum felt a bit tense. Could it be that using a bit of divine essence had turned this tree into a spirit? But Tun and Geklin quickly dismissed her master's thoughts. She realized that the process was not about becoming a spirit, but that the fruit was condensing into celestial essence. The essence below the ancient tree had taken on a human shape, which was the sign of becoming a spirit, while the area around this tree was filled with celestial energy. This was the process of becoming an immortal. This was truly terrifying. Only trees that gather spiritual energy and change their form, with essence passing through heaven and earth, can achieve this ascended life form. From the base of that ancient tree, a powerful green column of spiritual energy shot straight up into the sky. This phenomenon once again attracted the attention of many people. Reminiscent of when Trajan Fajram shattered the 9 heavens divine cauldron. That column of light was dazzling like a tidal wave, life energy soaring into the heavens. Many speculated that trees in the forest were transforming into spirits. But with such shocking movement, what level of spirit was the opponent? On a distant mountain, 2 old men noticed this phenomenon as well. The life force of Hong Setup then there was as vast as an endless ocean. This transformation was surely not simple. One of them spoke first. Indeed, the divine tree has transformed into a celestial spirit. It is unclear which master could turn a divine tree into a celestial being. This person is definitely not a mere mortal. Let us go check it out together. If there really is a heavenly opportunity, perhaps our old bones won't feel so lonely anymore. With that, the 2 jumped off the mountain and flew towards Trong Fum's estate. Soon after, a young celestial attendant indeed appeared beneath the ancient tree. This person faced Trong Fum with utmost respect, having been enlightened by the celestial master and condensed into a spiritual body, thus beginning the path of cultivation. From now on, Little Celestial will take the duty of guarding this estate as his responsibility. Little Celestial does not have a name yet and hopes the master will give him one. Trajong Fum was not very good at this. But since this being was condensed from several trees he planted, it is not wrong to say he is like a son. So he had to think carefully. He transformed from a ginseng tree into a celestial spirit, which can be considered a great enlightenment. It is a good opportunity, and he willingly guards the estate. Thus, Trong Fum named him Tron Gain. Upon hearing this name, he appeared very pleased. Bowing deeply to thank Trajong Fum, Tron Gain expressed his gratitude for the name and promised to protect his master's estate with all his might. Trong Fum chuckled dryly a few times. Didn't you name yourself Tran Gain? Why did it suddenly become Tron Nugain? Either way, it is not much different. The most important thing is that from now on, someone is responsible for overseeing the estate. So you will have a lot less on your plate. Trodong Fum himself did not expect to have this opportunity. It seems the effects of the divine aura brought by the sect master of the Holy Sword Immortal sect are indeed no joke. Meanwhile, the group from Kuanglong Immortal sect and the demon king they colluded with had gotten very close to the estate. The one guiding them was, of course, David. However, as they approached, an elder from Kuanglong Immortal sect sensed something unusual. Specifically, the strong celestial aura emanating from the estate was somewhat frightening. But the demon king suddenly burst into laughter. He believed that this wild forest was the territory of the demon clan. And no matter how strong the spiritual energy, it was just a scare tactic. and he could completely control the situation. Several elders from Kuang Lung Immortal Sect began to flatter him. Yep. Your Highness, the Demon King, your aura is overwhelming and your powers vast. How could you not handle such a small estate? Just then, Trading Pham, lying comfortably in the sun, sensed the presence of the enemy. He felt delighted, not expecting them to arrive so quickly. It was worth the performance of blood spitting he put on in front of Yeviek T. Those foolish people moved closer to the mansion. The first thing that caught their eye was the Shadow Hound King lounging around, clearly a formidable beast, yet appearing like a mere guard dog. That king also noticed the Shadow Hound King, as it was obviously just lying there, not cultivating at all, but still able to advance in power by directly absorbing spiritual energy. This stupid creature thought it had to seize that cultivation technique as a trophy later. Little did it know that it could encounter such a formidable dog in the southern wilderness. Such a strange phenomenon must be a genius among the demon race. If it could tame this dog as a spirit companion, it would surely become a powerful ally in the future. The elders of the Guanglang Immortal Sect were completely unaware of the danger and gathered around, pointing and discussing the Shadow Hound King. Then, the sect master of Guanglang even treated it like a guard dog and proactively spoke up. Little dog, do you want to come serve as a guard for our sect? The Shadow Hound King lazily opened its eyes at that moment, not knowing about Zhang Fan's plan. It was quite surprised to see so many people suddenly appear before it. At the same time, that bold demon king approached, mockingly responding to the sect master of Guanglang. After all, it belongs to my demon race. How could it lose to humans? Little pup, will you agree to take me as your master and be the right hand of my bold demon king? The Shadow Hound King let out a loud bark. The bold demon king even proclaimed that if the Shadow Hound King agreed to the previous request, he would grant it a title. As he spoke, he reached out to pat the head of the Shadow Hound King, causing its anger to peak. You think you are worthy just because of that? You do not even realize where you are, daring to come here and boast. The Shadow Hound King replied proudly. But this only infuriated the bold demon king. A dog is still just food for the trash. You are only here to guard for humans. Would not it be better to come with me and enjoy the good life? Considering you are also of the demon race, I will give you a choice. One is to come over here and submit to me. The other is that a disgraceful creature like you does not need to live anymore. Even though the Shadow Hound King had submitted to Zhang Fan, it did not mean anyone could insult it. Immediately, it gathered momentum and pounced towards the bold demon king, knocking him down in front of everyone's astonishment. But this was just the beginning. If the Shadow Hound King had not been severely injured by the divine peak earlier, and still had not fully recovered, this fool would not dare to stand here mocking it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Dark Knight Demon King began to unleash an astonishing power, its form growing larger, shifting from that of a dumb dog to a true wolf. When the bold demon king sensed that his opponent was also a demon king, he started to panic. At this moment, the large Dark Knight Demon King charged again to attack. The bold demon king was clearly at a disadvantage, swinging his axe wildly. But not only did he fail to injure his opponent, he ended up pushing the people from the Guangling sect aside. The sect leader and the elders of Guangling were still trying to grasp the situation. Initially, they only saw the Dark Knight Demon King as a somewhat powerful monster, not realizing it was on the level of a demon king. VK was probably the most shocked. The last time he was here, the Dark Knight Demon King had clearly just been a confused dog, completely different from its current appearance. Watching the bold demon king struggle against the attacks from the Dark Knight Demon King, the members of Guangling sect became even more confused. VKKT said that the master of that dumb dog was the one who had bullied him. But how powerful could someone be to turn a demon king into a house dog? Just as Tudothwa was mentioned, he arrived immediately. Tranang Phum had rested enough, and he led Tu Nuki Lion out of the house. So you finally made it, he said with a sly smile. And Teen Lean, upon seeing these people, could not help but grit her teeth. These bastards were the ones who had caused her family to fall apart. On the opposite side, the sect leader of Guangling also, like many others meeting Tranang Phum for the first time, could not suppress his doubts. He clearly looked like he had no cultivation, yet he could command a demon king. The old man sensed that there must be something behind this, so he spoke with some caution. Are you the one who killed my sect's disciple? A bunch of blind fools. Yep. That was me. So what? Tranang Phum replied in a challenging tone. This infuriated several elders of the Guangling sect, but the old sect leader held them back, realizing that Tranang Phum was trying to provoke him. After some contemplation, he felt that this young man, so audacious, surely had a strength beyond his imagination for a long time. Liltian helplessly watched the bold demon king being attacked. Even the bold demon king was entangled by that dog. Today, my Kuang Long Tin Man has reached the brink of survival. Seeing the dire situation before me, my face is as grim as a monkey's rear. I never expected that the prey would be so close, yet still could turn the tables and bring disaster upon my Kuang Long Utina Munin. How infuriating. I should have known. Lil Tinan momentarily broke free from his thoughts and respectfully clasped his hands to Tragong Fum. You must have agreed to support that Tun Uninke Lin, because you recognize her exceptional talent. After all, in the world of cultivation, strength is everything. My Kwang Lung Tinamen concedes. Not stopping there, Lil Tin slowly continued. You can act heroically today, and I will come to your door to repay the favor another day. His words surprised Trunongfum. Damn, this is weird. Why is not he charging at me to kill me? This guy is anything but predictable. The old man silently observed the boy's expression for a moment and noticed that he had no reaction. Seizing the opportunity, the old man quickly turned and left with a somewhat unwilling expression. Thank you for showing mercy. We will take our leave. Seeing the old man in such a hurry, Trondheim called out loudly. Wait. You look cold as you glance at the people before you and ponder. If you want to leave, what about my territory? Facing those still caught in the two-take boat trick, he asked seriously. Tunununglin is my disciple now. Kwang Long Tivamun, you conspired with evil spirits, destroying her clan and committing such crimes against my disciple. And you think that saying this will suffice? In Trondheim Fum's arrogant demeanor, Lo Ten calmly called for the fifth elder. Hearing his name, a truck V stepped forward to block the old man, holding his sword in a fighting stance. Elder, I have said it for a long time. We should directly charge in and kill him. I think this guy is just pretending. Before he could finish, a wave of sword energy struck him, and he let out a yelp as if being stabbed, spitting blood everywhere. Shocked by the sharp pain from behind, Atrakve fell to the ground. Bewildered, hit by that blow, he collapsed onto the ground, as if drained completely. Lo Ten looked at his recent handiwork with an icy gaze. Showing no signs of emotion, he felt a chill from the old man's indifference and decisiveness. What was happening here? Ignoring the boy's confused expression, the old man solemnly stated. Kwang Long Tivamun, I did indeed promise to give Improki Lean to the Demon King, but exterminating her clan was not my order. That was all Trevevri's reckless doing. I hope his life can satisfy you. The old man's desperate attempts to wash his hands of responsibility made Trondrafum admire him. This old man is truly ruthless. In the tense, silent atmosphere, he stood there looking at the cruel figure before him with disdain, thinking, my strength has not even been clarified. And yet he uses the life of an elder to take the fall. This old man is exceptionally cruel. Kwang Long Yu Ten Mun is considered a prestigious sect by everyone. Reflecting on the treacherous and brutal reality of the cultivation world through him, Trong Fum fell silent. The cultivation world is indeed brutal and ruthless. Luckily, I am now the one dealing with him. And the vermin of this world cannot be overlooked. With a determined gaze full of righteousness, he pointed at the old man and said, Old man, without evidence, do you think one life can erase the sins you have committed against my disciple? Lu Zun was dumbfounded by your over-the-top statement, astonished that after all this, he still was not released. He regained his composure and respectfully expressed his urgent wish to stop the battle. My dear, you should know when to stop. Is not one elder's life enough? If you refuse to let it go, I can only face you here, all for one necessary disciple. Feeling threatened, Zhang Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and made a decision. You are right. After all, Yulian just became my disciple. So he glanced at her, smirking, and continued. Whether to forgive you or not is up to her. He grinned wickedly, pointing at the Guangal lions, causing them to shiver. Disciple, your enemies are right in front of you. Go and kill them. She stared at Zhang Fan in disbelief and asked, But master, their cultivation is higher than mine. I am just too lazy to listen. Yulian grumbled, and he tossed her a sword to shut her up, confidently saying, You have grasped some of my sword intent. If I say you can do it, you can do it. He was like a Pokemon trainer, pointing at the stunned faces of the Guangolians and urging her to charge. Go on. It is better to handle some foes yourself, to keep the enemy from losing heart. Zhang Fan added a line to instill hope. Today, as long as someone defeats my disciple in this duel, I guarantee I won to intervene. Hearing the disdain in Zhang Fan's words, Lu Zun did not get angry but pondered the situation. Although he held an extraordinary sword in his hand, even a golden elixir could not compare. To make sure he had not misheard, he pointed at him to confirm. The senior's words are true. He nodded in affirmation. Of course, they are true. With everything discussed, Zhang Fan called for Yulian to take the stage and deal with the mess before her. Yulian, hearing her master's command, she bowed her head and replied, Yep. Master. The beautiful Yulian stepped forward, wielding her 80 centimeters weapon, pointing her sword at the enemies before her with a firm voice. Guangal sect. The Tuan family's grudge shall not be overlooked. Today, I will take revenge myself. Hearing a little girl with a mouth still smelling of milk dare to talk back like that, Lu Zun's face scrunched up in disbelief. A mere junior dared to be arrogant. If it were not for someone backing her, he would have. He did not continue but turned to call for Kia Z. Hearing his name, Kizi sincerely replied, Lu Zhen looked at him sternly. Go and duel with her. Following the order, Kuze hesitated as he stepped forward, glancing at her sword radiating rich spiritual energy with great concern. Although he was terrified, he still spoke boldly. Yulian, do not think that just because you have a divine sword, you have someone backing you. Just as he said this, a flash of light suddenly zipped past his chest. Kuze helplessly stared wide, feeling a sharp pain. He looked on in shock, stunned by the incredible speed. He could not react in time, and could only lament as his vision gradually faded. The sword is too fast. Yulian frowned, feeling troubled. She had talked too much, witnessing her overwhelming power just now. The Kuang Longtine group retreated in fear. The system suddenly displayed a notification, revealing that disciple Inkaryok Lian had achieved 400 points in the sword domain at the foundation establishment stage. Seeing this, Trong Fum was extremely satisfied. Killing counts for points too. Not bad. Not bad. In the center of the battle, Inki stood tall, her robe fluttering gently in the wind, the scent of blood lingering, her gaze casually sweeping over the bodies lying at her feet. Latine shouted each word with rage. Call the next one to fight. Your sword skills are impressive, but reaching Golden Core does not mean much. The third elder, Lin Trang, slowly stepped forward, her gaze cold. Please give your orders. The elder suddenly retracted his angry gaze, his expression a mix of caution and dissatisfaction. Quietly advising, defeat her, but remember to spare her life. He glanced at the boy, thinking to himself that despite his verbosity, he did not strike, but feared that later he would use the excuse of me killing his disciple to take revenge. Watching Trong Fum so relaxed, Lo Tan silently screamed in his heart, that detestable guy. Our Kuang Long Tin has never endured such humiliation. Once this is over, I will find a way to kill you. Amid his continuous thoughts, Lin Trang had already drawn her sword, tearing through space as she rushed towards Inky Lin. Your hand first. Let us see if your master will risk it all for a cripple. Facing the blade slicing through the wind, aiming to take her life, she stood firm, not retreating an inch, quietly raising her head to meet the cold light from the sword's edge. In that instant, the blade came down violently. She twirled her wrist, accurately countering the strike with her own sword. The sound of the collision resonated in the air. Ingikilian gritted her teeth, her body trembling under the heavy pressure as if a mountain was pressing down. But her legs held firm, refusing to yield under the weight bearing down on her shoulders. She suddenly gathered her strength and thrust her sword upward. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Lin Trang staggered backward, her gaze frozen in shock, raising an eyebrow slightly. Her eyes swept over Endafi Lin with a hint of admiration, acknowledging her strength. Unfortunately, at that moment, the last word hung on her lips. Her expression suddenly froze, and her eyes widened as she realized something. Wait! Lin Trang stood dumbfounded, looking at Nekian as if she were a giant monster, an invisible pressure forcing down on her, making her legs feel as if they were rooted to the ground. How can she have such overwhelming sword intent? Her sword descended like a falling meteor, and Lin Trang's eyes widened as she watched it approach. Unable to do anything, despair surged like a flood. This is not good. The power of her sword intent. My body can't move. In that moment, as the sword was about to touch her skin, the instinct for survival ignited fiercely, causing Lin Trang to dodge backward, her heart pounding as if it would explode. Screaming, though she tilted to avoid it by a hair's breadth, the sharp sword energy still pierced through her flimsy defense. She fell to the ground helplessly. What? How is this possible? She lay there unwillingly in a pool of blood, her last breath escaping. The surrounding Kuang Tine members were in shock, unable to believe their eyes. What is this? After a fierce battle, Inki Lin remained composed, stabilizing her breath. I actually managed to defeat someone at the nascent soul stage. But why did he look so scared just now? She felt a mix of doubt and belief. Could it be that the master was secretly helping me? Over here, the system notification appeared, making Zhang Fan excitedly hit the like button. He checked and saw his disciple, Ngok Lion, attacking above her level, earning 3,000 points in the sword domain and receiving a look of admiration from her opponent. Ngok Lion's doubts quickly turned into overwhelming gratitude. Master, I want to cry so much, like being pumped with adrenaline. She gradually shifted her sharp gaze to the remaining targets. Who's next? Ngok Lion raised her divine sword of the golden flame towards her enemy, exuding an aura of challenge. After her display of power, Deep Tu spoke up with a cautious expression. The Grand Elder. Just now, even Lu Zhen seemed shaken when he noticed something was off. That sword move was impressive. But clearly, the third elder could easily escape. However, he noted Zhang Fan, who was calmly preparing a move. Could it be that he was secretly plotting? Though still doubtful, Lu Zhen turned to urge his companions. But he had not seen any action from him just now. Hold forth. You give it a try. Remember, this time you have to kill him. No holding back. Suddenly called to the arena. Zhang Ji was so frightened that he turned pale. Seeing Ling Trang sprawled on the ground, He could not help but feel terrified, but my strength is only up to the third elder. Before Jiang Ji could refuse, Lu Zhen sternly ordered him, suggesting that perhaps the third elder was careless. Hurry up, if you do not go. Do you want me to go instead? Meanwhile, explosive sounds shook the mountains. The bull demon king was struggling to hold on. This mad dog. After all, you are a demon king, yet you risk your life for a human. Being insulted like that made the Dark Knight furious. What do you understand? This is called a loyal dog knowing its time. The bull demon king refused to back down and began to counterattack. Fine. Then today I will eradicate your disgrace for the demon race. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped the ground hard, causing the earth to crack, while the Dark Knight swiftly dodged each shockwave, seizing the opportunity. The bull demon king prepared to launch a surprise punch, but the Dark Knight remained calm, channeling his power, and his entire body was enveloped in dazzling lightning. You have underestimated me too much. With a booming roar, dark smoke quickly appeared and spread out from him, surrounded by the dark shadows. The bull demon king felt like someone had pressed the pause button on him. How could the realm of Dark Knight be like this? Seeing the opponent's distraction, the Dark Knight angrily slashed with his sharp claws. What are you looking at? It instantly left 2 deep scratches, making the opponent scream in pain. After inflicting damage, the Dark Knight leisurely licked the remaining blood off his paw, thinking he could take me down. The bull demon king seemed still in shock. Could you be the Dark Knight demon king? Hearing this, he smugly taunted back. Only now do you realize that provocative stance ignited the fury of the bull demon king. Well, I really did not recognize this path as the Dark Love King. Without finishing his sentence, he charged forward fiercely, ready to throw a punch, acting like a dog for a human's commands. Seeing the reckless fool in front of him, Dark Love immediately prepared for battle. The young one with only 100 years of cultivation suddenly roared in anger, unleashing menacing bolts of electricity. What do you know? In an instant, Dark Love darted past the bull demon king. You remain motionless as if caught in a 2-masted boat technique. He only howled in pain for a long time after the agony pierced through his bones. Dark Love did not break a sweat, sneering at that pathetic sight. This king was not injured before. Eliminating you would be as easy as flipping a hand. He kindly warned the enemy to back off. But I do not care about you easily taking down my celestial falcon demon lord. However, Antonin has taken him as a master. If you rush in, you are just seeking death. Nimu, furious, resorted to verbal sparring. Is that why you are just a dog for that guy? Don't you know? What you are doing is no different from betraying the demon clan. He even tried to sound arrogant. You still have a chance now. And I, alongside the Guanglang immortal sect, will deal with that name who stole away that girl with exceptional talent. Thinking of the malice of those spirit beasts, Nima Wang smugly aimed to demoralize his opponent. Otherwise, the entire southern demon clan would know of your betrayal. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. You have severed ties with the demon clan. Looking at the skinny guy in front of him, he abandoned the idea of persuasion and bluntly declared that he initially wanted to spare his life. Just a second later, Amda began channeling electric power throughout his body. But it seemed he had a snarky comment to make before truly striking. The fool does not deserve to live. Back to the confrontation among the Taoists. The members of the Guanglang immortal sect fell one by one, sprawled out, as expected. Ngok Lion easily took down Jiang Truck with a single strike of her sword. She wiped away the few beads of sweat, her fighting spirit still blazing and defiant. Next, it is your turn. Who is up first? At that moment, the enemy was left with only 2, who immediately took defensive stances. After observing multiple times, Lu Zhen leaned over to whisper to Diep Tu. Don't you worry. I understand her situation well now. He briefly summarized the opponent's fighting style. This woman must have grasped a terrifying sword intent, capable of instilling fear in each move even with low cultivation. Based on that, Lu Zhen quickly devised a counter plan. But her sword intent was not fully refined yet. Later, you will burn her soul, pouring all your strength, while I will take on the tougher part myself. That guy surely won't let his disciple die. I will stop him. If the two of us combine our prowess, he probably won't withstand it. Even though every move seemed perfect, Deep Tu still felt uneasy and pointed out the critical issue. But Sun Gok Lion has called him master. Does not that mean he is stronger? We really should. Lu Zhen angrily snapped at his opponent to snap out of it. Do you have any other way? This is our only chance. We need someone to come back alive. Deep Tu had to swallow his bitterness and accept the order. I understand now. He calmly drew his weapon, expressing his sword intent in greeting. Sun Ungok, please instruct me. Right from the start, he unleashed his strongest trump card with full force. A devastating slash quickly reached Ngok Lion. She could not help but exclaim at the formidable power of Deep Tu. Is this really the transformation into divinity? Witnessing the ground crack beneath her feet, Ingrid Lian now had to look at her opponent with a much stronger gaze than Ngai Nan's. Deep Tia noticed the somewhat careless attitude and quickly signaled, Elder, hurry up. To his surprise, as he turned back, he saw Lu Ten riding a sword and flying in the air, nearly losing his mind. Meanwhile, the old man kept observing the situation here, focusing his energy. Suddenly, a talisman flew in and stuck right on Dee's back, causing him to realize something shocking. Soul cover. Jiang Tracy clutched his head in pain from the electric shocks coming from the soul cover. This can't be happening. In an instant, he swelled up like a balloon in front of Trundrungfam and Enji Lian, who gasped. This was not backing down in the face of adversity. Latine shouted, "I will make your soul scatter." Trundrungfam simply commanded, "Trine Nugain," and he transformed into powerful streams of green energy. All of them launched a joint attack on Jiang Tracy, who was about to burst open, emitting dazzling golden light. Trine Nugain finished him off by tightening his grip to cause an explosion. The space fell silent after the explosion. He transformed back into human form and said, "It is, Master." Then Trungfum kindly replied, "Good job. You can just call me sir." However, he still thought to himself, "It is strange for a boy to call me master." Witnessing Jiang Tracy's tragic end, Latendran's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "How can this be? That was a god transformation explosion, and it was resolved so quickly." Trunungain smiled brightly in front of Trundungfam and Enyuki Line after the glorious victory, still unable to accept the harsh reality. Lulten immediately took to the skies to escape. "Now I need to make a quick getaway." Seeing him trying to flee, Trasungfam raised a magical leaf and said, "Trying to run." Swiftly, he threw the leaf with all his strength towards Altinen. It is too late. The sharp magical leaf cleanly severed his right arm, causing him to bleed and scream. At this moment, Luluhan lost his balance and fell freely from the sky. Just seconds later, he landed with a grand thud. Ngin Lin and Trendrongfam rushed over. Laltindren, seeing what made him fall, questioned, "It is just a leaf." He only smiled and explained, "It is truly cruel. Even people from his own sect used such brutal tactics. Yet Kuanglong Tin Mummen can still be viewed as a righteous sect by outsiders." He turned pale and hugged himself after hearing Tranongfum say, "Who are you? With such power in the cultivation world, how can you not have a reputation?" However, Trungfum simply replied curtly, "There is nothing to say to a petty person like you," and immediately commanded, "Ingi Kifi Lin, take revenge." Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted. Lulten laughed as if he had been saved. "It is the Bull Demon King. Great. I might just be rescued." He gathered all his strength and shouted, "Demon King, I am over here." Trungfum just closed his eyes, puzzled. The little dog has lost. The Bull Demon King, Ong Hawk, ran over, as fast as anyone could know, with a stunned expression, crying out, "Help me," like two famous clowns. Both the Bull Demon King and Lu Jun cried for help, having lost their right arms. "Help!" Zhang Fan witnessed the humorous scene and nearly burst out laughing. Paf! Behind the Bull Demon King, the Shadow Abyss was biting his right arm with a fierce expression, its eyes glowing red, radiating a hunger for raw beef. Upon seeing Zhang Fan, Shadow Abyss thought, "Oh no. I carelessly let this guy escape here. Will he torture me for not doing my job well?" Lu Zhen quickly lowered himself and blamed it all on the Bull Demon King, catching him by surprise. "Capturing Zungolion was not my intention. That damn Demon King forced me to do it. It was because of the Guangling Immortal Gate that I was coursed." Hearing this, the Bull Demon King bellowed like a bull, "You shameless fool. I did not force you. You came to me for collaboration." But Shadow Abyss did not care and continued to attack him, causing the Bull Demon King to cry out in pain. He screamed in agony as if he were being bitten by Shadow Abyss. "Please let me go, and Lu Zhen, you should kneel and beg for mercy from Lei Lu. Please spare my life." At this moment, his face looked like he was about to cry. "I really did not give the order to kill your entire family," the Bull Demon King countered Lu Zhen's words. "Do not listen to him. He ordered your family to be killed. I am the one who does not know what is going on." Gu Lion tightened her grip on the sword, not wanting to hear their excuses. "At that time, my family must have been begging you for mercy." "Right." Gu Lion pointed at Lu Zhen with a deadly glare. "But did you give them a chance?" A single slash across his neck ended Lu Zhen's wicked life. She silently swung the sword, and he fell back to the ground. Gu Lion turned away. "Today, I have avenged my parents and everyone." She gritted her teeth, her face almost bursting into tears. Revenge. It seemed as if her pent-up resentment had been released. Gu Lion knelt down, holding the shining sword. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks for everyone. Gu Lion cried out in emotion, "Hick hick," while Zhang Fan comforted her. "It is." Immediately, Gu Lion hugged him tightly. "Hick hick, master," with the gallantry of a true man. Zhang Fan held her close and stroked her head. "Don't cry. Do not. You have taken your revenge. Your path ahead is still very long." After saying that, he glanced back at Shadow Abyss, which was biting the Bull Demon King. So next, while he was still howling, the Bull Demon King accepted defeat and bowed his head before Zhang Fan. "Spare me. I agree to surrender, to be your servant and your horse." But Zhang Fan was not fooled by this wicked bull. Zhang Fan merely crossed his arms leisurely. "Go take care of things. He was feasting on the bull demon king's meat, while Shadow Abyss gnawed on a piece of his arm bone. Hearing that, he thought delightfully about the nutritious beef stew. The meat from this bull demon is much better than regular bull demon meat. I wonder what the ribs taste like. Trong Hong Fum's words filled him with dread. All he could do was cry weakly. Ingivlin skillfully finished off the bull demon with a swift, elegant strike, and he could only let out a faint cry. Witnessing her adept move, Trachun Fum quietly praised her. That was quick and impressive. Meanwhile, Ngien thought. After winning, if it were not for the silent assistance, taking revenge would not have been so simple. Li knelt down to pay her respects solemnly. I have received your teachings. From now on, I will wholeheartedly obey my master. Whatever you say, I will. Trong Hong Fum said nonchalantly. Then I want need that. I will make you a pot of grilled beef. After saying that, he turned around with an impressive demeanor. With the fire lit, it was not long before Trajang Fum transformed into a street vendor, skillfully flipping the meat. The air filled with the aroma of grilled meat as the two of them set up shop in nature. Ingik Lian chewed while glancing up at the trees. Master, it seems the ginseng fruit is a bit bigger now. Trajang Fum curiously looked up at the mention. In Journey to the West, ginseng fruit is a miraculous fruit. Just smelling it can grant you 360 years of life, and a bite can extend it to 47,000 years. Feeling optimistic, he picked one, thinking it might not be quite that powerful, but it is still a divine fruit. Surely it would boost his cultivation a bit. Trong Hong Fum took a bite, trying to savor each layer of flavor. It was fresh and sweet, but it did not seem to enhance his cultivation. He frowned slightly, his initial excitement fading. It was not real ginseng, but Trajang Fum still finished the large fruit. After all, it was just a delicious fruit. Suddenly, a harsh coughing echoed through the forest, like someone suffering from late-stage tuberculosis. Hearing the strange noise, Trajang Fum instructed his disciples. You all continue eating. I will go check it out. Before the coughing stopped, he was already behind its owner. Tung Veiyan seemed to sense his presence and turned around with a gentle smile. Excuse me. May I ask where this is? I am lost in this place. Trong Fum put on a kind smile, but thought differently inside. What kind of acting is this? How could someone get lost in the southern wilderness? Have the monsters in the area gone vegetarian? He decided not to expose the truth right away and asked politely. Hello, sir. What is your name? How many people are in your family? Where are you from? He answered without hesitation. I'm Tingvine. Just an ordinary farmer. Trajang Fum was stunned, his eyes wide open as if they might pop out. A farmer. Someone of this caliber is joking, could not he drop the act? Although he felt very uncomfortable inside, he still greeted him warmly like a perfect host. We are having a meal. If you have come, please join us for a drink and a bite. Contrary to Trong Fum's expectations, Tintung Van suddenly sat down, lazily declining. I think I will pass on going in. Seeing this scene, he could not help but sigh internally. Isn't he every cultivator supposed to be high and mighty? Looking around, this old man really did look like a farmer. Just then, Tung Veen asked, Aren't you afraid of monsters noticing you living here? Trong Fum stepped forward confidently, smiling as if he had just heard an amusing story. What monster would dare to pay attention to me? He glanced at Vamdeville lurking in the bushes, thinking that any monster coming here would either get grilled or boiled. Only he was smart enough to keep his life intact. Hearing Trungting Fum's loud tone made Ting Venin curious. This is the southern wilderness. How dare you provoke monsters? A bold thought crossed his mind. Could this person be a hidden master? Tong Van fell into a deep thought. His gaze flickered, but he said nothing more. He quietly observed Truong Fame, who showed no signs of spiritual energy. So it was better to probe further. Tong Van did not waste a second, quickly speaking up, asking the young man for a glass of water since he had such good intentions. The young man immediately smiled without hesitation and agreed right away. Tong Lo Da did not know what he wanted to drink. Tong Van maintained a clueless expression and casually replied, I have drunk everything from Namjia back, so whatever you give me is fine. Truong Pham watched the scene before him, a simmering anger rising in his heart. That expression was truly detestable. Was he pretending to be ignorant on purpose? You dare to act like that with me? This is not over. He did not hesitate to take out a jar of wine to offer, smiling brightly. Since that is the case, let us skip the tea today and drink something more interesting. But inside, he felt quite pleased with himself. This is the spirit wine I brewed from various fruits and herbs. I am counting on you. Tong Van accepted it without any pretense. Then let us follow orders. But he looked down on him in his heart, thinking that this little brat wanted to show off treasures in front of him. While the wine was being poured, he stroked his beard leisurely, appearing calm as if enjoying the moonlight. But just then, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted into his nose, startling Tong Van, who let out a soft grunt. His eyes widened in surprise, unable to hide his astonishment. What is this? Just the scent alone is intoxicating. Truong Pham smirked, a smug smile evident on his face. It was just an act, but who did not know? Tong Van did not see that expression. His eyes fixated on the glass of wine before him. This kid has a wine that is extraordinary. The thought flashed, and his mind automatically rummaged through old memories. In legend, there were 4 types of divine wines in the cultivation world: Juxanglingju, Ongtangshangju, Loxianju, and Hongtran Natruongvan, each capable of boosting cultivation, even breaking through. Thinking of this, Tong Van's mouth fell open, and his hand holding the glass trembled slightly. If this wine were taken outside, it could easily trade for the treasured artifacts of various immortal sects. He forced himself to calm down, pretending nothing was wrong. Stay calm. I must remain calm. I absolutely cannot show surprise in front of him. After a moment, Tong Van decisively raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, it spread out, so sweet that it made his taste buds quiver. He swallowed it all down, a soft gulp echoed in the quiet space. At that moment, Tong Van suddenly froze, his eyes gleaming with shock. The bottleneck has kept me stuck at the transformation stage for many years. Yet I just broke through. Those changes only strengthened his thoughts. This divine wine must be one of the 4 types of miraculous wines. Tong Van could not help but doubt seeing Truong Pham's oddly calm demeanor. Who exactly is this person? He looks ordinary yet produces something so formidable. At this moment, a strange light flickered in his eyes. I can keep comparing myself to him. Immediately, Tong Van reached into his pants, feeling around for something mysteriously. Little brother, let me show you a treasure. After saying that, he boldly pulled out a round fruit. What do you think of this fruit? Meanwhile, Tron Phum screamed like a girl being bullied. Who would care to see his treasure? But before he could finish squirming, he suddenly stopped upon seeing what Tong Van held. Trajong Phum let out a small sigh of relief, pretending it was no big deal. It turned out to be a lychee, and he dared to use it to scare him. He still wore a smug expression, whispering to himself with pride that this was the holy fruit he had to risk his life to obtain. The little brat's expression did not change despite the surprise. Tong Van raised an eyebrow, speaking confidently. What do you think? Do you want it? Little brother, contrary to his expectations, Trantong Phum showed no amazement. Is that it? If I wanted to eat this, I would have already eaten it and thrown up. Tong Van almost choked on the spot, shouting in disbelief. What? This is the holy fruit of the jade dew. Do you think this is just cabbage? He was furious, jumping up as if he had stepped on a thorn, saying someone had eaten until they vomited. Seeing him blow up, Trantong Phum did not bother to argue. It is. Although they were in the immortal cultivation world, it was still stuck in ancient times. It is said that in ancient times, the concubine Yang had to travel thousands of miles to get a fresh lychee. Tong Van still unwillingly gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. If you look down on my jade dew fruit, then I want to see what you can compare to my divine fruit. Trantong Phum gave no face to Ting Van, bluntly poking fun at him. Your fruit is really too rotten for me. But he still generously offered an invitation, saying he would take him to experience life today. He snorted in disdain. I have traveled the immortal cultivation world. What have not I experienced? While Tong Van was showing off as an old-timer, I wanted to see what it was, but the scene ahead made his eyes widen. He looked around in shock, his voice betraying his astonishment. Here. Inside there is another dazzling tree branch that was enough to make Tong Van panic. Just touching an ordinary branch was a rare item, existing like a high fruit that was like breaking through the sky. How could Tong Van not tremble? Pointing ahead and shouting in disbelief at the legendary ginseng fruit, which was a priceless treasure, he instinctively lunged forward wanting to grab one, not expecting that today he would have this encounter. Before he could touch it, Tronongine appeared with a cold voice asking who intruded, causing Tong Ven's arm to freeze midair. His sudden appearance startled Tong Vine, who fell flat on the ground. Is this another ginseng tree that turned into an immortal? Fearing to upset Tronongine, Tong Ven quickly knelt down to apologize. Immortal. Just now I was enchanted and acted disrespectfully. Please forgive me. Unfortunately, he turned a blind eye, turning to gossip with Trong Phum. Master. Oh no, sir. This guy just wanted to steal the divine fruit without asking you. How should we handle this? The words slipped into his ears, shocking him once again. What? An immortal being with at least god-level power is bowing to this little brat and even calling him master. At this moment, Tong Van dared to make a bold guess and casually took out a celestial fruit. The immortal still had to call him master. Could he be a heavenly immortal or a higher-ranking immortal? Just then, Ingeklian appeared with a dirty skewer in hand. What is wrong? An M-Eater sighed in annoyance. Another one had shown up. Trundring Phum did not answer but stood with his hands on his hips, asking, "Hey, Toon old man. What are you pretending for? Are you too hungry to walk?" He looked at Tangvan's shabby appearance, shaking his head in disappointment. Clearly, he was a powerful cultivator but had to pretend to be a farmer. Trong Phum waved his hand generously to brush it off. All right. Seeing he liked fruit so much, a golden light from his hand plucked a gourd fruit for him. Before Tung Ven could come to his senses, the gourd had landed in his palm. He stammered in disbelief. Are you really giving me a celestial fruit? Zhang Feng casually picked his nose and replied. It is just an ordinary fruit. Look at you getting so excited. This did not dampen Tang Van's emotions. Tears and snot were flowing everywhere. This is a longevity ginseng fruit. Worried he might have burdens in his heart. Zhang Feng casually explained that it was not anything rare. We have plenty of these around here. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. Plus, I can't cultivate. I can only taste it. Who would have thought this would add fuel to the fire? Making Tang Van's face pale with fear. It is not just anything rare. It is a divine fruit. He jumped up, regaining his prestige for the gourd. This is a divine fruit. According to legend, it is the supreme divine fruit. Just eating one can increase your lifespan by 40,000 years. Do you think this divine fruit is just a white radish? Zhang Feng ignored Tang Van and stroked his chin. Contemplating. I can step out of the champion sword realm. Tunan Geklian lacks strength. If I send Emida, I won't feel at ease. He squinted at the promising candidate before him and suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Isn't this guy the most suitable one? But he needs to make the old man willing to cooperate. With that in mind, Zhang Feng pretended to be kind and presented a condition. Forget your current look. If you just take it, I won't feel at ease. You should run errands for me. Tang Vian, no longer in the mood to think, quickly agreed, saying, I obey, please tell me. But Tang Van had lived long enough to know that nothing in this world is free, especially since this was a divine fruit. He wondered what price he would have to pay to gain this opportunity. A peerless big brother like this. Saying it is just running errands is not that simple. Seeing he looked wary, Zhang Feng made a very easy request. No need to take it so seriously. Just help me get 100 kilograms of pork. After all, he casually kicked Dia and continued. You see, raising this dog is not easy. Getting hit for no reason made it sulky. Meanwhile, Tang Vevan stared at it and muttered, raising a dog. He was stunned, pointing at MD, yelling as if something was wrong. This is the Demon King. He knew well the terrifying power hidden behind that innocent-looking facade, which made him horrified. Why is he turning the beloved royal beast into a pet to raise? At this point, Tong Van was convinced that he might really be an immortal wandering through the mortal realm. Looking at Zhang Fan's extraordinary demeanor, he gradually became suspicious. If he is truly an immortal, then asking me to run errands for 100 kilograms of pork must be more than it seems. The more Tong Van thought about it, the more he nodded, convinced of his own reasoning. After all, exchanging for ginseng fruit can't be that easy. Right. He was excited by his own whimsical thoughts. Perhaps this is a test from the immortal for me. If I pass the test, maybe the immortal will grant me an even greater opportunity. Zhang Fan noticed he had been deep in thought for a long time, so he spoke up. Hey, Tong Old Man, what is up with you? Could it be that you are still dissatisfied? This made Tong Van suddenly feel uneasy. A thought lingered in his mind. The immortal is displeased with my hesitation. If I continue to hesitate, I will miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must stand firm in my loyalty to the immortal. Tong Van then stood with his hands clasped, speaking each word seriously. The great kindness of the immortal. I will never forget. Tong Van. Swear. If the immortal needs anything, I will serve you like a beast of burden. His previously carefree demeanor transformed into an unusually serious one. Not fearing death, this sudden change in attitude left Zhang Fan puzzled. What is this old man thinking? Seeing this, Zhang waved goodbye. All right. You go. With the task of getting 100 kilograms of pork, Tong Van strode off as if going to battle. Yep. He watched the old man's unyielding figure and sighed in relief. No problem. Meanwhile, he continued to move forward steadily with the goal of getting that 100 kilograms of pork. Tong Van checked his precious gourd and encouraged himself. Since it is a test meant for me, I must do well. His gaze drifted far away. Much like his thoughts, the pork the immortal needed must not be ordinary. Back at the sword field in the Peach Blossom Land, Zhang Fan, along with an Yanigok line, each worked at their own corners. The waiting was starting to bore him. This is not going to work. Zhang Fan suddenly stood up, looking into the distance. Pondering silently, Tong Old Man has been gone for 3 days, and no one has raised the sword field for me. His gaze was glued to the system screen, lost in thought. If the sword field is not raised, I can cultivate and can only move within this 550 m radius, and difficulties keep piling up, making it inconvenient to gather supplies. This unstable situation made Zhang Fan shed 2 streams of tears. Everyone sees me as the supreme leader, but in reality, I am just a mortal who needs 3 meals a day. Where am I supposed to go for supplies? He glanced at the plump, chubby figure nearby. This Ini has decent strength and has shown loyalty before. However, since he is the Beast King, I am not comfortable letting him go to the human city to live. The disciple beside him could not be relied upon either. This girl, although she had been cultivating quickly for revenge, was still too weak. After looking around for a while and finding nothing, he sighed heavily. There is no way to lead anyone to their death. I am not picky about demons and monsters. Even a spirit transformation would do. Truly idle. He silently screamed in his heart, hoping this would not be another calm day. Time quietly passed. And suddenly, Yamada perked up and barked loudly. Woof woof woof. Someone is coming, Trongfam absent-mindedly asked. Someone. He looked up in shock, sensing an ominous sign. Those are 5 sword control cultivators observing the sword domain from above. I did not expect the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. It must be a celestial tree. Trongfam gritted his teeth, realizing uninvited guests were arriving. Van Dyche replied to his companions with a dismissive tone. It is not just abundant. You know, I can believe this desolate southern region is occupied by that scoundrel. And now we come across such an opportunity. Among the lush trees, ethereal mists floated throughout, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost liquid. Van Dyche's face lit up with excitement. Let us go down and take a look. Immediately, the cultivators of Dun, not Kim Ting, all flew down together. From above, he spotted a familiar figure. Isn't he that Trongfam? Van Dyche laughed brightly, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Trongfam, I did not expect you to still be alive. He looked up without responding, which only fueled his ridicule. What is wrong with you? Did you turn into a mortal? And Qi Lin stepped forward in anger. What kind of attitude is this? How dare you be rude to my master? Van Dyche raised his chin, sneering. Oh my master. Looking at your appearance, he joked. You are quite pretty. Have fun with Trongfam. Van Dyche even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his words becoming more vile. How about you call me master? I can teach you so much more. Hearing such insults, Qi Lin clenched her teeth in frustration. Furious, she began to attack. You scoundrel. Surrender. Trongfam immediately raised his hand to stop her. Wait. Calm down. Master. Let me handle this. Trongfam's gaze turned to the group of Din Nut Kim Ting Kong, his voice calm. I have a bit of a grudge with them. He stood in the air, speaking leisurely. I truly did not expect this. Van Dyche laughed mockingly. Trongfam. I thought after you left the sect in such a miserable state, you would be buried in this desolate land. While Amdia and Nike Lian ground their teeth, he continued. Yet you still managed to help me gather spiritual herbs in the southern wasteland and find such a beautiful girl. While Amdia and Nafi Lian gritted their teeth, he continued. Yet you helped me gather elixirs in the south wilderness and found such a beautiful girl for me. Van Dyche patted Trongfam on the shoulder sarcastically. I really should thank you, Trongfam. My junior. Before leaving the sect, you thought of me and prepared so many good things for me in the south wilderness. He glanced at the hand on his shoulder. Feeling uncomfortable, Van Dyche still arrogantly raised his hand to command. Where are they? Immediately, the group of cultivators landed on the ground. That is when Trongfam finally spoke up in protest. I say this Yanhui sword sect has a useless young master. The eldest son Van Dyche is a disgrace to the sect and to your grandfather. The elder, he pushed his dirty hand off his shoulder, coldly saying, have you forgotten how I taught you a lesson before? As soon as he finished speaking, sharp sword strikes quickly sliced through the air. Everyone gasped. His left arm had been severed. He fell to the ground, crying out, my hand. Van Dyche struggled to get up, pointing and commanding. Everyone, come at me. Kill him. Lai Qin saw this and angrily shouted. How dare you hurt the young master? He shouted loudly. Capture him alive. I want to chop him into 100 pieces. Trongfam held a leaf, grinning with delight. Damn. You have not even made a move. And Nungok Lion has already dashed in from behind to attack, her swordplay precise. The system continuously displaying notifications. Killed a Foundation Establishment monk, earning 50 points in Sword Realm. Killed a monk. Van Dyche and Lai Kun looked up in unison. That was a top-tier divine sword. He suddenly froze, confused. Wait, is there some misunderstanding here? When she stopped, the monks were scattered across the ground, and Van Dyche's voice still echoed. This is an internal matter of the Yanhui sword sect. What does it have to do with you? Nungok Lion, furious, charged forward with her sword. Dare to insult my master and harm others. You call that a misunderstanding? You will pay for this. Lai Qin gritted his teeth, repeating in anger. Master. He raised his sword and shouted. Bullying too much. Do not think that just because you have a divine sword, you can defeat me. Let me show you the heavenly transformation sword technique that I painstakingly trained for 50 years. Suddenly, Lai Kun's eyes widened in shock. Nungok Lian soared through the air, unleashing a wave of golden energy straight at him. Before Lai Kun could finish speaking, from the last end of the year, she landed, every sword thrust causing the ground to split apart. The sword was flung up, spinning in the air, and then fell right in front of Van Dyche's lower body, making him panic and scream. He stumbled back, stuttering. How is this possible? Trongfam raised his hand to stop Nungok Lion, his face beaming. What is wrong with my dear young master Van? He leaned closer to him, smiling triumphantly. Still feeling arrogant now, Van Dyche quickly knelt in submission. I was wrong. I was wrong. Truong Pham turned his face away and laid down conditions. Forget it. I am magnanimous. If you bow down to me 100 times, I will tell Ngok Lion to spare you. He looked up, bewildered, repeating, 100 times. Ngok Lion immediately raised her sword threateningly. Vanditch immediately bowed repeatedly. Please spare my life. Seeing this, he raised his hand to stroke his chain, smiling with delight. Emda watched his attitude suspiciously. Wait, the expression on this guy's face. He continued to speculate. Do not tell me he wants to. The ground where Vanditch was bowing had sunk deeply, soaked with blood, his voice still monotonously ringing out. Please spare my life. Zhang Fan lightly raised his hand, not wanting to argue. Just go. Get lost. Vanditch sat up joyfully, repeatedly thanking for his life. Ngok Lion pressed the sword against his neck coldly. Are you deaf? She sternly reminded him. My master told you to leave, not to just go. He gritted his teeth in frustration but could not say anything. He could only respond. Yep, he said. Then turned and ran off through the dirt and sand. After running quite a distance, Vanditch stopped. Panting heavily, puff, puff. He frowned, his voice filled with indignation. Zhang Fan. And that damn woman. Just wait for me. Wait until my grandpa arrives. His voice echoed throughout the sky. I will go tell my grandpa to send someone over. And then you will definitely be begging me on your knees. Over here. Zhang Fan's group noticed a flock of birds flying away in the distance. Emda worriedly asked, Master, is it okay to let him go like that? He is spreading the word to call for backup, to make us kneel to him. The boy placed his hands on his hips, looking very surprised. You can talk? Mutt. It stuck out its tongue in response. Even a king knows how to talk. I was heavily injured before, so I could not speak, thanks to my master. I have regained my power now, Emda suggested angrily. That kid talks big. Should we catch him? Zhang Fan only smiled mysteriously. No need. I am waiting for this kind of leveling experience. It looked at the boy's smug expression and thought to itself. Humans in the cultivation world really are all deceitful. Zhang Fan thought leisurely. Right now, Kaveen is still short on people. I can't leave the sword realm unless I am just a mortal. His mind was full of calculations. Although Ngok Lion trained her body exceptionally, the training time was still too short, and Emda had to stay home to guard. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhang Fan, and he jumped up mumbling. Although I can't leave the sword realm, I can consider finding someone to do things for me. For the cultivation sects of this world, this place of mine is a fairyland. The so-called fairy cave can't compare. But who should I look for? He immediately thought of Vian Hang and Trine Nam. The mixed offerings from the holy sect were not too bad either. In the Yaya sword sect, my master's generation is fine. But who else? I have not been here for long, and I have had little contact. Just then, a strange sound rang out, and Zhang Fan immediately turned to look at the movement outside the courtyard. Ngok Lion reacted faster than lightning. Master, I will go check it out. Zhang Fan kicked at Emda, who was still lazily sprawled out. Not enough licks. You go check it out too. It hurriedly ran off, barking loudly. Woof, woof. All you do is order me around. In a large pit nearby, Cap Thien and Tong Van were sitting there, gasping for breath. Cap Thien's face was covered in dirt. That damned old thief. I believed that immortal bastard when he said to kill that so-called little demon he mentioned. Tunkovayan snickered, glanced at him, and lazily replied, If you were not interested in the so-called opportunity I mentioned, how could I convince you? I share opportunities with you, and you still blame me. At the edge of the pit, Een Lin leaned down to look at Mur. Tung. As soon as she called, Sepsi Thin immediately looked up. When he saw her, his expression was stunned. A sword. Then he darted up out of the pit and landed in front of her. With her swordsmanship, her charming appearance, yet powerful presence, and Yi Lin made him exclaim, shocked that the legendary swordsmanship had been awakened. Not hidden. Sixtupthian's face showed excitement and anticipation as he earnestly asked, Young lady, would you like to follow me to cultivate and become my disciple? Ingakilian looked at him, internally assessing that he was indeed an extraordinary expert. However, after a moment of silence, she pointed at his injuries. Senior, please take a look at your wounds first. However, Septhian did not even glance down, his expression resolute to the point of stubbornness. My injuries do not matter. What matters is this rare talent of hers that appears once in 10,000 years. Just as he finished speaking, another figure shot up from the pit, delivering a kick to Septhian's back. Wait, are you trying to steal my disciple? He immediately turned around, throwing a punch at his opponent. Tung Lu, are you looking for a fight? Tung Vian easily caught the punch, making him furious to the point of seeing red. He wanted to steal my disciple but failed. With his other hand, he waved at Necklin with a warm smile. Miss Tun, this friend of mine is just a small landlord from the countryside, inexperienced in life. I hope you won't be angry. Without waiting for her response, he turned back and glared at Sepithin, scolding him directly. He was looking for death just then. Soon after, A Tung Ven tilted his head, lowering his voice to emphasize each word. This young lady's master is the immortal I mentioned. You are competing for a disciple with an immortal. Are you late to the game? Septhian paused, his expression half believing, half doubtful. She is the disciple of the immortal. He looked Lian up and down, nodding to himself. No wonder she had such cultivation at a young age. She truly is a remarkable disciple of an immortal. Lian noticed the expressions of the two old men changing like flickering lights, and could not help but remind them. Two elders. Are not you both going to take care of your injuries? Tung Ven then remembered and slapped his forehead, bursting into hearty laughter. Right. Then he unexpectedly clasped his hands in salute, his voice ringing with seriousness. Is the immortal in there? To be honest, I have come here to apologize. Trotang Fum had just stepped out and froze. Startled, Lian also covered her mouth in astonishment. Apologize. He looked at the two disheveled individuals in front of him, unable to help but be dumbfounded. What is going on here? They look so disheveled and even brought a master along. I just asked them to buy me some pork. How did it turn into this? Charging into the lair of the demon horde could not be this disastrous. Right. Trotang Fum scratched his head, feeling awkward. Old man, what is wrong? Tong Van sincerely rested a hand on Cap Thien's shoulder. Recounting, the master gave me a divine fruit, so I planned to bring back some demon meat for him. I thought it would be easier to do this with my old friend. But unexpectedly, I messed up. Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief at this. Demon meat. Seeing that expression on his face, Tong Van felt a surge of joy inside. Looks like the celestial master is not angry. That is good. Once I finish healing, I will go with the old king for another trip. Zhang Fan smiled helplessly, his voice tinged with worry as he reminded, Old man, at your age, do not take such risks. Inside, he was crying out in frustration, thinking why this old guy has not come back after going to buy pork for several days. He glanced at Tung Van and thought to himself, looks like he is overthinking things, and went off to do something else. Just then, Tung Van lowered his head, his expression suddenly turning gloomy, disappointing the teacher. After saying that, he slapped his chest hard, the sound echoing even 1,000 miles away as he boldly declared, but do not worry, teacher. This old man and I will go find the beasts again, and definitely bring back the best pork for you. Not even a second later, Tempungnavan's eyes turned bloodshot. He had slapped too hard. He coughed violently and even spat blood, struggling to finish the sentence. I will help you. Bring back the pork. Trotang Fum witnessed the scene, half sympathetic and half amused, and gently waved his hand. Forget it. Seeing you like this, let me treat your injuries first. He took out 2 pills from his bag, his eyes showing a hint of hesitation. These were the spoils he had taken from the cultivators of Kung Long Yutin Mun, but they were just ordinary healing medicines. After thinking for a moment, Trandring Pugfem channeled his inner strength into the medicine. Using the power of the invincible sword domain, he smiled brightly and handed them to Tung Vian. You two take the medicine to heal your injuries. His eyes lit up like headlights, and he quickly clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, immortal. Without hesitation, he and Septhian swallowed them down. As soon as they swallowed them, the effects took hold, making Septhian exclaim, this is indeed an immortal pill. Tung Van grinned, flexing his 6-pack abs, a stark contrast to his aged exterior. Not only were the injuries healed, but even the internal injuries he had suffered from training were completely restored. Septhian stared at his palms, as if he were filming an infomercial for health supplements. I feel like the impurities in my body have been partially expelled, and my potential has increased significantly. The two of them lowered their heads in unison, expressing their gratitude alternately. Thank you, immortal. Thanks to your immortal pill, our wounds healed in an instant, and we even gained some opportunities. Hearing this, Trong From could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, immortal pill. This is just... Then he smiled broadly and waved his hand. Forget it. Recovering is good enough. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from a nearby cliff. He frowned slightly and glanced towards the source of the sound. What is going on today? There are loud noises coming from outside like this. The faces of Tung Van and Sep then turned pale simultaneously, with a single thought echoing in their minds. Could it be that the beast has followed us to this place of the immortal? MMD gritted his teeth and looked at the cliff, sensing something and thinking, the demonic aura is too strong. This might even be the Demon King. But where is that strange smell coming from? Before they could ponder for long, Sen Kang charged in with a loud roar, flexing its muscular arms and shouting loudly, get out of here now. The two old perverts, hearing that, made FD lower its head to the ground and bark. Growling softly, repeating pervert in its mind, it suddenly recalled a legend it had once heard. I have heard that the cultivators in the western regions have a type of dark magic that uses monsters to absorb yin and enhance their cultivation. And Emily glanced at the two of them, shivering slightly and wondering, these two old geezers could not be the ones. Could they? Trotang Fum pointed towards Sen Kang, questioning seriously, have you two done anything to that monster? Tangvunan and Sepathin immediately froze in place. Stammering incoherently, is Timpong Van angry at you? Sir. What do you take us for? The two of us are great cultivators. We would not do anything to that monster. Trongkom Thumb thought for a moment and replied, that is true. However, that monster, when MMD was nearby, was much more alert. Perhaps both of them are skilled in this matter. He thought, you are not talking about that furious monster over there. Are you? Tung Van had to admit it was just an ordinary monster that, at some point, awakened its divine abilities and became extremely powerful. Setupthian speculated that it was related to the recent sky-splitting incident. He mentioned the recent occurrences. Since the sky was pierced, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased significantly lately. Strange events have happened in many places. Trutang Fum felt guilty, thinking that if he did not say anything, no one would know the whole was caused by him. MMD looked at the monster before him and explained. It was a Senkang. Although legends say the Senkang clan are descendants of a god in the divine realm. As he said this, he could not help but feel greedy. As far as I remember, the Senkang clan is not much different from ordinary monsters. Nothing special. Just that they taste better than regular monsters. The Senkang saw they were not serious and got very angry. All you do is eat. Eat. Eat, they kept yelling. From morning till night. All you think about is food. Why do not you make a basket of food yourself? Trong Fum was a bit surprised. Were we just insulted by the monster for being useless? Timpung Vun forced a smile. Sir, this monster is only different in that it is quite good at cursing. Hearing this, he stroked his chin and thought, quite good at cursing. Senkang was still fuming. After all, they were cultivators. Yet they were hiding in a young mortal's estate. Are you thicker skinned than my pigskin? You do not know shame and dare to barge into my home to disturb me and my wives. Its voice dripped with contempt. Or are you going to teach me how to cultivate, so I can have skin thicker than my pigskin? Sen Kang spat at them, leaving them no chance to retaliate, finally unable to hold back any longer. And Tung Van and Sepivan charged at it. You beast. Do not act recklessly. Both of them attacked Sen Kang simultaneously. It let out a loud cry, using its hands to shield itself. The attack caused a cloud of dust to rise, temporarily obscuring vision. When the smoke cleared, Sen Kang stood unscathed, cursing non-stop. You damn old fools. Last time you spied on me and my wife having a baby. Now you are playing sneak attacks again. He questioned them with disdain. But have not you eaten enough? Sen Kang mocked directly. I forgot. With your morals. You must have lived alone since childhood. Right. Setupthian and the others were driven mad by Sen Kang's insults, charging at him together. Damn it. But he was not afraid at all and laughed loudly. Come on. Come on. MMD below was full of worry. Master, I am afraid this Sen Kang has awakened some divine talent. Trong Fum was also very curious. I wonder if his divine talent is that impenetrable pigskin or just his big mouth. Sen Kang kept throwing jabs at Setupthian and the others. Did you train too long last night or what? Why does it look like your attacks are so weak? The two of them gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it. Eater watched the fierce battle unfold with some concern. I heard that the Sen Kang clan is better at arguing than fighting, but I did not expect them to be this good. Trutang Fum stroked his chin in suspicion. But is this Sen Kang's defense a bit exaggerated? Both Tung Van and Setupthin did not cause much damage to him. Even two divine transformation cultivators can't beat him. His pigskin is just absurdly thick. Amidi thought to himself. This must be the awakening of the bloodline the old man mentioned. I remember hearing that Sen Kang has the bloodline of a demon god. He frowned in contemplation. It is similar to my dark moon body. Tranang Fum looked at the situation and made a judgment. I think you two won't last much longer. Otherwise, how could you be driven back so quickly at the start? Sen Kang kept throwing large rocks at Tung Van and laughed loudly. Run away. Keep running. Trutang Fum could no longer stand by and watch. It seems I have to step in. After assessing, he realized the barrier only covered the estate and half the mountain. The position of the Chizhu is quite inconvenient, right on the outer edge. Ngin Lin then stepped forward. Master, let me go help those two elders. Trandrang Fum playfully replied. Not yet. Let us play with him a bit. He turned to call Da. Doggy, go bite that Sen Kang a few times. Lure him over here. He complied but kept cursing inwardly. Just ordering others around. That is not right. Ordering a dog around. Tungkunvan was now exhausted. Gasping for breath, he gathered all his strength. And she? Those immortals must be looking down on us now. We can keep embarrassing ourselves like this. Sepithian agreed. No holding back anymore. Let us go all out. Sen Kang crossed his arms mockingly, saying, you can even muster the strength to fight. Yet you dare call yourselves cultivators. Just as the words left his mouth, a tremendous force surged forward, creating a shocking explosion. Tong Van and Kaptheen joined forces. Do not get too cocky when facing us. Sun Kang saw the formation and was stunned. He recognized the dragon shadows and guessed the 8 directions dragon vein. He pretended to be scared and laughed mockingly. Just kidding. Tong Van was extremely surprised to see him still intact. What? Sun Kang raised his hand to counter the attack. Feeling no pressure at all, he began to gather energy with his hand. What 8 directions dragon vein? It was time for him to counter-attack and return the favor. Capthean and the others were left in shock, their mouths agape. This can be happening. The overwhelming force caused an earth-shattering explosion. Sun Kang laughed triumphantly. Is that all? Can you even do it? I see you old guys are really fragile. However, at that moment, he felt something was off. Behind him, Mda had bitten into his thigh without him noticing. Mda's sharp teeth could not penetrate Sun Kang's skin. Was his skin too thick? He was furious, screaming non-stop. Flames of rage radiated from Sun Kang. Who is the shameless one sneaking up on me and biting my butt? Damn. Found out. Immediately tried to escape, still mocking him. This damn beast has not bathed in days. It stinks so much. My mouth smells like pig. Sun Kang, clearly driven mad by anger, kept chasing after Mda as a demon king, sneaking attacks from behind and acting like a dog for others. Do not you feel ashamed? Just then, Truong Pham appeared right in front of him. His attitude was very calm. Finally, he took the bait. Sun Kang was slightly surprised by Truong Pham's appearance. What is going on? He could not hide his skepticism, continuously sizing up the opponent with a judging glare. Is this dog only looking for such a mediocre human? Could there be something shady going on? Suddenly, a thought popped into his head, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. These two are the support those 2 old crooks were looking for. I should probably be a bit more cautious. Damn. Just hid in the rear. Still did not know fear and was teasing, non-stop wagging its tail. Inviting. Come here. Sun Kang was so angry his eyes turned red. His whole body seemed to burst into flames of hatred. You bastard. Today I am going to take you to make dog meat soup. Truong Pham excitedly got into position to act. At that moment, he saw the opponent unwavering and became even more furious, roaring a warning. Even the transformation god can't break my defense. This is the strongest defensive talent left to me by the mountain god ancestor. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up, freezing the space in a moment of terror. Sun Kang was stunned. Thrown back, a violent aura rushed towards him, causing him to panic. What? Before it could react to the sudden blow, its bulky body was sent flying into the air by the earth-shattering explosion. Helplessly collapsing to the ground, it could only widen its eyes in suspicion, wondering if this was the defensive talent that had allowed it to roam freely across the vast Nam Hong mountain. Normally, even the love of a king would struggle to match mine. Yet in an instant, a twisted smile began to form on Trajong Phum's face, as his hand frantically caressed the knife, while MD beside him growled incessantly, its sharp teeth ready to tear into its prey. Sun Kang was just beginning to realize that its life was in danger, its eyes wild, like a madman standing on the brink of death. Trajong Phum, excited, raised his weapon to the sky and declared, "Let us," as the cold blade pressed against its neck. Its face contorted in fear, shaking as if it were on the chopping block, ultimately deciding to kneel and plead for mercy. I was wrong. My master accepted losing all dignity, clinging to Trajong Phum's legs, sobbing and begging. Great master, please spare this poor creature of yours. You are frozen stiff, your body rigid as if hit by a 2-pronged attack. Here we go. Sun Kang sighed in relief, feeling grateful. Luckily, I know how to adapt. Otherwise, I would have turned into roast pig today. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, proving that he truly was a celestial being. Sipsup then expressed delight and admiration. Noting how effortlessly the defense we could not break was handled by the celestial, he gleefully shot a glance at Tung Vine. We have found the right support. Amadi the GI approached to T. Sen Kang. Earlier, you said I was a dog for someone else. You are still a demon king awakening your divine bloodline. Yet you are so shameless. Its eyes suddenly sparkled oddly, immediately switching to a dramatic act. That is because I did not recognize my master was here before. It unabashedly twisted and explained. It is because I have been away from my master for too long. Master, I miss you dearly. The crowd around them darkened their expressions, secretly sending it affectionate. Shameless words. We have not even had the chance to lean on the celestial, and this pig has already taken the lead. So disgusting. Trajong Phum's eyebrows were nearly touching. This pig really has thick skin. He forced himself to suppress his emotions, awkwardly drawing a smile. The times have really changed. Even a pig has better judgment than most. Suddenly switching to a serious tone, he challenged, but give me a reason not to kill you. MD stirred the pot even more as if feeling neglected. Exactly. I could watch the house and guard for my master. But what can keeping a pig like you do? Better to kill you and make you into roast pig. Sen Kang pleaded in frustration. I used to be a renowned figure. Digging. Tunneling. Carrying things. I can do it all. And I guarantee it will be fast and high quality. Trajong Phum felt a bit moved. Considering it, having one more porter would not be bad. Then he suddenly remembered something important. This guy was cunning and capable, would not be easily killed, and could potentially absorb the grievances outside the treasure realm for him. Zhang Fan thought for a long time and carefully made a decision. All right, then you can stay. I will find a place for you to settle down. Upon hearing this, Sun Kang immediately bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. As soon as it arrived at its new home, it was stunned by the sight before it. This estate truly looked like a fairyland, filled with mystical herbs and even divine fruits. The dark shadow could not hide its disdainful expression and sneered, pretending to be amazed. It suddenly realized the truth. If I could eat mystical herbs every day, I would gladly be someone's dog just like this little monster. With that thought, Sun Kang continued to act, looking pitifully understanding. Master, I am just a lowly creature. Would not I dirty this heavenly abode? I humbly ask for just a burrow in the estate to stay in. Everyone around froze, staring at it uncomfortably. This pig really has no shame. After a while, the only sound echoing in the quiet estate was Sun Kang's heavy breathing. It diligently dug into the ground, using all its strength to get the job done. Tong Van still felt uneasy. No matter what, I just want to say, this pig really has no sense of shame. The dark shadow began to drool with gluttony. It is, if not for this, we would already have grilled meat to eat. The feeling of guilt lingered, and he directly took the blame. Sir, it is our fault for not doing well, affecting your meal. Zhang Fan smiled and waved his hand. It is, but deep down he felt utterly helpless. I just felt a bit hungry and asked you two to find some pork for me. Who knew you would provoke this young monster? He asserted confidently. Don't he worry, sir. This time we will definitely do better. Jude kept reminding. Right. This time do not misunderstand my intentions again. Before he could finish, Cap Thien and Tong Van hurriedly flew off, determined not to disappoint the Sir again, or else their chance to become immortals would be lost. He chuckled in admiration. These two old men really are hot-headed. Zhang Fan lazily stretched and quickly left to take a nap. Lady Nga, continue your cultivation. And you, the child, keep watch. I am going to sleep for a bit. Tong Van was very excited at this moment. Old master, go back and bring your grandkids along. It would be just right to flatter and get to know the immortal. You never know. Right, Cap Thien suggested. Also, bring your disciple along. Having a disciple like Miss Tun would be wonderful. He saw the other party's enthusiasm and happily promised. This time we must do really well. Suddenly sensing something ominous was about to happen, his eyes widened as if trying to grasp the situation. He carefully observed his surroundings. It seemed like people from the Yai Nat Jian sect were nearby. Tong Van frowned slightly in confusion. Why are there suddenly so many members of the Yai Nat Jian sect appearing at the mountain entrance? Sepulthihan felt a hint of suspicion. The direction they were heading seemed to be the residence of the Celestial. The two quickly turned their gaze towards the mansion, sensing danger silently creeping closer. Tong Van nimbly reassured. It is probably just a coincidence. With a Celestial here, who would dare cause trouble? He reluctantly agreed. True. But if the Yai Sword sect gets involved with the Celestial, it is an opportunity for us to shine. Vinduch chimed in with some gossip. Grandpa, that kid is here. No idea how he managed to lure a powerful female swordsman and keep her at the mansion for protection. Din Quan calmly reassured. Don't he worry. Grandpa will definitely avenge you. Then he turned and declared loudly. Surround this mansion. No bird should escape. As his large hand pointed, the mansion was immediately engulfed in intense, surging energy. The sect members received the command and sprang into action, shouting in unison. At your command, Elder. Vin Dech emphasized each word. That brat Trombong Fum must kneel before us. Din Kun added. And I will have the woman who hurt you warm your bed, and gather all the spiritual herbs in this mansion to heal your arm. Ngeen Lin yelled angrily from the yard. It is you again. Useless people from the Yai Sword sect. Last time we spared you, and now you dare to come back. Dim Kwon questioned suspiciously. Are you the girl who injured my grandson? Din Kwon stroked his beard, scrutinizing her. She was young yet ruthless. Who would have thought Nikok Lin would be so fierce? My master spared your grandson, yet his grandfather comes knocking, truly seeking death. He angrily thrust his golden sword down at her. Brazenly, Amity instinctively rushed forward to shield In Lig Lin. Be careful. Suddenly, the ground where they stood exploded, successfully blocking the sharp sword. Through the thick smoke emerged Sen Kang. This damn old man. I just finished taking a dump. He looked at Din Kwon and spat mocking words without mercy, as if he were looking in a mirror, because he looked just like a pile of dung himself. His brows twitched in anger. What a shameless brat. But no matter how hard La tried, he could not silence Sen Kang's rude mouth. Yep. You are a big shot among cultivators. He squinted his eyes in disdain. I am sorry. Your memory is just terrible. Why would I consider you a human? At this point, he was too angry to hold back. His rage surpassed the limits of bitch Sirbu. Show yourself. Dean Kwon stood among the disciples, ordering them to form a sword formation. Vin Dech was just waiting for this moment, quickly pushing Hu Qin to suppress the bloodthirsty Qi Yu, letting him know the consequences of offending our sword sect. Sun Kang was even bolder, charging straight into the crowd without hesitation, lacking any skill but boasting a big mouth. Did you just come out of the bathroom without wiping your mouth? He summoned his inner strength to grow massive. Eyes bloodshot. Bring it on. Those guys look like spoiled brats who never learned anything from their mothers. The overwhelming power made the junior disciples hesitate for a moment. The massive Sun Kang easily knocked away all of Din Quan's henchmen. At the same time, Evni joined in with his teammates. Daring to lay hands on Miss Inkline, he opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, "You really have some guts." Ahmadiyya's sound wave was so powerful it blew all enemies away. Din Quan saw the situation and had no choice but to order his disciples to defend, using their sword energy. They immediately combined their powers to launch thousands of swords into the ground, but their opponents showed no fear. On the contrary, Sun Kang used his body like Zhu Beiji to block all attacks, clearing the way for Ahmadi to unleash magic that took down half the enemies. Din Quan was taken aback, unable to speak. Are these two the Demon Kings? Furious, he turned to blame Vin and Dutch. Why did not you tell me that alongside that brat Trondong Phum, there was also a Demon King? He had not anticipated this. Just stammering that Than Min did not know either. Last time he came, he did not know there was a Demon King. And how could that brat command a Demon King? Din Quan sighed at Von Dutch's simple-mindedness, his face looking like he was about to run out of luck. Useless. Just wait until I get back to deal with you. He personally stepped forward to confront the enemy, activating the Grand Formation. After setting up the battle array, Din Quan did not forget to throw in some threats. Even if you are a Demon King, I do not believe you can withstand this. While everyone was busy executing sword techniques, Vin and Dutch could only stand there stammering. Our Din Nut Kachim sect can dominate the southern wilderness thanks to the sword formation. Ahmadi smartly instructed Nuhain to fall back, and instantly thousands of swords lit up, shooting down towards the two standing there. At the moment of life and death, Sun Kang bravely blocked for his beloved family, then used his inner power to create a golden shield, blocking all of the enemy's attacks. He took each step boldly to confront them. Your Din Nut sect really knows how to punch and kick. Plus, with an Mdu who is competitive, I can lose to him. Otherwise, I will get scalded by my master. Meanwhile, the brothers above were dumbfounded by Sun Kang, wondering why they could not break through even just the skin of that demon. Only Din Quan maintained the cool demeanor of a 60-year-old man. What is there to be afraid of? All disciples, gather your energy and channel all your spiritual power into the sword formation. He focused intensely on the battle, his booming voice only slightly less than the orders he would give. Yet, Din Quan's attack this time was somewhat effective, making Amdi and Sen Kong struggle a bit. At the same time, Ying Lin rushed off to report to Trandrung Phum. Master, those guys from Dai Not Kim sect are coming again. But you are as calm as if a volcano erupted and you did not care. It is. Trandrung Phum sat up to watch the battle leisurely. I am actually waiting for him to come. I do not care about the disciples struggling in the rain of swords and storm of magic, not to mention being scolded by Din Quan like a dog. That brainless demon king. Get lost. Just as he finished speaking, he conjured a gigantic sword like the one from Batan Vlog. Sun Kang realized he had hit the jackpot, so he was visibly cautious. This time, it seemed serious. Maybe I should run now. Suddenly, he noticed Truong Pham's figure approaching from behind. Hey. When did this happen? My new master is quite cunning, is not? Doesn't he fear that his kids will be born without a butt? Blood surged within him, and Sun Kang charged into battle. Damn. I am going in first. Amdi kept focusing on fighting. Seeing no strength, he ran like his friend. I will follow behind. Not wanting to delay further, Din Quan plunged the gigantic sword into the ground. Prepare to die. Sun Kang braced himself, channeling the strength of Super Saiyan Yan. I'm San. My ancestor is that god. He suddenly transformed into a giant, able to grasp his opponent's weapon with one hand. But life is not a dream. The sword exploded, sending Sun Kang crashing to the ground painfully. Amde seized the opportunity to jump behind and ambush Din Quan. A good chance. He quickly turned around to retaliate. Do you think I am that easy to underestimate? He missed his chance to show off, and poured all his anger into his feet. Since that is the case, both sides continued to clash without giving way, casting spells that seemed ready to explode. After a while, Amde swiftly grabbed Din Quan's weapon. Old man, it seems you are not very smart. From a distance, the hefty Sun Kang was also flying in. He rolled his cunning eyes, the true essence of a villain trying to intimidate. Have you forgotten about me? Sun Kang tried to break the barrier with all his might. The guys inside panicked a bit after being released so suddenly. They fell freely like leaves blown by the wind. Despite landing painfully, Sun Kang still had the energy to mock. Master, I am seriously injured this time. Please take good care of my recovery. Truong Pham cheerfully praised. Well done. Well done. I will reward you handsomely. He did not forget to turn to Amda and compliment him too. And you? CUT. Did very well. Then Truong Pham looked up, using a finned innocent tone to challenge his opponent. Grand Elder. It has been a long time. Do you need me to invite you down to sit and chat? Din Kun remained stubborn. Threateningly.
Good.
You colluded with monsters to harm your peers. I will report this to the sect leader, expel you from the sect, and eliminate you. He remained unfazed, crossing his arms and smirking. Then you can go back, the system announced. The target has entered the realm of the unbeatable sword area. Immediate counterattack is possible. Truong Pham suddenly came up with an optimal strategy. Wait a moment. Maybe I should let them go first to gain some experience. After thinking it over, he abandoned that idea. Never mind. The sect leader and other elders are very nice. When I was their disciple, they treated me quite well. The final decision is to take care of this rabble right here. You all have fun staying behind. Trezong Fovam ordered the system to eliminate these bad guys without mercy. Di Quan glared at him with fierce eyes. But he could only wait helplessly for his fate. Congratulations. Troning Biam. The system announced. You have taken down an exceptional enemy, earning valuable rewards. Seeing his pleased expression, it was another big win for him. After wrapping things up, Truong Pham praised Amevity and Sen Kang. You two have been performing really well lately. He snapped his fingers, and Charnangaiman appeared. Since you call me master, do not worry. If you hand me 2 little treasures and guarantee loyalty, I won't treat you poorly. They eagerly received the treasures and devoured them. Thank you, master. But that was not the end. Truong Pham continued to hand out rewards. And this will be the prize for helping me train those from the Din. Nut Kimba. Sen Kang was left in awe. My bloodline is being refined. NMMD felt the same way. Sen Kang's spirit soared. Master. It seems my innate abilities have grown stronger. The MDA chimed in. Master. I have awakened my innate abilities too. He thought to himself. I have always admired the innate abilities of that Chenya Yu. Although his powers have become stronger this time, now I have them too. Truong Phum's eyes sparkled with excitement. Show me what you can do. Sen Kang stomped his foot and began to feel the new powers. Able to control the earth now, he tried to stomp hard on the sand, accidentally causing a tremor. Instantly, a powerful energy surged forth, releasing tremendous strength. 3 clones of Sen Kang stood proudly before everyone. He posed dramatically. Master. What do you think when it comes time to fight? Just a wave of the hand from me, and anyone will fall. Ngi Lin cheered. And Trom Chu praised him. That is impressive. I am so thrilled. This power will definitely help our master a lot. Trading Pham, however, had a completely different thought. With this Chegji Yu around, I will have someone to do errands for me. He chuckled. I guess I can't avoid exploiting you now. Next up is MD. It puffed up its body and leaped high. Master. Watch me. Vumido jumped into the air, creating a swirling blue energy vortex. Shining brightly. It looked incredibly cool as Ingofri Lin watched in shock. What is happening? Why did it suddenly get so dark? It took a deep breath and turned to reassure her. Miss Ninkivlin, do not be afraid. It is just my innate powers. After showcasing its strength, MD calmly explained. Before, absorbing light was just an illusion. But now I can literally consume the surrounding light, which will limit everyone's vision. Inglin clapped her hands in excitement. Amazing. It continued to boast about another function of its new skill. My innate abilities have another use. Suddenly, black holes appeared underground, and it laughed mischievously. It is just like being trapped in an illusion. You can't see me. Mday and Sun Kang excitedly high-fived in celebration. Gok Lion could not help but think. Is this really the legendary Love King from both sides? I do not understand why Sun Kang suddenly seems so shy like a young girl. Master. He drinks and acts like he is trying to seduce someone. May I ask you for a favor? Truong Pham felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively stepping back to keep his distance. Just say it. Do not act like that in front of me. Sun Kang whispered shyly in his ear. I want to go home for a bit to bring my wife and kids here to stay. What else? Truong Pham was pleased with this suggestion. He could not leave by himself, and actually wanted to gather more people to help him out. So he nodded in agreement. Then he turned to Mdai and said, Dog Kid. You can also bring your clan members here to stay. They were thrilled, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Master. Ingok Lion felt a bit left out listening to their discussion. Truong Pham's family noticed this disciple's feelings. He gently reassured her. Your master is also family. Sun Kang quickly chimed in, hoping to lift Gok Lion's spirits. And we are here too. Everyone cares about you. We are also your family. Ngok Lian smiled happily. Feeling fulfilled. Okay. Truong Pham continued to assign them tasks. Alright. Let us do it this way. You all go bring your clans here. Sun Kang and Mdai immediately left, their faces filled with joy. Alright. Moments later, a strange noise suddenly echoed through the forest. Sun Kang was leading the clan back to their base, when he sensed something dangerous ahead. Stopping to observe carefully. Wait! There is movement ahead. It seems there is a cat and mouse chase going on in the sky. Sun Kang helplessly grumbled. Why is this Nam Hong mountain getting crazier day by day? Just as he finished speaking, the airship exploded, creating a huge blast. To his surprise, several beautiful girls jumped out of it, and Nguyen Lang looked down, thinking she was done for. Oh no. It is the demon tribe. Looking at the chus below, fat and ugly and scary. It was no wonder she was panicking. They were demon creatures. Be careful. Sisters, Nguyen Lang grimaced. Silently praying. Master. It seems I am going to let you down. Sun Kang did not pay attention to her expression. He kindly reminded her. You guys should keep running. It seems someone is about to chase you. Nguyen Lang looked up in confusion. She also began to doubt. The demon tribe and our human tribe have always had a deep hatred. So why are not these demons attacking? A moment later, she anxiously reminded herself. Now is not the time to think about this. She hurriedly turned to remind the sisters. You all. From above, the Nam could not help but feel delighted. You can escape. Little sisters of Van Ho Valley, the elder of Kvku Kafi sighing. The Nam was even surprised and suspicious. Why are there also a bunch of pig demons here? Sun Kang, leading the entire clan of demons, probably recognized this gaze and quickly waved his hand to explain. Don't mind us. Just pretend we are not here. You all go ahead and fight. We have things to do. He waved his hand to signal his companions. Wife and kids, let us keep moving. It seemed like it would be easy to go. But then the demon used his sword to carve a line in the ground. You want to leave? He even excitedly reminded his disciples. Kids, if we have run into these demons, let us enjoy the feast tonight. Sun Kang seemed confused. Just huffing. While the demon looked at the fat little demons on the ground, appearing pleased and calculating. These dozens of piglets would make a delicious roast suckling pig. The minions were thrilled, saying, Thank you, elder. Below ground, Sun Kang even mocked his own clan. You really are eager to reunite with your parents at such a young age. He placed his hands on his hips and boldly insulted the group of demons. I worry that once you are down here, your parents will regret wasting time giving birth to you all. After realizing he was being provoked by the pig, the Nam gritted his teeth and shouted, Do you want to die? Demon. He showed his bitterness, pointing his sword and commanding. What are you waiting for? Quickly deal with these demons for me. Sun Kang crossed his arms, mocking them. Truly a bunch of reckless fools. A powerful foot stomped the ground, cracking it. A colossal little pig stood there. The more Sun Kang cursed, the more full his breath became. He raised a hand and shouted, Go find your family and reunite. Immediately, the little pig obeyed. A massive hand quickly covered the front of the demon group, watching it smack its companions. They screamed in fear. Get out of the way. Wait, do not land. One unfortunate guy, being nibbled by the mini pigs on the ground, could only scream helplessly. When did these clay figures show up? The Nunum saw his men being knocked around and became even more enraged, immediately charging forward with his sword to threaten them. Dare to offend our demon horde, I will skin you alive. He thought he had this in the bag, but that strike was no more than a pinprick to the stone pig. He panicked, shouting, What? Unbeknownst to him, a giant hand was approaching from behind, and he was quickly caught, only able to let out a few loud screams. Sun Kang straightforwardly mocked him. Just a little pup thinking he can bite the moon. He stood on the ground controlling everything, even more disdainful of his opponent, not knowing the vastness of reality. A shadow charged in, scattering the demon horde with a loud voice. What did you just say? Who wanted to bite the moon? Seeing this was an uneven match, they hurriedly urged each other. Demon kings, run. Sun Kang looked at the newcomer and quickly sounded the alarm. I did not say anything. The shadow angrily spoke up to teach them a lesson. What is wrong with you? If no one pays attention, you just start fighting with those human cultivators. Returning to the manor and seeing the crowd of people and spirits together, Zhang Fan was panicked. What is going on? He was stuttering at the sight of such a large family. Here. Sun Kang understood, but feeling shy, he could only awkwardly smile. Master. The enchanting and mysterious appearance of Thiet Line and the adorably shy demeanor of Qian Vu made Zhang Fan feel enlightened. Contemplating these women, a row of beauties standing right before him, he seemed unable to believe that his little brother could have an entire bouquet of jasmine flowers. And he was questioning if they were really the wife and children of that person. Sun Kang, because of this, also showed great sulkiness. Master, do you look down on us? Zhang Fan, though skeptical, had to try to soothe the other party. Why would I look down on you? He bluntly rebutted without hesitation. With their scrawny bodies and ugly appearances, how could they not be liked? This remark truly angered the ladies of Van Ho Kok behind him. Zhang Fan perhaps sensed the gunpowder smell and hurriedly wiped the cold sweat, while trying to steer public opinion away. So what is your type then? If you find this lacking, how beautiful is your wife? Sun Kang immediately appeared very pleased with himself, his sharp gaze looking back as he solemnly introduced. Over there are my wife and children. Papa. Aye. Just as he finished speaking, a whole bunch of piglets rushed out eagerly calling for their dad. Aye. Even the wife chimed in cheerfully. Damn it. Wait for me. Sun Kang dramatically rolled up his sleeves and commanded the whole pig family. Come on, wife, let us go inside. Looking at his wife's overly alluring figure, he confidently boasted, with a figure like this and that beautiful face, how could I not notice her? Zhang Fan, standing opposite, could only spray hairspray stiffly. He hurriedly laughed awkwardly to change the subject. Let us drop it. So what about these female monks? After talking about the grass and weeds, it took a while. Sun Kang looked exhausted. That is how it is. Only Zhang Fan leaned on his chin. Pondering everything, it seems the cultivation world outside is increasingly chaotic. Even coming all the way to the southern wilderness to fight. He pointed at the group from Van Ho Kok to ask again. So you brought them here? Right. Sun Kang, flustered, explained while straightforwardly criticizing the people. I and Kintu discussed it. Although these women are a bit ugly, they can serve the master. And they can sing and dance. These words immediately made Gok Lion furious. Kicking him in the pig leg. Master does not need them to serve. Master just needs me to take care of him. Her face flushed bright red, but mixed with shyness. She continued, as for dancing, I can learn that too. Seeing the small, about to cry figure of the other person, Sun Kang was sweating profusely but still tried to explain. Miss Nga, I do not want to bring them to compete with you. Inside, he was continuously beating the drum of fear. Oh no, I have offended Miss Ngok Lion. She won't go to the master to report us. Right. At this moment, Ying Guiyan Lang could not hold back any longer and spoke up. Miss, we are just staying temporarily. We have informed our clan, and we will definitely repay you later. He then looked at Truong Pham with concern. But surely this hidden powerhouse called the master won't want a reward from us at Van Ho Kok. Right. Upon hearing his name mentioned, he quickly waved his hand and smiled warmly. No need for a reward. After all, the estate is not that big, and Nam Hong is not exactly safe. You girls can keep it. Though he said that, Truong Pham's heart was captivated by her beauty. He could not deny that the disciples of Van Ho Kok were truly stunning. Each one had an air about them. And when they danced, they would surely move hearts. Feeling deeply grateful, Nguyen Lang's face turned slightly red. Then it is settled. We only have one chance to repay the life-saving favor. The beauty quickly called out to her sisters. The sisters understood and respectfully complied, inviting their senior sister to guide them. Only Niga, standing behind Truong Pham, was smiling like a proud parent but looked extremely displeased. Her eyes narrowed, and her tone clearly revealed her displeasure. Master, I can dance too. Truong Pham, lounging on the chair, casually explained. Actually, I did not want to watch, but my subordinate saved them, so watching a dance for a bit is fine. He swayed while continuously pointing, adding music, encouraging them to keep dancing. Only Ngok Lian stood there, puffing her cheeks in displeasure. After witnessing a captivating performance, Truong Pham could not stop praising. No wonder Van Kok Ho Jai has such a renowned reputation. They excel not only in medicine but also in arts and culture. The place was really cleaned up by the San Kang. Even the beauties from Van Ho Kok were eagerly looking at the herbs in the estate. And Nguyen Lang could not help but exclaim, the spiritual herbs here are so abundant. Watching them dance and sing, Ngok Lian sat under a tree, still feeling resentful. Letting out a huff of disappointment, Truong Pham leaned back with his hands behind his head, relaxing in the chair like he was savoring a performance. It was just like the Dao Yuan scenic realm, with beautiful singing and dancing. He now understood how delightful the feeling was to hear music, but just then, everything around him suddenly felt empty, making him bewildered. What was happening? In the cloudy sky, flashes of lightning appeared. Mde quickly realized that two cultivators were fighting, and the hot blood in San Kang was about to boil over. These people are such a nuisance. Can't they let old Chu and his wife live peacefully until the end of their days? Deep down, Mde was calculating even further. This fat pig had become extremely lazy since moving his whole family here. I must perform well for the master like this, and then becoming a demon god or fairy won't be far off. While Truong Pham was leisurely waiting for the drama to unfold, he suddenly realized, those dark clouds seem to be coming toward us. Ngok Lin also confirmed the situation. They really seem to be flying over here. The bright flashes of lightning were getting closer to them. You continue to narrate like a commentator. And someone just fell. A shadow streaked down like a meteor blazing through fire, piercing the ground in an instant. Checking in on the 18 layers of hell below, following closely was the fortune teller riding the fox spirit. Still unwilling to give up. That damn old monk. Just wait until my brothers arrive. We will take him down. Just then, he suddenly paused in midair as he noticed something. The trees below were exuding a very gentle natural aura. The fortune teller was immediately more excited than if he had struck gold. I can't believe I found a piece of land filled with spiritual energy. So many spiritual herbs and even divine fruits. As soon as his gaze landed on Yuan Ling, he added. And many beautiful young ladies too. The fortune teller did not bother hiding his vile nature. But everyone looked extremely judgmental. Tonight, I am going to indulge myself. Coincidentally, his accomplices had also arrived. Are you okay? Senior brother, third elder. It is good if you are fine. The fortune teller confidently boasted about his new discovery. Not only am I fine, but I have also discovered a precious piece of land. And shamelessly, I am going to invade it. Let us all go rob together. Not a single piece of land should be left behind. His clan members immediately obeyed the order to ride the serpent birds down to the ground. But before they could reach their target, they faced retribution from above. How bold! The true disciple of the Xwanking sect suddenly appeared, teaching the fortune teller what a festival really is. Do you guys from the Man tribe see our Xwanking sect as non-existent? Clear skies and bright sun. The opponent even boasted with their lame arguments. Where did the clear skies and bright sun come from? You guys from the Xwanking sect should look up. The dark clouds in the sky are all because of your spells. Shenton pretended to be dignified and impartial. You cultivators of the Man tribe do not understand the heavenly way. As cultivators, you steal from mortals. But your plastic ethics quickly crumbled as the alluring aura below kept radiating, leaving him no mind to continue the act. If you want to rob, you should let us do it first. Luckily, Manhwa awakened the humanity in the opponent in time. Shenton, senior brother. At this moment, he carefully wiped away the evidence that he almost turned into a beast. Shenton cleared his throat and returned to his righteous role. As a righteous cultivator, I see the protection of the 6 paths of sentient beings as my duty. I absolutely want to let you commit any atrocities in front of me. Zhang Fan could no longer stand by silently and spoke up in indignation. What have you protected so far? This time, he did not sit idly by anymore but officially joined the drama. Can you guys aim a bit better with your thunderous attacks? A young man vented his frustrations like a flowing stream. While this garden had just been planted, I just finished building this wall. And it seems fortune teller does not care much. Thana cautiously reminded. Senior brother. It seems this precious land already has an owner. Shenyan immediately fell into despair. What a pity. From now on, Thana must take the initiative to mediate. Well, we can control the thunder's landing point either. After all, we have to rely on formations and artifacts to fight against the thunder. Shenyan also coordinated with his subordinates. Little bro, do not worry. Our Xwanthan sect will compensate for your losses. Before he could finish his sentence, countless spirit fruits flew up from below. And the dark shadow wanted to speak but was choked up. A compensation might be a bit embarrassing. But I have to admit that selling this entire sect would not be too bad. Right. Thana jumped in surprise upon hearing this. Luckily for them, Zhang Fan did not have a long memory for grudges. Forget it. Why bother calculating with someone as foolish as him? But these Man tribe cultivators. Can you clearly identify who to focus on dealing with? How do you plan to compensate? Fuck 2 laughed gleefully as if he just heard a comedy. Compensation. Our barbarian god is about to awaken. And you all want to offer sacrifices while also asking for compensation. Zhang Fan crossed his arms, refusing to let it go. You destroyed my home and spirit herbs. And now you want to rob me. If I do not turn you into profit, I might as well not live anymore. Ngok Lion, agile and quick, immediately volunteered for the battle. Master, just let me handle these arrogant ones. Even the dark shadow is eager to join in. Miss Ngok, let us handle it. Adding a little jab to her teammates. After all, this fat pig and I have a responsibility to protect the home. We have been a bit negligent today. Sun Kang looked fierce but was quite sensible. He had brought his wife and kids here, so he had to perform well. The dark shadow began to activate the black thunder power through the crescent symbol on his forehead. Sun Kang, with his thick skin and fat body, also gathered energy to enlarge himself several times. The Man tribe did not have time to react before the situation turned, immediately being pulled into a dark space. Facing suitable retribution, time flew by in an instant. The combination of the dark shadow and Sun Kang brought overwhelming victory. Zhang Fan did not hold back his praise. Amazing. Shen Yan, who had been watching, suddenly realized that in such a small estate there were actually 2 demon kings. And these 2 were submissive to this young mortal like he was their master. Unexpectedly, just as he expressed his opinion, he was called out. You all come down here. I have a few questions to ask. After everyone responded seriously and landed, he began to interrogate. I remember your Xwanthan sect is not from the South Wilderness. So why have you come to this remote place to fight? Shenyan clasped his hands respectfully and reported. Senior, the reclusive cultivators on the mountain may not know. Today, our offense against the senior is due to the recent chaos in the immortal cultivation world. He spoke with evidence, saying that the protective layer had been broken, allowing spiritual energy to flood in. Many seniors who were petrified suddenly broke through and revived, causing anomalies everywhere that led to chaos in the cultivation realm. Those with ambitions incited a great war between humans and demons. Zhang Fan, the mastermind behind it all, surprisingly found the story returning to its starting point. Did my initial sword strike have such a large impact? Shen Yan had no idea and continued narrating. 3 days ago, the High Sage summoned the sects to Mount Tamtham by activating the 9 continents formation to quell the chaos. And our mystic Tao sect was invited as well. He showed the determination of a righteous cultivator. For the greater good of maintaining order in the world to come, our sect's order sent me down the mountain to hunt myself, while also purging evil spirits and heretical paths. Such a noble cause made Zhang Fan not pursue further inquiries. All right. I understand. Since you are here for righteousness, I won't hold it against you. You can go. Shen Yan wisely knew when to step back. Then we will continue chasing after those cruel man tribe cultivators. So we won't disturb the senior any longer. You watched their figures vanish into the wind, unable to suppress your admiration. If this chaos was caused by my actions, then I must take responsibility. Right now, Zhang Fan still faced a challenge. But I can't leave the area of the Invincible Sword domain. I need to find a way. A grand scene of Feng Hongvi appeared amidst the misty mountains, with the heavenly sword pavilion standing majestically like a fairyland. The tranquil image suddenly shattered by a voice filled with surprise. What? Lam Hang stroked his beard and asked back in disbelief. The South Hong Mountain has revealed a fairyland in the deep and mysterious ghost town. The soul devourer smiled a mocking grin. I never expected the trash from the Ghost Cry sect to actually find a real fairyland. Having just learned the news, was eager to take action. It seems I should stretch my limbs a bit at the same time. In the Thai Than Hall of the High Sage sect, the sect master Don Hoin was also intrigued by this character. Whether a true immortal or not, we should first invite them to participate in the grand meeting. Even the attitude of the Ghost Cry sect skull master was no exception, sending word to all elders and disciples to bring out our sect's treasured relics. He had utmost ambition for the treasure at hand. It surely belonged to our Ghost Cry sect. Even the Man tribe's lowly citizens were rallying others to go to war. Follow me. Quickly bring that piece of fairyland back to offer to the ancestral deity. Only the goal of the 3 realms at this moment was still immersed in a cultural performance. Nguyen Lung. Being witty. Gaining favor very quickly. Senior. Are you satisfied with our performance? Zhang Fan appeared very content, like someone enjoying retirement. Completely satisfied, Yingxin secretly felt unconvinced. Just then, a voice echoed down from the flying ship, grabbing his attention. Sir. Tung Ven shouted a warning. This is serious. In contrast, Zhang Fan maintained his relaxed and carefree demeanor. What is going on? Old man, why are you two so anxious? Are those behind you your juniors? Time was of the essence. So Tung Ven jumped down to explain. I brought my 2 sons and grandsons. My granddaughter is already here. But this old man could not let go of the family business. So I only brought a few grandkids from both sides. Only then did he clarify his intention for coming. Sir. News of your estate housing spirit herbs and divine fruits has spread throughout the Tian Van region. But Zhang Fan remained as calm as ever. So what? The opponent will just have to waste a little more breath. Which means this place has caught the attention of the major sects and those old cultivators. Accept then also joined in with comments, saying that along the way here, we overheard many sects and cultivators heading to see the young master. Trezhong Fum was not worried at all. His eyes sparkled with ambition. Great. Are those guys really coming here? Then we can't wait any longer. The other 2 were still stunned, unable to process what was happening. Tung Vun boldly asked in a whisper. Isn't he the master worried about that? You answered very casually and honestly. What is there to worry about? Septup Thin understood a bit of the reasoning. The master is too strong to fear those greedy ones. He only worries they might disrupt the cultivation, making this place unstable. On the surface, Trondhong Fum still appeared to weigh the situation. And indeed, this was a concerning issue. But inside, he felt happier than finding gold. I have long stopped worrying about not having enough experience to expand the sword domain. A triumphant smile slowly appeared on his face, as if he was about to round up the chickens and ducks successfully. Although it is getting harder to expand the sword domain now, something is better than nothing. After a few seconds of joy, he remembered the basic etiquette. We will talk about that later. Sen Kang helped the old tongue with the accommodation. He quickly gave a thumbs up in agreement. Sure. Although this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Trongfum also calculated an exit strategy. However, attracting experience here may not be the best idea. It would be good to leave the sword domain if possible. Half a month passed quickly, and the clear sky was now occupied by the barbarian tribe, followed by impressive fleets, clearly backed by wealthy individuals. Lum Hung observed from a distance, unable to help but sigh. The cultivators of the barbarian tribe and the demon path had indeed taken action. He stood at the bow of the ship, taking in the sight of a swarm heading in, ready to tear apart the nectar. Along with the demon crying, Ying Ling quickly reported to Trachong Fum. Master. Look, the skull representing the demon crying sect is stepping up to spar verbally. Are not those foolish barbarians? The barbarians' foreign affairs minister also won back down an inch. Do not those skeletons fear being scorched by the sunlight? The opponent showed their intentions without hiding. I came for the celestial realm, but I would not mind some corpses from your barbarian tribe too. The heavenly sword sect arrived late, joining the combat, a group of barbarians and demon cultists speaking arrogantly. Lum Hung stood up for justice, saying that where treasures are, is where the virtuous reside. Trong Fumbo below was also tired of sitting around waiting for drama day after day. I say, can you really speak like that in front of the master? Speaking in front of me and putting on a show is truly disrespectful. The skull looked down from above, mocking them. Seems like just a commoner protected by 2 demon kings. The next words from him made Sen Kang unable to hold back his anger. Just right. We can use this celestial estate as a penance for our demon crying. Lo Non beside him sighed. The celestial realm truly is a celestial realm. The man's gaze was fixed firmly on the divine tree before him, brimming with spiritual energy. The celestial fruit of the divine tree was dazzling. It would soon belong to our man tribe. Suddenly, a smug voice echoed from the warship. How could such a paradise fall into the hands of a bunch of unrighteous fools like you? Lam Hang quickly spoke up to reassure. Little brother, do not worry. With the heavenly sword sect here, I won't let these people harm you. The skull elder thought to himself. What a pretentious old man. Isn't he just wanting him to join his sect so he can claim to protect his own treasures? With that, the elder waved the banner to initiate the battle. Children, our ghostly cry cave acts without restraint. Charge forth for your sect leader. Lam Hang on this side was not backing down either. Disciples of the 10,000 sword sect, heed my command. Quickly eliminate the evil demons of the ghostly cry cave. Protect the lives of the people of Chanvan. The villagers caught in the chaos were encouraged to join the fight. You useless skeletons. Clear the path for me and seize this paradise to offer to our ancestors. In an instant, all 3 sides clashed in a chaotic battle. Zhang Fan watched them and sighed in frustration. What is this? Fighting right at my doorstep. Not even considering the owner here. Jichin saw the situation was dire and proposed a wise idea. Young master, do you need me and Elder Song to stop them? Elder Song and I have some reputation in Qianvan. The sect should show us some respect. He clearly wanted to benefit from the chaos outside and declined immediately. Forget it. Let them fight for now. But a moment later, he hesitated to speak, feeling a bit regretful. Zhang Fan's heart was troubled. If these people step into my sword domain and I kill them, I wonder how much of the sword domain I would gain. After fighting for a while, Tu Lo laughed triumphantly. You stubborn old man and the little brats from the heavenly sword sect, along with your man tribe, I will show you the treasure that protects the ghostly cry cave. The elder raised his staff high and shouted. The soul-devouring phantom immediately materialized, taking the form of a horned skull spirit, its eyes blazing like hellfire. Moments later, it extended its bony hand, ready to claim its opponent's life. A disciple of the 10,000 sword sect shouted in alarm. That is not good. We need to retreat. But they had not managed to escape before eating a powerful uppercut. The skull elder found their antics amusing for a while. Lu Zhen realized he was not a match for the elder and hesitated. This old skeleton is really determined. Yet there is still a glimmer of hope in my heart. However, our ancestral spirit of the man tribe is about to awaken. Only then will I return to fight. So I should not let there be too many casualties now. After some mental preparation, he decided that running away was the best option for old skeleton. This time, the man tribe will spare you. But just wait. Once our ancestral spirit awaken, on Lin Hang's side, things are not looking good either, as a series of warships have been devastated. It seems that with this situation, my Vin and Vit Kem Mung can't monopolize it anymore. He waved his hand, ordering a retreat, saying next time he would call other righteous allies to deal with this demonic lair together. Before leaving, he still felt a sense of reluctance. There are still 2 demon kings in this lair. Once the demonic lair and the demon kings fight, I will lead my disciples to ambush again. The skull laughed out loud when he saw his opponent turn tail and run, with such arrogance. Who can withstand my sect's treasured artifact in this heavenly realm? Then he looked down at the treasure below, waiting for the moment he could seize this celestial realm and use divine medicine and the divine fruit to break through realms. Plus the sect's treasured artifact. The demonic lair will reign supreme in this heavenly realm. The skull pointed forward and commanded. You all take a few more people and chase those 2 obstructing groups further away. The rest of the disciples. Then he guided the soul harvesting fan, leaving Zhang Fan astonished. Come with me to the celestial realm below. Sun Kang was extremely annoyed to see the opponent acting out in front of him. Let me take the lead. I have been idle for a few days. Sun Kang threw a thunderous punch forward, and the 2 sides clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Just as he was itching for a fight, the skull found this chubby guy somewhat interesting, and wanted to entice him. Is this demon king joining our demonic lair? I will make you the grand elder of the demonic lair. He escaped the ultimate pressure with a sudden shockwave. Years ago, I turned down your mother, which led to your current state. Do you think I would agree now? Hearing this, the old man felt a strong desire to turn his opponent into crispy roast pork. It seems your demon king does not know what is good for him. We still have a debt to settle with you from the demonic lair. Today is the chance to eliminate you. Sun Kang, bring the battle formation here. The 2 sides charged at each other, creating a massive shockwave. The force from the collision produced a deafening sound. Sun Kang was immediately blasted away. He screamed in pain. After the dust settled, I finally sat up. acting tough. I have never been hit like that before. Today. You won't get away from me. Master. Help me. I thought Senkang was skilled, but turns out he is just all talk. Master. Help me. Even when fighting pigs. You should respect your master. These skeletons are disrespecting you by attacking me like this. The whole group witnessed this, and was left speechless. You immediately questioned him. Are you using this trick again? Tong Vien respectfully reported. Master. Ever since we joined the Celestial Realm, we have not been able to show our strength for you. Let us help the Demon King. After pondering for a moment, he sighed. A small estate has 2 Demon Kings and 2 Earth Cultivators in transformation. Trong Forfum waved his hand, refusing. You two do not need to do anything. Just let him come here. His words made Tung Van feel a pang of sadness. Right now, my power is still too weak. I can't help master in such great battles yet. The skull really has not seen a grave yet, thinking there are many masters. So what? You can't either. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly glanced back, startled by a sound. What is that? The followers were terrified and fled in chaos. The Man tribe and the Heavenly Sword sector back. It is a counterattack. He angrily raised his staff, ready to retaliate. Damn it. None of you can stop the ghost-crying clan from dominating the world. Suddenly, the entire body of the Soul Village burst forth with powerful spiritual energy, and the skull shouted out a move. The heavenly demon wraps around. Lum Hung arrived and was shocked by the terrifying scene. He did not expect these skeletons were hiding their strength. Damn it. I came a bit too early. The common folk appeared to be foolish, but this old skeleton was truly dangerous. It seems I can only take a chance. But deep down, I thought no different than a petty person. Luckily, there was still the Heavenly Sword sect backing us. The Soul Village suddenly opened its eyes wide. Then it wildly rushed forward, flailing its arms and legs. The skull saw the flowers bloom and thought it was the return of spring. This celestial land and divine herbs are all mine. Then he continued to lead the Soul Village forward like a haunted house. All of you must submit under my feet. Trong Fum had been waiting since afternoon. He was finally about to achieve his wish. Come here. Come here. Just a little more. And these ghostly things will become part of my sword domain. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down his back, and he angrily shouted, Who's it? Who ambushed me? Trendring Deg Fum was also startled by the thunder and frantically searched for the ambusher's identity. Yeah. Who the hell ambushed me? As he looked up, he spotted a floating urban structure above him. Trido waved his hand loudly declaring, The Trido family from the southern wilderness has arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang sphere beneath the structure suddenly lit up as if it had just been recharged. He thought he had the aura of a main character and boasted, If you do not want to die, then get lost. The skull was confused to see a familiar face. The Trido family is here too. If you want to greet me, at least do not shout at me. Just get lost already. He then unleashed a bolt of lightning towards his opponent. Seeing this, Tongvun shouted loudly to warn. Young master. The Trido family is a major sect of immortals in the southern wilderness. Their power rivals the top sects, and Fekong City is their ancestral artifact. Sepithian beside him also showed caution, not expecting to encounter them in the southern wilderness. Trong Fomum was stunned for a moment before realizing what Fekong City was. He could not help but blame himself for not thinking of this sooner. After some thought, Ziathung took immediate action. Although the sword domain could not move, I can still move this estate and the entire hill beneath it. Just then, Trongkring Fum yelled out, Atung Lu, is Fekong City really that rare? You are confirming it is incredibly precious. Tung Bo Ven compared the strength of several ships from Lum and Hun's group. Although the flying vessels had Fukong formations, they were hardly as powerful as that ship from Ven Kim Tian Mun. The more he spoke, the more he highlighted the strength of the Tridu family. In other words, the Fekong formations can make entire cities float, but they can move like the Fekong city of the Trigu family. Tung Vayan seized the opportunity to reveal their secret. I heard the Trigo family's Fekong city relies mainly on a unique crystal located at the center of the city, seemingly the only one of its kind in the world. Upon hearing this, Trong Fum's eyes lit up like car headlights. It seems I must get that crystal. Tribathai had just finished his incantation when he immediately warned his opponent. The Tridu family must have this celestial scene. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being rude. The skull faced its 82nd disaster with some caution. The market folk suddenly jumped, as if struck by lightning. Damn. How could I forget about this guy? Lum Hun did not dare to show himself, only hiding behind, waiting for the right moment. Right now, it has just begun, and I can still hold on. Who would run away without a word, leaving their tail behind? Now you all better hand over the celestial scene, and I will spare you a way out. Ingi Kifi Lin, frightened, ran to ask Hao Kin, Master, what should we do now? Trong Fum just sneered, filled with confidence, exuding the aura of a main character. This Fika Kwang City 1T be coming down. The distance is not enough. While I can't leave the sword domain, I can make its power exceed that. Chitho was quite surprised to find him here. There is even a disciple from Van Hokais. He rested his chine, looking amused, calling for others to join and recruit for the sect. You should know your place and hand over the celestial scene. And of course, our trio family is not a band of evil spirits. So you can still join us to contribute your strength. Sen Kang eagerly stepped up to argue back. Yet he was a fool unaware of my master's power. Did you forget to look in the mirror this morning? Take a look at what you look like now. And the stench that comes out of your mouth. The market was heated. And the blood rushed to their heads. What are you stupid pigs talking about? Sen Kang grimaced, snapping back. I just feel like you are like the morning poop I just dropped in the toilet. Looks like your brain is full of crap. With that kind of mouth, if you were still holding back, you would have achieved enlightenment long ago. I originally wanted to spare you, but it seems you are eager to pass on. Chaitha waved his hand, ordering the disciples behind him to get ready to strike. Sen Kang was not stupid enough to walk into a trap. He immediately turned around and snitched. Master, these people truly lack respect for you. They want to kill the old man and slap you in the face. Chatrong Fum did not read his mind, calmly stroking his chin and asking, I do not feel slapped at all. I am just curious what your old man would do if I did not intervene. He broke out in a cold sweat, cautiously questioning, is the master doubting that I would run away with my wife and kids? Indeed. With such a simpleton brain, he definitely fell for this provocation from you. I'm Sun Kang, willing to shed blood for my master. Trotring Fum snapped his fingers, summoning a piece of wood and mocked. Shedding blood. Just do not drink until you are lightheaded. The wooden sticks in his hands suddenly transformed into sharp little swords. He handed one to Ting Van beside him with a reminder. I am too lazy to deal with these blinded by ambition. Atung Lu, help me teach them a lesson. To teach them a lesson, take this useless talisman as my sacrificial item. He was astonished. The sword energy was so pure, packed into such a small wooden sword. Tumpeng Vine flew the sword straight toward the target in midair, thanking the treasure from the immortal. I will teach them right away. Trongkam Fum turned to the group of girls and generously shared the props. Each of you take a wooden sword. Just activate the sword intent inside when you are in danger. Nguyen Long stared at the fruit, secretly calculating in his heart. The Tianven region is currently very chaotic. Even our disciples from Vinan Ho Kokosab have been ambushed. Perhaps I should report to my junior brother and suggest the sects come here to lean on the young master who reacts the most dramatically. The dense spiritual energy caused Dinkoki Lean to exclaim, my level. Everyone behind Trong Fum shared the same thought. The wooden sword gifted by the immortal master helps us advance in cultivation because Tung Van here has a protective talisman. So he spoke with more confidence. The immortal said, I told you to leave this useless talisman behind as a sacrificial item. Hurry and get out. The disciples of the Tri family responded with disdain. It is just luck that they have the immortal realm and are protected by a few demon kings. Tung Lo Tota, you are a deity-level cultivator, and you just accept this kid as an immortal. The word that quickly joined the verbal brawl. And Tin Blee, out of respect for you as a senior, please leave. No one can withstand the useless talisman of our Trido family. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, calculating all past grievance. Moreover, that demon used vile words to insult our Trido family. I must settle this. Tung Vian, seeing that the negotiation was fruitless, began to gather his spiritual energy. Fine, if that is the case. I will follow the orders of the celestial being to teach the Xiao family a lesson. Kertrihi and Lo Guvin, undeterred by death, charged forward to provoke again, wielding a child's wooden sword as a badge. Old Master Tung can't be crazy. Can he? A wooden sword. That is hilarious. Their laughter had not faded before they were replaced by gasps, as the tiny wooden sword suddenly radiated a daunting pressure, the air thickening with tension, and they stammered, struggling to comprehend the fierce sword energy. He frantically signaled to those behind him to activate the high-level formation. Two waves of golden-green energy collided with a deafening roar, mixed with sounds of panic from Trigotham. Everyone poured all their strength into defense. But while words were slow, the action was fast. The powerful sword energy broke through their flimsy defenses, charging straight into the unprotected estate. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in mid-air, sparks and smoke filling the sky. Lu Guven watched the scene in shock, warning that the estate was about to collapse. Ingveen Thu shrank the wooden sword, arrogantly suggesting, kind celestial being, just let them leave the estate, and you will be free. Tridotha's once confident face paled, and his towering figure crumbled to the ground. Drained of strength, Tredring Dekfim looked up at Chai Lai in front of him, unable to suppress a satisfied laugh. He grinned widely, his heart blooming with joy finally. He had a way out of this desolate mountain area. Everyone hurriedly mounted their swords into the air, and moments later, the ground began to crack open, with some areas rising above the surface. Ngi Lin sensed the tremors below and curiously asked, Master, what are we preparing to do? While everyone was standing by, Sen Kang enthusiastically took on the role of Juong, energetically leaving the mountain of earth. Zhang Fan stroked his chin and comfortably shared his plans. My master intends to transform this estate and the nearby lands into a non-island manor. After a moment of astonishment, Nguyen Long cautiously confirmed. Are you saying that the kind sir is preparing to dismantle the unformed talismans? The very thing that has allowed the Xiao family to stand firm in this Chanvian region. He crossed his arms and explained logically. Of course, that unformed talisman belongs to the Zhao family. Not. She covered her mouth, continuing to marvel. This is the unformed talisman. Likened to celestial energy. Zhang Fan coldly interrupted. It does not matter because in my well-wrinkled brain, there is a clear path forward. No matter how good this unformed talisman is, it won't help me escape the sword realm. Once the range of the invincible sword realm expands, it will be far better than any unformed talisman. The two girls, of course, could not hear his inner thoughts and simultaneously displayed confused expressions. When the product took shape, they rarely shared a common thought. No wonder he was a celestial being, standing before the rare unformed talisman of the Chanven region and yet treating it as mere dust. Putting aside this little interlude, the extreme brilliance before mountains of gold and silver was awe-inspiring. Indeed, it was the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The pile of pills and treasures taken from the unformed talisman was more than enough to support a sect. Atun Vane stood beside him, clasping his hands to report. Kind sir, this is everything obtained from the Zhao family's treasure house. Zhang Fan nonchalantly gave the order. Have someone take these to our treasury. Then help me dismantle the unformed talisman. The group of disciples echoed. Dismantle. Tunghumaner nervously followed up with advice. Kind sir, there might still be formations or various restrictions within this unformed talisman. Just the spiritual energy it contains is already very precious. He questioned back with great pride. Do you think I am lacking in this kind of spiritual energy? He choked on his words and fell silent. Zhang Fan thought it over and decided to give him a bit of face. If the two had said there were valuable formations inside the unformed talisman, then let them study how to dismantle it and place it under our estate. Timpeng Van immediately agreed without hesitation. We will go study it right away. Before they left, he suddenly took out a few porcelain vials and called out. Right. Zhang Fan fairly divided the rewards for both sides with a reminder. Take this. This will serve as compensation for both of you, and your juniors as well. The elderly couple exclaimed in unison. Thank you, Master. You must act like it is nothing. Just focus on your work, and keep the real reason to yourselves. That elixir was simply taken from the Zhao family's treasury earlier, just slightly modified. A month later, Songwon returned to report the results. Master, I and the old emperor could only dismantle part of the formation of Floating Void City. But the void crystal and the formation remain intact. Capchian quickly chimed in. This is the first time the old man and I have worked on something as precious as Floating Void City. He praised this magical artifact based on his old friend's words, saying, the void crystal is indeed a treasure, and the formation of the Zhao family is truly remarkable. Zhang Fan tightened his grip, excitedly suggesting, all right, today we will check out the results from the hard work you both have put in. No sooner had he finished speaking than a brilliant golden beam shot straight up into the sky from the center of the small island. The ground beneath them slowly began to separate, as if something in the sky was pulling it upwards. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the land successfully hovered in mid-air. The group standing on it cheered with excitement. It is flying up. It is really flying up. A caption stroked his white beard with satisfaction. It was worth it. The old man and I have tirelessly led people to study the formation of Floating Void City day and night, allowing us to relocate most of the formation here. Everyone timely turned to Zhang Fan to make a gesture, congratulating the master. Zhang Fan, having a rare day of joy, generously took some ginseng and a few other spiritual fruits to share with everyone. He lifted the promotional items high, shouting loudly, I am happy today, so let us all celebrate together. The group from Mekilin echoed in unison, thanking their master for the reward, thanking the master, and thanking the host. Zhang Fan kept his radiant smile, and an involuntary thought crossed his mind. Finally, he gazed around the space, continuing his emotional reflection. At last, I can leave this mountain in the southern wilderness. Half a month later, Zhang Fan stood silently on the hovering city, assessing. Right now, my scope of the unbeatable sword domain is not large enough to cover the entire Floating Void City. He stroked his chin, lost in thought, knowing it would not have been necessary for the old man to relocate the defensive formation of Floating Void City here otherwise. At that moment, Nguyen Long appeared, pulling him back to reality. Master, we have finished arranging the flower garden and the medicinal herb gardens. She frowned hesitantly to present a thorny issue, but for some reason, despite my sisters and I using the planting technique from 10,000 Flower Valley, the medicinal garden does not resemble the estate. Zhang Fan confidently took on the matter. Leave this to me. The real answer should be kept to ourselves. This estate has been transformed by my sword domain, and I also use special soil, so of course, it won't be the same. Nguyen Long carefully pleaded, hoping the master would not hold it against her. Even so, deep down she still blames herself. We and the junior sisters have to rely on the Celestial to protect us, but can T help at all? She had not even had time to wallow in self-pity when Ninja Lian jumped in. Master. Senior Teng said the defensive formation is almost finished. What do we do next? She put on a friendly demeanor and waved to Miss Engek Lian, while secretly puffing her cheeks and rolling her eyes in annoyance. Why does that Jiang Glong from Ven Ho Janust always stick around my master? Trading Pham, unaware of her rich inner thoughts, continue to share the plan. Let us head to Ven Ho Kasor while we finish renovating Phi Kong. And Nguyen Long called out emotionally. Celestial. Having grasped your intention, she boldly made a suggestion. I have already informed the sect. Thank you, Celestial. But recently, other sects around Ven Ho Sikose have been acting strangely, so my masters can come over for now, please. Celestial. Escort us for a while. Trong Fum did not mind Nahuta agreeing right away. It was on the way, and they could join the Celestial meeting at Thakai Thaneng Yu Ting. He sneaked a glance at the black smoke nearby, silently wishing for the next person. All this trouble was caused by me. This incense does nothing for me, but I hope the others know how to fix it. Coincidentally, the one with feelings here is also Nguyen Long. Now that the world is chaotic, once we reach the sect, I must quickly help my master and the Valley Master build a good relationship with the Celestial. In the town, everyone was rushing out like a disturbed beehive, all shouting for help. Hu Ben Lao soared through the sky, grinning provocatively, continuing to enjoy your cries for help, but while showing off, his companions reminded him. What is that up there? Brother. When the whole group saw the gigantic object above them, they could not help but scream. Phi Kong Then. Abun was so confused he stumbled over his words. This is not the Phi Kong Thun of the Tridu family. This is a Nam Hong island. This entire Then Ven area has never had a floating island. He had not even finished updating his knowledge when his gaze locked onto the strange movement. Someone is coming down from above. Just as he spoke, a fireball rained down from the sky, and Heo Bun shouted in panic. Be careful. The one approaching is an enemy. Sen Kong emerged from the dust, shooting them a fiery glare. Today I just want to curse at people. He did not let the opponent say a word, decisively swinging his massive hand for a quick victory. Sen Kang used all his strength to clear out the chaotic demons, all while not forgetting to add, I do not want to talk to you guys. Seeing him being overly dramatic, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. No need for so many words, he reminded Sen Kang. The master said not to let any ruthless demonic cultivators escape. Zhang Fan looked down from above, his face curious like a gossip monger, ready to pounce on the latest scandal. His gaze skimmed over Sun Kong's sumo-like frame, and the system coldly chimed in, reporting that Sun Kong had killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator, earning 400 points in the sword domain. The sword in Egok Lion's hand sliced through the air, quietly sending her a private notification, revealing that her disciple, Ngok Lion, had killed a golden core cultivator, earning 1500 points in the sword domain. Enya also used the same underhanded method against their enemies. Checking the report, Zhang Fan maintained a serious demeanor, but inside, he was bubbling with excitement. Thanks to the Zhao family for the Void Talisman, helping him escape the southern wilderness. He no longer had to wait in the mansion for the enemy to offer up points. His gaze collided with the information board in front of him, and the range of the invincible sword domain had increased to 258 meters. He activated silent mode, letting his emotions drift away without leaving a message. The points needed for leveling up were still insufficient. He had to expand the coverage of the Void Talisman first before considering anything else. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and decisively pressed the system button. The system expanded the range of the sword domain. The livestream ball shrank again, and the system threw out that old notification once more. The range of the invincible sword domain had increased to 258 meters. After finishing everything, he stretched and sighed heavily, feeling exhausted. It truly was a heavy burden on the long journey. Before he could rest, Zhang Fan heard Ngok Lion's voice from behind and turned around. Master, none of those pesky demon cultists got away. Witnessing the harmonious combination of their team, he felt joy and encouragement. No need for a script. You did great. Ngok Lion, next time something like this happens, lead the team to resolve it. It will help sharpen your sword intent. Happiness was almost overflowing, but she still put on a cold face to maintain the seriousness that her disciple had understood. As her confirmation ended, Zhang Fan gazed into the distance, allowing the elder to unleash his full power. All right. Then let us set off again. But down on the ground, the mood of the opposing side was far from calm. The Void Talisman. It does not belong to our Xiao family. Since when did the southern wilderness have a void island? Zoding slammed his hand down decisively, his voice pouring out without caring for decorum. Damn. That formation. His face was grim, overshadowing his handsome vibe, and his mouth was like a continuous sound machine, clearly stolen from our Zhao family. Who dares to be so bold? Little did he know, the one he mentioned was standing still, laughing at the sky like a madman who had not had his fix in 3 days. Seeing the luxurious building hidden high in the sky, Zhang Fan quietly threw a party in his heart. If heaven did not show mercy, he had to rely on someone. And that someone just happened to be the kind Xiao family, personally delivering useless talismans right to his hands as soon as he switched to a playful mood. It lifted Yuan Ling's spirits without needing any effort to warm up, and there was no need for such formalities. Suddenly, Ningolian soared down on her sword from the sky. Master. Seeing that hurried figure, Tranchong Fum asked in confusion. Didn't she go with Old Tongue and those young ones to eradicate evil? The beautiful interface was highly focused, reporting every detail without missing a beat. Master. The situation ahead is not looking good. Remembering Tung Ven's words, Ingik Lian's tone grew solemn. It seemed the demonic path was attacking Ven Ho Chess. Old Tongue said the enemy was numerous and from many sects. So he asked me to consult you for a solution. The disciples of Van Ho Sikasa were thrown into chaos upon hearing the news. What? Our sect is being attacked by the demonic path. Why is Ven Ho Kasi being targeted? Onlingain was eager to signal Trong Fum. Celestial being, can you lend a hand? Feeling capable of handling this, he immediately ordered his disciple. Ingyi Kifi Lin, take Sun Kang and MDA over there first. If the situation is dire, we need to buy some time. Paying close attention to every instruction, she swiftly controlled the spirit sword to fly away. Yep. Master, standing still is so boring. Nguyen Longmon cautiously requested to enter the formation. Celestial being, I will go with the two elders and the demon king. He had been ruthlessly rejected by Trong Fum, and it was not safe to proceed like this. The estate was already on its way to Vinen Ho Kieser, with no way forward or backward. She had no choice but to seriously clasp her hands in gratitude to maintain her image. Thank you, celestial being, for agreeing to help Ven Ho Fais. A thick fog enveloped Vinahos, making the atmosphere as silent as if someone had pressed the pause button. Amidst the tense air, the provocative words of the outsiders echoed throughout the place. The young ladies of Wanhua Valley, stop hiding in there. That cheap soldier from the heavenly demon sect keeps hogging the airwaves with his loud and annoying words. Come out and play with the big shots. That one is stirring up the bloodlust of both the Bloodthirst sect and the Joyous sect. I wonder what the young lady's blood will be like. Come join me in this joyous jewel cultivation. After everyone finished speaking, the spokesperson of the reversal sect slowly took over. Come out, beauties. Sensing the danger, the disciples of Wanhua Valley quickly turned to Zhou Yu. Master, I have sent word for help, but I do not know how many allies will come. The serious atmosphere made her face heavier than ever. Wanhua Valley has never been aggressive, just shared medicine and leisure with fellow sisters. Yet now they face this calamity. Looking at the sea of enemies, Zhou Yu sighed deeply in despair. It seems this is fate. Unlike the calmness of the Valley Master, the younger sister beside her grew impatient. Sister, let us fight them. Our Wanhua Valley may be skilled in techniques, but we can still take up our swords and fight back. One person started, and another girl quickly chimed in. Sister, Yuan Ling and the other disciples are still outside, and Shu Ji is well hidden. If we escape, they will know how to find the stash when we return to the valley. The hesitation vanished without a trace, and Zhou Yu immediately took command, calling everyone to gather all disciples and prepare. With a surge of determination, she led everyone to arm themselves and resist the brutal crowd. We will fight them to the death, taking down as many as we can. However, when they stepped outside, the arrogant gang took advantage of their numbers and spat out insults. Finally, the young ladies have come out. It seems they could not wait any longer for the big shots. Suddenly, from the sky, a halo surrounded the floating mountain, radiating a light of justice that blinded the crowd. What is that floating void island? Its grandeur did not move anyone, only increasing the level of confusion uncontrollably. Why is floating void island appearing here now? Which sect possesses floating void island? I only know that there is floating void city of the Xiao family in the southern wilderness. Nigok Lian stood on that island, raising her sword and shouting into the void. I am here on my master's command. With her power still flowing, she shouted slogans at a volume no one could ignore. I command you all to retreat from here. But contrary to what Nugok Lion expected, the unruly crowd below laughed so loudly that it shook the heavens and the earth. Where did this girl come from to dare say such words to us? Does this child not know that our Bloodthirst sect is very famous in the southern wilderness? The four pillars of the demon sect have taken on the role of scholars to analyze the newcomers joining the battle. There are 2 beast kings, 1 dog, and 1 pink. Looks like these are the masters of the rumored paradise. Lefeng deliberately concealed his expression, his tone clearly testing the waters. What do you mean by that? Fellow Doists, Dichengan's gaze was glued to the island, inadvertently revealing a hint of worry. I do not believe in immortals, but we need to be cautious about that floating void island. Minhian's roar echoed far, prompting the surrounding henchmen to spring into action. Bloodthirst followed up, saying, how can our 4 sects retreat like this? Hundreds of people charged at Ingadrike Lian in a fury that was immeasurable. Kill the girl. Let her die. Unlike the eager anticipation for blood from them, she coldly drew her sword, targeting the deserving. Under Enk Lian's blade, Lightning immediately spiraled around them without mercy. Even from below. Bloodthirst had to raise his hand to shield himself from that powerful light. Is this the intent of a sword? Could the one striking be a sword saint? Seeing that scene, La Fun could not help but scoff. What is wrong? Are you scared? Bloodthirst. It made him so enraged that he screamed wildly. Nonsense. What the hell am I afraid of? Annoyed by the noise, Techinun uttered a few reminders. Stop the noise. Let us start the battle directly. With the strength of the four of us combined, we should not fear this sword intent. Minheen was the first to take a stance and set up the formation without caring whether the others agreed. Indeed, a sword saint must be the strongest among them. The four of them united to create a vast dark energy formation in the sky. Killing her was all they needed. Sensing danger approaching, Ingekilian immediately swung her sword in counterattack. The holy power pierced through every layer of wind, but was easily blocked by that dark energy. The sight left her stunned, blocked by demonic energy. How could it be like this? Hearing the confused sound of his disciple, Trondrang Feng quietly commented, seemingly facing some difficulty. After all, Ingevlian's strength had only just reached the golden core stage. In front of him, Guyan Long. He raised his hand to coordinate as if directing a script, directly sending Fi Kao flying into Vinan Hokes, which was just right to test the power of Fi Chang Zilo. Just one sentence from Traching Fum made Nu Guyan Long beam with joy, clasping his hands in thanks without a second thought. Thank you, Master. Unlike that excited demeanor, Sen Kang was busy worrying about the distant crowd. These people clearly knew that Miss Engaki Lian had warned them gently. So why were they so eager to reunite with their families, after receiving a few compliments? He also joined in to lighten the tense atmosphere with some jokes. If you are good at talking, say more. On the winding path of Phaikon Philo, Trongrang Fum gathered his power in preparation to confront the rabble below. Beginning to move, someone shouted in fear amidst the tension. Watch out. The enemy is about to use a formation to attack. We worry they might panic and ruin everything. Boom Dem Ditting immediately outlined the brief plan he had just sketched in his mind. Don't be afraid. The Bive Ho Enhach Chain formation of the Enhach Men sect. I will absorb all attacks into spiritual energy. I will control the formation, draining the enemy's energy. And when they are exhausted, I will charge in to seize the island. But just as those factions were about to make their first move, Trendrim Fegfim descended onto the battlefield with a powerful spiritual energy, strike like a pillar of heaven. The source of holy power shot through the shield of dark energy, causing him to scream in terror. What? Amidst a cacophony of sounds, Ban Duong felt the pain, stuttering for a long while. This can't be. Why does this formation still carry sword intent? Before he could finish his sentence, he let out an endless scream before being submerged in a sea of spiritual energy. Minheen watched as the leader of another sect began to cough up blood, fear creeping in, clutching his chest and pulling out a wing, his voice cracking, revealing the cowardice beneath his former dignity. Let us get out of here. Just as the humanoid aircraft was about to take off, Chun Minheen was suddenly held back by a mysterious hand. In the midst of the crisis, Thi Ching-en hurriedly pleaded for help from him, out of respect for the demonic path. Help a brother out. But instead of helping, Minheen stepped hard on the guy's face, directly breaking that weak alliance, and vanished. Without hesitation, he quickly took off, leaving Thich Nen in shock. I am out of here. Just then, a column of sacred energy came crashing down on Minheen, causing him to scream in pain. Hurry up and hide. Hearing that anguished cry, Teching unfroze and innocently asked a question. How do we hide now? Originally planning to feign death for Ian, Haitsit was so disturbed by the noise that he activated his tracking mode. Oh man, stop calling me. If you want to live, quickly hold your breath and pretend to be dead. The guidance mode immediately etched itself into Thech Engen's mind, awakening a new actor within him. I can't take it anymore. Curling up in a very strategic position, he began to whisper a prayer to the higher powers. Bodhisattva, bless me. Bodhisattva, bless me. Do not let them find out. Meanwhile, Ingekilian stood high above, looking down as if searching for new prey. She calmly observed the chaotic scene from the despicable swarm. The sect leader is dead. Let us. Do not think about the girls from Ven Ho Kiet anymore. Just go. And Kian purposely slowed down a few beats, waiting for them to leave the scene before she grabbed her sword and followed. Evil sect. Do not even think about escaping. Looking outside, the disciples of Vinaho Tsakaosu could not hide their confusion as they whispered among themselves. The greatest threat to Venho Kasu seems to have passed. It appears to be the sect master's elder sister. Unclear who the sect on the floating island is, as all the sects we sought help from were unavailable. Nguyen Long used all his energy to shout in joy. Sect master, we are back. Seeing her group just jump down to join everyone, Achua immediately switched to interrogation mode. It is Nguyen Long. You all came back just now. We're the ones on the floating island, the reinforcements you invited. Nguyen Long clasped his hands and reported with great enthusiasm. On our way, escorted by the Immortal to attend the grand meeting of the Supreme Sect. I and my junior sisters coincidentally encountered the demonic path attacking Vin and Hoojitses. The immortal immediately intervened to assist, causing her to be momentarily stunned. The immortal looked at that tiny figure floating there. Chuchua's voice was half believing, half doubting. Is that the master of the rumored fairy realm near Nam Hong that Nguyen Long mentioned? As soon as Nguyen Long's gaze met Trong Phum, she raised her voice to the proud tone of mothers showing off their children. That is right, master. Based on that firm nod, Chi Hu Vai thought for a moment and immediately ordered his disciple, Nguyen Long, take me to the island to thank the immortal. This was not difficult, so she quickly agreed. All right, master, please follow T. Before soaring away on his sword, Chu Fua reminded those staying behind. The others should get ready. We need to express our gratitude. No one dared to disobey. They all bowed deeply and shouted. Yep. Meanwhile, 2 dedicated actors remained in position even though no one was left at the scene. May the Bodhisattva protect us. Do not get discovered. May the Bodhisattva protect us. Do not get discovered. Please do not come to check on us. Chu Wu was astonished by the majestic scenery before him. Is this really the floating island of the immortal? Nguyen Lung, seeing his eager expression, was excited to explain. That is right, master. She spoke enthusiastically like a professional tour guide. The immortal has transformed this place into the floating island. The formations above and the floating crystals are all thanks to the Tridu family in the southern wilderness. A new horizon has opened up. Chu Hu Vok could not help but marvel at the current situation. When the demon forces attacked the cultivation world, many things happened. Even though Ven Ho Tsusi is not small, it could not defend itself amidst the chaos. After, Nguyen Long led her to the group of Trundrung Pham and enthusiastically introduced. Master, this is the immortal. He noticed a familiar figure, vaguely unclear about their purpose for appearing. Chiu Ho Vi finally met his benefactor directly and respectfully expressed his gratitude. Master of Ven Ho Sis, La Chu Vu pays respects to the immortal. Thank you, immortal, for coming to the aid of Ven Ho Kies. Suddenly being treated with such importance made Tringvang Fung a bit flustered. No need to be so formal. He quickly regained his host demeanor and welcomed the guests, humbly expressing appreciation. On the contrary, during this time, Nguyen Long and her junior sisters have also helped me a lot with alchemy. Hearing this, Chu Shuad became curious and wanted to confirm the story. Immortal, I heard you are preparing to attend the Immortal Assembly, and then you will conveniently take Nguyen Long back to Van Hong Fuas. A Trong From seriously replied, that is right. With that confirming nod, she took the chance to extend an invitation. If so, to repay everyone's life-saving grace, Ven Ho Kisi will host a banquet to thank the Immortal. Would the Immortal consider it? Just hearing that, a Trongkering Phum quickly used body language to express a desire to decline outright, then let it go. The conversation suddenly became awkward, causing him to ponder how to come up with a reasonable excuse. How should I explain this? I absolutely can to step out of the sword domain. I have got it. Trongkong Phum took a deep breath without changing his expression and began to speak. Master Ulho, I heard the Immortal Assembly is being held to repair the protective formation of the Tian Vayan region. And since I live here, I naturally have to contribute. This reason truly has no loopholes. And it even boosts Chu Vai's favorability a notch. The Immortal is quite chivalrous. And looking at the bountiful land before her, she gradually sinks into worries and thoughts about the future. The cultivation world is in chaos. And with the upcoming Immortal Sect Conference of the Supreme Sect, it is very likely that Wan Hoa Valley will face another attack. Who knows? Carrying the heavy responsibility of the sect leader, Chu Vi has no choice but to risk asking for help from Trajang Phum. Immortal, I was also planning to attend the Immortal Sect Conference of the Supreme Sect. I wonder if I could go with you. He had no objections to this proposal. On the contrary, he warmly expressed his eagerness. Of course. And besides, the Wano Valley led by Master Lo is also very skilled in alchemy, so it would be a good chance to exchange ideas. Chimabovi seemed afraid that if she hesitated for even a second, he might change his mind, so she quickly rejoiced and made arrangements. Thank you, Immortal. I will have someone prepare for our departure right away. Although she outwardly agreed with him, Tronang Phum could not help but wonder about this strange behavior. Why is Master Lo in such a hurry? The peaceful morning atmosphere was suddenly shattered by Trong Fa Phum's earth-shattering cry. Master Ulho, why does it look like you guys are packing up to move? Chiu Vovai treated what she was doing as a matter of course and kindly explained. Wan Hoa Valley cannot afford to split its forces during this calamity. If we leave, we must go together, or those left behind will be in danger. Knowing her actions might be a bit excessive, she still offered an appropriate price, and these medicinal elixirs and magical artifacts are gifts of gratitude from Wan Hoa Valley. We can only offer a little token of appreciation for saving our lives. A Trong Phum could not bear to refuse such free treasures, so he happily accepted. All right. Only Ningivlit, witnessing such mutual affection, felt a bit jealous. What do you mean go together? Everyone wants to monopolize my master. He generously assigned the task. Old Sung, go find a place for Master Lo and his group to stay. Then we will prepare to depart. Tung Ven complied without question. Understood. Immortal. At the site where the great battle had just occurred, two familiar figures lay flat on the ground under the scorching sun, their acting skills rivaling that of Ozu. Highset noticed no one was around and sat up with a sigh. What a pity. Only me and that lecherous monk survived. The old devil has kicked the bucket. Taching Nun unconsciously broke into a sweat. I did not expect the legendary master of the celestial realm to be so powerful. We had not even met him before losing our lives. They suddenly fell into silence, each lost in their own schemes. Moments later, Highset, out of nowhere, suddenly burst with confidence. Lecherous monk. Everyone has suffered heavy losses. To take revenge, we need to unite our forces and collaborate. Tichi Mingyan, hearing this, eagerly agreed. Right. Let us participate in the demonic sect conference. I do not believe those old devils can handle him. Everything was decided just like that. The two reckless fools rode the flying treasure out of the canyon under the guidance of Bloodslaughter. Amidst the towering mountains, the ancient main hall of the supreme sect of celestial immortals appeared dazzlingly, radiating a sacred aura. From above, Tung Ven gazed upon this majestic scene with a sense of solemn respect. It was no wonder this was one of the 8 great immortal sects, and the leading sect in the Tianvan region. The formidable forces behind remained silently observant, leaving the commentary to him. Such significant events in the history of the cultivation world in Chanvian were indeed rare. Seeing this place for the first time, Chu Vun felt a bit nervous and exclaimed, I have seen it in ancient texts, but now I get to witness it in person. The supreme sect truly lives up to its name. Even the wealthy insects come here. Meanwhile, Ingeki Lin was full of the vibrant energy of an extrovert, eager to interact. Master, when are we going down there? Under her sparkling eyes full of anticipation, Trong Furvum could only feel uneasy and dodge the question. I wanted to participate in this gathering, but once I step out of the sword realm, I am just a mortal. To hide this secret, he pretended to be indifferent and waved his hand coolly to give instructions. I am quite lazy, so I am not going anywhere. Ingi Kefi Lin, you and Sect Master Law go along with the others. Take the little one too. Sen Kang, who could not join, sulked and begged. Master, I want to go too. I have never tasted the delicacies of gatherings like this, no matter how pitiful he seemed. Zhong Firm remained resolute in his refusal. You can forget it. I am afraid you will just end up arguing with someone. Hearing this, he reluctantly gave up the chance to enjoy the gourmet food. All right. Then I will stay here with my child and keep watch with you. In front of the grand hall, everyone hurried to move in time for the heavenly mountain grand feast of the supreme sect. Inside, the Hung, despite being surrounded by disciples chatting with him, still felt immensely gloomy. Seeing this, TV asked with concern, Master, why do you sigh like that? Like a long-sealed valve finally opened, he expressed his frustrations, feeling the sudden disappearance of his support. Should T-Master be feeling sad to rely on that senior? I even gave away my treasured artifacts. He lamented the rare opportunity he had missed. As a result, I just returned to the sect, preparing to go to the southern wilderness to depend on them. But when I came back, the entire estate had vanished. Just thinking about it made Thai Hung's heart shatter, crying out in despair, raking his hands through his hair. How could it just disappear? The disciples watched helplessly as he sulked like a child throwing a tantrum, unsure how to console him. Master, he is back in that despondent state, longing and reminiscing over just one meal there. I have broken through to the transformation stage upon returning. I can be considered a great cultivator now. But what does that even mean? The sudden call of Titsvivan echoed in his ears. Master. Master. His consciousness slowly returned to reality, making Thiang visibly uncomfortable from the interruption. What is it? He looked in the direction the boy pointed, and a moment later, his eyes widened in shock as a group of extraordinary people stepped in from the door, quickly capturing everyone's attention. The Yang intently followed the figure of Iniki Lin, faintly sensing something. That young lady looked so familiar. I think I met her the last time I went to see that former attendant. Before he could verify his thoughts, Tivia eagerly chimed in. And look, Master, there is the Dark Love King behind that young lady. At this moment, the Yang became more certain of his speculation. Indeed, it was the Dark Love King and that young lady. He did not care about appearances and stood up, his joy reaching a level where he could almost dance the lambada. Seems the celestial being is also here to join this gathering. Tu Ven could not help but feel embarrassed, so he deliberately reminded him. Master. Master. There are other sects here. There are other sects here. Realizing his behavior was a bit inappropriate, the Hang quickly cleared his throat to compose himself, restoring the solemn demeanor expected of him. Tu Ven. Ti Vi. Munsi Lan. Come with me. He led them to greet Nu Flying properly. This young lady is the leader of the Holy Sword sect. May I ask if she could take us to pay our respects to the former attendant? If it is not too much trouble. Celestial being. He then shifted his attention to the weapon in her hand, vaguely recalling their past connection. The divine sword of the golden fairy in your hand was a gift from our holy sword sect to the esteemed one. The Yang was quite adept at flattering the other party, acknowledging that it was indeed an honor for the sword to be in the lady's possession. And Gin Lin immediately responded with a polite reply, explaining with a hint of regret, "Master, I mentioned before, I appreciate the sword you gifted me. However, my master prefers tranquility. So even though we have come here, we won't enter the supreme sect." Observing Niven's impatience, Chu Vi suggested, "Miss Tun, why do not we return to the island and ask the esteemed one if they wish to meet them?" The Heng gazed thoughtfully at the woman before her. This is the master of the 10,000 Flower Valley. Isn't the 10,000 Flower Valley concerned about the trivial matters in the mortal realm? When did she start clinging on? His eyes stared fiercely at her, annoyingly. The number of people clinging to the esteemed one was increasing. As the group moved along, the Hung sighed softly to herself, uncertain if she would still have a chance. Outside, Tron Krumfum was engrossed in observation when he suddenly asked Han, "Why are you back? And you brought someone with you?" Hearing her name called, the Yang respectfully replied, "I greet the esteemed one. A few days ago, I brought Tu Ven and the others to meet the esteemed one, only to find that you had left." And completely at that, as he spoke, he glanced at the lush fairy fruit trees behind him, silently marveling at the esteemed one's ability to leave others in awe even when moving. Trejung Fum was momentarily stunned before remembering to ask warmly, "Is it the leader of the Holy Sword sect who sent me fertilizer and a sword? It has been a while since we last met. Is your Holy Sword sect participating in this celestial gathering? But you are not at the Supreme sect. How did you end up on my island?" Upon hearing this, he inwardly pouted mischievously like a child. What could be more important than clinging to the esteemed one's leg? Yet he calmly replied, "Knowing the esteemed one is here, of course I had to come to pay my respects. I just did not expect to meet here, and was not prepared with any gifts." Seeing him so enthusiastic, Trashung Fum waved his hand politely. "It is all right. It is all right. While I am smiling on the outside, I am screaming inside. Last time I gifted it, I intended to have him protected. And this time I can't leave the island. So I really feel awkward accepting more gifts." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, and Thai Heng quickly looked over, instantly realizing it was the celestial gathering. The sound resonated in the quiet space. "Did you just realize the time, and that it is about to begin?" In a space covered by dark red clouds, KVN stood in mid-air, squinting warily. The two auras of the Supreme Void Devil had disappeared from here. Suddenly, she noticed a crack glowing in the distance. To satisfy her curiosity, KVN flew over to take a closer look. This place hid a small world, but it seemed its protective layer had been compromised. It seemed that two void evil beings had entered this small world through a crack. Worried for its survival, she hurriedly rushed in. This is not good. Such small worlds have never had strong experts. Moreover, lacking knowledge of the 3,000 worlds, if the void evil beings entered, the entire world could face annihilation. Just as she was about to enter, an invisible wall appeared and blocked her. Stunned by the barrier before her, Kei-Ven calmly analyzed and realized that the heavenly laws of this world were resisting her. Was it because they could not bear her power? But how could the two void evil beings get in? There was no time to think further. Kei-Ven quickly bent down and raised her hand to chant a spell. No choice. It seemed she had to enter a body first. Holding her sword, she pointed at the world before her and recited the incantation. She called upon the beings on this continent to unite and resist. A powerful golden light pierced through the crack and struck the ground. At that moment, Tra Chang Fum was lounging on a couch, leisurely enjoying the scenic view. The young kept gazing in one direction, as if waiting for something, unexpectedly able to savor the exquisite delicacies granted by the celestial beings. It turned out he was eyeing the pot of porridge simmering nearby. Tra Chang Fum boasted modestly, saying it was just some ordinary food, prepared in a simple pot. The Heng turned to him, looking a bit shy. "Celestial being, should I ask if I should say this? Your pot is the 9 heavens divine cauldron. Is not it a bit much to use it as a cooking pot?" Seeing his exaggerated expression, Trang Fum responded nonchalantly. Before I could finish, my heart suddenly jolted. "Wait. This is the 9 heavens divine cauldron I struck down with my sword," the young interjected to explain. "That is right. Celestial being, you might not know. The purpose of the Supreme Divine Sect gathering is to find this 9 heavens divine cauldron." Looking at the dish in the cauldron exuding a fragrant aroma, he continued to ramble, saying if they could not find it, they would have to start implementing backup plans to repair the gaps in the protective formation. Hearing this, Trashung Fum immediately understood. So that is how it was. Realizing the importance of the cauldron, he jumped up and assigned a task to his disciple Engunik Lian. "Everyone, go inform the Supreme Sect, so they can gather on the island and tell them the cauldron is here." In the main hall of the Supreme Divine Sect meeting, a person before Don Hoing was trying to explain. "Sect Master of the Supreme Divine Sect, it is not that we do not want to repair the formation. A demonic entity from outside has caused chaos on the Qian Van continent 1,000 years ago. which is recorded in our 10-tech sect. But repairing it requires a process. He stood on the high platform, looking down seriously. Responding. Fellow Doists. Our top priority now is to find the 9 heavens divine cauldron. The old sect has quite a few disciples going down the mountain, but none have found it. Hoin provided the information he found for everyone to compare and discuss. Only knowing it had appeared in Nam Hong. Not knowing if any of the Daoists had other news. Lang Fai sat far away, shyly rubbing his face as he spoke. I have sent disciples to search before. Ziya beside him leaned on his chain. Mocking. Is it convenient because it is close? Did your sect hide something from the South Hong? Realizing he was talking about him, Lang Fai frowned in anger and questioned back. Are you looking down on the integrity of the South Hong cultivators? Seeing the argument unfold, Du Hoing could only stroke his beard and sigh in frustration. After 10,000 years, these sects had forgotten the threats from the outside world. Just when tensions were high, the group of 3 gawk lions suddenly entered to provide information, wanting to know where the 9 heavens divine summit was and inviting them to follow. Just when he was feeling drowsy, he was taken aback by Zhu Man dropping in from the sky. After narrowing his eyes to take a closer look, a storm brewed within him. Dao Ho from the Holy Sword sect and Lei Dao Ho from the Wanhua Valley were following behind a junior, looking quite respectful. Seeing him still in shock, Chavu spoke up to remind him of Ingok Lion's words. Da Master Don. The 3 of us have information about the 9 heavens divine summit. The people around were stunned, mouths agape upon hearing the news, then hurriedly asked for the whereabouts. What? Quickly tell us where. The joy came too suddenly. Du Hoan eagerly inquired once more. Daho? Daho. And this little friend. Do you really have news of the 9 heavens divine summit? Seeing their unbelievable luck, the onlookers could not help but feel envious. What good fortune. We have practically turned over the South Hong and found nothing. Ziya interjected with a skeptical expression. That is the Holy Sword sect in Wanhua Valley over there. But who is this young lady? The Hang emphasized once more. We truly know the whereabouts of the 9 heavens divine summit. Chavu respectfully added. It is just on an island belonging to a celestial being. Upon hearing this, Du Hoyen expressed some doubt. Celestial being? Are you two joking with me? Sensing the discomfort in his words, she calmly and respectfully replied. How could I dare to joke with Da Master Don? Chavu did not mind revealing a bit more, stating that the 9 heavens divine summit was actually on the floating island of this young lady's master. Right now, that celestial being is outside of the Great Chi-Chin Mountains. But the celestial prefers not to leave the island. As she spoke, she turned to Migok Lion and Thai Hang with a knowing smile, suggesting that they and Dao Holy should accompany the celestial being's good disciple, and Tu, to invite everyone to the island. Knowing he had to make his own way without the same attention as the Kwai Wazesf clan, the others immediately protested. What, are we supposed to go to his island? Why does not he come down here? Who does he think he is? Daring to call himself a celestial being. Dao Master Don would not even claim that. Seeing the atmosphere growing tense, Du Hoing quickly spoke up to ease the concerns. All right. I will go with the 2 Dao Ho and this young friend to the island. Not wanting to feel lonely on the journey, he turned to the others. Dear Dao, will everyone join me in following Dao Ho Li and Dao Ho to pay respects to this young friend's master? Lang Fei was also a bit curious about this celestial being, seizing the opportunity right away. If Master Don has said so, then we will follow his words. Everyone present unanimously turned towards the door to meet the mysterious immortal. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, unafraid of heaven and earth. With so many of us, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act. Try to the ground his teeth in the crowd. Cursing that wretched woman, he clenched his fists, bitterly following behind, spitting in disdain. What floating island? It is clearly the failed project of the Tribu family. As all the swords flew following Nuckered line, someone immediately raised a question upon arrival. The formation of this floating island looked somewhat familiar. Vu Qi pondered thoughtfully and made a conjecture, unaware of Tri the Vice's furious expression beside him. Why does this seem similar to that of the Tridu family? Does your Nam Hong sect recognize it? Thun Lei did not respond to his question, frowning in frustration. I said, where is that immortal? We have left the Tai Thiding sect. Should not he come out to greet us? Tra Kahine, standing beside her, spoke up with a sarcastic tone. I want to see what this immortal actually looks like, ignoring those brainless fools. In Givi Lian cheerfully pointed towards the island to declare her master's territory. Esteemed seniors, this is my master's floating island. She landed gracefully, smiling as she took the lead and respectfully gestured. Please follow me. The towering ancient tree stood majestically in the vast space, astonishing everyone. It was a divine tree. Vu Qi had already sensed the marvel there, even from such a distance. He could feel the spiritual energy within the fruit on the tree. Baik Via exclaimed in shock. 1,000-year elixir. Meanwhile, the market observers were keen and assessed the situation insightfully. This stone also exuded a profound sword intent, capable of crafting treasures. He could not help but feel incredulous and stunned. Why do I feel like the entire island is filled with heavenly treasures? At that moment, Trajong Fum was repeatedly cleaning an incense burner, grumbling. Why can't this thing get clean? He quickly covered his nose as he caught a whiff of a strange scent wafting from inside, and this smell. When those cultivators come up here. How should I explain it? He then turned to give orders to the two accompanying him. Old Tongue. Old Hong. You both are knowledgeable. Is not this cauldron a divine artifact? How come it can't be cleaned after boiling a few times? Tung Van and Sepivan exchanged worried looks telepathically. They had never even touched a divine artifact before. They glanced at each other, sharing the same thought. Do not even mention a divine artifact like the Cu Thean Then Ian. They could not even protect ordinary artifacts, let alone using it to cook. Sen Kang stepped forward with a smug expression. Upon seeing the foolish looks on the two old men's faces, he knew they were unreliable. Master, let me take it to the river to wash. I am strong. Trajong Fum immediately agreed cheerfully. All right then. Trying one tea hurt. Strength can create miracles. But when Sen Kang lifted the incense burner, Tung Van and Sepialthan desperately tried to stop him. Immortal. This is a divine artifact. How can it be treated roughly like other things? Shortly after, Inkadleen led the group back. Master. Her work completion speed is exceptional. Leaving Trungong Pham stunned. Already here so quickly. Next you. Sen Kang helplessly watched as he was caught in a pincer, seeing Nguyen Lung wave a welcoming hand with Charnan Nguyen standing beside him. Don Hoen Zamchi, you thought. These two demon kings are not Tun Tao Hu's masters. He fell into deep contemplation and self-doubt. These two young friends and Tun Tao Hu are not of similar age. Only Tung Van and Hong Seeks then, though great practitioners, are not enough for Lao Zio Ho and Thio Ho to call them celestial beings. Suddenly, Don Hoen's eyes lit up when he noticed Trundra Nguyen. He immediately looked over and made a remark. This monk carries an aura that is definitely not ordinary. Could this stranger truly be a deity or immortal? Without hesitation, Don Hoen clasped his hands and respectfully greeted Tran Nguyen. I am Don Hoen, the sect master of the Thai Thing School, paying my respects to the celestial being. However, he was corrected by the young man. You have made a mistake. This person is my master. Ingikaleen took the initiative to introduce the person to Trangfum. Master. This is Senior Don Hyen, the sect master of the Thai Thigu sect. He forced a smile to regain composure, trying to avoid being laughed at by the fellow. Unexpectedly, this young fellow has already taught a talented disciple like Tuan Yu Hu. Truly, I have underestimated him. You can just call me Tranjanongfum. No need for formality. Don sect master. It is just that Neki Line has good talent. And Gi Ling continued the introduction. And this is the sect master of Hyen Than Law sect. But was interrupted midway by Don Hyen. And Tu Hu. Please hold off on the introductions for now. Hearing Tun Tu Hu, Luli Ou and the Zio Ou said. Tradongyo Hu is holding the Nine Heavens divine cauldron. Suddenly, Tradrang Fum was startled, losing his composure and letting out a gasp that ruined his image. Seeing this, Lin Hyen wondered. What is wrong? Is there something inconvenient for Trunkongwayohu to say? At this moment, he forced a smile and pointed at the mysterious giant incense burner. This divine cauldron is indeed in my possession. It is right here. He looked at the old incense burner, doubting his own eyes. This is really the Nine Heavens divine cauldron. Lian Hein frowned in suspicion upon noticing a strange odor from the incense burner. But why does this cauldron smell of meat and spices? Trajong Fum could only awkwardly smile in response. Earlier, I used it to cook meat. I must have added too many spices, which left an odor, causing Don Hone to turn pale. Nevertheless, he still felt admiration, giving a thumbs up. No wonder you are Treitao Zoaoi. Haha. In another place, Vuki was observing the surroundings with ill intentions. Every place is a paradise, and picking up anything is of immense value. If only we could take some back. He continued to explain. These items all belong to someone. Their power is unimaginable. If we were to steal, I am afraid even the sect master of Thai Thinyanyi would not let us run rampant. He immediately faced opposition from Thang Lei. What are you talking about? We are the righteous sect. How can we act like a rough bandit from the demonic path? With a strong sense of determination. V completely agreed with this opinion. Right. We need to find a reason to challenge. Then Trivathu can make a personal proposal. Speaking of reasons, I have you all, so cooperate with me a bit later. Okay. At this moment, the image of the floating island reappeared in everyone's mind. He continued to speak endlessly before boarding the island. Did you notice how similar the formation of this island is to the one from the Tribu family? Nuchi Sifong, upon hearing this, speculated that perhaps the core and formation of the floating island from this so-called immortal had been taken from the Tridu family. His words made Trive the furious. These young ones were shameless. They seized the Trigo family's floating formation while fighting the enemies, then dismantled the core and formation to claim it as their own. Kay smiled, showing that he understood the situation. So that was it. Di Min also sided with the Trio family leader. But she thought differently in her heart. I heard that the Trio family in the South Wilderness is quite arrogant. Di Min secretly mocked the opponent. thinking that the Trigo family coveted others' divine trees and wanted to steal the floating formation, but instead ended up being robbed. Then, Tribo clasped his hands and concluded that this floating island was something that kids stole and modified. Even if they do not give us everything on this island. He pointed to the divine tree in the distance. At least they should compensate for more than half. I just want to reclaim my island. The rest, everyone was thrilled, feeling like they hit the jackpot. If this works out, we will strike it rich. I can feel the excitement. Even if it fails, we can still network and take a chance with him. Thinking that, they all shouted in unison praising Tribavij. Trida brother is right. That kid is malicious. As a member of a prestigious sect, how can I ignore such cruel actions? I will definitely demand justice. Meanwhile, Don Hon was discussing the cauldron with Vidrung Phim. Brother Tridong, how could you use the ancient divine king's cauldron to cook meat? In moments like this, you can only laugh it off. At that time, I did not know this was the Nine Heavens divine cauldron, adding so many spices, and used this divine cauldron to boil. Upon hearing this, he immediately teased you. Was the meat good? It left you shocked and speechless. Don Hoen was like a valve releasing pressure, chatting non-stop. The old man was just curious about the power of such divine artifacts. Aside from being the core of the formation, what other uses do they have? It seemed you noticed something unusual about the cauldron. But old man Tung and the others said this pot. I think the flavor is not bad. This cauldron can refine meat into spiritual power. Don Hoen looked into the cauldron, joyfully and blindly admiring it. Truly the divine artifact left by the ancient divine king. Meanwhile, Trutong Fum was having his own thoughts. This old man would not take the cauldron from me and secretly cook meat. Right, a moment later, he began giving you thoughtful advice. But are you willing to let me manage this divine artifact? Our supreme sect has gathered several immortal sects to find this Nine Heavens divine cauldron and repair the great protective formation. After hearing this, Trong Fum politely responded. I have no objections to that. This is also why I asked Nagikilin to call everyone up. Don Hon thanked him politely. Brother Trong is truly a good example for the world. The old man thanks you on behalf of the beings of the Qianvenan continent. At the same time, Tributha's group returned. He loudly accused Don sect leader. This kid is not a good person. Don elder, do not be fooled by this shameless guy. Don Hon immediately showed confusion. I wonder why you all say that. Deep down, he quietly evaluated and concluded about Trondring Fum all this time. Although young, his strength is certainly extraordinary. Yet I do not sense any aura. Perhaps like the fellow immortals said. He may look young but is actually an immortal. At this moment, Trondring Fum finally spoke after a long silence. Don fellow, you do not need to ask anymore. He stepped forward to confront Trigothi and waved his hand to command. I know what happened. Truong Pham pointed directly at Triyu, his tone casual yet provocative. I remember you are the head of the Triyu family. Right. Without waiting for a response, he raised his voice without fear. The last time the Triyu family came to Nam Hong Mountain to claim my estate, they ended up with nothing but a death sentence. What do you want this time? His words caused the crowd to stir. I recognized this literary style. It was indeed the charm of the Triyu family. I thought that the charm of the island was supported by the stone. But it turns out it all belongs to the Triyu family. Triyu the Kong panicked and fought back in front of everyone. Good. Do not slander us. The Triyu family has always acted justly. Clearly, you brought two demon kings to ambush us, while we were fighting the ghost-crying cave and the barbarian tribe. Those words were like a shot of adrenaline to Triyu's followers, who immediately shouted, Senior Dome, I can testify for the Triyu family. I trust Triyu's character. We must deal with this evil colluding with demons and barbarians. Seeing the crowd getting riled up, Don Hoing quickly stepped forward to calm things down. Everyone. But before he could say anything, Voki interrupted. Don sect leader. The supreme sect leads the righteous path in the world. We must act impartially. Yamin coldly added. We just want to bring justice back to the Triyu family. Trong Pham smirked, a mix of disdain and disgust on his face. Don Dao Trong. Let me handle this myself. He did not bother with lengthy rebuttals and got straight to the point. If the Triyu family claims this island belongs to them, then does that mean the elixir god tree and the treasures on the island also belong to the Triyu family? Triyu did not back down either, declaring loudly, my Triyu family has a legacy of 10,000 years. How could I not know what treasures the island holds? He confidently continued with a bravado that came from nowhere. But the Triyu family has a list of treasures to compare. Truong Pham did not want to waste time, concluding all the shamelessness. But I was also too lazy to argue with you about the situation back then. Let us fight. With his words, Ngoklian waved to summon his sword. Truong Pham pointed his sword directly at the opposing crowd, his voice sharp as a blade. Do not talk about this floating island. I would even give you my divine tree. Don Hoyen watched in astonishment. Could this young man really be a sword immortal? At that moment, he shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful sword intent that knocked them back. Take this hit from me first. The force made everyone instinctively step back. Their eyes filled with shock. The sword intent was too terrifying. They chose the wrong person to mess with. Before they could regain their senses, Truong Fam's sword rushed forward like a whirlwind. But just then, Dong Hoyan shouted urgently, Truong Dao, show some mercy. He stepped forward, his tone gentle yet still commanding. Can you spare me for the sake of the old Taoist? After all, the Supreme Sect invited all of you to this great gathering. Thanks to those few words, those people saved their lives. Truong Pham did not continue his attack and simply replied indifferently, fine. I will spare you for the sake of the Taoist. You have to put down your sword, but it tugs at your heart a bit. It is a shame to miss out on so many points in the sword domain. At this moment, Vuki's face was pale, sitting on the ground, looking at you in panic. This swordsman senior is way too bloodthirsty. Dina Hien stood before everyone and declared loudly, Dear friends, if Trendong has agreed to bring out the 9 Heavens Divine Cauldron, then let us discuss the restoration of the protective Great Formation. Hearing this, Tranchurung Pham lazily waved his hand. Yinguan Long stepped forward with a gentle smile, looking very much like a tour guide. Everyone, this is the ginseng from the island. The Celestial being invited everyone to enjoy. Vuki stared in astonishment. Thank you, Celestial. Dean Hine stroked his long beard, smiling kindly. Thank you, Tra Hung, for your hospitality. When we return to the Supreme Sect, I will give you some good things. Trundring Pfeifum glanced at him and thought to himself, this old Taoist seems quite noble. He can't be a rogue, right? A stern voice echoed from the nameless mountain. What do you think that old man Chiju Don Hoin is gathering so many major sects for? Qin Hung frowned slightly, his tone becoming serious. Isn't it said it is for the protective Great Formation? In the hovering gray clouds, a skull stood with arms crossed, slightly smirking coldly. If you believed that, you would not be here participating in the demonic assembly. He glanced down, his voice mocking and steady. Aren't you afraid that those lofty righteous ones will take the opportunity to attack? And you won't be here anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, the area was filled with mocking laughter. Old Skull, your demonic sect has been suffering recently. I have heard about it. Your luck is really poor. Before the atmosphere could grow even colder, Hotset suddenly interrupted. Everyone, since we have gathered with difficulty, why not take this opportunity to do something? He spoke loudly, showing no restraint. Regardless of what the righteous did, why not strike first? Vutron then laughed mockingly, saying he heard that before. The Bloodthirsty Sect, the Reversal Sect, the Celestial Demon Sect, and the Joyful Sect attacked Venon Ho Valley and suffered heavy losses. Today only an old demon like you has come. He did not bother to retort, only replied coolly. Although my Bloodthirsty Sect suffered significant losses, I have also gained something from the disaster. As soon as he finished speaking, Hasight struck, lifting Vutrana in the blink of an eye. Vutron exploded, accompanied by a chilling scream. Heist immediately grinned wickedly. Gave you too much trouble. Witnessing this scene left the crowd in shock. How did this old man suddenly become stronger? He spoke of gaining something from disaster. Could it be that he encountered a great opportunity in the midst of danger? He paid no attention to the discussions, directly addressing the matter at hand. You all are prominent figures in the demonic path. Are not you afraid to act against the righteous? Qin Hung, hearing this, became slightly agitated and hurriedly asked, Then what are you, the sect leader, planning to do? Haoitset laughed coldly, an ominous sound like a knife scraping against bone. We will go directly to the Supreme Sect. He spoke decisively, his voice resonating in the air. A bloody path ahead. The crowd trembled slightly, and Henfesha thought in horror. Has this old demon gone mad? Is it possible to become stronger but lose one's sanity? But at this moment, Bloodslaughter no longer hides anything, as a bright red sphere forms in his palm. Everyone, if you join me at the Supreme Sect, I will give you the chance to become as strong as I am. With that, he waved his hand, shooting out countless red tendrils like roots. Those tendrils directly pierced into the bodies of those around him. They felt no fear or pain. Instead, they screamed in ecstasy. What is this? My power is increasing. I have actually broken through. Immediately after, Bloodslaughter raised an eyebrow, smug as if everything was in his grasp. Now, how do you feel about my plan? They no longer hesitated or held back. Each of them shouted enthusiastically. I agree. I like this plan. Without a moment's pause, they soared into the sky, no longer able to stand that old man from the Supreme Sect. So let us gather the disciples and get ready to move out. Seeing this, Bloodslaughter laughed with delight, using fresh blood to sacrifice to the gods, offering life to Master Eng. At the Supreme Sect, among the floating ships in the clouds, a deep voice resonated with a hint of emotion. Right now, the Supreme Sect truly seems to have the momentum of countless immortals ascending to court. Lum Hung gently stroked his beard, his gaze still fixed ahead as he calmly responded. Whether or not countless immortals are ascending, I do not know. But there truly is a celestial being over there. Hearing this, the person beside him asked with a hint of doubt. It refers to the one who silenced all the clan heads and sect masters with a single strike. I proclaim myself the sword immortal of the family. On the floating island, Trajong Fum was lazily leaning against a tree. Old Daoist. You have been discussing for quite a while, have not you? Don remarked with a hint of helplessness. The materials to repair the protective array are too precious. A single sect can't bear the burden. And if shared, each clan will surely argue over who gets more or less. Hearing this, he immediately fell silent. Indeed, it was inconvenient to mention that the crack was caused by him, but then he quickly changed his expression and suggested, Old Daoist, why do not you see what you lack? And if I have anything on my island, just take it? Do Hoen also responded cheerfully. Then I won't hold back. I see you have quite a few valuable items on your island. A trying Frovum threw an arm around him. Grinning. Old Daoist, we are equals. Do not be so polite with me. He chuckled heartily. Later, I will bring my disciples to clear out everything on Eou's island. Suddenly, the young rushed over with urgent news. Master Don, the Supreme Immortal. Over 100 demonic sects are approaching the Supreme Sect. Now only 100 miles away. And all the clans on the way have been wiped out. Hearing this, Lun Hein was immediately shocked. What? But he quickly regained his composure and immediately issued an order. The Dao, Lulado, quickly gather the clan heads and sect masters to Eou's island to discuss how to deal with the Demon Alliance. A Trong Fum stood by. Glancing down, his voice tinged with hesitation. This battle. He paused for a moment, then slowly continued, his tone significantly heavier. Almost loud, the sects have gathered, and a desperate voice suddenly rang out. We asked Sect Master Don to take charge for our Feng Lucky Kim CX. Tech Darren clasped his hands and knelt down sincerely. Feng Li Kim's as if it has been destroyed. Only a few of us brothers broke through the siege, with the protection of our elders. Hearing this news, Ahmadi's expression suddenly changed. When did the Demon Alliance form? They definitely did not just destroy Feng Lucky Kim CX. Aquan 9 was also indignant. This was a provocation against the righteous sects like ours that we can't ignore. Don Hoen stepped forward, his gaze filled with righteous spirit. Fellow cultivators, we will seek justice for Feng Lucky Kim CHE before discussing anything else. We need to act quickly as the Demon Alliance is preparing to attack. Honamovi and Kun 9 immediately responded enthusiastically. Sect Master Don, what if we face the Demon Army directly? Rest assured. Sect Master, I have gathered the disciples of the sect for support. Seeing everyone united, he felt relieved and turned to ask for opinions. Wow. You understand. Reassure the elder, and then immediately affirmed his stance, saying he absolutely would not stand by for the righteous sects of the world. But in truth, Trachong Fum was secretly scheming, thinking he could not miss out on such a significant opportunity in the realm of swords. Receiving the firm commitment, Don Hoen calmly expressed his gratitude. The elder thanked Tringaho Aoi, feeling at ease to assign tasks, as there was no time to waste. He immediately began to arrange the Tai Chi formation and asked his fellow cultivators to enter and assist. Not far away, the demonic army was hiding in the thick black clouds, watching their every move. In front of them was the yin-yang formation in operation. Lim Kim guessed correctly with a mocking tone. Indeed, the old man Chu Dan was still setting up the Tai Chi formation, renowned throughout the land. Leffy turned back to look at Hai Sat with a sly smile. But we are different now. Seeing the blood-red demonic energy around him, Amphiutin realized this old demon's power had increased. Gritting his teeth in disdain, damn it. The secret technique he used to enhance his strength is definitely incomplete. And obviously, Kan Hung shares the same idea. Hanfiu set aside his discontent and declared boldly. After we destroy the mountains and cities to get here, our strength has indeed increased significantly. Lim Kim and Lahai were also scheming. Once we deal with the Tai Thunji sect, devour all life on this continent, we might even break through to become immortals. As for Hai Set, he remained silently arrogant like a fanatic. I have the power granted by the gods. I will offer you to my master, and you will become the stepping stone to my immortality. Without waiting any longer, he urged eagerly. Let us get started. Following Hai Sat's command, the demonic army surged from the void towards the island like a swarm of moths. Don Hoen stood at the center of the formation, shouting the incantation. The filthy demons had begun their attack. Fellow cultivators, prepare to initiate the formation. The united cultivators wielded their swords, channeling spiritual energy to activate the formation. As the yin-yang formation took effect, it immediately shot sharp arrows of spiritual energy towards the demonic outsiders. The blood slaughter leader charged forward, a savage grin spreading across his face. He gathered demonic energy and easily blocked the attack, a piece of cake. Then he swung his fist wrapped in crimson energy ahead to clear the path. Follow me. Don Hein, on high alert, waved his feather fan and muttered the incantation. Transform. Everyone froze, staring at Tiu Tan, who seemed to vanish into thin air. He is, an excited monk shouted loudly. The Immortal's divine power dominates the world. The Immortal's sword is unmatched. Aquanen also felt satisfied. The demon had perished, and everyone avenged their comrades. At the same time, Qin Hung and his crew quickly fled. The blood slaughter sect leader was about to die. Brothers. The mountains are high and the road is long. We will unite again to achieve greatness. But some still cast doubt, whispering that behind him was the Taihu evil demon. Suddenly, bright spots of light began to appear around Feiqiang City, stunning them all. What is that? The evil demon infiltrated the spiritual energy, like a spider's web, instantly breaking apart like a needle in a net. Dong Hoen frowned slightly, stopping the carnage. Fellow Doists, do not corner yourselves. I must clarify what happened today first. Timpeng Vine pointed at the divine sword soaring in the sky. Right, Donsec Master. How should we handle that sword? Before he could make arrangements, the entire sword suddenly emitted faint golden rays filled with spiritual energy, capturing the attention of many cultivators below. The golden light gathered at the sword's hilt, forming a mysterious golden orb. As the faint light faded, the serene figure of K-Vine appeared, sitting cross-legged. Don Hon immediately introduced himself respectfully. I am Don Hon from the supreme sect of the Qian Vanning continent. Thank you for holding back the Taihu evil demon. She slowly opened her mysterious violet eyes and quietly looked down. K-Ven calmly clasped her hands in introduction. Too kind. I'm Vian, a law enforcer from the immortal realm of Venaning. This is my duty. I must thank you all for your assistance. Don Hon humbly gestured. It is just mutual assistance. Thank you for the advance warning. I wonder if you would join me to meet the immortal and eliminate the Taihu evil demon. Atio agreed. Of course. In the endless expanse of sky and clouds, figures fluttered together, soaring towards their destination. Everyone overlooked the size and the enigmatic smile of K-Ven, not realizing that in this obscure world, they had encountered a master with profound sword intent, sitting in meditation. She softly expressed thoughts that intrigued them. At that moment in Feiqiang City, Trundering Fum wandered around observing K-Ven as if she were an exotic creature, occasionally making strange noises, regarded as a rare find, prompting her to glance at him with a mix of suspicion and caution. In Trundering Fum's mind, he was overjoyed, thinking he could move freely in the air. Such an immortal. I wonder how many points in the sword realm I could earn. He hit his head hard, scolding himself. I really need to earn points in the sword realm like crazy. This foolish demeanor made K-Vun a bit worried. Is he thinking of something bad? But she sincerely expressed her gratitude, addressing Zhang Fan as a friend, thanking him for helping her eliminate the Taihu evil demon that she had been pursuing. Zhang Fan humbly waved his hand. It is nothing. He pounded his chest with great enthusiasm, declaring that he would never refuse to help against the evil that brings death to all living beings. Kuai Wen cautiously warned of the potential danger. But everyone should still be careful. He had chased down 2 demons in total, and one had slipped into the Chanyang continent at the same time, hiding very well. Don Hoing carefully asked, Fairy, can you tell me about the abilities of the Taihu evil demon? She did not hold back and revealed everything. Of course, Taihu evil demon is a general term. There are many classifications, each with the faith of the evil god. Kuai Wen quickly used examples from previous demons. The abilities of demons with different beliefs will vary. The one that Zhang Fan killed today could use slaughter to exchange for the power of the evil god's belief. She hesitated a bit, her face showing some worry. As for the other one, Zhang Fan and the others must be careful. Kuai Wen recalled its eerie appearance. Its evil god's belief could bring about plagues, thus enhancing its own power. The powers of the evil demons made everyone's faces serious. Importantly, this plague spreads unconsciously. Hearing this, Don Hoyen solemnly warned, you must remember to eradicate the evil. When the belief in the evil god becomes strong enough, it will attract the Taihu evil demon's attention. So you must eliminate all those who have fallen. He politely said his goodbyes and hurriedly left. Zhang Fan, Fairy, the situation is urgent. I can stay long. I need to arrange things with my fellow practitioners. Everyone left, leaving Zhang Fan joyfully murmuring to himself. One Taihu evil demon can grant me 500,000 sword power, and this one is in a weakened state. He smirked mischievously, eager to earn points in the sword realm. Indeed, if the sap does not eat grass, it won't get fat. It really makes me anxious to find the remaining Taihu evil demon. Seeing Zhang Fan with a strange expression as if he was on drugs, Kuai Wen cautiously asked, what are you thinking about? Zhang Fan, he honestly replied, I am thinking about how to lure more Taihu evil demons here. The unexpected answer left her stunned, her face showing a huge question mark. Realizing he had slipped, he quickly covered it up. I meant I need to think of a way to eliminate the remaining Taihu evil demon, to prevent the beings on the Chanyun continent from suffering destruction. Obviously, she was not foolish and began to doubt herself. I can't see through this guy's cultivation. The sword path is transcendent. But why does he look like such a fool? Zhang Fan decided to steer the conversation by summoning the original spirit. The other party respectfully asked, does the Celestial have any instructions? In response to his command, she was asked to go to the treasure house and bring out some spiritual fruits and herbs to help him concoct some immunity medicine. Hearing this, Kui Wen tensed up, readying herself for battle. Here, the sword realm was filled with spiritual energy, causing her inner turmoil to rise. In this place, Kuai Wen was still in shock, Looking at Zhang Fan with confusion, she hurriedly asked Trong Fum, "What did you want to refine earlier?" He awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "You can just call me by my name. I want to refine a medicinal pill for immunity against the disease that the Thai-H Timo is hiding. It will bring about a plague." Kei Ven quickly regained her composure and gently suggested, "Then you can call me by my name too." Fairy seems a bit over the top. She tried to probe further. "The items you prepared in the Viario fairy realm are quite rare. Why use such precious herbs to refine this type of pill?" Trong Fum nodded earnestly. "That is right. I know they are rare, but for me, there are plenty of these herbs and fruits on my island." Kei Van looked around in astonishment, her tone reflecting her surprise. "This divine tree of yours in the Viario fairy realm is also extremely rare." She had to admit the overwhelming wealth of her counterpart, and the abundant spiritual energy around. "It seems these herbs are indeed nothing special to you." Trong Fum chuckled. Already scheming in his mind, the Thai-H Team Alliance not only expanded the territory, but also upgraded the Sword Realm, thus enhancing the grade of the medicinal fruits. Kei Vane turned away, ignoring Gain Lung harvesting the fruits in a basket. "I can't watch anymore. Even though they are not mine. It pains me to see this." After a moment, she clasped her hands and bid farewell. "If that is the case, I will go find the old master to discuss capturing the remaining Thai-H. Trong Fum politely bowed. "Sorry for the trouble." Looking at the information displayed on the screen, he completed the level 3 Sword Realm. Receiving the skill of Eternal Sword Intent, he felt a sense of satisfaction. "Just in time. I will organize what I have harvested today." The Eternal Sword Intent can be reborn infinitely within the Sword Realm with the new skill. Trong Fum felt confident to unleash his full potential. "Even though I am almost unbeatable in the Sword Realm, my life still feels threatened. Now, whether it is poisoning or ambushing, it is no longer an issue, with idle time leading to reckless thoughts." He picked up his sword and wondered about being a test subject, or maybe even dying once to see what happens. Luckily, reason prevailed. Trong Fum cheerfully abandoned the idea. "Forget it. If level 3 is like this, I am curious about the next level. I hope to quickly find that Thai-H Tima hiding around." At this moment in the Tam Than Hall of the Thai Thueng sect, Don Hon and Kei Vine leisurely listened to the lively discussions of the cultivators below about how to capture the Thai-H Tima. Meanwhile, in a small town at the junction between the South Wilderness and East Spirit, a suspicious figure dressed in a black cloak blended into the sparse crowd. But no one noticed the deadly seeds he scattered with each step. The pathogen hid aside, muttering with a sinister expression. That crazy killer had indeed been eliminated by the experts of this world. He was determined to fulfill his ultimate goal, to unleash a plague upon this world. Watching the bustling crowd, the pathogen whispered maliciously in its mind, "Spread the pathogen." His eyes gleamed with a fanatic light. "The commander will look upon you with the gentle gaze of the Almighty. The Almighty will show compassion and guide you like a kind father." Time flies. And soon it will be the day of the meeting at the mansion. Kei Ven observed for a moment and murmured, feeling that there was something different about Trong Fum. Don Hoen smiled gracefully, also in agreement. The old Daoist felt it too. Trong Dao Hu seemed more confident now. Trong Fum awkwardly laughed it off. "Ha! It is probably because standing before a strong enemy. My heart sensed it, leading to a breakthrough in strength." Kei Ven was not easily distracted, tilting his head to ask, "The strong enemy you mentioned is that the Ihe Timao, whom you destroyed with a single strike?" "Right," he chuckled, pretending to be naive. "Ha! Do not think it was just one strike. I actually used all my strength, only holding back a little." Seeing him deny it, she gave up her probing. "Well, we along with the other Daoists have decided to form an alliance to hunt down the demonic coalition, infected by the power of the dark deity," Don Hon added. "But at the same time, we must also search for the remaining Thai-H Tima." He turned to look at the original mausoleum and instructed, "Vinahokosis is a sect skilled in medicine, so they will be sent to the mainland to exhaust all efforts in tracking down the source of the outbreak." Seeing their clear intentions, Trong Fum volunteered. "So what should I do?" Kei Van replied smoothly, clearly having planned this out meticulously beforehand. "The Daoist will protect Vinahokosev and its disciples, while we will be stationed to provide support. Since my true self is not here, my strength is also limited." He did not express any further opinions, conveniently picking up a branch by the road. "That works too." Under Kei Ven's amused gaze, Trong Fum fiddled for a while. "Everyone, wait for me a moment." Before long, he showcased what he had in hand. "Dao Trafeng Dun. Please distribute these wooden swords to everyone. They contain my sword intent." Don Hon accepted them gratefully. "Thank you. Trong Dao. I am only concerned for the Daoists hunting the dark entities. With your wooden swords, I won't need to worry anymore." "Ha?" Kei Ven cautiously inquired. "Trading Fum. Now that you have obtained the immortal sword Dao, you must be able to embody the sword intent, making it indestructible and your true self immortal." "Right." Trong Fum could only laugh it off. "Ha." Secretly admiring, This cave-in truly is remarkable. Coming from the immortal realm, having an extraordinary eye for people. Just then, the fleet preparing for battle caught their attention. The alliances set off. Meanwhile, the scene at the demon's lair was quite different. The skull trembled and knelt down. I pay my respects to the demon lord. Fi Henan angrily crushed the skull of the person in his hand. You worthless thing, carrying the demonic energy I bestowed upon you, yet returning in such a disheveled state. He fearfully stammered for mercy. Master, please spare my life. This lowly one did not know it was arranged by the demon lord. Furthermore, I did not expect a swordsman to appear in the Then Ven mainland. His words seemed like an excuse, causing the flames of fury atop his head to blaze fiercely. A small world protected by humans can earn money. Is it because he feels his true self has been sealed for thousands of years that he has become slow-witted? Without much hesitation, Hun gave a brief command. Summon your disciples here. Follow me. Soon, a large number of disciples knelt in line, shouting in unison, welcoming the demon lord as he left the mountain, returning to the floating island amidst the high sky. It looked like a piece of land cut off from the world, drifting in the endless sea of clouds. Zhang Fan held back for a while, but ultimately asked, why do you keep staring at me? Kuai Wen finally let out a question he had been holding in. I am just curious. The Tian Ven continent has no reputation in the myriad realms. Yet here stands a celestial being wielding the great Tao of sword energy like you, Liam Sai. Feeling slighted, proudly replied, that just proves I am a genius. Sai, I have such thin skin. It is embarrassing to say that my whole life, I have relied only on myself. Knowing his opponent was dodging, Kuai Wen pressed on with the next question. Right. Speaking of the Tian Ven continent, I still have one more question. Zhang Fan grew curious. What question? She looked at him seriously. Is it true that no extraordinary experts have ever appeared in the Tianvian continent? This time, he honestly expressed. I do not know much about the history of the Tianvian continent. But why are you so curious about this? Kuai Wen rested her chin in thought and replied. I realize I have underestimated the protective formation of the Tianvian continent. Kuai Wen recounted seriously. Saw 2 void demons I was chasing could pass through in an instant. Thinking it was simple. But even now I still can't get in. Zhang Fan could not help but be surprised. Was not that protective formation supposed to have a crack? She rested her hand on her chin, pondering for a moment. This is the issue of having a crack but still being unable to enter. The one who set up this formation is very strong, even in the Cloud immortal realm. They would be among the strongest. Are you serious, lady? He made a comical expression upon hearing that. So the protective formation is that formidable. Yet I managed to create a large crack. Fixing it will be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Kuai Wen looked stunned as if she had just discovered something. Initially, I thought the Tian Ven continent was just an ordinary world among the myriad realms. But now it feels somewhat familiar. Zhang Fan felt helpless, his eyes half closed in relaxation. This is something I will have to wait for the old master to return to ask about. To be honest, people can be quite lazy, not having researched much about the past. While she turned her face away in worry, he looked up and asked, you struggled to come in here. So how could those 2 void demons pass through the protective formation so quickly? Kuai Wen crossed her arms and explained, demons do not need to cultivate like us. They simply offer their soul and physical body to their master. She continued, her tone slightly mocking. Then they act like dogs trying to please their master, ready to sacrifice their physical form, using their souls to infiltrate the Tian Ven continent. Hearing that, Zhang Fan gently closed his eyes in contemplation. Those demons are truly bizarre. At that moment, Ngok rushed over. Master. Vien Hin. You 2 quickly look over there. A vertical beam of blue light appeared, causing him to wonder. This is Cave Evanid Hot Home, the leader of the Tiathan cult. This means that the evil spirit has already caught the attention of its master. The group led by Trandrangfum looked up in shock, her voice still echoing in their ears. If they did not act quickly, the Tiathun's gaze would turn to this world. Just then, Di Yingquang flew in to report. The celestial maiden, Tradong Thian Tivan, the senior sister, informed that their sect had discovered traces of the Tithun at the border of the southern Hong and eastern line regions. But that place had already become a hotspot. Hearing this, Trandrangfum immediately gave orders. You all take the medicinal pills and go assist Master Tradong with the disciples of Thai Thing Yu Tong. A Senkang and MMD Yazang then replied. Yep. Master. A moment later, he turned to give more instructions. Old Tongue. Old Hong. You 2 control the Fikasa Kong Island and move to the focal point established by Master Trenjong. Both nodded in agreement and set off. On the floating island, everyone immediately dispersed according to the orders, leaving only 2 figures standing still. The 2 of them silently watched the direction of the light. No one spoke, but in their hearts, they shared the same thought. They needed to follow quickly. The sky was blue with fluffy white clouds drifting by, while on the ground, people lay scattered like dead, their moans echoing everywhere. Help me. Help me. Someone lay with their mouth agape, reduced to a mere husk. Sikuti approached a villager and gently instructed, "Take the medicinal pills to hold on." Dean Hyen observed the light pillar and voiced his doubts. "This bright aura hides thousands upon thousands of evil spirits that are continuously howling." Chuva rushed in to report urgently. "Master Don, the disciples down below have discovered infected people in the nearby 10 cities. But we do not have enough personnel." Without hesitation, he immediately ordered all disciples skilled in medicine and alchemy to go there, and summoned those sects specialized in combat to join him. Suddenly, a strange light bolt appeared from nowhere, and a panicked voice rang out, "Master Don, we can't. It is the KT." He quickly reported that the villagers in the stronghold were no longer human. They had all been turned into evil spirits. And even we cultivators have been hindered. Then they acted like dogs currying favor with their master, ready to abandon their physical bodies and use their souls to invade the Qian continent without hesitation. Don Hoen firmly reminded, "All of you family heads and sect leaders, do not forget what we said in front of the celestial maiden." He immediately drew his sword and shouted with vigor, "Let us all charge forward." Dean Hyen leapt ahead, with the disciples following behind, united and ready for battle, sparing no effort. His eyes stared straight ahead, his heart filled with worry. He hoped that the Celestial Maiden and Master Tranong could arrive quickly. From his own experience, Don Hoen seemed to sense an omen. The old Daoist felt restless, as indeed in the distance, fierce zombies were madly attacking innocent people. 2 zombies with dark evil energy were growling and advancing forward. They charged to attack the innocent villagers here. Suddenly, a zombie with a bony appearance approached him unexpectedly. At the same time, someone raised their voice to remind him, "Be careful." Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the entire area. His whole body was covered in a green toxin, causing his face to melt away in an instant. Around them, people were screaming in despair. One by one, they gradually transformed into zombies. Just then, Hoen arrived. Bringing an immense power to the chaos below, he firmly declared to everyone, withdrawing his compassion for them, "Now that they have become like this, they will only bring harm to our Qian continent." Hoen called upon everyone. "Vi Ling Vin Tun." Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency rang out. "Don Sect Leader, the situation is critical." The effing bowed to announce, "We were planning to summon our friends from other regions for help." Kwon Sir chimed in, "But they are also fighting." Hearing this, Don Hoen sighed. Standing amidst the clouds, I expressed my feelings. I wanted to quickly mend the cracks in the protective formation, but it seems I have been too slow, and now I can only step into misfortune. Suddenly, the Aang interrupted in panic. "Don Sect Leader, let us not think about that for now. We have trouble." Below, the undead and the ominous spirits suddenly appeared, radiating fierce energy. Immediately, Don Hoen drew his sword and executed a technique. This was a major problem. If uncontrolled, it could be overwhelming. The force from his sword technique struck directly at the undead. The mutated citizens nearby were terrified and hurriedly dodged, but it was unfazed and struck them away. From above, powerful energies like thunder continuously struck the undead. However, through the thick cloud of dust, it stood tall, seemingly unaffected. Don Hoen raised his sword, commanding the disciples to fall back and use formations to build a defense outside the city. This formation seemed effective, causing the undead to topple back. Kwon Sir quickly urged the disciples to retreat outside the city. The disciples quickly fled to avoid the tremendous forces barreling toward the undead. Don Hyen, sword in hand, shouted to initiate the formation. And immediately, a massive yin-yang circle appeared in the sky, suppressing its power, forcing it to fall back and sink into the ground. Seeing this, the Aang announced to prepare support for Don Sect Leader. While everyone attacked the undead together, sudden waves of black energy surged. A loud explosion echoed, and it sprang up as if revived. The undead opened its mouth wide and called out, "Beings of this world, rush into the embrace of the Father Deity. The Almighty will embrace you with his forgiving heart." Everyone shouted in unison, "Damn it. Attack. Attack." But it was unscathed. Laughing gleefully, hee. Suddenly, stones flew straight up into the air, causing Hein to lean aside to dodge. The younger disciples cried out in pain. A worried Gwang asked again, "Have all of your companions taken the commoners out?" The Yang hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, Sect Master Don. I have sent the young disciples to escort them out." Hearing this answer, Don Hoen felt somewhat relieved and sternly said, "Then I will trouble you. Fellow Doists, let us work hard together." Below, the undead was increasingly arrogant, laughing provocatively, "Hurry and chase me, so I can grant you my father's blessings." Amidst the increasingly fierce counterattack, the cries became more frantic. He was extremely anxious. Why had not Vientini and Trantanoeo arrived yet? Suddenly, a floating island appeared, leading Hein to excitedly exclaim, "It is Tringo Ho Ho and Vientine. They are here," Tra Trung Fum calmly advised. Old Daoist. Do not rot. You draw your sword and declare coldly. Let me take action. The undead still did not realize Tronjoning Fum's strength and arrogantly laughed. Huh. Charge in. Come here quickly. In the blink of an eye, its body was torn apart, and the laughter was replaced by pitiful groans. Oh, pieces of the undead fell off the cliff. And above, voices of admiration rang out. This is the great sword energy of the sword immortal. Dina Hine stroked his beard in disbelief, truly not letting him down. Wow. Now. Only strange green demonic energies and countless dead bodies remained. Everyone then approached to welcome Triking the Yinji Tin and Vivin Tin T. Tronkrong Fum clasped his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "The victims below have all fallen ill." Lying motionless and unable to get up, Dohon flew in to express gratitude. It is thanks to the Taoist friends. He looked down thoughtfully. I never expected the evil forces from beyond to be so formidable. The scriptures can't capture the past calamities of the Tian Van continent. Kavian immediately reminded him. Master, now is not the time to be careless. She pointed towards the strange light and said, if we do not deal with this light source soon, the void demon hiding within will use it as a beacon to attract the power of the evil god. Kavian continued. By then, this world will become a playground for that evil god, and plagues will spread everywhere. Dina Hine clasped his hands behind his back and declared, I will lead all of you forward to fight the enemy. Kavian turned to him, her expression serious. Trading Fum. I can't channel power over a large area yet. This time, I am counting on you. Trong Fum smiled confidently. Leave it to me. I won't shy away from protecting the Qian Van continent. He then raised his hand to call out loudly for Enji Lian. Immediately, Enki Lin appeared, respectfully greeting her master. Terzong Fum then instructed her. In Lin gathered the old folks like Tung and see you to help the Taoist clear the demonic energy infecting the villagers. Akay Ven cautiously spoke up. Miss Ninkiv Lin, please do not be soft-hearted. Sometimes doing so helps save more lives. Enki Lin's gaze showed slight dissatisfaction. Yeah. No need for you to pretend to be kind and remind me. She turned away sulking, mumbling. You are not from the Chan Van continent. Of course. It is easy for you to say. Yeah. Trying Huanfim sensed the tension and chuckled to lighten the mood. All right. Ingi Kifi Lin. You should go now. She promptly stood on the tip of her sword and replied. Master, I am off. He raised his hand to rub his chin. Hesitating a bit, Kevin said. Sorry about that. Yuklin did not let him finish. And Kvenin chimed in. Looking on, it was clear that Miss Nafsi Line was quite attached to her master. Trungfum hurriedly explained. Cough. Ingikalian feels insecure because of her family's troubles. She is not targeting you on purpose. Kevin replied solemnly. Looks like she is just a child with a tough life. Then she turned to him and instructed. Trading Fum. You need to take action later. Below, Sen Kang was advancing to attack. The void demons appeared next to the light pillar, and Dean Han called out loudly. A Trong Dao. Without hesitation, Trongong Fum stepped forward with fierce determination. Let me handle it. He spun around, creating a powerful surge of energy. Kei Ven watched in awe. Impressed. Indeed. The mastery of the sword's intent was extraordinary. Could an ordinary person comprehend this? It could just be the common folk in this desolate area. She pondered further. But even if that is true, the myriad realms will soon be bustling. Trondrong Fum unleashed a brilliant sword technique, forming a cross shape. Boldly challenging. Evil spirits, take my strike. The sword energy shot straight towards the void demons, resulting in a violent explosion accompanied by piercing screams. Amidst the thick smoke, only the swirling green energy and gooey remnants remained, and the troops could not help but praise. Truly, he was a celestial being. Dongho Nun noticed something was off and quickly exclaimed. That is not right. How could the villagers below be infected? From their bodies, green wisps of energy continuously rose up. They were being drawn up by the evil pathogen. It screamed maddeningly. Ho 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 ha. The pathogen's body swelled larger and grew more ferocious. These lowly beings, it roared in fury, not expecting to dare disrupt the favor of the Father God. At that moment, on the floating island, an immense power surged forth, rushing straight towards the pathogen, making it scream out in agony. Junkai immediately clasped his hands in thanks, grateful to the sword immortal for saving all living beings. Atrang Frofhum humbly replied, it is nothing, just a natural reflex. Was I really that impressive? But inside, he thought to himself, the reward level of the sword domain is still just this much. Trongong Fum stood with his hands on his hips, watching the crowd in front of him bowing their heads in respect to the Supreme Immortal and the Yuanian Fairy. The Eng immediately clapped. The flattery so thick that Trontrong Fum had to cover his nose, as expected of the Supreme Immortal. That chaotic evil we cultivators could not handle. You wiped it out in an instant. Deech Lian felt a chill just from listening, secretly assessing this holy sword sect guy who looked to be of noble character, but turned out to be just a good flatterer. The scrutinizing glances landed right on Thai Heng, making him smugly think, This supreme immortal is my savior. I need to seize this opportunity. If you did not gain anything, then you deserved it. Trottering Fum suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed heartily. Huh. We are all from the Kinjin continent. Of course. I can't just stand by. And I am not that formidable either. After saying this, he walked over to Tron Nigine, who was struggling to hold a pile of spirit fruits, and waved his hand generously. Well, everyone has worked hard. Here are the spirit fruits I have prepared. You all eat to replenish yourselves. In an instant, everyone had a fruit in their hands. The Emping stared at the brilliantly shining fruit in his hand, unable to hold back. Damn. It is a celestial fruit. It is packed with a lot of vital energy. Then he tossed the fruit up high, his face beaming, looking no different from a girl receiving a birthday gift. Thank you. Supreme Immortal. Lang Tai turned to glance at the fruit in the Yang's hand, feeling jealousy in her heart. Damn. The celestial fruit in the hands of that old man from the Holy Sword sect looks way better. Turns out the Supreme Immortal likes to be flattered. Just as the atmosphere was lively, Kevin solemnly reminded, all right. Trading Fum. Now is not the time for us to be lax. She frowned at him, her voice tinged with worry. Earlier, you only destroyed a fraction of that chaotic evil's avatar. Hearing this, Trading Fum's expression turned serious. I know, he murmured to himself. I figured the reward level of the sword domain the system gave was even lower than that chaotic evil I encountered before. Kevin was so surprised that she covered her mouth. You knew. A strange feeling began to rise in her heart. Trading Fum was becoming more and more mysterious. Trading Fum looked up at the sky, his eyes deep in thought. Logically, this Jin Vanan continent should not know much about the chaotic evil. Kevin's face showed clear tension. If Trading Fum already knows, then there is no need for further explanation. Then she turned around and spoke loudly to everyone below. You all in the Chin Van continent have seen it. The Taihu demon is not just one. Its destructive power is immense. Chuzua crossed his arms and furrowed his brow, clearly filled with indignation. Many people in the city had turned into demons beyond saving, and those who could be saved were gravely injured, likely not to survive long. Just thinking about the cruel face of the demon god made Kevin's expression grow more serious. This Taihu demon is actually an evolved and modified version of the demon god, spreading disease. Her gaze suddenly sharpened as she warned. Everyone, do not underestimate it. There was once a world destroyed by this demon god. By the time Vanningatine and other realms formed an alliance, there were no living beings left, only disease and desolation. After hearing this, Thongli's face turned pale, stammering each word. This, Dechlian also broke a light sweat, expressing his concern. Fairy, if the senior had not intervened earlier, we would not have been able to deal with that Taihu demon's avatar, let alone have the audacity to underestimate it. Dianhine finally confirmed after a long silence. All right, I understand what the fairy means. Everyone rested a bit after consuming the fairy fruit. Before preparing to set off, they saw this and promptly complied. Yep. We will follow the orders of Master Dawn. And we are grateful for the guidance of the senior and the fairy. Before long, the entire group flew into the town on their swords. The scene that unfolded before them was one of devastation, with injured people everywhere. Don Hoen's eyes were filled with sorrow as he sighed. Hearing that heavy sigh, a Trong Fum turned to ask, what is wrong? Old priest, without waiting for him to answer, he pulled out a wooden sword and slowly laid out a battle plan. As long as you all find that Taihu demon and activate my wooden sword, I can temporarily control it from afar before we deal with it completely. Dianhine clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the dark streaks in the sky. The old priest need not worry about this. With a knowledgeable fairy and this sword fairy here to assist, the old priest is not worried about the Taihu demon escaping. His voice grew choked, and he looked increasingly frustrated. But I am worried about the future of the Tian Van continent. He paused for a moment before slowly continuing. I fear the peaceful life of the Chan Van continent, protected by the Long Taiyu Tine Emperor for thousands of years, will no longer be stable. Upon hearing that name, both Trungong Fum and Kevin were startled, the four words Long Taiyu Tai echoing in their minds. Unable to contain his curiosity, a Trong Fum exclaimed. The Emperor. Kevin also froze, echoing in disbelief that the Chan Van continent had once had an emperor. Dianhine slowly stroked his long beard, his voice heavy with thought. This is a tale recorded only in the scriptures of great sects that have been passed down for over 10,000 years, while others covet the divine peak as a fairy artifact. He crossed his arms behind his back, his gaze distant. Only we know what this means for the Qian Vanan continent. No one else knows what happened back then. Dianhine closed his eyes, trying to dig up distant memories, and continued. All I know is that the Grand Master of the Supreme Sect recorded that the immortal Emperor, Lung Yu Tu, set up a great formation, using celestial energy as the focal point to hide Qian Van from the eyes of the 10,000 worlds. Hearing this, Kvian suddenly grasped the issue and interjected. No wonder a world we have never heard of could keep an immortal like me outside. It turns out an immortal emperor once appeared here. She stroked her chin, glancing at Traneng Pham and concluding. For someone to grasp the profound sword intent like Trang Dung Pham, This land must surely give birth to great talents. Trondheim Fum quickly retorted. It is just me. Tradering Fum. My current strength is entirely based on my own efforts. Dean Hein chuckled softly and agreed. Of course. Tradering Fum. For someone so young to comprehend the sword path, you must have trained hard. It is something outsiders can hardly imagine. Flattered by the praise, Trachang Fum burst into a joyful laugh. Ha. Exactly. Ingi Kifi Lin, standing not far away, secretly agreed. Master Zuan was right. The strength the master has now must have come from countless efforts we can't even comprehend. With that thought, she immediately drew her sword, starting to practice her moves. I should learn from my master too. Tradering Fum, seeing his disciple suddenly brimming with enthusiasm, cleared his throat and suggested, Master, let us not talk about me anymore. Please continue with the previous topic. Dean Hein shook his head slightly, looking at him seriously. Even if Trundring Dao you found the 9 heavens divine ding, we can repair the great formation. But I fear it may be too late then. He furrowed his brows, showing clear worry. 1,000 years ago, a demonic leader stole the 9 heavens divine ding. The great formation shattered, allowing evil spirits to invade Shenvine. He hesitated, gazing at the ever-growing crack in the sky. Dean Hein lowered her head anxiously. I fear that besides the 2 void demons that the fairy chased away, how many other demons from countless realms will invade our Qianvan continent? Kei Vane squinted and smiled at this, his tone light yet decisive. Why should Dao Trifangdam be worried? Not to mention that I could not catch those 2 void demons in time, allowing them to enter the Chanvan continent. I am the one responsible. Then she tilted her head to look at Trondrung Fum before continuing. On the Tianvan continent, you still have Trungkong Fum. Trondrung Fum smiled with delight but still tried to appear humble. V and Tinti interrupted, glancing up at the crack behind them, her serious expression trying to reassure him. But Dao Trufang, do not worry. I assure you I won't stand idly by. Though inside she felt guilty. The disaster is caused by me. It seems I must handle it quickly. After that, Trundring Pugfum clasped his hands to ask for permission to leave. Dao Trufang. We must quickly eliminate the remaining demon. Once done, we will restore the great formation. Just call me if needed. Du Hun also bowed her head in response, her voice respectful. With Dao Hoko Trijong and Vian Taikanda temporarily holding this place, the old Dao will gather fellow practitioners to hunt down the demons and handle the epidemic. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew off on his sword, in another place. Cheers echoed throughout the space. Congratulations to the Demon Lord for returning to the peak. Appearing again on the Chanvan continent, Vidar Hun appeared as if waiting for this moment for a long time, one hand resting on his thigh. Grinning broadly, he laughed while eagerly updating the situation. Currently, the protective formation of the Chanvan continent is cracked. The void demons have rushed to the continent, and the righteous are busy chasing the void demons. Then he spread his arms wide, making his robes flutter, his face full of pride as if the world had already returned to him. It was the day the Demon Lord showed his face, looking up at him with reverence and swearing allegiance. We willingly follow the great Demon Lord. Without wasting time, V Hun raised his hand, pointing far away and issuing the order to depart. At that moment, in a majestic main hall nestled among snow-covered mountains, an urgent voice rang out, filled with urgency. Sect Master, why did you suddenly call everyone together? Nahak Hein, sitting solemnly in the main seat, spoke up. The founder of the Ascension Fairy Realm has suddenly given orders. You all quickly gather the disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up, his face beaming, preparing to welcome the founder. At the upper Trying Fairy Realm, an ancient palace stood amidst a sea of white clouds. Inside the grand hall a group of people bowed respectfully, collectively shouting, please issue orders. Fairy King Trong Min. Trong Min sat upright, his hands clasped in front of his chest, full of gravity. The Fairy Emperor Long Taiyu hails from a small world, after the mysterious disappearance of Vian Lex. He once appeared more than 10,000 years ago, and now seems to have returned. After a moment of consideration, he decisively issued the order. The 8 of you, quickly take him for interrogation. The group below responded in unison. At your command. Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, 8 figures transformed into beams of light, soaring into the sky. Leaving only Trong Min silently watching, he casually returned to his throne, a slight cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The world could finally reveal the immortal Emperor Long Taiyu. And I have found him. He rested his chin on his hand, his calculating gaze fixed on that hand. As long as I acquire the mighty secret of the immortal Emperor Long Yu, I will completely unify the immortal realm and dominate the myriad worlds. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, the dark guards stood watch with fierce expressions. When suddenly, a disease sprouted, blazing through like a pursued demon, fast enough to only leave a blur of dust and a terrified scream as the great demon summoned its forces to the Chan Vanan continent. The demon soldiers hurriedly followed, the disease raging, shouting loudly. At the same time, on a floating island completely isolated from the outside world, Tranongyne brought a cup of water to Trang Pham, who was resting his head on his hand, gently calling, Fairy Vian. Daoist Tranjong. Before the cup could touch his hand, Trang Pham sprang up like a spring upon hearing Don Hyen's news that they had found the true form of that chaotic demon. K. Ven immediately spoke up, emphasizing, just in time as my true form has adapted to the rules of the Qian Van continent, I can pass through the immortal Emperor Long Tu's protective formation. Don Hoen's face lit up with joy. Gratitude overflowing, that is wonderful. Thank you, Venudu, for your help. With that, she turned and darted away, leaving behind a brief note. I will leave here first. Trang Pham did not delay and immediately instructed. Then let us set off right away. Old song. You and the old king will control the island and head there for support. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy everywhere. Upon arrival, Kvinan scanned around, seeing the injured group, and pointed to guide them over. At this moment, the floating island was also maneuvered to provide assistance. Lun Hoen assessed the chaotic situation below and quietly asked for help. The people of the supreme sect I brought can only hold for a while. Other sects are still being chased by demons. We still need to rely on Charchong Ta Hu. Trimpham smiled gently and reassured. Daoist, do not worry. Leave it to me. Golden flashes rained down like thunder. Kvenin anxiously looked around for something, suddenly stopping as an image caught her eye from the thigh Het Emma. She immediately drew her sword, the cold tip pointing straight at the disease. Don't even think about escaping. The disease laughed at this, the demonic energy around him growing stronger. The little one from the immortal realm Viananin, as well as this little brat from this world. Accept the love of the father deity. Those below immediately struggled to breathe due to the wave of demonic energy. Not good. Spread out quickly. Don Hoen pointed to the sky, his face extremely tense. The rift is bigger now. Dark streaks like blades tore through the sky, spreading continuously. The laughter of the disease echoed, filled with delight. Taking tens of thousands of lives as sacrifices. Kaveen furrowed her brows at him. Shortly after, the disease gathered all its internal energy, tilting its head back and howling with a bizarre, entranced expression. My father has given me the power to unleash my full strength in this world. Kivan generated a stream of spiritual energy that tore through the air. Charging forward, under her guidance, lightning struck the ground repeatedly, echoing into the sky. The pathogen waited until the attack ceased, then slowly reached out towards Kivan, little girl of the celestial realm. Van Ning, the roar from deep within engulfed the village below in sinister energy. You chased me for quite a distance, but you are too late now. At that very moment, a pillar of black mist rose from the ground like a stake driving into the heart of the sky. From within that dark force, grotesque creatures began to emerge from the Yang realm. Witnessing this scene, Kivan flew into a rage. Damn monsters. On the side of Truong Pham, Don Hoyen looked at the glowing streaks of demonic energy below, her voice betraying her tension. This is a big trouble. His hand clenched tightly as he tried to suppress his dissatisfaction. Truong Dao. If the celestial maiden has dealt with that chaotic demon, then we must stop this army of monsters. After a moment of silent contemplation, Truong Pham quickly relayed his orders. Ngok and the others go assist Truong Dao Trafeng. Lao Tong and Lao Hong will control the formation on the island to support us. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngok eagerly responded. Yep. Master. The others followed suit, shouting their affirmations before leaving. Understood. Yep. Master. The demonic aura shrank its form after releasing all the monsters. From above, Truong Pham began to draw his sword and unleash his technique against it. He roared like a wild beast, immediately swinging his weapon with great power. The holy slash tore through the desolate space, striking straight at the short-headed minions below. In an instant, the vast area echoed with the agonized screams of those monsters. The onslaught from Truong Pham finally subsided, leaving the surviving demons gasping in fear. Observing everything from the beginning, Kivan fell into deep contemplation without realizing it. The demons continued to surge forth, coaxing her to give up and return to her father's embrace. In the face of their arrogant words, she calmly shifted her energy to the sword in her hand, needing to prevent the chaotic demon from connecting with the dark god. Otherwise, the passage would link to the realm of the chaos divine demons. The weapon was quickly unleashed to attract spiritual power, according to Kivan's wishes. Righteous energy surged forth, celestial might roared, and the divine sword led the charge against the demon god. Layers of spiritual energy spiraled into a massive pure sword, enveloping her real sword before descending. Die already. Floating leisurely, the pathogen stared blankly at the powerful attack hurling towards it. Without hesitation, the sword energy rushed forward, striking it hard like a debt coming due. The unfortunate demons standing nearby were swept away by the shockwave without mercy. Suddenly, a disciple shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it is the celestial maiden. In the meantime, Kivan stood over the pathogen she had just dealt with. Frowning, After a moment of silence, she finally voiced the conclusion, screaming in her mind, "This is not good. A passage has formed." Elsewhere, Trong Pham continued to attack fervently, refusing to stop. "Look at this. The holy energy has been unleashed." Striking directly at that distant evil energy pillar, the demons felt their strength waning and could not stop moaning. Just as that pillar shattered into pieces, the wailing of someone echoed in all directions. "In the heavenly cloud continent. When I return next time, I will definitely make this world join the garden of my father." The space returned to its original tranquility, and Zhang Fan immediately questioned whether this crack could still be repaired. Kuai Wen looked helplessly at the scene before him, his voice clearly hesitant. This crack could have been repaired, but now it has been forcibly opened by the evil spirits to connect pathways, making it very difficult to restore it to its former state. His eyes scanned the distance, his words laced with a hint of anticipation, as it seemed that the heavenly cloud continent would indeed become incredibly lively in the future. Du Hai called everyone to gather for urgent news. It seemed that evil spirits had been here before, alerting the sovereign, and then immediately entered this world, leaving no time for others to take the lead. In the evil realm, a high-ranking demon commanded the minions below to assemble everyone into a grand army to conquer the heavenly cloud continent on behalf of the Father Deity. Now everything seemed to stabilize, and peace returned to the heavenly cloud continent, where they were meeting the immortal and the fairy. Don Hoen spoke on behalf of everyone, saying that this time the heavenly cloud continent faced danger, and he thanked Zhang Daoyu and Yuan Fairy for their assistance. Otherwise, the heavenly cloud continent would have faced disaster. Kuai Wen now was quite polite, saying that the one to be thanked should be Zhang Fan. Without him, he would have been blocked by the continent's protectors and unable to arrive in time. Don Hoen looked worriedly at the crack. Although they had dealt with the evil spirits, the heavenly cloud continent was still only temporarily safe. The threat might still be lurking behind. She agreed.
Yep.
After an attack from destructive demons, the Guardian continent could not avoid collapse. Instead of thinking about how to repair it, it would be better to seize the opportunity to cultivate. At this point, Zhang Fan realized that what was meant was that as long as one had high cultivation, it did not matter who came. There was no need to worry anymore. Kuai Wen nodded and continued. Right. The Guardian continent is both protection and limitation. If we can enhance the spiritual energy of this world rapidly, it will surely attract many powerful beings soon. However, Don Hoen could not be optimistic. Not everyone in the heavenly cloud continent was as talented as Zhang Daoyu. If they had to rely solely on their own efforts, it could be done with great difficulty. But time would be a concern. Zhang Fan smiled confidently, reassuring him. "Don't he worry, old Daoist. Before I fall, I will definitely protect the heavenly cloud continent well. If anyone needs any help, just speak up." After hearing this, Don Hoen felt a little less worried. "Then when the time comes, I won't hold back anymore. As long as Zhang Daoyu does not mind. Today the old Daoist and the other friends won't dare to impose anymore. It is time for him to leave. The demons have just been eliminated, and the old Daoist must go down to help the people, while also arranging to repair the Guardian continent." After seeing them off, Zhang Fan felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. All right, he proposed to everyone that next they should go have a meal together. Everyone had worked hard. Upon hearing this, they all politely responded. "We are all just a small force, so let us leave everything to you, Master," Zhang Fan said straightforwardly. "It is what we should do. No need for formalities." Kuai Wen next to him was also very excited. "Then I am looking forward to it too. I have seen quite a few good things from you before. But unfortunately, they were all transformed by spiritual energy and could not be collected." They quickly opened a celebration feast. Zhang Fan stepped up to invite everyone. "Then let us enjoy my specialties," Shen Kang enthusiastically responded. "Let us see what differs from the world of Yun Ji." He eagerly invited everyone to taste. Kuai Wen bit into a fruit in his hand and was surprised. It actually increased the celestial essence within me, and my aptitude improved significantly. "What kind of fruit is this?" She was about to ask about the celestial fruit, but Zhang Fan interrupted with a glance. "It is nothing. Just enjoy the food. I still have plenty here. Definitely enough for everyone." After eating, everyone felt very satisfied. My strength increased significantly, and my foundation improved too. Shen Kang became energized. I have leveled up to a Demon King. Similarly, and yet also underwent a change, leveling up to a Demon King as well. "Thank you, Master Qian, for your support. We will never forget the kindness of today." Zhang Fan smiled in response. It is all a reward for everyone's hard work. He thought to himself that protecting the Tianyang continent can't be done alone, so he must help everyone improve their strength. Kuai Wen suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right. Zhang Fan. I have not had the chance to bring this up before." He exclaimed in surprise. "What is it?" She quickly expressed her thoughts. "I am worried that the Tianyang continent is not just facing two Taiku demon invaders, so I have started notifying the Yunji celestial realm. Originally, my master was preparing to send people over, But then the master of the celestial realm proactively sent people to assist. And everyone has already set off. She added that previously. Her senior brother and other celestial realms had chased the trail of the Taeku demon and sent out signals. A large army of demons is heading straight for the Chien-Yun continent. And the rifts are filled with eyes waiting for the right moment to attack. At the same time, battles with demons are happening in the celestial realm. Yuya kept urging them to speed up. The celestial king is still waiting for our results. The demons are pouring in, and one of them has noticed the rift ahead. Right now, under the moonlight, the Tianyun continent is incredibly peaceful. Kuai Wen approached from afar to announce, I have united with the celestial realm. From now on, I will station myself in the Chien-Yun continent to help you eradicate the demon realm completely. Zhang Fan was quite surprised upon hearing this. She asked again, seeing his reaction. Do you think I did this out of guilt? Or is it because I am craving your ginseng fruit or other spirit fruits? Zhang Fan laughed loudly. Even if that were true, as long as you like it, I would not hold back. Hearing this, Kuai Wen looked very pleased. That is good. I thought someone was reluctant to part with those ginseng fruits. After hearing this, Trondring Fum felt something different. It seemed that she was not as cold towards him today. Kei Ven did not directly answer his question but looked up at the sky. I really like the atmosphere here. Plus I simply do not want to show my emotions. She spoke up to remind him. Trondring Fum. There are some things you definitely need to prepare your mind for. The Long Tu Emperor of the Tine Vein continent was anything but ordinary in the Woon Ji realm before. She stepped forward a few paces and continued. Many people are still searching for his whereabouts, even suspecting he has passed away. All the powerful figures know how strong he is, so in the future, on the Tianvenin continent. She had not finished speaking when he interjected. The myriad realms. You mean the celestial realm, the demon realm, gods and monsters. Trajum Fum drew his sword and boldly declared. Then let me use this sword to challenge the heroes of the myriad realms. Kevin also looked up in agreement. I want to meet the heroes of the myriad realms too. In another place in the sky, a few people suddenly appeared. An old man with white hair looked very angry. Damn it. Have guests from the outside world arrived so quickly? Dunai sneered in contempt. This is the Tianven continent, the birthplace of the Long Taifu Emperor. Right, the spiritual energy was barely acceptable. Yet there was no magic at all. Just pests everywhere. He sensed danger and immediately protected the girl behind him. Be careful, Dunai said, raising his hand to dismiss it. First, find information about the Long Taiyu Emperor and complete the task assigned by the Celestial King. The old man realized the situation was dire and warned Lessie Hyan. It is. You all hurry and inform the Dawn sect leader. And notify the Supreme Immortal and the Yon Immortal too. After the girl left, Dunai and the others arrived. He frowned in anger. You pests. Tell me where the tomb of the Long Taiyu Emperor is. The old man was taken aback. The tomb of the Long Tu Emperor. I have never heard of it. Dunai thought he was making excuses and attacked immediately. Forget it. I will investigate myself. He then used his powers to attack the old man, causing him to cry out in pain. Once done, Dunai tossed the old man aside. I did not expect that the Zia Wen from the celestial realm arrived on the Chanvan continent earlier than us. And it is said there is even a sword immortal this time. And what he possesses is related to the Long Tu Emperor. His subordinates laughed. A weak Chanvan continent actually has a sword immortal. T-Lam confidently volunteered. Big bro. You deal with that mad dog Zai. And I will handle that sword immortal from this world. Dunai agreed right away. Alright. Then you all go inform the others who can enter the Qianvein continent. After discussing, they quickly departed. We will set out to find them immediately. That old man is using his last bit of strength, determined to quickly notify the other sects. He struggles to call out for help to the immortal. Meanwhile, over with Zhang Fan and the others. Kuai Wen sensed something unusual and shouted. Zhang Fan curiously asked, what is going on? Kui Wen looked up at the sky, where a ship was moving. Their celestial generals had arrived. But it seemed trouble was brewing. Zhang Fan remained unbothered, indifferent to their fate. There is always a solution to any problem. Yet, he could not help but worry. While he was invincible in the sword domain, the outside world felt completely out of his control. He did not even know if the enemy was using a talisman to approach. He initially thought only the demon beasts from the demon realm would come, but to his surprise, even those from the celestial realm were here causing trouble. Zhang Fan quickly regained his confidence. This could actually work in his favor. Expanding his sword domain, a voice called out from the ship. Dunai was surprised. Could true celestial energy really exist in this broken world? Qin Wan stepped forward. Excited. Big bro. Look. That spirit mushroom over there is much bigger than the celestial fruits we have in our realm. If we can take them back to the celestial realm as gifts for the celestial king, we will surely be rewarded. He agreed. And moreover, this island was filled with countless spirit fruits, celestial herbs, and abundant spiritual energy. If they could take them back, Their cultivation speed would definitely increase significantly. Dunai also reminded them. You guys should put those thoughts aside for now. Don't forget our goal is to find the whereabouts of the Celestial Emperor Lang Tio. We can discuss the rewards later. Below. Nugok Lion was very worried. Master. What should we do? Because she suspected this might be a celestial being. With a gleam in his eyes, Zhang Fan confidently asserted. There was already a celestial maiden before me. What is so rare about a celestial being when I am here? Hearing this, Nugok Lion immediately felt reassured. Her heart warmed. Master. Shinkang has started his act again. The master is the top sword immortal of the 10,000 realms. One strike from the celestial maiden made him lose his composure like seeing the sword of creation. Zhang Fan was utterly helpless against his nature, and could only give him a kick to remind him to tone it down. Suddenly, Deep Nun appeared in the air. Coldly commanding. Why are not you welcoming the celestial being? What are you standing there for? He expressed his annoyance sarcastically. Was it all the celestial beings in the 10,000 realms? Or just those from the upper Zhang celestial realm, who did not understand how to be polite guests? Dunhai boldly chimed in. Criticizing. You should respect the celestial being. It is a crime to disrespect them. Little brat. You are just a shrimp sword immortal in the eyes of the Tianvan continent. That statement hit Zhang Fan like a poisoned arrow right to the heart. His expression darkened, his voice instinctively dropping. He asked. Didn't you come to the Tianvan continent to find me, and instead attack others? Seemingly without a hint of remorse. He arrogantly replied. Just a few little ants that have not yet become celestial. Theanine stood calmly beside him. Instructing. Don't waste time. Just capture them and force them to talk. And they will reveal everything. Kaivan could not stand their arrogance for another second. Fiercely pointing his sword and questioning. Aren't you afraid that the Celestial Emperor will punish you for your insolence? Just then, Don Hein timely appeared to save the day, causing someone to jump and scream. Damn it. The celestial beings have arrived. A trace of worry flashed across his face as he tried to maintain his composure and said to his disciples. Even so, we must assist the celestial and the fairy. Theanine sneered disdainfully. The celestial realm. The celestial emperor. Just that one sentence made Dunai burst into uncontrollable laughter. As long as they could find the Emperor Ling of the Ling Tiao Celestial Emperor on the Qianvan continent, they would discover the chance to become powerful. Without hesitation, he boldly declared, from now on, the celestial realm will be led by us from the supreme celestial realm. Kaivan frowned slightly and sighed. So you have been planning this all along. She angrily took the initiative to start the game. But you all forgot that I am still here. Dunai showed no fear even in the enemy's territory, charging in to counterattack directly. What about here? As soon as he finished speaking, a blast of spiritual energy shot towards him like a lightning bolt. Leaving him no time to react, Dunai was quickly pushed back a long distance, causing his subordinates to panic and shout in unison. Big bro. Despite the pain coursing through him, he struggled to rise and gave orders. This Kaivan is indeed a renowned genius in the celestial realm. I can take him on alone. So you two come with me. And the rest focus on defeating that brat. Kaivan sensed danger closing in and immediately warned. Zhang Fan. Be careful. Tin Quiet received the order and quickly stopped the harassment.
Good.
Hand over the relics of the Ling Qiao Celestial Emperor, the Celestial Tree, and this entire island, or I will kill you all. Ngok Lion gritted her teeth. Feeling so frustrated that she did not know whether to advance or retreat. She could not let him attack her people. Zhang Fan dashed in to block the incoming strike just in time, waving his hand to neutralize the attack. You dare to touch my people right in front of me and expect me to hand over treasures willingly. Seeing the unfolding situation, Tin Quiet was surprised. This kid actually managed to block my attack. Then Tu also found it strange and inquired. Did the bookworm not use any strength? His words made the man feel awkward enough to hastily justify. Of course I only used 3 parts of my strength. But it was enough to block your attack. This kid might not just be an ordinary sword immortal. He could possess something the Celestial Emperor needs. Don't underestimate your opponent. Tin Quiet's eyes burned with a fierce fire like he wanted to incinerate his prey. While his teammates rushed forward, he leisurely stood back, casually waving his fan and commanding. Quickly take them down and go help Big Bro. Zhang Fan slightly smirked at the act of willingly walking into the enemy's den. So I should thank you all, crossing countless miles through the void just to submit myself. Than Tu, eager for victory, charged into challenge. You little brat. Even if you become a deity in the minor world, you won't withstand the full force of the 5 of us. Tino Hued, on the other hand, calmly set up his formation. Tra Chong Fum showed no signs of tension, calmly raising an eyebrow. Come at me. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion shattered the air, tearing apart the space and unleashing a thick cloud of smoke that seemed ready to consume everything. Inka Lin was left stunned by the sight before her. Master. Everyone around was equally panicked, desperately searching for his figure. The immortal teen quite laughed mockingly. Just a moment ago, you were arrogant, thinking your talent was extraordinary, like a deity in this world. but facing us immortals. You seem more like a shrimp. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the thick smoke. So this is the trick of the immortals. Is that all there is to it? Trongong assessed calmly. I thought you immortals were something special. But now I feel reassured. At the moment he saw him, T9 Quite's group seemed to fall for a trick, collectively exclaiming, "What? You are preparing to act, continuing your usual swift fighting style. If I have taken one of your moves, now it is your turn." He instinctively stepped back in fear, repeatedly mumbling, "This is not good. This move is formidable." In the end, at Cyflid, not forgetting to remind his comrades to get out of the way, just as the thought of hiding flickered in their minds. A violent surge of electricity suddenly surged forth, ruthlessly blocking their path. In an instant, before they could escape, they were completely taken down by a sudden strike. The air filled with terrified screams. T Non-Quite was utterly stunned by the power of this opponent. He looked at Tredong Fum decisively attacking, the terrifying force shaking the ground, as he struck down 4 immortals, wielding world-altering power that tore through space. The subordinates realized their side was gradually losing ground, quickly looking for a way to retreat. "Boss," he hurriedly conveyed the information. 4 brothers are dead. We must retreat to report this to the Immortal King, so the Immortal King can send stronger generals. Dunai was so shocked that he seemed to lose grasp of what was happening. What? His mind was filled with hundreds of question marks. Is this brat really a sword immortal from the minor world of the Niven continent? He tried to regain his composure and immediately shouted orders to retreat and report back to His Majesty the Immortal King. Unfortunately, Trongong Fum had no intention of sparing those who conspired against him, wanting to give a warning that made him slightly uncomfortable. "Do you think my island and the Thean Vanan continent are just any place? Have you asked about the sword in my hand?" Dunai could not help but exclaim. This is the essence of sword intent. And Thin Ein does not seem to understand the gravity of the situation by threatening. "You have killed the generals of the immortal realm, and we will surely incur the wrath of Immortal King Tronangu Min. He won't forgive you." Hearing this, he went along with the tide. "Indeed, brat. You could become an immortal in the minor world, hiding such potential. You must have extraordinary talent." A plan suddenly took shape in his mind. He softly persuaded, "If you find the tomb of the Celestial Emperor, an ally with the Celestial King, you can surely unify the worlds." In stark contrast to his cheerful demeanor, Zhang Fan responded indifferently, leaving Dunai speechless, caught off guard by the other's nonchalant attitude. "If you are so furious, then tell your Celestial King to come here himself." They began to scream in agony from the collective torture. He calmly examined the battle formation he had created, his resolve firm. No matter if you are a celestial being or a demon, once you step into the Tian Vein continent, his gaze suddenly became more determined than ever. "You all have to ask the sword in my hand first." They began to panic, incessantly screaming, causing chaos in the space. "Not good. All the celestial generals have been killed by this person. Hurry back and report." Without giving the opponent a chance to struggle, he waved his hand and ordered its swan to ensure they could not escape. After a while, harsh sounds echoed from the cliff, and kneeled down. He seemed unable to believe the reality before his eyes. Unexpectedly, this so-called reinforcement became the last line of defense for the Chinvian continent. How are they supposed to face the grass spirit celestial realm and other worlds? Kuai Wen angrily pointed and threatened. Those from the grass spirit celestial realm dared to touch the celestial emperor of the Vienni Nimi celestial realm. The alliance of celestial realms would surely punish them. A strong sense of unease surged in his heart, fearing that during this time, the Tian Vein continent would face a great disaster again. Zhang Fan confidently asserted, "What is there to worry about? Even without the celestial realm, I will still use this sword to protect the beings of the Tian Vein continent." Saying that, he turned and left, leaving behind a flurry of discussions. The celestial master truly lives up to his reputation as Zhang Daoyu. He sneakily glanced out the window, his face briefly showing a hint of worry, as if preparing to do something bad. Once he confirmed it was safe, he immediately accessed the system. His smile gradually turned sinister upon receiving the notification. "All 8 celestial generals are Xuan celestials, giving me a total of 8 million points in the sword realm." Zhang Fan delightfully promised. "Indeed. A horse that does not graze at night won't grow fat. Next time, I have to earn a little more." Zhang Ming received the news and was so furious he could not control himself. Smashing a teacup, damn it, he clenched his fists, trying to suppress his emotions, and sternly spoke each word, 8 useless trash. After a while, at the Celestial King's Hall, a clear voice echoed from the Celestial Master. "Where are the people?" Max Soyan respectfully bowed. "Celestial King Dun Qian." You frowned slightly and recounted the story. Max Soyan, a lower realm cultivator in the Chanvian continent, who claims to be the Grand Dao Sword Celestial, even killed my 8 celestial generals. Go deal with this little brat who does not know the sky from the earth for me. He felt a bit amused to be given such an important task and did not hesitate to comply. Grand Dao Sword Celestial. Let me see whose sword is sharper. Mine? As the last rays of sunlight faded, shrouding the floating island in a mysterious mist. Xuan hurriedly ran to inquire about the situation of Zhang Dayu and Vin Tin Ti. Asking how they planned to proceed, he let out a heavy sigh. Originally thinking that the celestial realm would send reinforcements. But it turned out they came with malicious intent. Now our Qin Vanen continent not only lacks reinforcements but has a celestial realm targeting us. K. Ven calmly reassured him. No need to worry. I have sent a letter to my master. The celestial realm of Vini will send someone. He turned to contemplate, but with demonic chaos. Chu Thian Tai Nanan was battling 4 demonic beings and could not send more people. Trang Fum noticed the other's anxiety and switched to a comforting tone. It is all right. Whether we have few or many reinforcements does not matter. I am counting on you. She smiled affirmatively. Thank you for understanding. But I will always fight alongside you. He stared into the void ahead, finally deciding to propose his plan. As for the celestial realm of Tragan Min or the demonic realm, I will handle it. Yin Lin looked a bit worried and asked, Master, how do you plan to deal with it? He smiled and extended his hand towards the person beside him. I will trouble you with the restoration of the Great Formation and the Tian Ven continent. Trindring Fakfim had been observing the object in front of him and calmly announced, I plan to move this island to the middle of the rift. Don Hoen was taken aback by his sudden decision. What? His gaze was now more resolute than ever, fiercely pointing his sword to show his determination. Regardless of whether they were celestial beings or demons. Anyone wanting to enter the Tian Vanen continent must first answer to the sword in my hand. He thought for a long moment before hesitantly speaking. Wow. The news about Long Tai Yu Tai has spread, and no one knows if there are any other forces coming to our Qin Vanen continent. Without needing to persuade again, he merely revealed the upcoming move. As if confident that he had the trust of those behind him. Do you not trust me? I and V Infinity are just waiting for the heroes of the 10,000 realms to test their swords. As soon as the doubt was resolved, he was immensely grateful to him. The great virtue of the celestial being. The old Daoist thanks you on behalf of the beings of the Tian Vanen continent. Don Hoen gave all his respect to the person in front of him, the holy celestial being. And everyone present echoed. The beings of the Tian Vanen continent thanked the holy celestial. In an instant, the island, unbeknownst to Wen, had gradually moved toward the center, directly facing the mysterious rift. The view became clearer, with scenes from the mystical space gradually appearing, making others unable to help but be curious to delve deeper. Don Hoen seriously instructed his disciple, we must also diligently cultivate breakthrough soon to ascend to the island, and help the holy celestial protect the beings of the Tian Vanen continent. Suddenly, a gloomy aura rose, and the clouds gradually turned gray, as if obscuring the truth behind the beautiful exterior. The consort unexpectedly charged fiercely, continuously roaring commands at the zombies to attack. Charge into this world for me. Turn it into the garden of the Father God. Sensing hundreds of predatory gazes watching, Trajong Fum instinctively stepped back a few paces. What is happening? Sen Kang exclaimed at the scene before him. Master, did you not pick a day of great misfortune? Or is this the demons you secretly brought back for us to adapt to aerial combat? Last year, the guy predicted. You boldly kicked it down into the deep chasm. All right, consider this your iron practice. Go ahead and fight. Before it could regain its senses, it was already screaming in panic at the numerous large creatures. Zhang Fan calmly observed every move of the zombies in front of him. It seemed that the evil spirit we had defeated before was eager for revenge. Qi Van tried to intervene. You can't understand this evil spirit with normal thinking. He smiled reassuringly. It is. Do not be anxious. Just stay calm. Standing firm against the giant creatures closing in, as if waiting for prey to come willingly, Zhang Fan excitedly declared. Just in time. I have to show off to the multiverse. She asked with a hint of worry. Zhang Fan. What are you planning to do? You should stay calm and do nothing. Saying that, he skillfully made a few openings in the cracked wall. The Tian Van continent has been out of sight of the multiverse for so long. Now, it is time to let them reacquaint themselves with it. Just as he felt the boundary opening, Sun Kang ran for his life, feeling frustrated for inadvertently becoming bait. Master, save me. The strength of these evil spirits is completely different from what we have faced in the Great Formation. Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately looked up, his eyebrows nearly touching in concern for his master who still had not resolved the issue. Qi Van carefully analyzed. In the formation set up by the Celestial Emperor, we were all suppressed by power, and the evil spirits were no exception. He was a bit surprised, constantly processing data in his head, wondering why he felt nothing at all, finally deciding to set that aside and focus on the main issue. Forget it. I will handle these evil spirits first. These evil spirits were just right for me to gather the value of the sword realm. With that thought, he acted without hesitation. The sword instantly unleashed its miraculous power, causing the ground to shake, the sound rumbling like thunder. She could not help but be stunned by the abilities of the person in front of her. This was Zhang Fan's sword intent, a rare opportunity to comprehend it up close. The power of the Sword of Light was indeed extraordinary. Each strike was absolutely precise, hitting the target without fail. It seemed to have found the exact spot, Pouring all its strength into the attack, Sun Kang reacted quickly, dodging and covering his ears, ignoring the terrified screams outside. He let out a sigh of relief. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been sliced by his master's sword power. He slowly turned his head, his gaze sweeping through the chaotic space filled with a murky, mystical aura, where skeletons lay scattered like whispers of death. Sun Kang warned sternly, "Master, mighty and powerful, you evil spirits better kneel down and beg for mercy. I can't watch them put on a show any longer. You need to get lost." Though scolded, he was still incredibly happy, raising both hands to the sky. Yep. He slowly approached to present his contributions. "Master, I just did my best to lure those evil spirits out, rounding them up, even if it does not count as merit. It was hard work." You feel satisfied upon hearing that, responding comfortably with a compliment. "Not bad." Sun Kang immediately twisted with joy, thankful for the praise. Vumidea beside him could not help but think, this Chuju is really thick-skinned. The finally came to her senses, wondering what was happening in this little world. The zombies began to chatter, questioning why there was such a powerful sword fairy. Suddenly, a gigantic hand emerged, effortlessly sweeping them away with a gentle flick like a cool breeze. The disease slowly rose, saying, "Young lady of the fairy realm V9, little brat of the thin vine continent, I will return for revenge." He erupted in fury, commanding that this world return to the embrace of the Father God, and that the lost children receive his mercy. The zombies seemed to lose their souls, all frantically charging at a target as if wanting to devour their prey. Timpung Ven anxiously shouted out a warning. "Sir, a large army of demons is approaching. The defensive magical circle on the floating island may not hold them back." Tranung Fum maintained a confident expression, gently reassuring him. "It is I." His attitude suddenly shifted, eyes sharp enough to burn away the courage of the undead. "Entering the Thivan Vinen continent without my permission and causing chaos in my territory. I have not even looked for you. Yet you come seeking me." He flashed a strange smile, reminiscent of a twisted killer. "It has been a long time since I have fought with all my might like this." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a ready stance, the sword in his hand seemingly understanding its master's intent. Glowing fiercely, radiating a violent energy like a reaper's scythe turning into a raging wave. The power knocked the zombies down one after another. Although the disease was furious, it knew its limits and threatened patiently. "I will wait for your lost soul in the garden of the Father." He slowly observed every expression on Tranjoning Fum's face, intentionally emphasizing the deep intention of returning. Suddenly, an island appeared from within the spatial crack in the distance. On the floating boat, Lulu Kwang broke the silence to initiate a conversation. "How do you feel about the power of the sword fairy mentioned by Vien?" And Niam calmly replied, "The sword intent immense," seemingly pointing straight to the path of the sword. Who would have thought the long-lost Thian Vian continent would appear in such a fairy sword? While chatting, he suddenly noticed sparks exploding, surprised to see so many hiding around here. Observing his subordinates' excited actions, he subtly signaled to calm them down. "We are just here to support Vin. Everything about Longing Taiyu Taigai has nothing to do with our Viananai fairy realm. Let us head to the island." The boat quickly approached the opening leading to their destination, and Nim gazed thoughtfully at the surrounding space. However, some dark plans may encounter difficulties. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mountains, Sun Kang was trying hard to flatter Trendrung Fum. "Master, one sword to annihilate the enemy. We could call it Invincible." Its shamelessness left the three of them at a loss for words, and while MD silently cursed, he seized the chance to eliminate this vile pig, while the master was not paying attention. Just then, Ingikilin appeared out of nowhere and kicked Sun Kang with a mighty blow, saying, "Get out of the way. I want to consult the master about the way of the sword." This made them all feel a bit better. "Well done, Miss Ninkivlin." Ingifi Lian's eyes sparkled as she looked at the person in front of her. "Master, can you teach me the way of the sword?" With such absolute cuteness before him, a Trong Furfum could not refuse. "Of course. You are my only disciple." After her request was granted, the ecstatic girl beamed with joy, saying, "Thank you, Master." But before she could enjoy the moment, a loud noise from behind made Ninkilivin turn her head. What she saw were two elderly men being pinned down to the ground. Nearby, Amedi and Sen Kang were fighting fiercely, neither willing to give up their claim to the master. Just as the children's fight was reaching a climax, an angry voice cut in abruptly. "Have you all eaten enough and want to reincarnate early?" Ingikilin stood with her sword in front of the two mischievous demon kings, warning them, since both wanted to reincarnate early, tonight's dinner would be roasted pig and dog meat. Their absurd words scared them away in a flash. "Miss Ninkivlin, I was wrong. Dear elder, I want to do it again." With the anger rising, how could she not chase after them? "Don't run. Quickly accept your fate for this young lady." Trong Fum looked at his disciples awkwardly and said, "Sorry." On Akevun's calm face, a warm smile broke out. "It is. I find it very lively. This is good. Everyone feels relaxed." Suddenly, a Nim's large ship appeared high in the sky, quickly drawing her attention. My senior brother. They have arrived. He stepped off the ship and respectfully greeted them. And Hu M. Tivianinga from the celestial realm has come to assist the Tian Venin continent at the behest of the sect. Atrang Tin Nen. After hearing of your fame for so long, it is nice to finally meet you. Chatrang Fum smirked with pride. Have I become famous in all realms? And Nim casually coughed a few times. But for someone like Longkai Yuntildre, once he stepped out of here, he would naturally attract attention from all realms. He quickly regained his serious demeanor and got to the point. That being said, Trading Fum, I won't beat around the bush. My junior brother has come to apologize on behalf of the sect. He clasped his hands and bowed solemnly. After receiving a letter from my junior sister, the sect sent someone to deal with Lvu Kuai. But now there is no longer any force from Vian and Neng. Kvain was surprised to hear this news. And senior brother, is the front line that tense right now? And Nigam proceeded to recount everything. 18 demon emperors launched a surprise attack. All the celestial beings from the 9 heavens are on the front lines. No one knows the situation in the demon realm. Only that it has now become a battlefield. Worry began to stir within her. Her face darkening like a rotten eggplant. The master has also gone to the front lines. Has not he? I wonder how he is doing now. At that moment, Tiangun turned to Trang Pham and warned him. That is right. Fellow Dois fam needs to be careful. On the way to the Chanvan continent, I have seen many people coming towards it. It did not take long for Truong Pham to guess their intentions. Those from the immortal realm must not have given up. Definitely here for the secret of the Ling Qiao immortal emperor. Truong Pham unexpectedly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, brother N, for the reminder. The odd way of addressing made Anim feel quite awkward. This kid just calls us brothers like we are some junior sisters, the two of them. But he quickly regained his usual cool and charismatic demeanor. No need to thank us. We are here to assist the Tianvan continent. And we do not expect you to be unprepared. He smiled, radiating warmth in response to Anim's kindness. Brother N and everyone else, please wait a moment. I will have someone take the others to rest first. He also complied, allowing the two friends to leave their positions. Thanking Truong Su, Nguyen Lang stepped up as the beautiful guide to lead them. Please go this way. Suddenly, Anim remembered something and struck up a conversation with Truong Pham again. Right. Kai Van. Fellow Dois Truong Pham. I still have another piece of news to share with everyone. His expression became serious, looking quite tense. The upper Truong immortal realm has sent their strongest young immortal. Max Swine is heading towards the Tanvan continent. The seriousness of the situation left him stunned and confused. Max Swine. Only Kai Van was eager to verify the truth of this. Brother N, are you sure this news is true? Truong Pham asked bashfully. Max Swine. Who is that? She did not hesitate to explain. He is the strongest young immortal of the upper Truong immortal realm. The heir to the position of the next immortal king. Regarded as the #1 swordsmanship genius of the myriad realms. Truong's face went blank as he rested his chain, imagining the #1 swordsmanship genius. Meanwhile, Kai Van was filled with fighting spirit, eager to meet the swordsmanship genius that his master had always compared him to. Anim, who had been silent until now, dared to advise, just be careful. Max Soyan is definitely coming for you. Sorry to bother you, fellow Daoist Truong. We will rest now and set up a temporary protective formation tomorrow. Not long after, the next day dawned bright and clear. Anim stood before the black hole that Nian Feng had examined. The crack in the protective formation of the world had not yet been repaired, and lacking the matrix, its strength was eroding. Fearing it would not hold up much longer, Truong Pham peeked for a while, and then sighed leisurely. I believe that by the time the protective formation can no longer hold, everyone on the Qianvan continent will have grown stronger, and I will become stronger too. He pointed to the sky and declared loudly, I am not afraid of strong enemies. Strong enemies. My sword might not be weak either. This confident attitude made even Anim admire him. Fellow Dois Truong really has spirit. Suddenly, a flash of light darted like a ghost. Hastily reporting, Brother N, fellow Daoist Truong. Junior sister, it seems someone is approaching the Tianvan continent. Indeed. A series of ships descended from the sky one after another. Kai Van explained on his own without anyone prompting him. These people came from the upper Zhang immortal realm, acting all cool and throwing out condescending remarks. So this is the Tianvan continent, lacking in spiritual energy. It is really disappointing. He looked around, his mouth constantly complaining. What kind of characters could exist in a world like this? He glanced at Kai Van with a smirk. But little did he know, we were finally face to face. She was not just brandishing her sword to intimidate. Max Soyan. What are you and your upper Zhang immortal friends doing here? Max Soyan grinned widely, his arrogant attitude clear. Of course. They came to take the legacy of the Ling Sao immortal emperor. His eyes were fierce, embodying the essence of a villain. By the way, I want to defeat you so that everyone knows. The two opponents locked eyes, each eager to devour the other. Among the current generation, my swordship is the strongest. Only Zhang Fan. The young old man has been silently judging these childish remarks. How could the people of the immortal realm be so brainless? The blood of the warrior surged, and he stepped forward to draw the opponent's attention. I say, "Kid, are you blind? Can't you see I am standing right here?" Maxwell immediately shifted his focus to Zhang Fan, slowly sensing his power, realizing he could stand next to Kaivan. This kid must be the sword immortal of this world that the immortal king mentioned. But he looks just like a mortal. Concluding this, Maxwell continued to act all high and mighty. Just a mere mortal after all. Seeing an immortal and not quickly kneeling to greet him. Little did he know the opponent was just as delusional. Zhang Fan replied without hesitation. "No wonder you are from the upper Zhang immortal realm. Once again, you have shown me your blind arrogance. This time, Yu Tram took the lead in their verbal sparring. How dare such a small fry speak so arrogantly? We from the upper Zhang immortal realm won't let someone like you insult us." Despite being provoked, Max Xuan wore a deep smile. "Good. Let the others test him for me. If the opponent truly is formidable, I won't need to lift a finger when I return to the immortal realm." Without saying a word, Yu Tram leaped onto the boat to challenge. "You brat. Hand over your life." He wielded his sword, casting a spell straight at Zhang Fam, taking responsibility for your arrogant words. Of course, he remained unfazed, protected by the aura of the main character. "I fear you lack the skill." Zhang Fam immediately countered with strength, shaking the skies. The power was so immense that even Max Xuan's entourage was taken aback. That powerful counterattack left Yu Tram no time to save himself, but it was too late. He ultimately dissolved into smoke, ending his life as a minor character. The shock left many wondering how such a strong sword immortal could appear in a world like this. There is no way even Mekfak Sign could admire Trandong Fum. This is an unstoppable advance with an unbeatable sword intent. Impossible. Apart from me, no one in this vast universe could comprehend such sword intent. He was stunned, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Proving that this was enough to surpass him, Tian Lum sensed the situation was dire. Now, the best strategy was to retreat. "Mfc Ainet. How about we head back to the celestial realm first?" Yet, he stubbornly refused. "In this universe, there can't possibly be a sword immortal stronger than me. I do not believe it. I am the strongest sword immortal in the entire universe." In a fit of impulsive courage, Mseksuan drew his sword. "Let me see your swordsmanship." His power was no less formidable than Trengrung Fam's. Just like last time, he maintained his fearless attitude. Truly a person from the celestial realm, shameless as ever. Trachrung Fum began to chant a spell, instantly dissipating Mefaksuan's magic power. He did not forget to add some philosophy. Everyone pretended to be virtuous, but when it came to sneaky moves, they played dirty. He got hit hard, likely to be introspective for the rest of his life. This was impossible. Impossible. Tun VM could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? Where on earth did this kid come from? Akina Lam was also taken aback, eyes wide open, mouth agape. Apart from the big shots in the celestial realm, no one could withstand Myfi Gainun's sword so effortlessly. They were left dumbfounded. Now it was Trotting Fam's turn to counterattack. "If you have made your move, then watch my swordsmanship." A burst of blue magic shot out like cannon fire. Luckily, Mseksuan dodged just in time, but it was still precarious. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. Facing the wreckage of ships, chaos like a beehive disturbed battleships, warships. Mseksuan was so dazed he could barely keep his balance. Not expecting he could destroy the entire fleet's defense formation with just a sword, two servants hoisted him onto their shoulders. Hastily fleeing, "Mfc Ainet, we must hurry. Let us return and report to the Celestial King, and come back for revenge next time." Meanwhile, Anim watched the devastated scene, unable to help but sigh. It was not the first time she had seen this, but she was still astonished. Trejung Fum was reveling in his triumph. Feeling invincible. Overly flattered. Yet, Kavian beside her sighed in confusion. "Who are you to ask?" Turning to inquire what was wrong, Trajan wore a bored expression, uninterested in explaining. Meeting in person is never as good as hearing about someone. MSXIN from the celestial realm being so exaggeratedly touted was indeed disappointing in terms of his swordsmanship. Extremity carried a kind of arrogance, entirely a twisted sword approach, and Nim kindly reassured her. There was no need to be so disappointed. With the talented sword immortal Trajong by your side, would you still feel lonely? Just joking around. But inadvertently catching the attention of those two, Kaven decided to take a big risk. "That is right. Tradering Fum. Let us see whose swordsmanship is superior." Trajong Fum was not one to back down. He immediately agreed. "All right. But my swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world." Seeing their enthusiastic attitude, and Nim felt a surge of joy in her heart. "We need to strengthen the defensive formation quickly. The sword of Master Truong is enough to keep the Qian Van continent stable for now, but our master may need us at any moment." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the immortals and demons, the situation is extremely chaotic. This scene leaves Chi Vian confused. not knowing what has caused the demon realm to suddenly launch a frenzied attack on the battlefield. Kwai Mok does not respond, but the worry is evident on his aged face. What troubles him is that there are quite a few young talents in the demon realm. Moreover, that person seems to be acting a bit too frequently lately, making him uneasy alongside his friend. This dark god is notorious for his cunning. This is truly concerning, despite some concerns. He maintains his composure and decides to send news back to the rear for the master of the heavenly realm to deal with. He also informs them that the blood-soaked battlefield needs reinforcements, especially young talents. Chi Vian immediately follows through, his heart in turmoil. He knows that if he suddenly attacks this time, many battlefields will need support. Turning towards the floating island, Anim is enthusiastically discussing plans with fellow comrades. Master Truong, Junior Sister Vian. We have completed the defensive formation for the Qian Van continent. Truong fan beams with joy, clasping his hands in sincere gratitude. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone. He responds warmly. It is no trouble. Besides, during this time, seeing Master Truong and Junior Sister Vian practicing their swordsmanship, our sword skills have also improved significantly. Just as the joy settles, Anhim's expression suddenly darkens as if something was taken from him. But it seems that our senior brothers and sisters on the Qian Van continent are running out of time. That suggestive remark makes Kai Van restless. And senior brother. Could it be that there is news from our master? He can't hide his curiosity. What is going on? He switches to a serious tone to explain the situation. The largest forces in the heavenly realm are the 9 great demon realms, the cloud and mist immortal realm, and the heavenly realm forming an alliance. The two sides are like oil and water, with countless battlefields in the void where the forces of both minor worlds intersect. Truong Fame rests his chin and asks, is the situation on the front lines unstable now? And Niam confirms the news without hesitation.
Yep.
Recently there have been issues within the dark and demon forces, suddenly launching large-scale attacks on several battlefields, causing heavy losses to the Immortal Alliance on those fronts. This information makes him reflect deeply. The Tian Van continent now has a defensive formation. The strength I displayed earlier can also block some malevolent forces. Perhaps I can go to the battlefield to earn some points in the sword realm. After chatting for a while, the sword of Chi Vian also arrives, a messenger sword from the master. Kai Van steps up to receive the order and relays it to everyone. The celestial emperors of the heavenly realm signal for all young talents in the immortal realm to support the front lines. Upon hearing this, Truong Pham immediately comes up with a new plan, a good opportunity. This is the perfect chance to meet other talents in the heavenly realm. Slaying demons and eradicating evil is originally my responsibility, and I will use this opportunity to meet the outstanding talents from both the immortal and demon sides. You then turn to call out to your allies. Everyone get ready. We have to leave the heavenly cloud continent. They quickly moved deeper into the barrier. Kevin took the opportunity to voice his doubts. Are you really preparing to go to the immortal demon battlefield? Tran Phum confidently replied. Of course. Didn't you hear what Senior said? The Immortal Alliance will gather talents from everywhere to support the battlefield, rewarding the outstanding based on their achievements. Tran Phum looked up at the sky, his face unable to hide his excitement, not even mentioning what the rewards would be. This time on the immortal demon battlefield, I am sure we will meet all the talented individuals from everywhere. He curiously asked Kevine, aren't you looking forward to it? She laughed and candidly admitted, of course I am. It was rare for the two of them to connect on such a level, so he started to tease. Isn't it just perfect? Let us go meet some of the talented individuals from the multiverse. Kevine asked in confusion, what is wrong? He calmly crossed his arms and questioned back, don't you think my floating island over the heavenly cloud continent looks like a sharp sword hanging above some people, making them too scared to move? She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise and delight. Aren't you afraid of going too far? Tran Phum confidently asserted while casting magic. I have left plenty of tricks behind. Plus I am afraid they won't create enough chaos. His words surprised Kevine. Well, the divine spirit peak floated in the air under his control, slowly moving toward the crack in the barrier. Hoen glanced at it, her expression gradually turning contemplative. This sword energy, while strong, also signaled that with Kiem Thin temporarily leaving, some would unwillingly jump out, just as Trendring said. Tech Than completely agreed with that thought, fearing that the imperial tomb of the Long Tu Tian Jai would not be able to hide for much longer. The soul of our side was extremely self-satisfied. Right now, no one in the heavenly cloud continent can oppose me. As long as I return to my peak. All the soldiers respectfully knelt to the ground, chanting in unison. The demon master is invincible in the world. The soul devourer smiled malevolently. Long Ting Yish. The world you protect will ultimately be destroyed by my hands. Meanwhile, Trashung Phum was ready to set off, aiming for the immortal demon continent. Leading Hien, Tung Vian, and Ding Van to follow orders, and in Trandring Min's palace, he was in complete chaos. Did you complete the task I assigned? A soldier hurriedly spoke up to explain for Maxake Sign, who was kneeling on the ground. Immortal King. It is not that we did not exert ourselves, but it was unexpected. Out of frustration, Trong Min did not bother to listen to the whole thing, and just used his power to throw him away. I have no reason. He angrily walked away, and as he passed by, he kicked out. Mephis Xion. Did not you claim to be the champion of the younger generation? A Trong Min glared with a sharp look. Growling, get out of my way. Finally, he dropped a bombshell. You bunch of useless trash. Maxoyan gritted his teeth, filled with extreme resentment. Emperor. Zhang Fan. I will hold you accountable for every humiliation you have brought upon me. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke up. Do you want to become stronger? He was startled, raising his guard and looking around. Who is there? In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Zhang Fan remained calm, chewing on a leaf. Haven't we reached the battlefield of the immortals and demons yet? And Neum sighed in exasperation and patiently explained it to him. After all, this is the void. Aside from the time-traveling warships created by the immortals or the heavenly realm, ordinary people entering will die. However, he had to admit the intelligence of the opponent. Directly bringing forth the Void Island like Zhang Fan did was something he had never seen before. Even though I am not skilled in weapon crafting, I can still sense the preciousness of Zhang Fan's Void Island, perhaps on par with the Emperor's weapons. That is quite a compliment. Zhang Fan smugly stroked his chin. After all, he had invested a lot of effort into this island. In reality, he could not fully understand what his brother was implying. I do not know what the Emperor's weapon is, but with the overwhelming sword domain, it is easy to traverse the void. While deep in thought, Trada K. Vendian announced that they were approaching the bloody battlefield of the immortals and demons. Ahead is a logistics base of our sect. It was clearly visible right before everyone's eyes. Ngoklin was excited like a child giving candy. She sobbed in admiration. Is this really the logistics point of the alliance of the heavenly realm? It is so grand. How many cultivators are there? And Neum felt quite pleased seeing everyone in awe. This is just one of the bases that our Viennina heavenly realm is responsible for. There are countless similar bases throughout the entire defense line. He began to explain in detail about the fortifications of this place. The ancient city utilized all the top techniques of the sects within our Viennina heavenly realm. The spell formations have arranged various layers of prohibitions on it. These magnificent bases help us keep the evil spirits out of the defense line and protect the worlds behind. Sepito Thin turned to discuss enthusiastically. The scale of the battle in the upper realm is enormous. Tumpung Veen agreed with him, stating that compared to the battles on the Qian Vane continent, they were really child's play. Zhang Fan quietly stood in a corner, contemplating, waiting to upgrade his sword domain, often studying and gathering some powerful prohibitions. At that time his Void Island would surpass this ancient city. Trada Nivum's voice cut through his thoughts. Zaid, I have sent a letter to Master already. We just need to wait a bit and then go in directly. But the Void Island is too large. I am afraid it won't fit into the ancient city. His gaze was calm yet resolute. It is. I originally had countermeasures and many blessings from the big brothers in the upper realm. I have leveled up to level 4 sword domain, so I can maintain a small sword domain around me to leave the island. Otherwise, I really would not dare to go. Now is the time to set off, so let us go into the city. Inside the city, Chi Tran was busy organizing documents when he saw Nim respectfully clasp his hands in greeting. Master. He slowly turned around and instructed. All right, you all go rest for now. To Hai Vun, you and this young man. Tra Hung. Wait for me here for a moment. Kevin was afraid he might misunderstand, so he quickly clarified. This is my master, Venin Nuing, the leader of the Tron Nachi sect from the Kuo Tenang sword sect. Don't he worry. My master has a good temperament. He just looks indifferent. He gently reassured. I heard that. No need to worry. I won't do anything to this young man. Tra Hung, as you said. I just find it hard to get close to others. You politely clasped your hands and introduced yourself as Trudu Umfam. Meeting you. Tron Sr. He got straight to the point. Tiaven has already told you my background, so I won't elaborate further. I have submitted your request to join the battlefield. Tron Nin, still anxious for his disciples, seriously reminded them. You must not underestimate the genius of the realms. This time, the battlefield situation has suddenly changed, and the celestial emperors have offered generous rewards that will surely attract many people. You must be cautious. Kevin smiled brightly, assuring him earnestly, Master, do not worry. I have been training for a long time, so I naturally understand these principles. Tratong Fum chimed in to ease his worries. Rest assured, Senior. Tivivanan and I will support each other on the battlefield. Hearing this, Tron Net felt a bit relieved. As long as you understand, is good. Since you have traveled far, take a rest first. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to join a supply fleet to the Blood Demon battlefield. The two of them happily thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. After they left, his expression turned serious, filled with doubts. Did the Celestial Emperors only want the heavenly genius from all realms to compete, to resist the invasion of the demon realm this time? He sighed, as if he had guessed the situation. fearing there might be issues in the celestial realm's rear the next day. As the three prepared to head to the battlefield, and Nihim reluctantly said goodbye to Trejoning Pham and K. Ven. Tretrondon Jr. Junior sister. The sect has urgently ordered us to leave temporarily. I wish you both smooth sailing on the battlefield. You politely returned the goodwill, also wishing your seniors success in their missions. Soon after, and Nim's fleet departed. Trondheim Pham watched their figures and sighed. Truly one of the leading figures among the myriad of realms. Then you turned to order your team to hurry up. We have to follow the fleet to the battlefield now. On another ship. T. Dung. Curious. Wondered about the famous Void Island recently. Thi Trino quickly answered. Tradering Pham. That name seems familiar. Like I have heard it somewhere. Is he the one who defeated Messasaxwain from the Upper Tritong celestial realm with a single strike? Although they had not fought directly yet, his expression already showed disdain and arrogance. Mexuyan is just a genius from 24 days. Defeating someone like that does not mean much. When we reach the battlefield, I will let this country bumpkin from a small world see the light. Meanwhile, and see he was leisurely chatting. The journey was long and tedious. It was much more comfortable on the island than on the ship. Hearing this, the wanderer spirit in him arose. Senior sister, let us go rob it. The girl waved her hand dismissively. Forget it. The master will scold us. Besides, he is just an idiot who does not understand the world. Bullying him is not fun. In the Void Island, seeing the disciples practicing, Zhang Fan curiously asked, are these kids sharpening their weapons before the battle? Kuai Wen smiled charmingly, her gaze firmly fixed on Zhang Fan. On the battlefield, increasing strength means a little more safety. Having never seen a pretty girl smile at him before, he wondered innocently, why is she smiling at me? Is there something on my face? Noticing his shyness, she decided to stop teasing him. I just thought your reputation has spread far recently. The entire Void Island is talking about you. When we get to the battlefield, I am afraid you, Zhang Fan, won't be able to handle the welcome. He slowly finished his hot tea before replying, I actually hope for it. I can't wait any longer. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, startling both of them, making them look up cautiously. Kuai Wen immediately heightened her alertness and asked, what is happening? The scene began to grow chaotic as the spaceships entered combat, facing ambushes in the front and preparing to fight in the rear. The left flank rushing to support the front battalion. Someone was entertaining during the fight. While the warship on the right guarded the surroundings, the army advanced towards the enemy. Kuai Wen and Zhang Fan exchanged glances. Though they said nothing, they understood each other. He quickly organized the formation, and the old chief controlled the Void Island to attack. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The sound of gunfire roaring. The demons laughed maniacally. Ha! Which young master of the celestial realm comes to the battlefield bringing the Void Island along? Must be so clueless about the battlefield. They were boasting. Their eyes gleamed like headlights, trying to look cool. Let us teach the young master and miss of the celestial realm a lesson, so I can enjoy the taste of a celestial lady. Zhang Fan calmly assigned tasks to everyone. We will eliminate all these demons. Old song. Are you guarding the Void Island? He frowned, observing the enemy before calling Kuai Wen. Then subtly smiled, inviting her to join in the sweeping game. Can you come see the battlefield with me? Perfect. That fits Kuai Wen's desire. Alright then. It is a good opportunity to change their perceptions. Sun Kang puffed up his body to activate his battle mode. Let us see who gave you the courage to be so arrogant. While he was dealing with the demons, Zhang Fan casually expressed his taste. Really liking that demon. Kuai Wen stepped forward. Challenging. Let us see who kills more demons. He nervously drew his sword, accepting the invitation with excitement. What now? As soon as she finished speaking, she shot forward like an arrow, creating a huge explosion. A demon noticed and pointed to remind its companions. Not good. That is Yuan Kuai Wen from the celestial arts realm. Even when her identity was discovered, she calmly maintained her icy expression, exuding the aura of a celestial big sister. No need for fancy words. Just one move to beautifully deal with the demons in an instant. Zhang Fan stroked his chin, giving himself a nod of approval. Not bad at all. Another god willing to throw himself into danger. An empty shell. While a celestial being is left behind. Quickly capture him, so I can savor the taste of an immortal's flesh. Screams echoed from behind. A Zhang Fan leisurely drew his sword and encouraged himself, realizing he could not fall behind Kuai Wen. He had to perform better. From now on, the demons will fear and run from me. Taking advantage of the moment, he charged forward to attack while the others were focused on their firepower. Here I come. Watching those decisive strikes, Wei Yan stood not far away. Stunned. Who is that? The more he observed, the more impressed he became. The sword intent was strong. Relying on his hazy memory, Nemhievu began to recount. It seemed to be a rising sword immortal. It was said he came from a small world and had defeated Max Wan from the upper Zhang immortal realm. Seeing Zhang Fan's decisive demeanor, he confidently declared, this Teen Hev Kim really has skill. Hearing those remarks, Wei Yan's interest grew. It seemed another sword immortal had appeared. His direction indicated he was heading to the center of the battlefield. I wonder how the top talents from the 9 great immortal realms will react when they meet this guy. He immediately pointed up and sternly commanded, "That is a matter for their top talents. It has nothing to do with us. Pass the order for the other warships to continue clearing out the demons nearby." Another impressive move from Zhang Fan wiped out a fleet without leaving a trace. Not far away, Gula also joined the astonished crowd. The sword energy was indeed powerful. Han even broke into a cold sweat. Unable to tear his gaze from the battle. Who's this? His sword intent is so profound. Another monster has just been sent to meet their ancestors by Qi Wen. Zhang Fan's recent technique is truly unbeatable. Then, appearing dismissive, he bluntly stated, "Don't even think you can defeat me." A beam of light quickly enveloped both him and his sword. Kui Wen Iheng shouted, "Emerald Phoenix sword energy." And immediately a gigantic green phoenix appeared. The crowd watching was in a frenzy. That was the celestial maiden of the Yan Wen from the Kuaitang sword sect in the Vidi Nini immortal realm. Truly worthy of being a top talent from the upper sea realm. Ni Si Si he, even while battling monsters, was drawn to the scene, murmuring, "Looks like this young lady underestimated that Yan Wenan and that Zhang Fan from the small world." At the same time, Tixung had just delivered the finishing blow to his opponent. He was using his powers while restraining himself. Vini also withdrew, surprised that Zhang Fan had some real strength. Thinking about the progress of those people, Tidung did not bother to hide it anymore, immediately summoning a large lotus along with a series of bright lightning bolts. "Then I must show my strength as well." In the midst of that chaotic scene, the demon god appeared extremely pleased. Good. The elite talents of the Kuaitang immortal realm are indeed all on the front lines. Just as the master said, the guy revealed a rare, cheerful smile, babbling incessantly, showcasing the dazzling light of you all. In the vast space, the sound of the evil god echoed in one corner, fighting and destroying each other. His voice grew increasingly sinister, indicating that among you, there was only one talent, the brightest prodigy, with a sharp instinct. Truong Pham suddenly paused and looked around in confusion, as if someone had just been probing him. Just as he and Kai Van took down all the enemies, cheers erupted from all directions. The sword of the immortal. Unmatched. The heroically bold fairy. The flowery words suddenly made her lose some competitive edge, and she cheerfully suggested calling it a tie this time, instead of showing appreciation. Truong Pham displayed a cold demeanor, bluntly declaring that next time, he would definitely win. Hearing that, Kai Van mischievously winked and teased, "Why does it seem like I am the one losing?" Looking at the huge spaceships they had just defeated, she suddenly became a bit silent. But this time, the ambush from the demon world always gave her a feeling of an elephant's head and a mouse's tail. Though he did not fully understand the other's meaning, Truong Pham stroked his chin thoughtfully. The first time on the battlefield, he was also unclear about the demons. But thinking it over, it really was true. His eyes filled with concern. He expressed his worries. Thinking back, he had always felt someone was watching them. "Do you feel that?" Hearing this, Kai Van was taken aback. "Someone is watching you." Although she could not sense anything, she still smiled, revealing a hint of worry. "I do not feel that way. Perhaps it is your intuition that is more sensitive than mine. But if that is the case, I am afraid this ambush from the demon world has a different agenda." Truong Pham turned and walked away as if he did not care at all, his attitude clearly indifferent. "Forget it. Let us leave the major figures of the fairy world to worry for now." Kai Van, walking ahead, quickly understood the hint. Later, she would ask her master to handle it. As both turned back, they heard the loud calls of Sun Kang and Ngok Lion. "Master. Teacher." Upon seeing them, Sun Kang, flustered and scratching his head, complained, "Master, I did not expect the demon battles in the Void Island to be quite troublesome. Even Ngok Lion has been continuously grumbling. Fighting in the Void Island is a bit difficult. We can only rely on the Void Island and can't do as the master does, making the demons run away with one strike." Truong Pham turned seriously to instruct his friends. "You all keep training. Entering the fairy realm sooner will prevent you from encountering this kind of trouble again." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man nearby could not hide his surprise and hurriedly came over to ask, "Can we also become fairies?" Realizing he had let his mouth run away, Truong Pham still insisted, "Of course, I can help you." Suddenly, 2 large ships floated above them, making him unable to believe his eyes. Only Kai Van remained calm and spoke. "Truong Pham, just like I said before." She hesitated for a moment before revealing an interested expression. "Someone is watching you." Looking at the 2 eavesdroppers on the ship, Kai Van introduced, "Lu Nuoke from the Seven Lords Fairy Realm. From the god of immortals Ngok Than sect in the Antarctic Fairy Realm." Seeing the opponent speak so briefly, Nsi He quickly teased, "Sister Vien, can't you add in some more flowery words during the introduction?" Then turned her attention to Tronco Pham, admiring him endlessly. This is the young man from Than Von continent. Trading Phum. Right, I saw earlier. You have strong swordsmanship. Hearing such lofty praise, Trading Phum could only respond with a polite smile. It is nothing special. Just about even with Tivian. However, Tixung grimaced and looked at him. You are Trading Phum. Right, your performance today is worth me remembering your name. My identity. Vivian Kane has already told you. When we get to the battle at Tianma, do not let me down. In an instant, his expression turned dark. Before his ship departed, Nasihe waved goodbye to Trong Phum, saying, Little brother. Sister Vien, I am heading off now. I really look forward to seeing how you perform on the Tianma battlefield. The girl playfully winked as a reminder. Just be careful when that time comes. Their expressions made Trong Phum instinctively suspicious, prompting him to question. The Sea of Thunder and a lotus flower before were the two of you. Right. Understanding his confusion, Vin explained, that is right. Do not be fooled by the less famous name than Mixek sign. It is just a hidden genius from the 9 realms, lacking in notoriety. Trong Phum's gaze remained fixed on the ship speeding away, while he pondered everything. Indeed, the strength is extraordinary. It seems this action by the Celestial Alliance is significant. I am even more interested in this Tianma battlefield. Kvn, understanding the intention, stepped in to remind him. It is not just about our competition. We could also measure ourselves against the upper 9 realms, the celestial geniuses from the 24 realms. Many ships are heading in the same direction. The scene before him made Trading Phum curious to explore. Is this world one of the blood-soaked battlefields of Tianma? Kvn looked at the deep red area ahead and quickly explained from her knowledge and experience. Yep. A bloody battlefield, aside from a few ancient immortals. No one knows how long this battlefield has existed. In the hazy void, her voice grew clearer. Over the long years, countless celestial demons have fallen on this battlefield, giving rise to this blood mist. Kvn wore a serious expression as she reminded everyone. Although the blood mist basically surrounds the continent, the center of the battlefield is the source. The blood mist can confuse the human mind. We must avoid it. In response to her goodwill, everyone in Venhan Ho Sifu respectfully clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, Fairy, for the reminder. From within the blood-red battlefield, many gigantic skeletal monsters emerge. The unusual sight instinctively brought worry to Trading Phum's face. He was both amazed and terrified. No wonder it is the Tianma battlefield. They directly used a small world as the battleground. Kvn stood with her arms crossed, watching the scene with regret. This place was originally a normal microcosm. She slowly recounted the heartbreaking events of the past, where evil forces infiltrated, and the Celestial Alliance could only evacuate the people after countless battles, leading to the complete destruction of this world. Listening to the recounting of that tragic timeline, Zhang Fan, sitting beside, stroked his chin in contemplation. If the Void Demon had not been defeated earlier, would the Tianvenan continent have turned out this way? Kuai Wen nodded in agreement. Indeed. The confirmation from the other party made him let out a light sigh, burdened by the long road ahead. With little time to spare, Zhang Fan quickly stood up to encourage his brothers. Everyone, let us do our best. The Tianvenan continent is counting on all of you. Ingilin excitedly stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully and confidently declared, Master, I will definitely hone myself well on the battlefield of Xuanma. Even the shadowy figures, transformed from fox spirits to huskies, wagged their tails continuously and pledged to their master. We will definitely try our best. Tongvin also chimed in to reassure, asking the celestial being to rest easy. Soon enough, a fleet of ships rushed to the base area. Kuai Wen stepped forward to introduce the magnificent establishment before them. This is our base of the spirit army in this bloody battlefield, and it is also the command center. Realizing they had arrived, Zhang Fan immediately suggested, let us take a break for a bit. Then we can look forward to the battlefield of the celestial and demonic. Many unfamiliar faces appeared in the square before the ancient city. Daoxuan stood on a high platform clearly delivering a speech. The Celestial Emperor commands, those who perform best on the battlefield will receive rewards from the 33 celestial realms. He stroked his long beard while reminding everyone, you prodigies, do not let the old master and the Celestial Emperor down. Though his body is old, he quickly demonstrated several martial arts moves, then sternly commanded in a loud voice, preparing to march forth to quell the evil. The crowd below immediately united in response. Needing to obey the orders of the holy man Daoxuan, Zhang Fan stood not far away, his eyes fixated on the crowd below as if waiting for an opportunity. Let us set off. Despite his age, Tongkovan still eagerly listened in with curiosity. Is that the battlefield of celestial and demonic? Kuai Wen was observing the battle situation, quickly reminding everyone, be careful. On the battlefield, make sure to protect yourselves. Just as he finished speaking, a ship was attacked and exploded. Before leaving, Nkilin did not forget to say goodbye. Master, we are off. Zhang Fan seemed to turn into a concerned father sending his child off to battle, continuously shouting instructions. In case of emergencies, remember to use what I gave you. Keeping your life is the most important. Seeing him overly eager, Kuai Wen immediately put on a cold demeanor to remind him the battlefield is chaotic due to the overwhelming number of celestial beings and the void demons. And everyone will be suppressed. You should pay attention as well. Instead of showing worry, Zhang Fan maintained a confident smile in every situation. You too. It just so happens that we can continue to compete for victory. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly leaped onto the blade and took off. A monstrous evil spirit suddenly appeared before him. But he did not notice the change in the sword. Zhang Fan activated his divine power, his face showing signs of concentration as he murmured to himself, regardless of whether the rewards from the celestial emperors were good or not. Now is the time for me to extract the value of the sword realm and enhance my power. The evil spirits, driven by a murderous intent, charged forward wanting to devour Zhang Fan. Suddenly, a flurry of chaotic slashes tore through the air, causing them to panic and flee. Zhang Fan witnessed this spectacle and could not help but praise. Truly no one could compare to the celestial talents. He continued to observe the chaotic battlefield ahead. The performance on the battlefield was indeed impressive. Chan Wen stood beside him, softly reminding him. After all, they were the celestial chosen ones nurtured with all efforts by the 9 heavens in mortal realm. She glanced at her opponent, signaling to give their all, to keep going, lest they end up being unable to compare, let alone compete with me. Zhang Fan understood immediately and affirmed confidently. Then it seems I have to unleash my full strength on this side. Sanlu stood on the ship, laughing heartily. The Dark God reported the situation. According to news coming from other battlefields, the celestial talents were gradually arriving at the battlefield. Sanlu did not care. His eyes now glinted with a spark of hatred. I just want to fight, to relish the victory of tearing apart the enemy. He then pressed his sword against his opponents and spoke menacingly. I do not care what filthy thoughts you scheming people have. Just do not disturb me from enjoying the thrill of battle. The Dark God felt frustrated but could not retaliate. He could only chuckle awkwardly. Rest assured, my lord, you won't be disappointed. Then he pushed his opponent's sword away, continuously promising that the next bloody battlefield would have even more enemies. Enough for my lord to enjoy. Sanlu's face showed clear satisfaction. It is best that way. He unabashedly patted my head a few times like a father to a son. Or else I would smash those schemers hiding in the shadows into pieces. Then Sanlu shouted loudly, encouraging his followers to gather and shine on the battlefield. Moments later, the Dark God hastily fled, not forgetting to mutter a few words. This battlefield will become your final stage. Zhang Fan suddenly shivered, feeling something was off. Why did it feel like someone was watching him? And it was from the evil spirits. A bit familiar. At this moment, the warships were executing orders from their sect leader to attack. Zhang Fan seized the little time available to support his brothers. Everyone, take a good rest. Each of you take one. They received the elixirs, chattering their thanks. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Fan felt a bit uneasy, so he voiced his concerns. Kuai Wen, has there been any news from Master? Upon hearing this, she subtly guessed the source of the issue. Could it be that today you felt the sensation of being watched again? He immediately broke out in a sweat, and this time he could clearly sense the feeling of being watched from the evil spirits. Kuai Wen glanced over and questioned, are you worried about the unusual movements of the evil spirits from before? The ambush we encountered proves that the evil spirits have a scheme. Right. Zhang Fan rested his chin and thought for a moment before speaking. Do you think the dark forces intentionally sent troops to the front lines? Kuai Wen suddenly noticed something unusual. Intentionally sending troops to the front lines. He quickly confirmed. I heard from my master earlier that not only is the battlefield bloody, but there are also other dark force battlefields, where 33 top talents from the heavenly realm have appeared. The more Zhang Fan spoke, the more anxious his tone became. Every battlefield has its top talents. Do you think the dark forces want to target the heavenly realm's elites? Of course. There could be an even bigger scheme at play. Kuai Wen, though unwilling to admit it, had to agree. I think that is very likely. It is just that our backline is in chaos. The master is off rescuing the elders, so he can't intervene. Let us report this speculation to the envoy stationed at St. Xuan's. He sighed and gazed into the distance. This is all we can do for now. Moreover, this is just our guess. We should be cautious on the battlefield moving forward. A moment later, inside the central hall of the Lin Quan Heavenly Realm's ancient city, Nie Xung respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminders from Sister Yuan and Brother Zhang. The Dao Xuan Saint will pay more attention to the movements of the dark forces. While the two left satisfied, he stood there watching their retreating figures, and Hai Xung's expression suddenly darkened, as if his mind was filled with schemes. From afar, a dark figure rushed over. What do you need me for? It landed on his shoulder, and he immediately reported. Master, someone has noticed the anomalies on the battlefield. That Dao Xuan might have a way to respond. Its gaze was fixed firmly on the two. Everything was already in their hands. Don't worry. All the pieces are in place. No one can stop this game. In the Void Realm, continents quietly rotated in their orbits within the tranquil space. On the other side, A group of celestial maidens danced gracefully to the soothing music, enchanting anyone who watched. Hindley Yip signaled. Let her come up here. Dai Dung slowly approached, placing her hand on her chest respectfully. Greeting the master of the bamboo demon, Heinz Yip leaned on her hand. Leisurely questioning, for dark gods, you have always coexisted peacefully with other demon realms, as long as we do not disturb each other. What do you intend to do now? She softly suggested to the other party. We are all demons in the eyes of humans. Just because we did not interact before does not mean we can't cooperate now. She chuckled joyfully. What a sweet-talking girl. I really want to take you to join our demon realm and become sisters. Dai Dung skillfully dodged the pressing. Even if I do not join the demon realm, I can still be sisters with you, great demon lord. She was turned down just as she was enjoying herself. And Han Liep sighed in disappointment. Then there is no need. Go back and tell your master that before sending guests off. She still can't forget to boast a little. After all, she is just a little boy from a heavenly realm. Once I take action, I will definitely make him kneel before my dress. She radiated joy upon achieving her desire. I will prepare carefully as well. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. The Master and the Demon Emperor are also waiting for our good news. Meanwhile, the group led by Tronghavam was in a frenzy. Can the celestial immortal Naji Lin succeed? Trashangfum crossed his arms and explained calmly. That is only natural. This is my disciple. Becoming an immortal is a simple matter. Those behind him could not help but exclaim. The master truly is impressive. The celestial immortal is indeed remarkable. As Ninkat Lin was about to achieve enlightenment, she radiated the brilliance of the 10 directions of Buddhas. Seizing this opportunity, he encouraged the entire sect. You all must strive hard. Moments later, K. Vian exclaimed in delight. It worked. Ngi Lian has become a sword immortal. Nguyen Long felt a rush of excitement as she advanced slowly. Congratulations, Miss Ninkat Lin. Soon as Nekhi Lian achieved her enlightenment, she hurriedly embraced Trongfum, saying, Thank you, Master. He affectionately rubbed his disciple's head and quickly reminded her, Don't let me down. Perform well from now on. Witnessing this, K. Ven turned to leave, feeling a twinge of jealousy because he was just in love. At the upper-class tavern of the Celestial Realm, the crowd buzzed with discussion. It is no surprise that the elite of the Celestial Realm perform well on the battlefield. But unexpectedly, there are talented individuals from the minor worlds who are just as impressive. A curious patron exclaimed, catching McSwine off guard for a moment. Was not it someone named Truong Fame? His heart stirred at the mention of the familiar name. Truong Fame. I will definitely take revenge, but for now, I need to continue to endure and wait for the right opportunity. Suddenly, Hoin Deep entered the tavern and called out, Manager, may I politely inquire if you have seen a handsome young man with a sharp presence? Tansach responded to the beautiful woman before him. We have someone like that in our tavern. If you are looking for him, I can help you find him. Hoin Dip's face was filled with disappointment. I am looking for Master McSine. I ascended from the minor celestial realm and have met him once. But I have heard he has gone missing recently. He could not help but chuckle mockingly. A useless piece of trash like McSwine. She immediately retorted. Master McCoy is not useless. Hoimp then coldly turned away, not forgetting to deliver a parting remark. I believe he will definitely defeat that Truong Pham. Meanwhile, McSwine watched her silhouette with a hint of embarrassment in his heart. Is this someone pursuing me? A nearby patron accidentally let his thoughts slip. Damn it. Even a useless guy like him can be admired by such a beautiful celestial maiden. Yet he still did not care and hurried after the beauty from earlier. As he stepped outside, he politely questioned, Miss, please stop. Why are you looking for me? Hoin Diep glanced back, her tone cold and different from her earlier demeanor in the tavern. Master Mekshwa, were you at the tavern just now? Caught off guard by her piercing question, he was momentarily speechless. The scene between them suddenly turned romantic as Hoyen Diep leaned into him and shyly said, Shuayan, big brother, you will definitely become a significant figure in the celestial realm and can defeat that Trong Fame. It is heroes often struggle against beautiful women. Hearing a few sweet words, he began to fantasize about his own potential. Of course, Max Hoyen, am destined for greatness in the celestial realm. The two exchanged fiery glances filled with passion. I believe you can do it, Shuayan. Hoendiep bashfully began to whisper. My sect has a dual cultivation technique, and if it is you, Shuayan, I am willing. Before she could finish her sentence, Maxoyan eagerly scooped her up inside, promising to cherish her and always remember the help she had given him. After a while of their intimate activities, he dressed and left. Maxoyan wore a cunning smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. Let us see who ends up using whom on the Blood Abyss battlefield. As they fought fiercely, Kaivan commanded, You stay to guard the Ixuan Than Voy. The alliance has withdrawn. She hesitated for a moment before gazing into the distance. Recently, many talented young individuals have appeared in the demon realm. Do you think they are wrong? Truong Pham waved his hand and remarked, Maybe they are just trying to charm us. Or someone does not mind bringing their pride over here. Kaivan nodded in agreement. After all, with the dark demons, the Allies' pitfall was completely normal. However, he still felt uneasy about a few issues. There were some things we should investigate ourselves. I am really curious about what the dark demons want. Just hearing it, she suddenly remembered an important piece of information. Right. I received news from the sects in the cloud-weaving fairy realm. There is a military fleet heading to the Blood Abyss battlefield, including people from the Upper Troning fairy realm. Trong Pham sighed in frustration. Another one from the Upper Trong fairy realm. How annoying. Suddenly, a warship appeared right in front of him. Just mentioning them. And they had already shown up. When Trong Pham saw the two of them, it was 3 parts teasing, 7 parts like a joke. I remember you called yourself what again? Max Soyan. Yeah. You pushed me back with one sword before. He shook his head in exasperation, looking down on his opponent. Sending this guy here is really something. I wonder what the Upper Trojang fairy realm is up to. Hoin Diep saw her companion silent and became anxious. What is wrong? Do you see someone you know? Max Soyan waved his hand, pretending to hold back his boredom. Nothing. He looked at Vuvo, but inside he was filled with hatred and acquaintance. Lately, my hatred for these two has truly solidified into a profound memory. Fucked ah. Who had been quiet until now, finally spoke up with a warning. Max Soyan. This is the last chance the Fairy King has given you. A useless person like you better not mess this up, or I will deal with you myself. He clicked his tongue in frustration, not understanding what the fairies saw in this useless guy. Even following him to the battlefield, then Fuckta coldly turned away, leaving the couple still holding hands affectionately. Max Soyan thought of the useless one and hoped that in the future, he would not regret it. However, Honyep paid no mind to Fuckta's words, placing all her trust in the person in front of her. As long as we can find the cave on the map I happen to get, your cultivation will definitely improve. Then you can teach these people a lesson. He saw that and gently patted the beauty's head a few times. It is. However, deep down, I still have not given up on my plan to use others. I do not care what you want to do, as long as my strength increases. I can pretend I do not know anything. At the Demon Alliance, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the castle in front of them. Didong slowly reported the situation. News from the demon sect Hyen Dep had arrived, and she was already at the Blood Abyss battlefield. Hearing this, the dark god's eyes suddenly lit up, his face showing clear satisfaction. Everything is going according to plan. However, my master curiously asked me, where has your master gone? She blushed, and her answer was quite ambiguous. My master's? Of course, off to satisfy his desires. Looking for someone who can provide him with artistic enjoyment. He shrugged off his cloak and boldly questioned, surely your master won't take action against some celestial emperor in the 9 heavens. Right. In another turn of events, on the battlefield of Blood Abyss, a Seathan's coalition was engulfed in a bloody red fog. Q and Loki stepped forward with positive news, saying that the reinforcements had arrived, and our forces on the battlefield have surpassed the spirit army of the demon realm. Dio Hun Vit looked thoughtful, also considering the warnings from that kid and the young lady from the Viana Ni celestial realm. To avoid a long night filled with dreams, we need to prepare for a decisive battle. Back on the Void Island, Kay Ven quickly gathered news from across the realms. The defense envoy is preparing for a full-scale assault, wanting to engage in a decisive battle at Blood Abyss, and summoned me and you to suppress the area. Ingrid Lean could not help but wonder after hearing this. The reinforcements just arrived and are attacking already. Matrang Forfum waved his hand, offering a guess that perhaps the suppressor sensed that the dark forces indeed had some scheme, then kindly reminded the others. You all be careful. This time, do not provoke them. Protect yourselves first. Ngok Lion felt relieved to understand the good intentions. Don't worry, Master. When the time comes, we will rely on the Void Island to fight. If there is danger, we will retreat. A moment later, in the Grand Hall suppressing the War Council of the Celestial Realms, the two of them entered and respectfully reported. Zhang Fan and Yan Kaiyan greet the Xuan Shengren, the envoy of the Celestial Realm. Dao Xuan does not want to waste any more precious time. So let us get straight to the point. The dark forces have a scheme, and the reinforcements have arrived. I have decided to launch an immediate attack to avoid delays that could lead to changes. Even if we fail, it will throw the enemy into chaos. And I will take credit for you. Fuya and Moxuan clasped their hands and shouted in unison. We will strictly follow the saint's orders. Keep encouraging our fellow Taoists. You all should perform well. This is the time for heroes to shine. If we wipe out the Blood Abyss battlefield, you will stand out among other heroes. With an overwhelming momentum, they all shouted loudly. Yep. Before leaving, Tudong took the time to say a few words. Your previous performance was quite good. This time, we can truly measure our strengths. And I will give it my all. Nuika eagerly waved her hand and added, Sister Yuan, I won't let you win this time. Zhang Fan smiled wryly and followed behind them. Let us go back and prepare. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Fuya felt frustrated. Thinking, a bunch of kids, daring to treat me like air. Moxuan observed for a moment and smirked, filled with calculations. Although he did not know what that woman was planning. He thought, Zhang Fan and Yan Kaiwan. My current strength far surpasses what it was before at the Blood Abyss battlefield. In the headquarters of the joint army of the Demon Realm. Before the sight of numerous battleships advancing, a panicked voice rang out. The Celestial Realm is launching a surprise attack. Hurry and report to the lords. Tamlu was furious, wielding his weapon and charging in, determined to make the Jiango family pay. Old Manhwa. Do you dare to seek your own death? Dao Xuan immediately summoned a light shield for defense, continuously urging everyone behind him. Everyone. Attack immediately. I will handle this demon leader. Hearing that, the man could not help but chuckle. Old Manhwa. Do you think we were not prepared at all? Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from the castle, and he looked in that direction. Puzzled. How did you dark forces know I would launch an attack? Tamlu waved his sword forward as the opponent lost focus, not caring about those sneaky rats. Now that our life and death battle has allowed Dao Xuan to successfully dodge the blow and keep his old life, I can only hope the dark forces do not realize I have mobilized the entire army. He gazed far away, quietly voicing his wishes. Zhang Fan, do not let me down. Zhang Fan observed the light before him, unable to hide his anxiety. It seems the dark forces have insiders in the spirit army of the Celestial Realm. Kaivan did not care and charged directly. So what? The joint army's attack is ready and cannot be stopped. The two of them quickly dashed toward the castle. Nuoka happened to spot them and exclaimed in admiration. Sister Yuan and the others have set off. Seeing this, Tudong immediately got ready. How can our young master hesitate at this moment? Order everyone to follow me and charge. Over here, the minions of evil are attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a massive holy sword appeared from the sky. As it descended, it instantly obliterated the demon, scattering its body into pieces. Zhang Fan, satisfied, sheathed his weapon and launched a direct attack on the interior of the castle from this position. Kuai Wen, cover me. With that, both of them charged straight into the enemy's heart, leaving their followers behind unprepared. Quickly, follow the two masters to break the dark castle. A moment later, they stood before the castle gate. Kuai Wen reminded, be careful. I have a strange feeling about this total offensive from the dark forces. Zhang Fan quickly swung the holy sword to break the gate. While inside, the tattered valley had been waiting since the afternoon. Which junior from the Celestial Realm dares to be so arrogant here? Without a word, he charged in fiercely. The weak little sheep trembling in fear could only serve as the earth under Lord Wu's feet, using its blood and fear to please the great god Wu. However, he quickly summoned a defensive layer that made the attacker hesitate momentarily. The tattered valley widened his eyes in surprise. The sword energy was indeed sharp. But I did not feel it before. This time it is your turn to counter. As Zhang Fan swung a beautifully curved strike, sending him flying, taking the opportunity to taunt his opponent. You were able to block one of my strikes. You are not so simple. Kuai Wen, who had been observing, finally spoke up. Zhang Fan, there might be something wrong with this hall. You paused in surprise. What is wrong? Kafifi 10, having regained his senses, laughed gleefully. With an opponent this strong, killing you would surely win favor with Master Eng. Then he charged again with fierce determination, ready to die. Trang Fum suddenly felt incredibly annoyed and decided to set aside the previous matter. First, let us deal with this evil spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Trang Fum unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving Xia Fi Tun in pieces. She could not help but admire the spectacular display. This sword aura is the essence of sword intent directly connected to the Great Path. The minions had already fled in fear. Run. The boss is dead. You calmly asked about the earlier situation. What did you discover? Kavian did not respond, only extended his hand, suddenly causing the earth and rocks around to crack into pieces. Beneath them, a mysterious formation revealed itself. Kevin calmly explained. I just found out there is a formation like this under this hall. You asked curiously. What does this formation do? Kevin looked up, confidently stating, it absorbs the blood and life essence, and it seems to have other effects. Trang Vam showed no interest. Forget the other effects. What happens after it absorbs the life essence? She slowly explained everything. The absorption of life essence has many effects. It is a formation that enhances strength with a source of power. But there is still one issue. She gazed into the distance, continuously questioning. The current issue is whether there are similar formations beneath the entire allied castle of the demon realm, and what are the demons planning? A Kevine stepped toward the door, realizing that setting up a formation like this takes a long time. How far along is their scheme? As they stepped out, a crowd of people was cheering. She turned to Trang Pham, expressing her concern. I fear the demon realm already anticipated our total assault. This grand battle might have been part of their plan. He looked up at the warship and sighed. The guards do not have time to help. We need to check other areas and notify the rear. Then you turn back to reassure. Worrying now is pointless. And do not worry. Kei Ven felt somewhat relieved. She pointed toward the castle. Let us split up to investigate and regroup at the High Hall. You nodded in agreement. They then split up to act. Trachoningfum enthusiastically guided. Brothers. This is urgent. Please volunteer to follow me. Suddenly, a strong, foul odor rose from the ground. You quickly glanced back at the pit. The situation was worsening. A massive formation suddenly appeared on the wall, making you feel uneasy. Indeed, there is a formation in this hall. There might truly be formations throughout this entire castle. In the next moment, Zhang Fan swung his sword, splitting the side wall in two, clearing a path for the people. He then pointed and ordered them to immediately head to the next grand hall without pursuing the remnants of the enemy. They obediently followed his orders. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan vigorously swung his sword to shatter the grand hall, creating a cloud of white dust that obscured everything. As he stepped outside, he could not help but worry about Kai Wen's situation. It was obvious that she would easily defeat the monsters. An attendant outside kept shouting, "The fairy has killed the great demon. Brothers, do not let the other evil spirits escape." Kai Wen glanced around but could not understand why both halls had formations. What were these evil spirits up to? She then decisively ordered to ensure everyone's safety. Everyone immediately withdrew from the castle and returned to the ship. This castle has likely become a trap. As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly left for another place, leaving the people below very curious. The fairy. It turns out she arrived at the Rendezvous point early. As soon as she landed, Kai Wen got straight to the point. Zhang Fan, what is your situation? He slowly reported everything, explaining that every hall had formations which would absorb the blood energy of both fairies and demons. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed, "This is serious. I must personally inform the elders." But before she could take action, they were both surrounded by the enemy. "You two kids from the Nine Fairy realm. It seems you won't have another chance." Zhang Fan waved his hand, acting heroically to save the damsel. Kai Wen, you go report. I will handle things here. She nodded and kindly reminded him. Okay, then be careful. As soon as Zhang Fan saw Kai Wen leave, he called out angrily, "Kid, do you think too little of us?" Zhang Fan immediately swung his sword to block. "I said I will handle it. You stay here." The young man who got hit felt the pain and no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Something was off about this kid. We should all attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone charged in to gang up on him. "Kid, although you seem to have some skill, you are too arrogant. I love killing talented people like you." Zhang Fan remained unafraid. Just clicking his tongue, he felt fortunate. My sword domain's influence is still limited. Luckily, you four fools came rushing in yourselves. He then raised the holy sword to the sky, summoning a vast area of heavenly thunder that engulfed the enemies. The young man screamed in pain. How can such power come from a junior like you? After the ordeal, Zhang Fan satisfiedly sheathed his weapon. Kai Wen is gone, so I will go check on the situation of the formation in the Grand Hall first. Meanwhile, Shikyu suddenly felt something was off. He squinted, unable to understand what had just triggered some old memories. The evil god beside him curiously asked, "My lord, did you just discover something?" Shikyu chuckled, his face betraying a smug expression. "Perhaps I have found a successor of an old friend. This is quite interesting." The heavy door, like 1,000 pounds, suddenly crashed to the ground, and all the demons rushed in one after another. The centaur immediately commanded his subordinates. "What is happening outside? You all go check for me." But the situation changed in the blink of an eye, as Zhang Fan stood boldly amidst the pile of corpses and declared, "No need to go. I will see for myself what you demons are up to." Even she had to be on high alert. "You have made it to this great hall, which means the useless ones in front were all killed by your heavenly realm. Right?" You did not answer the question but directly exposed the truth. Indeed, this hall is one of the focal points of the formation. Is not currently. The centaur no longer bothered to conceal his cunning nature. "Who would have thought your heavenly realm discovered this formation so quickly, even showing open disdain? But why is it just you here?" Zhang Fan remained confident, praising the solo system. "That is right. I see just me is enough." It seemed that his nonchalant attitude successfully irritated the centaur. "You will regret your youthful recklessness. Mad fool." The demons barely touched his clothes before being knocked back by his explosive power. At that moment, she finally understood what fear meant. "Who exactly are you?" But the centaur did not care much. "Forget it. You are strong so I can't stop you. I have a suggestion. This is beyond your capability, so you should withdraw to save your life." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Fan silenced her with a sharp strike. "Did I say you could leave?" The opponent desperately struggled in vain. "What are you doing? The thunderous power you are emanating blocks all escape routes for her. Let us talk about what your demons are doing first." Only when being dragged on the ground like a sack did the centaur let go of her pride. "Young master, I confess. If you spare me, I will tell you immediately." There are people in the high ranks of the demon realm preparing to blow up the blood abyss battlefield to seize the world's essence. Just as she revealed everything, a mysterious and dangerous aura began to rise around, filling her with fear. Those strange scents enveloped her and slowly corroded her body. My great master, spare this worthless servant of yours. The centaur cried out in pain and desperate despair. Save me. In no time. She vanished without a trace. Zhang Fan also began to be more cautious about the essence of the world, realizing that the darkness behind the blood abyss battlefield was even more complex than he and Qi Wen had imagined. In the Great Hall, the colossal red formation gradually emitted a mysterious and terrifying pressure. At that moment, Haiyan Vip heard some commotion and raised a question. What is happening up front? Dianeng quickly reported the situation. The heavenly realm has a genius breaking through the front defenses. Coming this way. Han Liep was still a bit skeptical. Are you sure? The opponent insisted on confirming. Yep. I have sent someone over to handle it, helping this heavenly kid complete the transformation first. Suddenly, a monster crashed into the exit door, and both were taken aback. What, especially? Daidong finds it incredibly hard to believe. This is the subordinate I sent to handle things. What is happening outside? Zhang Fan arrives late, holding a torch, and even seems to be judging the situation. Dark spirits. Can you make this place a little brighter? The enemy faction immediately becomes alert, with only one person. After confirming their numbers, Daidong decides to strike quickly. We can't let this kid ruin the Masters and Demon Goddess plans. Let us go together. Both launch their attacks at once, each striking in a different direction with fierce momentum. Kid, prepare to die. Instead of dodging, Zhang Fan strolls in like he is on a tour. You guys are too hospitable. Just as they are about to attack, both suddenly stop. Daidong lets out a small cry of pain, while Zhang Fan questions. One is a 9 nether dark demon, and the other is a void dark demon. I remember you dark spirits usually do not interact with each other. Right, but he does not need an answer. Forget it. I am not interested in your dark spirits. I just did not expect to run into a defeated subordinate in your dark castle. The implication is clear. It is Ma, who is meditating at the center of the magic circle, finally speaking up after being disturbed. Zhang Fan. I did not expect you to make it here. Your arrival has triggered his anger. Zhang Fan. You can't imagine what I have been through. Once I finish my transformation. Zhang Fan. You won Kaiwan. You will both kneel and beg for my mercy. After hearing this, he just wants to clear his ears. Can your dark spirits find someone normal for an internal spy instead of these brainless types? Daidong can wait any longer and urges. This is a major issue related to your master and your emperor. Please. Dark Lord. Give it your all. Then he boldly declares war. You are strong. Kid. But I have summoned the Demon Lord. I will show you what it means to seek your own death. Zhang Fan remains unfazed. I look forward to that. Hurry up and summon the Demon Lord. This spirit of revenge makes her start to doubt. Is this kid crazy? Born that way. Just then, the seductive demon rushes in to report. Demon Lord. Chief, it is not good. 2 young immortals from the celestial realm are leading people to attack us. Finally, Hoin Dep can't maintain her calm demeanor any longer. Aren't your celestial realm's talent supposed to be problematic? Does everyone like to show off? Just as she finishes speaking, a powerful lightning bolt suddenly crashes down, shattering the ceiling. This demon is a victim who fully absorbed the essence and has now fainted. Tudong appears with a highly attention-grabbing re-emergence. His gaze swept down as if looking at a worm or an ant. Unexpectedly, chasing a great demon led to an unexpected discovery, and he even called for more teammates to join the fray. Junior Sister Lee. There is a demon commander and a noodle demon here. Ruha, who loved excitement, decided to take charge of the action. Brother, let us deal with the great demon we have been chasing first. It is just a matter of who gets to it faster, she announced briefly before continuing to sweep through like a storm. Dairong gritted his teeth in hatred but had to concede for now. These celestial elites are not simple. We might need to retreat first. Hoem Lep ordered the monsters to charge as cannon fodder, for the glory of the Emperor and the Demon God. Then they quickly implemented the plan and took Mo Xuan along. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was busy dealing with a few attackers. He reacted quickly to the enemy's intentions. Not good. These 2 demon lords want to take Mo Xuan and escape. Turong had already unleashed his power and hastily warned. Junior Sister Lee. Be careful. This aura signifies the arrival of a demon lord. The intel caused an uproar. Not good. The protective talisman, a massive vortex of 100 birds summoning the phoenix, struck fiercely at the center. Zhang Fan could only hide behind some debris and helplessly lament that these 2 unlucky kids were like demolishing a house. But a moment later, they showed a caring side. Brother 2, Junior Sister Lee, are you both okay? Ruha was not fully alert yet. Cough cough. Brother Zhang. As the dust settled, the girl quickly urged him. Brother Tridong. Hurry. Where is the Dark Demon Lord at the grand level? But Trongong Fum was determined not to let his teammates fight alone. Putting aside the issue of the Demon Lord for now, the deserted, new ruins ahead only strengthened his suspicion. These guys had indeed fled amidst the chaos. Tam Lu suddenly appeared in the sky with an arrogant demeanor, wanting to squash this weak little ant that dared to disrupt the plans of the great master. Truly unaware of the impending doom, Dung, despite being injured, endured and said, "It seems the three of us will have to take a gamble. If it really does not work out, you two go ahead. I will hold it off." Trotang Fum calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. I need to report some situations to the garrison commander right away." Tamuls, regarded as an unnecessary invisible man, grew even angrier. "You human brat. Do you really think too highly of a demon lord like me?" He was not only unthreatened, but also clearly showed his attitude. He simply did not have time for you. Just as the swift blade descended, the opponent had not even reacted. Yet just a moment later, that move transformed into a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. Tamuls, having just honed his body, was practicing to the point of losing his voice. Dung was stunned, forgetting about the pain. How could this be? Just how strong is Trotangfum? He could take out that guy with a single strike. And see his focus lay elsewhere. "Brother Tridong, earlier you mentioned needing to report to the garrison commander. Did you discover something?" Trondong Fum had to make a decisive move to speed things up. "It is urgent. Let us talk as we go." Then the three of them instantly disappeared from the spot and entered the Void Island together. The mystical, dreamlike scenery around made Ni exclaim. "Is this Brother Trong's Void Island, filled with rich spiritual energy? It truly is a celestial abode." Tung Ven quickly came out to greet them. "Why has the celestial being suddenly returned to the island?" He simply replied briefly, "I need to find the garrison commander." He also did not forget to take care of his teammates. "These 2 healing pills are for you. After this, go find the commanding officers." Dung, boosted by 200% energy and spirit, was very enthusiastic. "Let us set off right now." The 3 quickly proceeded with the plan along with their guide. "The deputy garrison commander already knew you were coming, so let me take you in. Follow me." Kindra Vine did not lead them in immediately but gave them a warning first. "The deputy garrison commander is discussing the dark demon's schemes with other officials. You all should wait here for a moment." At that moment, K. Ven noticed the presence of the 3. "Trading Fum, you are here too. And then there is the matter of senior brother Liu and junior sister Mui." Zhang explained the story in detail. "After you left, I defeated several major demons and then suppressed the evil formation, enhancing the eye of the formation in the main hall. At that time, I also captured a seductress demon." The key point lies in what happened next, when the seductress demon revealed the true plot of the demons before suddenly turning to dust. But I still managed to gather some leftover information. Besides the demons collecting blood energy on the battlefield, there are also high-level schemers in the demon realm, plotting to seize the essence of the Blood Abyss battlefield. Just then, Baijia appeared behind the door with a shocked expression. "What? Are you serious?" Zhang Fan clasped his hands in a respectful manner. "It is definitely true. And I can assure you of that." Lu Ming, standing beside him, could not help but worry. "Sir Deputy Guardian, if this news is true, then the entire alliance on the Blood Abyss battlefield is in danger." Therefore, Baijia quickly issued an order to immediately withdraw the troops and instructed the elders to attack that bloodthirsty demon lord, so that Master Dao Xuan could return to take charge of the overall situation. He also did not forget to acknowledge the group's contributions. "The news you brought is very important and timely. After everything is done, Master Dao Xuan will definitely reward you for your contributions." Kuai Wen and Tinyai moved closer to prompt the conversation. "Zhang Fan, you still have something unsaid. Do not. It feels like you wanted to say something but stopped. You directly revealed the truth to the other party. But I have no evidence. So there are some things that can be said. Yet I can still speculate a little. Could it be related to the upper Zhang Immortal Realm's Mook Swan?" Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up in praise. As expected of Kai Wen, "You are indeed clever and sharp." "You guessed it right." Nuaka also wanted to add some clues. "I remember that Mook Swan from the upper Zhang Immortal Realm was famous alongside his older sister. What is up with him?" Zhang Fan calmly brushed it aside, saying they could discuss it later, then directed the group to focus on more urgent matters. "We need to prepare to assist the officials first." Baijia returned to the battlefield and coordinated with his teammates to take down the main pillar. He was severely injured, but still could not swallow his resentment. The hypocritical scoundrels of the immortal realm dared to bully the weak. He was not in the mood to listen to the other party's excuses and remained calm and commanding. All the allied soldiers received the order and the entire army retreated from the castle. Elsewhere, Dao Xuan was also briefed on the situation. "Truly deserving of the title of hero of our immortal realm. Thanks to you all for uncovering this news." The elder quickly arranged matters for Zhang Fan's group. "Once everything is settled, I will report your contributions to the immortal realm. You all should rest for now." Then he turned to give orders to the soldiers, immediately organizing the evacuation of the army, notifying the rear troops to abandon all supplies and temporarily leave the Blood Abyss battlefield. Just then, from the massive ship hovering in the air, a loud cheer erupted. "Young Master Mac has returned." And all the soldiers rushed to express their gratitude, thankful for young Master Mac's timely support. "Otherwise, we would not have been able to retreat so easily. Thank you, young Master Mac, for saving our lives. Maxwin appeared generous and kind. We are all compatriots. Helping each other on the battlefield is the right thing to do. No need for such formalities. Kaivan suddenly suggested. We should leave the main ship first. There are too many complicated people here. Truong Pham agreed with the sentiment. From my senior brother and junior sister Lu, if you do not mind, let us head to my island for some rest. Nuaka readily agreed without any reservations. Then it is settled. I am very interested in the celestial realm on Truong's senior brother's island. The group returned to the Void Island, and as soon as Truong Pham arrived, he issued orders. Old song. You all control the Void Island to leave the Blood Abyss battlefield with the army. Prepare for defense. I feel that the demonic forces will not let us go easily. Next, he assigned other tasks. Ngok Lion. Nguyen Lang. You two get ready to adjust a bit first. Both quickly accepted the orders. Yep. Pay generously. Do not be stingy with the spirit fruits. Everyone moved the gathering spot to eat and drink under the tree while listening to the opinions of Tuksung, junior brother Truong. What is going on with Max Swine from the upper Truong celestial realm? Is there a problem? Truong Pham slowly recalled. Do you all remember that grand hall? He immediately connected it to that moment. The grand hall where I and junior sister Lu met junior brother Truong. Right. That way. You can explain in more detail. Kaivan and I discovered that the castle was set up by the demonic forces, draining the battlefield's essence and life force. The Grand Hall served as the focal point of the formation, gathering the life force around it. Kaivan had a bad premonition. Truong Pham. What do you mean? You confirmed the information decisively. That is right. After you left, I entered that Grand Hall and saw Max Swine at the center of the formation, being guarded by a seductive demon leader and a demon general. At that moment, I was preparing to take action when you and junior sister Lu arrived, followed by another demon lord. The situation turned chaotic, and the seductive demon leader and the demon general secretly took Max Soyan away. Tudung immediately became agitated. This needs to be reported to the guardian envoy. But Nuak's reaction was rational. We do not have evidence. Only junior brother Truong witnessed it. Moreover, you just saw it as well. Max Soyan performed very well on the battlefield. He could not help but feel frustrated by the cunning schemes. Next time we have the chance, I will definitely make that Max Soyan suffer. Kaivan, being cautious, calculated that the situation behind this would be very complicated. A leader and a guardian spirit for a celestial prodigy. The schemes of the demonic forces are no small matter. Though Dung knows the truth, she remains calm. Forget it. If something major happens, it is not our concern. I will just quietly inform the ancestors of my sect. Just then, the hovering ship suddenly shattered in half. Tridong Fussum sensed the disturbance and immediately became alert. Atung Veninat Hai rushed over to report. Immortal. The Celestial Coalition ahead is under attack by demonic forces. The continuous explosions were overwhelming, and he became even more certain of his suspicions. Indeed, the demons were prepared. It would not be easy for us to escape. Dao Haiyan, seasoned and calm, reassured the troops that there was no need to panic. Just one powerful declaration from him was enough to boost morale. The whole army charged forward. Follow me, attack the demons. Dung felt a sense of relief. Their commander had anticipated this and had prepared. It was time for us to take action too. Trachunumfum delivered a powerful, decisive strike towards the enemy. The monstrous demons seemed to ascend to the heavens under the divine light. His teammates were also filled with fighting spirit. Tradering Pham, the undefeated young master, led his brothers into battle. Nanchi Sihi had witnessed this many times but was still overwhelmed as if it were her first. No wonder he is brother Trong. With one person and one sword, he cut through the demonic horde blocking their path. Kei Van looked at the gloomy space tainted by dark energy and immediately guessed. It seemed the demons wanted to keep us here. Tradong Pham shared this view. After all, to set up such a grand trap, the demons must have expended considerable energy. The situation on Dao Han's side remained tense. Everyone stopped lingering with the enemy and immediately retreated. The disciples behind breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that they had noticed in time. If those demons absorbed enough life energy, who knows what would happen? He quickly issued the next order. Let us head back to the rear base to regroup. Then we will gradually investigate the demons' schemes. Next, he assigned tasks to everyone, instructing the army to halt for adjustments once they reached the IH, and to ensure the ancient city's forces quickly leave the Blood Abyss battlefield to regroup with us. Tradong Pham observed from below and suddenly wondered. Why has the army stopped? Kei Ven pondered for a moment. It is probably to wait for the ancient city's forces and the reserve team to regroup. I saw a fleet arrive for reinforcement earlier. Dung also contributed information. Yep. We received word that the commander wants to keep the ancient city's forces at the IA, outside the Blood Abyss battlefield, leaving a few people here to guard against the demons taking the essence. And see, he immediately calculated. So that means we can stay here and earn military merit. Dung agreed. This was indeed a great opportunity. Moreover, with the ancient city's forces here, it felt quite safe. They could both hone their skills and earn rewards through military achievements. At this moment, both of them, without intending to, shared the same thought. They were the prodigies of the upper 9 heavens. And even though Trentonisi Hein and Esnian were stronger than them at this moment, they could still strive to keep up. Just then, Ying Lin discovered something new. Master, look over there. The ancient city war and the last team have followed us. A Trong Fum had to admit. It is no wonder that this is the war weapon created by the celestial realm for the demon war. It really is powerful. Suddenly, something in the sky caught his attention. What is that? In the brilliant red void, the clouds seemed to gradually surround the warships, and Trong Fum felt even more uneasy due to the sudden changes. What is going on? What happened? Suddenly, a burst of power erupted in the air, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Golden light swirling throughout the universe. The scene shaking the 3 realms was too unbelievable for Tixung. The battlefield of Blood Abyss actually exploded. Even Nun Si he could not help but frown. The celestial demon battlefield has existed for over 10,000 years. And now the Blood Abyss battlefield has just exploded like that. K. Ven was taken aback by the enemy's reckless play. These evil demons did not spare their own people either. Such a tragic outcome only made her more worried. The ancient city war and the reinforcement fleet have yet to retreat. The demons are ready to sacrifice, both low-level and great demons, to seize the essence. The conspiracy behind this must be extremely terrifying. At this point, Tra-Tring Fum could only accept it. But we did not have time to do anything. He speculated about the future scenario. After returning to the rear base, surely we would all go our separate ways. Even Yo-Ho Vin would be surprised. The demons actually created a Blood Abyss battlefield. And the ancient city war and the fleet could not escape in time. He quickly suppressed his emotions and made a rational decision. Trex, pull back the troops. The demons' schemes have succeeded in the Blood Abyss battlefield. I will personally report this to the Celestial Realm Master. And regarding the base, we will disband. The comrades on the ship immediately reported back to Trudong Fum. Heroes. The Grand Envoy has ordered. The situation here is complicated. The army will immediately retreat to the rear base. Tidung could not help but feel a headache. Indeed, we will retreat to the rear base. By then it is likely the spirit army will disband. Nevertheless, Trudong Fum remained calm. After all, the battlefield has exploded. The coalition of the Blood Abyss battlefield naturally would not need to exist anymore. Before parting ways, Inisi earnestly held on. Tridradung Sr. V and sister. Are not you going to another battlefield? I still want to roam the battlefield with Sister Vian. K. Vian could only politely decline. Sister. I still have things I need to help with. Tidung placed his hopes on Trong Fum. What about you? Tridradung Jr. You have a valid reason to decline. The small world of the heavenly cloud continent I am in also has some issues that need resolving. Your workload has piled up. And besides, I brought a lot of people. They also need to return to adjust and digest their gains from the battlefield. Tidung had no choice but to accept the outcome. Alright. There is nothing I can do. I just plan to train on the battlefield for a while. Netsi also had similar plans. Like T-brother. She would not return to the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm so soon. So she would probably go to another battlefield to train for a while. Even though she was the youngest here, she had a very high spirit of progress. Let us see who is stronger. Me or brother T. At that time, Trong Hong Fum happily promised for the next reunion. K. Van N and I will wait in the rear for you two to gain fame in the Shisi Ven Ven, Jitty. Niu Si did not prolong the conversation any further. Well, I wish brother Trong and sister Vian a smooth return. See you again. After the two left, K. Vian finally spoke up. Are you preparing to return to the Thingan Vanen continent? Trudong Fum casually admitted. That is right. Ninkileen has just become a fairy, and she needs some time to calm down. Although she felt a bit regretful inside, she had to go along with the times. Alright then. Let us temporarily say goodbye to each other. I am a bit worried about brother N's situation. He generously shared some good stuff with the other person. Take these ginsings with you. If anything happens, make sure to tell me, and I will definitely come to help. K. Ven readily accepted the kindness without any politeness. Okay, if I run into trouble, I will definitely seek you out. Just as the two were about to part ways, a third person appeared. You are Trunjong from the Thine Vine continent. Right. That tradie stood with arms crossed, silently waiting for his response. Kaven immediately raised her guard to 200%. Excuse me, senior. Is there something you want to instruct us by blocking our way? The other party did not even glance at her. Little girl from the Van Naishi fairy realm. This does not concern you. I am only interested in the kid beside you. Kid? You have an aura that makes me nostalgic. Who is your master? He frowned visibly, displaying an unpleasant attitude. K. Ven whispered a warning. Tradering Fum. Be careful. I feel this person is not up to any good, considering his teammates' advice. He replied. I cultivate on my own. And I do not need your help. That tradie seemed to be asking just for formality but still acted according to his own will. I too miss old friends. Let me experience it myself. At this point, Trong Hong Fum stopped pretending to be polite. The old man hid his face and dared not show himself like that. Yet he still acted arrogantly. Then immediately unleashed a powerful sword strike toward the opponent. Yet, that tradie effortlessly neutralized his move with just one hand. Trong Hong Fum stood stunned, as if his worldview had collapsed. How could this be? His thin-like sword domain had always reigned supreme. He had never encountered a rival, and the opponent even leisurely assessed him. The sword intent is quite powerful. It directly connects with the Great Path. But it seems a bit different from his strength. This comparative attitude made Trong Hong Fum unable to bear it, and wanted to take down that tradie immediately. Old man, take another sword strike from me. But a powerful move that could slay countless demons was easily blocked by the opponent's gigantic illusory hand. He straightforwardly expressed his disappointment. Perhaps you inherited his sword path. But it truly disappoints me. You have only learned a little bit. Trong Fum remained lost in shock, unable to pull himself out. How could this be? He immediately used lightning-fast speed to move out of the range of the hand's attack. At the same time, his eyes scanned for information data. The data survey system encountered a powerful attack, exceeding the host's capacity to endure. The system will activate emergency danger avoidance. The keen perception detected something was off. He unleashed his power, gathering countless forces and energies into his palm, then clenched it to unleash a spell capable of destroying an island in the sky. But unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. He did not expect someone could escape his grasp. Forget it. It was just a casual attempt. Consider that kid lucky. Amidst the vast and mysterious universe, a brilliant beam of light suddenly streaked by at supersonic speed. Inside was the Void Island, protected by a sturdy barrier. K-Ven and Nenjiki Line were extremely worried about his condition. Trading Fum, are you hurt? Master, are you okay? Despite being internally injured, Trong Fum appeared quite alert. I have the great sword intent protecting me, so I am not harmed. Ying Lian sighed in relief. That is good to hear. K-Ven had been paying attention to that tray from the beginning. The person in the mysterious black robe seemed very familiar with Tradong Fum's inheritance. He just ate a spiritual fruit and felt confused. I also do not understand the inheritance within me. I have no idea why that person in black is targeting me. Only he knows the truth behind it. What inheritance? This unbeatable sword intent of mine was given by the system. K-Vian continued to remind him. According to him, he had been observing the Blood Abyss battlefield for some time. It might relate to the schemes of the evil demon Tradong Fum. During this time, one should be cautious. She was even willing to sacrifice her own time. Do you need me to stay and help you? Tradong Fum skillfully declined. Sounding natural. No need. You go handle your sect affairs first. And situation should be stable by now. The other party still had not shaken off their anxiety. Do you really not need my help? He had to reassure her once more. Yeah. Do not worry. Finally, K-Vin decided to abandon her intentions. Then be careful. After her figure vanished in the light, a Trong Fum assigned tasks to the remaining two. Let us return to the southern wilderness in the Qianvanning continent. Everyone rest. Then digest their gains from the battlefield. He casually returned to the life of a disciple. Let us go back and rest first. Tong Vun promised, full of uncertainty. Don't he worry. I will navigate the Void Island back to the Tianvan continent. And Yin Lian has yet to quell her worries. Master 1T be seriously injured and hiding it from us. Right. Sen Kang then spoke to comfort her. Miss, do not worry. For now, we will protect the Void Island. At the same time, Trong Fum had returned to his room and locked the door tightly. Next, he cautiously summoned the Golden Hand. The system opened the panel. Images of the island being targeted by the surrounding entities appeared on the screen. Along with a warning below, the Sword Realm has suffered serious damage from external forces. It needs to restore energy. Currently, it can only ensure the initial state. Urgently supplement a Sword Realm transformation function for the host. Zhang Fan could not help but feel a deep sense of loss. The powers he worked so hard to level up had vanished. Fortunately, he was still given a transformation. But where should he find the energy source to restore the Sword Realm? The virtual screen immediately displayed a location on the map. As soon as he saw the name of the place, he instinctively became wary. This location was in the domain of the eastern domain of Dianhe, seemingly very close to the ancient city of Lamayan, and the most dangerous place in the Qianvan continent. The endless Dianhe. His thoughts began to tangle due to this information. Why would the energy source needed for the Sword Realm be there? But Zhang Fan resolved this simply. Forget it. A trip there would clarify everything. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about what kind of power the Invincible Sword Realm possessed, which could also make that mysterious figure in black feel familiar. In the terrifying Ghost Soul town, his subordinate was reporting to the Soul Devourer. Master, it is said that someone has seen the Void Island, where a sword immortal ascended to the celestial realm of the Qianvan continent, appearing near Nam Hong. This news made him ponder deeply. Yep. The other side is continuing to spread the word, but someone discovered that the Void Island activated the protective array, making it impossible for disciples of the Supreme Sect to enter, and no one has come out from within. Master, What do you think? The soul devourer instinctively repeated the hint. No one could enter. Nor could anyone come out. His train of thought suddenly broke off. So he decided to give up. Forget it. Proceed with the original plan. But send people to keep an eye on the movements there. The subordinates immediately bowed their heads to accept the orders.
Yep.
Luckily the memory of the soul devourer has not aged. Was not it said that a little sword immortal on the Void Island was called to the battlefield of immortals and demons, unless they were severely injured on the immortal demon battlefield? Meanwhile, at the Grand Chichian mountain of the Supreme Sect, the golden light of the yin-yang array illuminated the surroundings. Don Hoen had foreseen several scenarios. Although Zhang Xiaoho's Void Island had returned, the closed-off state was likely to further stimulate the ambitions of some people. The rising danger forced him to make a decisive decision. I can't wait any longer. Prepare the gifts? The old Taoist prepared to pay a visit to Zhang Xiaoho, and also informed the disciples of the Supreme Sect to monitor the movements of that demonic faction. At the same time, on the Nam Hong of the Void Island, Zhang Fan and his team quietly concealed their presence behind the mountain range. Watching the celestial beings turn their backs, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was indeed a heaven-sent opportunity for him, luckily not detected by this group. Shangao. We need to leave here quickly. The two quickly arrived at the cliff of Dian Hai Dongling, where a magnificent structure came into view. Zhang Fan looked around for a long time and remarked, I have heard that the ancient city of Lam Ayan is where renowned cultivators gather. It truly lives up to its reputation. Shen Kang beside him covered his mouth and whispered, Master, what are we doing here? He smiled with squinted eyes. Imparting knowledge. Do you remember why the Supreme Zhongsang Celestial Realm sent people to our Shanvan continent? I suspect it is related to my inheritance of the Ling Qiao Celestial Emperor. He stroked his chine, pretending to calculate deeply. Let us head to the ancient city of Lam Ayan to buy maps and supplies. Then we will go to the Endless Ocean. As soon as they arrived at the teleportation array, Sun Kang could not hold back his excitement. Is this really one of the 10 great danger zones of the Tianvan continent? There are indeed quite a few cultivators here. He scratched his balding head, voicing his curiosity. Master, you said that the sister of that noble is here. Right. Zhuang Pham did not hesitate to share his meager speculations. I am not sure either. After all, I am not a descendant of that emperor. I just suspect that my inheritance is related to the emperor, and I have a feeling it is here. He fixed his gaze intently on the swirling vortex and answered eagerly.
Yep, sir.
He happily assigned the task. From now on, unless it is an emergency, you will be the one to take the lead. I suspect that cultivators from other worlds have already snuck into the Lion Van continent to find the tomb of Emperor Lang Tiu. Sun Kang gave a thumbs up and confidently assured, Master, do not worry. I have the old ones here. I will handle each of these people one by one. Just then, Ko Hung spoke up to remind them, everyone prepare. The Endless Ocean is about to open. According to the agreement of all sects in the ancient city of Lam Ayan, once inside the Endless Ocean, everything will depend on fate. But while entering and exiting, anyone who dares to randomly rob others will be considered an enemy of the ancient city of Lam Ayan. The wave suddenly intensified. Ho's voice mixed with the sound of rushing water. The Endless Ocean has opened. Fellow cultivators, please enter in an orderly manner. May your journey be smooth and your gains plentiful. Zhuang Pham flew alongside the crowd, not forgetting to remind them once again. Once we are inside, follow my instructions to avoid any issues. In the blink of an eye, he was swimming alongside the fish and shrimp at the ocean floor. The two of them raced at top speed to the first level of the Endless Ocean's white bone sea. Zhuang Pham wasted no time in assigning tasks. Lao Chu, head east. We will go through all the upper levels to the last level of the Endless Ocean. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Sun Kang split in opposite directions. Unaware that their movements had been exposed, Tran Kang waited for them to go far before alerting and issuing orders. This aura is from the demon race. You go tell the noble that another force has come to the Endless Ocean. When Truong Pham's group reached the 7th level of the Endless Ocean, they had not even moved when someone blocked their way. You two are temporarily not welcome here. Please leave for now. Sun Kang cracked his knuckles, feigning interest, while a group of lowly figures hid their heads and tails, daring to act tough in front of him. Tran Kang, provoked, immediately swung his hand back. You are refusing a drink invitation and want a drink punishment instead. If you want to leave, then the two of you can stay here forever. He ordered his subordinates to charge forward, while Sun Kang remained calm, spewing trash talk. A group of people attacked the two, but Tran Tru did not dare to strike. He single-handedly knocked them all away, adding insult. Are you guys cultivators or just fools? Tran Kang was excited and charged aggressively, throwing everything he had at Sun Kang like a pest. To make matters worse, he was ruthlessly mocked, his magic weak, his sword lacking emotion, and they quickly countered with a punch. Who gave you the guts to act tough here at Ayan He? After taking care of these guys, Sun Kang smugly boasted, you are no match for me at all. Your efforts are in vain, existing like worms just waiting to be crushed. Before he could finish his taunt, Truong Pham delivered a painful kick from behind. Sun Kang fell to his knees, sobbing. Master, why did you kick me? He coldly signaled. No point wasting time with him anymore. It chuckled as it followed him, explaining. In the battle between immortals and demons, not everyone could be fought, so it had to hold back. Just now, it accidentally went a bit too far. They arrived just in time at the center of the 7th floor. But there were already several different groups stationed around. Sun Kang smiled widely at this lively scene. There are so many people here. Did they discover some treasure? Lamangai lost his composure, pointing his spear at Lei Chu. Aren't you supposed to be the ones blocking us? Ignoring the dimwit, he turned his attention to the 2 uninvited guests. It seemed the people guarding the entrance had all been taken down by these 2. Were they here with ill intentions? Sun Kang was about to turn on the music when Truong Pham stopped him. Another group gathered together. He felt a bit impatient but still straightforwardly guided it. No more wasting time. Our goal is inside. The standoff between the groups was extremely tense. The demon group was the first to speak. Truly 2 fools unaware of the situation. Thukha raised his hand to claim the territory immediately. We have spent so much energy here. We do not want anyone messing it up. The other 2 groups, without any coordination, shared the same thought. After all the effort we have put in, how could we let him benefit for free? Sun Kang impatiently fiddled with his ear. It was really noisy. Suddenly, it thrust its hand downwards, causing the sieve to crack like a spider web. Clearing everything out quickly, Lai Chu wisely jumped up and warned loudly. The demonic force is too strong. It is about to become a demon fairy. His face showed clear shock from being caught off guard. Not good. We have been fooled. The people below stood in shock, hearing the shout. Everyone, chop these stone pillars for me. After causing chaos, Sun Kang had already made a quick escape. He looked at the encirclement that had naturally formed and smirked mockingly. What a bunch of cultivators who've turned into useless wrecks. Grandpa, do I look a bit mischievous that you think I am a fool? You all hang in there. They were dealing with the surrounding stone pillars while spitting insults. Damn it. Getting burned by that guy. He probably does not even know what treasures are inside. Right. Lai Hung stroked his long beard, pretending to be knowledgeable. The magic of these stone pillars feels familiar to me. And that annoying mouth that infuriates others. Lai Chu watched in shock as Sun Kang's back disappeared. Continuing. Are you saying this rebellious man could be the transformed beast beside that one in the south? The closer he got to the truth, the colder his heart felt. So that young man earlier was not just Wei Lin. It was Tran Diet shouting along with him. If I am correct, the treasure that could stir that person's heart must be significant. It seems like Chu cannot keep this information hidden any longer. He needs to think about how to maximize this massive profit. On the side of Daehu, also known as the meteor belt of the protective formation of the Than Van continent, a figure is comfortably gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Van Tone sensed the disturbance, immediately opened his eyes, and murmured, "Is this news sent by His Majesty Truong Min to the Than Van continent? Did that kid cause a big fuss right after returning?" He stood up in anger, shouting, "What?" Suspecting that the sword immortal of Than Van appeared in the endless abyss could be the treasure from the tomb of the immortal emperor. Van Tone looked at the bright spots around, quickly assessing the situation. This news would soon reach the upper Zhang immortal realm. Surely, the immortal king would lead people here. Inside the dragon's skull, Sun Kang anxiously asked, "Master, what should we do now that we have entered?" Truong Pham had thoughts in his head but did not voice them. Once entering this abyss, he always felt something was drawing him in. It might be the intense feeling mentioned in the legends about the dragon's head. He decisively led the way in. Sun Kang followed closely behind. My intuition tells me that it is deep down here. He hesitantly asked his master about the people outside. Truong Pham replied casually, "Though I do not know what is inside, I can vaguely feel something. The people behind me are willing to follow. And if they run into trouble, it has nothing to do with me." Sun Kang looked at the words above, cautiously voicing his speculation. "Master, this place can't really be the tomb of the immortal emperor. Can it? But why do I feel a bit eerie?" Truong Pham said nothing, listening intently as he drew his sword and charged forward. He struck a thunderous blow at the heavy door, slicing it in half as energy surged through. The distant dragon howled in pain, lamenting the loss of the immortal emperor. It opened its enormous mouth to whine in anguish. Nearly 10,000 years have passed. Why do you still keep me in this deathly hall? Sun Kang's eyes widened in panic. "Master, this is not the tomb of the immortal emperor. It is where he suppressed his enemies. We should hurry." Truong Pham calmly reassured him. "What are you afraid of? After being suppressed by an immortal emperor for so long, do you think anyone could still be alive under the effects of a tranquilizer?" It bravely stepped forward. "Master, do not worry. I will lead the way next." The wailing of the immortal emperor echoed outside, and the group of Lam Gai began to chatter excitedly. Could this really be the tomb of the immortal emperor? So the legacy of the former emperor, that those celestial beings risked time travel to seek, is right here. Li Chu hurriedly ordered his subordinate. "Quick, inform the sect leader." His booming voice echoed all the way to the teleportation gate. broadcasting this news to prevent the sects from sealing off this place. Zhang Fan and his group finally stood before a wooden bridge. Sen Kong stammered as he looked at the Naiha milestone. Master. We are not heading to the underworld. Are we? He asked the question with a nonchalant attitude. Even if we do go to the underworld. So what? He shrank his muscular body and voiced a horrifying guess. So we are not going to cross the bridge and end up dead. Right, Zhang Fan sighed, feeling exasperated with this clueless pig. The terms life and death were not meant to be taken literally. He decisively stepped onto the bridge as a demonstration. Follow me. The legacy left by the Long Taivyu Emperor is certainly not simple. After just a few steps, a massive, slimy hand surged out of the Vong sign, blocking Zhang Fan's path. Sen Kang and Mun fought, and all fear vanished. Whoever dared to act in the dark should show themselves and face off against me directly. He delivered a powerful punch right into that grotesque palm, as it fell down. Sen Kang quickly mocked. Just a tin can that looks like silver. No wonder he only dares to hide in the shadows. Zhang Fan lowered his voice, advising. Forget him. Let us keep moving forward. They quietly crossed the Naiha bridge. He looked at Zhang Fan, startled, and exclaimed, Master, your appearance has suddenly changed. Zhang Fan stiffened, wide-eyed. Examining himself, finally, he poked Sen Kang in the stomach playfully, saying, Don't worry. You look just like a fat pig now. Sen Kang clutched his pale face, looking no different from a pig being slaughtered. Master, are we really going to die like this? Zhang Fan examined his hands, trying to reassure him. It is just an illusion. Perhaps the Long Taivyu Emperor once used this method to hide from the heavenly path. He pushed open the door in front of him, causing a cloud of dust to fall. He calmly clasped his hands and entered, not forgetting to explain that passing through the corridor meant they had truly entered this tomb. As a dim hall came into view, Zhang Fan excitedly spoke up. Look at that, Sen Kang said, stretching out his fingers in curiosity. Master, why are there so many coffins arranged in the corridor? And it seems like there are ghostly calendars inside. He crossed his arms and shared his hypothesis. Maybe these are the evil spirits the Emperor suppressed, hoping that those who come after one to be too greedy and open the coffins. He smirked, feeling the focus of attention. I kind of want to stay and see the show. Zhang Fan boldly stepped closer to analyze. This feeling resembled the dragon suppression platform recorded in the classics when I performed the first sword sect. It seems this place is really not a tomb but a location where the Long Utu Emperor sealed something. Sen Kang rubbed his hands, cautiously confirming further. Master, your words frighten me. The existence that requires an emperor to suppress. Are you saying it will suddenly come out soon? Before you could respond, a voice came from inside, and someone entered the tomb. Old Thief Lang Tu. I will seize the body you passed on and the Tiun Jiao Ven Gdi, even bound by chains. Vin Long still has a sharp tongue. The brat who received the inheritance from Old Thief Lang Tu joyfully charged into the secret realm. Ha. Thank you. Old Thief Lang Tu. Sen Kang's blood boiled, charging at him in fury. A mere waste who has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years dares to speak arrogantly to my master. But before he could even touch a hair on his dragon, he had to cry out. A sound escaped from his throat, and Sen Kang was struck. His face twisted in pain. He screamed and was sent flying a full meter away after dealing with the blabbering pig. Vin Long comfortably shifted his focus to Trajong Phim, the one chosen by Lang Tiu. He displayed a heroic demeanor, head held high in provocation. Not afraid of my presence to the point of being speechless. Right, you went along with his wishes, immediately drawing your sword. I am curious how much power you can still unleash after being suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Vin Long, triggered by pride, opened his mouth to roar. You dare to look down on me? Brat, I want to imprison your original spirit, so you can watch me use your body to exit the long suppressing platform and dominate the Qin Vane continent. Trotang Fum smirked mockingly. Indeed, being suppressed for tens of thousands of years has left him brain dead. Hearing this, he erupted with fury and charged at you. Brat, offer your body to me. Vin Long extended his sharp claws, intending to finish off his prey in one swift strike. But Trong Fum was no pushover. With a slash, he left him speechless. He curled up in pain, gritting his teeth to declare, Brat, your sword intent. You truly are the hair of the Old Thief Lang Tiu. You maintained your stance, not even lifting your head. Vin Long, having bitten into a tough bone, threatened in frustration. Once I find a better body, I will turn your bones to dust. However, after retreating to the long suppressing platform, he snorted in suspicion. Trong Hong Fum shared the same sentiment, glancing up and hesitating to speak. So this loud-mouthed Vine Long is being crushed by the sword aura. He is in so much pain that his language skills have faltered. Here is, stabbed into a dragon cosplaying hedgehog, flailing on the platform like he is dancing disco. The Old Thief Lang Tiu deserves to die. He left behind a method to deal with me. Tradering Fum. Unexpectedly lucky, felt a sense of realization, thinking he would expend a bit of strength from the sword domain as Avatar. But little did he know that the long suppressing platform was already set up to suppress this black dragon's resentment. Finally, Lang Tiu appeared within a bright energy column. Unexpectedly, it had taken tens of thousands of years for someone to enter this place. Vin Long, furious, shouted, "Lang Tiu, I knew you left behind a trick to deal with me." He openly admitted it, slightly correcting himself. Indeed, leaving a trick, but it was not meant to deal with you. Lang Tiu ignored him and shifted his focus to the person in front of him. "Good. You are pretty good. Just now. Even if I had not stepped in, you could have easily subdued that earthworm." "Right." Zhang Fan confidently crossed his arms and chimed in. "It is just a creature that lost its body and has been suppressed for thousands of years." Yanlong was doubly humiliated and easily agitated, thinking how could a little snot-nosed brat defeat him. Lang Tiao, annoyed by the interruption, waved his hand. "Even though I am just a thought formed from him, did I even get permission to speak?" He was shocked again, only able to open his mouth to grunt. "You finish with this pet and then continue the story. All right. I do not know how you managed to inherit his legacy and part of the primal power from outside. However, since you are here, I should complete my mission." This intense scenario left Zhang Fan stuttering. "Mission? What mission?" Lang Tiao did not waste words, only used action to answer. Yanlong was hit even while lying down. Though delayed, he still tried to plead. "Old thief, what are you planning? I was wrong. Forgive me. I will quietly wait here at the Longzhen platform." Shen Kang lost his form for so long, and upon returning, exclaimed in surprise. It turns out that in everyone's view, Lang Tiao was refining Yanlong, unable to contain his curiosity. He asked, "How did the master of such a large dragon end up like this?" But sensing the low pressure from Zhang Fan, Shen Kang knew to keep quiet. I won't talk too much. You raised the energy ball in your hand, praising it, awakening the bloodline power. And it seems to have evolved. The talent of the little guy next to you is not bad." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Internally scoffing, Shen Kang, so big, turned into a little pig in the old man's mouth. "You forget, you are the big shot. Everything you say is right." Lang Tiao snapped his fingers to introduce a new gift. This is the Tine Yun Sword Classic, a collection of the knowledge from the first half of his life, and it can be considered the core technique of the Lang Chiao Sword Classic. I sense there is other power within you. This dragon pearl can help you restore its essence." Zhang Fan stood frozen, speechless in an instant. You raised both hands trying to persuade. "Do not think I am just a thought of his and underestimate my knowledge." He quickly regained his composure, and kneeling down defensively, Kid Zhang Fan officially bowed to Lang Tiao, the immortal emperor. He smiled contentedly, his eyes crinkling in delight. "You are a talented individual. I can rest easy knowing you are his successor." He was startled and confirmed back. "Immortal emperor? What do you mean?" Lang Tiao did not mind sharing the truth. "I was originally a thought of his. My main task was to guide his successor here. Now that you are here, my mission is complete, and I will naturally disappear." You slowly floated up the energy column, taking the opportunity to convey a few more words. "I also hold a trace of power he left before leaving this world to help you." It shot straight out of the teleportation door, causing the surrounding crowd to gasp in shock. This is Manhwa, who has extensive knowledge and immediately shares it. It seems to be the direction of the endless deep sea. The others, grasping the key information, eagerly chimed in. "Who exactly is it? Could it be that a sword immortal has appeared in the Qian Van continent? Perhaps it is the immortal treasure sword Dao. Let us hurry to that place." "Over here. He is still passionately teaching." Zhang Fan, "This is the Ling Xiao Sword Sutra. I can't compare to him, so you must do your best and not tarnish his reputation." Upon hearing this, he showed a dazed expression. As Lin Ka left, Zhang Fan's mind plunged into chaos, wondering where his true legacy lay. "I will also transmit it into your consciousness." Zhang Fan, "I wish you great success in martial arts." He processed the flood of information in his mind and urged Shen Kang. "We should head back to the island now." Shen Kang pointed towards the swirling whirlpool and reminded him. "Master, look over there." Zhang Fan did not turn back, coldly urging, "We can't stay here long. It is time to return to the island." Hu Fat stood in midair, fixated on the churning sea below. He clenched his fists, murmuring with determination. "The aura of the Ling Xiao Immortal Emperor is indeed in the Qian Van continent. We must find the Immortal Emperor's tome before the other forces arrive." Hu Fat gazed at the lights shining everywhere, unable to suppress his emotions. The Tian Van continent appeared before the eyes of the myriad realms, like a small boat struggling on the waves, not knowing when it would capsize. Just then, as Zhang Fan set foot on the Void Island, Gok Lion rushed out to greet him. "Master, you are back. Was this journey successful?" He placed a hand on her shoulder, assigning her tasks right away. "I have achieved my goal. Now I need to enter seclusion for a while." Gok Lion, "I leave the protection of the Void Island to you for now." Even as Zhang Fan disappeared from view, she was still confused. Did Master really entrust the protection of the Void Island to me after processing the information? Ngokline excitedly raised her hands and cheered. Does this mean I have become someone trustworthy in Master's heart who can help him? Nguyen Lang forced a smile and chimed in. Yep. But in her heart, Themhai is determined to catch up to Ngokline. If she can't help the immortal. Upon returning to the familiar nest, Zhang Fan felt very good. He did not hesitate to summon the system. As soon as it appeared, it flooded him with information, having received energy to repair the damage, restoring all functions. He felt that the host had obtained the Sword Sutra, directly connecting to the Great Path, and the host's sword cultivation level would increase alongside the system's level. Zhang Fan skimmed through quickly and murmured, the system means that I can now practice and gain experience to level up the system. He hurriedly sat down and entered meditation. Because of the abilities of the sword domain, I have been using the Great Path sword intent during this time. This has allowed me to comprehend the Sword Sutra of Qian Van extremely quickly, and my cultivation has skyrocketed. In Chundring Fum's mind, there was a rough plan. Next, he wanted to focus on training so that even if the system suffered a heavy blow, it would not affect his self-defense abilities. At the entrance to the Endless Sea, countless people from various sects were gathered, all staring intently at the splashing water. Kufai broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone, do not forget this is the Tianvan continent. Tridang Faxem has returned from the battlefield of the immortals and demons. We can't stay here for too long. Dim Lao added from a short distance away. Everyone has confirmed that this aura belongs to the Lung Utund, who fell unexpectedly 10,000 years ago. So let us see what each of us can do. 5D fanned his hand in agreement. All right. I agree. He pointed to the sky, challenging everyone. If I receive the inheritance of the Long Utun Lich, do not blame the powerful figures behind you for punishing you. Without waiting for anyone's response, he jumped straight into the teleportation gate. Trang Hai, witnessing this scene, could not help but complain. Clearly, this opportunity belongs to our Chanvan continent, yet it is being monopolized by outside forces. Trung Una calmly stroked his beard and analyzed. The one leading is an immortal. Our Qianvan continent now only has that wild sword immortal, facing the myriad realms. We are naturally powerless. He clenched his fists with determination. Once I become an immortal like that sword immortal, I will definitely protect this world, not letting others roam freely in our Qianvan continent. Just then, the whirlpool below suddenly stirred. Trang Hai curiously asked, are those immortals fighting down there? Trung Yinga boldly stated his guess. Could it be that they have really found the tome of the Long Utunti? In response, they saw the figure of Fasaisti flying back. He had not stabilized himself when he gritted his teeth and hissed. Damn it. Who's it? Who fight? Just returning. Quickly discussed a strategy. Everyone. Someone has entered the secret realm and taken the inheritance of the Long Utun before us. What are you planning to do? Dim Law casually guessed, inadvertently revealing the truth. Who do you think it could be? If it is that Tranring Pham, we should probably leave the Chanvan continent first. But Kuf Hai did not take her warning seriously. He felt otherwise. He clasped his hands and called out to the people around him. You all have cultivated for thousands of years to reach this level. Do you really plan to flee in a panic from a junior? After that, Kuf Hai turned around, firmly expressing his viewpoint. Moreover, I do not know what orders you received, but I must find the inheritance of the Long Utun. The other three fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly turning eerily quiet. Finally, it was Akufat who quickly suggested. Everyone, if that is the case, let us send someone to investigate the southern wilderness first. Then we can discuss things further outside. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone simultaneously took to the skies. Dispersing around, Dinan Hai, after observing the situation, also stated his goal. The immortals outside the realm will likely not give up so easily. It seems I have to go to the southern wilderness to meet Trong Dao Hu. Dian Hai moved at the fastest speed, riding his sword to Trong Phum's small island. Ten Losikes, having his horizons broadened, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Master, is this the void island of that sword immortal? There are so many hidden presences around here. He quietly reassured his disciple, who, being young, could either be cunning or brave, and it is fine. Leading Hai around for a look, he voiced his concern. But why did the void island of Daoist, Zhang, activate the protective formation, since returning from the outer realm? Could he have been injured in the outer realm? But I heard he once went to the endless abyss as well. He muttered for a while, then bowed his head with emotion. My generation has accepted defeat, relying only on Daoist Zhang to stabilize the Chinean continent. Good. Keep going. Don Hai quickly shook off his heavy mood and urged the person beside him. Come on, let us go dig first. But as soon as he touched the ground, he exclaimed, what, is Zhang Fan in seclusion right now? And Gi Lin is locked in. To be honest, Master took Sen Kang to the endless abyss, and upon returning, went directly into seclusion. I am afraid you would worry, so I reassured you, but rest assured, Senior Don. I am now among the immortals. Having broken through to the status of a loose immortal, Don Hai was stunned by this news, only able to respond mechanically. You did not even need to go to the immortal demon battlefield. And you have already ascended to immortality, indeed. The remaining words made him turn away and swallow them back. Looking at Niek Lin, he could not help but sigh. 1,000 years of Taoist cultivation really went to waste. Du Hai did not dwell on his sadness for too long. When he spoke again, he regained his polite demeanor. Though the current situation was a bit complex. Sorry to trouble you. Ingi Kifi Lin. During this time, Ingip Lin confidently declared. Taoist. Do not worry. I was just looking for someone to test my sword. He did not stay too long. Just giving one last piece of advice before leaving with his disciple. If your master comes out of seclusion, let the old Taoist know, even after taking to the sky. Don Hai added a bit more. There are quite a few outer realm forces approaching the endless abyss. The old Taoist must gather the righteous sects to discuss how to respond. Ing Lian looked at the tightly sealed door, feeling anxious inside. This was the first time she saw her master in such serious seclusion. Surely, it was not because of that mysterious person. Right, Zhang Fan, cherished by everyone, was still sitting cross-legged in meditation. Outside the Great Formation, on the Celestial Stone, cracks began to appear in the protective barrier of the Tianyan continent. Kuf Hai fixed his gaze there, determining that someone was sending news to the leader of the Supreme Sect, the foremost sect of the Tianyan continent. After entering the southern wilderness, he returned to the Supreme Sect and immediately summoned the righteous sects. Deem Lels, catching wind of the situation, covered her mouth and chuckled to herself. It seems that the famous Tianyan sword immortal has made an error. For now, we can temporarily disregard this person's existence. He stroked his chin with a hint of regret. I still want to spar with that kid a bit, to see if he is really that talented. At that moment, a Fufite raised his voice in warning. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The news of the Long Taiyu Tanai's legacy has already reached the celestial realm. If we delay, there will be even more competitors. Fasia waved his fan and bid farewell, as he had already arranged for his people below to move ahead, with the four of them splitting up and rushing in different directions. Fu Fo looked at their backs and sneered. The Emperor has been plotting for years. How could he let anyone behind you interfere with the Long Tu Tin Li's legacy? He peered through the gap, a solid idea forming in his mind. Well, no one could escape the Emperor's schemes. At the Ghost Soul Town, Than Sen suddenly exclaimed while hovering in mid-air. V. Hun. He raised 2 fingers at the guy and coldly ordered. It is time to execute the plan. Fafi Hen obediently stood up and clasped his hands. I have arranged for my subordinates long ago. Just waiting for your command. My lord. Than Sen smiled with satisfaction, not hesitating to praise him. That is good. I will report to the esteemed and the Emperor later. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off rapidly. Leaving Fei Hun looking up in farewell, he returned to his seat, laughing eerily. Once he was sure no one could hear him, he spoke in a gloomy tone. Do you really think I am just a dog you can call whenever? Don Hoen Trang bowed and introduced himself. Esteemed immortals. I am Don Han from the Tathat Ike sect on the Thayan Vainan continent. Though I am soaked in sweat from anxiety, I dare not be careless and come on behalf of the cultivation world of Thin Vine to meet you. Immortals. Phi CD appeared friendly but could not hide his arrogance. The elder is being too polite. You all came here today because you are not at ease with us. Right. Aware that he was being overshadowed, Don Hoen awkwardly laughed to ease the situation. Ha! The esteemed immortal is joking. The Thin Van continent has been hidden for thousands of years. Your arrival is a significant event for our cultivation world. So of course, we must treat you well. Dimlode crossed her arms and glanced at them, then intentionally fanned the flames. T-Stask. If we do not treat you well, do not worry. We from the Celestial Alliance are also righteous, and won't cause trouble in the Thayan Vainan continent. Not wanting to offend them, he could only helplessly go along with it. The elder naturally would not doubt the esteemed immortals. The elder only feared that he would not be attentive enough. If the esteemed immortals needed help, feel free to say so. Hu Fut smirked slightly, feeling quite pleased with himself. Indeed, the righteous figures of the Thin Vainan continent had all arrived. Well, the plan was progressing smoothly. The entrance to the Ghost Soul Town was a dark corridor, with sharp stone spikes on both sides. A skull was respectfully kneeling at Phi Hen's feet. Reporting. Master Demon. Everyone has followed the plan. Lu Acher raised his head to flatter. That Don Hoen with the beaded nose is leading people to the infinite abyss. The righteous ones are like headless snakes. What a master demon. Truly a godlike strategist. V Hun sat on the throne, propping his chin with his hand, showing satisfaction. Well, after this succeeds, I won't treat you poorly. There is no need to report the next steps to me. The skull bowed its head to the ground to express gratitude. Yep. Master Demon. I shall take my leave now. Watching the old man leave quickly, he laughed heartily. He, Soul Devourer, clenched his fists. determination shining in his eyes. Heavenly Cloud Sword Immortal. Once I succeed, the entire Heavenly Cloud continent will be in my hands. At the peak of King Mountain, chaos erupted as flames blazed fiercely, seemingly wanting to consume everything. In the midst of this dire situation, Initang struggled to lift everyone's spirits. We can hold on a bit longer. I have sent word to the surrounding sects that we were ambushed by the demon path. Vandu stood on a cloud, declaring with irony, "Haha, the old leader has abandoned you. You won't have any reinforcements." He crossed his arms smugly. "Do you think your sect is surrounded by us?" Haha, he was stunned, unable to believe his own ears. What could it be? The demon path? Vandu exclaimed cheerfully, as if victory was already in hand. Haha, the demon lord has long broken the seal, hiding and plotting in the shadows, to catch the righteous sects off guard, waiting for the right moment to strike. Enki En grew furious, straining to continue fighting. This is serious. The demon path has grand schemes, and there is some demon lord quietly unifying the demon path. He stubbornly pointed his sword forward. In this dark human world, with the vast celestial path, we disciples of the righteous path strive for ourselves and others, for the fate of all beings in the heavenly fate continent, and we are willing to sacrifice for the way. As Aniteving finished, all the disciples flew towards them, ready to follow the elder's orders. To ensure safety, he raised his hand to stop Kaya and Tech Li. You two are the strongest young disciples of Chun Nut Quan. I will lead all the disciples to protect you. You must report this to the leader and other righteous sects at the Endless Abyss. She won't feel at ease if you oppose this. Elder Ingek Heng extended his hand to reassure them. I will self-destruct to create an opportunity for you. Go quickly. The underlings approached Kai to attack, wanting to force him to use his energy to hold them back and clear a path for them. Go quickly. A beam of light descended, annihilating everything, leaving only 2 survivors, unable to save them. Techli's face was drenched in tears. KVX suppressed his grief and urged, "Do not let the elder's sacrifice be in vain." The messenger immediately reported to Vemandu. "Elder, 2 fish have slipped through the net. Should the disciples go after them?" He raised his hand to stop him. No need. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the sky, for he had planned this beforehand. Even if the old Taoist Chao Dan Ho knew, it would be too late. Just continue with the plan. The soul-catching flag summoned by Vemandu fluttered as if demanding lives. At night in La Mine ancient city, everyone gathered outside to enjoy the sea, leading Hein sighed with annoyance. During this time, the outer realm immortals had not done anything, which made the old Taoist uneasy. Heinti suddenly rushed in with urgent news. "Sect Master, something terrible has happened." Seeing him in such a hurry, he closed his eyes and calmly taught, "Even if Mount Te collapses, remain unshaken. There is no need to rush when trouble arises." He knelt on one knee, hands clasped, recounting everything. The dark sect had suddenly attacked the north, and only 2 from the Zhangyi sect managed to escape to Linyuan ancient city. The whereabouts of the other sects remain unknown. The news hit like a thunderclap, causing Hoenn to exclaim, "What?" The staff in his hand was also accidentally broken in 2. When did the dark sect silently regain its strength? With such a commotion, how could Mei Fuk not have any intel? V. Endron eagerly grasped Heine's hands, pressing for answers. What happened to Zheng Yai? Where are those 2 disciples now? How are their injuries? He was at a loss in response to the barrage of questions. The disciples had gone off to heal their wounds. One senior sister had told the disciples before falling unconscious that Zheng Yai had been destroyed. The scene there was once again depicted. Engulfed in flames, the chief disciple had shielded them, taking the elder's sword from Zheng Yai to escape. Suddenly, the spirit of Neki Heng appeared, bowing in self-reproach. The Dark Lord broke the seal, controlling the dark sect, leading the righteous forces, while the junior brother was powerless, only able to ask the senior brother and fellow practitioners to protect Zheng Yai. Heinta clenched his fists in anger. "Master Don, our sect is beside Jai, with the elders and disciples holding the fort." In this situation, Don Hoenn decisively ordered an emergency alert to the righteous sects. The dark sect was aggressively approaching with unclear intentions, and nearby families should unite for defense. Meanwhile, he stood alone on a flying sword, heading somewhere. The old Daoist had reached Nam home, gathering strength, and if conditions worsened, they would retreat to defend Nam home. By the entrance of View Tunine High, someone suddenly shouted in panic from the ship. "My lord." Lisi Thun reported the news. Intel from the Tian Venin continent. The dark sect had ambushed the righteous sect. Dozens of sects lost contact, and many had been exterminated. Faiside was caught off guard by this, letting out a soft grunt, while Quoth Hai looked on in confusion. With Trendring Phum on the Chan Van continent, how could the dark sect wipe out dozens of righteous sects? Diem Lo felt that something was off. Just like the others, I sense something is wrong. I have not found any clues about the legacy of Lung Tu Tian these past few days. Hu Fight finished a jug of wine and laughed heartily. The dark sect of Qian Van has nothing to do with me. But this is our opportunity. The three looked at him in confusion. Then Chorused. He took his time explaining for them to understand. Chuang Fum had changed, appearing in the endless training sea. And there were rumors he was secluding himself, not coming out. I suspect the legacy is in his hands. If the dark sect of Qin Vine suppresses the righteous sect, the remaining forces in Nam Hong will be in danger at that time. If the dark sect in Shinvan can revive. Phi CD smiled in agreement. If Vu Jiaman destroys me or the legacy, we will be scattered. So we could pretend to help Qin Vine eliminate the dark sect and seize the legacy amidst the chaos. Kufahai listened to their plan, pouring the wine directly into his mouth. You all have so many schemes. Drinking it all and wiping your mouth with your hand. He turned to look at them warily. You all have too many thoughts. I will keep my distance from you from now on. Then they continued their fake discussions. Hu Fight secretly smirked. A bunch of useless trash being toyed with in someone else's palm. On the Void Island. Ingifi Lian listened to Don Hoen recounting the events in shock. What? Why did a demon lord suddenly appear? He calmly spoke about the unexpected enemy. The old Taoist had looked over the sect's scriptures before leaving, fearing there was a demon head once suppressed by the Lung Uti Yuyin Tain Ladi, before departing from the thin Venin continent. Namely Heaven in his mind. Don Hoen had envisioned the figure of that man. He had long been tortured to death by the seal. But unexpectedly, he could break free without anyone knowing. He glanced at her. Seeking help, Tertringvam and Negi Klein sighed softly, looking into the distance. This is the first time I have seen Master in seclusion for so long. Tradering Pham, elsewhere, was in a meditative posture, closing his eyes to feel the power within his body. 10 days later at the Phi Thig Yukong, a surge of evil energy left the celestial being stunned. Some murmured in awe. I can't believe that in just 10 short days. The demon lord could disrupt dozens of sects while we were on guard. Dean Hyen stood watching, unable to hide his sorrow. We powerless elders can only rely on little Taoist Inyek Ilin. Hearing this, Inki Lin immediately clasped her hands, solemnly explaining a few words. What are you talking about, Donsec Master? I am also one of the beings of the thin binding continent, so please do not worry. Before he could calm down, a disciple's shout startled him. It is Donsec Master. Quickly look. That shout flustered Don Hoen as he looked up to see black mist in the sky. In 3 other directions, there were armies of demons. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. It seems the demon path wants to kill us all. I wonder if that demon lord will come. Without wasting time thinking, Yumuklian's face turned serious, assuring him, he will definitely come. I can sense a powerful force. Fifla Han, hiding beneath the sinister mist, nodded in praise upon hearing that. No wonder you are the only disciple of the Thien Van Kim Tin. You can even sense my presence. An unusually excited smile appeared on the skeletal face. So young and already a celestial being, with exceptional talent. Little one, why not serve me? The skull, upon hearing those words, leaned forward to scrutinize her even more closely. Has this young girl already become a celestial being, riding her sword in circles to scout? Ngilian's lips suddenly curled into a sarcastic smile. She raised her sword, radiating holy energy, speaking powerfully with confidence. A being neither human nor ghost. You want to replace my master? It was her assertive attitude that excited Fia Hen, making his hands and feet itch restlessly. Haha. Not bad. Little brat. I will give you another chance later. Looking down at the group of immortals below, he quickly pointed and ordered. No one should be spared except that girl, the skeletons. Upon hearing the command, swooped down with a roar, shouting, kill, kill. Despite the thunderous battle, Fasiva remained with his arms crossed, watching the show. Seems the demonic path of the heavenly cloud continent really has some achievements. The sinister aura made Hu fight uneasy, his voice low and warning, as if about to explode. Remember the plan. If the righteous forces fail, create a gap in the south for them to escape to the southern emperor. Having gathered enough information, Dimmelode calmly said. Of course. Then she and Fastida sank into a gray area of similar thoughts. It seems it was not someone from the upper Zhang immortal realm who helped the demonic path of the heavenly cloud continent. So which force has been secretly involved? Meanwhile, Don Hoen was still busy wielding his sword to resist the enemy. His hands busily sent each enemy to the underworld. But his mind was weighed down with endless worries. I wonder if little friend Aji Kileng can withstand the soul-devouring demon lord. Efdoing Hoen tried to find a glimmer of hope in the sky shrouded in demonic energy. Ingi Kifi Lin. You carry all my hopes while your sword dances to hunt down the relentless enemies. This demon lord will use you to test her sword. Her petite form allows her to glide swiftly in the wind, making it impossible for the enemy to retreat in time. Sweat poured down like a river. The skull looked up at the still vigorous girl. This little girl has truly become an immortal. And moreover, a sword immortal. Before he could counterattack, V Hun suddenly swooped in for a sneak attack. Not bad. But he could not harm me, fortunately. And Gi Lin had a keen sense. So she dodged what would have been a clear defeat. I did not expect you to have become a demon too. In the midst of the noisy battle, Tay Danhine suddenly heard that line clearly. What? His face was stunned, forcing his brain to comprehend immediately. This demon lord has become a demon like the immortals. The sharp teeth of Fihan suddenly laughed like a madman. He held the banner, so excited that dark clouds gathered to cover the sky. Little brat, let me show you my true power. As soon as he finished speaking, Hun summoned a giant illusion of himself to slowly attack Ingi Kefi Lin. Instead of being afraid, firmly gripped her sacred sword and heroically leaped into the enemy's midst. Unfortunately, that brave spirit was easily shattered as she was flung away by a mere snap of the fingers from that monster. Seeing the once heroic girl being sent flying like a sword, the joyful laughter of Fihan echoed throughout the area. If it were not for me being suppressed by Lung Yu, losing my essence, how could you? Little brat, stand before me. In pain from that blow, and Qi Ling gasped heavily, silently calling for her master. At that moment, Zhutrong Fum suddenly opened his eyes wide. Staring ahead, he turned around, his face still unable to hide the shock and confusion. And Qi Ling is injured, leading Hein Benthan to look down at the huts below. The desolate feeling made Ni Kilian feel sorrowful and pitiful. Dawn Sr., for disappointing you, he sighed heavily, brushing away the dark cloud hanging over her head. As the head of the righteous sect of the Tianvan continent, I should feel more remorse. Looking at the distant dark energy column, Donho Luxi's voice fell into utter despair. Who would have thought that the demon lord, suppressed for 10,000 years, still retained its power, now having slaughtered countless beings on the Tianvan continent? And Gin Lin fell into deep thought, envisioning the imposing closed wooden door. When my master emerges from seclusion, I fear he will be disappointed that I have become an immortal yet can't handle this on my own. Minutes later, he shouted in panic, his face pale. Realizing something was wrong, the warning echoed throughout the place, causing the disciples to look up at the sky, where the energy of the entire Qinvan continent was being gathered. The tension made Don Hein's lips move incessantly. What does he want to do? Inside the soul-binding spell, Dan Sen confronts the soul-devouring enemy directly. He had not even stabilized his breath before causing an uproar in the area. Why are you acting like this? The soul-devourer said nothing, silently listening to the chaotic exchange. Do you not regard the higher realms at all? Don't forget who helped you escape the seal of the immortal emperor, Long Tu, and helped you recover from your injuries. I can't take any more hits, he slowly interrupted. I am grateful to that brat Trong Mine, but for matters of great importance, I will personally go to the higher realm to thank him. His casual way of speaking irritated Dan Sen even more. You arrogant fool. Just wait until I inform my senior brother. We will see how you face him. The spiritual crane he sent out completely vanished as soon as it touched the invisible barrier created by the Soul Devourer. Hearing that shattering sound, Dan Sen immediately unleashed his anger onto his opponent. Soul Devourer, what have you done? Have you cut off the connection between the Qianvan continent and the 10,000 realms? His arrogance had reached new heights, making none of the threats penetrate his ears. Ha! How could I dare to do this without preparation? Once I gather the energy of the entire Qianvan continent, recover my injuries, and break through, I will become the second Long Tu on the small asteroid in the void. Hu Hai coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, his mind in a frenzy. What do you want from the higher realm? The plan succeeded beyond expectations. And Hu Fu threw his head back, laughing with delight. Matters concerning the 10,000-year scheme of the higher realm cannot allow you to spread news about the immortal realm. The truth revealed left Fasi Deva utterly shocked. All calm was swept away in an instant. That soul-devouring demon lord is the one the higher realm released and nurtured. You used us to clear obstacles for him to unify the Qianvan continent. Does the higher realm not fear backlash? Seeing the shattered expressions of the pawns on the ground, Hu Foot proudly proclaimed, it is just a dog that His Majesty raised. There is nothing to fear. Once he unifies the Qianvan continent, I will ask him to help seize the legacy of the immortal emperor Long Yu. Please be patient. I will entertain you well. Anger rose in Dim Law's throat as she screamed in curses. You will get what is coming to you. Celestial Zhang. Even Fuck Day is close to letting out a threatening growl. Once I return to the celestial realm, I will definitely inform the other celestial beings. Over at South Huang Island, Fukong, Don Hoyan, and the other celestial beings silently observed the floating skull. The truth was evident in his eyes. Every thought was so chaotic that his brain refused to function. The demon leader gathering the fate of the Tianvan continent surely has a plan. Only Zhangfei, who is in seclusion, can stop it. Just as he finished speaking, a column of spiritual power shot straight up into the sky before Don Hoyan. His faith reignited. He could not hide the excitement swelling in his heart. Zhang Fan has emerged from seclusion. It seems his cultivation has improved. As soon as he stepped out, the Jade Lotus Fairy rushed over to greet him. Master, you have finally come out. Knowing everything, Zhang Fan's first action was to gently pat her head. You have worked hard. While I was in seclusion, you endured so much, and I could not help you in time. With that statement, the pent-up frustration within her was suddenly released. Did the master know everything? There was no time for extra words. He quickly glanced at Don Hoyan and began to encourage her. Rest assured, old Taoist. Even though I was in seclusion, I know what has happened. His commanding voice immediately lifted the spirits of the celestial beings around him. Even if it were not for the Chin Van continent, if someone bullies my disciple, I will retaliate. With that firm confirmation, Du shed his despair and returned to his previous dignified demeanor. With Zhang Fan taking action, the old Taoist could relax. Zhang Fan continued to speak cheerfully as usual, but he was ready to spring into action at any moment. He just did not know when to strike. Naturally, he was waiting for the opponent to come find him. When they expand their reach, the scoundrels behind will jump out one by one. The Soul Devourer began his performance with flickering dark energy and a gleeful laugh echoing around. His injuries were quickly recovering. Seeing their master so filled with fierce energy, his minions eagerly chimed in. The demon lord who controlled Chan Van and reigned over all was regaining strength. The Soul Devourer had given orders to prepare. They must be ready to follow the command to attack at any moment. There were many underlings, but only the skull joyfully responded, as if it had been waiting for this moment its whole life. Truly the demon lord. His mood was elevated to the point of roaring arrogantly in the sky. Once grasped the Chin Van continent. Celestial Zhang, and Zhang Ming the Celestial King. I will soon become the Celestial Emperor. Now, the only thing standing in my way is the Tian Van Sword Mountain here in South Huang, in the Taihu asteroid. Hu Fat watched the actions of those people with curiosity. Soul Devourer. What does he want? Has he gone mad? Then Sun finally escaped that dark place and angrily revealed everything. Aside from South Huang, he had concentrated all the Kai of the Tian Van continent. Thanks to that, the Soul Devourer was able to recover his injuries and cultivation without needing us anymore. The Soul Devourer, the forgotten duty, completely forgot the assistance of our celestial Zhang realm. We need to teach him a lesson. Once he gathered enough information, Wu Fight activated the rapid jump mode to patch the dire situation. I will teach him, so he knows that the majesty of the celestial realm is not something a country bumpkin like him can challenge. But now is not the time to bother. Let us wait a bit longer, and I will give you a chance to handle him. Thinking about his embarrassing moment just hours ago, Then Sen shouted furiously, I must make him regret what he did before. The scene outside was as stunning as a blockbuster movie. And how Yu Fut immediately slipped into the role of the perfect villain. Don't he worry. You won't have to wait too long. The ambition of Vi Hun made it hard for him to hold back for long. Later, Don Hon worried about the battlefield situation in Nam Hong Fefu, even taking on the role of an observer for that ominous skull. It had been several days. His power must have increased significantly thanks to the fortune. The old priest was so anxious he turned to ask Troningfheim if they really had to wait for the Soul Devourer to grow stronger before he came to challenge them. In contrast to Don Hyen, who seemed to be standing on hot coals, Trochanungfum appeared relatively calm, as if waiting for an opportunity. Rest assured, old priest. He would not dare come to challenge us directly because he fears us. Remembering that pale, bony face, his voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Although the Soul Devourer has always been suppressed, it is still unknown how many demon lords remain. Trong Dong From inadvertently caught sight of something that made him interrupt the other mid-sentence. All right, old priest. It seems the opponent can wait any longer. The army of deathly specters from ancient China is rushing in from afar, as if they had prepared for this. Hoen bowed to report to him, while the old priest went to gather the other practitioners, and when the Soul Devourer appears, he would need to trouble Tron Phim for help. Seeing him fly away on his sword, Trong Dong Fum took the chance, with no strangers around, to show off. Ingyi Kefi Lin. My master has made quite a few breakthroughs in swordsmanship lately. Watch closely, and I will make sure my master avenges you. Who gave him the guts to bully my disciple? With that support, Inkleen happily hummed softly in response as the immortals descended onto the battlefield. A thick, black mist enveloped them like a dark stage curtain. It felt as though there would be a repeat of the previous events. Du Hein coldly reminded them. There is no need to be afraid. The Soul Devourer has indeed grown stronger. But we also have the Heavenly Cloud Sword Immortal here. As soon as he finished speaking, the area echoed with the cheers of everyone for Tradong Fum. The Heavenly Cloud Sword Immortal has never had an opponent and has never faced defeat. This time will certainly be no different. Vi Hun looked down from above at the mortals below, a ragtag group of defeated soldiers hiding behind a nameless figure, which truly opened up his perspective. With overwhelming numbers behind him, the Vi Hun began to threaten with words. Tradering Fum, you possess extraordinary talent, second only to Lung Tu in my experience. Do you wish to submit to me? He looked at the intimidating crowd in front of him, showing no fear, and calmly replied. That does make me feel somewhat honored. But do not you think you are being a bit arrogant? That sudden challenge felt like a slap to the complacency that had lulled him, igniting intense interest within him. You may be talented and brave, but you are still too young. How could you compare to someone like me who has survived under Tu Long for so long, a mere successor of part of Lung Taiyu's power? But you cannot fathom how strong I truly am. I will use the fortune of this world to quickly recover. And then I will fully control the origins of the heavenly cloud continent. His rising emotions caused the soul devourer to shout hoarsely. All who wish to control me and force me to submit will have to kneel before me. Zhuangfame listened in silence, astonished by every word the man spoke. Control the origin of the world of the Qianvan continent. How do you know how to control the origin of the world? Realizing his opponent knew more than he thought, the man inadvertently revealed a look of admiration. You know about the origin of the world too. It seems that the old scoundrel Lang Tiu has taught you a lot. But where is this dark energy flooding out from the crevices that startled Don Haiyan? What is happening? Sensing the situation becoming unusually unpredictable, Ngok hurriedly asked Zhuangfame. Master, is this the earth dragon changing positions? He ignored what was happening behind him, his eyes still focused on the boss above. It was not the soul-eating demon about to control the origin of the world. Hearing that strange term suddenly brought back old memories for Don Haiyan. The sect's records state that controlling the origin of the world can break through cultivation and change fate. Trung, are we just going to stand by and watch that demon completely control the origin of the Qianvan continent? That knowledge unintentionally made him ponder deeply. He was a bit perplexed. Currently, in various worlds, there are ways to obtain the origin of the world, but the price to pay is extinction. Don Haiyan anxiously gripped the sword in his hand. Shouldn't we quickly stop this demon? Seeing his urgent movements, Zhuangfame quickly steadied him. This had happened before. Now the celestial realm places great importance on the origin of the world. With the appearance of the successor of the celestial emperor Lang Tiu, the Tianvan continent must be taken seriously. But I wonder why people from other celestial realms have not taken any action yet. As soon as he heard that, Vihan excitedly called his ghost servant. Of course. They won't take any action. They rely on the celestial realm's reputation to suppress and turn me into a pawn. But little do they know they are merely pawns in my hands, accidentally gaining new information. Zhuangfame's face took on a curious expression. The ones you mentioned must be the subordinates of Truong Min, from the upper Truong celestial realm. Those foolish wastes can be so easily used by you. That statement hit the right spot for him. They truly were a bunch of useless beings, daring to be arrogant in front of me. I will punish them later, but for now. Zhuangfame, I ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? I will make you my right-hand man, protecting your loved ones. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his sword high and spoke with authority. Master Demon, you do not need to like me that much. I value the future of the celestial realm more, and do not want to fall into depravity, like you. Realizing his opponent was not ordinary, the voice of Ihan became unusually arrogant, quite knowledgeable indeed. I did not expect someone from the Qianvan continent to recognize that I have become a demon. If you stubbornly resist, then I can no longer hold back. Don Haiyan's face was tense as he looked at Dong Bao setting up the formation. The evil hand struck just as the iron voice of Mer again echoed throughout the realm. The fate of the righteous Qianvan continent rested on this battle, and all united to create a formation to prevent it from advancing any closer. The soul devourer saw this and flew into a rage. Just a bunch of pests daring to oppose me. Thanks to the energy it had received, its bony hand struck fiercely against the large formation in front, causing Hoyin to be rebounded and spit out blood. Watching the powerful enemy continue to advance, he clutched his wound in agony, gritting his teeth. Zhang, it seems that a cultivator like me has to rely on you in the end. Facing Zhang Fan, the soul devourer was intent on showcasing its recruitment plan. Good. You are the only one left. Are you still refusing to submit to me? But unlike the illusions it had envisioned, the kid merely flicked his fingers as if it were nothing. Wait. Can you not shout so loudly? I really appreciate you thinking highly of me, but I truly want to say one thing. The vague statement quickly caught the soul devourer's attention. Then tell me what it is. Zhang Fan raised his middle finger, responding arrogantly. What I want to say is that a demon lord like you is just a defeated dog suppressed by the great Emperor Long Tiu, only capable of hiding. Then what do you have to be so proud of? Those words were like cuts and old wounds, making it scream in rage. Ignorant brat. Daring to offend me like this. It seems I have been too lenient with you. Good. I will imprison your soul in my banner, making you writhe in pain day and night without escape. Taking advantage of the soul devourer still swimming in fury, he swiftly swung his sword with calculated force. A single strike against the idol left the soul devourer utterly stunned. What is this? Is this the familiar sword intent? This guy has only recently received Long Tiu's inheritance. How can it be? A single sword strike severed his transformation's luck. Enjoying the bewildered expression from his opponent, Zhang Fan proudly boasted. Just a coward gathering most of the luck of the Qianvan continent dared to step into the Southern Emperor. The dignified posture paired with a fresh-faced look successfully drove the soul devourer into a frenzy. Good. It seems today I must use all my strength to crush you here, even if the entire Qianvan continent has to pay the price. It is worth it. Seeing it still capable of generating energy after taking a hit, he rushed forward. I initially planned to spare your worthless life to make you reveal who is behind you. But it seems that is not going to happen. The holy power condensed on the blade quickly connecting back toward the skeletal figure. The soul devourer used all its strength to absorb all the demonic energy, making the orb grow larger. With my 10,000-year cultivation, and the luck of the Teen Vanan continent aiding me, controlling the origin of the world cannot be defeated by a wretch like you. Before it could finish speaking, the idol was easily defeated by the pure wave emitted by Zhang Fan. The pain spread throughout its body, so intense and sudden that it could not comprehend what was happening. Just a single sword strike. This can't be. The soul devourer's body was about to sever the source, yet its mouth was still moving, the flow continuing as if it had never been struck. Unexpectedly, just as it broke free from the seal of Lung Tu, I have met you. The hero of Lung Tu has returned. My dream of dominance. That statement echoed in your ears, just in time to help the chaotic mind sealed for so long shine once again. A useless creature like you wants to dominate the skies. What a pathetic fool you are. Before fading into oblivion, the man's mouth still spat out 2 words. How annoying. The evil foe had vanished, and the clear toy appeared amid the joyful cheers of the crowd. The heavenly cloud sword is unbeatable. The heavenly cloud continent is saved. The demon lord has been vanquished. Duo slowly updated the situation, his voice lost somewhere. How can this be? The great demon lord was defeated by a junior. Should we run now? Seeing that ragtag group flee, the immortals were not gentle either, riding their swords in pursuit, quickly chasing after those demon cultivators to restore peace to the heavenly cloud continent. Dean and Hein, relieved of the greatest burden, spoke lightly as if conversing. Zhang Fan, the old Daoist will take you to completely eliminate those demonic cultivators. Zhang Fan's gaze turned toward the distant ship, his mouth hinting at a sense of anticipation. Old master, do not run. Everything is not over yet. Unfortunately, those words were carried away by the wind, leaving him unable to hear as he drifted from his position. On that floating ship, Feisty Dia stood behind Hu Fight, wearing an uneven, unconvincing smile. Sen Kang looked at the ship flying in the sky, scratching his head in confusion. Isn't that the flag of the Upper Zhang Immortal Realm? Why did that ragtag group come to La Shithine Ven? Zhang Fan's voice, suddenly cheerful, suggested perhaps they had never left. Dinan Hein suddenly appeared, interjecting. Zhang Fan, do you mean that behind the soul-devouring demon lord, they had a hand in this? Your watchful gaze is observing every action there. Isn't that obvious? Old master, send people to hunt down the demon cultivators and pacify the continent. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan saw Hu Fa Fight leading the group down with an arrogant demeanor. He expressed his concerns. All right. It seems that these so-called immortals did not come with good intentions. We can only blame the heavenly cloud continent for being too weak. As soon as Than Sen showed up, the group below looked down on them openly. That soul-devouring guy was so arrogant at first, but it turned out he was just a worthless fool. Quickly slapped down by him. If he is a waste, then what are you? The pretentious tendency suddenly arose in his heart, letting him say something even more unskillful. It was just a moment of carelessness that led him into his plot. Hu Fut silently observed Zhang Fan, slowly reminding him, considering the enemy's abilities and strength, Zhang Fan could defeat Mexaxoin. He was definitely not a person unworthy of TM. Just a glance from Than's son made his brows furrow, as if they were about to kiss. Relying on the resources of the immortal king to gather strength, he was just a lucky country bumpkin. Soon, I will make him obediently hand over the inheritance of the Ling Qiao immortal emperor. Saying it was one thing, he hurriedly approached Faikong Island, starting to show off. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent His Majesty Zhang Min the immortal king to help you eliminate the evil demons disrupting the heavenly cloud continent. Hearing those words, Sen Kang itched to retort immediately. You truly are righteous, waiting for me, the soul devourer, to show up. Your face is even cheaper than mine. Instantly, his dignified mask shattered, revealing a scheming expression. The demon clan dares to challenge the envoy of the upper realm. Trying Fum. You could not teach your subordinates properly. Let me take over. Trong Fuom had been silent until now. Hearing someone wanting to make a move on him, he immediately stepped in. Do you really see me as heir? The attack being nullified did not immediately anger Than Sen. Come on. Trading Fum. Even if you are late, you must understand that the celestial beings from 1,000 miles away cannot simply return empty-handed. Watching the puppet show without care, he casually remarked, What do you want from me? Tithai Bonus nonchalance inadvertently triggered his anger. And with the legacy of the celestial emperor Tiu Long aiding you to defeat the soul devourer, you should know that a timely person is Trang Tun Ki. Thinking that was the end of it. But no. A Trong Fohum still leisurely lingered. If I can't do it, then what? Not wanting to negotiate further, Than Sen decided to strike with his sword. I see you are just a fool who refuses to drink the inviting wine and instead wants to drink the punishing one. Seeing the weak yet still wanting to show off, he scoffed and waved his hand, sending the weakling flying with his sword spirit. Wu Fihan observed the situation from the sidelines, slowly marveling. No wonder you defeated the heavenly demon Menmi Shakeswine of the upper celestial realm. Trading Fum. You truly live up to your reputation. Hearing this, Trunchunfum immediately shot back. Why do you want to compete as well? The hawk-like eyes of the man showed a hint of fluctuation for the first time, accidentally speaking out loud in thought. My strength is on par with my junior brother. We do not need that. Trunchunfum. Are you so confident to roam the myriad worlds? Why not join the upper celestial realm? That way, the Tianven continent will also be protected. Seeing the man say nothing, Yu Fight boldly added. The legacy of the great Emperor Long Tu not only pertains to the upper celestial realm, but also countless other forces in the myriad worlds. I see you destroying the Soul Devourer. As long as you send word that you hold the legacy, they will understand their intentions. Trunchunfum just smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. You helped me realize one thing. Today, not a single person from the upper celestial realm will escape. The holy power surged forth, forcing the two thick-skinned individuals to retreat immediately. That swift action visibly displeased Hao Fight. Trunchunfum, do not bring disaster upon yourself. I possess the token of the Emperor. Before he could counterattack, something exploded, sending both of them flying. With a glance at the smoke, he casually remarked with sarcasm, so what? As if he would come here right away. Fan Sen and Hu Fight had just escaped the jaws of death, their minds not fully recovered, so they dared not speak. Meanwhile, Trunchunfum still boldly pointed his sword forward. Today, none of you will escape. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple hand appeared in the void, followed by a resonant voice. You have quite the nerve. Seeing Trang Min, both of them were startled and exclaimed. It is the Celestial King. Your Majesty, please save us. Sensing something was off, Ingiglin anxiously shouted. Master. Be careful. Don Hoen looked up in astonishment, wondering why the Celestial Emperor was attacking from afar. Everyone was bewildered, and Trunchunfum quickly drew his sword, pointing it directly at the giant palm. Truly, the Celestial Realm represented a shameful boldness, walking a path of utter disregard. Trang Min angrily pointed him, cursing with a mouth still tasting of milk, daring to act recklessly, thinking he could scare Trunchunfum, but he charged forward. Just an old rogue hiding in the shadows plotting against others. Trang Min would not back down, quickly gathering his power, declaring that today he would teach Trunchunfum some manners. Without any warning, Trunchunfum charged ahead, slipping past his hand in an instant. Just then, a loud explosion erupted. Seeing this, Trunchunfum smirked with satisfaction. So this is all the strength you have, old rogue. Below, the two disciples could not hide their astonishment, exclaiming in shock, how is this possible? He not only blocked His Majesty's long-range attack but also won. Now that he had taken down Trang Min, he turned quickly, aiming his sword at them with a cold, unwavering gaze. It seems your Celestial Emperor can't save you now. Yu Fut still foolishly shouted. Trunchunfum, you should know that behind us is the mighty Celestial Realm. The consequences of angering one of the four Celestial Realms is not something a small continent like Thin Vein can bear. He thought after saying this, Trunchunfum would retreat, but he charged forward instead. Isn't he this all because your group had malicious intentions toward the continent of Thin Vein? Suddenly, Ngilin shouted, Master, watch out behind you. Trunchunfum quickly turned to look. Fortunately, you noticed in time and slashed the command token. I knew that a cunning rogue like you would definitely try to sneak attack, even though it was cut in half. The token still emitted his voice. Trunchunfum, this time I can't personally intervene. Before disappearing, Trang Min emphasized, but I will remember you. Just as he finished speaking, another explosion occurred. Though shattered into pieces, he still managed to add, I will make you regret this humiliating act for the rest of your life. Trunchunfum no longer stayed silent. He spoke up. While below, a Fufite called out, Trunchunfum, spare us. I swear I will be loyal to you. Ignoring their nonsense, he took out his sword and slashed through the two of them. After finishing, Trunchunfum landed on the ground, and Nineglin happily ran over. Master, you are amazing. I never thought you could defeat that Celestial Emperor. He gently patted her head. Lu Tong, are you and the old Emperor ready to activate the floating formation? Don Hoen looked somewhat puzzled. Trunchunfum, can you really enter the void? He worriedly kept asking. Shouldn't we think it through before deciding? After all, the opponent is a powerful celestial realm. Trunchunfum turned away in discomfort. What celestial realm? Everyone is just one among countless realms. You raised your hand high, your eyes filled with determination. Zhang Ming, that old bastard has plotted against us time and again. If we do not retaliate, it would be an insult to ourselves. Zhang Fan crushed the token with all his might. Leading Hoen watched helplessly as he did so. With Zhang Fan acting this way, the pressure on the cultivators of the Tianvan continent would only become heavier. No matter what anyone said, he charged forward, swinging his sword. The boundary of the old bastard Zhang Ming was gradually opening, and Zhang Fan's voice echoed inside. What goes around comes around. Fuya. A bit spoke up, recognizing Zhang Fan's voice. Kuokai also stepped in, asking if the Heavenly Emperor Zhang Ming had really been defeated by that brat, who even dared to counterattack. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming sat in deep thought about Zhang Fan's words. Old bastard Zhang Ming. What goes around comes around. Take a strike from me. His face showed clear signs of anger. That arrogant kid dared to cause such chaos. Outside, a beam of light rushed toward the city, causing the guards to panic and shout. Who dares to offend our Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly King will not forgive him. Zhang Ming was well aware of the situation outside and unleashed a massive hand. How could the Heavenly Emperor allow such a brat to disrespect him? Instantly, the beam of light was blocked. She would definitely come to the Tian Van continent to display her might and make an example of you. A massive explosion erupted, and the guards were gathered, whispering, who is the owner of this sword energy? To think he could exchange blows with the Heavenly King. In the end, he was still defeated by the king. Zhang Ming was so furious that his hands seemed ready to crush his foe. Grinding his teeth in silent resentment, how could a mere kid, who just became a deity, injure him? Below, Hentho respectfully bowed. Your Majesty, this arrogant one is unknown to us. He silently glanced at Max Swan. Hentho and Tukain panicked when they received no reply. Your Majesty, could it be that Zhang Fan has defeated Max Swan? How could that be? Although this guy has talent, how long has he been a deity? The main hall fell into a hushed silence as they began to speculate. It seemed that Zhang Fan really had defeated Max Swan. Suddenly, Chu Ming spoke up, extinguishing their fear. Max Swan, do you believe you can defeat the one who once defeated you? He stood tall before you, emphasizing his words loudly. Yep. Just waiting for this. Zhang Ming took out the token. All right. I will give you the token. Go to the treasury and choose the heavenly weapons and resources for cultivation. He quickly passed it to Max Swan. Don't let me down again. This is your last chance. After receiving the token, his gaze became more resolute. He would use Zhang Fan's blood to cleanse the stain on his sword's heart, proving himself once again. Max Swan left with satisfaction. Zhang Fan, Truong Min thought to himself as he looked at his back. No wonder he is the successor of the sword path of Emperor Lang Tiao. Able to wound someone like me. He pondered for a moment, waiting for me to obtain the inheritance. At this moment on the floating island of the southern wilds of Chan Van continent, Don Hoin stood there in deep thought, observing the warriors training from afar. He had thought that with the appearance of a sword immortal like Truong Pham, even if the protective formation of Qian Van continent lost its effect, it could still grow stronger. Don Hoin sadly turned to look at Truong Pham, unexpectedly finding himself in a situation that added more worry. He offered a few words of comfort. After all, the Tian Van continent once had a renowned figure like Emperor Lang Chio, so it was natural for others to covet it. Oh right, then let us change the subject. Old priest, I feel that the Tian Van continent cannot rely solely on me. Everyone must also become stronger. Hearing this, Don Hoin coughed a few times in embarrassment. The old priest and the fellow practitioners felt ashamed. As predecessors of the sword, they were not as good as you. Truong Pham, you explained clearly. I did not mean it like that. I want to open the training resources on the floating island for the Han Van continent, like spirit fruits. But they need to be selected carefully. These words truly caught him off guard. Truong Pham, you are willing to open resources on the island. But Truong Pham was very determined. Of course, I speak words of gold. Do not forget you are also an outstanding senior. And these juniors need you to shield them from the storm. Hearing this, Don Hoin felt somewhat relieved. All right. The old priest will definitely select and cultivate them well. He suddenly clasped his hands together, looking hesitant as if he wanted to say something. In an instant, Don Hoin's voice echoed throughout the forest. Unexpectedly, the old priest also had a chance to become an immortal. Everything ended pleasantly, and Truong Pham felt joy as well. The sword domain had been fixed. The enemy attacked me like the mysterious person last time. Although I am invincible, the current situation also requires assistance. At this moment, Kai Van was intently observing what was in front of her. This was what their senior brother from the Haiyan Feng continent had investigated. Right. Everything seemed normal. She tightly gripped the sword hilt in her hand, unsure if that guy's wound had healed. If it were not for the urgent mission from the sect, I would be guarding the Chan Van continent right now. As soon as she finished speaking, Kai Van took off and charged in without hesitation. Then she calmly called out, you all should not hide anymore. Your ambush here shows my senior brothers are in trouble. Immediately, countless figures emerged from beneath the water with incredible speed. Then Lin Hu pretended to be concerned and explained. After all, the disciples of Miss Vian are all talents of the Van Ning immortal realm, not to mention Miss Vian herself, so preparations must be thorough. Hearing this, Kai Van did not intend to beat around the bush anymore, and directly launched an attack. Understanding the upper 9 heavens of the immortal realm so well, it seems your identity is anything but ordinary. Let me see the face behind that mask. Lin Hu remained calm, and even calmly ordered his companions to carefully welcome Miss Vian, and not let her leave the Haiyanfeng continent. At this moment, she was silently analyzing the current situation. The opponent had been lying in wait for a long time, and even a message sent by a flying sword could not escape the Haiyanfeng continent. Kei Ven thought hesitantly. Can I only rely on Trajangfeng? Just as the assassins charged, she used her technique to fling them all away. A bunch of minions like you think you can stop me, and then, seizing the right moment, Kei Ven immediately threw the jade pendant from her sleeve. At that moment, at the floating estate, Minky was calmly reporting. Master, this is the spirit tea sent by the sect leader of Haiyan sect. Thank you for providing the celestial fruits and other precious resources. Meanwhile, Trongkong leaned back against a tree and began to enjoy it. I just want to do good for the world. After all, I come from the Thivan Van continent, so of course I hope the continent grows stronger. Hearing this, Nguyen Long did not hesitate to praise him. The immortal truly has a heart that encompasses the world with great righteousness. Seeing this, Ninky Lean expressed her worries. It has been a while since Vian's sister left Thin Van. I wonder how her mission for the sect is going. Trongkong Fum stroked his chin thoughtfully. It may be going quite smoothly. After all, Kei Ven's sect is the leader of Venani Immortal Realm, a sect with over 100,000 years of history. Then he turned his gaze into the distance, lost in thought. How could a holy land that once gave birth to an immortal emperor be compared to an ordinary immortal sect? Not to mention that there is currently an immortal emperor in this holy land. Seeing Trong Fum's dazed expression, Inky Lin immediately felt a bit jealous. Master is starting to miss Vian's sister again. Clearly I was the one who followed Master first, and then, as if witnessing something shocking, Nguyen Long suddenly shouted. Immortal. Ingi Kifi Lin. Everyone look, what is that? They immediately focused their attention in the direction she pointed. A Trong Fum sprang up before he could finish his sentence. It gently landed in his hand. It seems to be a special method of sending messages that I and Kei Ven En only use in emergencies. At that moment, it was constantly emitting gentle rays of spiritual power. Nguyen Lin expressed her own conjecture. Master, do you mean that Vian's sister used this jade pendant to send a message? Which means she is in trouble. Shortly after, Kei Ven's voice unexpectedly sounded from the jade pendant. Tradering Fum. I am ambushed on the Haiyanfeng continent. Help me call for reinforcements from the sect. These words left Nephiline stunned, her eyes wide open. Master, Vian's sister is really in trouble. I wonder how she is doing right now. In contrast to her, Trong Fum managed to maintain his calm demeanor. Of course. We have to go save her. Ngi Lin's tone was a bit hesitant. But Vian's sister asked us to call for reinforcements from the sect. He turned around and explained. We do not have a method of sending messages with Vian and Ni Immortal Realm. Kei Vuhan's master also does not know where she is. We can't just sit and wait for them to confirm her identity. Although this reason is quite convincing, she still felt a bit uneasy, but Truong Pham stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on Ngok Lion's shoulder. Ngok Lion, Chun Van will be in your care for now. I must go save your sister. His words left her flustered, and she quickly declined. Master, I already failed last time. This time but he cut her off with a determined gaze. Ngok Lion, I believe in you. Ngok Lion was so flustered that her voice became stammering. Can I really do this? After a moment, Truong recalled the earlier scene. Luckily, Ngok Lion agreed. But he was currently hovering outside the barrier of the floating island. Seeing her excited expression, he hesitated to mention the new function of the sword that could bring him back to the sword realm, no matter how far away he was. After finishing his checks, Truong Pham began to instruct and assign tasks to everyone. I have to leave for a while. You all help Ngok Lion protect Chan Van and the floating island, and increase your cultivation speed. If resources run out, ask Ngok Lion for more. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took off on his sword. Let us go with this for now. It is urgent. They could only watch his back. Master, be careful on your journey. After a long journey, Truong Pham finally arrived at Taihu outside the Chuanfeng continent. He quickly stopped to observe what was in front of him. Is this the world of the mysterious signal for help? Without letting himself hesitate for too long, Truong Pham decisively flew in to investigate. Let us see what is inside first. He thought as his mind collided with something. Over there. Truong Pham quickly approached to search for traces of the mysterious signal but found nothing. Suddenly, he smirked mockingly. Do these pathetic ones not realize that being too ordinary is also a form of abnormality? He continued to fly across the vast sea. Let me see what you are really preparing. Meanwhile, on the mainland in a certain village, the people were bustling about. Truong Pham blended into the crowd. Observing everyone, their strong physiques contained immense power, indicating that this world primarily practiced physical cultivation. Jiang Ming suddenly approached him and whispered. Little brother, you are the foreign cultivator who appeared at our sea some time ago. Right, he gently reminded. There are ears everywhere here. Little brother. Follow me. Hearing this, Zhuang Fan followed Jiang Ming's back, revealing an expression full of interest. This Xuanfeng continent seems quite fascinating. After a while, the bags on Jiang Ming's shoulders were placed on the ground. The two were now standing in a small courtyard. Jiang Ming clasped his hands together and introduced himself. I am Wei Jiang Ming, a cultivator from the Xuanfeng continent. I did not get to introduce myself earlier in such a complicated place. Please forgive me. Little brother. Zhuang Fan did a similar gesture. Zhuang Fan from abroad. He did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Little brother. There is no need to hide anything. Our Xuanfeng continent is different from other worlds. It is obvious at a glance. You asked. Brother. You just mentioned that a foreign cultivator appeared on your island some time ago. Do you know her whereabouts? However, Jiang Ming was too focused on another issue. Our Mystic Wind continent has people who attract foreign demonic forces. While most cultivators here were caught off guard, many have been consumed, not giving him a chance to finish. Zhang Fan quickly interrupted while still sounding polite. Brother Gui. Right now I am only interested in the whereabouts of that foreign cultivator. Besides, there is a lot I can observe and deduce myself. Hearing this, Jiang Ming awkwardly scratched his head and forced a smile. It made sense. This kid rushed to Mystic Wind continent like this must be very eager. I will take you to meet them. You have grasped the key words in that statement. As he started explaining while pushing the door open. There were many people on Mystic Wind continent who did not want to become demonic beings. So they formed a resistance group. The injured foreign cultivators were also rescued by our group. After tasting a cup of tea, Zhang Fan could not help but exclaim, facing the anxious group of Anem in front of him. He finally spoke up. Senior brother Anem. I initially thought your outcome would be dire. He glanced at the soldiers guarding the tent. But they seemed to be living quite comfortably now. Suddenly, Jiang Ming walked in and spoke sarcastically. Good. You know yourself well. Realizing you can't escape. So you are content to be a prisoner. This provocation did not bother Zhang Fan at all. He even teased him back calmly. Yeah. Hire me. I will be counting on you to take care of me. Just with those words. He had the guy grinding his teeth in anger. Immediately after, he ordered his lackey to use a sealing stone to lock his powers. Then Zhang Fan pretended to be surprised when he saw his hands in cuffs. Obviously, he felt no fear and even scoffed. Did this guy just leave? I thought he was going to torture me. And Nim finally spoke up to raise a question. Junior brother Zhang. Did not you and junior sister Yuang go to the battlefield against the demons? Why are you here? Mentioning this made him serious again. After parting ways with everyone, a lot had happened. And it seemed they had been trapped here for quite a while, and him and the others wore expressions of sorrow. We investigated and found that Mystic Wind continent has demonic forces that control the leaders. The controlled cultivators formed a resistance. This information surprised Zhang Fan so much that he exclaimed. But then he chuckled and said something that seemed obvious. Then they must have used this trick many times. They just got tricked here by that method. Next, he relaxed and propped his chin up. Right. Now I will tell everyone what happened outside. He asked Feng Yu, who was standing beside him. Beautiful elder sister. Could you get me a cup of tea? Considering I obediently became your prisoner after the person left. Zhang Fan shared quite a bit with Anurim's group, including shocking information that left him in disbelief. What? The Siyu demon really blew up the entire Blood Abyss battlefield, forcibly seizing the origin of the world. You even mentioned it to them. That is right. A similar incident almost happened on the Tian Vein continent. But it was not as violent because I stopped it. Finally. And him looked discouraged at the beginning. So I understand what is happening in the Xuanfeng continent. The demon secretly controlling the continent is probably related to the origin of the world. Suddenly, Trongphunom appeared very serious. That is right. I still have something I have not told everyone. His attitude made him serious too. Tritang Hesse really has not told us why he came here, so his brows furrowed tightly along with the next announcement. K-Vane has arrived at the Xuanfeng continent and sent me an urgent transmission signal, wanting me to call for help from your sect. Once again, Anim slammed the table and stood up. That junior sister is at the Xuanfeng continent. When did this happen? Troningfum also clasped his hands and stood up to confirm. Yep. Your master sent that junior sister to provide support upon leaving the battlefield. Team Mai immediately arrived at the Xuanfeng continent. I thought I would meet her when I was brought here. This situation made him more tense than ever. We have not received any news. And during our imprisonment, we did not see her. Around Trungfum, an overwhelming energy suddenly radiated. Yes? You must be very bored being locked up for so long. Noticing his action, both Feng Yugite immediately stepped forward with great momentum. Aniam hurriedly tried to intervene. Trungfri, we are all wearing the same stone lock as you, unable to use our powers. However, before he could finish, Tratong Fum's strength erupted, shattering the chains. It was just a trivial matter. A beam of light shot up, instantly cracking the stone wall. He sheathed his sword and snorted coldly with terrifying power. The dust gradually cleared, revealing the Fong Gaiet group lying on the stone floor. while Trundring Fum remained unscathed. Although K Van was not found, he had everyone to assist him. He looked up at the ceiling, which had a large hole, and he really wanted to see who could make K Van signal for help to him. At this moment, K Van had gone through a fierce battle. Her injuries were not too serious, and she had recently recovered, seeming to have escaped from the pursuers. Suddenly, a column of light flashed, striking the sky, catching her attention. This intense feeling is Trong Fum's sword intent. This made her a bit confused. But why did he come to the Xuanfeng continent? Could it be that he did not send news to the sect before coming here, even while being ambushed by a bear? She still felt the urge to scold him. It is really something, coming to a strange world full of hostility while that guy is still showing off like this. The bear was quickly sent to meet its ancestors by Kavanan. After dealing with it, she began to deduce. Trundring Fum was signaling to the person hiding from the pursuers, meaning he had arrived. But perhaps the demons had also seen it. At that time, on the peak of the central island, Anim was looking at the sky, sighing. Before the scene of countless flying ships in the sky, he could only feel disheartened. I can guess what Brother Troning is planning. Sister Vian must have seen that sword energy. But unlike my anxious mood, Trundring Fum remains calm. If K Ven can see it, then the demons and their minions surely can too. Brother N. Look, they are coming. Even though you assured safety beforehand, he still feels uneasy. But the demons have infiltrated the Haiyanfeng continent for years, controlling everything nearby. They will arrive faster than Sister. Finally, Anhim turned to advise Trachong Phime. Brother Tridong, I did not get to mention this earlier. We have been sealed of our powers, and we are somewhat affected. We can unleash much strength right now. Despite his worries, you still confidently reassured him. They are just a bunch of trash serving the demons. I can handle this. Your nonchalance infuriated Jiang Min, truly a reckless kid. Then he shouted threateningly at Trundring Fum's group. At first, I wanted to let you live comfortably before being sacrificed to the masters, who knew you were so eager to die. Moreover, Trundring Fum added fuel to Jiang Min's anger. A bunch of fools relying on demons without knowing what they would lose. Truly pathetic. That remark thoroughly provoked the minions. The minions jumped down from their spaceship towards Trundring Fum. Jiang Min shouted to boost morale. Show these outsiders the power we have gained from the masters. Meanwhile, Kong Tech took the opportunity to mock Trundring Fum's group. You outsiders surely do not know how strong we can become. While they are blabbering, shocked by our strength, then dying in utter agony, Trundring Fum had already drawn his sword instantly. One move from you was enough to knock most of the minions back, leaving Kong Tech both startled and terrified. How could this be? For someone like you who already knew the outcome, it felt very dismissive. Just with this little strength. Not stopping there, Trundring Fum's power even crippled their spaceship. By this point, Jiang Min still could not believe it. How could this be? With the strength granted alongside the physical cultivation of Haiyanfeng, our defense is unbeatable. How infuriating. Seeing the scene, Trundring Fum could only sneer. They quickly fled, retreating to report this to the masters. Only now did Trundring Fum have time to turn to Aninem and the others. It seems there are more unexpected discoveries. This worried Aniem. What is wrong? You looked at the defeated minions lying scattered around. These people probably do not even realize they have been devoured by the demons. They are no longer who they used to be. Then came Aniem's words. You guys already knew this. You had to explain further. What I mean is that the demons have controlled them like puppets. His questions grew even bigger. You mean the fallen cultivators in Haiyanfeng continent have been controlled by demons without knowing it? Trungfum analyzed seriously. Even the words of that fake person made you feel these cultivators would become sacrifices for the demon's schemes. Anim's heart was filled with compassion but also great unease. How heartbreaking. But is it really okay to let them go? I have not regained my strength. And when they come back, there will be even more of them. While Anim is still anxious, Trungfum remains calm. Well, that is even better. That is exactly what I want. Seeing Trungfum's relaxed attitude, Anijum continues to wonder. Trungvi, what are you planning to do? He tries to guess your intentions. Trungtung St deliberately stirs things up to draw out the demons. Trungfum gazes into the distance, a confident smile on his lips. Yes? You do not want to stir the pot and investigate quietly. But in the end, what happens? Being caught off guard makes Nurem feel embarrassed. It is because we were careless, not realizing that the Haiyanfeng continent was under the control of the demons. As he glances at the sky, he replies, so they have taken control of the Haiyanfeng continent. I can't hide any longer, so why not make a public appearance? Suddenly, Trungfum smiles and waves at someone. Only by stirring the pot can you know what kind of snake it is. At that moment, Kvang Imkime gradually descends from the sky towards them. Trungfum, you are indeed here. As soon as she lands, he hurriedly explains. KVN, I received urgent news, so I had to come here. Although she heard that confession, She still puffs her cheeks in annoyance. You definitely came here without reporting first. Right. This leaves Trying Pham speechless for a moment. After being upset, Kevin finally pays attention to the scene. Yes? Why is everyone here with Trajong Pham? Anim scratches her head awkwardly. As soon as we arrived at the Hein Phom continent, we fell into a trap set by the demons. Thankfully Tragesti saved us. Then he shifts the topic to her. When did Vin's movie arrive here? We were trapped and did not know what was happening outside. Kevin briefly recounts after losing contact with the Seshine. The sect assigned me this mission. I need to find a place to rest and discuss further. And knew him and the others fly their swords over the sea behind them. Meanwhile, Kevin suddenly turns to express herself. Thank you. Tradering Pham. Does this surprise you a bit, noticing her discomfort? Trajong Pham silently speculate. Kevin must be feeling guilty. It is the first time he sees her with such an expression. As he thinks this, he comforts her. When I did not understand anything about Chechdi then Venjidi, you were there to help me. We do not need to say such things between us. Upon arriving, Kevin starts discussing plans. Tradering Pham. I guess according to your thinking, we will wait for the demons here. Their understanding impresses Animem and the others. Tronkangzid has not said anything. Yet Vinhez Musi has already guessed it. It is truly remarkable. Then she points to an area filled with libraries. That courtyard is the old base of Mingli Jiang Min. Let us rest there. Just in time for them to know we are here. As everyone lands, Trajong Pham sits down on a stone bench. While waiting for them, KVN. Please tell us about your journey. At this moment, in an underground cave, the Jiang Min group is kneeling before someone. The guy is sweating profusely but still tries to justify himself. The priest is not a careless minor character. It is just that they are too cunning. But Ningi Hago does not care. I won't report your issue to the higher-ups for now. Then he warned me. I will send more people to you. You should redeem yourself through your efforts. Or else you will fail again. Feeling the invisible pressure, Jiang Min quickly accepted the order. I won't let you down, sir. He clasped his hands in assurance. You can rest easy. If I fail again, I am willing to be a sacrificial offering. Seeing this, Ingi Eiko shouted and chased him off. If you fail again, no matter what, I will turn you into a sacrifice. Get lost. Jiang Min quickly took his leave, saying he would go capture them right away. Watching their figures fade at the cave entrance, Ingli Heiko ordered the shadowy figures behind him. You all follow them and see who disrupts our plan. Among the shadows, figures of the divine guards emerged, sitting and waiting anxiously without seeing any demons approach. Trajong Pham murmured lightly. Seems the people here think I have lived too long. And Hiem calmly added. If it were not for living too comfortably, they would not have surrendered to evil. Suddenly, Tina Ven shouted. Someone's coming, and senior brother. Junior sister, the enemy is here. Trajong Pham's expression became much more interested. I thought there would be more people coming. But in the end, it is still that guy, on the spaceship. Jiang Min crossed his arms and challenged them. You dare to refuse my good intentions. Now you will regret it. The minions of the evil spirit charged out, ready to capture them as sacrifices for the higher-ups. Trajong Pham disdainfully drew his sword, preparing to counter, thinking they were just a bunch of fools. And their ending would be pathetic. At that moment, the group of Anim surged forward. Trajong brother, let me handle this. It turns out you are still upset with those minions from the past. After all, I am a disciple of the former emperor in the Yunji world. And you guys trapped me. If I do not deal with you, I will have no face left. Very quickly, the minions were beaten to a pulp by Anim's group. At this point, Jiang Min could no longer remain calm. You came to the X-Wanfeng continent and are still so arrogant, wanting to sabotage our grand plan and yet resist. He yelled. Give it your all. When we return, you will definitely be praised by the priest. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion rang out, and the minions transformed into the shape of evil spirits, annihilating them. The priest and the higher-ups are watching us. At this point, Trajong Pham was already in combat mode, and he could not help but sneer. These people are neither human nor demon. They truly look hideous. Once again, the minions were defeated by a single move of his. This left Jiang Min stunned. How could this be? They were all wearing divine armor blessed by the higher-ups. What kind of background does this kid have? He quickly prepared to flee. If he stayed here any longer, he would meet the same fate as them. He could not go back now. He had to hide. A flash of light streaked across the sky as Trajong Pham watched him run away. Akay Ven was extremely puzzled. Does the opponent want to let him go? You seem so relaxed, mixed with disdain, as if you are just some insignificant nobody. The scene shifts to a sharp clawed hand reaching out. Quickly grabbing Jiang Ming, he spoke darkly, filled with anger. Good thing the priest sent us here. You truly are useless and untrustworthy. Jiang Ming's throat was gripped tightly, but he still struggled. Lord Guardian, spare me. I just wanted to call for help. Of course. The Guardian had no interest in listening to him. Yeah, a useless waste has no need for explanations. With one hand, he tossed Jiang Ming to his subordinates behind him, sending this useless person back to the altar. As he was dragged away, he cried, "General, please spare me. Let me go plead with the priest." But the guardian was unmoved. Meanwhile, the group below, led by Zhang Fan, witnessed everything. Kuwen felt a sense of nostalgia. It seemed the newcomers had some status. Still, she was not worried. "But you still have not met your demands. Have you?" The subordinates and the guardian were watching them from above. Zhang Fan also did not hesitate to look back. "I had thought that even if the true form of the dark demon did not show up, it would at least be the leader's minions. It appears, based on the situation, you can deduce that either the cultivators from the Xuanfeng continent are arrogantly insane, or the demands of the dark demon are numerous and currently crucial. Your intuition has affected a Neum. It seems to be the latter. I have wasted too much time before." The guardian tightened his fist and threatened, "Arrogant foreign cultivators. It is still not too late to kneel and plead for the gods' forgiveness." Zhang Fan stood firm and prepared for battle. "Although we have not caught the big snake yet, we can still track its whereabouts." Hearing this, Kuai Wen nodded in agreement. "The most important thing in battle is speed. Everyone wait a moment before striking. We will prepare to hit their lair directly." A new him felt a bit envious of how quickly the two understood each other with just a word. While she and everyone else had not even caught up yet, at that moment, the guardian waved his hand and declared loudly, "A bunch of stubborn fools. You will never comprehend the greatness of the divine." With that, he commanded an attack to eliminate the foreign cultivators opposing the divine. But before he could do anything, his subordinates panicked and exclaimed, "Lord Guardian, Kaiwen's sword is already at your throat. Be obedient, and we will take you to meet our divine." Zhang Fan was still standing outside, thinking that after receiving the inheritance from the immortal Emperor Ling Xiao, the sword realm has gained new skills. But he still has not needed to use them. His life now completely rested in Kaiwen's hands. The guardian was completely unsettled inside. Who are these foreign cultivators? Clearly, Wei Jiangming had captured them effortlessly. And him approached and asked, "Junior sister, junior brother Zhang, are you two planning to let them lead us to their lair? Is this plan really okay?" Zhang Fan then smiled wickedly. Without hesitation, the guardian has knelt down. "This humble servant is willing to jump into boiling water for you, ready to take risks." Yet, he secretly chuckled to himself. Huff. Those outer world cultivators can never comprehend how truly magnificent the divine beings are. He then cheerfully looked up, but still harbored schemes in his heart. "Luckily, you are all digging your own graves. That way, in front of my divine being, I remain a trustworthy believer." He crossed his arms, looking at the divine guards with disdain. "As long as you are quick enough, there should not be any problems." Then, Kei Vunan led the group forward. "We should not delay any longer. Let us hurry and set off." At the altar, Ingiesho and the believers stood before a large lake. He lifted his staff and issued commands. "The divine being has just sent a prophecy, instructing us to prepare the offerings. The ritual is about to begin." Theering D quickly reported, "Everything is ready. Please rest assured." Great priest. Upon hearing this, Ingio expressed his satisfaction. "Good. We just need to wait for Engdi Jiangmin to draw blood from those outer world cultivators." When suddenly someone from outside rushed in a panic to report. Thing D then growled, "What happened that you would be so disrespectful in front of the great priest?" He hastily recounted everything. "Deputy leader, some outer world cultivators are fighting back against the Divine Guard army. They are currently advancing to battle, and I am afraid they won't hold out much longer." As he finished speaking, Trong Hongfeng approached with his sword. "These are the headquarters of your evil spirits." As Tron pointed at the three individuals in front, "They are the ones." Ingieho sighed softly and murmured, "Have you already broken the grand formation? Seems not only Ingli Jiangmin has failed, but even those sent along." Yet they still pointed at the enemy with certainty. "However, it is good that you all brought this upon yourselves." Then, Ingdieko excitedly declared that the prophetic ritual was about to start. "And you would have the honor of becoming offerings to our divine being." Feel honored by this. Ingli Heiko stood atop a massive wave charging toward Trong Fum's group. He arrogantly proclaimed, "The divine being is about to descend upon this continent to help us ascend. Yet you outer world cultivators dare to scheme against us. You are all doomed." With that, Ingli Heiko launched an attack. "No one can stop our grand plan. I will represent the divine being to punish you." Hearing this, Vian remained undeterred in his response, lacking any ambition to take shortcuts while still boldly speaking. Without hesitation, and Nim swung his sword, ready to counterattack. "Trutong, junior brother. Sister disciple." Saying this, he charged straight toward the massive wave. "I want to see which evil spirit dares to plot against me and my junior brothers." Ningio snorted, showing contempt. "Looks like you all have a bit of skill." Immediately after, he raised his staff, preparing to strike all the divine beings beside you. and charge at me and capture those stubborn ones. The evil spirit swiftly attacked, shouting with great momentum. The divine being watches over us. Kevin sneered as he drew his sword. Truly a group of ugly and pitiful people. With just a few slashes, he sent them flying. One individual covered his face in shock, wondering why the protection of the great divine being was no longer there. Effective. The female before the false god gracefully glides over the corpses of the unfortunate demons. Ingieko was no longer confident as before. It seemed I underestimated you. No wonder my men all failed. Still, he stubbornly wanted to fight. You all do not understand the greatness of the divine being. You cannot stop us. In an instant, Ingli Ho summoned a towering column of water. Great master, please hear my prayer. Respond to me. Come here. A massive whirlwind enveloped Zhang Fan's group. Huh. You can't escape. The fish is almost here. Tremble in fear. But when he looked down, he was surprised. Why are you all standing like that? He screamed from the top of the waterfall. Aren't you supposed to be struggling? You are here to stop me. Right. Zhang Fan calmly discussed the plan. Do we need to coordinate a bit? K Van nodded in agreement. If you like. Go ahead. Ningyi Ho ignored, became extremely angry, shouting. You all look down on me. Look down on the divine being. Hurry and flee. Crying? These words made Zhang Fan very uncomfortable. Quite annoying. He had initially thought to let him live a bit longer. With that, he jumped up to threaten him with a slash. If you want to taste my sword, go ahead. I happen to be free. But surprisingly, he showed no fear. Too late. Suddenly, a gigantic hand clung to the edge of the water basin. A mocking voice rang out. To think that the alliance of the celestial realm sent nothing but juniors. K Van looked at the monster and said, Finally, you have shown up. Hexvia crawled up, maintaining his contemptuous attitude. Your celestial alliance is still the same. Slow to react, high and mighty. Finally, he arrogantly declared. But you are all too late. The plan has succeeded. The origin of the world of the Xian Feng continent will fall into our hands. Zhang Fan quickly drew his sword, preparing for the impending battle. Hepsividev jumped straight at Zhang Fan, just at the right moment. The blood-soul power of the celestial beings. You can speed up our acquisition of the world's origin. He was undaunted and drew his sword, ready to counterattack. You truly have blind eyes. Unable to choose who to fight. Hearing this, he immediately took a powerful slash and was sent flying. Unfortunately, the spot where he landed was the rocky cliff behind him. Xvia gritted his teeth in anger. How could a young celestial being like you have such formidable strength? After saying that, he got up with a large cut on his back. But no matter how strong you are, you cannot stop us. Immediately after this declaration, Exim suddenly unleashed a fierce power. We have begun to take the origin of the world from the Xian Feng continent. You are now useless. And Nim quickly dodged the flying boulders. Junior sister. Zhang junior brother. What should we do? Trachung Feng maintained his calm. Of course. He exited through the same way he came in, charging straight out to confront the evil spirits. Hearing this, Xevi scoffed and pointed at the gate. Our 9 bloods are experts in spatial opening techniques. How could we let a junior easily break through? But then what appeared before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. No way. How could he also open? A similar gate was created effortlessly by the kid. This guy was already out of options. Time to deal with him. It seemed like Hefvi would show fear. But he confidently retorted. I may have underestimated you all. But you think you can destroy me? You can do it. With that, Apsivria quickly withdrew. And him managed to shout loudly just before he successfully escaped through the gate. Stop, he angrily exclaimed. He got away. K Ven approached to reassure him. Aniem. Senior brother. You do not really believe that Tranjong Fum just swung his sword randomly and opened a way to find the evil spirits? Do you? He was taken aback by this. Without hesitation, Tranjong Fum pointed to the adjacent gate. All right. Now let us quickly chase the evil spirits through here. The group set off while Aniem confidently asserted, we must stop them. In the underground cave, as soon as Trang Fam's group arrived, they saw Akivia, Tier Line, Kudi Seer, and DXO standing around a massive fireball. He felt annoyed at being followed. You lot do not know any better and still dare to chase me here. Tia Lin missed the chance to mock Akva. Surprised that you got heavily injured by the junior cultivators. It really tarnishes the name of our 9 bloods. Meanwhile, Kusira was more pragmatic. All right then. If they have come here to offer their lives. Even better, he ordered an attack, capturing them to use their fresh blood to nourish this source. We can also relax a bit. The current dangerous situation made Anhim worried. Why were there so many evil spirits here? This time it is bad, with the aura of a main character. What does this mean for Trang Fum? Don't he worry, senior brother, and I see that these evil spirits are just weaklings. DXO saw him standing still and rushed in like a moth to the flame. This kid seems to be scared stiff. Ku Seer arrogantly continued. Let us have some fun with them. The agile footsteps moved swiftly, and Nigam landed lightly and warned Trankrungfam and Kvinin. Trahung. Junior sister, there are too many evil spirits. He frowned, feeling tense. And besides, they were currently stopping their rituals, preparing for an all-out attack. Meanwhile, Ulan arrogantly declared, I truly underestimated you. But you can stop here. The craving of uncut has reached its peak. Devouring the souls of these guys will be very satisfying. I have not tasted the flavor of immortals in a long time. The other evil spirits did not want to miss out, looking at those frozen in fear, curious to see who could savor the most delicious soul. Trjungfum did not hesitate and drew his sword, charging towards them. Let us do this. A series of sharp slashes were executed. Once finished, he slowly flicked the sword's blade towards his hip. The entire group of demons was caught off guard. Seeing this, and Nihim urged the two of them on. Zhang. Junior brother. Junior sister. You two go stop those dark forces from stealing the world's essence, he asserted firmly. With that, he pointed his sword at the remaining crowd. Leave this to me and my junior brothers. Ailen angrily commanded the demons. These immortals are truly nauseating. Half stay back for the ritual. The rest follow me to charge ahead. As he commanded, the demon faces readied themselves for battle. If the Dark Master said so, then with his massive spiked club, they would teach these little immortals a lesson. And Nihim, seeing a chance to stretch his muscles, smiled with deadly intent. Finally getting to meet you all and relieve some tension. Without hesitation, he slashed towards the demon face. Then, and Nim quickly urged Zhang Fan and Kuai Wan. Zhang, you two hurry up. I can handle the dark forces here. Hearing this, she reminded him before setting off. Senior brother. Be careful. Ailen maintained his arrogant demeanor. No wonder they sent a bunch of juniors like you here. He had underestimated you, but it turned out you had some skills. Over there, Su-hun bent down to reassure him. Young prince, leave those two to us. You continue with the ritual. Ailen confidently said, that brat is for sacrifice. And the girl should be brought before me. Su-hun grinned wickedly at Kwan, assuring he would please the young prince. Immediately after, he threatened Zhang Fan. You two can come here now. Surrender peacefully, and you might die a quick death. With that, they charged towards him. Brat, you are getting too arrogant. Just wait until you are sacrificed and see if you can still act so high and mighty. In an instant, he disappeared, leaving a strong gust of wind. Zhang Fan's sword scarred the demon face while it still appeared proud. Brat, it seems you have some skill, but now it is my turn to show off. Hearing this, Zhang Fan scoffed. All talk, no bite. I can't be bothered to waste time with you guys. Ignoring the demon face, he told Kaiwan. Let us charge ahead quickly. These dark forces are about to succeed. Kaiwan ignited her sword with a red flame, then sent the demon off to meet King Yan. Her face was filled with determination. I absolutely want to let them achieve their goal. Witnessing the demons fall one by one, Ailen was furious with those useless fools. He waved his hand, ordering a halt to the ritual. First dealing with those two pests. The subordinates behind him complied immediately. Deep inside the cave, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Already, Anim was sweating profusely. Trembling, junior brother Zhang. It seems the plan to attack the enemy's lair is a bit too ambitious. Ailen, seeing him tense up, laughed as if he had just hit the jackpot. Hee. In contrast to them, Zhang Fan remained relaxed with his arms crossed. At least he did not have to worry about searching for each one of them. He thought it would be an easy win, so he was very smug. Make these celestial beings regret interfering with my plans. Gather them up. The subordinates, energized, charged toward the prey with hungry looks. I can already smell the delicious essence of their souls. I will take care of those dark-legged ones. A K-Ven hovered in midair, radiant yellow energy emanating from his hands. Trading Fum. Are you so confident because you are prepared? A Trung Fum stretched, ready for battle, while giving compliments. K-Ven is clever. Let these fiends taste the sword intent I have mastered, not forgetting to activate the system. He chanted a spell as if summoning a virtual assistant to project the sword realm. Next, he prepared everything from A to Z. The sword realm projected within the cave. Appearing faintly, the ground trembled violently, but Trandrang Fum stood firm on the green formation. The fiends were thrown into chaos. What is happening? It seems to be the territory of that little celestial brat. Act tough. Drain the brat's soul first. You do not need to bicker. Just attack. Let me expand your knowledge about the legacy of the celestial emperor, Long Utu. Fiends, prepare to perish. Immediately, hundreds of swords appeared above. They rained down on the still dazed fiends below. Ulan was so shocked by the scene that she nearly swallowed her tongue. The sword intent aimed straight. How could this be? How can a junior from the celestial realm comprehend such sword intent? How could they even cultivate a sword domain? The subordinate next to him saw the arrangement nearly become skewered meat. Rushed up to raise a shield. Your Highness. Be careful. A series of thundering sounds erupted as swords plunged into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Honey Tate, in despair, reached out for help. Third Prince. Save me. But before he could finish, he was sent back to another server by the rain of swords. The Yamato, struggling, shouted. Your Highness. Run. The artifact of the Demon Lord I am using can't hold on much longer. Meanwhile, Trajangvam unleashed his full power. Wu-Line watched the battle, seething with anger. Their plan was almost successful, only to be disrupted by this brat. I will remember this grudge. He held the purple stone in his hand. Unwillingly, and ultimately crushed it. A massive shield rose, protecting the survivors as they rushed to the teleport gate. Tech T took the chance to grab Wu-Line's hand while fleeing. Your Highness. Hurry. We will deal with this guy later. The remaining fiends, stuck behind, were furious and shouted in frustration. The prince has run away, seeing death and not saving him. Lasamajudi, you will face retribution sooner or later. Meanwhile, the rain of swords continued to sweep the scene, leaving no one behind. Finally, Trandringfime withdrew his magic and summed up the results of witnessing the sword, realm's divine power, for the first time in Veningeti. It was also the luck of you fiends. And Nim looked at the remnants of the Yu and Ma scattered on the ground and nodded in praise. Indeed, Brother Trong has an extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. I never expected him to reach such a remarkable level. A Trangfum graciously accepted the compliment, laughing heartily. It is all thanks to the legacy of the Celestial Emperor Long Utu. Without that, my usual cultivation and swordsmanship would not be strong enough to achieve this. Kei Ven was scouting the area when she suddenly called out. Trandringfum. Brothers, everyone come here and take a look. The group hurried over to her, concerned, asking, Sister, what is wrong? Could it be that the evil spirits escaping have done something to the origin of the world? And Noom responded indignantly. These evil spirits really are infuriatingly cunning. At this moment, Thong He also angrily recounted the past. My brothers and I exterminated the evil spirits in the small world, but it was heavily polluted, so we ultimately had to leave. However, Kevin spoke up to deny this. She insisted that the problem did not lie with the evil spirits. Their initial plan must have been to seize the origin of the world. And Nim found her sister's reasoning quite valid, and continued to speculate in that direction. If that is the case, based on the evil spirit's plan, the Haiyanfeng continent would completely vanish without needing to take such convoluted steps. So what other issues remain? Suddenly, Kei Ven pointed to a blue formation on the ground and asked her brothers. Trandringfum and Senior, everyone look at this formation. Does not it look familiar? Hearing that, Trangongfum and Anheem curiously approached the circle to examine it. He was astonished to recognize that formation. How could this be? Trangongfum crouched down, poking the formation with his sword as if he were exploring. Kevin said. And Senior, tell me, is there something wrong with this formation? Anheem gritted her teeth in anger as she recounted this matter, suppressing her emotions. My younger brothers and I risked our lives and almost became sacrifices in a dark ritual. And there were even people colluding with the evil spirits. KVN, standing nearby, quietly continued to share with him. The Tianven continent has just restored contact with other worlds, so perhaps Brother Troning is not aware. She continued to play the role of conveying knowledge to True Trangfum. This formation is one of those created by the celestial monarchs of the Celestial Alliance and the 9 celestial emperors, only taught to the elite in high ranks. He thought for a moment and summarized the main point. Could it be that these evil spirits nearly succeeded in their plot on the Haiyanfeng continent? If it were not for the timely discovery by the Vien Nunni celestial realm, they might have successfully executed their plan and departed. In the tense situation, Aninim immediately made a decision. I will report this back to the sect right away. He swung the sharp sword in his hand. Green energy surged, demonstrating strength to gather the celestial and emperor figures across the 33 worlds to investigate the corrupt factions in the alliance. With a bang, the sword's blade created a sharp cut against the nearby rock wall. Kevin agreed, saying, since it has come to this, let us finish our business in the Haiyanfeng continent and report back to the elders in Vano Nini Tangai for them to handle it. Thus, all the brothers agreed to destroy this place and flew out on their swords. The place they left exploded loudly, dust and debris flying everywhere, and him glanced back at the cave, where he and his disciple had passed, and raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. The cultivators of the Haiyanfeng continent got what they deserved. Kei Ven naturally added, it seems that while the dark demons were in the final stages of their ritual and had to exert effort to attack, we used them as sacrifices. Trandongfum looked back, smiling as he concluded. It seems there really is a resistance gathering in the Haiyanfeng continent, And some people are not seduced by the dark side. Let them handle it themselves. Finally, they transformed into streaks of light and vanished, leaving Butch Jiang standing on the mountaintop, watching. At this moment, he was unable to hold back his tears. Clasping his hands in gratitude, he and the others bowed their heads to send them off. Thank you, celestial beings, for saving the Haiyan Fong continent. On behalf of the Haiyan Fong continent, we eliminate the demons to protect this world. Meanwhile, Trang Feng was returning with everyone, and him continuously expressed his gratitude. Everything has ended. Thank you Trigok Zai for the rescue. If you need help in the future, just reach out to the Vin and I celestial realm. We will definitely not refuse. He suddenly noticed K Vine following him, looking sulky and teased. But I suppose the senior brother 1T need help from me and the others. Upon hearing this, she became angry and turned away, showing her displeasure. And Jihan and the other seniors are all injured, so you should return to the sect to rest. And I have things to do in the thin vein and continent. Seeing his junior sister embarrassed, and he waved his hand to reconcile. Let us hurry back then. And do not go off on your own to places like this again. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, stealthily following them and quietly observing from a distance. Seeing the right moment, the person signaled to strike. While having a pleasant conversation, Kay Ven suddenly sensed danger approaching and turned to look carefully. Just as she finished speaking, she wielded her sword to disrupt the ambush plan of the enemy. What kind of coward only knows how to sneak attack? The group of traitors no longer hid and rushed out to surround them. No wonder she is the fairy of the celestial realm Veen and Ni. Her strength and reflexes are impressive. And him did not hesitate to draw her sword and confront them. It seems these guys have been waiting for us here for a long time. We have fallen into their trap. Humphrey Fatch decisively ordered his subordinates to deal with it quickly. There is an order from above not to let any news leak out from here. The traitors quickly formed their battle lines. Anim discussed strategies while taking a defensive stance. This is bad. These people are not simple. Let us charge in and figure it out later. He directed his sword straight at the three nearby. However, what Anim did not expect was that they easily blocked it. His eyes widened in shock. Then he turned back to remind his teammates. This is a three-person squad battle strategy devised by the 9 monarchs of the Siu, Tin Jetty. Their previous stance looked very similar. From this detail, and Nihim deduced their background. These people are probably minions of the corrupt traitors from the World Alliance. Once again, his sword was stopped, and Feich seemed amused and praised him, saying he was indeed a talented disciple of the Celestial Emperor. Very knowledgeable. Animim ignored him and aimed her sharp sword at the man. Who are you really? And Fatch arrogantly replied. If you want to know that, go down to hell and find out yourself. Realizing he could not extract any information, he turned to warn the others. These people were elite celestial soldiers who had fought on the battlefield against demons. And among them were quite a few celestial generals. So they would be very hard to deal with. But an idea sparked. Zhang, can you unleash your sword domain? He shook his head in response, stopping them. Not in a short time. But first, wait a moment. Then he turned to Han Fatch and asked cautiously, is your superior someone with a long white beard, an imposing presence? Some big figure from the celestial realm? The guy was a bit surprised but immediately gave an order. Looks like you know a bit. But since you know so much, you definitely can't be allowed to survive. With this answer, Zhang Fan realized who they were. Indeed it was him. Kuai Wen confirmed her suspicion upon seeing this. They were the subordinates of that mysterious person who ambushed us on the Blood Abyss battlefield. He looked at the traitors in front of him and affirmed her guess. Right. I just sensed the techniques of some among them felt very familiar. They must be disciples of that old thief. This meeting was perfect for Zhang Fan to get revenge. But I remember that one strike before. For now, let us deal with this matter first. He fell silent for a moment and thought he could teleport directly to the sword domain. But Kai Wen could not. And since he was outside, there was no way to use that skill. Kuai Wen thought he lacked confidence and came to comfort him. Zhang Fan, do not feel like you have not made any progress. I have been stuck in place, unable to catch up to you. She praised him while proving her usefulness. Your sword domain is indeed powerful, containing great sword intent. But during this time, I have also comprehended quite a bit. And Fatch did not want to see them beat around the bush anymore, and directly interrupted the conversation, setting up a formation, ensuring that no one could escape. A blue light surrounded Kai Wen, and she seemed to sense something new. And Nihim beside her could not help but be surprised. Junior sister, have you mastered the Sword Classic's ultimate technique? A gigantic, brilliant blue phoenix appeared in the sky. The traitors saw this and said to each other, it is. And Fatch decisively ordered the traitors to form a formation. They must stop them. The traitors rushed forward as ordered, with massive swords emanating destructive power. The great swords fell like meteors towards the blue phoenix, which spread its long wings to confront them. The phoenix directly broke several of the great swords, forcefully throwing the traitors aside, leaving them screaming for help. Master, save me. Hun Foch looked at the scene before him, unable to hide his shock. Avining was astonished. And VNKN never expected to grasp the divine skill of the celestial realm from VNE. He sent a few traders to quickly retreat and report back. The situation on the Xuzan Feng continent could no longer be concealed. So he immediately dispatched someone to return and inform. The remaining traders accelerated to tail Hunfach and Phi Meng Hong. The rest of us must chase after them. We must make amends for our mistakes, or we will all face dire consequences. After a while, Phi Meng Hong flew to another continent. Once it completed its mission, it vanished, and him finally had the chance to thank K Ven and Fev. Luckily, we had a junior sister. Otherwise, we would not have escaped. She shyly accepted the compliment and modestly replied. After all, standing next to her was a genius who could comprehend the profound sword intent. She could not fall behind. Trajong Fum noticed everyone was tired and suggested, "Brothers, why do not you come to my place to rest? I have some fruit," not letting him finish. And him solemnly interrupted, thanking him and saying goodbye. "The Xuan Feng continent is my mission with the junior brothers. Plus, given what just happened, we must quickly return to report to our sect. But I must trouble you, Trong Vri, to take care of her." And Nihim and her brothers bid farewell to Trajong Fum and Kven before leaving. "Trong Vri, Kvn, let us part ways here." After saying goodbye to everyone, he took out a ginseng and handed it to her. "Kvn, I have some ginseng. You should replenish your energy first." Kvn reached out to accept it, while also expressing her concerns. "I am afraid we might not be able to return to the Thin Vainan continent immediately. Those guys know the celestial realm's secret techniques." Trandrim Fatfim thought for a moment and commented with interest. "It seems your celestial realm alliance is truly rotting from top to bottom. So many secret formations have been leaked. Someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes," he said as he conjured a sword and told Kvn, "Let us head back first. Do not worry about those guys. I have ways to deal with them." Hearing Trong Tong Fam's assurance made her feel at ease, and she agreed with his proposal. "All right. It just so happens that we both made progress in our sword techniques. We can exchange some ideas." Meanwhile, in the garden, Sixtron et Hai rushed back to report to DMM. He frowned and assessed the man, saying, "Start from the beginning." Xitron noticed the old man was in a bad mood and carefully articulated, "The leader told me to return and report that the mission on the Xuan Feng continent has failed, and there is a traitor who escaped." TM suddenly appeared before him, angrily squeezing his head. "You are all useless. Whether it is you or that group of devils." The old man used his powers to read Sich Renes' memories, causing him to cry out in pain. After understanding everything, TM laughed in anger. "It is that little brat again. It seems the legacy of that old man Lung Tiu has truly resurfaced." He threw Xizikzun onto the grass and cleared his throat to issue orders, sending someone to inform Max Xwang to keep an eye on that kid from the Thin Van continent. That traitor only knows how to obey orders. Suddenly, a sweet female voice with graceful footsteps approached to call the old man. The teasing tone of Fitasham lightened his mood, pulling him away from his anger. "We should continue our training right now." Trundring Fum and Kvn have arrived at the floating island. As soon as he saw them, an Emmy jumped up with joy. "Woof woof. The master and senior sister are back." At the same moment, Ingilin stepped out from inside to greet them. "Master, you have finally returned." Sidothy beside them could not hide his excitement. "Master. Senior sister. You two are finally back." The lush bushes on the cliff waved their branches, as if welcoming the group. At that moment, Patron stood before everyone and sincerely expressed, "The master is back, and we have met Vien Huisin Ting. Seeing that she is safe puts me at ease." Hearing this, Trondrong Fum could guess. It seems that everything in the Tyne continent has been fine while I was away. Suddenly, Ninki Lin asked, "Master, Ivini, what happened to you?" At this mention, Kei Ven felt somewhat hesitant. Glancing at Trong Fum sitting beside her, after receiving his nod, she finally spoke up cautiously. "This is a long story." Satu Thin, after listening, stroked his beard and assessed the current situation. "Master, with such a big incident within the Immortal Alliance, the situation in the Myriad Realms might face significant changes." Following that, Atung Ven worriedly added, "Master, if the battle between immortals and demons changes, what should our Teen and Venom continent do?" Seeing all eyes on her, Kevin quickly shifted the topic elsewhere. "Everyone, do not look at me." Then she began to explain. "Our Vinyan Unart Immortal Realm has never interfered in the internal matters of the Immortal Alliance." Meanwhile, Trindram Vegfem mentioned that the Tyne Vanning continent has a tradition of inheritance, which naturally opposes the evil forces. As for the internal issues of the Immortal Alliance, they do not involve us. With you here, and Lin proudly shared her achievements. "Master, during your absence, I collaborated with Elder Y to select some outstanding disciples and provided them with significant resources to support them." Thus, Trudang Fum complimented her. "Good. You all should not be modest. You need to quickly strengthen your own abilities." Finally, he turned to Kei Van and said, KVN. You should rest and recover. Once you are better, I will share the inheritance of Lungo Tu Tin Vi with you. With this assurance, she felt relieved to hand over all responsibilities. I have long been curious about the swordsmanship of Lungo Yu Tne. While in another place, abundant spiritual energy was surging. Han Liep observed my fake sign training and remarked, "No wonder he is the renowned Chen Qiyu from the 33rd layer. Mexexuan never forgets about training." Hearing someone approach, he opened his eyes, already revealing the other party's intentions. I guess the demon lord coming here is not just to help me train. Right. Han Liep moved closer to Mefexuan, speaking with a sly tone. That is obviously the case. There is a new order from above. Then she leaned in close to whisper in his ear. There is an order from above. The plot in the Haiyan continent is related to the heir of Luneng Tu Tin Li. You should go there to handle everything. Not only that, Haiyan Viep revealed some little-known information. That the previous heavenly king Tranjong Min Tien of the upper celestial realm also sent me to deal with Tranjong Fum. Miss Xuyen scoffed upon hearing that familiar name, Tradering Fum. Just as I had finished digesting the spoils from the Blood Abyss battlefield last time. Suddenly he drew the sword that was stuck beside him, and angrily chopped the rock in front of him. The humiliation from before has always been etched in my heart. That is why Mex Xine has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. There was no chance on the Blood Abyss battlefield. But now I finally have my moment. Hein Ziep eagerly sent a glimmer of hope, so I wait the good news from young Master Mepis Xine. Some noble up above is very interested in Trandong Fum. Make sure to capture him. But in Manix Xiven's heart, there was already a different plan. A certain great figure, who was not the old immortal of the upper celestial realm. Right, once I obtain the legacy of the great Emperor Long Tu, each of you will have to kneel before me. Breaking his train of thought, he shouted, "Where is everyone?" Next, Ang H ordered to summon everyone because the Emperor was going to invade the Tian Vian continent. At this moment, Trongkong Fum was diligently training with his sword, and just a moment later, he saw Kei Vin appear, skillfully dodging the sharp swings. Then she gently landed on the ground and offered an assessment, truly worthy of the sword cannon passed down from the great emperors. Hearing this, Trazong Fum also shared his thoughts. Before, I thought Thivende was extraordinary, unmatched. But when I saw the legacy of the sword cannon of great Emperor Lun Yu Tivyu, I realized that the ancients also had their own strengths. Kei Ven leisurely continued. The celestial realm of Vining Na has a legacy of the celestial emperor. So they always understand the greatness of the celestial emperor. But it also leads to many peers lacking ambition. Trachong Fum continued the conversation. Now we all have the legacy of the celestial emperor. We can exchange and sharpen our skills every day. At the same time. Elsewhere, Yingalong exclaimed excitedly. That fairy is really strong. I wonder when I can be like her. Initially resistant to this person, Inky Lian declared. I have also become a fairy. Sooner or later I will catch up to her. You all in Van Lung should hope to ascend too. Do not belittle yourselves. The opponent's aura made Nguyen Long somewhat wary. I have none. At this moment, Sen Kang burst through the wall from nowhere, followed by some shadowy figures causing a bit of disruption. Woof, Sen Kang was now full of energy, excitedly shouting, Master. Everyone. I have also become a fairy. And Umi did not forget to express his gratitude. I have become a fairy. Thank you for nurturing me, Master. Just then, Set Up Thien happened to be present to add his sentiment. I have practiced for so many years and still can't become a fairy. I wonder how much longer it will take. Beside him was Tung Vine, and both landed together. As soon as he saw them, Trongkong Fum transmitted a treasure to each person. Not only that, he confidently advised everyone to put in more effort. If you are lacking resources, just let me know. Tung Vainan and Set Up Thien received the precious items and were delighted. Thank you, celestial being, for granting such treasures. Trondring Fum politely waved his hand and advised everyone to continue their training diligently. Just as the words were about to end, something suddenly caught your attention. 3 bright spots appeared in the sky, heading straight towards here. Those are the people from the Supreme Sect. As soon as they landed, Don Hone spoke in a serious tone. Brother Tridong, the Supreme Sect has news. There is a possibility that a force from this side is preparing to attack our heavenly cloud continent. Seeing the urgency in this person's attitude, Trajong Fum quickly calmed him down. I have not even congratulated you on being ranked among the immortals. Let us take a breath first. Sen Kang, hearing this, immediately showed his excitement. What? Another external force wants to attack the Van Thin continent. That is fantastic. He proudly thumped his solid chest. Master, before we became immortals, we could not go to the Blood Abyss battlefield. And that made me feel very constrained. Therefore, Sen Kang eagerly proposed. Master, let me go to the outer realms to scout the enemy. Just as he was getting excited, Emidier jumped in to contest his request. Master, let me out to catch some fresh air. That is why Sun Kong angrily grabbed onto the opponent's tail. You filthy dog. How dare you touch me? MD was not backing down either, biting into the opponent's hand. Let go of my hand. You fap. They were tangled up like this, each trying to get the other to release first. This chaotic scene gave Trungfum a headache, so he had to make a decision. All right, you two go together, but be careful. But first, let us hear the old Taoist clarify what has happened. Don Hone then recounted everything. After receiving support from the Celestial Alliance, the Heavenly Cloud Continent has set up several monitoring points outside the protective barrier, which has revealed that many celestial beings have recently come to the Heavenly Cloud Continent. At this point, Trungfum had figured it out but wanted to hear more opinions. Kevin asked, "Do you think it could be the forces of that mysterious being?" She agreed, saying it was very likely. Then Trungfum turned to give instructions. "You two go to the outer realms and use up some energy. But do not forget the task I assigned you to investigate who it is." Senkang and Amdidav continued to glare at each other. Finally, they wrapped it up by heading off in different directions. "Master, rest assured, we will definitely investigate thoroughly." In the air, an announcement rang out. "Captain, the cultivators from the Heavenly Cloud Continent have spotted us." Standing on that small piece of land were three brothers. As soon as Kaim saw them, he issued an order, turning back to have them sold for salt, and Min heard it loud and clear, becoming even more panicked. "Oh no. Those guys from the Celestial Alliance have discovered us." Knowing the opponents were weak, showed a disdainful attitude. "Is it just you three kids? Your sect is truly ruthless, sending even those who have not become celestial beings into the universe. Not only that, but he also looked down on them. I see the one who sent you is quite cruel." Suddenly, a loud bang shook the heavens, attracting Chait Kaima's attention. The appearance of Sun Kong had damaged his ship. "With your arrogant demeanor and words, I thought you were some celestial emperor from Thi Feng Siu Trang Then Yel Lundrum, coming to our continent Thing in Van." However, these words did not intimidate Chit Kine at all. Who would have thought a small world like Ziwei Lis Thi in Van had other celestial beings? Not only did he see him, but he also boldly ordered around. Yet he is just a pig demon turned celestial. Activate the formation. Charge at him. Capture him immediately. The king then rose majestically in the sky. Of course, Sen Kang could still deal with these things. Ha! A formation like this thinks it can suppress me. I am excited to finally let out some anger. Ha! I finally have a chance to vent. Seeing the opponent still relaxed, Chit Kine grew even more resentful. A pig demon dares to act arrogantly in front of me. He then exerted force on his sword, preparing to attack and see what the opponent was like. At that moment, a familiar claw appeared, striking through the air, and with a light hit, it sent Chit Kine sprawling on the floor. The annoying voice of the Dark Knight complained, chattering incessantly, like the sounds of a pig squealing. Knowing it was teasing him, Senkang fired back. "Dogs just know how to bark. Speak up. Who are you to come here from the upper realm?" The pitiful Kine on the ground could only grit its teeth in despair, never expecting to be defeated by a pig demon and a dog. "But Lord Mexoin will avenge me." Upon hearing that name, Senkang clearly showed his disdain. "What? It is that name Mexoin again." Meanwhile, Mem maintained his cold demeanor, decisively kicking the Kine off the boat a moment later. After seeing the obstacle eliminated, the three on the other side respectfully bowed to the two celestial beings Sen Kang and MDM. This time Syme spoke seriously. "Tell me all the intelligence you have gathered during this time. Then steer this ship back to the Tan Vanan continent." It still could not resist challenging Yam Dui. "Let us compete to see who can find those hidden bugs in the universe first." Amando was scratching his shiny fur but did not forget to reply. Who is afraid of whom? In fact, Amisexine and Hein Yep had been watching all along, and now she chimed in. "My lord, are not you going to make a move?" Unexpectedly, Mipsexuan remained calm, asking, "Why should I?" "But those people are all under that old man Trandong Min." Hearing this, Haliepi just laughed casually. "Huh, I did not expect young Master Mexi to be so cold-hearted, reacting like this in front of fellow cultivators from the celestial realm." Mipsexuan replied leisurely, "Isn't it because you demons have come up with all sorts of ways to approach me when I was feeling down?" And with that, he confidently stated, "Don't you worry. I will make a move. But this time it is just a probe. I want to know how much Trajong Phim and VNK Vin have improved recently." At the same time, Trajong Phim was sitting in a quiet corner to cultivate. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in surprise at a discovery. Is this the void coordinate of the place with the next inheritance of the Long Taiyu, Tinkin? KVN. Sitting nearby, noticed his expression and asked, "What is wrong?" Trajong Phim stood up excitedly to boast about his achievement. "Just now, my cultivation had improved and I received a clue about the next inheritance left by the emperor." Upon hearing this, Ngin Lin quickly approached and asked, "Master, are we going there right now?" Trajong Phim shook his head, replying, "We will go. But before that, I need to deal with the evil spirits around the Qian Vanning continent." Before he could finish, he suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. This caught K. Vinan's attention. "What is wrong?" Trajong Phim seriously announced. The sword energy I gave to Sen Kang and Amandira for protection is being used, just as I sensed. They are currently surrounded by a group of people. However, Sen Kang showed no fear at all. I did not expect that besides the bugs from the celestial realm. There are also some petty people hiding their tails. The hot-headed leader pointed and ordered to eliminate the bad elements of the Tian-Vian continent. Yet, MMD was even more excited than Sen Kang the fat pig, preparing to charge out with me. Then he shot out an energy beam to hold the crowd in place, taking the opportunity. He shouted, "Now's the time. Fat pig." Just as Sen Kang broke free, he arrogantly taunted, "You little pests. Keep chasing me. I have to run now." Then he audaciously jumped on Amandalar's back, laughing and pointing behind him. "Hurry up. They really are chasing us." Being pinned down by someone he despised drove MDOI mad. "You stupid pig. Who told you to jump on my back? Get off." By now, both of them had left the others far behind. Seeing this, the leader waved his hand to signal them to stop, saying not to chase anymore and to report back to Master Max, one of the followers. Scared, reminded loudly, "Captain, we have not caught that pig and dog yet. If we fail the mission, he will blame us." Now the leader had a chance to reveal. "Our mission is to lure the prodigy Trinconingfum from the Teen Van continent to the IH. He should be on his way now." Hearing this, they felt reassured and left together, but in reality, Sen Kang was hiding behind a rock, listening to everything. I knew these guys were up to no good. They really want to use us as bait. When I returned, I still saw Vimeva biting his hand. Sen Kang had to explain. "I told you I was in a hurry. That is why I rode you. Do you really have to bite my hand like that? Can't you stop already?" MD scoffed. "You think I want to bite your stinky hand? But we should let the master know where he is headed." Sen Kang had a different view. "With our master's personality, if you show your sword energy, he will definitely come. How could we be afraid of these guys?" Trong Fum had been there for a while and casually acknowledged. "You really know me well. Just seeing you." Sen Kang. "Makes you try to flatter me, by the way. Your master is the hero the Na'vi. How could he be intimidated by those little schemes?" Yamd also changed his tune completely. "That is right, master." This time, the commanding officer of the Heavenly Realm is still Mexake Soin. Trantong Fum continued to chat casually. "KVN and the others are still on the floating island. I came here first to check on you." Then he hugged the two of them and assigned another task. "If they are trying to lure me out, they definitely won't kill you. You all keep bothering them. I want to see what Max Sion and his group plan to do next." Right now, Mexaksuan's group was lined up properly. Atsiechu led the way, smashing the surrounding rocks and then issuing orders. "Search the area carefully. They are skilled at stealth, so we need to be cautious." One subordinate felt something was off and spoke up. "Captain, is not this a bit too obvious? Just thinking back to the humiliation earlier made Ekshaku even more vengeful. We need to make some noise." Moreover, that pig's words were too vicious. He angrily added another task. "All of you who see that pig must attack with all your strength for me. I must stew that pig for 3 days and nights to relieve the hatred in my heart." As he finished speaking, a tear suddenly appeared in the space right in front of him. Two people who had been searching emerged from it. Amamdide stepped on the head of a man in black, teasing his companion. I did not expect someone would crave for that head. Your pig was so boastful just now." But when he saw the two of them, he shrank back. Sen Kang cracked his knuckles and slowly approached him. "It is truly bothersome that you miss me this much." Then he swung his hand and delivered a punch straight to the face, causing the man to cry out in pain. "Master, help." Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Sen Kang, distracting him. Not just one, but a whole group was surrounding the two of them. Sen Kang clicked his tongue in annoyance. "T-Stask. It seems these people were well prepared," Yamd agreed. "Just waiting for the two of us to show up." Then he began to gather his spiritual energy. They had seen my incredible talent from the beginning. A cute silhouette formed from the energy around MDM. The shadow was disturbed by them. Sun Kung also left the unconscious black head. Then, he clasped his hands together and confidently proclaimed, "It seems this time, I really have to take a risk." Yet suddenly, those people vanished, leaving Yamdu confused. They set a trap to catch us. Why would they prepare to leave? Sen Kang noticed another truth and then said, "You fool. Look over there." MMD turned and was startled, shouting, "It is the people from the Upper Zhang Immortal Realm. A bunch of ships are rushing straight toward us." This coincidental appearance helped Sen Kang draw a conclusion. It seems those mysterious black-clad individuals are related to the Upper Zhang Immortal Realm on the ship. Mexixuan crossed his arms proudly. "It has been a while since we last met. Have you also become an immortal?" He had always harbored that old grudge. Surely, young Master Trong has grown even stronger since our farewell on the Blood Abyss battlefield. Right. Hearing this, Sen Kang let out a disdainful sigh. Our heavenly cloud continent and those beasts from the Upper Zhang Immortal Realm are not that familiar with each other. Lalo Huzring, standing behind, angrily declared, "You pig demon. Just wait. I will show you what is what." On the contrary, Mipsaksuan remained calm, ignoring his subordinate's reckless words. It was not a good sign. He bluntly exposed the next statement. "If young Master Trong has come to Hiat, Trajong Fum must finally show himself. No wonder you are Mephisaksuan's senior brother. You also have a good assessment. It seems that since the Blood Abyss battle, your cultivation has improved quite a bit." Mipsaksuan drew his sword, his tone sharp. "So this time I am not here to ask for pointers from junior brother Trajong Fum. I have always remembered that defeat at your hands." In an instant, he swung a powerful strike. However, a Trong Fum easily dodged it, causing the nearby rock to explode. So that was a warning from my sign to his opponent, junior brother Trunafum. "How do you feel about this strike of mine?" He did not hesitate to take his attack. It was just that, seeing this, Mipsaksuan burst into laughter. "Ha! It seems that after gaining the inheritance of the Lunning Tune, junior brother Trongfam has made significant progress in his cultivation." His tone turned more cunning. "But do not be too eager. Junior brother Trunafum, in a moment, I will compete with you and set up a proper welcoming array for my junior brother Tronjanongfum." Suddenly, Sen Kang turned around in panic to call his master. Then he reminded Trajongfam about what he had discovered. It seems that the group from Thongjongtin Jian Jianai and the mysterious figure in the black robe are in the same boat. Upon hearing this, he showed great interest. "It appears that our brother Makisexuine has quite a few secrets that others do not know." Now, Makisexuine gets to the main point. "Junior brother Trunafum, Trondring Min Tin Vazung sent me here to give you a chance. If you surrender the family heirloom of Lung Utu, your offenses against Thong Tronjong Tian Gi can be forgiven." Trong Fum found these words quite irritating. No wonder the Ung Tronjan Tri Ki keeps failing their schemes on my Shan Van continent. Yet they can still shamelessly try again. Maxihuan wore a look of regret. It seems that junior brother Tronjong Fum is not going to agree to a peaceful negotiation. As soon as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared right by Trong Fum's group. At this point, Mexuan revealed his true nature. "Although I admire junior brother Tronjong's talent, the defeat you brought me has motivated me to practice harder again. But with my responsibilities, I can only point my sword at you, my junior brother." Who would have thought that those words would become a joke for Sen Kang? "Master, do you smell something rotten? Why do I feel so nauseous? On top of that, Tronghongfum is joining in. Maybe I accidentally got something dirty on me during the fight." Being humiliated like this made Mexexuine a bit angry. But he had to hold it in. Truly, the arrogance of youth. Another magic circle appeared in the sky, and Sen Kang looked up suspiciously. Those were the beams of light from the circle shining down. Instinctively, Sen Kang expanded to protect Trong Fam. "Master, be careful." Seeing this, Mexexuine could not help but feel amused. He did not want to drink the offered wine but was eager to drink the penalty wine instead. The powerful attack caused Sen Kang to spit out a mouthful of blood. "I really have to acknowledge that this guy has been plotting for years, and he strikes with such cruelty." Trong Fam took a fighting stance, reminding Sun Kang, "Recover your body first. Let me handle these attacks." The surge of power flowed down once more, but Trong Fam blocked it immediately. Max Wan, irritated, ordered to fully activate the formation for the spaceship to start attacking them. This order made Loi Thing a bit hesitant. "Lord Mac, the Emperor's order is to capture Trong Fam alive. Should we really unleash the full power of the formation and let the spaceship attack?" So Max Schwan turned to scold him. "Should I just call you Lord and let you lead for me? Out of duty." He had no choice but to comply. "I would not dare. I will issue the command now." But suddenly, Max Wan's tone became serious and he stopped because he had his own calculations. "The obedient dog raised by that old man Truong Min. But later I will make you understand what it means to obey." The energy source in the spaceship began to surge out. Mday detected it and shouted a warning. "Master, be careful. Those spaceships are preparing to ambush you." Truong Fam merely swung his sword to block it. Then reassured, "Don't panic. Kaivan and Old Song should be arriving soon." Just as he finished speaking, a rift in space opened up. The subordinate hurriedly shouted to inform his allies. "Be careful. Enemies are ambushing from the direction of the Qianvan continent." From the rift, Truong Fam's shoulder gradually appeared, and Gok Lian excitedly greeted. "Master, we have arrived." And Tong Van pointed ahead demanding, "Old Monarch, the floating formation has fully activated. Help the immortal knock those spaceships away." Because of this appearance, Max Wan's side is in chaos. Quickly create a defensive formation. The power of the immortal ship has been prepared for attack already. Our immortal energy has been utilized by the formation and cannot be extracted immediately. In an instant, their small ships were destroyed, while Max Wan remained calm all this time. This attitude made Truong Fam suspicious. Why did this guy not seem rushed or flustered at all, instead appearing as if he had anticipated it? Shortly after, Max Swan ordered a retreat, temporarily canceling this plan, and decided to return to continue plotting. Max Swan arrogantly bid farewell from the luxurious spaceship. Truong Shitty, Yuan Fairy. I feel a bit flustered meeting you today. I will definitely bring a gift to apologize later. Saying this, he clasped his hands in salute. Then I must take my leave here. Truong Pham was unwilling to let him leave so easily, so he swung his sword fiercely forward. The cold light, like steel, shot through the air directly towards Max Xuan. Yet it not only caused no harm but also made him even more delighted. Truong Pham shitty. You do not need to see me off so warmly. We will definitely meet again soon. You put your sword away and stared angrily as he walked away. From behind, Ingilian sensed something was off and hurried over. Curious, Master, what is wrong? We have already chased off those annoying people from the celestial realm. Without rushing to explain, the Truong Pham turned around to investigate. KVN. Did you notice anything strange about the power mech Seixuan used this time? She followed the space he created for a moment before speaking. I was observing you when you drew your sword. It seemed like he could manipulate the void around him. And Gi Lin pointed ahead, asking, Master, what does this mean? At that moment, she voiced her own suspicion. The one who was once a genius of the celestial realm must have a great secret behind him. Since they did not fully understand the opponent, Truong Pham advised everyone. Uncertain of what he had gained on the Blood Abyss battlefield, let us go back to the floating island and prepare a bit. Currently, Mistake Suian's group had also made it outside. Seeing the situation stabilize, Lu Hong stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. My lord, what should we do next? We still have not completed the task the Emperor assigned us. In response to the impatience, Mistake Suian coldly instructed, no need to rush. To continue sending people to monitor the outside of the Tian Venan continent. Remember, contact the spies in the Tian Ven continent before sending anyone. After hearing this, he bowed respectfully. Yep. My lord, I will find someone to do it. Then he gave a serious command to the soldiers below to train diligently. After all, it was just a taste of failure. The group of soldiers shouted in unison, full of spirit. At the central estate of the floating island, a Truong Pham sat in a chair, subtly praising, you two did quite well. But after just breaking the celestial formation, you have to go through a real battle. He then gifted each of them a gourd as a reward and instructed them to return to their rooms to rest. Senkang and Amidai enjoyed the food with boundless happiness. Thank you, Master. After they left, Truong Pham turned to ask for a favor. KVN. Could you help me find the location of the star map and the distribution of power? After saying this, he opened the star map with a contemplative expression. Everyone leaned in to take a look. Kei Ven pointed to a location and asked about her confusion. Is the bright spot at the center of the star map the place of the Emperor's inheritance? He answered seriously, explaining in detail for her understanding. Once I cultivate the inheritance granted by the Emperor Lan Yutu, I will be able to touch the next clue. The bright location is the Emperor's tomb. Feeling something was off, Ingikalin approached to ask Han Vian TNT, is the situation here very complicated? Or is it dangerous? After hearing this, Kei Ven immediately began to analyze the special points on the map. This area had once experienced a great war of the Celestial Emperor level. It seemed to be the battlefield of Emperor Long Tu and his enemies. Then, expressing a serious threat that would occur, Duaichi here is extremely fragile, allowing many dark forces to easily tear through the void like this. This situation made her somewhat unhappy inside. And the troublesome part is that it happens to be the border between the two heavenly realms, the Engi Siu Thin and the four heavenly realms of Nithapi T Thin. Then Kei Ven pointed out the crux of the matter. The various forces involved are extremely chaotic. Our Venani heavenly realm has no influence there, so we must be very careful. Based on the information obtained, Truong Pham began to speculate. This was obvious. But the remnants of Longing Taiyu Tianji in the inheritance told me that the Emperor had once moved a small continent to the outside of Lungimuzai. Thinking of those mysterious people, he continued to gather a group of refugees to form a Tum guarding clan. He wondered how they were doing now. Time flew by like a dog running in the field, and a month had passed since that day. Hidden within the boundless void of Thai Achi was an island called Muviteen. Ingilin stood high, gazing at the enchanting night sky with a pensive expression. Suddenly, from behind, the dissatisfied voice of Vin Trine echoed, reporting to the great saintess. The Tianlang Four Dao has sent someone, saying this is the final message to our Long clan. Upon hearing this, she turned around and hurriedly asked, what do they want? His face twisted in hesitation, unable to speak. Seeing this, she sternly commanded, since the recent rebellion in the clan, what have we not faced? And Camfin clenched his fist tightly. He wants us to hand over the holy sword that I am protecting. 1,000 boys and girls and the great saintess. As soon as he finished speaking, Vin Trine could no longer contain his anger and boldly declared, we absolutely will not hand her over. She is the leader of the Long clan, helping us escape from disaster, and is the hope for our clan's revival. At this moment, Vin and led Bai Dying and Fun Thai to discuss strategies together. Vin Trine immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Great Elder, You have arrived. The three commanders placed their hands on their chests to greet the great saintess. Then, Bai Ding seriously recounted the entire situation. Great saintess. I have ordered all guards to prepare thoroughly. We should move the clanspeople while the Tianlang 4 Dao have not yet arrived. Worry and anxiety suddenly appeared in Nick Lin's eyes. Though Ijia. We did not let you finish speaking when Vinan shook his head and gestured for her to stop. I know the hostage believes in the prophecy. But the traitors know we guard the transport route of the Great Formation. And the Tianlang 4 Dao are all celestial beings or above. I cannot stop them. Although she had been advised repeatedly, Ying Lin remained stubborn. Though Ijia. The hostage is the hero in the prophecy who will lead our clan out of here. They will definitely come. Beside her, Vin Trine also showed a resolute willingness to obey. Great Elder Dinthus. We must hold our ground here. I will protect the great saintess very well. While everyone was still discussing among themselves, Dech Vong brought urgent news. Great Elder. Captain. Great saintess. It is not good. Though they did not yet know what had happened, everyone felt extremely tense. With an angry expression, Vin Trine pointed ahead and speculated. Could it be that the four paths of Thin Lang broke their promise and came to attack us before the deadline? His face darkened with panic. Then he decisively pointed into the distance and reported. A floating island suddenly appeared in the IH. Not attacking immediately but also not leaving. I have sent brothers to guard nearby. All three of Vin and showed expressions of shock. What? It did not take long for him to regain his composure and give orders, notifying everyone in the clan to prepare for battle. The Saintess and we will go check it out. And Gi Lin fell silent, unable to say a word. At the same time, a Tronkong Fum's group had arrived at the 8A outside Muzi Tian Island. He happily shared the information he knew. This is the location of the inheritance of the Long Utu Tenzai. He built his tomb here, then used a small continent to disguise it. Before them lay a mystical and shimmering space. K. Vine rested his chin on his hand in thought. But it seemed that something had happened here before. We must be very cautious. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if there was nothing to worry about after countless millions of years. The remnants of the Emperor left on the Thien Ven continent could not predict what would happen. Hopefully, we will be lucky. Suddenly, Ngeen Lin hurriedly stepped forward, reminding, Master. Vian sister. Everyone quickly look. Someone is coming out from inside. Leading the formation were Vinan and Ninjrek Lin, followed by many battle spacecraft. The old man's voice rang out to start the conversation. Esteemed guests from afar. Tron Vinan. Pay my respects to you. Trongrong Fum clasped his hands in greeting, politely introducing. I am Trong Fum. They are my friends. Greetings, Elder. With a cheerful tone, and Gi Lin immediately expressed her feelings. The young man's tone held no hostility. They were not from the four paths of Thien Lang, nor did they come to harm us in a crisis. Perhaps we could. The old man coldly gestured for her to be quiet, then subtly probed the other party. May I ask what brings esteemed guests so far here? If I can assist in any way, please feel free to tell me. Having achieved his goal, a Trong Fum smiled and turned to Kai Vrun, then bluntly asked for a favor. Indeed, there was something he wanted to trouble the elder with. Vinan could not help but exclaim at this unexpected request. He gently stroked his silver beard, a bright smile revealing his approval. The esteemed guest spoke. I will certainly help. But since you come from afar, why not stay in our clan to rest? So I can hear what problems you are facing. Trong Fum immediately agreed. It would be an honor. We will trouble the elder then. Then, he turned to assign tasks to each member. KVN. Ingi Kifi Lin. CUT. Everyone come with me on this trip. Sen Kang. Nguyen Lung. Old Sung. And Old Home. Please take the others to guard the island. Under Vinan's guidance, everyone set off to return to the clan. At this moment, Ngin He Lin accelerated her flying sword to the side of Vient Vevien. Grandpa. Do you want to invite them to help us stop the Thien Lang Four Paths? He straightforwardly expressed his thoughts. Anyway, I do not want to go. Leaving the protection of the Great Formation, we will be in danger. The opportunity is right in front of us. Of course, I want to try. A helpless sigh suddenly escaped from him. If it were not for seeing no hope. Do you think my grandpa would agree to live and guard here? Upon hearing this, her eyes unconsciously welled up with tears. Grandpa. Soon everyone had gathered together. Vinan opened the conversation. This is the specialty fairy tea of our clan. The elder took the steaming cup and gently placed it on the table. With a twinkle of pride in his eyes, he eagerly introduced this drink. It has a special effect on sword practitioners. Please, do not be shy. Zhang Fan took a sip. The flavor of the tea spread in his mouth, leaving him in silent awe. This fairy tea is truly extraordinary. After drinking it, one feels a sense of enlightenment. But recalling something, he turned to inquire. That is right, Elder. When we entered the clan territory, it seemed like everyone was on high alert as if facing an enemy. Did something happen? Vinan slowly explained the difficulties they were facing, This chaotic star domain was always in turmoil, with a powerful group of thieves known as the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths targeting our clan. At this point, he could not help but slam the table in anger. If there had not been a traitor in the clan who leaked the secrets of the transportation routes to the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths, we would not be in this situation. Both Zhang Fan and Kai Wen exchanged meaningful glances. Immediately, he skillfully proposed a mutually beneficial suggestion. Just when we need to trouble you, I wonder how we can repay you. If the elder is at ease, let us help deal with those people. The elder excitedly jumped up from his chair and hurriedly asked, "Is that really possible?" Without hesitation, he also stood up to respond. "Elder, if you need anything, just feel free to say it." With a way out found, Venom was clearly very pleased, thanking everyone profusely. Then he turned decisively to give orders to his subordinates. "Boy Dung, go to the storeroom immediately and fetch the fairy tea to offer to our esteemed guests." Noticing the elder was a bit hasty, Zhang Fan waved his hand to stop him. "Elder, there is no need to rush. I have not even mentioned why we wanted to disturb your noble clan." Vinan smiled awkwardly, apologizing for being so eager. Forgetting to ask why you came to the chaotic sea star domain, he gently took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. "I come from the Tiananmen continent." The elder and Negok Line suddenly looked at each other, both their eyes revealing extreme astonishment. He continued the conversation. "Unfazed, our sect once had a powerful figure who traveled across the myriad realms, and then passed away in this chaotic sea star domain." Zhang Fan specified the reason for his presence here. Before departing, that person used their strength to send back some information, so that our descendants would have the chance to find their body and relics. Unable to contain herself, she quickly asked, "Did you really come from the Chine continent?" Noticing her excitement, Vinan quickly raised his hand to signal for calm. With a familiar stroke of his beard, he began to explain in detail. Our ancestors passed down that we also come from the Qianvanan continent, which is why she is so excited." Saying that, he again instructed his subordinates. "Boy Dung, these esteemed guests have traveled from afar, besides the fairy tea. Prepare some additional drinks to send to their floating islands." After giving the order, he turned back with his hands clasped in respect. "Since you just arrived, why not take a break? Wait a bit, and I will send some vital intel from the Chaos Sea to your island." Zhang Fangfang gladly agreed to the arrangements. "I apologize for troubling you, Senior." As soon as we gathered, Shen Kang asked the master, "Are not the people outside the island on guard? Shouldn't we discuss anything?" Zhang Fan took the teacup from Zhen Yuan and replied leisurely, "I am willing to help them, but I have not revealed the whole truth. After so many years, who knows if the Guardians still remember their ancestors' mission?" With that, he spoke sternly, issuing a command. "QZ, go scout the surroundings and gather information about their clan's reputation." Enya was thrilled to receive the new mission. "Yep, Master. I will head out right away." With a bright expression, Kwai Wen asked, "So we can rest now?" "Right, but I am really eager to see the sword spirit of the Celestial Emperor." Zhang Fan was filled with excitement but reminded, "Me too." "All right. Everyone, go rest for now." At that moment, Venom was discussing plans with the others. "Lao Tam, have you managed to reach out to other forces in the past few days? Did they agree?" Upon hearing the question, Yanzu shook his head in denial. As soon as they heard about the Celestial Wolf Four Paths, they all refused. The elder's expression grew increasingly serious. "I had long suspected that the forces of the Chaos Sea were not as strong as expected. It would be a stroke of luck if they even showed up, let alone helping in times of trouble." At that point, Ningguang Lin spoke up to probe. "Grandpa." Then Vinan boldly offered his assessment. "Young Master Zhang Fan comes from the Chanyang continent. I feel that even if he is not the one in the prophecy, considering Zhang Fan's silhouette, he is indeed from the world mentioned by our ancestors in the prophecy. Moreover, they have agreed to help us, so we can let them in." However, the elder remained cautious and advised, "Saintess, the Guardian clan, we only know what we are protecting. You must understand the danger of exposing our secrets to outsiders." She firmly maintained her stance, feeling that he was indeed the one from the prophecy. While they were still arguing, Zhang Yu rushed in, shouting, "Elder! Saintess, it is." Oidong hurried over to support him and asked about the situation. "Lao Zhang, were not you leading the troops to observe the actions of the Celestial Wolf Four Paths? Why have you returned? Is there a reason?" Ignoring the wounds on his body, he hurriedly recounted. "Today, we continued our surveillance as usual, but suddenly we were surrounded by the Celestial Wolf Four Paths. While breaking through the encirclement, I saw their fleet gathering." Yanzu clenched his fists in anger, cursing, "These powerful beings truly have no sense of ethics. It is clear it was not time yet. So shameless." Vinan could not hold back and slammed the table in rage, silencing him. "The news that we called for assistance may have been discovered. They did nothing, probably wanting me to lower my guard. We need to think of a way to address this quickly." Ngoklin analyzed their intentions seriously. It was too late now. The fact that Zhang Shu and his group are tailing us has definitely been discovered for a long time. They have already made their move and still let Jiang Shu and his people escape. Then she bluntly reached a final conclusion, proving that the Tianlang Saidao had prepared in advance, not fearing that we would immediately retreat or find help. The anxious subordinate with the rocket attached reported, "Captain, the brothers outside have sent an alarm. A ship flying the Tianlang flag is heading towards us." Hearing this, Vinan froze for a moment and exclaimed, "So fast?" Without hesitation, Ngoklin immediately assigned tasks to everyone and then left. "Big bro, I am heading to the floating island of that young Master Zhang Fame now. The defense arrangement on our territory has to rely on you and Uncle Boy Dung." At this moment, MD led Zhang Fam's group closer to the cliff. "Master, this is the Tianlang Saidao that I have been gathering information about for the past few days." Zhang Fam looked into the distance, assessing that the Lone Hai Tun VC is also considered one of the top forces, just not knowing if this time it is the same person or all four of them coming together. Just as he finished speaking, he saw Ngoklin unexpectedly appear. As soon as she arrived, she clasped her hands and spoke first. "Young Master Zhang Fame, this little girl comes to humbly ask for your forgiveness." As soon as she landed, Ningel Lin hurriedly spoke. "Saintess Tran Ngok line of the clan pays her respects to young Master Zhang." Her eyes closed. Her tone was full of urgency. "Young Master Zhang, the enemy of our clan has already attacked. Can you and your friends help us stop them immediately?" He glanced at Kaivan behind him and smiled in agreement. "I promised Miss Tran and Elder Tran Vinan last time, so I won't go back on my word." After hearing this, Ngoklin immediately clasped her hands together, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Zhang." Then he turned around to assign tasks to disciple Mungok Lion, telling her to lead Old Song's group to move the floating island over there. She quickly accepted the order with a bright smile on her face. "Yep, Master." At the same time, a formidable fleet of warships was gradually approaching their area. The subordinate knelt down to report with a respectful and urgent tone. "Fourth Master, it seems there are people ahead trying to stop us." Ho Dian said nothing, only quietly observed the newly appeared island. Then he smiled smugly and asked everyone, "Did the big brother not greet the surrounding forces already? Does anyone know whose floating island is blocking our fourth master?" As soon as he finished speaking, Min Nan answered, "Fourth Master, we in the Lone Hai Zai Tenviso have never heard of a floating island capable of moving in the Taihu." This unexpected situation piqued his interest. "Someone go check it out. Tell those in front that our fourth great master has taken a liking to this floating island. Now this treasure belongs to me." Ho Dian smirked, revealing the chaos on his face. Soon after, his subordinate cultivated his energy and flew up to the island. When leaving, Vongu was lucky enough to receive a few bruises on his face. "Fourth Master, you must avenge me. There is a pig monster up ahead." And before I could say a word, I was beaten to a pulp, and they told me to speak. Auden angrily slammed his fist on the armrest. "How dare a subordinate of Tijia strike me? It seems the reputation of Thin Lang Tzio in this Lone Hai Tin VC is still not big enough. What did you say they told you to pass on?" He trembled in fear as he recounted. That pig monster told Thin Lang Tzio to clean its dog butt, then kneel and wag its tail to flatter him when he arrives. Afhoing could no longer hold back, waved his hand, and sent him flying. This blatant insult ignited a fierce rage within him, signaling all the ships to accelerate. Tijia wants to wipe them out, leaving no one alive. As soon as the order was given, all the airships closed in and surrounded the floating island. At that moment, Howardin regained his composure and asked, "Kid, was it you who told that pig monster behind you to beat up my subordinate, and to make us kneel before you and flatter you?" With an utterly fearless attitude, Trutrong Fum replied casually, "I thought the whole Thin Lang Tvio was coming. Turns out it is just you." Feeling looked down upon by a kid, he exploded in rage. "Kid, you must be tired of living." After saying that, he directly threw a piece of wood he had broken off the armrest towards him. But Trutrong Fum easily caught it with one hand. Howardin narrowed his eyes slightly in delight. "Not bad. No wonder you dare to act so arrogantly. You have got some skills. But if you provoke my Thin Lang to Zio, nobody in this Lone Hai Tun VC can save you." He excitedly pointed ahead and shouted, "Everyone, rush in." The few ladies beside him looked good too. Just remember not to hurt them. Noticing the fresh faces behind Trondrung Fum, he became more excited. Tijia wants to take some back to share with the big brothers. The group brandished their weapons, acting all high and mighty. Tatinj, do not worry. Watch me catch those ladies for you. A chaotic battle between the bad guys and the good quickly erupted. Trondrung Fum confidently led the charge. And as soon as he appeared, he boldly threatened, "Your grandpas did not get enough last time. And now you have come to my door. With just a few hits, I can sweep you all away in an instant." The screams of terror grew louder. Tatinj, help, run. Awadani sat on the chair issuing orders, commanding two of the Chaishiyu to instruct the leaders below to fish for the big catch. Min Nun bowed respectfully. "Yep, Your Highness." At this moment, Sen Kang was still wildly attacking. "Haha, do you guys really dare to face me?" Suddenly, Meng Titi flew in from somewhere to block its path. He smirked and said something provocative. Little piglet. Artegia has given the order. You can't act so recklessly. Facing the threat, it showed no fear whatsoever. Such big word. Right after that, it put all its strength into its arms and launched a fierce attack. Then come and test your Jiajia's skills. With just one punch, he was sent flying back. My dream is angry and screaming. You guys should not just stand there and watch. This guy is not easy to deal with. Come here and help. Just after finishing the sentence, 3 more guys rushed in to fight. Truly a useless bunch. Remember to invite us for drinks when you get back. Brothers, let us charge in. From a distance, Zhang Fan watched the battle intently from start to finish. Then, he spoke up to assign tasks. Dog boy, go over there and take care of the rest. He immediately accepted the order happily. Yep. Master. Then, Dark Knight used his fastest speed to leap over the large rocks. Approaching the battle, watching this scene, the transformation face became even more furious. That kid indeed had a number of experts by his side. As soon as he spoke, he stood up, putting on an imposing battle armor. It seems he must take matters into his own hands. Let me test my strength against this kid and show him who rules this chaotic star field. With a powerful motion, he drew a sharp sword from its sheath. The transformation jumped high, swinging the sword to unleash a burst of purple power. Kid, you have got some skills. I will personally take you on. Seeing this, Ngoklin shouted loudly to remind him. Young Master Zhang. Be careful. Calmly, Zhang Fan timed his sword draw just right. With a mighty slash, he executed a move that grazed past him, delivering a painful blow that left the transformation in shock. Just a young kid. How could he have such formidable strength? He was hurled back to his own ship, and even with severe injuries, he still boosted. Kid, consider this a win for you. But my big brother is someone you definitely should not mess with. Then, the transformation sternly ordered a retreat. Kid, wait until my big brother comes to find you. Ngoklin was left in shock, realizing that the members of the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths had truly been driven away by young Master Zhang and the others. Instantly, she clasped her hands and knelt to pay her respects. I will remember the great kindness of young Master Zhang towards our clan for life. If there is anything you need, please let me know. He looked at her with a cold gaze and replied, this is not over yet. Heavenly Wolf Four Paths will come again. We need to think of a way to deal with their next attack. After hearing this, she stood up without hesitation to bid farewell. The situation is urgent. Young Master Zhang, please forgive me for leaving early. Kaivan quietly followed Ngoklun's retreating figure. Once the others had disappeared, she approached to ask. Earlier, you did not capture the 4th young master, because you wanted to deal with him later. Right. Zhang Fan happily praised her intelligence. No wonder she was Kaivan. She understood my thoughts in an instant. He directly revealed his wicked intention. Moreover, I hope the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths seeks help everywhere, gathering all those who mean harm to the Lang clan here. She smiled brightly, having seen through everything beforehand. This is good. It reduces some trouble. I knew you had no good intentions. The battle ended abruptly, leaving the Lang clan in stunned silence. After a long while, Badung finally stammered a response. The 4 bandits of Qin Lang are retreating like this. Ingeki Lin answered from above. Young Master Trong and his followers have driven away the 4 matriarchs of the Tian Lang bandits. Our tribe is temporarily safe. That statement left him utterly stunned. What? Young Master Trong Pham managed to defeat the 4 matriarchs of the Tian Lang bandits. Faced with his astonishment, Ngin Lin firmly asserted that it was true. She saw it with her own eyes on young Master Tronga's island. But the dangers from the demonic tribe we face are still present. This vague statement threw Bai Dong into confusion. They had clearly driven off the Tianlang 4 Daos. So why did the Saintess speak like that? After a moment of contemplation, Vinan suddenly spoke up. I understand now. The Tianlang 4 Daos will come back, and the mysterious Grand Matriarch, seeing the dragon's head but not its tail, will probably appear as well. Hearing this, Boi Deng could not maintain his composure and shouted. What? This is the leader of the Tianlang 4 bandits. I heard he single-handedly annihilated the upper echelon of the Tain Hazai Palace. How could he not personally engage in battle? Seeing him lose his authority like that, Vinan quickly shouted for silence. Then he turned to Meng Feline and asked, did young Master Trong say anything? If he is willing to help us and take revenge, he definitely won't let himself be at a disadvantage. Hearing this, her expression fell. Young Master Trong did not have any demands. But it seems that next time the Tianlang 4 bandits will come with even greater force. We must seek additional reinforcements. Vinan could only shake his head in frustration. The old man had sent out rescue letters to all factions, and to this day there had been no response. Suddenly, Ninki Lin's face became resolute. We must try again. We can't just sit here and wait to die. At the same time, the 2 people K. Von returned to the floating island. Trajong Fum casually announced the situation. Alright, I just received news from Taksung and Elubon EC. They have left the battlefield and are preparing to find us for some relaxation. Hearing him, K. Vin quickly added, I also received news from the sect. The high-ranking exiled immortal Dai Ho, the king of the High Tine immortal realm, will oversee the internal investigation. After understanding the situation, Tran Trung Fum felt a bit worried. Would this provoke unnecessary attention? Understanding his concerns, she gently replied, I do not know what the 9 immortal emperors and 24 immortal kings think. Perhaps what they want is precisely this effect. A moment later, Trondring Fuxum speculated that there might be other actions taking place covertly. But unfortunately, the front line had to retreat to the defensive area and endure a bit longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hafaradin, unable to swallow his anger, went to plead. Big brother, you must avenge me. Indeed, he did not disappoint him. Akung Sek quickly agreed. Of course, it seems I have not gone out for a long time, making many in the Chaos Sea Star region forget the ruthlessness of the Tian Lang 4 bandits. With that said, he ordered, Luhon Tidre, go inform Lan and La Tam to notify the entire Chaos Sea Star region. Any forces that wish to ally with us should set out together at that time. He also did not forget to threaten. If not, do not blame me for leaving them with nothing. After finishing his words, Ku Hong Sai smashed the cup he had just drunk from. At that moment, his gaze turned sharp. I must ensure the Long clan disappears completely, so everyone remembers that the Heavenly Wolf 4 thieves are not to be trifled with. Adin joyfully took his leave. Thank you, big bro. I will go inform the 2nd and 3rd brothers right away. Before leaving, he flashed a sly smile. Big bro, I noticed there are some beautiful ladies on that kid's floating island. I will keep the prettiest one for you to enjoy, but the main focus Kuang Sat had in mind was the floating island. He sat on his throne, pondering, remembering that the mysterious force that wanted to recruit him had mentioned it before. At this moment, a familiar boat appeared high above the floating island. Tidung slowly landed and greeted warmly, Brother Tridong. Sister Vien, long time no see. Tronghong Fum cheerfully welcomed them. You two have worked hard on the battlefield and still rushed over here. Take a rest first. Try my celestial spirit fruit tea. In the harmonious atmosphere, Ni Si He's voice rang out. Little did they know that after everyone and Sister Vien left the battlefield, so much had happened. Responding to her was Kay Von's concerned inquiry. Compared to their last meeting, she and TSSV had changed a lot. You must have faced many challenges on the battlefield, right? Before she could answer, Tixung interjected. Of course. You and Nunji Sihai collaborated on the battlefield and won every fight. Suddenly, his expression turned pensive. But who would have thought that while we were battling on the front lines, someone would fall in the rear? Thankfully, it was discovered. Seeing the conversation drift too far, NefCH suggested. Everyone, let us change the topic. How about discussing the immortal Emperor Muzi Ten mentioned by Brother Trang? Since she brought it up, Tranchurung Fum naturally elaborated. This is the tome built by the immortal Emperor Long Taiyu. He left the latter half of the sword spirit Long Yu Tiyu here. I am his heir. His confession made Dixung extremely excited. This is the first time I have heard about such inheritance from an immortal emperor, outside the immortal realm. Brother Tridong, once you receive the inheritance, please allow me to spar with you. Hearing this, Tridring Fum did not respond immediately but pondered for a moment. Tsestra was indeed straightforward, his eyes showing excitement and anticipation. Without a hint of greed, after a moment, he replied, once I receive the inheritance, there will be no problem. But I will still need your help. Tiestri Yan Alu Samufi. To deal with some troubles. Upon hearing this, Inasihi's face lit up. Of course. That is not a problem. I am very eager for Brother Trong to inherit. To see how the immortal emperor's inheritance from the Zhuku realm differs from yours. Then, Trodong Fum made a suggestion. Stdim. Sejimuki. You both should rest first. We will have to wait a few more days. And it will be a good time for us to exchange recent achievements. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Kumsite was boldly questioning. Have the 2nd and 3rd brothers set out according to plan? The mask quickly reported from behind. 2nd and 3rd brothers have set off. They will follow the plan set by Big Bro. He then continued to order, notifying the forces ahead. I am pleased they have obeyed our orders so far. I will let them have their feast. With a face full of murderous intent, he sternly reminded, but do not forget to tell everyone. I want to see their true fighting abilities. The mask directly assured that the message would be conveyed. Otherwise, they would know the cost of deceiving the Heavenly Wolf 4 paths, gaining trust from the bloodthirsty. He quickly issued the command. Then let us inform everyone. Depart, and then standing high, he shouted the order. Set off. After that command, the powerful army began their march toward the target. Meanwhile, on the other side, the slightly fearful voice of a retainer rang out. The Saintess, Elder, and the Heavenly Wolf 4 paths have arrived. But we still have not found anyone willing to help us. Contrary to that worry, Vinan calmly declared, we have found someone long ago. All right. By dang. Have all clan members prepare for battle. Women and children into the secret chamber. He then turned to instruct further. Ingi Lin, if things go awry, head straight to young Master Tranga's island. Although it was just a forecast, Ingi Lin seemed to have a bad feeling. Though Igea. Before I finished speaking, Venom was already leading the charge. Elders, hold them back with our skeletons first, to rally the strength of the troops. He spoke to awaken their instincts. The enemy is coming. Everyone must not forget the mission to protect the sacred ground that our ancestors have always defended. Those words successfully ignited their morale. Seeing the enemy getting closer, Venom decisively issued the order to activate the clan's protective formation. Everyone prepare for battle. The enemy is getting nearer to the target. At this moment, the bloodthirsty confidently commanded his underlings to prepare, telling them to enter within a minute. I want to see the formation stop. Hearing that, the subordinates immediately complied. Suddenly, the mask announced. It was said that the clan leader of Lung once had a tremendous force in the Chaos Sea Star field, making everyone curious about whose tome they were guarding. He grinned with a very eerie smile. This question has intrigued everyone in the Chaos Sea Star field for thousands of years. But we will find out soon. A minute later, the barrier surrounding the island gradually began to fade. Seeing the situation was dire, Biding quickly reported. Saintess. Elder. That traitor's leading people to attack through the weak point in the rear. The formation is ruined. The words just spoken startled Vinan. What? He quickly made a decision. Yu Ling and all high-ranking members follow me to confront the enemy. The others maintain their positions guarding the tomb. Kwangsa looked at the approaching group with disdain, preparing to crush them like grasshoppers against a stone. Not stopping there, he continued to mock, claiming that without a grand formation, they were nothing. Ha! Adine chimed in. What a bunch of fools who do not know their own limits. Suddenly, he turned around, noticing the floating island of that kid. He was waiting for the right moment to intervene. But this time all four of us bandits were here. A moment later, Abedin shouted. Big bro. What do you plan to do about that kid over there? Akungasik answered without hesitation. If he agrees to kneel and become a dog for our heavenly wolf, then of course we will spare his life. Otherwise, it is already settled. He will definitely be dealt with. Luhon Tidre. Order everyone to prepare for an attack. He quickly responded. Yep. Big bro. They were all eager and determined, preparing for an assault. The opposing side was no exception, with Vinan, the commander, speaking up. Prepare to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Chutrang Fum was quietly observing everything, feeling a bit anxious, and Si Hiv curiously asked. Brother Tridong, when are we going to act? In contrast to her, he remained extremely calm and instructed. Soon, Musi. You and TSD start getting ready. Suddenly, Chutrang Fum drew his sword from his back. At that moment, without hesitation, he struck a blow aimed straight at the target. Moments later, the area exploded, and his opponents were left stunned. Ingi Lin was extremely happy. It is young Master Trying taking action. He willingly came to help us this time. Watching Trying Fum's technique, Vinan could not help but marvel at the powerful yet elusive sword intent. Meanwhile, across the way, Kung Sestet turned to his underlings and asked, that sword strike just now was from the kid we defeated. Right. The face of the masked figure shifted. That is right. Big brother. It was that kid. I will never forget that sword intent. Upon realizing his opponent was Trodring Fum, a light smile appeared on his face. Bring your sword here. It seems I have found a worthy rival this time. Seeing Kuang Sat act this way made him visibly delighted. Big brother. Do you want to take action yourself? Sure, I will go get it. On Trodring Fum's side, there was no more movement. He casually turned to strike up a conversation. Luwu Jr. and the other junior. Kvinan and I are eager to see your progress on the battlefield. Hearing this suggestion, Inisi he quickly responded. Then you too. Sister and brother Trajang, please watch closely. I also look forward to our progress. Having said that, she and Tixung dashed off. After they left, Trajang firm reminded. Ingi Kifi Lin. You guys take the floating island to assist the clan leader Long. Unleash the full power of the floating island. Then he and Kvenan quickly vanished as well. On their way, Trongkong Fum seemed very eager, hoping that this mysterious clan leader would not disappoint me. Just one sword strike from Enki Line had wiped out dozens of enemies, but she felt extremely anxious. I wonder how things are going with young Master Tranong. The mysterious clan leader of Thin Lang seems to be heading towards him. Suddenly, someone behind was preparing for a sneak attack. But fortunately, someone reminded, Sister, please be careful. Before Enki Line could regain her composure, her body was struck by a powerful lightning bolt. Then Enchi suddenly spoke up. Tron and Geki Lin is your sister. Right, young Master Traong sent me and the other junior to help everyone. Hearing this, she respectfully thanked them for their assistance. A moment later, Ingek Lin's attitude suddenly changed. Young Master Traong sent you two to help. Did he? Then would not that mean he is short on strong assistance? Saying this, she felt even more uneasy. The clan leader of Thin Lang is extremely mysterious, and his strength is unfathomable. Currently, no one knows how strong he really is. Amidst this worry, Niu Si He confidently asserted, Sister Tron, do not worry. Brother Trondring is a legendary figure known throughout the 33 celestial realms. Not someone easily defeated. As soon as she finished speaking, Tixung beside her chimed in. Ni Si He. Continue the ongoing battle on the battlefield, and see who can kill the enemies faster. Just after he spoke, he quickly took down several enemies. Seeing that, the Si He was extremely angry. From Sung Thui, all she knows is to play dirty. Before she left, the girl kindly reminded, Sister Tron, be careful out there. Watching the two of them compete in the sky, Ying Lin was a bit stunned. Is this really the strength of the friends of young Master Cherdong? So how strong will young Master Trongy be? At the same time, on Chardong Fum's side, the arrogant demeanor grew bolder due to their strength. My big brother is here today. Let us see how you act all high and mighty in front of me this time. Suddenly, he broke into a lewd grin. Of course, if the kid kneels down and apologizes to my fourth master, and also offers up the beautiful woman beside you, I might let you go. That made Trong Fum speechless. This guy must have lived too long. Let K Ven handle it himself. Then he made a decision. KVN. This one is yours. Witnessing that scene, he showed disdain. His tone was truly arrogant. As he finished speaking, the man's gaze wandered elsewhere. KVN. With a powerful presence. Threatened. I am here to escort you for a bit. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked for permission. Big brother. I will go meet this future sister-in-law first. Do not worry, I will go easy on her. At this moment, only Trungong Pham and Kung Sat faced each other. Suddenly, the guy spoke up. You are the Tronang Pham from the Chanvaning continent. Someone mentioned you to me before. Tronang Pham's expression immediately showed some interest. I did not expect someone like me from the Chin Van continent could make a name for myself here. Kung Sat continued. Not long ago, a group of mysterious people in black cloaks and masks came to find me, wanting me to join them. At this point, he had moved closer to you. That mysterious force could even interfere in this chaotic star field. Kung Sat kept rambling on. It seems their power in the immortal realm is incredibly strong. This mysterious group has an extraordinary background. Perhaps I should consider joining them. His smile suddenly turned sly. How about I use you as a gift for them? Saying that, Kusust immediately launched an attack. In that situation, Trongphunum remained extremely calm. Use me as bait. Let us see you try. The two sides exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The shockwaves from their power left everything around them in ruins. After a while of fighting, Kusite sighed. You have got some skill. No wonder the black-clad group values you so much. His face was filled with excitement as he raised his sword. Narrating, Tratong Phum hails from the Tian Vang continent, a dim world lost among countless others. Each of his words recounted the story of defeating Menesak Suing, creating a buzz, and commanding the alliance of 33 worlds on the battlefield of Height Ayan. Hearing that, Trong Phum just sneered. It seems the master really understands me. In response, his voice sounded somewhat amused. I am really curious about you, as it has been a long time since anyone in this chaotic sea region has excited me like this. With that, Kwang Sat swung his sword. Kid. Let us see if you are truly strong enough for that mysterious force to take you seriously. Faced with that unexpected attack, Zhang Fan remained unfazed and calmly countered. Each of his sword strikes sliced through his opponent's moves, the powerful swordplay shaking everything around him. Suddenly, Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. The strength of this big boss was indeed extraordinary. Casually delivering a strike with such terrifying power, countless speculations flooded his mind. But to roam freely in the chaotic sea region meant this boss's strength was definitely more than just that. Then, Akwang prepared to attack. Kid. Your strength is not bad. Let us see how you handle this sword from me. The sword was aimed directly at Zhang Fan, but he showed no fear and even smirked. With just one strike from Zhang Fan, his opponent's attack was deflected, crashing into a boat and creating a massive explosion. The people on the boat quickly shouted to escape. Run. Save me. I can't fly in this void. After that strike, Zhang Fan appeared unfazed. Look, can you stop pretending in front of me? You still do not have the right to test my strength. Indeed. Those words provoked the arrogant Kwang Sat. Then show me what you are capable of. Moments later, he decisively swung his sword, which flew like lightning towards Zhang Fan. But he just scoffed. Your skills are not something you can imagine. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Fan intercepted his opponent's sword. Kwang Sat had unexpectedly vaulted above him. He laughed scornfully. Kid. That flower in the warm house is too delicate. Then he struck fiercely at Zhang Fan. Luckily, Zhang Fan managed to block that blow. With his agile body, he quickly escaped Kwang Sat's grasp. At this moment, a hint of worry crept into Zhang Fan's heart. After dropping the sword, this guy seemed even stronger. It appeared that relying solely on strength would not make him a match. He saw the giant hands growing from Kwang Sat, filled with murderous intent, as if to swallow Zhang Fan whole. With the situation at this point, he had no reason to hold back. He had wanted to ask a few things about that force, but now he should just hope for his own good fortune. Seeing Zhang Fan so arrogant, Kwang Sat could not help but feel enraged.
Kid.
Still so caught. You only rely on this to make a name for yourself in the myriad worlds. Right. Zhang Fan's eyes closed, and he muttered, Sword Domain First Shadow. After that incantation, a barrier appeared around Zhang Fan. The light it emitted could even be seen from afar. Indeed, everyone on the boat was utterly stunned. What was happening? What is this kid doing? The current situation was very unfavorable for Kwang Sat. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly became powerful. I just let you attack continuously. Now it is my turn to try and keep you alive. As soon as the words ended, countless sword intents pierced through the giant hand and aimed directly at the berserker. The look on his face was extremely ugly. The people on the floating island were startled by the scene. Look over there quickly. Both Ing Ducky Line and Vinan turned to look in that direction. After a moment, she stammered. Grandpa. What is happening over there? A Trong Fofum stood amidst the wreckage, surrounded by enemies. He exuded a chilling aura. Having taken down countless foes all on his own, yet he calmly spoke. Clearly there was no chance of getting intel about that mysterious black-clad force from this guy. In contrast to his composure, the berserker's side panicked, shouting, the boss is down. The boss is done for. Brothers, run. This news quickly spread across all the ships. The boss has fallen. Urgent report. Brothers, retreat now. Upon hearing this, the underlings fell into despair. The heavenly wolf four-paths are no more. Even Hever Din could not believe it was true. How could the big brother be taken out by a kid? No way. Just as he was lost in thought, a sword flashed past him. This was as a gentle warning from Kevevin to Ha Din. Did he still have the mind to worry about other matters at this moment? Even now, he was still acting tough. That woman. My fourth brother just does not want to ruin the beautiful flower, so he has not gone all out yet. Suddenly, Abedin smiled eerily. The boss is buried here. I must. You two, the second and third, take care of yourselves. He earnestly expressed his intentions. Little lady, I am about to run. Now I will go all out. Come with me quietly. With that, Abedin lunged straight at Kevine. Meanwhile, he secretly planned that once this little girl dodged, he would immediately dash out and not look back. But reality dealt Hadian a painful blow. Suddenly, Zhangfeng appeared behind her, completely unconcerned for his own safety. He then looked into the distance, realizing that not only he and his sister were progressing, but Elduane Sihu and Tixung were also making great strides. The girl gracefully glided on her sword, launching powerful attacks. Just moments later, everywhere known Jasi passed by exploded into chaos. After that, she approached Tixung to boast. Now I have surpassed you. Keep it up, you cute little guy. But he did not respond, calmly shouting as thunder crackled. After that command, all the boats were suddenly attacked by thunderous strikes. Then, Tikonered Nuchi Si, saying it was no longer a clear win or loss. Seeing this, the girl was incredibly angry. Yeah, he really won T give an inch. But Nunchi Si he did not dwell on it for long and quickly changed the subject. Hey, Xung, back in the Blood Abyss battlefield. Did you still want to challenge senior brother Trong? He asked her in return. Aren't your Chu Ti Thashi peers always comparing you to Sister Vian? We are just the same. And Si He's expression turned gloomy. Alright, from now on, we need to train twice as hard. I do not want to fall too far behind Sister Binin and senior brother Trong. At the same time, news reached the island that the leader of the Thian Lang faction and the fourth elder had both perished. The enemy, seeing the situation was dire, began to flee. The Thian Lang faction is about to be wiped out. We should retreat. Bi Ding hurriedly announced. Saintess. Grand Elder, we have won. They are all running away. And Yi Lin's face could not hide her joy. Grandpa. We won. We really won. It is thanks to young Master Trong and his friends. Venom was even more thrilled than she was. Bai Ding. Go back and tell everyone in the clan to bring out the best food for a feast. Saintess. You and I should go meet young Master Trong and his friends. Just then, Trong Fumam and everyone else had just arrived. As Nuncia landed, she could not help but exclaim. All the high-ups are here. This welcoming ceremony is too grand. Over there, Vinan led the group forward to greet them. The Longdeng clan leader thanks all the young masters and maidens for extending a helping hand when our clan was on the brink of extinction. The elder enthusiastically invited young Master Troning and the maidens and young masters. Please follow this way. We have prepared a feast to express our gratitude. So Trondrang Fum did not put on airs anymore. Respectfully agreeing, we can't be rude and decline then. It was clear that Vinan valued this meeting highly, inviting everyone to sit. These dishes are all special spirit fruits from our clan along with some spirit beasts. I hope they meet your expectations. The elder was so happy he could not stop smiling. telling everyone in the clan. Congratulations to our clan for surviving the calamity of destruction. Let us start a 3-day feast. Then, Vin turned to Trong Phum. Everyone, please enjoy. And you too? Do not be shy with the elder, so let us not be polite anymore. Then Vin spoke up. Young Master Chang, you mentioned before that you had business to attend to in the chaotic Sea Star region. May I ask what it is? My Long clan will definitely do our best to assist. Trajanum Phum felt secretly delighted. He had not even brought it up yet the other party had taken the initiative to ask. Saving him the trouble of dancing around it, he proactively toasted the elder, initially intending to trouble him as he said. So I do not have to rack my brain thinking about how to bring it up. Hearing that, Vin burst out laughing and invited young Master Trong to speak. Finally, Trong Pham revealed his purpose. I am here to find the Tome of the Emperor, left by a legendary emperor named Lang Tu. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngokline and Vin jumped up in shock. What? She could not believe her ears. How did young Master Trong know about Emperor Lang Tu? It is true that he is from the Qian Van continent. But Trong Pham was not surprised by her reaction. Miss Saintess wants to ask how I know that Emperor Lang Tu's tome is in the chaotic Sea Star region. Right. Ningo Lin quickly responded. Yep. Please explain calmly. I received half of the inheritance from Emperor Lang Tu. And the inheritance includes a prophecy indicating that his tome is in the chaotic Sea Star region. This statement further shocked Ningoklin and Vin. What? They were terrified. How could they confirm if young Master Truong's words were true or false? Truong Pham continued to present convincing evidence. I also know that the treasure your clan guards is indeed the Tome of the Emperor. This tome is located at the center of this small continent. Boy Dung gasped in astonishment. What? The treasure we guard is the tome of a legendary emperor. This time, Ngoklin had no doubts left. She immediately bowed. Saintess and clan leader Argok Line pays respect to the emperor's hair. The others dared not voice any objections. The clan leader bowed to the emperor's hair. Truong Pham hurriedly stopped them. Please, you may stand up. I am just a lucky recipient of the inheritance. I came to the chaotic Sea Star region for the remaining part. Opening the tome still requires your assistance. After hearing that, Vin suddenly became awkward. What was this about? Seeing their expressions made him curious. What is going on? Could it be that something happened to the emperor's tome? The old man's face did not look too good. It is a long story, and it is a bad one for our clan. But since you are the heir of the emperor, I cannot hide it. At this moment, the group was slowly moving along the path to the mountain peak. As they neared the location, they suddenly stopped. Vin ordered in a serious tone. Boy Dung, you lead the guards outside and do not let anyone approach. He immediately responded clearly. Then, Vin turned to Truong Pham. Everyone, please follow me and the Saintess inside. So he and the others silently followed the old man. After a while, Vin's expression gradually became more serious. Here we are. This is the Forbidden Hall. And only I and the Saintess know the secrets passed down through generations of our clan. Truong Pham also felt tense as he looked ahead. The atmosphere suddenly became more serious than ever. Namsia felt extremely excited. Elder, can you open it to broaden our horizons? Vin awkwardly cleared his throat. Ngoklin stepped forward to answer for him. Right now, the issue our clan faces is that the method to open this forbidden hall has been lost. This is something he could not have imagined. It has been lost. The girl's mood suddenly dropped. Behind this large door lies the treasure of the inheritance. Brother Jean came here for it. But now the door won't open. Ngoklin felt extremely guilty. Young master, when you arrived, the door should have been open for you, but the previous Saintess left unexpectedly, and a traitor helped the enemy, leading to issues with the inheritance. The more Vin thought about it, the more guilty he felt. The way to open the door separate from the inheritance required 3 ancestral artifacts. The Elder's artifact was a support, while the Saintess's technique was the key. But 3 artifacts were missing due to the traitor. At that moment, Zhang Fan calmly spoke up. It is. The inheritance I can accept has another way to activate, but it can only be used once. His words left Vin and Nagok Line wide-eyed in shock. What? Zhang Fan gently reassured them. How could a figure like the Emperor not have a backup plan? And we can't underestimate what has happened. No one should blame themselves. Without another word, he immediately took action. As the sword left its sheath, the heavens and earth trembled. Witnessing this scene, Ngotlin was left in awe. This was the Long Tu sword intent. The sword intent contained within the forbidden weapons passed down by their ancestors. Just a second later, the door before them slowly creaked open. Everyone there was filled with anticipation about what kind of world the Emperor had created behind the door. There were no gold, silver, or jewels, nor any spiritual herbs or weapons. What greeted their eyes was a dim, grayish expanse. Kavian and Digsung were stunned into silence. What kind of enemy did the Long Tu Emperor fight before dying? And why did not the other emperors come to help? Finally, she broke the silence. This is the reality of the Dao Palace secret realm within the body of the Emperor. I never expected it to be destroyed to this extent. What really happened back then? Tudung found it hard to understand. The Emperor fell, and the enemy was defeated. This was a shocking event for the myriad realms. Yet there was no record of it in our sect. Hearing this, Inesihi suddenly remembered that our Zuku celestial realm also had no records. There were too many strange things making K-Venin a bit worried. Zhang Fan. Be careful. Nobody knows what happened back then. An emperor fell. But there are no records in all the celestial realms. In contrast, Zhang Fan showed no signs of fear. We should check it out together. Everyone needs to stay alert. After that, the group entered the secret chamber together. It seemed that the unusual intrusion triggered changes in the space within. At the same time, MCA suddenly felt a chill. The surroundings felt too strange. I have this feeling that someone is watching me intently. Tidung hurriedly agreed. I feel it too, which makes me even more curious. At this moment, everyone shared the same question in their hearts. Who fought against the Long Taivyu Emperor? Before delving deeper inside, Zhang Fan reminded the group behind him, Ingi Kifi Lin. Do you think the Emperor's enemy left any influence? You three need to stick close to the team in front. Absolutely do not separate. She immediately responded with a bright enthusiasm. I understand now. Master, Botham Day and Sun Kang solemnly assured. Don't you worry. We will always protect the young lady. Then, Truong Pham clearly demonstrated the qualities of a skilled leader. Everyone needs to be ready for battle. I will lead. From his junior brother and sister Lu, he urged them to stay vigilant on both sides. Kaivan stood in the middle with Senior Tran, while the Saintess was in charge of supporting. After finishing his words, he pushed open the large door in front of him. Judging by the scale of this place, Truong Pham concluded this was the reception area of the central main hall. Confusion filled his mind as he furrowed his brows tightly. It should have been the place most heavily damaged by the enemy. The current situation was so unusual that anyone would be on high alert, especially someone like Kaivan who practiced immortality. Everyone was cautious. This hall felt a bit strange. Suddenly, a shadow, whether human or beast, darted by, only to be caught by Noxihu with her sharp senses. Who was it? However, no matter how wide-ranging the girl's attack was, it did not hit anything. Tudung beside her also frowned upon hearing that. Ni si si he. Did you see something? The girl replied. I just caught a glimpse of a shadow over there. Kaivan once again emphasized each word, raising the seriousness of the situation. Everyone, be careful. Outside, the thick dark clouds blocked any light, suggesting that there were some strange things in the tomb of Emperor Lang Tiu. Truong Pham had not engaged in the conversation so far and was lost in thought. A celestial being with powerful divine consciousness could not make a mistake in sight. It seemed the enemy in the battle against Emperor Lang Tiu was extremely strong. Furthermore, he simply emphasized as he continued to step forward. Everyone maintained their vigilance. Do not separate from each other. But just as he finished speaking, the sword in Truong Pham's hand immediately slashed at a certain figure, chopping down the creature that collapsed onto the cold ground. It turned out everything was well within his grasp. Since entering the main hall, he had always felt someone was watching him, and the earlier discovery by Lu made him even more certain of his feelings. Looking at the creature that clearly resembled nothing he had seen before made him feel emotional. Indeed, there was a terrifying existence. Even Tu, who had participated in countless battles, was taken aback. What kind of monster is this? It looks human but is not. The beasts of Ju do not evoke the same disgust as this one. Kaivan stepped forward and observed it with a sharp gaze. There was no aura of Ju Yu. It must not come from there. And it seemed to have a token on it. As soon as Truong Pham grasped this information, he immediately mobilized the spiritual energy within him to determine its sect. The two words Lang Tiu struck directly into their pupils. Clearly the name of the master of the tome they were exploring. Ingi Lin was stunned upon seeing this. Having a thought that was extremely frightening. Could this be Emperor Lang Tiu? However, Truong Pham immediately dismissed it as too absurd. It absolutely could not be the Emperor. If I were the Emperor, how could I cut them down with one strike? Thanks to that, she regained her composure and exhaled deeply. I am scared by the strangeness of this place. Perhaps it was once the pursuer of the Emperor, before they had time to study it closely. The body, which they did not even know what it was, slowly dissolved into a pool of blood. Faced with this bizarre situation, Tidung suddenly remembered some important things. It was said that the secret realm within the body of the Celestial Emperor could transform into a small world. The tome left behind by Lung Taiyu Ta must be that. Looking around and recalling the scene before they entered, he deduced that the secret realm within the Celestial Emperor's body had been damaged, and even the pursuer was swallowed by some mysterious power. The enemy of the Emperor must be terrifying. At this moment, worrying about it would be pointless. Therefore, Truong Pham took the lead in pushing the process forward. No one knows how many monsters like this are behind them. Everyone must stay focused, and if anything unusual happens, they must act without hesitation. They stepped carefully through the space filled with thick white mist, unaware that something was watching them from afar. Even standing in mid-air and issuing a challenge like an ordinary celestial being, all disciples heard the command to drive away the enemy and assist the Emperor. The outcome of the challenge was unknown, but facing Truong Pham's group was a scene of ruin and wreckage. and Gi Lin gripped her sword tightly, feeling extremely tense. What is going on? Why is it suddenly so dark at that moment? He's bird-like ability proved to be extremely helpful. A flock of fire birds circling around was enough to help them see the entire surroundings. Trotring Fum sensed the uneasy atmosphere, so he quickly frowned and exclaimed. Although he did not know what was happening, we must hurry into the grand hall ahead. Unbeknownst to them, grotesque beings that were neither human nor ghost emerged from the solid ground. Once they jumped up, they charged toward the humans before them as if they wanted to feast. Unfortunately, they were knocked down by Tixung's lightning strike, hiding in the shadows and ambushing. Yet they dared to attack me. In the end, they were smoking from being overcooked, but his actions did not frighten the monsters. Instead, more appeared. Meanwhile, Trotang Fum's face has turned serious as he gripped his sword tightly. Don T stop. KVN. Lead the way ahead. I will cover the back. Everyone followed his orders without a word of protest, showing their absolute trust in him. Suddenly, another pitch-black monster jumped out and hissed, which was met with sharp slashes from K-Vine. Everyone be careful. Those chasing us earlier are not the only ones. The corpses of celestial beings in this secret realm will likely all turn into monsters. Soon, the entire group's spells were unleashed to deal with them. As the Tone Ma gathered like surging waves, K-Vine urged urgently, quickly get inside. There are no monsters in there. The last one to enter was Trang Phim, who quickly closed the door tightly. Indeed, as they entered this area, no evil shadows could approach. The group regained their composure and cautiously observed their surroundings. Suddenly, Ying Lin spotted something and shouted, Master, be careful up ahead. Turned out this grand hall was not just occupied by them, but also a group of celestial beings meditating. Strangely enough, it seemed like they had all passed away in this posture. Seeing this, Trotang Fum immediately reassured. It should be fine. I observed this last time. As long as we stay within Tropo case range in this grand hall, those shadow monsters won't be able to get close. Just then, Kevin chimed in. That is why I told everyone to quickly enter the grand hall earlier. He, upon hearing this, rushed over and unleashed a burst of rainbows with her. No doubt about it, Kevin is beautiful and careful. While we were on edge about the situation around us, she had already noticed these details. After a lively conversation, her expression turned serious as she made a guess. We are still about 7 halls away from the center of the palace group, and I fear that the number of monsters will only increase there. Trotang Farfum clearly understood and continued her line. Yep. But this is tough on K-Von and everyone else. He even felt a bit guilty that due to my inheritance, everyone ended up in this dangerous situation. Tidung excitedly tossed an object in her hand, saying, and Trung's high. That sounds so distant. I am really curious about the great battle that happened here years ago. Hearing this, Trotang Fum thumped his chest and spoke cheerfully. Then I won't talk about that anymore. If you need my help in the future, just call me. Just as the atmosphere was still comfortable, Inga Lin's scream suddenly rang out. Young master. Be careful. He immediately glanced back as a reflex. In an instant, a sword struck and severed the monster charging out of the darkness. Given the situation, Trondring Fum suggested that since there seemed to be quite a number of monsters outside, we should rest first. Shortly after, the group gathered by the fire to recover their energy. Suddenly, Ngi Lin's voice broke the silence. Master, why do you think these celestial beings placed 7 bronze bells underground? Seeing her curiosity, Tixung replied. Of course. It is to set up the 7-star formation, which is usually used for protection or suppression. Just as he said that, something made Kvani N's group look up at the ceiling of the hall. They then stood up one by one, their bodies tense and their cautious eyes scanning the surroundings. Inkleen furrowed her brows deeply, and her expression became grave. Master, is there something wrong with the bodies of these celestial beings? Tixung pondered for a moment before speaking. This 7-star bronze bell formation seems to have protective and exorcist effects, yet they still died. However, that is not the crux of the matter. He then pointed to another corner. I just noticed that the 7-star formation has lost its protective and exorcist functions. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction, their faces changing dramatically. Where Tixung had just pointed, the sacred bell had been moved from its original position. A thought flashed through Trongtrong Fam's mind as he noticed the old marks still faintly visible. That was the original position of the bronze bell. This bell had been moved. A sense of unease rose within him, so he reminded everyone seriously. The situation in this secret realm is complicated. We all need to be more careful. At that moment, Kvian looked up at the sky through a hole in the roof, saying, once it is safer outside, we will leave immediately. Suddenly, a few beams of light appeared, causing everyone to grip their weapons tightly. But everything remained silent until the sunlight shone through the hole in the ceiling the next day. Trotang Fum observed the situation and urged, there is no sound outside anymore. It is already bright. Let us hurry and get out of here. The group then made their way out of the main hall one by one. Stepping outside, he halted at the sight of the desolate ruins, silently speculating that a great battle must have occurred here, and many who chased the emperor likely met their end. Fum immediately heightened his vigilance. There should have been bodies here, but there were not any. Perhaps they had all turned into monsters lurking in the shadows. Everyone needed to be careful and move quickly. Just as Amdi was about to take a step, he suddenly turned his head back. A look of alarm crossed his face as he realized something strange. He barked urgently to warn everyone that the bodies of the celestial beings in the hall had disappeared. Hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They turned their heads in unison, and Fum decisively made a decision. It is still light out. We want to stop to rest at the next hall. Just keep going through. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Tinfeng led the way. Simply saying, Fum speculated while passing through the ruined scene. Before the Long Tu Emperor died, did he defeat the enemies fighting against him? Not long after, the group arrived before the main hall. He turned back and warned everyone seriously. It seemed that the central area of the great battle back then was the crucial location in this secret realm. The situation there was likely even more complex and dangerous. Everyone needed to be cautious and immediately ordered to set off, all quickly rushing forward. Shortly after, Ingikiv Lian noticed many magical beams of light rushing towards them and shouted, "Be careful." At that moment, Nina Sihi waved her hand to summon the firebirds that Aksu Feng had conjured. "Let me handle this. Everyone, do not stop." Under their escort, she cleared obstacles to pave the way for the group, but when her spiritual power ran out, and Sihi stumbled and fell to her knees, a steady arm immediately supported her. Kei Ven did not hesitate to pull Nada Sihi forward. "Ni Sihi, focus on recovering. I will protect you on the next stretch." Another strange object was destroyed by the firebirds. The group pressed on without rest. Ingiv Lian's face still showed a trace of astonishment after escaping the encirclement. She did not expect that even the plants in the forest garden were being controlled by some strange power in the secret realm. If it were not for the teachings of Fairy NCC, we probably would not have gotten through this so easily. Hearing this, NCC proudly puffed her nose. "Ha! Of course. In the heavenly realm, we Zook are the best at controlling fire. By the way, just call me Big Sister." She smiled with her eyes squinted and obediently called out, "Yep. Big Sister Ni Si." With dangers lurking, Fum gave careful instructions. No one knew what remnants of the great battle from years ago remained in this wreckage, so they must not let their guard down. "Sen Kang. Ni Si Si He." Antique Sungguang then spoke up. "Okay. We won't let our guard down." As they walked, Inkialin passed by each piece of debris, scattered with tools. Unsure of what had happened here, she glanced at the ruined furnace and whispered, "Before this was destroyed, it must have been a top-grade elixir. The surrounding medicine cabinets are in shambles too." Trondheim Fum observed everything and speculated that this place had once been an emperor's alchemy chamber. Meanwhile, Vinan glanced over and muttered, "What a pity. These materials in those elixirs are incredibly rare." Just then, Ingiki Lane intentionally made a joke to lighten the tense atmosphere. "Grandpa, even if they still have potency, this secret realm has been invaded by strange forces. Who knows what could happen if we use them?" Trondheim Fum instinctively paused and announced that they were at a dead end. Then he waved his hand, signaling, "All right. Let us keep moving forward and quickly get through this wreckage." Kavian added seriously, "We do not know when the weather might change. We need to hurry to the main hall." They rushed forward towards their final destination. As they approached, the group stopped to assess the situation at the entrance. Ngilin exhaled, her mood still tense. She thought the ruins held some strange power or something dangerous, so she did not dare to let her guard down. Fum turned back and gently reminded them. The situation here was complicated. No one knew what had happened years ago. Better to be cautious. They entered just as the mist began to dissipate. Inglin noticed something and shouted, "Everyone, look ahead." Her face showed a hint of panic. "Master, what should we do now?" Ingilian's voice trembled at the sight of countless dried corpses. These bodies were the celestial beings from back then. Right, she made a judgment as she looked at them. Each had a different appearance, their postures suggesting they had died in an instant. Immediately, Fum warned them with a serious expression. "Everyone, do not make a sound. Quietly pass by them." Hearing this, Sen Kang hurriedly covered his mouth. "Promise I won't make a noise." Yet as they passed, Ngi Lian almost touched a nearby celestial being but reminded herself, "Absolutely do not touch them." After a tense moment, Ni Sihi let out a sigh of relief as if a burden had been lifted. They finally made it through. While passing, they did not even dare to breathe. Tudung smiled and teased, "We are all celestial beings. We can go without breathing. It is fine if you do not breathe." The girl who disliked him showed an indifferent face, clearly not needing his comments, suddenly recalling a few celestial beings from earlier. Despite the passage of countless years, there are still some corpses exuding a power reminiscent of certain celestial generals. Hearing this, Sen Kan frowned in confusion, implying that among these corpses are powerful beings of the celestial general level. But why would such a strong entity die mysteriously right in the square? At this moment, Trong Kong Fum crossed his arms and whispered to himself. Indeed a very strange scene. Unimaginable. Those on the verge of becoming saints. Even the celestial kings and celestial emperors, not to mention the celestial generals ruling a region in the upper 9 realms, have silently perished here. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the person next to him and asked, Elder Tron, the saintess of your clan has always protected this secret realm. Has your ancestor passed down any tales? Taken by surprise, Vinan pondered for a moment before honestly replying. Actually, many of our clan's secrets are only passed down to the next saintess. Then he stroked his long beard and recalled old stories. But I remember my father once said that our great-grandfather followed a powerful being, who also contributed to the establishment of our clan. But I fear that this may disappoint the young master. Upon mentioning this, Vinan appeared contemplative. After thinking it over, I realized that the ancestors who founded our clan all passed away quite early. Then looking at the celestial beings below, I wondered why that powerful being guarded this place, leading me to suspect that my ancestors were deserters. Luckily, Tiutunde did not pursue the matter and instead entrusted the tome's protection. After hearing the account, Trodring Fum fell into thought as we approached the central area. He slowly said that when they reached the large gate, everything would become clear. Without hesitation, Trodring Fum placed his hand on the gate to push it open, and we would know what happened back then. But just as it began to move, Ngi Lin's terrified scream rang out, Master! Be careful. They suddenly moved. That remark made him halt and go on high alert. Trodring Fum turned back, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Why is that? They suddenly moved. He was slightly shocked as he witnessed what was happening, wondering why the corpses were moving. Everyone froze in place as those celestial beings began to move. Your Highness. Your Highness. They seemed oblivious to the group, and were solely focused on moving inward. The messenger suddenly exclaimed emotionally, Your Highness has opened the door. Your Highness has opened the door. The Emperor turned back after defeating the enemy. At the same time, the celestial being next to him also cheered excitedly. It is, I am finally safe under His Majesty's protection. Trajung Fum raised his hand to signal silence. Then he led the way, stepping aside to let the group of zombies pass through. Ing Helene waited until the last footstep had left before daring to whisper. They have gone inside. It is so scary. The bizarre situation made Trong Fum suspicious. Is it possible that the corpses of the celestial generals have also been affected by some mutation? But looking closely, his gaze gradually shifted toward the ancient palace. There was something within the grand hall that attracted them. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Trong Fum suggested, Let us go inside and take a look. Just as he finished speaking, Mda shivered slightly. Master. Is the emperor they just mentioned the Long Tu Emperor? The unexpected question made him pause momentarily, scratching his head as an unconscious reaction. Perhaps so. But from what they said, when they were alive, they could not enter the main hall. Why could not they get in? Kei Ven frowned and thought, quickly coming up with a reasonable guess. Not being able to enter proves that the master here had refused them entry. She quietly observed the signs of destruction and stopped at the only place that remained unharmed. This could be the center controlling a very strong protective array. So it was not destroyed, but without authority, they could not get in. Trong Fum silently listened and nodded in agreement. What you just said makes a lot of sense. He recalled the strange appearance of the corpses from earlier. No wonder. Regardless of their expressions, their bodies automatically moved toward the main hall. They must have wanted to hide inside and began to imagine the scene back then. In the end, they were all desperate because they could not enter. Everyone. What do you think the master controlling this hall was thinking at that time? Trong Fum's expression was eager, as if he was about to uncover a great mystery. Once we get in, we can investigate everything. However, Kavian secretly hoped that there would not be any difficulties at all. Inkadleen walked while observing the arrangements here, which were very similar to the previous halls. As soon as they stepped inside, Nanchi Sihi released a few glowing birds to light the way for the group. The golden pheasants cleared the path. They led the way to where the undead were gathered. A voice suddenly rang out in astonishment. It was them. And there was a statue in a majestic posture. They were sitting around the foot of the statue. Trong Fum immediately recognized that familiar figure. It was the statue of the Long Tu Emperor. After a moment of silence, Kaveen suddenly raised a question. They were once subordinates of the Long Tu Emperor. He stepped closer, reaching out to sense the space around him. Why are there no celestial beings controlling the secret array in this hall? Where did they go? Right after that, Nichi Sihi commanded the flock of golden pheasants hovering around. Let us see if I can check this out. A few minutes later, she received information from them and relayed it back to the group, not detecting anyone else besides us. Trong Fum fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Subordinates in the secret realm offering strength to the Emperor in exchange for his protection. The one guarding this place must be a powerful figure at the celestial level. Not just any celestial being. His hand instinctively rubbed his chin as he pondered something. This is the core issue. Where did those celestial beings go? Just then, K. Ven gently reminded him, pulling Trungong Fum away from his far-reaching thoughts. Trading Fum, do not forget our original purpose. You should go and receive the inheritance first. He scratched his head, laughing awkwardly at his absent-mindedness. Almost forgetting. Nin Si He beside him also felt a pang of guilt for being curious and forgetting her own matters. If it were not for Kvar reminding me so much, I would have been thrown off by the strange divine situation in this secret realm and forgotten the main issue. At this point, Trungong Fum finally got to work and guided everyone based on the idea left by the Grand Emperor. We must pass through this great hall to reach the inheritance site. Then lead the way and urge everyone along. As soon as the door behind the great hall opened, a long corridor appeared. Trungong Fum looked up at the path leading deeper. Crossing this long staircase would take them there. The group stood in silence, staring into the deep void ahead, each person feeling an indescribable sensation. Then, he let out a long breath, as if to gather his courage, and looked at his companions with a confident face. Wait for me here for a moment. I will go receive the inheritance. Sorry to trouble everyone. Trungong Fum murmured to himself as he looked ahead. The breath of the Emperor above created a mix of excitement and anxiety that made him remind himself it was just one last step. However, at that moment, Trungong Fum's expression changed slightly. An uneasy feeling rose within him, as if someone else wanted to seize the inheritance. As expected, the Guardian rushed in like a madman, shouting, "The inheritance! The inheritance of the Emperor is open. I am the chosen successor." Trungong Fum's eyes darkened, and he snorted coldly, preparing to draw his sword for a fight. But before he could act, Lung Tu suddenly appeared, bringing a pressure from the void. Seeing this, he cheerfully exclaimed, "The Emperor! The Emperor has appeared." Lung Tu said nothing, simply waved his hand lightly forward. Immediately, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, along with a solemn voice commanding to retreat. The Guardian glared and screamed as if about to go insane. "I want to accept this." Then he quickly turned to flee. However, the lightning was faster, a fierce bolt striking him directly. In a brief moment, the Guardian's body was consumed and vanished by the electric force. Witnessing this scene, Trungong Fum could not help but be shaken. What had this celestial being done in life? Just a moment later, Lung Tu turned to Trungong Fum and smiled kindly. "Good. Come over here. It seems my vision left in Then Vine is not bad." His gaze shifted to the sword radiating brilliant light. "Come take my inheritance." Suddenly, the smile on Long Tai's face turned into a deep expression. "The outside world has changed for countless years. Surely everyone has forgotten my name. Lung Taiyu." By now, Trungong Fum approached the source of energy, and upon hearing this, offered a few words of comfort. Although mortals may not know the name of the Emperor, in the celestial realm, his inheritance is a coveted prize for many. After saying this, he touched the light. Instantly, Trungong Fum fell into an endless expanse of space. There, he began to comprehend the skills and techniques taught by Lung Tu himself. Time passed, and when he finally awakened, he sighed deeply, filled with astonishment. Is this the immense power of the Celestial Emperor? A single sword can open chaos. Seeing Zhang Fan's high potential, Lang Tio smiled in appreciation. "Good. Train hard and do not tarnish my reputation. Who would have thought another genius like you would emerge?" He continuously encouraged him, then gently shifted to serious matters. "Keep it up. You are my successor. Since you have accepted the inheritance, there are a few things I need you to help me finish." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan whispered to himself, "The Emperor wants to rely on me. It must be the unfinished business from the last battle." Thoughts of the tangled mess and the enemies he would face in this upcoming fight filled his mind. Noticing Zhang Fan's silence, Lang Tiao continued, "A smart person like you must have guessed what I want." He began recounting the past, which had been shrouded in the dust of time. "In my previous life, I suppressed 4 evil spirits, planning to eliminate them once they weakened. But I was ambushed and could not make a move." With that, Lang Xiao took out some spherical crystals and handed them to Zhang Fan. "This is the location where they were suppressed." Lang Tiao cautioned, "I suspect they are not entirely dead, but their source of power has definitely been greatly depleted. When the essence gathers, you can use it to strengthen your power." After hearing this, Zhang Fan nodded without hesitation. Accepting the mission, the kid received the order, secretly admiring him in his mind. Truly, Lang Qiu the immortal emperor, even while suppressed, managed to keep them from perishing for thousands of years. It must be due to his realm that he could suppress all 4 alone. Despite trying to contain it, he could not help but feel curious. "Emperor, what exactly happened here back then?" Lang Tio sighed, then recounted the story. "I do not know their origins. Only that they do not belong to the void or the abyss and possess the power to distort minds in a strange way." He paused for a moment before continuing. "At that time, I came to this star field to pursue an enemy, only to be ambushed." Memories of that battle rushed back as he fought the enemy. The secret realm within helped him cope, but a traitor sealed the grand formation. causing internal chaos and disrupting his celestial energy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan was astonished. Could this be the immortal beings overtaken by a strange power in the secret realm? As he recalled, Lang Tiao frowned deeply. That battle may not have destroyed him, but I suppressed him in 5 locations within the star field. The day you inherit my legacy, take my sword and put an end to it all. Zhang Fan's heart surged with determination. The kid understood. This mysterious enemy still had the existence of the 4 emperors who once suppressed him, and he would handle it. Lang Tiao seemed quite pleased with this response. I do not know where he came from, only vaguely sensing it relates to the upper 9 heavens. 1,000 years have passed. The world has changed, and I can no longer be certain of everything. Be careful. At that moment, an image of the 7 desolations flashed in his mind. The kid understands. I will definitely work seriously and carefully. Once you finish your task, everything will start to fade away, then I can rest easy. Good. You need to work hard to improve your cultivation. Your cultivation is still a bit low. It should not affect my reputation. After a moment, a brilliant light filled with overwhelming power spread throughout the space, causing those waiting outside the secret realm to feel their hearts racing. Ingigline tried to open her eyes and observe the situation. Master, you won't get into any trouble, right? At that moment, a divine sword appeared, hovering in front of Trang Fum. He slowly flew towards the divine energy. As Trang Fum's hand touched the hilt of the sword, an indescribable feeling washed over him. This is the sword of the immortal emperor that has been by the side of the great emperor, Long Yu for a lifetime. And now I can fly in this no-fly secret realm. His companions rushed over as they saw Trang Fum return. Ingigline excitedly exclaimed, Master, Master, have you received the inheritance of the immortal emperor Long Yu? His face showed clear pride mixed with a hint of hidden arrogance, which was natural. However, the emperor has something he wants me to do. As his heir, I certainly can't pass the responsibility to someone else. Fi Hu glanced around, searching everywhere. Wait, where's the emperor? Although Sir Long Tu is not famous everywhere, I used to know and admire him a lot. A Trang Fofum softly explained. What you inherit from me is just the final obsession left by the emperor. The inheritance I received is clear, and so that obsession will naturally fade away. The girl showed a disappointed expression for not being able to meet her idol. All right, before coming here, I was really looking forward to talking to the emperor about his achievements in the 9 underworlds. At that moment, Kavian approached and gently asked Trang Fum, what did the immortal emperor tell you to do? He hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. Seeing Trang Fum stammering, she became very anxious, urging him not to hide anything. Surely, whatever a great emperor instructed you to do before passing on the obsession would not be simple. He shrugged with a nonchalant expression, as if it was not important. All right. I knew I could not hide anything from someone as smart as K. Ven. Then Trang Fum displayed the items Long Tu left behind. Those 4 points of light were where the evil spirits defeated by the emperor were suppressed. What I need to do now is handle them and accept the essence that has been purified by him. After hearing this, K. Ven pointed to the remaining one. But that 5th point of light seems to resemble the Chaos Sea Star region. He answered without hesitation. That is right. They are in the Chaos Sea Star region. At that moment, Tixung lightly touched his chin and slowly made a guess. And Trang's high. Could these 5 places be where the emperor successively suppressed them after the great battle against the strange enemy? Hearing this, Trang Fum placed his hand on his waist and praised. Everyone is really impressive. You guessed everything in no time. So I do not need to explain. That is exactly it. At this moment, the scene shifted outside the grand hall. Everyone glanced at the immortals in the distance, who, even in death, were still seriously setting up formations. Kaveen shook his head regretfully. Let us leave here first and then sit down to discuss. The group then moved to another room, quietly listening as Trang Fum recounted. Here's the thing. I need help from the emperor to deal with an enemy he has not been able to resolve. Hearing Kavin's suggestion, then you should go into seclusion to comprehend the emperor's legacy. And afterward we will tackle them one by one. Ninkilin also hinted at contributing. Rest assured, young master, while you are in seclusion, I and grandfather will mobilize our clan to gather information in Sen Kang. Trang Fum readily agreed. Then I must trouble Elder Tron and the young lady. He added, I have received the inheritance, so there is no need to guard the tome anymore. After all, no one knows if the power within the secret realm can be sensed. Everyone can think more carefully about the future of our clan. Vinan stroked his beard, looking sure of himself. Young Master Chang, do not worry. We already have a plan, and we are making preparations to leave this place. With that, Trang Fum no longer hesitated. Then good. I will take my leave to go into seclusion. As for the remaining tasks, I will shamelessly trouble everyone. After a while, a familiar flying boat appeared in the vast galaxy. Ning Hui Lin seriously reported the information she had to Trang Fum. Young Master, this place is one of the 5 locations where the Emperor sealed enemies as shown on the star map. Due to the complex environment here, the situation is extremely chaotic. He frowned and asked, Is this the case everywhere in the Chaos C-Star domain? Seeing Ninklin hesitating to answer, Ngi Lin chimed in. Master. According to the intelligence we disciples have recently gathered, while the Chaos C-Star domain is quite chaotic, the Black Domain's Chai Hon here is rather special. This made Trong Pham stroke his chin and thought. Akavan immediately affirmed his thoughts. You are not wrong. The 5 places where the Emperor sealed the bodies of enemies are all incredibly special locations within the Chaos C-Star domain. Following that, Ninkilin continued from her master. Although they have not yet found the specific sealing locations, they can basically identify several places that differ from the surroundings. The natives here are also quite special. Next, Ninkilin explained more clearly. The natives of these 2 continents have special abilities, able to manipulate their own shadows as they mature. Initially, our clan and the Chaos C-Star domain only felt this was a talent of their people. Trong Pham pondered ahead. The enemy bears a striking resemblance to the peculiarities we encountered in the Emperor's secret realm. Ngin Lin immediately agreed. Yep. The natives in those 4 places also have unique traits. Some tribes can transfer their wounds, while others have unstable mental states and could go mad at any moment. While speaking, their ship was abruptly blocked by another ship in front of them. Lun Hai laughed heartily, pointing at their ship. Look over there. How can a ship fly through the void without flying the Black Domain's Chai Hon flag, and still dare to roam here? The group of bandits immediately turned and headed towards them, fearing Trunggung Pham would be puzzled. Ngi Lin kindly explained. Master, this is also a characteristic of the Chaos C-Star domain. You will get used to it. The people on that boat are as excited as if they have won the lottery. So many beautiful ladies. Brothers. Who would have thought we would catch such a fat goat so easily? We need to act fast later. At this moment, Tixung stepped up, letting his junior handle it. Nahon suddenly laughed joyfully. Did you hear what that kid said? This kid thinks he can take us all on by himself. Despite that, Tixung coldly snapped his fingers, and the robbers on the boat screamed as they were struck by lightning. They had met a tough opponent. This guy is too strong. Dear old man, please spare my life. Seeing this, Tringwuk Frum looked like he wanted to ask if it was true that bandits like them existed. They were beaten to a pulp, scattered everywhere. He found it even more confusing. Instead of scouting the terrain or probing first, they charged into attack. Want to die young? Nasei found it amusing. This is also a feature of the chaotic C-Star domain. The chaotic situation makes the bandits extremely reckless. Trondrung Phum continued to command after that interlude. Let us move straight in. When we get close to the seal. Long Tu Kaim should have left some hints. Ingeke Lin nodded in agreement, saying she would have them steer the ship out. She reminded everyone to be cautious. The strange power in this secret realm is quite troublesome. Everyone knows that. The ship gradually moved deeper into the star domain. Seeing Trongkung Phum deep in thought, Tixung asked, is the chaos here making you scared? Tridradung Sr. He walked over to stand by the ship's side with him. Back when I investigated, I was just like you. I did not expect there to be such chaotic places in the myriad worlds. Ngi Lin quickly explained from behind. This place has its peculiar reasons. In front of them were collisions between massive things like 2 continents and small ones like 2 boats. Not only are bandits gathered here, but there are also issues deliberately caused by the natives. They actually enjoy this chaos. Truzheng Phum smiled awkwardly upon hearing this. It is strange that some people actually enjoy an environment as chaotic as this. Indeed, every region is different. By the way, she had a warning. Young master, be careful later. The natives here slaughter each other, centered around their clans, with 6 major clans being fixed powers. Suddenly, and see he chuckled, saying, He, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It seems our actions won't go smoothly this time. A flag appeared in their sight, followed by a large fleet approaching. Ingeki Lin quickly realized the Feng family developed from a tribe, one of the 6 major clans. Her brows furrowed. She heard that people from this clan acted recklessly and cruelly. Yet, Feng Lo over there greeted them amicably. Brothers over there, why have you come to the Black Domain? It is quite chaotic here. If there is nothing going on, you should leave quickly. Tradering Pham, seeing this, repeated her words, acting recklessly and cruelly. Why do not I see it that way? It made Nenjiki Line almost want to follow the group up the mountain. When Feng Lu was ignored, he immediately got annoyed. His face darkened as he folded his arms. Brother, I genuinely advise you, do not disregard this. At that moment, Trangguang Phum remembered the presence of the other party. Young master. That was a bit unexpected. Meeting someone as cultured as you in such chaos is quite surprising. Feng Lo's face clearly showed his displeasure. That is because a few families act dishonorably, negatively affecting the reputation of the Black Realm's Che-Hon. But you all should leave here soon. He smiled insincerely. Thank you for your kind intentions, but I still have some important matters to attend to. With that, he turned abruptly. Do as you wish, just be careful. And so, The two boats silently glided past each other. Trondheim Fam's boat was gradually approaching the destination. He called out to Nenkofi Line Thuman, telling them to stop the boat, as ahead was where the Emperor had sealed the inheritance. She replied, "All right," quickly ordered to stop the boat. Everyone became alert to maximize the power of the formation. Then, the sharp blade was drawn by Trondheim Fam from the vessel. As it emerged, it trembled intensely, and he observed and was quite surprised. Is this the reaction of the Long Taivu Kim to the seal? He dashed ahead. Let us get to work. At the same time, he instructed everyone to follow closely. Be careful. The great enemy could cause an emperor to fall, even sealed for tens of thousands of years. We can't take any chances. With that, Trondheim Fam swung the sword to break the space above. The dark crack expanded, releasing a terrifying black aura that made those following him tremble. Dung furrowed her brow, lamenting. No wonder it is the great enemy of the emperor. Even just its presence makes ordinary immortals wary. Suddenly, Trondheim Fam shouted in panic. KVN. Everyone be careful. There is a mass of black gas surrounding us. KVN quickly retaliated, commanding the flying swords to strike at the source of the emanating gas. They were immediately sucked back as if a release button had been pressed. Seizing the moment, she hurriedly arranged. Fourth senior brother. And he junior sister. You two go face them. Block these strange black gases. Elash. The four of them formed a square around the crack. Trondheim Fam used the imperial sword to channel spiritual energy, piercing straight through the fissure while also awakening what lay inside. Inguma appeared, radiating confidence. Ha! So Lung Tiu has fallen. And after being suppressed for tens of thousands of years. So what? He turned to look at him with a wicked grin. Good. Are you the heir of that old man Lung Yu Taiyu? Ha! Inguma's voice dripped with mockery. Lung Tiu could not handle me. And now he has to rely on a little brat like you. Trondheim Fam felt uneasy at those words. Do you think that after the Emperor's seal, you would not be prepared? Then, he commanded the Lung Taiyu sword to rise and act. Golden chains were instantly summoned from thin air, binding the limbs and head of Unjuma. It roared in anger. I heavily injured Lung Taiyu when he was alive, and now he still wants to destroy me. Good. Do not be so arrogant. Dung beside him also activated her talisman. Truly so arrogant it was unbearable. A defeated foe still boasting here. Inguma, struck by Tixung's spiritual power, screamed in resentment. Once I break free, you will all become my food. Just then, Ingilin rushed over to report. Not good. Young master. Both sides of the Gemini continent have cultivators coming here. Trondheim Fam looked over and indeed saw a group approaching. Shinkang and Mdai immediately offered. Master, we will go stop them. Don't worry. Meanwhile, Numa chuckled dangerously. Good. I have been sealed here for thousands of years. Do you think I want to do anything? But you do not take it seriously. It is just struggling. The Emperor has long been prepared for this. While forming a seal, Zhang Fan shouted. Kuai Wen. Nuaka. Tuxung. Please lend me your strength. Numa glanced at the raging spiritual energy of the King Emperor ahead, feeling a bit hesitant. Is that old bastard Ling Tiao still leaving power in his sword? So he laughed bitterly. Ling Tiao. Why can't you let me go even though you have fallen? Zhang Fan focused on channeling energy. Wakiwa. Nuaka. And Tuxung took action. Then he transmitted spiritual energy to the king's sword. The three, under Zhang Fan's orders, also joined in, causing the sword's aura to surge powerfully. Sensing the impending danger, Numa attempted. Good. If you let me go, I will grant you supreme fortune. No need to risk your life for that dead old thief. But those words did nothing to sway Zhang Fan. The power of the Tiaonu sword was fully charged, ready to transform into a bull's head to strike down on him. Suddenly, a royal crow emerged from a hole, shouting, Who dares to destroy my family's ancestral spirit? That voice caught the attention of Tuxung and Nuaka. Seeing the guy leap towards Zhang Fan, he turned to say, Zhang Shixiang, the seal of the great emperor has been completely lifted. Nuaka and I will help you fend off the enemy. Keep going. Hearing this, the royal crow was furious. You are just a kid with a milk mustache. Girl, I am the head of the Wang family, one of the 5 major clans of the Gemini continent. No one here has dared to be so arrogant with me. The binding energy around Numa suddenly flared stronger, startling him. Thus, the royal crow declared, Even though I do not know what you outsiders seek from our ancestral spirit, destroying it means opposing the 5 major clans. Tudung disdainfully chanted a spell. Just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. On Zhang Fan's side, Numa still threatened boldly. You human brat. Do you think being sealed here for thousands of years means I want to do anything? Nevertheless, he did not register on Zhang Fan's radar. Just a few shameful tricks. Both I and the Emperor have been prepared long ago. Do you think what you are doing is very clever? The energy surrounding the Ling Tiao sword has become stronger than ever. Do you think what you are doing is very clever? The spiritual power surrounding Lung Utu Kim has become stronger than ever. Trudging Fuffum jumped towards it. Tima. It is time to end the battle between you and the great emperor from thousands of years ago. He firmly grasped the celestial sword entwined with golden chains in his hand. Trudging Fum was seriously preparing to cast a spell in the dense void, even bound tightly. Inguma continued to threaten.
Good.
Now's your chance to put down the sword. Or even if you manage to destroy a part of my clone, you won't escape the Black Domain's cycle. Amidst the boastful words, Trudging Fum smirked disdainfully. The great emperor managed to defeat you and seal you here for his successor. How could I not handle the primitive being you have corrupted? Just as the last word left his lips, he unleashed his spiritual power, tightening it around him, while the bull demon howled in resentment. I won't accept this. As the power reached its peak, the Zhang Fan launched his sword with a roar, fulfilling the command of the Ling Celestial Emperor. Today, demons shall be slain. The blade's radiant light surged forward with overwhelming force toward the target. Faced with the destructive glow, the bull demon still struggled and declared firmly, I will not die. You cannot destroy me. Despite the desperate roar echoing through the void, the sharp blade streaked forward, carrying destructive power and piercing straight through the bull demon. The collision caused its body to explode amidst the final scream. As the echoes of the battle lingered in the void, Quan Fluen then glanced at the ruins before tilting his head toward Zhang Fan. What now? Is everything settled? After a brief pause, he looked to the opposite side. The Emperor's arrangements should be fine, but we still have a few issues to resolve. Over there, the rebels led by the King Ol are confronting Ruoha and Su Rong. You all have to meet Yama. The group displayed clear hostility and showed no hesitation in taking on Dong Di's few remaining forces, not allowing the silence to linger. Ngudu shouted furiously. Destroy the ancestral home of the Dark Realm. I will make your souls wail in my hands. Observing the situation before him, Zhang Fan could only shake his head in dismay. These troubles were brought by the seal. We must resolve them. This kind of farce will have to be done 4 more times. Just moments later, the battle erupted fiercely as Ruohai drew her sword and unleashed a phoenix of fire, siding with the demonic forces, not reflecting on their actions, but instead aiding the enemy, plotting to rescue the demonic forces. You all deserve to be eliminated. Seeing the scene erupting before their eyes, they momentarily froze. Why are these youngsters so strong, unable to take down the spirit beasts? The group could only cry out and retreat. The heat from the phoenix engulfed the rebel thieves, stripping them of all courage. Watching his trembling comrades, the King Ol could not help but yell angrily, unleash all the power granted by our ancestors. But just as he looked up, something rendered the King Ol speechless. What? In the midst of the battlefield, Zhurong channeled all her energy into Zhang Fan, causing his power to surge violently. Thanks to Ruoha for buying time to set up the thunder array. Zhang brother, let me handle the rest. Following this were Zhang Fan's furious declarations, becoming a pawn for the demons, wishing for doom upon himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Fan swept his sword, unleashing a bright arc that tore through the air. The force of it struck sideways, causing Wang Ku to scream and disintegrate into dust. He watched the remaining foes until they all fell, defeated by a single blow. Once he was sure everything was calm, Zhang Fan confidently declared that without that cursed body sealed away, the natives of the twin constellation Black Abyss would no longer be missiled from behind. And he sighed and rubbed her forehead. Exhausted. Just thinking about the 4 more places left makes my head hurt. Just then, Amday and Sun Kang rushed over, eager to share their achievements. Master. Master. We have dealt with those guys. Hearing this, Zhang Fan quietly turned his gaze to the dilapidated ship ahead, then gave a thumbs up with an enthusiastic smile. You all worked hard. Let us board the ship and rest. They continued on to the next location. A month later, the group with Zhang Fan was gathered around the table. Feeling sluggish, Tu Dung slumped over the table, waving his hand in exasperation. Zhang brother, you owe us a treat. This past month has been exhausting. After that, he energetically raised his cup, knowing that this time they could successfully complete the Emperor's task, largely thanks to the efforts of him and Etcc. Feeling bored, Nin Si immediately perked up at the mention. Zhang brother, can you give me some ginseng? My sisters love this stuff. It will make a great gift. Zhang Fan laughed heartily and reassured her. Ni Si, do not worry. I still have plenty of ginseng. He then leaned over and decisively commanded. Zhen Yuan, go get some over here. The boy nodded and accepted the order.
Yep.
Master. Seeing him willing to share, the girl beamed, laughing giddily. Then I want to hold back. Just then, Tuxung leaned back, speaking lazily. Zhang brother. Sister Yuan. There is something I have always wanted to ask you too. This prompted Kaivan to tease with a smirk. I was just wondering how long you could hold it in. Little brother. Prodded. He stretched his shoulders and asked TT in one breath. Who is the mysterious figure in the black robe? Why are there signs of destruction around the seal? And that mark resembles something from the celestial realm. And see, he interjected. Sister Kaivan mentioned it before. But Sung and I have not had the chance to ask for details. Zhang brother. What exactly happened? With everyone focused on him, Zhang Fan smugly replied. Well, now I will clarify the things I did not explain thoroughly back in the chaotic sea star domain for you too. After recounting everything, he slowly wrapped up with his familiar line. That is how it is. Hearing this, they exclaimed in frustration. What? How could this be? He could not help but blurt out. Last time Zhang brother said, I thought it was just someone going rogue. But I never imagined it was this serious. He picked up his cup of tea, took a sip, and slowly spoke. I suspect the one who acted on the battlefield of Blood Abyss is a celestial emperor. Because at that time, I had Empress Ara left by the celestial emperor Lang Tio instantly. And Si Hu and Sung sprang up. The celestial emperor, Trang Fum nodded calmly, admitting that is why he and K Ven had not been clear before. Seeing the serious situation, Sung hastily suggested, it seems we should also notify the other celestial sects. But Nei Siha shook her head vigorously. I can't understand how a celestial emperor could fall so low. Trang Fum had already realized this. Even a celestial emperor could fight to the death and eventually fall from grace. You frowned, asserting seriously that the celestial emperor must have been promised something. The more you thought, the more it gave you a headache. So Sung decisively brushed it aside. Leave this matter to the elders. You and Numji Sira are planning to stay here, which is great for sparring with you and your senior sister. Trang Fum would definitely not refuse and would gladly take charge. Of course. I am very glad the two of you are staying. Tran Hivande, you and Nyek Lian go prepare a proper resting place for them. He bowed to accept the order. Yep. Master. As soon as he agreed to the sparring, Trang Fum dove into battle, causing the atmosphere to crackle with energy. Dung gritted her teeth, dodging the relentless counterattacks from her opponent. Below, the Inktigling group watched the match. Breathless. After observing for a while, she could only admire silently, wondering when she could be as formidable as her master. Even a talent like Takang was no match for her master. A few hours later, Trong Fuam and Sung landed simultaneously, proving the sparring match had finally concluded. Achieving his goal, he led with a respectful gesture. No wonder he is Trongus Hein. Your swordsmanship has improved significantly, becoming more powerful and faster. Just then, and Si Hu and K Ven landed as well. She immediately called out, Hey Sung, now that Ni Siha is here, I can't forget to tease you. I remember when we left the battlefield, you loudly stated that when we returned, we had to let Tronkus Hein taste defeat. Hearing this, he froze like a statue, only able to stammer. To save face, Dung quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. And Trongus Hein, do not listen to Nexiha's nonsense. I just wanted to spar with Tronjernesti Han to check our progress in front of him, which made her smirk mischievously. Yep. Right. Watching the two bicker made Tronjongfam burst into hearty laughter. It is all about training together and making progress together. At that moment, a Trongain approached respectfully, saying, Master, I have prepared some tea. Everyone, take a moment to rest. He could not hide his excitement. Quickly gathering the group, we will rest for a bit. Just then, a bright streak suddenly shot up into the air, revealing it was Don Hoen tearing through the wind, his face pale as a ghost. Tranhanguio Trafunk, noble lords and ladies of the celestial realm, there is trouble ahead. He quickly landed, surprising Trang Fum, who turned to look back, seeing who had arrived. You could not hide your joy in welcoming him. However, he showed no signs of happiness, instead continuously raising serious issues. Hearing the entire narrative from Don Hoen, Ni Si Si He, and Sung, the others could not hide their astonishment, and Trang Fum and K Vinanch exchanged silent glances as the atmosphere grew thick. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally looked up, probing for the information he wanted to know. In response, the old man remained in place, elaborating on every detail. As the story gradually unfolded, Dung rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Du Hien stroked his beard, his face tense with worry when the last words were spoken. The group around Tredaham Thumb felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Dina Hien let out a long sigh of helplessness. The fall of Trendrang Hu Ho, an emperor with a high status, would surely send shockwaves throughout the realms. Our continent, the Invayan, cannot remain indifferent. Once he finished speaking, Trong Fum had to adopt a serious expression and ask K Ven, from his junior brother to Nai Si Hai, that everyone from Thanunji Siu Tiangi and Zai Lex the Invain would likely need to be troubled in the days to come. And Si He immediately clenched her fists, radiating fierce determination. It is all right. The disappearance of the Emperor Dio Ho will definitely shake the realms. And the three realms of ours and Thin Van can help each other out. Reassured, Dean Hein bowed his head respectfully, grateful to the three. With the help of the three from Cu Zai T and GDI, Zy Lox the Van should be able to get through this turmoil more smoothly. So K Vin urged his junior brother and NEC Let us contact our sect and elders immediately. Then he approached Trungafam, advising. Tradering Fam. You should prepare to leave too. The disappearance of the Emperor Dai Ho definitely involves the influence of the divine forces. He nodded, understanding her concern. I know your intention. The Cu Uma and Thy A Tama cannot be overlooked. Then gestured toward the disciples and Tung Vian. Ingi Kifi Lin. Old Tinkung will assist the master in distributing resources and divine tools, so that all the cultivators of Thin Vinan are ready for battle. Both responded in unison. Just as Trying Fum finished his instructions, the jade tablet of the 3D Sung, Ni Si Si He, and K Ven flew out from their waists, transmitting a message. The dark forces are stirring a great battle between the immortals and demons. The content resonated, making all four of them extremely serious. The disciples quickly returned to the immortal realm. Upon receiving the command, Tudung and Na Si bowed respectfully. And Trung's High. St. We asked for permission to return to the immortal realm first. After saying their farewells, the two transformed into streams of light and shot up into the sky. Looking up after them, Trajanum Fum furrowed his brows in concern. He wondered how the realms would fare in the future. The smoke of war might spread across the world. A while later, all the immortals gathered in one place. In the quiet space, Don Hoen gently stroked his silver beard. He had thought that after Trajang Phime eliminated the soul-devouring demon, the continent of Thin Van could finally cultivate in peace and rise to become a divine realm. He looked up at the sky, sighed softly, his face filled with disappointment. Never expecting such a major incident to occur. I wonder what will happen to our Thin Van continent when everything returns to normal. Trajang Phum crossed his arms confidently, assuring, Don't worry, Elder. I will take care of everything. At that moment, a dark red sky suddenly revealed a silhouette, clearly a spaceship gliding silently by. Tong Van gasped and pointed up. Master. Sect leader don't. Everyone look over there. From a distant star, Lac Lam flew in on his sword, his pale face filled with panic. Master. It is bad news. As his feet touched the ground, he fell to his knees to report, while his fellow disciples and seniors were patrolling outside the protective formation. They were suddenly attacked by a group of people. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out. The seniors sent word back. Everyone sacrificed themselves to protect me. Don Hoing quickly stepped forward to help Lac Lam up. I will definitely avenge your seniors. First, tell me the details about the enemy. He trembled and responded quickly. Yep. Then wiped away the tears still lingering on his cheek. They are one of the 9 underworld demons recorded in the manual the immortals gave us. But when the seniors supported me, I saw something different. He clenched his fists, the image of the enemy flashing in his mind. I saw a group of cultivators in black cloaks with the 9 underworld demons standing behind them. Sect leader. We must uphold justice against them. After hearing everything, Don Hoyen patted Lac Lam's shoulder to reassure him. The old Taoist will definitely do so. The old Taoist will avenge his disciples. He silently watched Lac Lam's figure fade away, a heavy sorrow rising in his heart when he turned back and found the two beside him still silent. He could not help but wonder. Yuzio, Xiangxi, what is wrong with you two? After a long silence, Zhang Fan slowly spoke up. Old Taoist. Do you remember when we returned from the Blood Abyss battlefield and were in seclusion on the floating island? Don Hoyen frowned, guessing that perhaps the young friend was injured while breaking through and had to seclude himself for healing. He did not respond immediately but rubbed his chin as memories of the past began to resurface. On the way back from the Blood Abyss battlefield, I was ambushed by a mysterious group, and later I encountered that force many more times. Those words caused Don Hyen's face to change slightly. Who is this mysterious force? How could our subordinates be in the same place as the demons? In his mind, he pondered heavily. Last time, Zhang Fan could engage from afar with a king, and you could challenge him, which is a major figure in the immortal world. If so. Just then, Qivan spoke up. You already know everything that happened afterward. But there is a suspicion that I and Zhang Fan have not shared with you. She frowned and emphasized each word. We suspect that the disappearance of the miraculous flower immortal emperor is related to that mysterious force. Hearing this, Don Hoyen stiffened. What? If that is true, then they must be outside Chanvan already. And they probably know all of your movements. After a moment of silent consideration, Zhang Fan decisively gave the order. Ngok Lion, you and Old Tong prepare. Right now. The Tian Van continent is not ready yet. We must take action first. Don Hoen took a leap into the sky. The old master would now prepare for battle. They would not come to the Tushan Van continent just for one little friend. Below, Trasheng Feng was shouting orders. Everyone, get ready for battle. KVN. We will need your connections with the celestial realm of Veen and Neing. KVN had intended this as well. I will report to the sect. This is not just about the Tian Van continent. Soon after, the group of cultivators spotted a floating island soaring above them. Trindring Foxem and the others arrived at the palace on another floating island. Tuingven was extremely furious. Those damned evil spirits. On the opposite side, Ingiline suddenly pointed ahead. Master, over there is an army of evil spirits. Indeed. Several fleets of them are approaching. They sit on their ships, lounging and laughing obnoxiously. This immediately ignited Sepulthean's fighting spirit. These evil spirits must be eradicated. One of the spirits was extremely pleased, claiming it was a floating island. Then he suggested notifying the lords. But before he could act, Sepulthean swung his sword down, wanting to send a message. It was too late. With a sharp flash of light, they and their ship instantly disintegrated. After taking action, he remained unperturbed. Those damned evil spirits do not deserve to live in Cutu. Tung Vien also flew over to join the fun. The other evil spirits noticed this sight. It seemed their numbers were not small, returning to the floating island to help their master control it. The moment they set foot back on the floating island, Sepulthean clasped his hands in apology. Master, I got too carried away earlier. But Tradrang Fum did not blame him. It is, as a cultivator of the Tan Vein continent, seeing one's compatriots being humiliated by those evil spirits. No one could hold back. Just then, something caught both their attention. Aha! Sepulthean's eyes widened in shock. What? It turned out that the evil spirits were gathering in droves. Their numbers were even greater than we anticipated. Ven then speculated that they seemed to be waiting for us. Meanwhile, Tradrang Fum looked quite amused. Do they think they can fish me out? With his intelligence, he had figured out their hidden agenda. They had no way to deal with the grand formation left by Lung Utu Tin Vai, so they could only try to lure us out. She also guessed Tradrang Fum's plan, but knew he did not want the recently recovered Qin Ven continent to suffer further damage. So he risked bringing her out. Hearing this, he turned around with a bright smile. I believe that whether I say it or not, you will help me. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp long sword appeared instantly. It was firmly in Vivenen's hand. You are ready to fight now. Of course, when you traveled a long distance to save me, I naturally have to respond in kind. Looking at the approaching army of evil spirits, an extremely excited voice echoed. It seems like a tense battle is ahead. Tradrang Fum was now filled with fighting spirit. Is everyone ready? After that, calmly assign each task. Nguyen Lung. Old Song. The Old King. Everyone is responsible for controlling the floating island along with others, putting all their strength into attacking those evil spirits. They replied with confidence. You continue to direct the tactical operations. Ingyi Kifi Lin, Sen Kang, and the Shadow Night King will carry out guerrilla attacks together, ensuring they do not affect Nguyen Long and the others. Sisen Kang obediently complied. Yep. Master. But Ninka Lin seemed worried. What about Master and Sister Veen? It turns out that Tradrang Fum will personally capture the leader, a group that does not dare to appear directly, only knowing how to hide like rats in the dark causing chaos. I will draw them out. Next, we will decisively draw our weapons to confront them. I want to see if any of these evil spirits can stop me. At that moment, the floating island was surrounded. A leading demon shouted loudly, all of you, charge in and attack the floating island. As soon as they received the order, they surged upwards like a swarm of disturbed bees. Attack the floating island. I want to feast on the beings of this world. On the other side, Tradrang Fum quickly reminded everyone, be careful. Ingika Lian and everyone must immediately return to defend the floating island if they feel exhausted. Inkalian also readied her sword. All right. Now it is your turn to show your strength, Kevin said. Let us go catch those rats. The two of them wasted no time and flew their swords straight at the enemy's core. The demons initially thought it was easy, drooling with excitement. Let me taste how the essence of this world differs. That little fairy has soft, tender skin. I like. Unexpectedly, they all fell to the ground after taking a hit from Vian. This can be happening. She looked at them with extreme disdain. The 9 underworld demons invading the territory of the 33 Fairy Alliance. You deserve to die. It turns out that the leader of this attack is Hai Ni Pi. No wonder Vian Tentai and Tradrang Kong Ti are indeed extraordinary. Just a glance, and Tradrang Fum recognized him immediately. Hein Zi Peep, the demon commander, watched them walk side by side, feeling increasingly annoyed. You two really are a perfect match. Then, I will make a grand show for the world to see. It has been a while. Hope you both are doing well. This last encounter, I will personally send you off a distance. Immediately, a large group of noblemen surrounded where Traung Vum and Venen stood. Hein Ziep covered her mouth, laughing charmingly among the swarm of golden butterflies, thanking the 10 great nobles. The order from above is to ensure that you welcome these 20 distinguished guests carefully. But Traung Degfa managed to give her a sword strike just in time. Hein Zi Peep, since you have come, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The butterflies were immediately scattered, causing Hein Leap to be taken aback. I did not expect Tradrang King T's power to have increased so much that he could break my concealment technique. You do not beat around the bush, confronting her directly, saying, last time on the Blood Abyss battlefield, I let you slip away. This time, that won't happen. Then you channel energy into your hand. It seems you are connected to some mysterious forces. Capturing you will yield quite a bit of information. A gigantic hand from Zhang Fan rushes toward Hein, leap like the wind. At the crucial moment, it gets bound by a chain from nowhere. Turns out, Timinu arrived just in time to save her. You little brat from the celestial realm. We are your opponents. Even though he looks fierce, you are not scared at all. In fact, Tatinangu is filled with a fighting spirit. Hein Z peep. You lead the others to swiftly attack the floating island, and push forward to assault the heavenly cloud continent. Hearing this, Hein Ziep eagerly activates her movement technique. You all treat these two lucky ones very well. After being pumped up, Tung Ungu throws the chain toward Zhang Fan and K Vinen to continue the fight. She defends while attacking with her words. It is rare for a great demonic duke to be commanded by a mere hunting dog. With just a simple sword strike, she deflects that attack. But behind, the demon armor, Blood Bull, and Violent Yang are preparing to ambush. Their words as sharp as their weapons. Zhang Fan swings his sword, intending to deal with them. I say, are you all underestimating us too much? A sharp arc of the sword catches the opponent off guard, sending them reeling. Witnessing this, Kungia quickly changes tactics. This kid and that girl both have extraordinary strength. Let us all charge in together. Soon, they have surrounded Zhang Fan and K Van. Next, the baiting begins. Two little ones from the celestial realm. If you give up resisting, I can transform you into members of our group. But you do not even listen, boasting that you will become stepping stones for me to reach the pinnacle. Hearing this, Sichiningu orders the attack. Stubborn and obstinate. Today you two heavenly talents will fall here. All 10 national dukes shout in unison and charge forward, ignoring the countless beams of light flashing and the thick black smoke surrounding them. Zhang Fan and Kaven remain calm. It turns out they are unaffected. In the blink of an eye, they have moved from their positions, leaving everyone puzzled about where their confidence comes from. Zhang Fan can swiftly handle everything with a single sword strike. The weapons of the national dukes spin wildly in the air, the scythe returning to the strange bull, who still can't believe his eyes. How is this possible? In a moment of distraction, Kaven uses her sword to control things. How could the demonic beings born from the endless demonic abyss understand the human struggle to rise? The strange bull swings his scythe toward her. When did you sneak up behind me? Like creating a platform for Kaven, allowing her to leap high. She does not forget to taunt. Your level is not high enough to notice. Kaven gracefully flies behind him, surrendering early to save face. The strange bull only manages to let out a few soft groans before vanishing. And she does not even glance back, infiltrating the celestial realm. Taking you out this way is far too merciful. The guardian was so scared he was shaking like a leaf. One Grand Duke had already fallen. To ensure his comrades were not too shaken, Chinyu insisted, if not for the two of you, those Grand Dukes would have been taken out by two younglings from the celestial realm. Just as he finished speaking, the guy next to him received an invitation for tea with King Yama. That makes it the third one. Kaivan saw this and simply made a bold statement. Zhang Fan decided it was time to get serious. People like them do not need to exert all their strength. Just finish this quickly. Being looked down upon by those two. Tanu was furious. Damn it. These celestial youngsters are just as strong as I am. That celestial sword is no ordinary weapon. We do not need to hold back anymore. He teamed up with my Jep and Hyatt New, shouting, brothers, let us charge in. Meanwhile, Yermjiek and Kwangjiek were busy exchanging glances. Are you really going to throw yourself into the fire? Tang Nu dashed towards Zhang Fan and shouted, embrace death. His gaze was filled with contempt. What a fool. Look at what your comrades are doing right now. In an instant, Tang Nu froze and exclaimed in confusion. Turns out he was furious because his comrades had played a trick on him. What are you all doing? But Yermjiek was also bold enough to show his attitude. I can't understand why you are still sitting pretty in the position of Grand Duke after all these years. Do we, the Dark Ones, have morality and righteousness? Chigi mocked, just a bunch of fallen beings from the Celestial Alliance asking us to intervene. Why should I risk my life dealing with these two? Then he laughed heartily without a hint of hesitation, as if he were a demon commanding them. You would readily sacrifice your lives to complete the mission. Yermjiek chimed in, of course not. Because we are dark beings. After saying that, they all burst into laughter. Honyip gritted her teeth in anger, cursing those despicable dark Grand Dukes. With a fierce glare and plans in her heart, she vowed to report this to the Emperor for punishment. Zhang Fan quickly stood in front of Tanu. Truly, the dark beings can speak such shameful things so casually and confidently. His face suddenly twisted, eyes blazing with fury. In an instant, Tanu's body exploded from the spiritual power. The remaining dark Grand Dukes were terrified, their voices stuttering. Well, what should we do now? They shouted and turned to flee in unison. Retreat quickly. But how can Zhang Fan let this go so easily? Now that you are here, how can you leave so easily? Hyatt Nu shouted angrily. Kid. What do you want to do? I do not want to be tangled up with you. Just make sure to protect your Chanvan continent well. He did not care and quickly launched his spiritual sword forward. The spirit sword, wielding the power of a storm, has defeated many evil entities on its path. Gripping the trident tightly, he can still curse loudly. Truly a cocky little human. Blood Bowl silently guessed why this kid was paying attention to him, taking advantage while he was restrained. The others must have run away. But he did not expect that his own companions would share a similar fate. What? So shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. How can this be? What kind of divine power is this guy using? Zhang Fan and his clones simultaneously used hand signs to summon their weapons. Since the esteemed lords have arrived, let me and Kai Wen welcome everyone properly. He pointed forward and shouted, Ling Tio sword dance. Instantly, a wave of spiritual energy surged forward with the force of 1,000 troops, attacking them. Blood Bull, while defending, felt fear. This was definitely not the strength a junior from the immortal realm should possess. Crazy Horn then realized that they had been fooled by those rodents. But it was too late. So he could only swing his sword with all his might. Those rodents want us and the Immortal Alliance to spark a new grand battle. They truly are taking advantage of the chaos. Crazy Horn panicked and shouted, We have been deceived. As soon as he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion occurred in the sky, blinding light illuminating everywhere. The evil entities trembled before this terrifying sight. What kind of power was this? The entire group of lords was utterly devastated, their bodies fading into nothingness. The remaining evil entities cried out in panic, Run. All the esteemed lords have been defeated. They hurriedly fled in terror. Earlier, one of the lords shouted that this was a trap aimed at us evil beings. Run. We have been fooled. Hoin Dip was astonished by this swift turn of events. It had not been long before Zhang Fan's power had increased so much. Then, Cam indignantly said, I must report this news to the two lords. Ying Lian charged forward with her sword, angrily urging to chase. She swiftly slashed down, but Huan Diep had already transformed into a butterfly and vanished. Ingi Lin irritably glanced at Sen Kaing and MMDA rushing over, letting that wicked woman escape. She was the one commanding the evil army to chase and attack us. Sen Kaing anxiously looked in another direction, unsure of how things were with their master. At this moment, Zhang Fan was holding 2 pastries, gently taking a bite. He chewed while contemplating. He could not do this in the future. Using the power of the sword system along with his own cultivation nearly exhausted him. Nevertheless, causing the lords to be defeated made Zhang Fan very happy, but it was indeed quite impressive. Otherwise, it would not have had such an effect. On an island not far away, a group of people in black appeared, silently observing everything happening in front of them. Next, Ingieho gloomily waved his hand, signaling to retreat. These evil entities could no longer continue. They had failed. Suddenly, a spiritual sword-carrying powerful energy tore through the air towards them. It quickly thrust down before him, the pressure radiating out making them instantly go on alert. Lightly stepping onto the sword's hilt, Kevin coldly remarked, You little mice hiding away. Ingieho was a bit surprised to see who had come. I did not expect you to find us. Kevin recalled his weapon and let out a disdainful laugh. The spirit sword in her hand immediately radiated a menacing aura. Kevin attacked In Hako with lightning speed. Take this strike from me. He calmly looked at his opponent. Little girl, being this excited is not good. Then he raised his voice, shouting, Attack. The fan in his hand quickly spread out to shield in front, blocking Kevin's sword energy. Without hesitation, Ingieho launched the next strike, easily countering her move. Kevin had a guess rising in her heart, the celestial techniques of the De La Celestial Realm. Moreover, seeing this, Ingieho no longer hid it. The fairy was indeed clever, having figured out the background of the old Taoist. But the strength of our faction is beyond what you can imagine. Hearing him admit it made her extremely angry. As a celestial sovereign, you willingly degenerate into a lackey for others. I disdain you. Ningli Heiko smiled provocatively, truly a celestial genius. But when your lifespan is nearing its end, you will know how captivating our power is. The current situation made Kei-Vun a bit worried. Trong From had exhausted a lot of energy and needed to rest now. This leader is a celestial sovereign with saintly cultivation, and his subordinates are likely not weak either. After a moment of thought, she decisively lowered her sword. Kei-Vun decided to test her luck. It seems she had no choice but to try the technique she had grasped during her training with Trajan Kofum. Though she was not fully proficient yet, her action sparked an illusion in Ningi Eiko. Has the fairy given up resistance? Bringing you back will surely please the master above. With that, they all charged towards her, ready to die. Just then, Kei-Vun's expression suddenly changed. She would show them what respect means. Merely those who have lost themselves, too afraid to face their own uselessness in the face of fate. Behold my sword technique. In that moment, those people could only utter a few words. What the hell? Next, all objects within a 100-mile radius were frozen. Even Kei-Vun could not believe her eyes. Did it succeed? Yet, she was also severely affected. Indeed, this new technique she had just learned was still not sufficiently refined, still had flaws. Otherwise, It would not have taken more than one strike. At this moment, Ngieho still retained a bit of his last vitality. He struggled to speak. Unexpectedly, the fairy known only as the celestial genius Vina Ning, so young yet had such a swordsmanship level. Her cultivation had also broken through. Finally, Ingi had left behind one sentence. Chickens have their day. The waves in front are still pushed by the waves behind. But you underestimate the power behind the old Taoist. You will know how strong we are later. Suddenly, his body showed unusual symptoms, and Ningdiheko ascended in shock. Just then, Trongongfam appeared, asking why she used an unrefined technique. Is he so powerful that you can't find a way out? Boost your energy. Ven immediately accepted. Thank you. She healed herself while explaining to him. His strength is immense, although he is aged. He was once a legendary celestial sovereign of the 33 heavens. That is why I used that move. But then she fell silent, looking at Nenziesho. That clumsy strike could only injure him. It would not bring the celestial sovereign down. He was already injured, nearing the end of his life, and purposely worsening his wounds to avoid capture. Hearing this, Trongfam understood. This old man wants to die rather than give us information about the mysterious forces. We have already failed half of our mission. Ven's face was not good. If a celestial sovereign acts like this, that mysterious force must be stronger than we thought. But Trondradungfam remained calm. Did not we prepare for this, to scheme against a celestial sovereign? It has been thousands of years since the fall of Emperor Long Utu. I feel this is connected. He gently reassured her. But we are stuck here. We just need to do our best. His words of encouragement lifted Van's spirits. They motivated each other to train. A heavy silence enveloped everyone. Donghon looked deflated like a wet rice paper. It seems the situation is more serious than we imagined. Even Ven felt very uncertain. The demonic forces corroding the celestial realm, as we understand, have a celestial sovereign joining that Saint Emperor's side. After a moment of thought, Trondheim calmly spoke up. 10,000 years ago, Emperor Long Tu vanished. And 10,000 years later, Emperor Daiho also disappeared. The Tianven continent cannot escape this. He carefully analyzed the problem. We can consider ourselves remnants of Emperor Long Tu. And since I have received his inheritance, it is clear that the dark forces have always been watching the Tianven continent. Donghon's attitude became more serious. The old Taoist always sought to protect righteousness through his celestial studies. If he could help the Tianven continent gain fame everywhere, he would not regret dying for it. Then he smiled at Trongfam, saying that with the help of the demonic cultivators on the Tianvenan continent, there is no longer much left. The strength of the cultivators has risen. What we can do is protect these hard-won things. Of course, he would not let Donghon down. The old Taoist can rest assured. I will also strive to protect the Tianvean continent. The conversation lasted until dusk before Ven finally expressed her thoughts. Trading Fam. With a celestial emperor suddenly missing, both the celestial and demonic sides must be in chaos. You might consider restarting the protective formation left by Emperor Long Utayu. He immediately refused. No need. The protective formation has been damaged for a long time. Even Bethin could not maintain its previous efficacy. That mysterious force has already taken notice of the Tianvean continent. At this point, she could only sigh in helplessness. Still, Vin felt a bit anxious. In such chaos, even the reward from the 9 heavens would not guarantee her survival through this disaster, not to mention the Tianvean continent. Lost in thought, she did not notice the change beside her. Only Trongfam keenly picked up on it. Kvn. What is that jade pendant at your waist? When she saw it, she could not help but be startled. This is the jade pendant of my sect. A communication tool for the immortals in the Venin 9 realm, usually just for contact. Hearing that, he suddenly felt uneasy. It was only for communication. The Venang realm might be in danger. Ven immediately spoke up. Trading Fam. I originally intended to help you protect the Tianven continent, but she had not finished when he cut her off. Of course, Trundring Fam would not put her in a difficult position. Once back in the Venanani realm, the first thing you need to do is report to me. I will contact Ixungal Yusa. Don't he forget our grievances. Her words moved Vren to the point of tears. You must be careful too. Without hesitation, she hurriedly set off to return. At that moment, a suspicion arose in Trondheim's heart. Could it be that the mysterious forces had colluded with demons to attack the Vi realm? The more he thought, the more confused he became. The Venan Nuki realm is at the center of the alliance of immortal realms. But why in the south did they ignore the realms of the 24 heavens and other minor worlds? In the end, Trongfam thought of the worst-case scenario. If they could pull it off, the current situation of the VR realm would be extremely unfavorable. Then he decisively turned around. Trongfam ordered in a deep voice, immediately notifying all the jade links. Old tongue. Come here. A Trongain appeared as fast as the wind. Yep. Master. In less than a minute, everyone had gathered. The universe before Trondheim sparkled mysteriously, but also concealed many dangers. The communication jade pendant in his hand kept glowing, And suddenly Ni Sihi appeared unexpectedly. And Trung is high. I have asked the elders in the family. And our Chu Taitashi realm has not received any assistance from the Ven and Niwai realm. Trondring Fum did not know whether to consider this news good or bad. Got it. I understand. Just then, Tixung also sent a message. And Trung is high. Ni Sihi. I just asked the elders in the sect. Our Nam Si realm has not received any news either. This situation left Naf Siha feeling bewildered. And Trung is high. This is very unusual. You must be careful. Even Tixung sensed the danger. The Venua realm was ambushed. Clearly, it was a very urgent matter. But the other 33 heavenly realms had not received any news. It was too strange. Trongong Fum's expression showed little emotion. I understand. I will act carefully. In truth, he was extremely worried. Not knowing how K Ven was faring, he knew Traham Fum's character too well. Our Nam Si realm can send aid. But I and an elder will lead people to help you. Inisi he knows what you are planning next. I do. You need to protect yourself well. Their words touched Trong Fum a little. I am sorry for troubling you and junior sister Nedri Sihi. I am getting close to the star realm. Near the fairy realm Vianining. So I will pause communication for now. After speaking, he bid farewell to both of them. Suddenly, something caught Troning Fum's eye. He carefully observed what had just appeared and saw a flag with the words Thai Do on it. Following their direction made Trong Fum a bit curious. Which fairy realm is nearby? A troop is arriving to support the fairy realm Vain and Ning at this moment. The That Hai also spotted him. Little brother. The fairy realm Vining is under attack by evil forces. You should not go near there. Retreat quickly. Trong Fum politely replied. A good friend of mine received a signal from the sect to return to the fairy realm Vian Ning. I must go help her. Hearing this, he could not help but admire. This little brother is truly righteous. They seemed pleased. If little brother has come this far, why not follow behind our fleet and head towards the fairy realm Vian and Ni together? Knowing they shared the same goal, he did not hold back anymore. Thank you very much. So Trongong Fum joined that team and moved with them. After walking for a while, the surrounding space suddenly began to change. A warning bell rang in Trojing Fum's mind. Oh no. The evil forces have indeed ambushed the fairy realm Vian Ninin, and have already sealed off the surrounding star realm. The others also became tense. We are ambushed. The Tazai led the charge forward, ready to fight. The other cultivators quickly regained their composure and formed a formation. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in horror. It is the evil beasts. It turned out those were sent by Tula and his gang. They are the ones foolishly seeking their own doom. Just as he finished speaking, a strange liquid suddenly spewed out from the spatial rift. The attack from all directions caught the cultivators off guard. What is this? Get out of the way. The evil forces took the opportunity to ambush each person. Witnessing that scene made the high furious. Despicable evil forces. Lahone hurriedly suggested from behind. Leader, we are severely injured. Break through the encirclement and return to find another way to support. Before he could finish, the sinister laughter of Tula echoed in their ears. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? This was something Lahone could not foresee. How could the evil forces save me? Lahone screamed in utter despair for help. However, before anyone could react, he was sent off to meet the king of hell. The scene before Thahai was both enraging and frightening. On the other side, Tula laughed with satisfaction. What a bunch of weaklings. And you still want to help the fairy realm Vinanin? While he was still reveling in his triumph, a cold voice rang out. Is that so? You think you are really strong? Has Tula truly been scared out of his wits? How could you sneak up on me like that? After clearly seeing who was in front of him, he let out a sigh. So it is just a little human brat. What a rush to come knocking. But Zhang Fan ignored him. Leave this one to me. I will handle Tula. Hearing this, a disciple quickly asked for Shihai's opinion. Leader, what should we do? In this situation, he would not dare be overconfident. We are at the mercy of this brat. Zhang Fan's attitude infuriated Tula. This brat really does not know his own limits. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Tula's momentum was no joke. He was determined to take Zhang Fan down with one strike. Brat, go down to the underworld. To Zhang Fan. Tula's moves were as weak as the buzz of a mosquito. Your strength makes him pale with fear. The sword is too fast. The blade too sharp. This single strike shattered the base of the evil forces. Even Shihai could not hide his shock. The sword intent is incredible. Who is this young man? At this moment, Tula was in a dire state. His eyes filled with horror. No way. No way. How can this be? How can a young human cultivator, with so little practice, be this strong? Zhang Fan calmly turned away, leaving Tula in shock. He silently assessed the situation in front of him. He was already defeating the evil forces. It seems Shihai's strength is not bad. Suddenly, Shihai shouted at him. Little bro. Be careful. It is Tula trying to take advantage and sneak attack. You are too reckless. I need your blood to heal my wounds. But before he could act, he froze in place. Immediately after, Tula's body began to disintegrate. Seeing this, The evil beings there panicked. This is bad. The big guy has failed. Unfortunately, Shihai had no intention of letting them go, immediately leading all the disciples to pursue the evil spirits. We must not let them have any strength to regroup and trouble us again. It is clear they have no way back this time. Get lost. Evil spirits. After that, he quickly moved toward Zhang Fan. Then, Shihai showed respect toward him without hesitation. Thank you, little brother, for your assistance. If we were ambushed by the big guy from the demon realm, even with the Shihai star formation, we could not resist. Zhang Fan waved his hand lightly. It was the energy that saved the celestial realm. Yunj. Of course. I could not just stand by. While the two were still talking, other cultivators had returned. Leader. Right now, the second disciple is extremely furious. Those damn demons. We must take revenge. Seeing the danger had passed, Shihai immediately ordered to leave the damaged and injured ships behind, so they could clean the battlefield and bring back the bodies to the Shihai continent. Meanwhile, the others rushed toward the celestial realm of Yunj, knowing this was the best solution at the moment. Understood. After that, the group continued on their way, quickly setting off towards Van Ning Fairy Realm. At this moment, that Hai turned to Truong Fame. There is still a stretch of road to Van Ning Fairy Realm, and there are evil spirits lying in wait ahead. So we need your help more than ever. Having fought side by side, he did not hold back any longer. Of course, Truong Fame still felt anxious. Before arriving at Van Ning Fairy Realm, they encountered a major ambush by evil spirits. So things at Van Ning Fairy Realm must be extremely dire. They moved quickly, not stopping for even a second. That Hai continued to report the situation, saying they were approaching an important stronghold on the outer defense of Van Ning Fairy Realm. Hearing this, he carefully advised him, Lord, you all need to be careful. Just passing by, we have already faced 3 waves of evil spirits blocking our way. The stronghold ahead has likely turned into a battlefield. It was clear that Hai's expression was not very good. Thank you, young Master Truong, for the reminder. I am prepared. Thanks to the existence of Van Ning Fairy Realm, the nearby star fields have been kept peaceful. He could not help but lament that many of our worlds have been protected by them. And it is shocking how suddenly this peace has been shattered. In contrast, Truong Fame seemed more composed. This is just the beginning. Although I knew the great battle against the evil spirits would come, that Hai wondered more and more why the evil spirits could breach the allied forces. There are still many worlds and strongholds to raid Van Ning Fairy Realm. For this question, he could only pretend to be silent. I know the reason. But this shocking secret cannot be revealed, or else the alliance's internal structure would be thrown into chaos. Suddenly, Truong Fame's tone became serious. The leader is preparing to leave. I see the evil spirits now. Now he regained his composure. The defensive team laid out by the evil spirits indicates that we are getting closer to them. Having experience, that Hai remained calm this time and ordered everyone. The fleet accelerated, using high speed to charge directly into the stronghold to attack. It was the evil spirits there who were caught off guard. Indeed, Beikot was extremely terrified. What is going on? How could someone break through the encirclement and enter the battlefield? Hurry and inform the king about this. However, before they could retreat, they were all stopped. In this situation, Beikot could only shout a few words. It is, before he was directly sent off to meet King Yan. At this point, that Hai was already used to this scene. Fortunately, with young Master Truong, or the evil spirits would have escaped, and we would have no way to ambush them. Fearing we might even be worn down by them, Truong Fame humbly replied, without Lord That Diu's help, I would not be able to get through the 3 waves of evil spirits at the front line alone. After that, they encountered several more ambushes from the evil spirits. Worryingly, their strength was becoming stronger each day. Fighting for a long time left that Hai extremely exhausted. Damn evil spirit. Why are there so many? The stronghold is unlikely to hold out much longer. At this moment, Truong Fame came up with an idea. Master 7 Colors. You have sent the monk of the 7 Colors continent away. Right. Drawing the attention of the dark demons, 7 Seas immediately responded. Don't worry. I will handle it. After giving the order, he quickly left. He watched his back with concern. Young Master Zhang is also cautious. At this moment, the Zhang Fan had approached the enemy's ship. I wonder if this outpost is under the responsibility of their Kuai-Wen sect. He resolutely charged forward, even if he did not rescue anyone. The counterattack power of the Cloud Dance Fairy Realm would increase by 1 in Zhang Fan's mind. A clear plan for this assault had been mapped out. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhang Fan was startled. He had been discovered. It seemed he could only force a sneak attack now. Without hesitation, he quickly dealt with the dark demon in front of him. Under Zhang Fan's sword, no one could survive. After finishing off that one, he finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. The leader was ambushed and vanished. People from the fairy realm have snuck in. Zhang Fan's expression turned serious. Did that mean he had to force a sneak attack? But before he could make a move, The dark demons were already in disarray. Not good. The army behind was ambushed by a fleet from the fairy realm. Their base was being wiped out one by one. Zhang Fan calmly observed the scene as the Seven Colors True Dao sect's movement began. In his mind, he calculated that he needed to act as quickly as possible to throw the dark demons into chaos. The current situation did not allow Zhang Fan to retreat. Otherwise, whether it was the outpost or the Seven Colors Master, they would not be able to hold out for long. Just as he was about to test his new technique, his eyes displayed an unshakable determination. The dark demons could not believe their eyes when they saw Zhang Fan. Master, there is a little human here. Hearing this, the Tintai was very surprised. Where? Then it broke into a proud smile. There really is a foolish little human who walked right into the trap. Seems the Tintai was unaware that it was about to be sold for salt. To it, he was like a fish on a chopping board. Just in time for the big guy to stretch his muscles. Zhang Fan responded with nothing but a disdainful glance. Just a moment later, Tintai regretted its foolishness. The price it had to pay was its own life. Tintai could not believe it as it watched its body slowly disintegrate. Damn it. Damn it. In the end, it let out a desperate scream. Damn human. I want to chop him into 1,000 pieces. Elsewhere, someone had witnessed the battle from start to finish. Master, that little human seems to have gone to the king. We need to, before the minion could finish. Ati Wang coldly interrupted. What does that have to do with us? Kating's attitude was not very good. He was not my king. At this moment, at a seemingly more solid outpost than the previous ones. Try to Hun suddenly sensed something unusual. At this moment, the Soul Summoner respectfully reported. Your Highness, the rear army has brought news that the cultivators from the Seven Wonders continent have broken through 3 outer defenses and are attacking us. However, the Soul Summoner remained calm, saying it was just a small world. Let the rear army handle it themselves. Not yet entertaining our guest. As soon as Zhang Fan arrived, he commented on the speed and damage, noting that his own defense was a bit weak. This statement indeed angered the young spirit from the human race, showing that after becoming an immortal for just a few years, he was a proud junior who did not know his place. The threats directed at him were like whispers in the wind. He had not even opened his mouth to argue with the 2 skeletons yet. You call me arrogant? Who is really the arrogant one here? Now the spirit stepped forward, charging alone toward the holy throne of Saint Bei. Your strength is not bad. Let me transform you into one of the immortals of our clan. It then immediately focused on Zhang Fan, ready to strike. Nevertheless, he maintained his calm and fearlessness, while the expression on the Soul Summoner's face drastically changed. This is not good. It turns out Zhang Fan only needed one move to stop the spirit's attack. Seeing this, it was both surprised and horrified. Impressive, but you human brat are too arrogant. But Zhang Fan ignored him. His target was singular. On the other side, a minion could no longer hold back, ready to eliminate this human brat. Zhang Fan disdainfully looked at them, thinking if the Grand Duke of the Evil Nine Abyss had such weak strength, he felt the Demon King on that throne should take action directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent another demonic stronghold to its doom. Now, Zhang Fan fought with increasing fervor. Nothing could stop him. Even the Soul Summoner had to look at him differently. This human brat was quite unusual. It was clear he had only become an immortal a few years ago. How could he possess such strength? As the spirit was about to engage in a fierce battle with Zhang Fan. Brat, you are too arrogant. The Soul Summoner suddenly spoke up, retreating, but still felt unwilling. Your Highness. However, he pays no heed to the spirit. Your strength is not bad. Join the depths of my spirit clan, and I will grant you an everlasting position. One above 10,000 within my spirit kingdom. Those meaningless words made Zhang Fan unable to suppress a mocking laugh. Then he provocatively replied, what if I want to take your position? Upon hearing this, the Soul Summoner was stunned for 5 seconds. In all of history, whether it be the Nine Abyss or the Void or your heavenly realms, countless people have desired my throne, but no one has succeeded. Zhang Fan continued to taunt. The people you have encountered are merely trash, making you so arrogant. The surrounding minions were about to be driven to the brink of fury by him. So arrogant. The spirit directly exploded. Brat, I will send your soul to the underworld, for countless vengeful spirits to feast on, never able to reincarnate. Just after finishing, it rushed to attack Zhang Fan relentlessly. The spirit loudly declared, Brat, I will make you understand the fate of all living beings is to end up in the underworld, beneath my feet. It had made up its mind to deal with him no matter what. It seemed like Zhang Fan was about to face an extremely intense and dramatic battle. Zhang Fan was completely unafraid, calmly preparing to withstand the incoming attack. With just a thought, his sword sliced through the fog before him. The Wraith could not believe its eyes. How is this possible? The dense aura of death surrounding Manhwa. How could you break through from the inside? Now they realized Zhang Fan was no ordinary opponent. This was bad news. Seeing that fighting individually was not working, they decided to gang up on the arrogant kid. Still, Zhang Fan only needed a wave of his hand to leave them battered and broken. Get lost. This time, the Wraith is truly frightened by you. What kind of sword intent is this? Zhang Fan responded with a provocative smile. You guys can become Grand Dukes. Your wraith, Yun Shen, is such trash. Just as he spoke, a massive surge of power suddenly crashed down. Even the wraith felt a bit startled. The prince was taking action. Indeed, Zhuhan had begun to move.
Good.
If you want to go willingly, I will just have to send you to the underworld. With that, he charged forward with fierce momentum. The wraith, thrilled, thought, the king is moving. He would surely defeat that arrogant human kid. It had already envisioned a beautiful scene of watching that kid being devoured by countless vengeful spirits. On the other side, Zhang Fan remained unfazed. If that demon king was on the skeletal ship looking like a fortress, he seemed even more excited than the wraiths. It appeared he would not have a chance, but now he had taken the initiative to come out. Zhang Fan was determined to take down Zhuhan. Shatter for me. This was the moment to show his true power. In an instant, Zhuhan's attack was completely destroyed. He had tried to kill a chicken and ended up losing a handful of rice instead. The wraith's 3 souls and 7 spirits were frightened away. This human kid actually managed to withstand the king's attack. Finally, Zhuhan realized he had underestimated Zhang Fan. However, he still felt very confident.
Good.
I am even more interested in you now. Next, he decided to use his own spiritual energy, indicating that Zhuhan was prepared for a life and death battle with him. At that moment, the White Bone Tower began attacking Zhang Fan at its master's command. The Ling Tiao sword was swirling around Zhang Fan at breakneck speed, so fast that it only left blurry afterimages. Well, using a pile of scrap to create your artifact and achieving this level of power, you are not too bad. Suddenly, a fierce surge of power erupted, clashing head-on with the White Bone Tower. Witnessing this scene, a distant demon could not help but exclaim, such powerful sword intent. Completely unlike what a junior human in the immortal realm should possess. At that moment, the tip of Zhang Fan's finger twitched slightly. The Ling Tiao sword then charged straight at the White Bone Tower. It successfully pushed it back, causing the spirits residing within to flee in panic. The current situation surprised Tri-1. He could actually deflect my artifact. He quickly gathered strength in his hands to control the Bech, Get Bro Thaye, which was gradually losing control. I must hold my ground. As he felt its force pushing back, Tri-1 was even more astonished by its immense power. Meanwhile, Trendring Dugfilm was calculating in his mind that his sword domain was not wide enough. He had to get closer to the Demon Lord to unleash his full power. And that time was now. Without hesitation, he controlled the trajectory of the weapon. The sword domain erupted, and he surged forward at an incredible speed. Thinking he had anticipated Trontrong Fam's next move, Tri-Hun felt quite pleased. My artifact can change size at will. You have made a big mistake trying to use that against me. But the direction he was flying in puzzled him. Trontrong Fam suddenly stopped and gripped the Long Tiu Kim tightly with determination. Demon Lord, prepare to take my strike. He quickly pointed the blade towards Tri-Duan and charged forward. However, the latter showed no fear and even had time to enlarge the Butch Kekel Bio Tho Ye. You can't hope to win. As the two forces collided, Tri-Duan unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. The smug look on his face vanished, replaced by shock and panic. How is this possible? The royal energy I have cultivated for 10,000 years in the Min He can withstand an attack from a mere human brat. Tri-Duan began to feel fear. This is not good. The Butch Kukuk Lothop has been destroyed. An explosion occurred, and Trontrong Fum quickly flew away to avoid the impact. Just as expected, his Butch Thop could not withstand the pressure and exploded, while Trontrong Fum showed satisfaction at the success of his plan. Seizing the opportunity with Tri-Han losing his artifact, he concentrated his power into the Lung Yu Tiu Kim to prepare for the final strike. Today, your Jiguive demon realm will lose a demon lord. Without hesitation, he swung his sword down. Tri-Hun was still unable to react in time and was utterly bewildered. What? And when he realized his current situation, he could only scream in panic. Wait, after defeating that evil demon, he encountered a familiar person. At that moment, Trontrong Fum clasped hands together to show gratitude. Senior, thank you for coming to my aid. But it seems we have never met before. Fong He calmly stroked his beard. Little brother, you are cultivating the Long Yu Ku Kim Kun, are not you? This question surprised him. Senior, what I am cultivating is indeed the Long Tiu Kim Kind. I did not expect you to recognize it so quickly. It seems this result was within your expectations. Because I cultivate the celestial technique derived from the Long Yu Tiu Kim Ken. A Trong Fum pondered. It was never mentioned in the legacy of the Long Yu Tiu Tianzai. And the will left by the great emperor never indicated there were still disciples of his in the world. Feng He seemed to understand his concern and quickly explained that before the great Emperor Vian Lexia had a premonition of a great enemy approaching, he had us remain hidden. So naturally, you would not know of our existence. Then the old man waved his hand to reassure. You do not need to be tense. We have no intention towards the Emperor's Sword Sutra. since the inheritance has not appeared in the myriad realms for 1,000 years after the lost 7. I came here to take a look. After that, Fenghe turned and prepared to leave. All right, keep it up. Your performance today has impressed me. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew away on his sword, leaving Zhang Fan standing there alone. As he watched that figure grow more distant, he could only smile helplessly. Suddenly, something approached from afar. It turned out to be huge flying ships. At that moment, Zhang Fan seemed to sense something and turned to look back. From the flying ship, Shi quickly flew over on his sword towards him. Zhang Fan clasped his hands together as a gesture of greeting. He began to discuss a serious matter, while Zhang Fan shook his head as if to refuse. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted, and both looked in the same direction. At that time, numerous flying ships approached from afar. From the ship, Ipu spoke out warmly. Greetings to the friends of the Viano fairy realm. We thank everyone for supporting our Shik Diaru continent. Shihai humbly replied. You are too polite. The relationship between us and the Viernai fairy realm has always been a matter of mutual support. Moreover, this time, Shideo continent has only provided some assistance. Hearing this, the people on the ship immediately began to whisper among themselves. While Yipu showed doubt, I wonder which senior managed to defeat the demon lord and change the course of the battle. Shihai did not hide it and introduced Zhang Fan beside him, saying he was the young master who single-handedly charged into the enemy ranks, exterminating the commander of the demonic army amidst thousands. This is young Master Zhang. Upon mentioning this, Yipu had some speculation. Could it be the young Master Zhang Fan from the Qian Vanning continent? Zhang Fan clasped his hands in greeting. That is indeed me. I wonder if Fairy Vianke Van and her sect are around here. How have they been lately? This caused everyone's faces to show clear signs of confusion, and someone spoke hesitantly. Yipu's expression became somewhat serious. Fairy Vin hails from Butch Tu. She is the inheritor and head of the Vietnamese fairy realm. Butch Tu lost contact when the Vietnamese fairy realm was attacked by demons. We do not know what the situation is there. At this moment, a fierce battle was occurring at the Butch Tu fairy sect. Witnessing this, Hong Ninju still felt unsatisfied and continuously provoked. Butch Tu fairy sect is the master of the Vietnamese fairy realm. I am itching for someone to let me witness the unmatched power of the fairy emperor's techniques. This statement successfully angered the disciples of the Butch Tu fairy sect. Tauri's gaze revealed hostility. Elder, these 9 demons are truly unreasonable. Let us go out and fight him. At most we will abandon this cultivation place. Hearing this, Dia Hong immediately turned around and shouted. Humph. If you go out to fight, who will control the sect's great formation? As soon as he finished speaking, they fell silent. Just now, ZH was excitedly joining in but was left speechless by that. At that moment, K Ven made a suggestion after observing for a while. Elder, I will go out and challenge the Demon King. Defo Hong wanted to advise the people, but before she could finish, she had already left. KVN. The opponent is a Demon King on par with a saint. Contrary to the old man's worried expression, the faces of the disciples were filled with confidence and support. Vian immediately shouted to encourage. Sister Vian. Be careful. Kevin had already drawn his sword, ready to fight Honan Zhu. Seeing this, his tone was filled with disdain. The path is the legacy of the immortal emperor. Yet you send a little girl out here to challenge me. Then Honju commanded the black horse to soar, raising his sword to strike. A few tiny disciples want to challenge me. In the blink of an eye, a sea of red suddenly appeared with countless skulls blending into it. This bizarre scene did not scare Kavine. He calmly swung his sword to slash. Immediately, the Red Sea began to freeze and lost its ability to attack. It quickly shattered into small pieces, floating in the air. Hong Ninju could not help but admire. I did not expect a disciple of Butch Tu Tin Tong to have such strength, but Ella can't stop the tide. He immediately displayed the might of his army. Btu Tu De Tung. You will become the beginning of our conquest of the myriad worlds of Cu Wu. Meanwhile, Kevin had moved closer without hesitation. How shameless. The sword in her hand was now pressed against Honungu. The power of Kevin transformed into a sword-like entity. A gigantic ice phoenix appeared, spreading its wings and soaring in the vast space. Kevin immediately landed on it without hesitation. This scene astonished Honunju. How can a young disciple possess such sword intent? The disciples watching from afar could not help but feel excited. Even Divhong had to praise. Unbelievably, Kevin had turned the Tinjon Kigam, Khan of the Great Emperor, into a new technique, showing extraordinary might. Now, Kevon was approaching Honunju with the intent to attack directly. Take my strike. He and his army all turned their gaze toward her. This action seemed to have successfully provoked Honungu. The little girl is so arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent force surged toward the ice phoenix. But suddenly it flapped its wings fiercely. With the flap of the ice phoenix's wings, a tornado began to form. This sight shocked Honin Ginju so much that the helmet on his face shattered. How could this be? He quickly regained his composure and commanded his subordinates. Go. The demonic beings immediately charged forward without hesitation, raising their fists and roaring. Meanwhile, the disciples of Bitch Tio Tong standing from afar also showed concern. There were just too many of them, but contrary to everyone's anxiety, the Ice Phoenix easily broke through the encirclement of the monsters. Soon after, Hun Juwu was rebounded by the force and spat out a mouthful of pungent blood. The guy quickly turned the black horse around, surprised by the power of such a small girl, causing the disciples to cheer excitedly. Sister, you are amazing, a true genius. After riding for a while, Hun Ngu quickly reined in his horse. His expression darkened as he finally witnessed the might of the Celestial Emperor. Little girl from the Bukch Taiyu Ten sect, you truly have extraordinary strength. But before he could finish, Kevin had already flown close on Feigen Yubang. He pointed with a smug smile. You won't be able to save the Butch Tu Tien sect today. The Butch Tu Tien sect and the Vainaninju Tine realm will surely become stepping stones for us. Just as he finished, a loud explosion suddenly rang out, catching her attention. Following that, countless explosions erupted simultaneously, causing violent tremors. The chaotic battle had begun. The disciples of the Butch Tu Tine sect were continuously fighting against the evil spirits. The scene before Diva Hong made him unable to hold back his exclamation. What on earth is happening? His expression clearly showed shock. This is the great formation of the Celestial Emperor that His Majesty set up for our sect before abdicating. Upon hearing this, Hong Ninggu chuckled with delight. Huh? Of course. That is because someone is supporting us now. Suddenly, a voice echoed everywhere. Master Tudo, you are the Grand Elder of the Celestial Sect, a saint of the Celestial Realm. Why have you betrayed the sect? This revelation left Kavin wide-eyed with surprise, and his face was filled with cruel glee. Nevertheless, Tu Nongtet still felt skeptical and wanted to confirm. The Grand Elder's betrayal of the Celestial Sect captured all the emotional shifts of those present in Hong In-jiu's eyes. You humans are indeed a very interesting race. Hong Ninggu directed his sword at Kavan, taunting him, little girl of the human race. How does it feel to be fighting against your enemy right before your eyes? At that moment, the corners of his mouth turned up in a smug smile. But behind you, there are those who want to live long, betraying you for their own benefit. How desperate do you feel, looking at that bunch? Do you want revenge against them? No matter how much Hun Nunju provoked him, Kevin maintained his usual cold demeanor. Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the space. All the disciples of the Celestial Sect heard the order, abandoning all outer defenses and retreating to the center area. Hearing this, she immediately turned and left, leaving him to mumble to himself. What a contradictory person. But a soul like that has the desire to transform and gather. Meanwhile, at the Bech Tu Tine sect, the disciples were gradually gathering outside. Among them, the elders were continuously discussing ways to break through the encirclement. The traitor must have revealed ways to control the core of the formation to the evil spirits. If there are so many evil spirits, how can we break out? Do you want to abandon the ordinary disciples? Just then, someone raised a hand to suggest pausing this debate. Then Tra Nine stood up, showering praise. KVN, you did great just now. Lo Huff, sitting beside him, chimed in happily. I did not expect Elder Tron's disciple to improve so much. Your strength has reached a level that rivals an immortal general. Hearing this, Tra-Nun smiled politely, clasped his hands, and prepared to excuse himself. Thank you for the praise, Elder. I have only recently returned to the sect, and I am leading her down to delegate some tasks. Just inform me of any decisions made by the sect. After leaving the room, Kevin finally spoke up. Master, Elder. He suddenly interrupted. Kvn. This does not concern us, though our Kwai Tung Kimazing is inherited from Bech Tu En Tung. Tra-Nun gazed into the distance. We are returning to our mountain gate now, but after over 10,000 years of separation, I did not expect the situation to have changed so drastically. His expression was thoughtful. Who would have guessed that Bech Tu Tin Tin Kong, once a dominator, ruling over the Venin and Tien realm, would now be besieged by evil demons, and the elder had betrayed the sect. Yet, Tra-Nun quickly regained his composure and urged, find your senior brothers. Meanwhile, outside the V of Tine realm, that High Eye's face looked extremely serious. Indeed, the evil demons had long been plotting, and the immortal realm was caught off guard, falling into peril. Young Master Chang, what should we do next? Trang Phum's tone was filled with determination. They needed to save Bitcha Tu Tine Tung to rescue the Vianai Tine realm and other forces. Seemed the immortal emperor of Vibri Tien realm was besieged by an equally matched enemy. His gaze turned toward the dazzling starry sky, suddenly grasping the hilt of his sword behind him, ready for the upcoming battle. If not, the Venenev Tine realm would not have fallen into this state. Master, we should return and prepare. We need to seize the opportunity quickly. At that moment, a swarm of evil demons charged toward the central area of Bich Tu Tin Tung. The sight caused the disciples below to panic. The demons are attacking again. Quickly, go inform the elders and other sect members. Just as he finished speaking, Tron Nin appeared with other disciples to assist. He leaned in to remind them. Be careful. Do not forget what I said. If it is something you can handle, run. One demon unexpectedly provoked them. Old folks of Butch Tion Ting, come out and fight me. Those words successfully angered Tron Nun, who drew his sword to confront him. You and Ingite. Do not be reckless here. Then he charged toward that demon, not forgetting to advise. I will go fight the enemy first. KVN. Be careful. And Anim also began to fly on his sword. As he moved a bit, he unexpectedly caught sight of his fellow disciples running for their lives. This is bad. There is a demon king level evil here. Quickly, go call the elders. From behind the fleeing disciples of Butch Tu Tung, Hong Ninju leisurely rode in on a black horse, and Kevin immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Senior brother, you all go help the other sects fend off the demons. I will deal with this demon lord. Seeing this, and him did not stop her but only reminded. Be careful. Junior sister, if it gets critical, use the forbidden weapon master gave you. At this moment, Honggu was laughing with great delight. Ha! Your little girl from Butch Tu Tine Tung still has not given up resisting, ignoring the jab. Kei Ven was focusing his spirit to chant the sword technique. In contrast to her, Hunangu still had time to clap and enjoy the show. Truly, human cultivators are stubborn and boring. When did Kei Ven get surrounded by the dark knights? Suddenly, a thick wave of dark energy emanated from him. I have been prepared for a long time. Sure enough, the obedient one charged forward. Meanwhile, Aniam, observing from afar, sensed something was off, not good. Junior sister Vian has fallen into a trap. He quickly swung his sword, slicing through the demon that was about to charge. Silently thinking to himself, after dealing with these demons, I will go help my junior sister. But seeing the dark knights continuously rushing in made Aniam feel a bit disheartened. Still not over. Suddenly, Fi Mongbong flying by caught his attention. At this moment, Kevin was gently riding on it, and in an instant, wherever Fi Yangyubang flew, the demons in that area were obliterated. Her tone was filled with vigor. What of your cunning schemes? Demons. I will slash everything with the sword in my hand. However, Wungku remained unfazed. No wonder he is the genius of the Vita Teen Jinjiti. Everything was just like an ant flailing about. The dark knights raised their swords in unison, and countless streams of demonic power surged forth. That power quickly rushed toward Phi Bang to attack. At that moment, and him was highly focused with his fellow disciples to respond. Damn. These demons indeed understand the intelligence within our bitch Tu Tin Tong. He then looked into the distance and accidentally saw Fi Yingyu Bang surrounded. KVN, riding on its back, was not any better off. Witnessing this scene, Anim's mood sank. Junior sister Vian has fallen into a trap too. It seems master is not in a good position either. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a look of panic, and Nun En quickly turned around and looked toward the center. Suddenly a gap began to open in the air, and Hong Ningyu's voice echoed everywhere. Haha. The old men of bitch Tu Tin Kong. Do you think I am just luring a senior elder here? The people of Veningatinjaya. Your end is near, and it is just him. Suddenly, there was a gasp. Elder Allah, the grand elder. How could it be you? The disciples gradually fell into despair. Not just the senior elder. Even the most serious grand elder with the greatest prestige was being tormented by the demons. Our bitch Tu Takong is doomed. Even Veninke had to grit his teeth in anger. How despicable. That sight made Honinju even more delighted. Haha. Despairing. Are not you? Instead of that, why not join us? The sword in his hand pointed toward those traitorous warriors. Suddenly, a voice rang out accompanied by a surprise attack. You noisy demons are really something. The guy immediately blocked the attack with his sword. But its power was so great that the mask of Huan Nu shattered on one horn and split in half. At that moment, Zhang Fan suddenly appeared in a dazzling manner. Upon seeing him, Huan Nu's face could not hide its surprise. Where did this tiny human come from? Who are you? Zhang Fan replied in a very casual tone. I am just a genius passing through. That statement successfully darkened his expression. You human. Are you mocking me? Huan Nu pointed his sword at him and commanded. All Dark Knight. Charge at him. Hearing this, the Dark Knight Legion raised their weapons and galloped toward him. Meanwhile, Kuai Wan was calmly observing everything and whispered. Finally, Zhang Fan tilted his head back and smiled reassuringly. Kuai Wan, I am here to help you. His sudden appearance left her a bit flustered. Why did you leave Chanyan and come all the way to the Van Ning fairy realm? Zhang Fan replied decisively. Exterminating evil demons is my duty. How could I refuse? I will come to assist. In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, Kuai Wan looked serious. Do you know that my Van Nen fairy realm is currently in a dire situation? Zhang Fan immediately replied in a serious tone. Of course. I know. Huan Nu has been watching the two of you all along. The guy's gaze showed clear anger. Did he want to turn this place into a playground for young masters and young ladies? Huan Niu then pointed his sword at them and threatened, "I will make your soul be imprisoned in hell." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dark Knights rushed forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, Anim watched everything from afar. His face was filled with worry. The Demon Lord Commander wondered if Zhang Shidi and Yuan Shimei could hold their own, and did not know how things were with their master. Now, Hong Liu was ready to charge in for the attack. "You were so arrogant just now. Now die for me." As he raised his sword, dark magic energy began to radiate out. Hong Nu charged in to fight alongside the Dark Knights. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan remained calm. After all, they were just a bunch of rabid dogs. Did they really think they were that capable? He then swung his sword, creating a dazzling blow filled with magical power that lit up the entire area. This situation caught Niu Huan off guard. The entire Dark Knight Legion was also distracted by that magical power. They unconsciously stopped all movements. The bodies of each Dark Knight began to dissipate under that overwhelming force. Niu Huan still could not believe what was happening. No way. How could I not withstand even one strike from this human kid? Hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed mockingly. He. Are you only able to bully others because of your power? Can't even take one hit, the man calmly replied. Kid. The 9 Underworlds Alliance has been corrupted by us. Setting up the heavenly net. His tone was clearly arrogant. No matter how reckless you are, today you will be buried here with the Blue Sky Immortal Sect. However, Zhang Fan showed no fear and retorted. That is the talk of a loser. Besides, your 9 Underworlds may be powerful, but that does not mean you are. If I had not intervened, you would have been annihilated by him. After Zhang Fan's decisive words, Huang Nu suddenly reached straight into his own chest. Watching that insane scene, Zhang Fan and Kai Wen both furrowed their brows in shock as red blood continued to pour from his chest. Huang Nu's eyes suddenly gleamed with a spark of delight. How could this king's dignity allow a kid like you to insult me? Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Kai Wen exclaimed in panic. This is high-level demonic power summoned by sacrificing his own life. At the same time, Huang Niu threw his head back and roared with a heart as a sacrifice. Our demon protector is here. As the voice faded, a blinding light tore through the vast sky. The demon god instantly appeared, his towering figure shrouded in darkness, with gigantic wings spread wide, covering this place. When his eyelids opened, a fierce aura erupted as if it wanted to tear apart reality from a distance. Anim was frozen, her trembling lips unable to utter a word. The will of the demon god was merely a projection summoned back by the demon king using his own life. At that moment, the corners of the demon god's mouth curled into a cold smile. Dare to confront my consciousness directly and provoke me. Immediately after, he swung his hand down with a roar that echoed like thunder. At his command, black mist swirled and coalesced into the shape of a gigantic blade. Seeing this, Zhang Fan did not back down and instead smiled provocatively. You are the one who dares to look straight at me. The last 2 words fell like thunder, causing the demon god to halt. What did this little brat just call himself? The astonishment lasted only a heartbeat before turning into a deep rage. Daring to belittle the supreme existence. You will die. His colossal sword responded to the command, immediately howling as it lunged straight for Zhang Fan. At that sight, Anigam panickedly cried out, Junior brother Zhang, sister Yuan and the others. However, that worry was completely unfounded, as the demon god's weapon suddenly shattered into pieces in an instant. Soon after, a blinding light erupted, sweeping away the entire space. The fierce explosion left Nim speechless, her mouth agape. The frenzied light was no different from the sun, forcing the demon god to retreat. The screaming sound was so piercing that it echoed until he completely vanished. What is this? Lung Taiyu. The cultivators witnessing the scene before them were momentarily stunned, as if turned to stone for a few seconds. They followed Traneng Fum's figure, and began to murmur among themselves. Just now, the boy beside that senior's sister used a single sword strike to eliminate the projection of the demon god. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out from the crowd. He seems to be the one who caused the previous ruckus. It is Traneng Fum from the small world of Thin Vanning Continent. Upon hearing that name, everyone raised their swords high and shouted, Traneng Zhe is amazing. Traneng Zesui is powerful. After Trang Fum's strike, the demon god howled as his body began to shatter. No way. Honingju looked at himself in shock as pieces began to fall away, stammering in disbelief. No way. How could a mere human kid, even at the point of vanishing, defeat the projection of the great demon god? After everything was over, Anivim praised, Traneng Yestri is incredible. Just one day without seeing you, and I have to look at you with new eyes. Then she moved closer to Trang Fum, showing her admiration, surprised that you have now surpassed us by so much. However, he was not pleased and firmly replied, now is not the time for that. Meanwhile, he also felt a sense of worry. The elder has rebelled, and we do not know the current situation on the island. Not wanting to waste any more precious time, Kevin urged, we need to act immediately. We have dealt with the enemy. Then she took the lead, saying, You lead the others to support the island, starting from the outskirts to gather energy and concentrate it. Hearing this, an hymn quickly followed suit. Got it. Everyone else, let us go right away. She then turned to the side with an apologetic expression. Trading fam. We are heading to the center of the battlefield. I am sorry for bringing you into the most dangerous area. Upon hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up with a hint of intrigue. As if he had figured something out, he spoke up. I also want to witness the power of the peak experts in Thin Vin and Jetty. A moment later, Zhang Fan rode his sword through the wind, heading straight to the battlefield. At that moment, the monsters were rampaging, causing the ground to explode repeatedly. Up ahead, Tran Ni was trying with all his strength to grip his sword tightly, shouting, "You traitor!" However, Liho showed no remorse, standing behind Nuer, snorting coldly. Just when Nuer scanned the battlefield, he was suddenly surprised to spot something. In front of him were Zhang Fan and Kai Van riding their swords towards him with a swirling killing intent. Sensing the change that had occurred, he could not help but praise, as the tremors from a supreme force of Juyu just arrived, and then vanished immediately. It seemed the strength of the young disciples from Bitch Tiu Tin Tong was extraordinary. In the midst of the battle, Tranini was also surprised to see the two. Kai Van, why are you here? Approaching him, Kai Van narrowed her eyes and replied decisively, Master, we came here to help you and the elders. Seeing the scene, Nua burst into laughter. I must. The two juniors from Bitch Tiu Tin Tong. You managed to take down the projection of the demon god and a Juyu demon lord. Quite impressive. From behind, the great eagle chimed in mockingly. Tran Ni of Bitch Tin Tong, are your disciples being too serious? He continued to throw remarks mixed with disdain. You two juniors. Do you think that just because they are demon lords their powers are the same? A weakling is a weakling, and will never truly understand their own strength. Zhang Fan did not respond to Nuer but simply tilted his head, calling softly. Kai Van seems to understand the intent, Kai Van gently reminded. Zhang Fan, do not let me down. Then she swung her sword horizontally, the ice bird charging straight ahead. The great eagle was not afraid and even mocked. The little human does not know their limits. But the ice bird suddenly accelerated without brakes, shocking it. How is that possible? In the blink of an eye, its whole body turned into a freezing block of ice, fully countering the monster, causing Kai Van to exhaust herself to the point of coughing up blood. Zhang Fan, now it is time to see you. Hearing this, he prepared himself with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. I won't let her down. In the glowing space, Zhang Fan raised his sword to shoulder level and began to chant an ancient incantation. Sword Domain's first shadow, the great path of sword intent, the Lang Tiu sword technique of the Celestial Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue aura burst forth, spreading everywhere. Watching this scene, both Tran Ni and Da Hong were stunned. The sword energy was indeed powerful. Beside them, the elder from the sect could not help but praise. Master Shendao, this move of your disciple Kai Van is truly formidable, managing to freeze a demon lord, not letting their guard down. Da Hong shouted. Everyone, get ready. At that moment, the sword in Zhang Fan's hand pointed straight ahead, and he loudly called out the sword technique, shattering the ice that had trapped Nuer. In front of him, a wave of sword energy surged violently, lightning crackling through it, mingled with desperate screams. The monsters stood frozen like statues before the incoming power, their speed so fast they could barely gasp in horror. However, Yunju remained unfazed, raising his hand to begin summoning the demon mist. Instantly, a blade shield appeared before him with a growl. In a brief moment, the demon mist and sword intent collided violently. The shockwave from this clash shattered the divine realm space, leaving the Bitch Tiu Tin Mon group in shock. This refined realm was actually broken. One elder among them expressed doubt. Such sword intent, its power is akin to the Celestial Emperor personally using celestial magic, Yahuang grumbled, frowning, reminding everyone that this was not the time for discussion. As he spoke, the elder tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, taking action. Moments later, all of Zhang Fan's sword intent gradually dissipated, leaving only echoes swirling in the air. Yunjuni panted heavily, straining against the weight of 1,000 pounds. The monsters hiding in the protective range of the demon mist survived. But not everyone was so lucky. 2 of them were instantly reduced to dust by that power. Witnessing this scene left everyone amazed. One strike could annihilate 2 demon lords. Meanwhile, Yahuang's sharp gaze narrowed, refusing to let any time slip away, declaring in this space, this battle should come to an end. All elders, let us act together. Yet Junai was not afraid at all, instead firmly rebutting, the end should be yours. He lifted his sword high with a heavy breath, channeling demonic energy into the weapon, grinding his teeth as he cursed that damned human brat from the Bitch Tiu Tin sect. He then swung his sword down towards them, You all must die under my demonic sword. The blade emitted a bizarre, sinister laugh as it hurtled towards Yahuang. Not letting the opponent gain the upper hand, he raised his hand high with a cold, disdainful snort. You think the bitch Teutin sect lacks a saintly weapon? As soon as he finished speaking, a magical artifact shot from his palm, growing into a massive, imposing form. Elder Yahuang hurled the gigantic magical artifact straight at the group of monsters led by Yinju and I. While maintaining control, he leaned and called out to his comrades. Brothers, let us charge together to subdue these demon lords. The speed of the artifact was so fast that the monsters had no time to react, only able to scream. Oh, we can't escape. With that final scream, the entire group was crushed into energy dust. Once the battlefield before him was completely cleared, Yuan quickly commanded. A few law enforcement elders immediately took their disciples to chase the other evil spirits away. Then, he turned back, excitedly calling for others to join him. Elder Tran and the other elders, follow me to welcome the hero of the bitch Teutin sect. On the other side, Zhang Fan and Kui Wen were exhausted, their breaths becoming heavy, and then, at that moment, Div Hong slowly approached them, capturing the attention of both. After that, he and the others simultaneously clasped their hands in respect, thanking Trungong Pham on behalf of the beach Teutin Tung. Young Master Trung has come to help. He then solemnly took out a vial of elixir and instructed, Young Master Trung, this is the Immortal Emperor's elixir personally crafted by the Immortal Emperor. Please use it to restore your energy. Receiving it, Trungong Pham smiled with delight. Then thank you, sect leader. He then handed it to the person right next to him. KVN, you should also take one to recover your energy. After that, Di Hong could not hold back and praised him. Young Master Chang is exceptionally gifted. At such a young age, he stands alongside the elders. KVN, the great emperor will surely be moved to see someone like you as his successor. Hearing this, he slightly turned and raised an eyebrow, wondering how the battle on the other side with the great emperor was going. However, when his gaze fell upon the deep gash in the starry sky, he suddenly felt speechless and started sweating, eventually just scratching his head awkwardly, clearing his throat. Regarding Trungong Pham's reaction, Devon smiled reassuringly. It is, without the strike from young Master Trujong, our Bix Tu Tong would have suffered even more. The protective formation just needs some repairs. While they were chatting, they suddenly froze when a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was someone lightly stepping on the radiant lotus flowers. It could be no other than Baiche Van Tidezi. Upon seeing him, Devo Hong's group immediately bowed respectfully to welcome him. In front of such a majestic figure, Trungong Pham's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this bitch Van Tideji, one of the 9 celestial beings of the Immortal Alliance? After the great battle with the Demon Emperor, why are there no signs of battle? Meanwhile, after scanning the crowd, he finally spoke. You have all worked hard. Next, with his slow tone, he reflected on the unexpected assault from the 9 Yuma, which was beyond his expectations. I have witnessed the sacrifices and contributions of everyone. Then Bic Vanen turned his gaze to the main force of the battle and smiled in appreciation. Trungong Pham, I have heard of your illustrious reputation throughout the 10,000 realms. Meeting you today, indeed you are a remarkable talent. Saying this, he clasped his hands in respect. Young friend Trungong Pham has helped the Vienen Na immortal realm. And I, Baki Ven, will remember this. If you ever need assistance in the future, just come to me. Hearing those words, Trunan looked over at Trungong Pham, who was scratching his head with a mischievous expression. With a promise like that from an immortal emperor, Kavin's friends would surely thrive in the Immortal Alliance. But he just smiled humbly. Your Majesty, there is no need for that. Then he clasped his hands in return. I am merely a disciple of Long Tiotian Jai and have my own grievances with the 9 Yume. And then he cheerfully added, besides, Kavien is a close friend of mine. Seeing her in trouble, I could not just stand by. Kavien's face immediately turned red, resembling a ripe tomato. Trungong Pham had gone through the Taiku to break through the ranks of the demon army to rescue Ven and Nini. Thinking of this, she placed a hand on her wildly beating heart, her gaze fixed on the figure in front of her. Noticing your resilience, Bikavine smiled with satisfaction. Young friend Trungong Pham is truly chivalrous, yet as an emperor, my words carry great weight. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a gentle sigh, as if carrying years of worries and bitterness. Then, he slowly released all his worries and the cunning schemes of evil. But it was only because we wanted peace for Vian and Nani. For thousands of years, we became complacent and faced this disaster. Da Hong and the other elders clasped their hands in acceptance of responsibility. Our negligence has brought calamity to the celestial realm, and even if we die 1,000 times, we cannot escape our guilt. Seeing everyone united like that, Bitch Vian raised her hand to object. I am the emperor but powerless. This has nothing to do with you. Everyone, lift your spirits. First, let us return to handle everything. Before leaving, Dia Hong did not forget to turn back and instruct. KVN, Please take care of young friend Tran Pham for me. And then he returned to the peaceful and calm sky. The cries mixed with sounds of painful screams echoed everywhere. It hurt so much. Meanwhile, both Tragong Pham remained steady in the middle of the spatial realm. At this point, he had to consider for himself. It seemed he would need to rest for a while. The group of demons now was like headless snakes, screaming in despair, "Run away." Tragong Pham looked at them with exasperation, a bunch of pathetic little shrimp. How disappointing. Saying that, he frowned, leaned to the side, and aimed his sword forward, then swung the sharp blade to tear through the air, declaring, "Let us see me slice through this." Just as the bloodlight faded, a celestial being rushed over with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Chang, for your help." At this moment, Kei Ven approached him with an apologetic look. Trading Pham. Clearly, you have traveled thousands of miles to save my sect from danger. And before I could thank you, I am bothering you to hunt down the Siu Tiama with me. However, he did not mind at all and simply smiled reassuringly. Besides, we already made a pact. No matter how much trouble we face, we will always support each other. Then he took her hand and gently reminded her, I already have a grudge against Siu Me. And as a disciple of the Long Tinyuton Zi, I must also face the consequences left by the Tinich. Hearing this, Kei Ven broke into a bright smile. All right. There is no need for us to be so formal. Then Trying Pham suddenly turned away and changed his tone. Everything is as it is. And to be honest with you, Trying Pham tightened his grip on the sword hilt and continued the unfinished story. This time, I came to the Van in Tian Jai for my own purposes too. Kei Ven's curiosity was piqued by his words. What do you want to do? His voice rose slowly but firmly. The news I received about the legacy of the Long Tu Tian Jai has been discovered by certain forces, causing them to become anxious. He then tilted his head to look outside with an inscrutable gaze. There are those outside the Thien Avine continent who are always targeting me. Kei Ven quickly understood the situation. You want to lure them out, since there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Right. With the sword lifted and resting lightly on his shoulder, Traching Pham spoke with certainty. Exactly. He smiled cunningly. Here. I also have the support of the Vionetter Tianjidi, and they will surely gather all their strength in a short time. Suddenly, his sharp eyes narrowed. Isn't that right? As a stone came flying towards him, Traching Pham swiftly turned in a clean motion. Indeed, those old rats only know how to hide. Immediately, the sword intent was unleashed. Aiming straight at it, in an instant, a streak of light sliced through the stone, splitting it into two separate pieces. The impact created a shockwave that made the space tremble rhythmically. Amidst the dissipating smoke, faint figures began to emerge. From within the haze, a group slowly stepped forward. I did not expect young Master Trong to discover our existence, said Diening Hevet, leading the group with a disdainful expression. Daring to leave the protection of the Tian Gaij to come to the Aish. In response to the provocation, Trachong Pham was not angry. Instead, he laughed contemptuously. Thousands of years ago, you colluded with the divine demons, causing the Loni Tu Taiji to perish. Now you can only hide and plot. Truly a bunch of trash. Similarly, he did not care and praised young Master Chang. You truly are a prodigy. After that, everyone followed Duga Hao's command and began to fly towards them. But you are being too reckless. As the encirclement closed around Trachong Pham, he confidently asserted that Butch of Vun and Tien Vai would surely have no way to come to your aid. At that moment, 4 brightly colored flags suddenly rose up. Dejong Gaha and his 3 accomplices formed a circle and immediately began their incantation while whispering that mournful tone. Young Master Chang, are you with the fairy? Seizing the opportunity, he proposed that if they were willing to join their organization, they would be warmly welcomed. What do you think? But in response, Trachong Pham looked down on him. Merely a bunch of rats too cowardly to show themselves openly to the myriad worlds, and yet dared to invite me. The early response was expected, so Ding Ha was not angry at all. It seemed this young Master Trong was refusing the invitation but wanted to drink the punishment instead, and so, he gathered his energy, feeling no need to hold back against the two of you anymore. When Dung Yaha let out a roar, the fierce beasts received the command and broke through the barrier. Charging out, in this situation, Trachong Pham disdainfully raised his sword, saying it was just a minor technique. He swung his sword lightly, successfully slicing the fierce beast and the red dragon into pieces. Over there, Kei Ven unleashed countless phantom swords, sweeping away the fierce beasts. Trading Pham, this formation is a bit strange. Quickly leaned against him for protection. We can't get stuck here for long, he quickly replied. I know, moreover, I suspect the evil spirits that fled have lured us here. Looking at Deding Ha and the fierce beasts before them, Trachong Pham furrowed his brows in annoyance. After all, this was not their first time colluding with the evil spirits. He had already thought of a plan and leaned in to whisper to Kei Ven. Let us pretend we do not know and lure them all into the formation. Without a second thought, she quickly agreed. All right. Saying that, she waved her hand and created countless phantom swords, striking straight ahead, in an instant. The two were enveloped in a swirling light from the intersecting blades. Ding Hongua thought the moment was ripe and pointed, commanding them all to attack. Countless fierce beasts and evil spirits surged toward the light sphere as instructed, determined to make them die here. Noticing the plan had succeeded, a Trong Fum coldly laughed. Indeed, all of you have useless brains. From within the sphere, a destructive force surged out, sweeping through the malicious attackers. A simple lure that fell into the trap before he could be caught in that current of power. Dizinghe managed to leap away to escape. You little brat managed to trick us. But you are overestimating yourself. At the same time, K-Ven continually emitted sharp sword energy to attack all those who dared to charge forward. You foolish rats are always this stupid, despite being insulted. He merely scoffed and pulled out his array of magical weapons. Young Master Trying and Fairy Vian both knew their capabilities, so their master had fully prepared. Ding Ha raised the purple flag to summon the evil beasts. This was specially prepared for the two of you, facing this turn of events. K-Vian frowned as he realized this was the four-sided flag of the Nine Underworld Wind Pavilion. It seemed to be a supreme demonic artifact, unexpectedly seen at this level of demonic energy in the celestial realm, but this wording evokes disdain from Trendrung Fum. They conspired with dark forces thousands of years ago. Is not it normal to have dark energy in the blink of an eye? Both were surrounded by the beast horde once again, accompanied by a message from Ding Aha. The fairy understood well. Young Master Chang was also very confident. Now, please enjoy the special treatment I have prepared for you both. Just as he finished speaking, K-Ven used her technique to freeze the entire group of ferocious beasts. But this attack also drained her energy. This dark energy is truly strange. It is corroding my celestial energy and celestial sword. At that moment, Trondring Fime struck and eliminated everything with a beam of light. It is, I will handle that guy. Seeing the scene, Ding Hava on the other side stroked his chin and commented, the Long Tu Emperor's sword. I never thought I would have the chance to see this Emperor's aura again. Unhappy with these words, he immediately unleashed a destructive force. I did not expect you to know about Lungru Tu Tin Lich. Just in time. I want to reap some benefits from you timid rats. Unmatched in the sword realm, a Trong Hong Fum swung his sword and struck a path. You shameless old rat. Go repent to Lung Tai Yu Yai. Yep. The beam of light swept away the ferocious beasts and the minions under Didung Haigas' command. Even he himself was struck by the residual force, shattering his mask. Long Tinu's sword was astonishing. It truly appeared. Long Tu still has a successor in this world. After the mask was broken, K-Ven was surprised to recognize him as Didang Hana, the celestial of the Xix Dejin Tin Jaiti. He was equally astonished. He never expected a junior fairy like you to recognize that old fellow. Diem Trevong Fum blinked, wondering to himself, was this old man actually a big shot? Who exactly is he? Seemingly aware of his confusion, K-Ven did not hesitate to explain. Ding Heavie Chu Nufan was famous in the multiverse 100,000 years ago. The current Xix Dihaitin Dai is his disciple. After hearing a summary about himself, Ding Hov just chuckled twice. Everyone was once a celestial genius. That brat from Xix Dang is indeed better than his master. I have guided countless disciples, but I never expected a celestial emperor to emerge. Just as he finished speaking, a K-Ven across the way offered his evaluation. There is a rumor that 30,000 years ago, Didine Chu Enthen passed away, causing Xix Ditanchi great sorrow. I never expected he would fall and conspire with dark forces, living until now. Hearing something amusing, Ding Hov laughed loudly. I can teach an emperor, but not become a saint. What about being an emperor? Moreover, I can't bear to see myself deteriorating further. Driven mad by his own rage, he began to become more insane than ever. I have consumed countless longevity pills. Yet I have only lived 70,000 years, and still have not reached the pinnacle of the celestial path. How can you two understand this resentment? Trong Fum smirked in disdain. A waste is a waste, and a dark heart is dark. Do not act like the world owes you something. In that moment, K-Ven was furious. Sword aimed directly at him. Dizing He declared, those reasons are not enough for you to fall and conspire with the demonic sect. I must eradicate a corrupt person like you for the heavenly realm. Just seconds later, he transformed into a bloodthirsty demon. Tradering Fum. I originally wanted to give that kid in Lung Tu a quick send-off for you, but now I have to waste some effort to see you off. Feeling it was too much of a waste of time, he charged forward to attack. If the Emperor were still alive, he would definitely want to kill a degenerate like you with a single strike, and yet you dare to give him face. The clash of powers between justice and the demonic sect created a powerful shockwave. This shameless old man, taking a strike that I dealt on behalf of the Emperor, the powerful shockwave radiated out, turning Deng He's minions to dust. And even he could not believe he was caught in the damage. How is that possible? That Long Tu back then, at your level in swordsmanship, could not possibly have such strength. After that, he quickly appeared before him and interrupted. who truly stands at the pinnacle of the heavenly path. Trandreng Deg Phim will prove it with my sword rather than live like a rat like you. Ding Huv laughed out loud and charged at him again, but he had no idea that K. Valendriven had already pierced through his body with his technique. Dizing Hu declared, "If you have been in seclusion for 30,000 years, then you should sincerely remain in seclusion." Trotong Phum raised an eyebrow, mocking, "I really do not know what the Emperor did 50,000 years ago that made these old rats pay so much attention to me." This old fool did not realize he was just bait. After Dodo turned to dust, he felt a bit sentimental. Although I once knew this mysterious force was hidden within the Alliance of Worlds, I did not expect a legend lost 30,000 years ago to reappear in this form. Trotong Phum looked into the distance and exclaimed, "Eternal life. The goal that all beings of countless worlds pursue. But unfortunately even the Heavenly Emperor cannot exist alongside heaven and earth. Speaking of which, just because the Heavenly Emperor could not do it does not mean I can in the future." Seeing his confidence, Kavian wholeheartedly supported him. "Exactly. I also want to explore to the scenery behind the Heavenly Path mountain that stands before the Heavenly Emperor to see if there is an end to the Heavenly Path." Trotong Phum smiled as he sheathed his sword. "We cultivators always have confidence. Even if we do not achieve eternal life, I still want a more glorious ending than hiding in the shadows and living cowardly." Looking up at the extraordinary space, she curiously asked Trong Phum, "What do you plan to do next?" Ding Haka's initial words were not wrong. One cannot always be fooled or hide under the gaze of Kwang Mexi Zaa Dai. After that, he gently rubbed his chin, pondering, "This is quite troublesome. Those on the battlefield are very familiar with Zei at Lung Yu Taiyu. He may have been involved in the events of the past." At this moment, Ake Ven seemed concerned. Now that Siwuma is launching a large-scale attack, all the Celestial Emperors will be implicated. So we cannot let our guard down against this mysterious force. Sensing her worries, Trotong Phum gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much. Zia Lung Taiyu had actually prepared well before his demise. He knew that his descendants would be targeted." Hearing this, KVN could only sigh. "Well then, that is good. You must be careful." On the surface, he smiled and acknowledged, but inside he was contemplating, "With this invincible sword system by my side, I will be fine. But I fear these old rats may target those around me." Thinking this, Trotong Phum shifted to another topic. "Now that the demons that escaped have been pursued and eliminated, it is time for me to return as well. After all, I was a bit hasty before." For what Trotong Phum said, Kvan thought to herself that the Liasd Ha Thain Vain truly was Trotong Phum's lifeline, and those people might make a fuss. With that in mind, she smiled brightly. All right. After dealing with Vinai Tainchan with her master, she would go to the Van Vinen continent to find him. Finally, even when they said their goodbyes, she still could not forget to ponder that her master had a royal weapon left by the previous emperor, and she would sweet-talk her master into lending it for a while. No one knew that someone was silently observing them from not too far away. After watching for a while, Heinz Yep could not help but furrow her brows tightly. Unexpectedly, dead-eating Hodius, the saint, also died here while holding demonic energy. Looking at the body of her subordinate drifting in space, she felt somewhat confused. How could this happen? The Momi Long Tu Emperor opened not long ago, and this person reached this level. Then, she decided to leave quickly. I am really looking forward to seeing what that person will do when I bring this news back. Meanwhile, Ingitiv Lian on the island was anxiously clutching the sword tightly. Master came to help Sister Veen, but did not know how the battle in the Vietnamese fairy realm was going. Nguyen Long seemed to understand her thoughts, so he slowly walked over to reassure her. Ingi Kifi Lin, you can rest assured. Master Trong has powerful cultivation, and Vien Tinto also has extraordinary swordsmanship. Nothing will happen. At that moment, Sen Kang saw this and brought out a plate of fruit to support. That is right. That is right. Miss, just rest assured. The master is strong. Absolutely nothing will go wrong. Hearing this, Inflian regained her confidence. Master will definitely be fine. Moreover, he is one of the strongest in the Viren fairy realm. With the immortal emperor overseeing, seeing her regain her usual demeanor, Nguyen Long smiled and moved closer. Even if the Vienna fairy realm had a moment of negligence, with the immortal emperor and his powerful abilities, there would definitely be no dangerous situations. But just as he finished speaking, they heard Trong Phim's voice. Then you are mistaken. He tilted his body down with an arrogant look. What? It is hard to believe that I came back. As soon as she saw him, Ying Lin was overjoyed and rushed to hug his arm tightly. Master, you finally returned. With a gentle smile, Trong Phim patted her head to reassure her. No one can do anything to your master in this world, so do not worry, with his presence. And Sito P. Thin, Tung Vien, and even D came forward to greet him. Welcome back, Master. The immortal has returned, Tung Vien excitedly asked. Island owner, how was the battle in the Vananu fairy realm? The evil spirits must have been defeated, right? Hearing this, a Tronkrungfum immediately recounted the entire event. The Vianney fairy realm is now safe. The demonic army has been defeated. And I actually saw Bik Vining's eye. Seeing his expression change slightly, and Fleeland could not help but be curious. Master, was the battle in the Vin and Nachi fairy realm very fierce? Did something happen in the middle? Before long, Trachongfum entered a serious state. Juyu loves me. The elder bitch Tiu broke the formation from the inside, causing serious injuries to the disciples. And the entire celestial realm was nearly overrun by evil spirits. After realizing everything, Tongvan was furious, unable to believe that the celestial realm had almost collapsed. Could it be that bitch Van's celestial emperor did not take action? Regarding this, Truongfam calmly explained. The evil spirits would certainly not forget the existence of the celestial emperor. And the Dark Emperor Shen Yuan would not let bitch Van's celestial emperor take the lead. After thinking for a moment, he secretly made a conjecture. The Master Islander feared that the evil souls would not only harm those at bitch Van's celestial emperor, but also the other celestial realms with their premeditated plans. And it seemed that you were aware of this early on, so you decisively mentioned it. Surely. Especially since there were those old rats and dark spirits related to the death of Lang Tiu celestial emperor. This left Ngok Lion extremely surprised. What, Master? Could it be that the mysterious group that attacked you outside the Blood Abyss battlefield has reappeared? Truongfam straightforwardly admitted. My young master has dealt them a blow with his left hand. These rats are well aware of the progress of my Lang Tiu Emperor Sutra. Throughout heaven and earth, only your voice echoes. They can't hold back. You should also get ready. They will come knocking soon. At the same time, as the conversation unfolded, in the vast space, someone was reporting while cloaked. According to our people's surveillance, Truongfam has not left the Qianvan continent. The smile on New Dai's lips clearly showed satisfaction. Well then, I was worried about how to take revenge for my dear brother. And then the mysterious figure looked up and made a formal proposal. In this case, I would like to trouble you. Dear Prince, I hope our cooperation will go smoothly. In return, there was a look of utter disdain from him. To be honest, I truly despise you. You are even lower than our monsters. The mask was pulled away, revealing part of the face belonging to Zhu Yang. The way we do things won't hinder our cooperation. Facing the vast emptiness with no limits, New Day cheerfully assessed and responded. Humans are indeed hypocritical. But thanks to someone like this in humanity, I have the chance to take revenge for my beloved brother. Meanwhile, Don Hoyen was busy presenting the news just received. The Alliance had ordered the formation of troops to deal with Ju Yu dark spirits. The Tianvan continent also hoped to join forces with the Antarctic Celestial Realm. Truongfam did not express an opinion, but simply asked about his view. Old Doist, do you think we should participate? Don Hoyen's next answer, although not direct, was no different from confirming his agreement. Naturally, if there were no San-Thap-Thap-Chan Celestial Realm at the top, our world would have long turned into the Demon Realm. The Tianvan continent cannot exist alone. Hearing this, you immediately smiled comfortably in response. The old master deserves to be enlightened. I also believe that the Tianvan continent should not stand coldly by, especially since this continent once belonged to the celestial realm of the Celestial Emperor. As soon as you utter these words, Don Hoen boldly declares that he has always been a friend dedicated to the Tianvan continent. This time, let the old master lead the charge. It has been a long time since I have eradicated evil. In the end, every announcement must come to a close. He concludes with a clasped hands gesture, and the Tianvan continent must now rely on its friends. Trongfum respectfully replies, Master Trekkie will lead us to victory and return in triumph. As he watches Don Han's figure leave, he can't help but fall into deep thought. Abruptly gathering cultivators from all realms to the front lines is indeed a golden opportunity. Then, as he gestures, Tintungvine steps forward with a serious demeanor. Island Master, do you have any further instructions? Trongfum calmly issues commands with an imposing presence that no one dares to refute. Wait for the old master to lead the charge. You summon the cultivators in my name, creating a situation that makes it seem like the Tianvan continent is weak. Of course. He will comply immediately. All right. I will soon scout and prepare. Meanwhile, he gazes intently at the jade pendant with a heavy expression. Let me see if your little rats are truly plotting this again. Transitioning to the scene in space, the group from Siu Dong observes the official departure of the spacecraft. He studies them for a while before giving orders to his subordinate beside him. Quickly report to the leader that nearly the entire Tianvan continent has been dispatched. In the end, Don Hoen's group left, unaware that disaster was about to strike their residence. Before long, the world, once filled with vibrant life, is slowly consumed by black smoke. The source is clearly from the group of hooded figures and the excited dark knights. The king has ordered that no living creature in this tiny world is allowed to survive. Ngui is extremely pleased with the situation, certain of victory. It is truly because of you that we have mobilized the power of the cultivators in the surrounding void. However, Siu Dong does not seem too concerned and emphasizes the main issue. I just hope the king won't forget his agreement with us. As soon as he finishes speaking, he raises his voice arrogantly. Rest assured, do not worry. We are not that shameless. But you and those dark devils of CU seem a bit too trusting. His words make the other black-clad figure unable to hold back. Devils. But Siu Dunging interjects. Clearly upset. If the king has cooperated, there is no need for harsh words. Ninjie remains unfazed and responds carelessly. Then I must have been rude. My apologies. By the way, kid, now that you have joined this organization, do not act all righteous and noble. He coldly retorts while warning his companions. What we pursue is eternal life. Just look at who will still be standing here 10,000 years from now. While they were chatting back and forth, on the Tianvan continent, Inget Lin witnessed a bizarre phenomenon that left her astonished. Master, what could be happening in the sky? At this tense moment, Qin hurriedly flew in on his sword, reporting to the Celestial. The 9 underworld demon has suddenly appeared outside our Tianvan continent. Knowing this early on, Trangfunum did not show any surprise. Have all the disciples retreated safely? Hearing this, he gave a serious report. As soon as the demonic energy appeared, the disciples followed the Celestial's orders and retreated to the Tianvan continent. And he contently advised, you should rest first. Then he issued the next directive to disciple Ninji Lian, informing old Song that they would act according to the plan. Next, he smiled confidently. Belonging to someone who had everything firmly in hand. Indeed, I did not overestimate the moral threshold of your little universe. Meanwhile, Timpeng Van directly executed Trangfam's orders, activating the protective barrier and directing it outward to confront the enemy. However, Yingzhe remained oblivious to the trap he had walked into, issuing orders from his lord to activate the army that the Rat clan had provided to protect the eroding boundaries of this small world. Witnessing the tremendous power prepared by this heavenly dragon, he could not help but feel emotional. To harm his own kin, these rats really spared no effort. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive surge of energy slammed into the protective barrier set up by the island. Although the plan was proceeding as expected, Ingyu Ie's expression was anything but pleased, filled with solemnity. Floating island. I did not expect to successfully achieve its goal so easily. And then not stopping there, he ordered the evil spirit to emerge to escalate the situation. Trying to see what Tradang Fam was capable of that could defeat my brother. It tore through space and headed straight for the floating island. Kid, use your life to win the favor of the sovereign. At the same time, Sen Kang also did not stand still and began to channel his energy. Master, he boldly jumped out and took on the evil spirit's devastating blow. A lowly person like me won't trouble the master to take action. But unfortunately, just showing off for a few seconds, Sen Kang was sent flying far away. Master, the power of this evil spirit is truly formidable. If it were not for the barrier of the floating island, I really could not hold up. Trong From understood this guy's nature early on, so he firmly emphasized, weren't you very confident just now? Keep charging in, and I will help you smash them into meat paste, making them speechless. Won't I? But just after taking a hit from that evil spirit, Sen Kang did not want to fight anymore, so he began his dramatic performance. Master, I was a bit arrogant earlier. It is a pity I won't see my child grow into a demon. Please tell my wife for me. Even sobbing and shedding tears profusely, old change in this life has wronged her. Please take good care of the children. And then he kicked it directly. Such a drama queen. Jia has already activated the floating island to give you the greatest boost. Hurry up and charge for me. Upon hearing this, he once again surged with enthusiasm. I know my master is the kindest person. Old man, I will definitely catch this cowardly soldier. Seeing Sen Kang and Ashline fighting a decent match, Ingugwe was not even angry. No wonder the Celestial Alliance is extraordinary. Even the subordinates have such abilities. Just then, Trong Fofam raised an eyebrow and paid attention to him. Why is it such a coincidence? Seems like I have met you before. Although he was smiling, Ingwe's eyes were extremely cold. Of course. You know me? Tra Hung. You really have a short memory. You and Vivian Tintiny caused my brother to fall in the Via Nunai world. As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands and pretended to be indifferent. You just reminded me. Otherwise, how could I remember such trash that even one strike from me could not withstand? The killing intent radiated from Unju V in an instant. Indeed, my brother is a waste. Trong Singi T and I share the same view. What a pity. He tightened the weapon in his hand and declared ominously. Tra Hung, my brother can only be under my control, and you have lost a perfect toy of mine, so I want you to be a substitute. Unfortunately, Trong Fum is not someone easily frightened by such words. Ha! I killed your brother. And I would not mind killing another brother today. Inju Wai was directly provoked to the point his patience snapped, challenging as he swung his sword straight at him. Let me see what skills you have. Facing the relentless storm of attacks from Inu Juiai, Trongfunum remained extremely calm. Without even exerting any internal energy, he easily resolved it on the spot. Seeing this, he not only was not angry but also praised him refreshingly. No wonder he is the successor of Lung Yu Tut. Indeed, his reputation is well deserved. One strike took down my warhorse. Unfortunately, Trandring Fum just responded sternly and did not bother with him. The skills of the four young masters. Someone will soon go ask your brother. And Gyu Lei smirked and reminded him. Tra Hung, your strength is indeed not bad, but what about the thin Vian continent? With extraordinary talent. Have appeared in the eyes of the myriad worlds in just a few years. The group of roaring dragons belonging to the Siu Dugging followed his finger snap and continuously attacked the continent. At this moment, he clearly felt proud as he held the initiative, quickly becoming a great cultivator. Comparable to ancient elders, but Trandring Fum showed no reaction to Ingi's provocations after Long Tu Ting age fell. For tens of thousands of years, Trandring Fum has appeared. Yet the overall strength of the Thainarvanan continent cannot compare to other worlds. He continued his lengthy speech. Even though there have been many celestial beings in the Thidin Vindenan continent recently, they are not here right now. How do you plan to deal with my army? Trandring Fum, finally. It was time for him to speak up. You think I would not be prepared for the Thian Van continent being lured by you in an instant? A terrifying surge of energy erupted from the mansion. His confident smile suggested that all of New Day's calculations were firmly in his grasp. This young master has asked the Taoist Yuan Xuan to lead you away just to coordinate with you all, making you feel like your plan has succeeded. Moreover, after the light fades and the flying dragons are annihilated, a figure appears surrounded by a barrier covering the entire Chinven continent. He could not believe the scene before him, even gasping in shock and screaming. How could this be? Lang Tu Tin Di was truly surprised that the one who was supposed to sacrifice himself 1,000 years ago was alive again. Finally, Nu Dai was so stunned that he shouted out loud. Lang Tu Tin Di had died not long ago. His body could not even return to the Qian Vane continent. At this moment, Zhang Fan happily answered his question. The Emperor had long sensed that someone in the celestial realm was colluding with your evil spirits. Just a moment later, a shocking sword energy was unleashed, aimed straight at New Day as a declaration. This young master and the Emperor have been waiting here for you for a long time. Yet it passed right through him, striking those hiding behind. And here are your little rats. The corners of Zhang Fan's mouth curled up as he emphasized each word. At this point, you still want to hide and dodge. It is truly hard to change one's nature. You have gotten used to it. As he finished, Qiu Dong stepped forward without a hint of worry. Lang Tu Emperor, I really did not expect this. Even feeling nostalgic as if meeting an old friend again after tens of thousands of years. Clearly, we had known each other back when Zhang Fan was not even born. As confirmed by you, I never expected that tens of thousands of years later, this emperor would still have the chance to appear in this 1G, and to meet you again. Yu Ren. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan had come to a conclusion during their conversation. The old friend that Lang Tu Emperor mentioned must be this person, who seems to have been a significant figure in the celestial realm before. Ultimately, Zhu Dong did not hide his face and officially revealed himself. I never expected that after tens of thousands of years, I would fall into your hands, Lang Tu, and have the chance to meet you again. The two conversed as if they were chatting over tea, rather than in a tense battlefield. Zhu Dong, it has been tens of thousands of years since we last met. Right. Before I became emperor, I often visited your Dao school, Wen Dao, and visited fellow practitioners many times. And finally, Lang Tu got straight to the point with a blunt remark. I just did not expect that Zhu Dong, the famous San Shi of Tam Thien, would now have fallen into the demon path, colluding with the evil spirits. To Lang Tu's reproachful words, Zhu Dong simply snorted. Lang Tu, the last time you came to my Dao school, you actually discovered it long ago. Why pretend? Just a moment later, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by raging anger. Lang Tu, you once had the charm that captivated all, the talent that was extraordinary, and here I am, just watching geniuses like you become emperors while I approach the end of my life. His attitude shifted to one of smugness as he pointed out his opponent's current flaws. But now, thousands of years have passed, and the old master can still stand here, while you waste time chatting with them. Finally, the great fish had to intervene. You are just the remnant soul of a lost emperor. Why are you so entangled with a spirit here? As soon as the words left his mouth, Sisidong realized and began to gather abundant energy. Your Highness is right. Let us make our move. With a slight push off the ground, he charged forward with overwhelming killing intent. Lung Taiyu, let me see how much of your ancient remnant soul matches the strength of your true self. Facing this old acquaintance, you showed no signs of worry or fear, only slowly revealing your intentions. Tu Fume, leave it to me. It is time for me to have a word with an old friend. With that, the scepter in his hand instantly flew up and slowly grew larger. In note, an imposing magical artifact stood before him. Yet Su Dadeng remained unperturbed and even challenged him with arrogance. Lung Taiyu, we could have taken you down in chaos 10,000 years ago. A surge of spiritual energy filled with demonic aura erupted from him with each emphasized word. Right now, you are just a remnant soul. What else can you do? Trading fam. As an observer combined with prior analysis. Understood clearly. Indeed. My previous guess with K-Ven was not wrong. Seems this mysterious force truly participated in the conspiracy that led to the fall of the great emperor over 30,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Lung Tiyu's calm gaze seemed to ignore the attacks on his magical artifact. But it did not affect Su Dong's understanding. Lung Tiyu. It seems you realized something before your fall. Because of your distraction. Your strength was interrupted while you tried to burn that giant scepter. Then he slowly spoke with a majestic tone. Acknowledging, as an emperor. How could I know nothing? Moreover, I know which of my friends has fallen. I just can't pinpoint it exactly, despite being on the verge of being suppressed by the magical artifact. Su Dong managed to let out a laugh that shook the space. That person once had the intention to tease you, unfortunately. Lung Taiyu. Your pride and arrogance made it clear that you would never agree. This only made him more irritated. But being in a high position, he chose not to retaliate. The great emperor of the human race would never collude with you filthy scoundrels. Suddenly, a series of flags burst forth from Su Dong's body along with his grinding teeth. Then you will completely disappear. I have known you, Lung Taiyu, for so many years, watching you grow. How could I be unprepared in the blink of an eye? The grand formation nearly took shape with the situation reversing as the incense scepter rested firmly in his hand, not letting Lung Taiyu wait too long. Su Dong directly returned the artifact to its owner, then frowned and urged Ding Fei, who was idly standing behind. He also could not remain still any longer and began to raise his precious sword to issue commands. The hordes of evil spirits surged forth, and the demonic aura rushed toward the Thean Van continent, with nothing beyond the barrier. Seeing this, Lang Tiu exchanged glances with Truong Pham. As the disciple of the master, he would not let him down. Rest assured, I have been prepared for this. Not only does Qdong know how to cast the formation, but Truong Pham's powerful sword energy will instantly create a fierce array. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy mixed with lightning struck down on the demonic creatures, reducing them to dust. Witnessing his skilled and decisive actions, Lang Tiu could not help but admire. It turned out this disciple was indeed better than the master, mastering the sword domain while utilizing the formation to expand its power. Not stopping there, the serious voice of Truong Pham echoed everywhere. Friends from the Tian Van continent, I kindly ask for your assistance. The remaining immortals would, of course, step up to support and protect the continent they lived on. Carefully follow the master's order to activate the formation. After summoning the cultivators, Trindrim Pham finally had some time observe the fleet of spaceships attempting to invade. The battle between the celestial and demonic forces brought these pests to me. Though they caused me trouble, they also raised my sword domain's level. Without any hesitation, he directly raised his voice. I hope you all will see how powerful this strike of mine is, with a force cultivated strongly. The barrage of sharp blades descended upon the enemy like a painful rain. Not a single one of the demonic beings could escape. In the end, they had to take the suffering head on. Who dares? Trongong Phum's sudden change in momentum made Migu Yi's body tremble. Unsure if it was fear or anger. Damn. Did not you promise me that there were not many cultivators left in the Tianvan continent? Su Dong furrowed his brows at the situation. He did not expect Trong Phum and the others to be fully prepared. It seemed they had intentionally hidden their strength. Without any further hesitation, he directly issued the command. I will hold off Long Yatayu. You deal with that kid. Seeing their anxious demeanor, Long Tiu finally spoke up. I suggest you two stay here with me. Unbeknownst to Wen, a giant sword appeared in the air. Its presence completely different from the small blades Trong Phum had unleashed. Its presence was so terrifying that both Siu Dong were shocked. How could this be? Just a remnant soul. Yet it held such power. Long Tiu raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, looking playful. I am the emperor. Even as just a remnant soul, I am still a human emperor, which only made him even more furious. I have lived for tens of thousands of years to end up like this. I refuse to believe I can't deal with you. Witnessing the crazed appearance of his old acquaintance made him exhale a long breath. Siwu Dizeng. Now that you have become like this, you won't ever reach my level. You will forever be a rat hiding in the shadows. And then, at the moment Long Taiu's barrage of attacks came crashing down, a red demonic aura engulfed both of them. Although his body could not stop smoking, at least the demonic beings managed to keep their lives. If I did not have the demonic emperor's treasure, I would probably die here just like my blood brother. No matter how scared he was, he still defiantly challenged. Siwu Dizeng. If you have any other tricks, use them now. Meanwhile, Siu Dong once again appeared mysterious. Lung Taiyu. Unexpectedly, the treasure prepared for me is truly intended for you. Now, not only is there a battle flag but also a small bell, clearly a top-tier treasure emerging. After observing for a while, Lung Taiyu could not help but exclaim. He did not expect that after falling for tens of thousands of years, It truly allowed him to confirm that this fellow had plotted behind his back. At that moment, Siudong regained his former confidence. That is right. But what can you do about it? Thousands of years ago, he plotted against you. And this time he already anticipated your appearance. In an instant, a wave of ferocious beasts was unleashed at the declaration of that long Tu. These remnants of souls should not exist in this world. Unfortunately, for someone as powerful as Long Tu, there was no hesitation. Thousands of years ago, I wanted to fight him already. Thus, the great battle between the colossal tripod and the magical bell unfolded with fierce intensity. Following that, a series of spirit beasts were also released, announcing that it had been thousands of years since we last fought. The battlefield between the two great deities, despite their age, should not be underestimated. Trajong Fum quickly assessed the situation, recalling how thousands of years ago it caused an emperor to fall, and he too was preparing to confront the approaching dark forces that seemed endless. It seems I must use all my tricks. And at that moment, Antung Venin and Septhan arrived to report. Island Master, we are ready. However, Trajong Fum only responded without giving any orders. All right, they definitely have other tactics. With just one swing of my sword, I will unleash overwhelming power. I will let them all out. The force it generated was so powerful that it blew away both the aircraft and the dark forces. This sudden change caught the attention of Siu Dong, who was focused on battling Long Yutiu. A fierce sweep from Trajong Fum sent the remaining dark forces into a panic. What the hell is happening? This is not good. We need to mobilize the army to fill this gap. Quickly command the soldiers to reinforce here. Then one of them quickly spotted something. Everyone, look over there. It turned out to be Tran Nafum, literally bursting into flames. Just then, Butch Essing, a high-ranking general, appeared. Come on, the two of you. Let us go stop this little human. Meanwhile, Thetom was still unaware of the difference among them and was busy complaining. That is right. We can't let this kid recklessly ruin the formation of the young prince's domain like this. All three flew towards Beksheng, who represented Trudrong Fum. Although the prince could not take action, the three of us are enough to capture you. Of course. You showed no fear but instead mocked them. Do you guys have bad luck with the dark forces too? This statement left them all stunned. He did not hesitate to bring up the recent events. On the battlefield of Vinang, who knows how many great figures fell to my sword? Can't you see your comrades are not coming to help you? And only then did Butch Essing and the others turn around to find that their subordinates had mysteriously vanished. Seeing the situation, he understood everything. They clearly knew it all. They had intentionally said nothing to wait for us to walk into a trap, just realized it. But unfortunately, they took a fierce strike from Trong Pham. Truly foolish. However, they barely managed to flee before taking half the blow, leaving him lost in thought. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Did I overestimate how much those guys value me? Before he could think further, a haughty voice rang out. Good. You are quite relaxed. These evil spirits are indeed not a big deal as expected. Turns out the one who came is not a stranger. But Haiwen-zi, young Master Chang, it has been a while since we last met. I've always kept an eye on you, thinking you would bring a larger force. But it seems Trying Fime is not concerned and is just looking around. Are there really only the two of you? She was not exaggerating about being attentive to him. It was clear what Trandrang Fum was thinking, and he responded, just as you said, to properly host young Master Trung. Besides this Sech Xiartin Quan, we certainly have prepared quite a few people. They are clearly rushing at high speed toward the target, the Tian Ven continent. Hearing Havli Peep's words, he smirked, offering his assessment. I really did not expect so many of you to show up to deal with me, and even expose your hidden forces in the Great Realms, she replied nonchalantly, as if it were a polite compliment. We would not dare underestimate you. Young Master, in just 2 short years, you have matched many immortals. But more importantly, Heinz Yip's gaze fell straight on the seemingly endless battle in the distance. You are the heir of the Long Tu Emperor. There are quite a few people in the immortal realm who do not want to see a second Long Tu appear in this world. And at this moment, she finally remembered the most pressing question to ask. Young Master Chang, your reaction to our appearance seems surprisingly calm, does not it? However, before she could get an answer, Hindi Ip and Sachar were hit by a surprising ambush from Tranchaham, causing them to gasp. But being high-level immortals, they quickly dispelled the illusion of him. It was indeed a clone, not the real body. Sechavia viewed such an enemy with nothing but disdain. Just as Heinliep said, there was indeed some skill there, but that was all. Without hesitation, Sechio unleashed his ultimate move. Good. In front of me, you will turn to dust. It was unfortunately blocked by the sword energy unleashed by Trang Pham. I told you not to get close to me. The scene before him startled him. A sword cut through time and space, unexpectedly revealing this kid's astonishing talent in swordsmanship. At that moment, Han Liep chimed in with a few factual remarks. You should be careful. General, young Master Chang is extraordinarily talented, practicing swordsmanship at a rapid pace. Clearly enough to provoke the easily explosive temper of the old man, after 2 decades of cultivation. Could this kid really hold him back? Seeing this, the satisfied smirk of Hein Rep rose even higher. Are all these generals really so arrogant? It is truly amusing. Are not you all just trying to drag this lady into a mess? And of course, to deal with such a strong enemy. She really had brought along many other talents. She invited those immortals to join in too. Meanwhile, the battle between Trajang Fum and Xi Cha has reached a confusing point. This kid's sword energy is incredibly sharp, after 1,000 years of seclusion. When did a talent like this emerge? Just as he was about to strike again, Fai Xiaoqi appeared with some sharp words. Xi Cha, who has not seen anyone in 1,000 years, has not improved at all. Instead, he seems to be retreating a bit, seeing a colleague. Xi Cha frowned tightly. Kim Tu Quan. A Fai 18 Quan. You guys are here too. Of course. I won't miss the chance to mock him. The big guy just wanted to enjoy the spectacle, but did not expect you could not even handle a kid. Making Zech Hecha furious enough to scream without caring about his dignity. This kid is really strong. If you are so confident, hurry up and take action. Kim Zlu, who was holding the position, did not want to waste too much time on this. You two, let us join forces. Don't forget why we are here. Unless you want the news here to not get out. Meanwhile, Trandring Fum had already lost patience with their chit-chat. How long are you old guys going to keep talking? My time is precious. Indeed. Such provocative words worked like a charm, successfully making Fai Saicha rush. What an arrogant kid with powerful sword skills. He swung his hand and knocked you away effortlessly, facing 3 celestial warriors. Do you still dare to be so arrogant? Unfortunately, your influence does not even register a bit. The Kimyu gritted his teeth in disbelief. When did this kid switch positions? However, before they could react, Trotring Fum's clones filled the entire area. Seeing this, Sichao was shocked by this transformation technique of his. What kind of celestial art is this? It is making it impossible for our celestial warriors to distinguish between real and fake. Han Diep then, standing outside the battle, could not help but be astonished and furious. When did Tragong Fum reach such a level of power? Those others are truly useless. Seeing the balance of the battle tipping early to one side, she snorted coldly and left the place. Forget it. I did not expect anything from these celestial warriors. With the army arriving, let us directly destroy the Thean Vine continent. As soon as she finished speaking, a large number of massive airships flew in. The soldiers on board, even though they were human, clearly had no good intentions. The entire army is attacking to destroy the Then Ven continent, allowing no living being to escape. At the same time, Seche continuously unleashed his fire spells. They were just illusions, easily wiped out. Even Kim Ju quickly joined the fight with a flurry of sword energy. Tradering Fum, your abilities are impressive. But now you are trapped here with us. How do you plan to protect the Thin Vein continent? Fai H and his divine beast are not easy to provoke either. Tradering Fum, the army has arrived. Let us see how long the formation left by Zai Lung Utu can hold. I am curious to see what you will do now. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, you remain safe and sound. Declaring, 3 celestial warriors. How do you know this is all the tricks I have prepared for you? He did not bother to care and hurriedly urged. No matter what this kid says, our task is to trap him. And since you have made a righteous declaration, both young masters want to clear you 3 out for the alliance of the immortals. Then give the order to Tong Yun. Old Tong will send the signal. And I will take care of these 3 old geezers. Of course. He would respond respectfully without a word of dissent. Yep. Obeying the order of the island master. Hein Ziep felt furious seeing the light from the island shattering the warships. What other tricks does Trong Phim have up his sleeve? Damn it. The subordinate quickly spoke up to reassure. Demon Lord, do not worry. We have mobilized warships from many realms. A small world like the Thin Vein continent absolutely can't stop us. However, she still felt uneasy. Tradrang Fum was so confident. He must have a solid backup plan. Just then, the space gate above suddenly ripped open, and a series of massive ships rushed out, causing Hong Kathethon to exclaim. Isn't this the kind of thing that would surprise Hein P? Isn't the Vienna Nai immortal realm busy dealing with the aftermath? Why are they here? Not giving them a chance to counterattack. She immediately ordered, you immediately lead a fleet to block the people from the Vienna Nia immortal realm. The others. I will command to fully attack the Thean Veining continent. But at this moment, Hongka became terrified and trembled. Demon Lord. I am afraid we need to think about how to break the siege. The cause of his state was due to a similar appearance on the left. Again from the Thaji Su Thin. The scene before them left Hai Wiepi and her subordinates stunned. Why were the ships of the Chu Telesi immortal realm and the Thunder Wind warships here? With so many people arriving, she had no other strategy left. Retreat. Immediately break through the encirclement, regardless of the others. At the same time, Xichao was still in combat. Tradering Fum, We have eliminated all your illusions. Let us see where you can hide. However, before the old man's sword could touch him, a blinding light suddenly burst out. These three celestial generals really are shameless, taking advantage of their numbers to bully the weak. Amid the fierce force, he appeared confidently, looking around. Just as I have never fought a celestial general before, let me test the skills of your old man. Upon seeing him, Sichihar frowned and questioned. Dung, a genius from the southern polar heaven. Why are people from the southern polar heaven here? Yet, all he received in return was disdain. What does the southern polar heaven have to do with you? Anyway, it is still better than your trash. Just then, from a distance, Akim Uchi-Ichu rushed in to assist, saying, Xichishaya, do not rot. This heavenly being is here to help you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword shot in like lightning, forcing him to stop in his tracks. Unable to take another step, Kevin looked down at him with anger. Kim Tu-Kwan, I did not expect an old senior like you to have fallen as well. Upon seeing her, he recognized her immediately. The Venani Heavenly Realm, disciples of the Butch Venin Emperor. I did not expect you to be here too. At that moment, Nemsia rode in on a fire phoenix, tearing through the wind as she emerged from behind. This heavenly being, let me see what you are capable of. Let us see what you old geezers can do. Exihar rolled his eyes and silently counted. The Venani Heavenly Realm, Southern Polar Heaven, Zuka Heavenly Realm, and the Upper Nine Heavens Heavenly Realm all came here. At this moment, Tratrong Fum smiled back at the old man, saying, you three heavenly beings should be worried. This is the backup I prepared for you. Looking at his group with suspicion, Kim Zhu growled, you have already contacted the people from the three great heavenly realms, waiting for us to arrive. He casually rested his sword on his shoulder and frowned in rebuttal. I knew about the Long Taiyu Emperor's inheritance. I am already a thorn in your eyes. So why would not I prepare a little more? Then, with a dismissive expression, he raised an eyebrow. How would you know the significance of achieving enlightenment? Suddenly, Kei-Ven turned his head back, suggesting, Trading Fum, let me and Nexi handle these three heavenly beings. You go deal with other matters. At that time, Nxi also waved her hand and shouted loudly, Trading Fum, I have talked to the elders at home. They will cooperate with you to sweep out these traitorous devils colluding with the heavenly realm. Not to be outdone, Tidung quickly chimed in cheerfully. Brother Tridong, just leave it to me. My sex elders are also very happy. Without your plan this time, we would not have a way to lure out the traitors. Watching his back gradually fade away, Exikha gritted his teeth in resentment. I did not expect that we would be the ones schemed against. Kim Yu raised his blade high and lamented. After tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation, violating my original intent in pursuit of the Tao and falling onto the demonic path, I never expected to end up in this situation. It is truly karma. As Trundring Fum departed, powerful auras erupted from behind, signaling the start of a fierce battle. Watching the dragons coiling around the island, Trundring Fum silently thought, it has been a long time since I fully unleashed the power of the undefeated sword realm. Now's a good time to test it out. A thought flashed, and he immediately employed the illusion secret technique to execute the ultimate skill, sword realm clones. As he raised his sword high, countless clones appeared simultaneously, swinging their swords to strike at the fierce beasts. Watch how I break this formation. In an instant, waves of sword light crashed down, tearing the beast apart. The demon stood frozen, watching the fierce beast being obliterated. Butch Sung exclaimed in panic, this is bad. Our formation has been shattered. At that moment, the Tinom pointed towards the chaotic battle. Right now, His Highness is completely suppressed by the human emperor. There is no way to maintain the formation. What should we do? From the top of the tower, Decicot rushed out, looking tense. What do we do now? That human brat has long set up an army waiting for us. And of course, he is just running away now. Witnessing this, Butch Sung gritted his teeth in anger. These humans are truly untrustworthy. I feel completely deceived. I will never cooperate with them again. After saying that, the three of them hurriedly fled, causing the demons below to panic and scream. Are the great dukes running away? We have failed. We have been tricked. In the heat of battle, Trong Fum was surprised to see his clones suddenly return. What is going on? As the smoke cleared, he immediately saw the demons searching for a way to retreat. No wonder the demons abandoned their subordinates and allies to flee without hesitation. Not letting them escape, he swung his sword. But in the Tian Venin continent, this is not a place you can just come and go as you please. A flash of light slashed off a white hand. Trading Fum. Remember this. The wrath of our great king. To this threat, he felt indifferent. Just a hint of helplessness. Unfortunately, the forces here in Shinvan are still insufficient. Otherwise, I definitely would not let them escape like this. He then looked up at the fierce confrontation between Lung Utu and Ninggu Ye, quickly flying to stand next to his position. You two, your fate has been sealed from the start. The Tianven continent is your grave. Seeing Trong Fum, Siu Deng felt humiliated, not expecting to end up in this situation at the hands of a junior like him. In response, a Trong Fum showed disdain. When you fall, you should know what your fate will be. Suddenly, he became quiet and recounted his past. He came from humble beginnings. Although he was fortunate to receive a legacy, his talent was limited, ultimately stopping at sage level, never reaching the emperor realm. Watching this self-pitying scene made Trong Fum wonder, why is this old man suddenly saying this? Just as he was recounting, the man unexpectedly roared in anger. But Trong Fum, Lung Taiyu, even if I perish here today, I won't let you live easily. As he spoke, Siu Deng radiated fierce energy with veins bulging on his face. Your Highness, let me give you a chance. Feeling that aggressive aura, Lung Taiyu tightened his grip on the Lu Yen and assessed the situation. It seems Siu Deng has used some forbidden technique. Its power is immense, but the cost must be significant. Then he glanced over to remind him. Zhang Fan, be careful. The secret technique of the immortal sovereign from tens of thousands of years ago, though rarely used in real combat, is far beyond imagination in power and divine law. Immediately, Zhu Yang charged forward with a swirling cloud of poison, shouting, Lang Tiao, Zhang Fan, I did not hide for 10,000 years just to do nothing. Then he unleashed all his strength in a furious attack towards them. As the force surged, Lang Tiao firmly braced himself with both hands. Zhu Yang, your secret technique is indeed impressive. I am afraid only a few among the 33 heavens can defeat you. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fan could only silently feel at a loss for words. I remember the Emperor warned not to underestimate others. And now it has turned out like this. Emperor, did you say that just to show off like this now? Seeing Lang Qiu not retaliate but instead calmly endure, Zhu Yang grew even angrier. Lang Tiao, are you mocking me? With that, he continued to unleash the power of his fury, while Lang Tiao calmly responded. I sincerely commend you. A shield was immediately formed to block the attack, accompanied by heartfelt words. Finally, after 30,000 years, I can see this secret technique, so different from when I was alive. Casually deflecting the strike, Lang Tiao solemnly declared, but Zhu Yang, do you know who stands before you? Even though we are both celestial emperors, at that time, Lang Xiao was at the top. Hearing this, the idol in Zhang Fan's heart collapsed completely. Indeed, Emperor, your image in my heart has been utterly destroyed. I never expected you to be such an emperor. Zhu Yang cursed in anger. Damn it. Is the gap between me and you really this vast? Lang Tiao did not care about competition, but rather superiority. It was not a matter of size. It was the difference between ants and dragons. This statement was like directly trampling Zhu Yang into the mud. You have completely driven me to despair. I will offer everything to the demon god. The spiritual energy surrounding him made Zhang Fan gasp. This black flame is truly terrifying. At this moment, Zhu Yang had completely transformed into a white skull. Lang Tiao, look at me. I will forever fall into the demon abyss and wish to perish alongside you. Then he turned to order New Day. I will hold off the Emperor Lang Tiao. You need to kill that brat. He confidently accepted the mission. Don't worry. You have risked everything. I will definitely kill that brat. With that, New Day charged towards Zhang Fan. But he easily broke through. The shockwave from the strike sent both of them flying back. Yet New Day still taunted. Brat, your strength is indeed remarkable. It seems my little brother did not underestimate you. Today, I must take revenge for him. In the battle on the other side, Zhu Yang's spiritual energy slowly wrapped around the target. Lang Tiao, come here. Come taste my demonic energy. You have been up there too long. It is time to experience the taste of hell. Lang Qiao did not give him a chance to touch him and immediately retreated. However, he had underestimated his opponent. His hand was corroded by that flame. And this purest demonic energy could indeed contaminate everything. At the same time, New Dai summoned a black flame similar to his allies. Good. Today I will show you the respect you deserve. Let you see my secret dark realm. And then bow your head to the sky in reverence. Great Demon Lord, I beseech you for your blessing. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to mutate. This change made Zhang Fan feel disgusted. Unexpectedly, a head sprouted. And the aura was terrifying. The two beside him, Kuai Wen, could not help but feel awed. The demonic energy above was overwhelming. And the atmosphere was truly frightening. Unsure how to fight, even Ling Tiao found the situation somewhat difficult. Zhang Fan, you should go first. Their aura is too sinister. It might be harmful to you. I will handle them. But New Day would not let him escape so easily. He could not get away. At that moment, Zhu Yang transformed again and shouted. Ling Tiao, your opponent is me. Zhang Fan had no desire to seek death. Quickly taking flight on his sword to leave the battle. In that case, I will let the Emperor run. New Day pointed at him and executed his ultimate move. Demonic Clan's secret technique. Bind him for me. Zhang Fan was frozen in place. Just like a doll with its string cut. Why can't my body move? Seeing his plan succeed, New Day leapt forward to strike at his opponent. At this critical moment, Zhang Fan had no choice but to split himself in two. The unfortunate main body took the full brunt of Niu Dai's attack, and was instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces. Even so, Zhang Fan still had not escaped Niu Dai's binding technique. He did not pause for a second and turned toward him. Just then, Zhang Fan furrowed his brows and shouted, "Ah, break for me." He successfully regained control of his body, drawing his sword to slash across his opponent's chest. This situation left Niu Dai unable to believe his eyes. "What? You can break my secret technique?" The battle on the other side was gradually reaching a conclusion. Ling Qiao merely needed one strike to blow a hole in Zhu Yang's skull, killing him before fully dissipating. He desperately screamed, "I refuse to die like this." Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Fan shattered Niu Dai's confidence. "And now it was your turn," but he was quite perceptive, quickly turning and fleeing. "This king wants to leave. No one can stop me." Ling Tiao did not participate in that fight, only providing a little support. "Zhang Fan, I will pass you a sword, the Chu Demon Sword." That secret technique seemed to have a life of its own, automatically merging into Zhang Fan's consciousness. Once gifted, why would not he use it? He raised the weapon high and shouted, "Celestial demons are distant but chosen." Then he concentrated power and slashed down. A brilliant energy stream immediately caught up with the target, startling Niu Dai into a scream. "What?" And then he followed his allies and quickly vanished, leaving only the echo of his furious howl. This result made Zhang Fan smile with satisfaction. That strike truly had power. Suddenly, Ling Tiao anxiously called out, "Zhang Fan, hurry and fly over on your sword to ask." "A great emperor, are you okay?" He then delivered some not so good news. "Zhang Fan, my shadow won't last much longer." Zhang Fan sighed. "The emperor." Lang Tiao patted his shoulder firmly and advised, "You are my successor. There are some things you can't escape. Today, the world faces a great calamity, and you must increase your cultivation to survive in this chaotic time." Zhang Fan nodded seriously. "I understand." Then Lang Qiao gifted him one last present. "I am about to enter the sleeping state of the Lang Qiao Emperor Sword. In the future, when great disaster approaches, it can help you unleash the flying immortal first sword." He looked in amazement at the brilliant golden power wrapping around the weapon in his hand. The flying immortal first sword of the Emperor. At that moment, everyone around burst into joy. "We won. We have protected the Tianvan continent," Zhang Fan declared loudly to everyone. "Although we have achieved victory this time, when will the enemy attack next? It is hard to say." Below, Kaivan Man raised the current concerns, stating, "There are 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against a thief. We need to think of a solution." Tong Van stroked his beard and sighed. "The 9 underworlds and the Taixu demons are hard to guard against. They possess overwhelming battle power. What can we do? We are just a small world of immortals, lacking the resources to resist them." At that moment, Zhang Fan confidently broke the heavy atmosphere. "I might have a solution," Ngok Lian asked curiously. "What is it?" But he did not answer immediately. "You two keep working. Let me think for a moment." After returning, Zhang Fan began to use his heaven-defying abilities. System. If the sword domain is fixed in the Tianvan continent, is there a way to cover the entire Tianvan continent with the sword domain? He calculated for a moment and replied, "To expand the undefeated sword domain to cover the entire Tianvan continent, there is only one method." He hurriedly asked, "What method?" The blue text from the system answered, "Find enough sword Kai stones and arrange the innate sword array to complete it." However, this unfamiliar vocabulary made Zhang Fan stroke his chin. "So stone. I have never heard of this. But having a method is good enough." Suddenly, Kai Van appeared out of nowhere. Zhang Fan. He was as happy as if he would struck gold. "You came at the right time. I have something to ask you," she replied in confusion. "What is it?" Zhang Fan got straight to the point. "So stone. Have you heard of them?" Kai Van recalled its form and explained. "So stone. This is also rarely seen, even considered extremely rare." However, this gave Zhang Fan a glimmer of hope. "Do you know where to find them?" She shared everything she knew, saying that sword Kai stones only existed in the sword Tum. The situation became increasingly unclear for Zhang Fan. "Where is the sword Tum?" Kai Van did not answer but shifted the topic. "No matter why you are searching for sword Kai stones, I do not hope you go to the sword Tum." Her evasive attitude made him uncomfortable. Whether to go or not, we will talk about that later. First, Kai Van, tell me where it is. She could only sigh and continue. "It is in the chaotic flow of the star field, not far from the Van Nin immortal realm. I came here to say goodbye. Or will you come back with me?" Zhang Fan agreed without hesitation. "All right. Let us set off immediately." Before long, the group moved closer to their target. With just an hour left to reach the grave site, Nua kept trying to dissuade him. "Zhang Fan, you really should not go to the grave site." Tudung added her explanation to persuade him further. "I remember the elders in our family taught us not to approach the grave site because it is a forbidden area." But Zhang Fan remained stubborn. "You all advise me against it. But I just want to take a look. If it is not feasible, I won't force it." A moment later, a fleet of spaceships suddenly appeared on the opposite side. "You need to stop." Nuoka frowned in annoyance. What is going on? This place is usually deserted. Why is it so lively today? Kaivan observed and made a guess. These people seem to be celestial soldiers on patrol established by the 9 major immortal realms. What were they doing here? The opposing side continued to announce that this area was sealed off, and ordered everyone to leave quickly. Hearing this, Tuksung quickly asked, "Man, brother, why is this place sealed off?" The celestial soldiers did not hide anything, explaining that this area would soon become a training ground for the youth of the 9 major immortal realms, and it was being sealed for renovation. This news wrapped a layer of fog around Nuuk Hess group. When did the grave site become a training ground? Tudung rubbed her chin in surprise. It seemed a lot had happened while they were away. Finally, Kaivan stepped forward to suggest, "Zhang Fan, let us return to Van Nine Immortal Realm first to investigate what is going on. It is not too late to come back later." He calmly agreed. Sounds good. A moment later, the two landed at Bichtiu sect, greeted by the group of disciples. Sister Yuan. Greetings, Sister Yuan. Kaivan updated his friend. Zhang Fan. I have heard about it. This time, the grave site is serving as a training ground for the youth of the 9 major immortal realms. After the disappearance of the miraculous flower immortal emperor, the other 8 immortal emperors made this decision together. However, he still could not understand why they chose such a dangerous place like the grave site. Regarding this issue, Kaivan could guess the reason. Many people know that the grave site is the burial place of countless sword masters and divine swords. While it is dangerous, it also holds great opportunities. At this point, Zhang Fan began to realize their purpose. The 8 immortal emperors wanted to strengthen the younger generation's power. Kaivan crossed his arms, confirming this statement. It would rapidly enhance everyone's strength. The immortal emperors sensed that a great calamity was about to occur, and the future situation was far from optimistic. At this moment, Zhang Fan mentioned his own situation. Can I enter the grave site? She had already arranged it for him. I have requested permission. The Bichtiu Immortal Emperor allowed him to enter the grave site under the name of Van Nien Immortal Realm. Zhang Fan happily clasped his hands in gratitude. Then I must thank the Bichtiu Immortal Emperor. Kaivan showed no expression, slowly reminding him. This time the grave site will undergo renovation by the combined efforts of the 8 immortal emperors. The level of danger will be significantly reduced, but care should not be neglected. He obediently replied. Understood. Kaivan reminded his friend once more. Zhang Fan, are you ready? We are entering the teleportation, and will be directly transported inside the sword tomb. You are gripping your hands in excitement, unable to wait any longer. Seeing this, she quickly activated the talisman. Di Hong stood upstairs, watching their figures. For this treasure hunt, hopefully, they can achieve their goal. Otherwise, many worlds will be in danger. He turned to ask Butch Vian for her opinion. Is it really possible to find that item in the sword tomb? He only gave a vague answer, unsure if that item had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. But it might be in the sword tomb. As soon as Trarongfam arrived, he looked around, trying to stay warm. Is this really the sword tomb? Kaveen smiled teasingly. Isn't it different from what you imagined? You reached out to catch the bird flying over and expressed your thoughts. I thought the sword tomb would be a dark place, filled with a murderous atmosphere. But who knew it was full of singing birds and fragrant flowers? Kaveen seriously repeated. Don't he be tempted by the appearance of this place. Every spot here is filled with danger. Trarongfam ignored her words. Let us go outside and take a look first. They had not taken a few steps when they encountered the first mutated creature. Be careful. Even though Trarongfam quickly swung his sword at them, both were still knocked back by the shockwave. You tightened your grip on the trembling weapon in your hand and remarked, no wonder this sword tomb of the Xiang Yu radiates such a strong sword aura. Even I got cut. It is truly hard to guard against. At that moment, Kavin reminded him in a low voice. Don't he get distracted. Here it comes again. Trarongfam bravely charged towards the target. Step back. Let me gather strength to slice off a few of the Yang Yu's tentacles. Then, you confidently jump back to your original spot. But before you could celebrate, Kavin interrupted. Trarongfam. Do you see what is behind you? You turned around to see the cut branches from earlier reconnecting. What is this? It seems this time the Xiang Yu is even more abundant in spiritual power. It simultaneously extended its tentacles towards Kavin, causing both to be thrown backward. Trarongfam anxiously observed the opponent. The sword aura of the Xiang Yu was stronger than before. Kavin also speculated that perhaps when you used sword aura to cut it, you were actually enhancing its power, making it even stronger. After hearing this, you felt it made sense. The way you said it, it really did seem possible. Then, Trarongfam struck a blow at the Xiang Yu. To verify this, a second later, you exclaimed in shock. Indeed. It absorbed your attack. This is troublesome. If I hit it, once hit it just grows stronger. Even Kavin looks helpless. What to do now? If I can fight back, the only option left is to run. Fortunately, the two of them managed to escape into the forest. Trarongfam wiped the sweat off his brow, reflecting, no wonder this place is a great danger. All the creatures here radiate sword aura and can absorb it to grow stronger. It is truly designed to counter me, so Kaivan suggested. Next, I will take action. I do not cultivate sword techniques, so they can't absorb my attacks. At this point, you noticed something unusual. Why had not you seen the others find Tiksung and Uluanu Sihiati to deal with? Kaivan frowned and delivered some bad news. The treasure hunting world may expand and contract, but right now, it seems to be at its largest, comparable to a small world. We need to search for others. Suddenly, a bright pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, interrupting their conversation. What is that? Truong Pham immediately rushed towards it, explaining to Kaivan that it was the aura of sword energy. Let us check it out. When they arrived at the source of the energy pillar, Truong Pham was astonished to see an egg with such powerful sword energy. This egg was not ordinary. Before they could get closer, they were halted by Chu Hong raising a hand. You stop right there. We found this first. Kaivan clasped his hands in greeting. This senior brother. I am Vien Kaivan from the Van Nien fairy realm. May I ask what this is? Bach Lam politely responded, revealing herself to be a famous fairy. We come from the Zuku fairy realm. Then Trantu elaborated for Truong Pham and Kaivan, explaining that this was a newly laid sword dragon egg, and if brought back and hatched, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Upon hearing this, Kaivan was taken aback. If it was a newly laid egg, where was the sword dragon? As far as I know, sword dragons are high-level beasts and extremely dangerous. Chu Hong wore a proud smile. After laying the egg, the sword dragon would need to replenish its sword energy, so it probably would not return in a moment. We will take its egg. Bach Lam glanced at the precious item and added, but right now, the energy on the egg is too strong. We need to wait for it to dissipate a bit. Trantu was less polite than her companions, straightforwardly urging them. You two should leave quickly. We need to get to business. But Kaivan did not respond. Instead, he pointed behind them in confusion. A gigantic monster was roaring and stomping closer. Chu Hong shouted in fear. This is back. The sword dragon is back. Just one stomp from it sent the group scattering. It was coming back for the egg, so they needed to get out of the way. Kaivan also did not want to get involved in this mess. This beast is too dangerous. But Truong Pham was like a child demanding, I want that egg. She quickly cut off that thought. Truong Pham. That sword dragon could kill all 10 of us. Yet you are still stubborn. I feel like that egg might bring me some fortune. And the group led by Chu Hong, with similar thoughts, rushed in with swords to confront the beast. Truong Pham and Kaivan quickly hid behind a tree to watch the situation unfold. On the other side, the sword dragon sent the 3 of them flying backward with just one charge. Chu Hong landed and quickly assigned tasks. Trantu, you go steal the egg. The 2 of us will distract this beast. Then they all rushed in to create a bloody path, fighting the beast to the death, while Trantu seized the chance to dash for the treasure. Meanwhile, Truong Pham had taken on the role of commentator, completely outmatched, yet still daring to steal the egg. These 3 had some guts. Thanks to the plan du Klai Kich Tai, Trantu successfully snatched the egg. Got it. Chu Hong hurriedly shouted. Fall back. Kaivan sighed as he watched them scatter. What is going on? They have taken the egg. Truong Pham rushed out from behind the tree, following them. They can't handle the dragon beast. They are just asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Trun Ti was running away while shouting. Think of something. We can't shake this beast off. Bach Lam, feeling a bit exhausted, suggested, maybe we should give it the egg, but was immediately scolded by Chu Hong. No way. Even if we give it back, it won't let us go. Suddenly, the dragon beast stomped down hard, causing them to fall. Watch out. My egg. The blue egg rolled right to where Trun Pham was standing. He picked it up and reflected. It fell right at my feet. What a coincidence. My luck is incredible. Seeing this, Trun rushed over, yelling, that is ours. Give it back. Unexpectedly, Truong Pham calmly replied, fine. I will give it back. But she caught the egg with uncertainty. Trun Ti stood there, mumbling. How did he really give it back? Bach Lam, panicking from behind, shouted. Trun Ti. Watch out. She did not see it coming and could not dodge in time. Receiving a blow to the side, the egg rolled again, heading towards Truong Pham. What a coincidence. It is coming back again. This time, it was Chu Hong demanding it back. You give it to me. He started, but Trun Pham had already thrown the egg over. Here. Take it. Chu Hong stammered in panic. I want it. Unfortunately, just as he touched it, the dragon beast stomped down. He was sent flying backward. You bastard. The blue egg bounced up again. Then it found its way right back to Truong Pham's feet. Kevin could not help but be amazed. This is not a joke. Why does the dragon egg always come back to you? He casually accepted that this might be fate. After picking it up, he turned to Bach Lam. Do you want it? If you want it, I will give it to you. He waved his hands in a panic. I do not need it. Whoever takes it, I am not interested. At this moment, Trundling Fum pressed forward. You do not want it. Then can I have it? Bachalam hurriedly pushed the troublesome item away. We do not want it. You take the dragon egg and go quickly. Then he turned and ran. Let us hide. Van could not understand this action. You are too impulsive. What is the point of taking the egg? We can't escape. Chu Hong frowned, questioning the situation. That dragon egg is what we worked hard to find. Why would you give it to him? Bachalam tiredly replied. If we do not give it to him, do you think we can keep it? Just as expected. The dragon beast quickly changed direction, shocking everyone. We really can't defend ourselves. This beast is too powerful, and the end result will be our deaths. Suddenly, Bachalam clenched his fists confidently. Don't worry. That kid won't keep the dragon egg. Sooner or later, the dragon beast will kill him. On the other side, Ven was running while asking his companions. This dragon beast was relentless in its pursuit. We have been running around for so long. What now? Zhang Fan, you smiled reassuringly at her. Chasing and attacking is the way to go. We have a plan. Then lead the way and fly with me. Kuai Wen could not help but be curious. Where to? As soon as she took off, a giant foot of the beast stomped down. Hurry up. Find the sword dragon and chase it. After a while, Zhang Fan landed and announced. We are here. Right at this spot. Move forward. Kuai Wen started to guess his intention. This is the area full of the vine beasts we just escaped from. You want to use the vine beasts to escape the sword dragon. Zhang Fan smiled as he maneuvered through the plants. Being smart and careful underfoot, the sword dragon followed closely. Immediately attacked by the vine beasts, Kuai Wen cheered happily. We did it. I can't believe you thought of this method. Clever. Then the two quickly took off, running far away. Those vine beasts could not contain the sword dragon for long. After a while, Zhang Fan spoke up. Let us stop here. Kuai Wen was still curious, asking, what will you do with this egg? He explained while drooling. Of course. We are going to eat it. Garlic and spices are up to your choice. Before he could decide how to cook it, the group led by Chu Hong interrupted. Aren't you all supposed to be dead? Kuai Wen exclaimed in surprise. How did these three catch up so quickly? He did not bother to reply and switched to the main issue. If you are not dead, hand over the egg. Isn't this ridiculous? Zhang Fan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. He angrily pointed at the item in his hand. Do you have no shame? This egg clearly belongs to you. Bai Lan started to speak defiantly. Just now it was a desperate situation. We do not want to give it up now. Hand it over. Kuwen shouted angrily. I have seen shamelessness before, but not like yours. Tranzai sneered with disdain. Fairy, do not meddle in others' affairs. Or in this sword tomb, life and death are unpredictable. Kuai Wen is not someone to be bullied easily. You better draw your weapon quickly. Let us fight. This attitude made Chu Hong feel insulted, preferring to drink a punishment drink rather than a new one. Then let them have their way. Zhang Fan is no pushover either. Get lost. With one blow, he sent him flying. What? Bai Lan immediately held him back. This kid is surprisingly strong. A bit beyond my expectations. Just then, Tranzi loudly suggested. Use the triple talent formation to kill him. And he quickly agreed. Good idea. The three of them moved into position, their voices growing more confident. Quick fight. Kid. This time you can't stop us. Kuai Wen recognized the technique they were using and turned to warn. Be careful. This is the famous triple talent formation. Their power can be concentrated on one person. Very potent. I did not expect them to bring out this ancient formation. However, this only excited Zhang Fan more. Interesting. Kill. Let me experience the triple talent formation a bit. He swung a test strike before believing it. We have really been blocked. Chu Hong inside felt incredibly pleased. Kid. You are underestimating us. Then he said something with a heavy implication. Next comes the surprise. He cleared his throat and shouted loudly to explode. The green power quickly radiated out, sending the two of them flying back several meters. This is not good. Zhang Fan worriedly supported his teammate. Kuai Wen, are you okay? I am trying to hold on. This formation is not easy to break. So he decided to use the best strategy. It seems this formation is not suitable for a direct attack. Let us get out of here first. However, Bai Lin had realized their intention. He. Run away. Let me see where you can go. A moment later, Zhang Fan and the others stopped. It seemed they were no longer chasing them. Then a detestable voice contradicted that. Really? He turned around in shock. What happened that they were chasing so accurately? There is a problem. Chu Huang swung his blade, hitting Kai Wen's back, trapping her and causing her to scream in pain. Zhang Fan hurriedly grabbed her hand and sped up. Run fast. This formation amplifies our strength far beyond ours. After a while, Kuai Wen tiredly shouted. Zhang Fan. Continuing like this is not the way. They have a way to track us. At this point, he carefully examined the object in his hand, realizing this egg might be the issue. It was the only thing we had with them. Kuai Wen suggested using her spiritual power to check it. After a sight, she announced. It is a tracking formation. They actually left a formation on the egg. No wonder they can always find us. Zhang Fan hurriedly asked back. Can it be destroyed? Kuai Wen confidently smirked. Easy. Then she waved her hand. And the egg immediately changed. After handling the tracking issue, the two of them started their plan. Let us find a place to hide. This time they won T find us. Then they reached a pretty good spot. This cave was not bad. Zhang Fan took the initiative to go inside and eliminate all the magical beasts. Then lightly landed and announced, "We can stay here. Apart from small magical beasts, there are no strong ones around. It is very safe." Kuai Wen nodded in agreement. "We will fix things right here." When she saw Zhang Fan starting a fire, she could not believe it and asked again, "Are you really going to roast it?" He leaned on his hand, looking very casual. "First, those three can always track us. Even if they do not come, there is the sword dragon beast they carry. It is a disaster." Zhang Fan smiled and added, "Second, I always feel this egg can bring us some opportunity." Kuai Wen did not stop him from doing anything. "Then, if that is the case, I will go enjoy the breeze." Zhang Fan replied sincerely, "Thanks." After a while, he held the egg and called out to his friend, Kuai Wen, "It is, we can eat it now." But she waved her hand in refusal. "I am not eating. You feel this egg has a connection with you. Just eat it." However, Zhang Fan stubbornly scooped some onto a plate and handed it over. "It is, just take a bite." Tasted it. Kuai Wen felt it was awkward to refuse again. "All right." As she touched it, a dazzling surge of spiritual energy shot out. That sound startled Trendrafum. "What is going on?" Kei Van was still in shock, not expecting that after cooking the egg, it still contained an incredibly strong sword energy, making it impossible to eat. Hearing this, he hurriedly grabbed a piece and put it in his mouth. Just a small bite caused golden spiritual energy to immediately wrap around Trendrafum's body. Kei Van curiously asked, "How?" He happily clenched his fists. "The sword energy in my body is enough to neutralize the sword energy inside the egg. Then there is nothing to worry about." Kei Van then turned to leave. "Looks like I am not lucky enough to absorb it. This egg truly has a connection with you. Only you can eat it. I will keep watch for you outside." A minute and 30 seconds later, Trendrafum had devoured the last huge piece of the egg, and the spiritual energy erupted violently, shaking Kei Van sitting outside. "Trendrafum, are you okay?" he replied joyfully. "I am currently surrounded by sword energy. I am going through a transformation." Hearing this, she felt somewhat reassured. "It seemed you had indeed gained some fortune." Half an hour later, Trendrafum smiled and announced, "All the essence of the sword dragon beast has been absorbed by Tether." Kei Van could not help but be curious. What changes occurred? He did not answer right away but asked back, "Kei Van, do you remember the characteristics of all the beasts in the sword tomb?" Though it was a bit hard to understand, she still replied, "Of course. I know they can absorb sword energy to grow." Trendrafum raised both hands as if to affirm his words. "I feel like I have gained that kind of ability too." This astonished Kei Van. "Really? If so, then you are," but he cut her off. "Let us go outside and see." Suddenly, a group of beasts charged in from deep within the cave. Kei Van muttered, "No need to go outside anymore." Trendrafum was equally surprised. "So many rats. Are we in a rat's den?" She quickly stopped her friend's not-so-funny joke. "Come on. Do not just stand there. Do something." Trendrafum swiftly waved a dazzling sword. "Come on. Little cuties. Let me give you a loving hug." That gentle strike successfully knocked the rats away. And then a surge of purple energy surged into Trendrafum's body. "Ha! Just as I thought. The monsters I killed released sword energy, which I absorbed." Kei Van was also happy for him. "With that, enjoy the feast of slaughter. Thanks to this incredible skill." He quickly finished off the group of rats. "Finish it off for me." Kei Van walked over to check. "Killed them all. How does it feel?" Trendrafum sheathed his sword and replied, "Let us go outside. The beasts here are too weak. I could not gather much sword energy, but my sword energy is indeed quite condensed." At that moment, a massive shockwave hit, causing rocks to tumble everywhere. "What is happening?" The ground is shaking. From deep within the darkness, a crowned rat jumped out, causing Kei Van to exclaim in shock. A rat this big must be the beast king of this place. The trial king let out a grunt as a greeting, then launched an attack towards the two humans. Trendrafum deflected the blow while asking his teammate, "Kei Van, is that gem on this big guy's head the sword energy stone?" Even while dodging, she casually replied, "I did not notice until you mentioned it. The gem on this trial king's head is indeed the sword energy stone. It is really not in vain." I got the assurance I needed. Zhang Fan quickly swung his sword. "In that case, I am going to chop him down." He saw his move countered but did not get angry. "Not bad. Your claws are tough enough to block that." The current situation only fueled his excitement even more. "Now, let us see how sharp my sword energy is." A series of energy waves surged with Zhang Fan's actions. The Dragon 18 sword slashing, then intertwining, aiming straight for the neck of the Rat King. Zhang Fan calmly absorbed the sword energy from it. He is done for. Kuai Wen beside him could not help but wonder. "Zhang Fan, what was that Dragon 18 swords you just used? I have never seen you use it before." He adjusted his clothes and replied, "It is a sudden flash of inspiration. I just instinctively executed it. Still not perfected. Kuwen smiled and praised. The Dragon 18 Swords. I feel it is quite extraordinary. I hope to see you master it one day. Zhang Fan reached out to take the stone sword energy and replied. For sure. The item he just acquired sparkled in his hand, making Zhang Fan very pleased. I can sense the sword intent. Using this to set up a formation should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Kuwen came to ask Zhang Fan. How many pieces of stone sword energy do you need? I have no intention of hiding it. I need at least 18 pieces. With her keen insight, she deduced that these things were likely claimed by the Rat King as its own. Only by eliminating them could they obtain the sword energy. This matched Zhang Fan's thoughts perfectly. The monsters here were much stronger than outside. Plus there were imperial hares. So he needed to step up here and complete the sword tomb. The two of them boldly moved toward the cave entrance, ready to do so together. Moments later, they were met with a green meadow. The sword tomb is vast, and we have many places to explore. Just as they began, they encountered a swarm of killer bees. Zhang Fan stepped up to shield Kuwen, careful because the killer bees were notorious. Then he swung his sword in a line, ready to eliminate them. Just as he struck, a whole hive of killer bees surged from behind. This chilling sight made Kuwen hesitate. Why are there so many? He remained calm and reassured her. Don't panic. Let me cut a few lines of the sword towards them. The sword domain is unbeatable. Wipe them all out. But immediately, Zhang Fan was hit back so hard he coughed up blood in shock. Kuwen had to quickly support him. What is wrong with you? What happened to you? Only then did Zhang Fan confirm his intuition. Since entering here, I felt the sword domain was somewhat suppressed, so I could not unleash the invincible sword domain. This surprised her as well. Why is that? He quickly explained in detail. I can't use the sword domain that I have formed. The vast sword domain of the sword tomb suppresses me, preventing me from executing it. Seeing the swarm of killer bees closing in, Kuwen pulled him to run. Talk while we move. They were focused on discussing how to eliminate such a large swarm of killer bees without a sword realm. Besides, they were about to be caught up by them. In a moment of urgency, a Zhang Fan led the way to escape over there. Meanwhile, Bei Lin and Chen Zi were showing signs of frustration. Damn it. That kid ruined the formation on the egg. This time it will be hard to find him. If I see him, I will chop him into 8 pieces. Just then, someone cheerfully barged in. Hello everyone. He looked around. I think I heard his voice. Is it an illusion? Chu Huang immediately pointed it out. Not an illusion. Look over there. From the forest, Zhang Fan ran out as if very familiar. You three. It has been a while. I have missed you. Before the disaster struck, Bei Lin looked delighted as if he had struck gold. Great. He walked right into our trap. I see they have gone crazy. Let us eliminate them. Chen Zai even volunteered to show off her skills. Let me take them down. But Zhang Fan and Kuwen had already moved to the sides, turning back quickly, leaving her stunned with the swarm of killer bees. What? This was the moment she realized she had been set up, and Chen Zi could only stand frozen, crying for help, in a life and death situation. Bei Lin and Chu Huang decided to run for their lives. So this is what killer bees are like. Run. Run fast. At least Chu Huang had a bit of humanity left and looked back at Chen Zi, wondering what to do now. Bei Lin bluntly suggested he should go back to save her. But there were countless bees over there. But in the end, they had to leave her behind to face it alone. If I do not go, can I still come back? So you are saying we can only leave it to fate now? In the end, Chen Zi's fate had come to an end, and the two could only accept it as their burden. Chen Zi is dead. Damn Zhang Fan. I will definitely take his life. After the storm passed, Zhang Fan and Kuwen finally resurfaced from the water. The killer bees are all gone. We are safe now. As soon as they got to shore, someone asked, "What are you all doing?" She cautiously inquired. "Who are you?" It did not take long to learn the other person's name. Introducing himself, "I come from the Bliss Celestial Realm. My name is Yang Kai." This name made Kuwen's eyes widen. "I have heard of your little heavenly prince Yang Kai. You have a very golden reputation." He seemed modest. "It is just a false name. What were you two doing underwater?" Now Zhang Fan spoke up. "We will talk later." Once everything was clarified, Yang Kai nodded and commented, "So that is how it is. Do you want to deal with those killer bees?" Kuwen looked at him in doubt. "Do you have a plan?" A few minutes later, Zhang Fan pointed out, "Ahead is the territory of the killer bees." Yang Kai boldly stepped forward. "Let us go take care of them." But he hesitated because he was not fully assured. "Wait. Do you really have a plan? This is not a joke," he insisted confidently. "Don't worry. I am their nemesis," Kuwen concluded. This guy is surprisingly confident. Not long after, Zhang Fan completed the decoy mission. "Hurry up. The killer bee is coming." Duong Kai immediately unleashed his spiritual energy. "Get out of the way." A whirlwind formed with his loud shout. The 3 flames of true fire. While you were still staring behind. Damn it. Kai Van was astonished. This is true fire. Duong Kai is truly amazing. No wonder he is called the Little King. Zhang Fan beside him agreed. Bees are most afraid of fire. Who would have thought Duong Kai just happens to counter them? At this moment, she began to doubt, but did not know what Duong Kai's real intention. While he was breathing a sigh of relief, Kaivan did not hesitate to ask, Duong Kai, why are you helping us? Duong Kai straightforwardly replied, because I want to drink royal jelly. Hearing this, she hesitated for a moment, but also acknowledged that this was a good reason. Zhang Fang Sufeng led the way. The hive is right ahead. Everyone be careful. Seeing the thing hanging on the tree, Kaivan could not help but exclaim, huge, like a small mountain. Meanwhile, Duong Kai was extremely eager. Let us go. I can smell the royal jelly. Once inside, she was still in shock. The giant hive felt like walking inside a large cave. Welcoming them was a ferocious worker bee. Duong Kai immediately warned, be careful. That is a worker bee. He tried to destroy it but failed. What? Fire does not work, Kaivan reminded. Be careful and move aside. It was Zhang Fan's turn to act, using his sword to slash at the worker bee. While Duong Kai's legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. You scared me to death. Thank you, brother. He was currently absorbing its spiritual energy. The sword energy of the worker bee was much denser than that of the same level of monster. At this moment, he vaguely guessed, you are a sword cultivator, but your sword style is a bit special. Zhang Fan was handling the second worker bee with one hand. What is so special? Aren't they all one person? One sword. Duong Kai explained clearly. Compared to ordinary sword cultivators, his sword energy and sword techniques were more refined. Before long, he and everyone had arrived at the Royal Jelly Lake. Once there, he eagerly opened the first batch. It smells so good. This must be royal jelly. I am not going to be polite. This is something great to aid in cultivation. Before he could take a sip, Duong Kai had to spit out blood. Damn it. The royal jelly has such a dense sword energy. Kaivan crossed her arms with a look of regret. This royal jelly can only be encountered but not sought after. Do we not have the fortune to absorb it? Feeling a bit unwilling. Hearing this, he sighed in disappointment. At this moment, Zhang Fan showcased his extraordinary talent. Let me give it a try. He handed a cup of royal jelly to Duong Kai. You try drinking it. But he seemed a bit doubtful. Is it real or fake? Don't fool me. You take a little and it will lose its sword energy. Forget it. So it was snatched away by Kaivan in confusion. Why so much nonsense? If you want tea, drink it. I will. It is. The sword energy really has been dispelled. Thanks to it, she felt her spiritual power more abundant than ever. The scene is broken. It is just a cup of royal jelly. Something too precious. Seeing this, Duong Kai immediately turned his face. Enough. Big bro. Trading Fum. Hurry up and dispel the sword energy for me. A trying Fum chuckled with delight. Just a moment ago he was a brother. Now he is a big bro. Ha. For a man like him, what does honor even matter at this point? Foster father, please accept me as one. This move left you helpless too. You are at your wit's end. Are not you? Finally, Duong Kai fulfilled his wish. The scene is broken. I am broken. A sudden attack flew in. Luckily Traneng Fum detected it in time and was cautious. In front of them was an incredibly fierce queen bee. Kevin was stunned. Is this really a queen bee? It did not look easy to provoke, but he reacted quickly and temporarily withdrew. Despite the danger approaching, Duong Kai still stubbornly pressed forward. I am not leaving. I still want to drink the royal jelly. Then he got stung by a few thorns and started crying out. Damn it. It hurt so much. Help me. Trang Fum had to risk himself to save him, wanting money but not wanting to die. First pulling him away, he resolutely grabbed his hand and ran for safety, but Duong Kai was stubborn to the point of madness. What about the queen bee? The queen bee finally caught up, forcing Kevin and Trajang Fum to fight back. However, they could not handle it. It was too strong, so Kevin and Trajang Fum fled first. We are temporarily no match. Retreat. Duong Kai ran after them. You all wait a moment. In the end, he was still injected by the queen bee. It hurt so much. Trajang Fum hid behind a rock to assess the situation. The queen bee did not chase after him. It seemed like it was protecting the royal jelly, while he kept moaning in agony. Who? Can we drink its milk? You are now fired up. Royal jelly is so good. We must get it. Besides, I also want to destroy it. Seeing this, Duong Kai panicked. What are you doing? Trang Fo-hum took the lead in directing the plan. I will distract this queen bee. You two go get the jelly. Steal as much as you can. He was determined to duel the queen bee with his sharp sword. Indeed, it made her chase after him in agitation. Come on. Chase me. I will give you a hearty meal. Meanwhile, Kevin and Duong Kai took the chance to fulfill their noble mission. Hurry up. Take as much as you can. But we need a way to stash it. Hearing this, he took out a treasure. I was already prepared. Making her stare in amazement. Are you serious? Bring a jar over here. In a short time, Kevin hastily fled. The queen bee is back. Hurry up. Duong Kai sluggishly followed. Wait for me. But he successfully brought it back to the hideout. completely mesmerized. Finally stealing half a jar. That was not easy. Trangfum quickly got to work. Start. Kevin turned to ask. Trangfum, are you okay? He excitedly recounted everything. But that queen bee was really focused on the honey, and as soon as I led her away a bit, she immediately ran back. Right now, both she and Deng Kai are full of energy. Ha. Breaking through. I am breaking through again. I have continuously broken through 2 minor realms. Never thought one day breaking through would be this easy. This amazed him greatly. What? 2 realms? You are even more of a genius than Deng Kai. But Kevin casually looked over. Trangfum, how about you? Trangfum slashed once and generated 3 sword energies. Finding it hard to surpass the realm but still gaining benefits. She admired that 1 sword. 3 connections. This is indeed an extremely high-level sword technique, since it went smoothly the first time. You should keep going. Let us steal again. But Deng Kai hurriedly suggested a big plan. Wait. I am much stronger now. The 3 of us can take down the queen bee. But we ended up getting pricked all over. Come on. Be gentle. Trangfum did not show sympathy but instead rebuked. Who told you to run the slowest? Then teased. Watch out or you will turn into a hedgehog. Kevin firmly asserted. We still lack strength. This queen bee is stronger than I imagined. Deng Kai decided to go back to the old plan. Foster father. You lead the queen bee away. We will continue to steal. Trangfum continued leading the queen bee away. Come and attack me. But this time, she was not as easy to trick. Why did it stop? Do you know how I used the tiger to leave the mountain? So you have to use force. I will hit you if you do not chase me. The queen bee unleashed sharp stingers all around. Trangfum could not dodge in time and got hit. Not good. I have been hit. So I had to retreat from its fierce attack. Run fast. Can't hold back. Over here. Kevin urged anxiously. Hurry up. Is it full yet? Deng Kai was equally hurried. Hurry. Hurry. Almost full. Hearing the growl. She warned. Not good. The queen bee is back. Retreat. But he would rather take the hit than leave the honey behind. We must protect the big jar from being broken. Get out. It hurts. After returning, Trangfum had to use strength to pull out the big stinger. This time I am giving you a thumbs up. All for the honey. Deng Kai shouted loudly. Ouch. But when he saw the final product, his eyes lit up like stars, filled with a big jar. Hurry up. I can't wait. I can definitely break through to my strongest power. After shedding his power, Deng Kai feels incredibly refreshed. Ha. I am constantly breaking through, giving old Deng a run for his money. Trangfum immediately noticed something unusual. Kevin, you look terrible. What is wrong? She quickly explained. I broke through a major realm too fast, and now there is a bit of instability. Upon hearing this, he placed his hand on the sword's hilt. What do you need me to do? Kevin urgently clarified. You need to guard me. Do not let anyone disturb me. I will handle the rest. Trangfum understood perfectly. Okay, just be careful. While on guard, he could not shake off his worries. I have also consumed quite a bit of royal jelly. While my realm has not increased, my sword energy seems affected. What is the cause? Could there really be such sword energy? Then I will slash out a path. The 5-linked slash. The result made Trangfum even more confused. Meanwhile, Deng Kai was fooling around in the back. Ha. I have jumped up 2 realms. Fantastic. But he quickly shut up for making a ruckus. Quiet. Kevin is breaking through. This is a crucial moment. Deng Kai is just being reckless. Trangfum. I am really tense right now. I am going to face the queen bee alone. He did not bother to stop him. Going in without any farewell, he suddenly shouted. It is. The queen bee is coming. It is coming for me. Trangfum felt like he was struck by lightning. Who is coming? Then he could not help but curse. This beast actually dares to come. Right now. Kevin is at a crucial breakthrough. Absolutely can't let it disturb her. You and Deng Kai charge ahead. The 2 of us will stop the queen bee. Ha. My power has increased. This feels great. Now I can trade blows with the queen bee for 2 rounds. The queen bee shot out its stingers but was completely blocked by Trangfum, executing the 3-linked slash. From there he discovered its sinister plot, specifically aiming at Kevin. This beast wants to kill her. Deng Kai collapsed to the ground. Ouch. That hurt. The injury on my backside also left Trangfum a bit stunned. Didn't you say you could last 2 rounds with the queen bee? As he stood up, he dodged to avoid another deadly attack. That is right. I can't do it after just 2 rounds. I am running away. A moment later. They were still bracing against the queen bee's fury. Be careful. Even you are heavily injured now. I might not last much longer. Is Kevin still not well? But then an idea struck him. You should go steal some royal jelly. Deng Kai wholeheartedly agreed. How did I not think of this brilliant idea? Trangfum stayed back to watch how that beast would choose. While he hurriedly ran off in another direction, but he was pursued by the queen bee. And he stood outside watching the show. Indeed, that beast was more concerned about the queen bee. A moment later, he saw Deng Kai sprinting past, crying out for help, but Trandrang Fum could only scratch his head.
Oop.
What a disaster. Just then, a light suddenly flickered around Keivan. He excitedly ran over to ask how Kain was doing. She stood defiantly. I have broken through. My strength has increased significantly. Just waiting for this. Yang Kai is inviting them to seek their true love. Sneak over to steal a jar of royal jelly to take revenge on that queen bee. After a while, Zhang Fan seemed much more at ease. After drinking this jar of royal jelly, everyone's strength will increase. Are you confident? He boldly declared. I'm excited now, damn queen bee. So the two immediately went into close combat with the queen bee. At this moment, everyone stopped holding back and used all their power. Don't worry, 3 of you. True fire. It angrily shot out sharp spikes. But they were deflected by the protective layer of Qi Wen. Taking that opportunity, Zhang Fan used his sword to sever one of the queen bee's wings, the dragon slaying 18 swords. Lurking dragon at the abyss. In an instant, the queen bee's head exploded, causing the stone sword to shoot out and quickly land firmly in his hand. It is a stone sword aura. Getting this is truly not easy. Over here, Yang Kai had already claimed a spot by the royal jelly lake. Hurry over. Do not delay. The remaining royal jelly can't be wasted. Before feasting, Kuai Wen could not help but exclaim, so much royal jelly. I can't even imagine. After we finish it all, how much will our strength increase? Yang Kai is already in a hurry. Haha. Let us. While later, Zhang Fan calmly observed the empty pit. The royal jelly in the lake was all gone. And he was still meditating. I have broken through. I am continuously breaking through barriers. You should immediately test your strength. Strike the first sword of the 9 links. I feel like I have reached my peak. The next step depends on the opportunity. After gaining strength, Yang Kai's spirit was more uplifted than ever. With a clear mind, I am really happy today. My realm has increased by 3 levels. Kuai Wen also took the opportunity to show off his achievement. I have also risen by 5 minor realms. That is all it takes. Zhang Fan can confidently sweep across the server with them. The treasure in the tome is immense. We continue to explore. On the other hand, at the celestial realm of Yunj, Bai Yun looked anxious as she saw the light spots appear. Is there news from the sword tome? Zuko then appeared and explained slowly. The sword tome is too vast. It will take time to get what we want. Moreover, while these kids are not bad, I did not think they could pull it off. But he did not agree with this view. Zuko, Celestial Emperor. I do not think so. However, he was stubborn with his assumptions. The sword tome is extremely dangerous, and their strength will be suppressed inside. They are just slightly stronger mortals in the sword tome. Bai Yun calmly crossed her arms, just waiting to see. Back at the sword tome, a fierce confrontation was taking place. Too wrong. Hand it over. I will spare your life. Dream on. If you have the ability, come get it. If he likes it, the ice team will comply. Foolish spirit. Do not believe you can't defeat him. Indeed, with more people, he managed to suppress Tuksung's extermination. Now can you still talk big? But his reckless blood is more than brain matter. And that old man is tough everywhere, ready to dive in. However, a moment later, he turned and slipped away, leaving Thon Fun stunned. That kid's running. Hurry up and chase him down. Not far away. Kei Ven was chatting with Duck Hao Kai while Trondagringfim was examining the monster's remains. Did you meet anyone else at the sword tome? The first group I encountered was you guys. Just as Tudo Thua was mentioned. Teek-sung fell right in front of them. As soon as he said that, did not he bump into the second group? Teek-sung. Kei Ven quickly reached out to support him. Teek-sung. What is going on? He kindly reminded them. You guys better hurry. They are chasing after you. Before they could act, Thon Fan's group had gathered cheerfully. And you also have someone to help. No one is getting away. Tranghong Fum stepped up to ask. Who are they? Tidung immediately explained everything. People from the Hein Vi realm stole something from me. When they met, Thon Fen acted domineering. Handed over to them in one piece. Adin Kai could not help but retort. You do not know who I am. Di Drung Kai. And you dare to talk big here. Incest repeated the opponent's words loudly. Aren't you Dung Kai? But he thought they knew me. How could you guys know I am this famous? The guy also struggled to explain. What the heck? Didn't you just say your name is Dying Kai? Thon Fun was annoyed at his lack of awareness. What is wrong with you? Why are we even talking to him? Then everyone remembered their main goal. To eliminate them. Trachong Fum kindly instructed Ik-sung. You rest for now. I will deal with them. Be careful. Before he finished speaking, he already knocked one down. Meanwhile, Dadin Kai and Kei Van took care of 2 others. Tidung could only stand there and exclaim. So impressive when I say nothing in front of them. Amidst the chaos, 2 guys wisely ran away. But Tranghong Fum spotted them. How come these 3 are so formidable? Quickly use your ultimate technique. The dual sword strike, and so they both met their end in astonishment. What? After the battle ended, Tranghong Fum seemed pleased with Tidung. What are you looking at us like that for? He unconsciously spoke up, How did you both become so powerful? Dean Kai chimed in sweetly. We had a fortuitous encounter and drank royal jelly to enhance our cultivation. Without hesitation, he pushed the opponent aside. Step aside. I did not ask you. He asked. Why are they hunting you? Tidung then pulled out a large scroll. Because I have the map of the Sword Tum, which is exactly the treasure that Tranjong Fum needs. That map is a great asset. With it we have a clear target. The map was passed to Kai Ven, who discovered that the center of the Sword Tum has a grand hall. Do we have to go through it now? He analyzed. It is dangerous outside, even more so inside. From Dung. You can guess it. Trading Fum. Are you saying we should continue training outside to strengthen our abilities? Which aligns perfectly with their thinking. You are right. And I also want to eliminate all 18 Demon Kings. Kevin agreed to follow this plan. So let us move out. Soon. Everyone stood before a mountain. Kevin provided information, indicating that according to the displayed map, this is the lair of a blood-sucking ant. So we must be cautious. The first chosen one to be attacked is named Dredring Kai. Save me quickly. Tranung Fum slashed at the blood-sucking ant with his sword. Let me take care of it. He wiped the sweat off his brow, staring at it intently. You scared me. This thing actually crawled out of the ground. From this incident, you need to remind everyone to be extra careful. If there is one down there, there will be two. Tranjong Fum could not stop talking. And just as he finished speaking, more blood-sucking ants appeared. You were right. They are here. But they are not a match for us. Let us take them down. After a short while, he was able to leisurely absorb the spiritual energy from the blood-sucking ants. Very good. The sword energy is increasing step by step. These are just small fries. But we should still be careful. Suddenly, signs of cracks appeared in the ground. What is happening? Why did the ground suddenly shift, forming a huge pit that caused everyone to fall in? Oh my god. As they regained their composure, they began to look around. Where are we? It seems to be the ants' lair. This won't be easy to deal with. Dean Kai was once again chased by the blood-sucking ants. It really is their lair. Run fast. Tranjong Fum cursed under his breath. Run. You idiots. As he passed by, he leaned on his shoulder to analyze the situation of falling into the interconnected cave. This type of terrain is best suited for using fire techniques to burn them. Dean Kai finally regained his senses and unleashed his ultimate skill, Nine Heavens Flame. Ha! Not a single one can escape. The blood-sucking ants lay scattered, making him very pleased. All finished. A Tranjong Fum quickly moved. We need to continue along the cave. We must be able to find the Ant King, just as he predicted. This is indeed the Ant King. Dean Kai observed the scene before him. The four over there do not look easy to provoke. The Ant King suddenly raised its voice angrily. Did you invade my lair? This left Tranjong Fum and Kevin wide-eyed in shock. This Ant King can speak. This is the first time we have encountered a beast that can talk. Next, he loudly gave orders. Each of you take on one. With just one strike, you can take one down with a single sword of the 9 links. It is... Unexpectedly. It was quite simple. Kevin struck decisively and swiftly. It is... I have finished over here too. But the Ant King surprised them, saying, you humans have such beautiful imaginations. The sight of the ants recovering shocked everyone. What, are they coming back to life? Just a glance and Zhang Fan realized it was the Ant King that brought them back. Continuing the slaughter, half an hour later, the battle was still ongoing, and Tuksung was exhausted, having killed them a dozen times, only for them to come back again. He had to come up with a different plan. It seemed that without eliminating the Ant King, he could not truly get rid of these ants. He immediately shifted targets. Too wrong. Yang Kai. You two handle these 4 ant men, Kuai Wen. Let us deal with the Ant King. She flew right next to him. Alright, that is the plan. Just aim for its massive body and strike. The 9-link sword is effective. The Ant King is not as difficult to deal with as imagined. Unexpectedly, the wounds healed quickly, and the Ant King arrogantly mocked. Humans, do you underestimate me too much? This time caught you off guard. What? The injuries healed instantly. Now it is my turn to unleash a blinding light, so you can learn a bit about my power. Zhang Fan and Kuai Wen were ensnared by red threads. We have been tied up. This is not good. No way. We can't escape. Thus, they let the Ant King drag them back. Damn it. It was already opening its mouth wide, ready to feast. Come here. Little cuties. In that urgent moment, he gathered all his strength and ordered all sword energy focused to break free. But Zhang Fan's target was to save Kuai Wen, and he ended up falling right into the Ant King's mouth. Kuai Wen, you go first. But she was not willing to accept this. Zhang Fan, save me. I can't leave him behind. I must save him. So Kuai Wen threw herself into its mouth. Zhang Fan, wait for me. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Tuksung could only watch as Kuai Wen fell. Zhang Fan, it is, inside the Ant King's belly. The two reunited in a magnificent scene. Kuai Wen, you fool. Why did you chase after me? I can't just watch you save me and die. They landed in front of a thatched house. Kuai Wen could not help but wonder, where is this? Even Zhang Fan doubted. This place is inside the Ant King's body. Just then, Xuwu appeared before the two. They were a bit surprised. There are actually people here. A completely different world. This place probably is not simple. The man appeared beside a wooden table, inviting them over. Welcome. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea. She turned to ask for opinions. What should we do now? He decided to act cautiously. To see what he really wanted, Xuwu could not hide the joy on his face. No one has been here for over 10,000 years, Zhang Fan politely asked. Senior. Who are you? He replied gently. You can call me Xuwu Dao Ren. The name shocked Kai Wen to the core. What? Xuwu Dao Ren. Could it be that you are the legendary sword god? This truly made him unable to believe. What? A sword god? Does such a being really exist in this world? Xuwu was not joking with them. He did not look like he was. Right. I will just say one thing. Emperor Long Tvu is my disciple. And this has completely startled Trajong Fum. What? He seems to enjoy watching your reaction. Unexpectedly so. Right. I have been surprised since you entered this place. You carry the legacy of Long Tu in your body. You must be his disciple. After calming down, Trajong Fum recalled the past. How could this be? He never mentioned having a master. Kevin beside him was quite harsh, making it hard to believe. Therefore, a view had to point at your forehead. Still not convinced. Trajong Fum immediately felt the change. This is the complete legacy of Emperor Long Tu. Even the missing parts have been filled in. Then, Van Kan knelt down. Disciple Trajong Fum paid respects to the ancestor, and he firmly commanded. Get up. Young man. It is not wrong to meet you. I am very honored. After sitting straight again, they began a serious conversation. Ancestor. How can you be here? This is a long story. Let me make it brief. Enivu started with a question. Do you know the origin of the sword Tum? KVN provided information. I only know that there was a great battle of sword cultivators here, more than 100 years ago, which ultimately formed the sword Tum. He continued to prompt the story. So do you know why the great battle happened? They were at a loss. Not knowing, asking the ancestor for clarification. Suddenly, a view stood up with an emotional expression. They fought here over something. And Trajong Fum followed up. What kind of thing could cause such a situation? Very quickly, he received an answer. This thing is called sword essence. Kevane truly did not know what this was. But Trajong Fum could speculate. It sounded very powerful. Just then, they noticed something unsafe approaching. Why is there a hand in the sky? What is happening? A fierce voice echoed throughout the space. Old man. You can avoid giving up the sword essence for much longer. Can you? Avihar merely sighed heavily, running here and there. And they have found you again. From their conversation, he seemed to have an inkling. Ancestor. The sword essence is not in your hands. Is it? He honestly admitted. That is right. Surprised. Are not you? It is with me. A crack suddenly appeared in the huge hand. A call. We have found you. Come out. Below. Trong Fum and Aunt Fivaus still had time to exchange something. They are about to burst in here. You all should leave quickly, ancestor. Just take it without asking. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind them. People like us are already dead. The original spirits can leave the sword Tum. It won't affect your activities, but Trajong Fum still wanted to respond. Ancestor. Is there anything you need me to do? Atu waved his hand, causing the two to soar into the air. Meeting you has made me very happy. If possible, take care of my future descendants a bit. He tried to shout back. Don't worry. Ancestor. I will definitely do it. Meanwhile, Dean Kai and Tixung found themselves in a tight spot. What should they do now? They are done for. What is the point of staying here? But Deidrin Kai insisted on rushing towards Keen Vinning. Are they finished yet? They need to cut it open to find out. He followed closely behind. If that is the case, they should continue to eliminate. Not long after, Dean Kai started shouting again. Not good. 4 of those creatures are attacking me. Tixung needs to pay attention. I am coming to save you. Suddenly, they all retreated at Kind V Cross command, stopping in their tracks. Stunned. What is going on? Why did they retreat? Witnessing him spit it out, he could not believe his eyes. Trajong Fum and Kevon were still alive. Dean Kai could not help but feel excited. I told you. They can just stay asleep like this. The two landed safely. They finally made it out. Next, regarding this Ant King, before Trajong Fum could make a decision, he interrupted. If you and the one inside are fated, then you may leave. But you still have not achieved your wish. Elder. I want something from you. Akin Ving seemed a bit annoyed. What is it? Trong Fum bluntly stated. The sword energy stone. And was immediately refused. I can give you that. This made him feel dissatisfied. Why can you give it to me? Qin Viding simply asked back. Do you know why every demon king has a sword energy stone? Trong Fum politely responded. Please enlighten me. Qin Ving sincerely shared the reason. The sword energy stone is something we cultivate ourselves. Not something we are born with. We grow stronger together with it. Chang Fum then nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Then I won't ask for it anymore. If that is the case, I won't push it. After all, you and my master have some connection. But he suddenly called out loudly, "Stop," and then threw him a surprise gift. These 3 sword energy stones were obtained from 3 demon kings. I will give them to you. Chang Fum felt grateful. Thank you, Elder. I owe you a favor. If you need anything, just let me know. Qin Viding immediately asked for help. There is a powerful sword dragon beast. If there is a chance, help me eliminate it. Surprisingly, he shared the same grudge against him. I also have a vendetta with it, so if the opportunity arises, I will help the elder deal with it. On the way out of the cave, Tixung and Dekai chatted excitedly. The sword tome is truly a special place. Each beast has its own strengths. KVN. How did Travanka from come out? You only gave a vague answer. This is a long story. Let me summarize it briefly. After understanding everything, he could not help but sigh. Such strange things really are hard to believe. A Trong Fum still had things he missed. Unfortunately, time was too short for them to gather more information. He then continued to loot the beast corpses. This time it was a massive, terrifying rabbit. Where did the giant snake king come from to attack them? Be careful. What monster just suddenly jumped out? Before they even fought, Dehile made a hasty judgment. It is a snake king, but it does not seem very strong. K Van beside him was dizzy. Its strength is not great. But we have been poisoned. Tra Trong Fum saw his opportunity to shine. Let me handle it. You guys step back. I have a vague grasp of the breakthrough point. Both hands ready and eyes tightly shut, as if focusing. I have one strike, as my heart desires. Behind. Only a streak of green light arcs through the air. The event happens so fast that the others stare at each other in confusion. What is going on? Why are both the person and the snake frozen? Can see clearly, but it feels extraordinary. At that moment, Chu Hong and Bach Lam appeared, instantly causing a stir. Ha! We finally found that brat Trong Phime. Looks like they have all been poisoned by the snake. They are all done for. K Van looked on with disgust. It is. These two had a grudge against us before. Truzhong Fum immediately warned the two. I will say it once. Get lost. Indeed. This provoked Chu Hong, blood rushing to his head. Ha! Good. It has come to this, and you dare speak loudly. I will deal with you. But soon. He and Bach Lam stared in shock at a once-in-a-millennium sight. What? The Snake King just exploded into pieces. On the side of Tixung, K Van and Dong Kai wore similar expressions. Was this the result of Trojing Fum's strike just now? Turns out the Snake King had already fallen, but only just reacted now. Truly. They had not seen the coffin before shedding tears. As Chu Hong and Bach Lam still charged ahead. What are you doing? Can't you just ignore him? Use him. Trong Fum was ready to fight back. I have one strike, as my heart desires. The moment they heard the name of the move, their faces paled, and I felt a bit uneasy. Same here. Finally logging out of the server. While you casually walk away, getting another strike of energy stone, and taking care of two disasters. Pure win. Trundring Fum immediately returned to the main mission. The tome is getting unstable. A moment later, a giant bird came to offer its life to him. Be careful. Another beast king. Let me handle it. But its quick reaction surprised Trundring Fum a bit. It managed to dodge, and even had sharp claws to counterattack. I dodged. The speed is quite fast, but no matter how it retaliates, it would still get crushed. I am done playing with you. Get down. Thus, Trashung Fum gained another trophy. The 11th energy stone. Obtained without any effort. Heading towards the center of the area. Soon. Before them stood a palace in the middle of a desolate land. This is indeed the central area of the Sword Tomb. The architecture looks a bit strange, and it is unknown how many people are inside. Dung pointed ahead, eyes sharp as a sword. Do you want to go straight in? As soon as the words were spoken, the whole team immediately turned their eyes towards that direction. In the place where the beasts gathered, a fierce aura surged like a tidal wave. Dean Kai's voice carried an undeniable apprehension. So many beasts, led by the Beast King. Kavian frowned, his gaze like a blade sweeping over the enemy lines, carefully assessing their strength. Leading them was that Sword Dragon Beast. Not just the Sword Dragon Beast. Almost all in front were Beast Kings. Surely related to the Sword Tomb. Not far away, two figures stood on a balcony, their cold eyes watching the unfolding events below. Bitch Van looked tense, like a string pulled to its limit. It is starting now. Success or failure hinges on this. Chutsu stood beside him, his face filled with disdain. I still do not take them seriously. Do you know how many have died by now? He shook his head slightly, disapproving, as opening a new path always requires sacrifices. She seemed to foresee the impending outcome, her voice flat as if recounting a preordained story. Chang Ka had already died halfway. The next would be even more. Zhang Fan sensed the moment had come and spoke in a deep voice, his gaze not leaving the bloodlust-filled Suex. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. Yang Kai hurriedly fought for a position. The front is unknown danger. But the back has known dangers from the beasts. I choose the back. He still could not accept his judgment. I think you have lost it. So many beasts will just get trampled. Tudung was not in the mood for jokes. Her expression serious as she warned. Stop whining. The beasts are coming. With that one sentence, the group immediately moved as a unified force, following Zhang Fan's commands like seasoned warriors. They climbed onto the beasts. At that moment, countless streams of sword energy gleaming with golden light screamed across the sky, like a cosmic river slashing down, causing the very earth to tremble. And the heads of the beasts fell from their necks. Yang Kai shuddered involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down his back, his eyes scanning the terrifying scene before him. This is horrifying. I do not know how many beast kings have been cut down. In stark contrast to his tension, Zhang Fan remained calm, even showing a hint of an intrigued smile. I am going to check it out, he said, stepping forward casually towards the faint barrier radiating a cold, icy light. Kuai Wen worriedly tried to stop him. Zhang Fan, this is a sword energy formation. Even an emperor would find it hard to withstand. He had made up his mind. Each word was like a nail. It would be a pity not to collect such abundant sword energy stones. Don't worry. I will be careful. He took a deep breath and reached out, his fingers lightly brushing the surface. This sword energy is so sharp. It seems even higher than my upgraded sword energy. But I have reached the threshold. I should be able to assimilate the sword energy here. After carefully calculating each step, Zhang Fan waved his hand, and the streams of sword energy rushed like venomous snakes, but were effortlessly sliced in half, as if cutting through thin threads. As expected, just as he predicted. It worked. After clearing the area, he excitedly gathered the spoils, his voice ringing out triumphantly. Got it. 12 pieces of sword energy stones. Yang Kai looked at him with envy. It seemed Zhang Fan had reached a deep realm of understanding in the way of the sword, and could assimilate the wild sword energy here. Kuai Wen was not surprised, as if he was used to these absurd scenes. He was the most talented swordsman I had ever seen. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan returned, holding a pile of sword energy stones, looking as happy as if he had just gone on a big sale. He exceeded the mission, collecting a total of 30 sword energy stones. We will enter the platform from the other side. The group strolled towards the next destination. Chatting as they walked, you look around and ask Kevine, wondering how many people could come to this place. Why can't we see anyone? She speculates doubtfully. That is strange for me too. Could it be that others have not come here? Before she finishes, a group of people slowly appears across from them. Tudung notices first and immediately exclaims, they are here. Looking over, she quickly recognizes the team leader. Luna C. She is here too. He cheerfully waves, calling out loudly as if afraid they would not hear him. Luna C. We are over here. But strangely, the other side shows no response. That group completely ignores their presence, continuing their conversation as if nothing is wrong. Let us hurry inside. We are here. This is the center of the treasure hunt. He stands frozen, his hand still hovering in the air, looking confused. What is going on? Why is there no reaction? Can't they hear us? Diuhan Kai frowns and mutters. This is bizarre. K Ven does not give up, trying to call out again, this time clearly stating Aluna Si His full name. I am Vien Gain. We are here. But the group still does not pay any attention, just chatting away. There are lots of people inside. It seems everyone has arrived. Let us go in and see if any old friends are here. Dung, confused, starts to pull her hair. What in the world is going on? Why can't they hear us? Trong Hong Fum steps forward, raising his hand to try and stop the girl in front. Luna C. I am Trong Fum. But just then, a scene unfolds that leaves everyone stunned, and Si He seems to turn into an illusion. Gently walking through him as if drifting through a mist, he stands frozen, mouth agape enough to fit a fly. What? She passed through. Dung, startled, tries to stop them. How is this possible? You all stop. Are we seeing ghosts? They clearly look like people. This is even stranger than encountering ghosts. Dedin Kai falls silent for a moment, then speaks up, his expression much more serious. What do we do now? I have never encountered anything like this at my age. A Trong Fum remains calmer, his gaze serious, assessing what he just saw, deciding there is only one way to follow and see. Shortly after, the group follows the trail and gathers before a magnificent hall shimmering with golden light, its tiled roof reflecting cold rays. K Ven's eyes widen in surprise. So many people now, he understands why they could not see anyone. They were all inside. Dihan Kai suddenly spots someone familiar in the crowd, his eyes brightening, unable to restrain himself as he steps forward, teasingly sticking out his tongue. Bine T. I am your biological father. Getting no reaction. They truly can see us. Dung beside him frowns, feeling as if she just got hit with a brain freeze. Are you really going to play like this? He casually points at the person being teased, his expression unchanged. It is nothing. This Bonnie and I have a history. Just then, a middle-aged man steps forward from the crowd, speaking in a steady yet powerful voice. Everyone. If everyone is here, then let us start our exploration. As the words ended, The crowd erupted in excitement like fans hearing a singer announce a new album release. We all follow Brother Dong. Brother Dong. What do you think we should do? That is right. You divide us up. Dong Kai's expression immediately darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. He gritted his teeth. This guy named Dongbu is no good. Yet these people are listening to him. Suddenly, a lightweight object flew right in front of them, startling the group. What just flew out? What is going on? A piece of paper. How come I did not know there was a piece of paper flying out from my chest? Dongbu quickly grabbed the paper, held it up high, and reassured everyone. Everyone stay calm. Let us see what is written on the paper. The crowd fell silent for a moment before immediately buzzing again. It turned out this was the mission assigned to them by the Emperor. Me too. It only flies out when we reach the central area. Hearing the lewd discussions, he smiled slyly as if he had been in on the plan all along. Even Zhang Fan's group noticed something was off. There was paper here too. I have it as well. Zhang Fan maintained his composure, observing and then speaking to see what it said. They checked the content one by one. Bitch Vang Xian wants me to retrieve something. Me too. It is the same. He frowned slightly and asked, what is it? Kai Van shook his head ambiguously. Unsure. Only saying it was something on the highest floor of this place. After everyone understood the situation, Dongbu immediately took charge. Everyone. So you all see the mission assigned to us by the former emperor. We came here carrying a mission. Now, listen to my command to set off. Dong Kai pointed towards the moving crowd, anxiously asking Zhang Fan, what should we do now? Should we just watch them like this? Are we not going to do anything? He pondered for a moment before making a decision. It might not be that we can't do anything. Let us go up and take a look. A while later, they stood in the grand hall on the second floor. The light here was dimmer than the previous floor. The space was vast but seemed empty. The group of cultivators observed their surroundings. It seemed there was nothing here, and there was no danger. Dongbu took it upon himself to lead the group. He stepped forward confidently, everyone looking around to see if there was anything they needed. If there is really nothing, then let us head straight to the third floor. A competitive individual immediately rushed forward. I do not see any danger. But just then, an unexpected incident occurred. A sharp energy arrow shot up from the ground and pierced through his stomach. The sudden scene startled everyone. What is this? There really is danger. Everyone be careful. Someone quickly came up with a countermeasure. Don't panic. If the danger comes from below, then we just need to fly up. The idea sounded reasonable. But unfortunately, just as he lifted off, he found himself in the same predicament. Everyone suppressed their fear and disgust. Why is it so long? No way. This spear can adjust its length. Looks like we can take risks. Ding Bu's face was serious, his eyes stern. Everyone stood still waiting for orders. This place felt strange. Meanwhile, Kevin had been quietly observing, and finally asked Trong Fum, so what do you think we should do? He glanced at the battlefield ahead, stepped forward calmly. Let me see if there is a key component that can attack us here. Just as predicted, he was completely unharmed. Indeed, the area with the key component did not attack us. It was ineffective against us. Half an hour passed. The remaining group still lingered, unable to find a way through, anxiety gradually showing on their faces. Are we just going to stand here and not move forward? One suggested immediately. It is like this is part of a grand plan. I have a good idea. Let us draw lots to decide who goes first. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in protest. Is this really a good way? Are we just sending the unlucky to their deaths? Ding Bliu, frustrated, glared and shouted. Everyone shut up. Do you have a better idea? With that reprimand, everyone fell silent. No one dared to speak further. There was no better plan. The murmurs of opposition faded, and they ultimately had to accept it. Life and death are fated. Let us complete the task first. This place will collapse sooner or later. We need to speed up. He contentedly summoned several wooden tokens from the air. Now, I will give each of you a token. Whoever has the common character on their token is the one chosen. The tokens seemed to have a mind of their own, flying directly to each person. The unlucky ones mumbled, their voices shaky. How awful. I got picked. I got picked too. What now? And Si Hei frowned, her mood plummeting. I got picked too. Ding Bu Yu stood at the front, his face serious and authoritative. Pretending to be so righteous it made you want to punch him. Everyone, this is fate. Do not just stand there wasting time. The Emperor is still waiting for us outside. Those chosen gritted their teeth and steeled their resolve, gathering their courage to step forward and complete the Emperor's task. At worst, 18 years later, I will be a hero again. The sentiment was bold, but just a few steps in, they were immediately pierced through by a barrage of energy spears. The sound of their anguished screams echoed throughout the hall. Help! Ding Bu turned his back, unwilling to witness the bloody scene. Tidung was extremely worried. Trading Fum, Lu Man Si He were hit too. K Venom quickly thought, I need to find a way to save her. Trading Fum still wore a confident smile, as if he was on a picnic rather than facing life and death. Don't panic. It seems I have got a clue now. The squares on the ground all had a pattern. On the other side, some people began to falter. Their faces pale. I can't go. Dying is too easy. Spare me. Deeply. Losing patience. Urged. Life and death are fated. We are all doing this for the Emperor. Stop dawdling. A few lucky ones immediately responded.
Yep.
Hurry up. Do not waste time, he warned coldly. If you do not go, do not blame us for pushing you. After a moment of deep thought, Truong Pham found a solution. I have discovered the pattern. Tuk Sung and Kai Van suddenly remembered something more important. Discovering the pattern is good, but how to tell Liu Huok Hai is a problem. Lu Nuoka basically can't hear us talking. If you analyze the situation rationally, it might work. We are currently on the second floor, and we have killed a monster, which means aside from cultivators, we are items that can interact with the treasure hunting world. She confirmed your guess is quite accurate, and he happily asked, do you have a plan? At this moment, Nuoka gritted her teeth and stepped forward, her face full of determination. No plan. I can only give it a try. Just as she was feeling tense, she suddenly saw the character on the floor. What is going on? A character appeared on the ground. He continued to write his name next to it as a reminder. Very good. Lu Nuoka saw it and quickly recognized Truong Pham. The girl looked around in confusion. Where was Truong Pham? He sent her a message. Dongbu stood by and intentionally sneered. Lu Huok, you are also a famous talent. You should not hesitate and set an example for everyone. Nuoka had took a deep breath and stepped on the character without hesitation. Truong Pham wrote a character. You should take a step. Listening to him, she followed his instructions. Now she should step directly into 2 squares. Indeed. It was like that. Nuoka safely stepped across under the astonished eyes of everyone. Based on the number, I understand now. They could not help but whisper in surprise. Look, Lu Nuoka seems to be fine. She seemed to have discovered some kind of pattern. And really, she was okay. The 3 people near Truong Pham looked at each other, then at him as if they were seeing an alien. Tuk Sung expressed the confusion everyone felt. Truong Pham. I have been looking for a while, and still do not see where the pattern is, he calmly explained. It is actually quite simple. Just follow the prime numbers, and there won't be any danger. Everyone was collectively stunned. Prime numbers? What are prime numbers? I have never heard of them. Truong Pham did not know how to make them understand its complex principles. Prime numbers can't be grasped in a short time. Anyway, now that we have solved it, let us just follow this number of steps and move on. While they discussed, Nuoka had already succeeded. I passed through the second floor. Finally arrived. Deep down, I feel grateful, truly thankful to Truong Pham. The crowd below immediately clamored to call after her. Lu Huok, how did you pass? Teach us a bit. The girl did not hide it and revealed. You can follow the path I just took to get through, Duongbu proudly commanded. Everyone, listen carefully. Following the path Li Nuoka just took, everyone passed through the second floor. Nuoka was still searching around. How strange. Where is Truong Pham? He can leave a message but can't talk to me. I can't see him either. Are we in different overlapping spaces? The others carefully followed the instructions. And everyone was safe. Good. Everyone made it past the second floor. Now we move up to the third floor. Everyone stay alert. In front of them stood a group of soulless wooden figures scattered everywhere. There is something on the third floor. What are these wooden figures doing? One guy, seeing the wooden figures standing still like statues, suddenly got curious and stepped closer to knock on them arrogantly. Me see. He then turned back, scoffing and showing off to the others. Seemingly unfazed. Come on over. It is just a log. Nothing to worry about. No sooner had he finished speaking than his neck was suddenly twisted backward. His eyes rolled back, and a horrific cracking sound echoed, accompanied by his terrified scream throughout the hall. Oh no. The wooden figure moved. What kind of spell is this? The faces of the crowd turned pale as they instinctively stepped back. What is going on? The wooden figure moved. We can't act recklessly. The wooden figure will snap our necks. Kei Ven quickly turned to ask for your opinion. Tradering Pham. Do you see what the problem is this time? You frowned and thought. I feel like these wooden figures are a bit different. Dean Bu exuded calm and raised his voice to reassure everyone. Everyone stay calm. Do not run. We need to think of a way to deal with these wooden figures. Anyone with relevant abilities should step forward. Immediately, one person stepped up, keeping a safe distance, then opened his mouth and breathed fire, cutting through a bunch of wooden debris. Let me handle this. I will turn it into firewood. But the fire hit, and the wooden figure remained unmoved, completely unharmed, leaving the others stunned. What? It did not get hurt. This is unbelievable, he sighed, turning back to give up. I can't inflict any damage on it. Next, just as he relaxed his guard, the wooden figure suddenly moved again, followed by the horrifying sound of bones breaking. The crowd witnessed it firsthand and felt chills run down their spines. Everyone just wanted to turn and run. They could not go to the fourth floor. Going to the fourth floor would mean getting our necks snapped. In that case, I will just go back to the second floor. I do not want to die. I am leaving. As the guy finished speaking, he had barely taken half a step when another wooden figure quickly finished him off. The remaining ones turned pale, hurriedly standing still like statues, not daring to move, as going downstairs would also lead to a broken neck. This is too bizarre. Are we just supposed to wait here to die? Duzumu still maintained a serious, responsible demeanor and suggested, "Everyone, do not panic. How about we draw lots to decide?" Picking a few brave people to explore ways to break these wooden figures. An immediate protest rang out like a burst. Drawing lots again. Is that all you know how to do? Aren't we just drawing lots for some sacrificial ghosts? The guy shouted angrily. Shut up. Do you have a better plan? A conciliatory representative said. Forget it. Listen to Brother Dong. Instead of waiting for death, we should draw lots here. Dongbu is just waiting for this. If that is the case, let us start drawing while checking the order tokens. One person. Too anxious. Did not realize the wooden figure had crept up behind them. What the hell am I? Before I could finish reading, a scream pierced the air. Look behind. Unfortunately, the warning came too late. They did not even have time to react before it was over, all terrified and cursing. Damn it. What is happening? Just looking at the token a bit, and so many people are dead. Everyone. Do not look at the token. It is poisonous. Trong Pham suddenly woke up and smiled happily. I get it now. Kai Van and Tuksung simultaneously understood. I see it too. It seems like I understand now. Duong Kai was confused, scratching his head. What do you guys understand? Why am I so lost? Hurry up and tell me. Trong Pham immediately took action. I'm going to find Lu Huok. I can tea right under her feet like last time. That would mean Lu Huok would definitely die. You quickly thought of a better method. Trying to write in the air. A line of text appeared in front of the girl. Don't take your eyes off at least one wooden figure. Nuoka widened her eyes in surprise. The text appeared again. Truong Pham is reminding me. The girl felt more confident with help. Her gaze locked on the wooden figure. So that is it. I understand now. At this moment, Duongbo angrily urged. Is there anyone who drew the token voluntarily? Willing to bet they will lose, even if we die here. It is for the immortal emperor. The crowd directed their attention to one point, buzzing with discussion. Quick. Look. Lu Nuok is coming out. Lu Huok, on the contrary, was proactive. Will she be as lucky as last time? The girl silently repeated what Truong Pham reminded her, keeping her sight on at least one wooden figure. At the end of the path, Nuoka turned around, her gaze still fixed on the target. Now I have to go back to see the wooden figure. Success. I passed the third level. The rest erupted like fans watching their team score in the 90th minute. Oh my, she made it? So lucky. Look, Lu Nuoka climbed the stairs to the 4th floor. Lu Nuoka, tell us how you got through. Nuoka's face was serious, raising her voice to remind everyone. Don't look at me. Everyone needs to have at least one person watching the wooden figure. A person spoke up. Questioning. Lu Nuoka, did you discover something? What is going on? The girl did not hold back and straightforwardly guided them. The wooden figure can only be looked at. It won't harm us. Once our gaze completely leaves, it will snap our necks immediately. Duongba laughed loudly, pretending to have known the truth all along. Just as I thought. I actually wanted to say this a long time ago. Even Duong Kai felt embarrassed for him. How shameless can this guy be? He is even cheaper than I am. Despite that, he still naturally gave orders. Everyone, focus on the wooden figure. Through the 3rd level, everyone keeps moving up the stairs, feeling anxious. Someone muttered. What dangers await on the 4th level? Surviving this level has been tough. To their surprise, they found themselves in a completely different space, with vibrant flowers and greenery like a paradise. What is this? It feels nothing like crossing a barrier. As their tense mood relaxed, the group began to lie down. Some even yawned. This place is too comfortable, with abundant spiritual energy, and there is no danger. I need to rest for a bit. However, at that moment, Zhuangbo was clearly restless. Shouting loudly, his voice hoarse. Everyone, we can't delay any longer. Our goal is the 5th level. All around us are dense trees. Everyone looked around, bewildered. But this is a forest, and somewhere here leads to the 5th level. Many nodded in agreement, tiredly adding, yeah, let us rest here for a bit to regain our strength. As soon as they said that, they all rolled out to lie down, letting themselves go like leaves falling in late autumn, disregarding any appearance. No way. I want to sleep for a bit. The flowers smell too good. Phew. The group of Zhang Fan was still alert, and Kai Wen awkwardly asked for his opinion, wondering what to do since everyone else was asleep, leaving just the 4 of them awake. This was the first time he faced a situation he did not know how to handle, truly feeling stuck. It was really tough. Meanwhile, in another place, Bitch Van and Chu Tuk were still patiently waiting, but even they were starting to feel anxious. What was happening inside? The messenger honestly informed that 4 of the 5 celestial prodigies had died. They were passing through the final barrier. It was difficult, Every barrier required total sacrifice and risk. He decided to check it out in person. We need to find the tomb. The messenger agreed without hesitation. All right. Bitch Van immediately started chanting a spell, and spiritual energy surged around him like a rising tide. Heaven and earth, mysterious and chaotic, yin and yang alternate. Grant me your blessings. Immediately after, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chutuk let out a helpless sigh. Useless. Searching for the tomb is a matter of heaven and earth. Even we cannot interfere with what is inside. The situation inside the tomb seems bleak. Tudung began to spin in anxiety. Thinking. They had to wake them up. Sleeping like this was not the way. Kwai Wen suddenly shouted to grab attention. Everyone. Look at the strange scene happening. These people were actually sprouting roots from their bodies. In other words, in no the people here would be assimilated into the plants around them. Zhang Fan quickly drew his sword and cut off several roots that were tightly wrapping around a person's body. But before he could feel joy, the severed roots regrew rapidly, as if fertilized for super speed growth. These things can't be completely cut off, even if cut. They could continue to grow. The solution must come from the roots. He kept calm, observing every detail before making a guess. Roots. If we are talking about roots, I feel they are those flowers. These flower scents are toxic, causing everyone to fall into a deep sleep. I will cut the flowers and see how they react. Dean Kai watched closely, and when he saw the person move slightly, he shouted joyfully, "This person is reacting. Cutting the flowers really works." With newfound strength, Trajong Fum moved so fast that he was just a blur. Then I will cut down all the flowers. Tudung frowned, lost in thought. If the four of us are in a virtual space, while Elduino Sihai and the others are in reality, how can Trajong Fum communicate with both the real and the virtual? He can cut those flowers, but we cannot. Dean Kai felt stumped. This issue was too abstract for him to answer easily. Frustrated, he decided not to ask further. Kevin quickly interjected with a hypothesis, suggesting it might be related to Tritoning Fum's unique sword energy or the master he encountered within the Keen Vying. Just then, Trong Fum had completed the task, having cut all the flowers. So everyone should wake up, and see he groggily sat up and coughed. What happened? Why did I fall asleep just now? He sat down and explained slowly that the flowers were toxic and had been completely removed. She looked at him gratefully. Trading Fum, you saved us by cutting all the flowers. The others also began to awaken from their stupor. Everyone was confused. We all fell asleep. Was it actually poison? Vi Hun Vin picked up a flower to examine it. It must be the poisonous flower. Someone cut the flowers before we all woke up. Emma was very grateful to the hero who saved all of us. Dinrung Biu shamelessly stepped forward to take credit. Everyone, I am glad you are all safe, he said. And the others believed him without doubt. It was Dejong Hein who cut the flowers to save us. It must have been Dexys Hein. I saw him trying to wake others up before I fell asleep. He laughed loudly, pretending to be humble. Ha, do not mind the details. It was just a casual thing. This scene made Deglin Kai grind his teeth in anger. This guy is getting more shameless by the day. Trying to take credit for this. I can't intervene in reality. Otherwise, I would be competing with him. And see, he was also very displeased but felt powerless. Forget it. Let us just say Troning Fum did it. No one will believe us anyway. Dean Bliu, fully committed, urged. Everyone, let us find the way to the 5th floor. We must continue toward victory. They buzzed with discussions about how to find it. Exactly. This place is vast and endless. I am really struggling here. He pointed towards the dense forest, his voice booming like a general leading an army. The path to the 5th floor must be hidden here. Everyone, let us cut down all the flowers and plants to see. Dizung Bu stood in place, gesturing and directing everyone. All eyes were on him. Everyone started cutting down trees and clearing all the flowers and plants. Under his overwhelming presence, they reluctantly followed his lead. Time is running out. Everybody, stay focused. Akay Van still firmly believed in Trong Pham and quietly asked, Truong Pham, do you think this is useful? Truong Pham shook his head slightly, his gaze following the still dense forest. Not necessarily. Finding a door like this seems too easy. As time passed, the once thick forest became as sparse as an old master's balding head. The group looked around anxiously, discussing in a rush. All the plants and trees were cut down. There were no stairs to go up. What should we do now? Yambiu confidently commanded, showing no shame. You all should not panic. Dig 3 feet into the ground and see. After a while, the ground was turned over as if tilled in a drought. But nothing appeared. The murmurs of dissent grew louder. Brother Yang, according to what you said, we have dug 3 feet and still can't find the stairs. Right. Can we trust you? He began to justify himself to Lei Ha. This has touched my blind spot of knowledge. Tuksung turned to look at Yang Kai, curious as well. You all say, where exactly are the stairs? With his all-muscle brain, he felt helpless. I can guess. The result was as expected for Tuksung. I know you can guess. Truong Pham, what do you think? He glanced around, pointed upwards calmly. It is not here. It is probably above. Kaivan anxiously asked for advice. Do you want to inform Luoka? He firmly replied. No need. Luoka should be able to guess on her own. Over there. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Urging voices rang out. Think of something quickly. We can't wait. Right. Time is running out. Hurry up. Brother Yang, he rested his chin thoughtfully. Then shifted his attention to the person who had quietly shouldered the burden from the start. Luoka. Do you have an idea this time? The girl pretended to understand, repeating Truong Fam's words. The only thing I can think of now is the sky. Maybe it is up there. The others just thought she was joking about being in the air. It could not possibly be true. This was too outrageous. Yang Bu cautiously sent people to check, sending a few up into the air to see. They immediately took action. I will go to. Let us check it out. They then discovered a layer of transparent barrier. There is something here. Hauke reminded them to look ahead. Step aside. I will break it. He swung his sword into the air. The invisible barrier split open, revealing a passage and stares in astonishment. Not bad. It really is here. Luoka. Lu sister. I will never doubt the origin again. Yang Bu had no psychological barriers accepting the benefit. Quickly head up to the 5th floor. The scene on the 5th floor made everyone swallow hard. Before them was a deep abyss, with boiling red lava below, connected by 3 fragile iron chains across the cliff. This challenge seemed a bit simple. Indeed, crossing this canyon is really simple. A knave one volunteered to scout, jumping off the cliff. I will check if there is danger. But before he could react, he was engulfed by the fiercely erupting lava. He screamed desperately. What? Help! The others are already used to this scene, coldly taking notes. We can't just walk through like this. Looks like I need to walk on the iron chain. I guess once I pass, my body can leave the chain. Dizung Bu is pulling the same old trick, never tiring of it, standing still while Ungdung directs. All eyes are on me. Everyone is drawing lots to decide who goes first. As the results were announced, the lucky ones cheered as if they had hit the jackpot. Great. I did not win. I am not the one. Meanwhile, the rest can only look up to the sky lamenting their fate. Damn it. I drew the short straw. Nasihi's luck is truly a hard thing to describe. Why is it always me who draws it? Trying to Fim quickly thought of a way to break the spell. I will see if the fireball in the canyon will attack me. No movement. Proving that the danger in the canyon wanted to attack us. At this moment, Dean Bu just needs to sit back and profit, while you all draw lots. Make sure to pass through the canyon. Time waits for no one. Niusihi muttered to encourage herself like a mantra. I am not panicking. I have Tremung Fum outside. I can do this. After confirming there were no barriers or hidden dangers, everyone dared to step forward one by one. Someone exclaimed as soon as they saw the girl move. Look. Lu Nongji stepped up. For now, there was nothing to worry about. It seems this checkpoint is still quite comfortable. And Sia still took careful steps. Having traveled halfway, she temporarily had not encountered any danger. But just as everyone began to relax, an incident occurred. The girl in front was suddenly swept away by a swirling gust with a deadly force. Like a fallen leaf, it is. The wind is too strong to stand. Help, I am falling. The others whispered to remind each other. Brothers, no matter what, you must hold on to the chain, even if it means death. And Sihe's body was also swaying violently. Not good. When the swirl blew harder, it would be bad. The wind is too strong. Dung's heart raced. Her spiritual energy shook as she prepared to rush up to help. Not good. Lu Man Sihe is in danger. But Kei Ven quickly held her back, remaining calm, with Trunchung Fum by her side. Indeed, Trong Fum moved like a ghost. His sword energy erupted, slicing through the swirling wind coming at them. Step back for me. And Sihe exhaled a long sigh of relief and quickly continued her actions. The whirlwind disappeared. It must have been Trandrong Fum who helped me. Suddenly, someone grabbed the girl's ankle begging, Luna Si, help me. The girl did not hesitate to refuse. Get away. You will drag me down with you. Seeing that, he threatened, help me. If you do not, we will both die. Nu Sihe gritted her teeth, yelling angrily, but before she could do anything, Trong Fum behind her moved with his sword, coldly severing his wrist. Want to die? Blood splattered. He painfully let go, and his body immediately fell into the boiling lava. The wind still would not stop. The others were swept up like leaves in a spirit energy storm. The chaotic screams echoed. I do not want to die. Help. The wind here is too strong. Someone save me. And Sihe quickly seized the opportunity, stepping lightly with her spiritual power, leaping forward. Finally, she reached the other shore safely. She had made it. That was truly dangerous. If it were not for trying Fime, I would have died. The crowd behind held their breath, and someone shouted, Look, Lu Nan Sihe made it across. And a few others did too. Dozumu frowned in dissatisfaction. The success rate is too low. Not even half made it. Dizing Bu gave them no chance to hesitate, his cold gaze sweeping over them. No more talking. Let fate decide. Only a few lucky ones successfully crossed. The rest turned to dust beneath the surging lava sea. How? Finally made it. This checkpoint is the most dangerous. My friend is dead. 2/3 of the cultivators have died after 5 gates. Everyone looked up. The stairs leading to the 6th floor quietly appeared, beckoning them on a one-way trip. Some felt weak in the knees and took a step back. I do not want to go anymore. Neither do I. Dean Bu raised his voice to persuade everyone. Everyone. It is not about whether you want to go or not. But we have no way back. A part of the rational mind analyzed that the way back is covered in black bones. We can go back. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and move forward. Dean Bu be leading the way. Everyone. Keep your spirits up for the 6th floor. Dekai suddenly felt puzzled, frowning as he looked at the exhausted group. With such a brutal passage. What do you think is at the end? Tudung boldly speculated. I do not know. But if the Immortal Emperor told us to go, there must be something even the Immortal Emperor could not obtain. Kevin turned, his tone filled with a warning. We should head up as well. Without Trungungfum, I fear not just 2/3 of the cultivators would have died. They all would have perished. The crowd paused before a vast expanse of golden sand with no visible end and no other living creatures. What is going on here? A desert. Everyone be careful. The places that look safest are the most dangerous. My instincts tell me this desert is not easy to cross. Who will go first to test it? Time passed. Spiritual power depleted. They began to feel exhausted. What is going on? After half an hour, they still had not exited the desert. Although this desert seems safe, it always feels off. Kevin immediately turned to ask for an opinion. Trading Fum. Do you see anything? He frowned, his tone serious. I do not see anything. But the absence of danger is the biggest danger. Next, sit down and quietly examine each grain of sand. And I am certain this desert has a problem. Tidung expressed her curiosity. What did you find? Dean Kai immediately knelt down to imitate him, scooping up a handful of sand. Everyone look at this sand. Is there anything wrong with it? Suddenly, Trodrang Fum swung his sword straight at Dening Kai. He gasped and shouted. What are you doing? He did not explain much. Simply said. Look again. Dihong Kai's face was puzzled. Look at what? He continued to guide them, with sand in his hand. He frowned in confusion. You have got me all mixed up. What happened to the sand? Kevin quickly noticed something unusual. The sand did not blow away but fell directly to the ground. Yet he was still vague. So what happened next? I can't understand. I was in shock. Tidung lightly blew on his hand and snapped back to reality. I think I get it now. The air did not blow the sand away. It just fell to the ground. This is a problem. Can't expect much from Dajinkai's brain. I still do not understand what the problem is. The sand is too heavy. The breeze is too light. Tershangfum helplessly hit his head. You are such an idiot. Sand gets blown away by the wind. That is basic knowledge. Now it can't be blown away. It can only fall straight to the ground. He nodded, as if it was starting to make sense. I think I understand now. This suggests there is something wrong with this desert. Want to see if Declan Kai can be any smarter. What problem? Unfortunately, that is the limit of his intellect. I do not even know what the problem is, Kevin said in response. If not. Unexpectedly, this desert is an illusion. Trongfum smiled in satisfaction. Confirming. That is right. This is the most logical explanation. Just then, the situation suddenly changed. A giant centipede burrowed up from the ground, and the crowd scattered in panic. What kind of beast is this? It is so. Run away. Wait. Maybe we can take this beast down. This scene made Dung Kai suspicious. Is it really an illusion? But this beast seems so real. Truzhongfum drew his sword to test it. I will give it a try. He slashed straight at the beast. But the blade passed through as if cutting into thin air. Indeed, it was an illusion. The sword did not even touch the beast. The others were oblivious to the clues, instinctively running away. Stop attacking. Hurry. Run fast. This beast is not something we can fight against, Kevin urged. Confirm it is an illusion. Quickly inform Lu Nai Siya. Trongfum also turned back. Hurry up. Everyone's running. They all immediately took action. Rushing towards the group. Go chase after them. Dinkai shouted a reminder. Brothers, stop. That beast is not chasing us. And Siha resolutely stepped forward, facing the giant centipede alone. Dawn T-Talk. I will decide for myself, she said, while someone nearby scoffed at her. Yeah. Fish that do not eat salt are spoiled. Right. How could Lu no Siha not hear that? Ding Bu softened his tone to mediate. Let her go. The guy still muttered in dissatisfaction. It is a pity that the brave performance of the two earlier. A lifetime genius like Alu Nanjc he never thought she could be so foolish. Goodbye to the centipede charging at her. What a strange sight. Its body passed through Nai, and she secretly rejoiced. It really is an illusion. Truzhongfum was right after all. The others were astonished, eyes wide open. How could this be? Why did not the centipede harm Longjie? Did I just see things? It opened its mouth and sprayed a toxic mist around her. She remained unharmed, calmly advising it, "You beast. Come on. Stop showing off. You are just an illusion." The crowd was enlightened, truly in disbelief. Lu Ruho was right. This place is indeed an illusion. From now on I won't doubt Liuxanzi anymore. Yang Bu could not believe the truth. How could this be possible? Lu Ruha. How does she know this place is an illusion? Kuai Wen was filled with endless questions. Whenever something happens, they turn to you. Zhang Fan. If this is an illusion, do you know how to break it? Unfortunately, you are not clear either. I have not figured out a way to solve it yet. Meanwhile, Bai Feng and Zhu Ku were observing the situation from afar. He nodded slightly. They were overcoming the final hurdle. He smiled in praise. Reaching this point is indeed a miracle. Suddenly, a dark shadow dashed by, bringing with it a meteor descending like a shooting star, causing Zhu Ku to immediately be on guard. Sensing the dark aura from over there, Bai Feng quickly waved his hand to unleash spiritual power to stop it, wanting to die. Daring to come disturb us now. The dark aura suddenly broke into a loud laugh. Ha! Wang Ji, long time no see. Your attacks are still as sharp as ever. His expression was cold, warning in a deep voice. I will count to 3 before I kill you. Yet it showed no fear and split into 2 smaller meteors, each targeting both of them. It is time to see if you have the skill. Zhu Ku swung his hand, shattering both meteors into pieces. You little pest. I came here. You deal with the adult. Take care of the bugs in the gutter for me. The dark aura howled in defiance. Wang Ji, your plan will not succeed. This world will sooner or later fall under dark rule. Bai Feng paid no attention to its nonsense, directly using chains to smash it apart. If you do not get lost, I will make you explode. The dark aura, not wanting to fight, wisely retreated into its true form and fled. Zhu Ku stroked his beard, watching it run away. He scoffed disdainfully. Sooner or later, I will shred you into 1,000,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was scratching his head in confusion. How long is this going to take? Knowing it is an illusion but having no way to resolve it, Tu Dung impatiently grumbled. Can you stop talking? Aren't we all trying to come up with a solution right now? At that moment, Zhang Fan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had just unlocked something. I think I understand a bit. This illusionary trial may test everyone's willpower and mental strength. Kuai Wen looked at him curiously. What do you mean? He quickly explained. The illusion can only be broken by relying on oneself. Seeking a breakthrough from the outside won't work. If you continue to hit a wall, you must break through yourself. It sounds simple but is extremely difficult. Tu Dung was increasingly worried. There is no better solution right now. No matter what, let everyone know. With many people's strength combined, perhaps someone can break through their mental limits. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still in a daze, unable to digest it. Zhang Fan used the tip of his sword to write in the sand, guiding Roha to break through her mental limits, leveraging powerful spiritual force. After reading it, the girl was enlightened. So that is how it is. She turned around, not hiding her excitement. Everyone listen. I have a method we can try. The crowd anxiously urged. What is the plan? We know Liuxianzi has a solution. Let us hear it. Nuka repeated Zhang Fan's method word for word, breaking through her mental limits, utilizing her powerful spiritual energy. This is the only way we can combat the illusions here. They hesitated a bit to discuss, but agreed that while it was indeed possible, breaking through one's limits was incredibly difficult. Without a way, everyone could only try their best. Yang Bu made the decision for them. Time was of the essence, and everyone immediately began to contemplate breaking through their limits. They all started to try. But unfortunately, everyone faced obstacles. No way. I almost overexerted myself. I really can't break through my limits. Me too. Nuaka was still deeply focused on her feelings. This kind of talent can only be achieved by exceptional geniuses. The 4 of them, including Zhang Fan, also had no results. Yang Kai was the first to give up. I have tried. I can do it. You guys are in the same boat. You can find the Tang family at all. Kui Wen speculated. I think only the Tian Kuo who specialize in mental cultivation have a slight chance. Suddenly, she noticed the person who had been silent all this time. Zhang Fan. Why are not you saying anything? He steadied his breath and replied. I will give it a try. Yang Kai was filled with countless doubts. What? Didn't you just try? What have you been doing all this time? Zhang Fan ignored the sounds around him, focusing on his feelings, and finally realized that his spiritual energy seemed much stronger than that of ordinary cultivators. Is this because I have lived 2 lives? His thoughts raced. Or maybe, I have the spiritual energy of 2 souls combined. Forget it. Do not think about that for now. Let us see if I can use this powerful spiritual energy to penetrate the illusions. The next scene shocked Yang Kai so much he exclaimed. Whoa! Golden light appears. This is a sign of external spiritual energy. Tu Dung was also amazed. So impressive. Zhang Fan's spiritual energy was that strong. His face turned serious as he opened his eyes wide, and spoke in a deep voice. It is just an illusion. Break for me. Suddenly, a dazzling vortex appeared in the sky, and the blinding light burst forth, dispelling the quiet golden hues of the sunset. Kuai-Wen cheered in delight. It worked. Zhang Fan really saw through the illusion, bringing reality into play. The other cultivators felt the anomaly, all paying attention. The staircase to the 7th level has appeared. Whose spiritual energy did this?
Yep.
Who is this brave warrior? They buzzed with speculation. Could it be senior brother Yang Biu? He had been cultivating all this time. Senior brother Yang is impressive. Yang Biu did not shy away from the recognition. They continued to ascend the staircase. And the sight before them truly surprised them. At this moment, they were blocked again by a wide river, with small wooden boats floating along its banks. The strange scenery left everyone astonished. Strange. This water world is a bit unreasonable. How do we cross it? As usual, Yang Biu was unafraid to find someone to experiment. Is there any warrior who wants to explore this place? Haduk Sung Feng rushed forward. I am from Huiyan Star. I am naturally familiar with water. He checked carefully and reported. No danger. This small boat is very stable, and I do not see any monsters. Hearing this, he felt relieved. It seems there really is no danger. Let us get on the boat. Haduk continued to jump down to search further. I will dive in to see if there are any clues. But before he could act, a gigantic crocodile suddenly appeared and snapped at him. He screamed in fear. Help! The others panicked and retreated. It is terrifying. There are monsters in the water. We can't touch the water. Touching the water will definitely lead to death. Dongbu quickly thought of a way to cope. Everyone get on the boat. Do not touch the water. They awkwardly looked around, wondering what to do next. Where to go? There are no shores in sight. Just water. He waved his hand randomly, suggesting they go in one direction first to see if they find anything. Duangkai anxiously asked Zhang Fan. What should we do? The boat is already taken over by them. So he immediately jumped forward. I will check the water for any danger. His foot touched the surface, but nothing happened. He continued to dive deeper, and in the murky water, a shadowy figure was moving. He dove down to check again. The sea here is too deep. It seems bottomless. Is that huge black shadow at the bottom a monster? He temporarily set this question aside. As long as the monsters in the water did not attack him, it proved we were not in danger. Let us move forward, Kaivan hurriedly asked. Zhang Fan, what is going on? You guide them over here. The danger here does not affect us. The group of cultivators on the boat calmly commented. We have been going for a while now, and it seems there is no danger. It looks like as long as we do not touch the surface, we are safe. Just as he finished speaking, the giant crocodile leaped out of the water, snatching a cultivator, and chaos ensued. Help! Duangbu tried to stay calm, commanding loudly. Everyone, defend with all your strength. Be careful of the sea monsters. 2 more crocodiles appeared, crashing through the water, making the entire team desperately defend themselves. Beast, I will fight you. Come help me. Kaivan stood calmly on the water, waving his hand, and the sword aura swept across, slicing the giant crocodile in half. Luckily, this monster is still something we can handle, Tudung curiously questioned. Zhang Fan, what do you think this trial is about? This time he was also vague, temporarily unable to figure it out. The group of cultivators sat exhausted in the boat, panting like fish out of water. The monsters have finally retreated. Good. We have lost a few people. What do we do next? Duangbu tiredly wiped his sweat and urged. Everyone keep moving forward. We do not have much time left. Just then, the surface of the water shook, and a monster hundreds of times larger than the previous crocodile emerged from the depths. With just a tail swipe, a boat is sent flying. That beast is too big. Everyone be careful. Get out of the way quickly. Everyone's faces turned pale, cold sweat pouring down like rain. This is too terrifying. How can we fight against such a huge beast? We are definitely going to die this time. Dezhurong Kai. Not far away. Echoed similar thoughts. This beast can't be defeated. It is too big. Too strong. Tixung could only sigh. Each challenge harder than the last. A cultivator looked at Da Jungbu with worry. Hai. Think of something quickly. If this goes on, we will all die. He tugged at his hair, saying he had no solution either. Right now, everyone can only muster their courage to face the beast. Over there, the beast was rampaging, its tail sending people flying like cut kites. The screams echoing endlessly. Help! I do not want to die yet. They could only lament in despair. This is too cruel. How did we end up in this situation? Just waiting for death. No more resistance. Resistance is useless. He, though anxious, had no way out. If this continues, it is just waiting to die. Has Trang Gofam not thought of a solution yet? Tem Trung from Tixung was tense. Does Trang Pham have a way? I am afraid Lo Sihao is in danger. So you decided to take matters into your own hands. I will go check it out. This one seems insolvable. The giant beast loomed like a mountain, its massive body blocking the space ahead. The crowd could only tremble and played for help. Who will save us? A miracle is the only hope now. Come on. Let me die a glorious death. Trajong Phum suddenly charged forward, his sword energy exploding as he slashed the beast's belly. Growling. Slash. Beast. Get lost. Those who narrowly escaped were a mix of relief and worry. I am not dead. What is happening? The beast flew away, seemingly knocked back by some invisible force. Inici's heartbeat, which was racing, gradually stabilized, and she breathed a sigh of relief. We have been saved. It is Trang Fum. It must be him. Ding Bu saw this and immediately credited the girl. Lu Nunchasi's luck is really good. The beast inexplicably flew away. The beast, in pain, thrashed about, splashing water everywhere, and Si Hei stepped back in shock. Trang Fum dealt it another strike, warning the beast, do not dare come back. Witnessing this scene, others began to doubt. What is going on? The beast flew away again. This is too unusual. Strange. Ding Kai gleefully commented. This beast must be confused, not knowing who attacked it. Tixung's focus shifted elsewhere. Seems Trang Fum is invincible. The beast, furious, charged at the boat where Na Sihi stood, wanting to knock it over. I do not believe it. Ding Kai exclaimed in shock. Damn. The beast is pushed to the point of speaking, with an indifferent attitude. It did not even see Zhang Fan. Calling for ancestors was useless. Zhang Fan concentrated his spiritual energy into the tip of the sword, and then shoved it into its mouth. Let you taste a bit of suffering, so you do not lose heart. The beast widened its eyes, unable to resist. What? How can this be? The other cultivators speculated enviously. Liu Xiangzi, what exactly did you perform? What kind of divine power? This is not just good luck. Could it be that Liu Xiangzi has a divine being protecting her? Yang Bu stroked his chin in contemplation. What is going on here? I can't understand it, but it feels really powerful. Nua found her footing and immediately raised her spirits, pointing at the beast that was hiding tears and threatening it. Just a beast? Do not retreat. Don't seek your own death. It still refused to back down, roaring defiantly. What is happening? What is attacking me? The girl warned coldly for the last time. Will you not retreat? Are you standing there seeking death? It stubbornly resisted, wanting to charge and swallow the girl. I do not believe in evil. I must eat you. Zhang Fan dealt it a fatal blow, completing its fate. With a slash, its massive body was cut down. What? Nua flew out looking smug. I did not even need to lift a finger and could still kill you. Its soul escaped from its body, unwillingly asking, why did I die? The group of cultivators still had not recovered from the psychological shock of the scene. Buzzing like bees in a hive. I can't see how the beast died. It was crushed by Liu Nuha's aura. Too shocking. Tudung sincerely admired Liu Nuha's powerful style. Yang Kai's eyes sparkled with envy. I want to show off like that too. Seeing the situation stabilize, the girl turned back, her tone gentle yet full of authority. Everyone, I did not expend any effort taking care of the beast. We can continue our journey now. As time passed, they finally discovered their destination. Over there seems to be a small island with land. Great. After you all stepped off the boat, we are on the island now. What should we do next? Naturally, we need to search for the stairs to the next level. Will the stairs be hidden on this island? Yang Bu shouted loudly to attract attention. Everyone looked at me. We need some brave souls to explore this small island. Is anyone volunteering? One person mumbled in dissatisfaction. Who has the time to volunteer? A Hanik suggested that Brother Yang draw lots directly. He immediately agreed with this idea, waving his hand to produce 3 tokens. Since it is like this, I will draw 3 brave souls for exploration. The chosen ones stepped forward, their faces ashen, as if sentenced to death on the spot. I got picked, and meet. How unlucky. Yang Bu cheerfully waved his hand to encourage them. To the 3 of you, I wish you all the best in surviving and coming back. They had already prepared themselves for sacrifice. Surviving 2 dangerous trials like this is a miracle. If we die. Who told us it was our turn? Time's running out, and those waiting outside are losing their patience. It has been way too long. Why have not we seen any movement? What if something went wrong? Don't say such things. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from the forest. Help! I am not ready to die. They tightened their guard, cold sweat trickling down their cheeks. It seems the other 3 are dead. And with screams like that, they likely suffered horribly. Don't say that. Maybe they are fine. Yang Bu was extremely tense, intently observing the situation. But no signs of life. Those 3 are definitely dead. A worried disciple asked for his opinion. Brother Yang, what should we do next? He replied indifferently. What else can we do? Keep sending people to scout. This was met with strong opposition. Who would be willing to go? I certainly want. It is too dangerous. We will definitely die. Kivan curiously questioned. What do you think is on the island? Tudung could not imagine. We have to go see for ourselves to find out. Instead of speculating wildly, Zhang Fan immediately took action. I will go check it out. I am curious about what is there. Yang Bu pretended to act dignified, but was hiding behind like a mouse avoiding a cat. He said a few words. You are not going. I am not going. Let us draw lots again. He cupped his hands and smiled awkwardly. You all are heroes. No need for lengthy talk. They angrily cursed him out. Here am I. Do you want it? Let us go and fight. Zhang Fan followed the three while vigilantly observing the surroundings. So far, he had not detected anything special. No hint of danger. The scouting team, trembling, whispered among themselves. Have you sensed any danger? No signs of danger. If those three had not died earlier. This place seems peaceful and quiet. Just as they relaxed their guard, disaster struck. Darkness enveloped the ground beneath them. What? Help! This is Zhang Fan, he gasped, quickly reacting. Oh no. They are calling for help. But it was too late. All that remained was a pool of blood and 3 incomplete skeletons. They had arrived just a moment too late. And they had all perished, instantly turning into blood and flesh. Outside, everyone was shaken. The atmosphere heavy as if it were about to freeze. The agonizing cries returned, swift in and out. And we lost 3 more people, a trembling cultivator urged. Brother Yang, think of something fast. He frowned, irritated. What am I supposed to do? I can only keep drawing lots. The normally quiet person could no longer hold back. You bastard. All you do is draw lots, he said in a low, cryptic voice. Then there is only one option left. Dookie shouted angrily. Hurry up and say something. Dizenwu pretended to laugh naturally, shamelessly bringing up the girl. That is inviting the champion Lucky Star Aldujuihu to join. The cultivators all turned to seek help from Mani Sihi. Lu Tin Ti is truly my last hope. Sister Liu. The girl coldly shook her head in refusal. I am not going. Many people showed their discontent. Why not? Your previous performance was outstanding. Was not it? The girl remained calm and replied succinctly. I am not sure about this challenge. So I can go. I can take that risk. Zhang Fan has not given me any hints yet. Clearly. He can find a way through the gate either. Yang Biu tried to persuade with bravado. Lu Ruha. The previous emperor is waiting outside. Everyone needs you to save them from this perilous situation. Please do not refuse. The girl frowned, dismissively cutting him off. Moral coercion is useless on me. If I say I am not going, I am not going. The crowd began to panic. If Li does not go, what do we do now? Just sit here and wait to die. Turong was also restless, mumbling about not having any news from Zhang Fan. Yang Kai speculated that he seemed powerless now. Turong sighed softly. At least she did not have to worry about his safety. Inside the forest, Zhang Fan was still intently observing the blood and white bones covering the ground after just defeating those 3. I did not even get a good look at what the monster was. This place seems even stranger than I thought. At that moment, Yambu repeated his old trick, throwing down 3 tokens. If Li Rua refuses to show up, we can only draw lots to decide. No more word. Let us get going. Fate will decide life or death. The 3 chosen mustered their courage and charged forward. Brothers, remember my name. Wang, when I am gone, tell my partner not to wait for me anymore. Even if I die, I will run back here. They moved cautiously, keeping an eye out for danger around them. Be careful. Just then, they encountered trouble. We 3 must be vigilant in 3 different directions. Zhang Fan hid in a tree branch, silently observing the situation. This time, he had to find out what the monster was. Suddenly, a flaming skull burst from the darkness, laughing maniacally. Before the 3 could react, flames erupted in all directions, incinerating everything. The sound of their wailing echoed. What is this? It is horrifying. Help me. Zhang Fan did not rush to act but focused on assessing the enemy's strength first. What kind of monster is this? Never heard of it. Never seen it. The flames gradually consumed their bodies, consciousness changing as a dark voice emerged. The human body is quite interesting. Let us go back and play with them. Seeing this, he remarked that this guy was not lacking in intelligence. Transforming into the 3 who were defeated, the prince outside clenched his fists tightly, feeling the tension. I heard the sound of their miserable cries. Vu was helplessly sighing. Damn. They are dead again. I can accept this. What is the point of pushing forward like this? Both were feeling disheartened. It was infuriating. Another failure. If this continues, the entire army will be wiped out. Just when the atmosphere was heavy over everyone, suddenly 3 figures emerged from the forest, greeting as if nothing had happened. We are back. The monks were startled as if they had seen a ghost. What is it? They are back. It is a miracle. Coming back is good. There is still hope. Kvian noticed something strange. Zhang Fan. How could they come back to life and walk in? Explain. They did not come back to life. Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion. What does that mean? Aren't these 3 still alive? Tudong analyzed clearly. What Zhang Fan meant was that these 3 were fakes, and he revealed their identities. These 3 are transformed monsters. I need to report to Luna C. Yambu approached, pretending to be enthusiastic. Coming back is good. Coming back is good. Quickly tell me. What was it like in there? Zia Trey answered on behalf of the group. There is no danger now. We can enter the center. There is a staircase leading to the next level. He smiled joyfully. Really, that is great. Everyone, let us set off right away. Zia was still curious. By the way, Brother Wang Zia try. Why were you screaming like that earlier? I thought everyone was dead, he responded skillfully. We just encountered a monster. Was a bit scared. But it turned out it was not strong. The other guy confirmed. Yep. That is exactly how it was. He frowned in suspicion. I still want to ask, Yang Bu impatiently interrupted. Do not ask anymore. It is urgent. Let us go to the center immediately. Liu and Shihe did not believe it. She frowned in thought. Always feeling that there was something strange about these three, Zhang Fan's reminder confirmed it. The monsters transformed into these three are all fakes. She quickly understood. Zhang Fan had given her a hint. So these three are fakes. He looked at her urging. Sihu, what are you doing? Hurry up and go. Why are you standing there? She shouted to stop them. Everyone. Stop from and see he directly exposed their identities. These three are all fakes. Transformed monsters. Do not go with them. The crowd was shocked. What? Fakes? Are they really fakes? These people look real. The Zai Tri group expressed anger at being accused. We risked our lives. And you doubt us? What kind of joke is this? On what basis do you say we are fakes? Yang Bu carefully considered the situation. Liu Fairy. You can't speak carelessly. Do you have any evidence? She pointed directly at him. What is your name? He introduced himself indifferently. Wan A Trey. And Si He continued to interrogate. Providing the correct answer. Because someone just called your name. Let me ask you. You said earlier that you wanted everyone to convey words to your partner. What did Lum Tiuthi say to her? He replied without hesitation. Telling her not to wait for him anymore. Silently scoffing. Is that all it takes to trick me? I can get information from when you were alive. However, right after that, she denied the wrong. Zi Trey was shocked. His face changed slightly. It could not be wrong. He suddenly felt uneasy. Everyone had received the information that they no longer needed to wait for him. Niu Si he slightly smirked, her smile ambiguous. What I meant was not that you do not need to wait for me. But that Wang Dechu's partner is not Lam Tiu Thai. Lam Tiu though was a deception I fell for. He snapped back to reality, his face pale. Then instantly turned to rage. What? You deceived me. Whispers erupted all around. The people began to move, cold eyes locking onto the enemy. The three of them were fakes. Surrounding them. Not letting them escape. Thankfully, Lu Tin realized their cover was blown, and the three imposters stopped trying to hide, their faces growing increasingly distorted until they revealed their grotesque skull-like forms. Humans are indeed cunning creatures. But what does it matter that you discovered us? No one dared to step forward, looking a bit eerie. What to fight back? The skull scoffed coldly, drawing his blade provocatively. You see through us, so come on. Let us wipe you all out directly. Dimu charged forward boldly, boosting without shame. We are the pride of the celestial realm, and you dare act arrogantly with just a skeleton. Everyone, follow me to take them down. But before he could do anything, he was sent flying by a single strike from the skull. With a flick of his hand, he laughed disdainfully. Good. Get lost. The scene left the remaining people shocked and terrified. His power is too strong. Dedingus Hein is no match for him. What should we do? Should we attack together? Ding Bu got back up. Thun Koyu, enraged, shouted. Can't you see me charging in? Why is no one attacking? They hesitated. Bin Min said. Ding Hai. Maybe you should try again. You did not react in time earlier. Kavian frowned. Seriously assessing. The strength of the three skulls could not be underestimated. Dean Kai calmly encouraged. Don't panic. We still have Trong Phum here. It is like having a trump card. Ding Bu stood up, ready to try again. Brothers, focus on. Let us take him down. The crowd quickly rallied, following Dexus Hein to take them down. Everyone charged in together. The three who rushed forward were sent flying like autumn leaves. The skull laughed mockingly. Huh? Is this all the power humans have? Nisi he saw this and rushed in attack with her best move, the bloodbound sword, but did not inflict any damage. He was indeed very strong. With my strength, I can't do anything to you. He dodged the attacks while teasing her leisurely. Hey kid, you still dare to attack me? He assessed her with a twisted grin. That skull must look very beautiful on the little girl. She quickly stepped back to avoid him. I am completely outmatched. The skull lunged at her, intent on finishing her off, his voice dripping with bloodlust. Little girl, leave your head to me. Nefsi he was startled and tense. Not good. Hurry. Yang Kai and Tuxung outside were also alarmed. Lu Naka was in danger and was no match for him. The girl ran with all her strength, but it was over. She could not dodge anymore. What to do now? He was right on her tail. Little girl, where are you going? Or should I strip you bare and spare your life? Ha! At the moment of life and death, Truong Pham appeared like a divine warrior with his sword aura filling the sky, slashing and sending the head flying. Get away from me. The girl sighed in relief. Long is saved now. It was Truong Pham who acted. He staggered, looking around in panic. Who was that who attacked me just now? But he saw no one, so he wondered. Could it be an illusion? Little girl, I am back here. Tudung and Yang Kai calmly watched the show. Truong Pham had taken action. This time it would be fine. Naka pretended to prepare her move. The lecher dared to seek death. Then I will grant you that. Heavenly Descent Divine Technique / The skull laughed mockingly. Huh? Little girl. What are you pretending for? Let me see what divine technique you have. Truong Pham perfectly coordinated with the girl. Delivering a fatal blow, the divine technique struck, causing it to groan in pain. This bizarre situation left it bewildered. What had actually happened? The skull began to flail wildly in the air. Who was it who hit me? Its companions cautiously speculated. Could someone be secretly hiding in the shadows attacking us? That is unlikely. I can't sense any presence at all. The group of cultivators was both puzzled and impressed. Look, Liu Xianzi is holding her own against the skull. What a miracle. How did Liu Anaka do that? The skull decided to directly ask the source. Little girl. Tell me. What did you do to us? The girl displayed an aura of righteousness. Everyone could see and eliminate evil spirits. Liu, I'm full of righteous energy. Of course. I can exterminate you. The skull still refused to give up. Stubbornly attacking. Shamelessly boasting. Try taking another blow from me. Truong Pham immediately stepped in front to protect the girl. What divine technique? Eliminate these evil spirits. The sharp sword aura tore through the void. Slicing through the skull, its body was sent flying into the air. A thunderous sound echoed. It was truly cut down. Everyone was in awe. Liu Xianzi did not even need to take action. Just her words had manifested. I have to look at Liu Xianzi with a new perspective now. Nokha was extremely satisfied. This performance with Truong Pham was impressive. This time it truly stood out. Yang Kai gritted his teeth in frustration, smoke puffing from his nostrils. I want these chances to pretend to be invincible too. Tudung glanced at him with an evaluating look of envy. The three skulls began to hesitate, afraid to take action. What now? This is too bizarre. They devised a plan targeting the weak group of monks over there, temporarily ignoring them and dealing with the others first. Then they would handle this little girl. The disciples could not fight against the skulls and immediately screamed and fled. Sister Liu. Help us. We can't fight this skeleton. Come save us. And Si Hei quickly unleashed a supportive move. Divine technique. Heed my command. Save the beings and suppress the threats. At the same time, Truong Pham appeared, slicing through without hesitation. The skulls are having a hard time dodging. What exactly attacked us? I do not understand. I am too shocked watching it flail its arms in the air. The two took the chance. Come on. Lu Tingtin. Save us. Lu Tinti is incredible. Hurry up. If you are slow, it will be too late. Inise continued guiding Truong Pham. Spirit technique. Heed my command. Help the living. Subdue for me. You need to coordinate quickly. Here it comes. Slash. The girl pointed, drawing a few circles. While the spirit technique subdued, he eagerly followed. Neither seemed to tire. Yet they had not rattled the bewildered skull. Over here. Subdue. Kill. But there was a flaw. Truong Pham was exhausted. Just a little nudge from you. And I am ready to strike. But if you just talk, I am running like my legs will break. Tudung stroked her chin, marveling at their perfect coordination. It was impeccable. Adine Kai chuckled. Teasing. That skeleton must be utterly confused by now. Truong Pham lost all patience, declaring bluntly, all right, it is time to end this. With a celestial slash, the skull was knocked away, screaming continuously. The rest gaped in shock. What? Did one of them die? Such evil spirits like us can be killed. And Si Hei put her hands on her hips, grinning provocatively. Ha. Luna Si. With just a snap of my fingers, I wiped out all the evil spirits. Do you accept this? The old group cheered enthusiastically. Lu Tinti is the best. You are our great hero. We acknowledge you. And for the other two, let us keep killing. Dizung Bu pondered for a long while. With skills like this, I have only seen it in the immortal emperor. Lo Duanexi makes me look at her differently. The others discussed their strategy. What should we do? This girl is too bizarre. Should one of us run away first? Nasihi did not care, urging, you two quickly raise your hands and surrender, or I will turn you to dust. Their pride was severely hurt. Angrily cursing, you little brat. You are really pushing it. Do you think we are that easy to deal with? We are about to unleash our ultimate move. Seeing the black smoke rolling in, Wei Nam hastily reminded, everyone be careful. What kind of move is this? Tran Vu signaled to retreat, immediately pulling back to avoid the black smoke hitting them. In less than 2 seconds, the smoke dissipated. Everyone was stunned. What is happening? Where are the skulls? Why can't we see them? Look over there. Those 2 skulls escaped, so it turned out they resorted to a cowardly escape. Just wait for us. We will be back. Niahi was speechless at their actions. Damn it. I thought they were some formidable monsters, but they resorted to this fleeing tactic. Suddenly, A shadow darted in like lightning. The skull stood frozen in horror. What is that? Run. Run. But it is all too late. They have completely collapsed to the ground. What happened? The skulls turned into a pool of blood. The scene was enough to instill fear. I could not see clearly. Just caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past the skulls. Is there something more dangerous than those skulls on this island? Zhang Fan shared the same thought. It seems this island is even more mysterious and terrifying than we imagined. Yang Biu tried to calm everyone down. Everyone. It seems we underestimated this island. Now, wanting to understand it better won't be easy. And we have received nothing but irritable complaints. We all know how frightening this is. Why say it so definitively? Either way, no one is stepping foot on this island. Kuai Wen turned to ask. Did you all see what just happened? Tuxung shook his head in denial. He did not see clearly. Yang Kai looked around. It seemed understanding this island was indeed a bit challenging. Yan Biu was still keeping track. Trying to count how many survivors were left, Dunam quickly replied with a glance. Only 17 people are left. He sighed sadly. Back then there were over 100 people. Now there are only this many left. The important thing is we have not even made it past the first hurdle. In the end, who knows how many will survive to get out? Yang Bi deliberately lifted everyone's spirits. Everyone. For the mission assigned by the Emperor, we must continue. If we get stuck here, it will be sooner or later. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Stop talking. If you want to go, just go by yourself. With so many hurdles, all I see is you talking endlessly. He felt guilty and covered his mouth in an attempt to hide it. I am the organizer. Without someone to take charge, it is just a chaotic mess. I am doing this for the greater good, but that only makes everyone angrier. After all, no one is leaving. So what you say is pointless. It is your turn now. He reluctantly offered a solution. All right. But I will choose 2 more to go with me. After a round of drawing lots, they began to advance. This time, Yang Biu, am ready to face death. Du Nam and Lu Nam cried out for being chosen. How could they be so unlucky? Or is it fate? All that is left is to surrender to destiny. While voices of encouragement rang out behind them. Brother Yang, you must survive and come back. Zhang Fan watched closely, following behind to see what terrifying things were still hidden on the island. This time, everything must be made clear. Kuai Wen immediately understood upon seeing this. Zhang Fan is following. Tu Deng nodded, confirming that without Zhang Fan, these people would have been dead a long time ago. She agreed. But it would not be easy to get through. She was really curious about what the reward would be. Bitch Van hovered in the air, asking what the situation inside was like. Chu Tuk softly replied, there are still a few survivors, which is beyond my expectations. But the 7th level is very terrifying. Below, Yang Bi walked while reminding everyone. Be careful. We are about to reach the place where the skulls died. It is making the other 2 extremely anxious. Should we go around? It is really a bit scary to just go through. He immediately disagreed, saying, how can we investigate what that was if we go around? But the instinct to survive runs deep. This is too dangerous. And someone will die. Yang Biu shot him a glare. You all follow me. I will lead the way. Lu Nam praised him without holding back. Brother Dong, you are really something. Du Nam flatters you. You are truly our leader. This courage is truly admirable. Truong Pham quietly watched the 3 figures, sensing no presence at all. It seemed that Thing had already left. The group approached safely, and Lu Nam let out a sigh of relief as they passed through the area of the dead skeletons without danger. Du Nam wiped the sweat pouring down his face. Looks like we have managed to stay alive. Thus, the journey must continue. And those who remain prayed for a fruitful outcome this time. If even Brother Dong dies, the rest of us will likely follow soon. Duong Bu looked around. Do you hear anything? The response was a chorus of denials. I do not hear anything at all. Do not scare me. Is there something there? Truong Pham sensed something strange approaching. A surge of black energy suddenly lunged at him. Both men jumped in shock. What is that? Run. Run. There is a monster in the dark. Duong Bo struggled to plant his feet firmly on the ground. It turned out it was thanks to the protective talisman that he was still safe, thankfully. If it were not for this heart-protecting mirror, I would not make it out alive. I would be gravely injured. Lu Nam and Du Nam do not have such blessings and have been beaten to a pulp. We need help against this powerful creature. Duong Bo shouted in panic as the 3 tentacles prepared to strike again. They struggled to flee, realizing this creature was too powerful to fight. Brother Duong, we are out of strength. Please save us. Truong Pham could not just lay there with his eyes closed any longer. He had to save them or these 3 would surely die. The tentacles were aimed straight at the prey amidst the cries of despair. Hurry. Brother Duong, if you are any later, it will be too late. I can barely keep myself safe. For the sake of his own reputation, he had to join the fight. As long as I am here, you won't be harmed. Du Nam looked visibly relieved, realizing they definitely needed Brother Dong by their side. He kept praising and thanking Brother Duong for saving their lives before he could finish his sentence. Duong Bo shoved him toward the tentacles. You go ahead, What is with that look of surprise? Lu Nam, what are you doing? He looked over in disbelief, stuttering in shock. Brother Dong, do you know what you are doing? He was calm as ever. Of course I do. Right now. The only way to block the tentacles is to sacrifice you guys, giving me a chance to escape. He said that while continuing to push Lu Nam as a substitute. Lu Nam screamed in frustration. You can't just die like this. I must have misjudged you. You are a beast. Trong Pham lamented from the bushes. What? Is that Dongbu really that cruel? He took the opportunity to dash away, thinking that trading your lives for my survival was an honor, despite the curses following behind. Help! Someone save us! Dongbu, you are going too far. The tentacles tightened around their bodies. Trong Pham quickly darted in another direction. That fool dared to do such a thing. He absolutely can't be spared. But I am also very curious about the monster behind those tentacles. When you arrive, you can't help but freeze, feeling the tentacles reaching out from the small house to check inside. It seems my influence is limited right now. I can handle monsters. But when I pushed the door, I did not have the strength. Looks like I still need to let Nanchi see and the others push it. The group outside has been waiting for a long time. There seems to be some noise inside, but now it is completely quiet. It can be the extermination team. Right, well, it is better to be safe than sorry. Just then, Duzumu came out of the forest. Everyone hurriedly asked. Dingasis Han is back. But where are the other two? Why are you the only one? Judging by his appearance, a fierce battle must have taken place. He quickly made up a story to tell. We encountered danger inside. To save me, my two junior brothers lost their lives to the monster. All because of me. If it were not for me, they would not have died. His poor acting somehow gained everyone's trust. You do not need to blame yourself. It is good enough that you made it out alive. If those two had not sacrificed themselves, we might not have come back at all. Ding Bu had achieved his goal and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for understanding. Now I will tell everyone about the situation inside. Ding Kai was stunned by the outcome. Dizenbu was able to return alive. Tidung kept glancing inside. Why has not Trong Pham come back? Kei Vin gently reassured her. Maybe Trong Pham went deeper to investigate. After a while, Ding Bu finished explaining. That is how it all went down, receiving quite a few questions. Ding Hai, did not you see what the monster looked like? It killed two people just with its tentacles. He made a decision. So next, we must continue to explore deeper. But who would be foolish enough to walk into a death trap? I do not want to go. It is definitely going to be death. You only managed to save one life. Who wants to go? Or are you going again? Ding Bu clutched his chest and coughed, pretending to be weak. I really want to go again. But I am seriously injured. I am afraid I can't go. The others had a bad feeling about it. So what now? Do we have to draw lots? Even if we draw lots, I still do not want to go. No one noticed that he was wearing a very sinister smile at that moment. Seeing the effect achieved as desired, he shifted to his main goal. Since no one wants to go, I have a suggestion. Let the strongest person go. Talum looked at him in confusion. The strongest person. Who is the strongest? Ia Hong quickly shifted the focus to Nani Sihi. Who else could it be? Of course. It is Elduutin who can eliminate skeletons. The others eagerly chimed in. That is right. Lu St is the strongest. Lu Tington. You are the strongest here. Please go into battle. The girl coldly shook her head, waving her hand to refuse. What are you all looking at me for? I said I am not going. Stop binding me with your morals. When I say I am not going, I mean everyone frowned, clearly showing their dissatisfaction. Brother Digong, you should persuade Sister Li. That is right. If she does not leave, we will all be waiting to die here. Sister Liu, think of the Emperor. Ding Bu clasped his hands, pretending to be humble. Sister Liu Nexi Hai is doing this for everyone and the Emperor's plan. Please. Take action. That guy's attack won't hit you. What if I do not intervene? The group immediately bowed their heads. Ying Than cried out. Please. Sister Liu. Take action. And see he was put in a difficult position. Speechless. You all have already seen through their tricks. These people are clearly binding morals with Sister Liu. Tudung clenched her fists angrily, fearing that Li No Si Ha would not go. Ding Bu took the lead in pressing her, while Sister Liu still refused. Do they want us to kneel and worship her? The crowd coordinated. So I will kneel and bang my head in front of Sister Liu until she agrees for us to stop. And Siha had no choice but to compromise. Fine. I will. But according to the rules, two people must follow me. Dizeng Bu immediately issued the order, seemingly afraid she would change her mind. This is simple. Let me draw lots. Iha Hong and Thantha were selected, and they sighed in despair. Why is my luck so bad? It is my turn now. Going with Sister Liu has at least a slightly higher chance of survival. Nu Sihi quickly took action, ready to set off. But her heart was troubled. I wonder if Trujang Pham is beside me now. He has not said anything for a long time. Iha Hong cautiously followed her, saying, Sister Liu, let us go slowly. Thantha also cautiously advised. Yep. It is too dangerous up ahead. Let us take it slow. At that moment, Trangfum jumped down from a tree. Ah, is Liu Nunsi here for an expedition? The girl glanced around and whispered. Trangfum. Trangfum. Where are you? Say something. The eerie silence made her nervous. Why is there no sound? Where on earth did Trangfum go? She rubbed her chin in thought. Realizing that Liu Sihu was also very worried, she needed to remind her quickly. Then she used the tip of her sword to write a line on the ground as she moved forward. Seeing it, and Sihe's mood stabilized. Trangfum was telling her to proceed, indicating there was no danger for now. Then the noticed she stopped and felt uneasy. Sister Liu, why are not we moving anymore? De Hong nervously reminded. Is there danger? Nuoka glared at them irritably. Stop your nonsense. Let us keep moving forward. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged at them from ahead. The girl stood alert, cautiously aware, while the two others froze. Oh my god, what is that? Run. It seemed this was expected by Zhang Fan. Indeed, the tentacle ambushed from the front. The girl drew her sword and charged in, ready to fight, but she was immediately knocked back. Seeing this, the other two immediately went weak in the knees. So powerful. What do we do now? What else can we do? If Liu Xanzi is not a match, we definitely can't handle it. Let us. Zhang Fan quickly stepped in to shield Nuok Ha. You beast. I won't let you achieve your goal. The girl was delighted, feeling a blind trust in him. I knew Zhang Fan would step in, with Zhang Fan secretly protecting her. She felt there was nothing to fear from these tentacles. His reaction surprised him a bit. That beast is retreating, Nuoka shouted, stopping Dai Hong and Than Thu from escaping. Where do you think you are going? Stop right there. Hearing this voice, they froze in shock, cold sweat still lingering on their foreheads. Liu Xianzi, are you okay? We thought you were with that creature. Where did you go? The girl whispered, covering her mouth. Did Zhang Fan hear that? What should we do next? Words appeared on the ground. Moving forward, Nuke glanced over. Zhang Fan told her to keep going. She ordered them. You two follow me. Di Hong hesitated to suggest to Liu Xanzi. Let us go back. Than Thu shared his thoughts. Yeah. If Brother Yang is in danger, we should go back. It won't be embarrassing. Nuoka ignored them and continued forward. If you want to go back, do it yourself. I am moving ahead. The two exchanged worried glances. What should we do? What else can we do? We should go back. The girl suddenly turned around. Warning. Donnie say I did not warn you. If you go back, you will be in danger and it is a dead end. They shivered, resolved to follow her. We should stick with Liu Xianzi. Liu Xianzi is waiting for us. We will stick together with her. Outside, Turong was starting to lose patience. Not knowing how Nuoka was doing, Kaivan calmly reassured. With Zhang Fan there, it should not be life-threatening. The three stood before a strange, ruined house. Nuoka looked around in confusion. Why is there a house here? What did Zhang Fan bring us here for? De Hong pointed at something moving. Not only was there a house but also a creature. Tentacles reached out from the window. At this moment, a line of text appeared on the ground. Open that door. The girl rubbed her chin, contemplating the request. Zhang Fan told her to go open the door. But could she do it? Well, let us try it. De Hong felt tense as he saw her step forward. Liu Xianzi, what are you doing? And Sihe replied calmly, I will check inside. Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat in fear. Check inside? Do we really need to? Thantha's body began to tremble as well. The tentacle was already extended. What else is there to see? It must be a monster in there. As Aksutu sensed someone approaching, it immediately attacked. Nu Sihe saw it was on alert. Realizing she could not fight back, she could only dodge. Trong Fum leaped forward to clear a path for her. With just one slash, he severed the tentacle, making her feel much more at ease. It seems there is no need to avoid. Trong Fum will clear everything for me. Yi Ha Hong stared in shock. What is going on? The tentacle is severed. Did you see how Liu Xianzi did that? Thantha shook his head in admiration, unable to see clearly. Inasi he strolled casually as if no one was around. If that is the case, then my little sister is bold enough to charge ahead. Above, the severed tentacles fell like rain. The two watching praised Liu Xianzi, wondering what kind of divine power she used. She did not even need to strike, yet the tentacles were already cut. Her level far surpassed ours. After a moment, and Sihe stopped, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. She was at the door now, unsure what dangers lay beyond it. Trashung Fum calmly assessed the situation. The tentacles were no longer attacking, seemingly almost severed. He quietly waited, curious about what kind of monster lay behind the door. The girl placed her hand on the door and pushed with all her might, but it did not budge. Open up. Can't push it. The two kept a safe distance and discussed. Is Liu Xianzi trying to open the door? What if there is a powerful beast behind it? And Sihe tried to activate her spiritual power. If that is the case, she would have to rely on her cultivation. Open up for me. Trong Frahma watched intently. And finally, it opened. What they saw was a creature covered in tentacles sitting high above. They instinctively held their breath. What is that? It looks very eerie. Is this the powerful monster? What is it doing sitting inside? It feels like something is off. The tentacle suddenly spoke. Foolish humans. You have arrived. It is time for you to accept my challenge. Nasiha grew more confused as the monster spoke. What do you mean? Challenge what? It slowly explained. I have 3 questions. If you can answer just one, I will give you what you seek. At that moment, chaos began to unfold outside. Why had not there been any movement for so long? Had Liu Xianzi made it there or not? Duzenu quickly stabilized the situation. Everyone, please remain calm. We should trust Liu Nasi-hun. I have a suggestion. Let us draw lots to choose 3 people to check on the situation with the junior sister. This time, they would not let the guy mess it up again. It would be better for Deng to go. The 3-member team was very worried. Not knowing how things were going with Zhang Fan. Thinking aimlessly here would not help. So it is better to go check it out. After all, we are not in any danger. Zhuang Biu was still trying to encourage everyone. But this was not a solution. Even if Liu Ruhe was dead, someone still needed to scout ahead. Otherwise, we would eventually run out of energy and die here. Back with Ruhe. The girl was puzzled and questioned. Do you know what we want? Zhang Fan speculated on his purpose, wondering what this monster was up to. Just then, the tentacle moved, and of course, I knew. The 2 immediately heightened their guard. This was not good. He dared to eliminate you. But it directly ignored them and plunged straight down to the floor. The strange action left the girl stunned. Not attacking me. What is he doing? A staircase leading underground appeared. Isn't this what you wanted? Nuoka was even more confused. A staircase. But why does it lead down? He seemed to guess the question in the girl's mind. Slowly explaining. This is the staircase to the next level. Entering here will allow you to move on to the next challenge. Dantho and Diahong smiled joyfully. Great. We have finally found the staircase to the next challenge. We are getting closer to victory. The tentacle tempted Nuoka. Just answer 3 of my questions. If you answer correctly, I will let you proceed to the next level. The girl cautiously probed. What if I do not want to answer, but still insist on moving on to the next level? His attitude was relaxed and unconcerned. You can try. The girl still hesitated. Do not say trying will get me killed. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the ground. Go ahead. I will protect you. Nuoka immediately felt reassured. A spark of confidence rising within her. Then let us give it a try. She slowly approached the staircase. Going now. Smoother than I expected. I want to reach the next level. The other 2 cheered joyfully. Finally past this level. No wonder it is Lu Chintu's first outing. Everything goes smoothly, but the joy was short-lived. In the next moment, Nuok's figure suddenly reappeared in front of the house. Dantho and Dia Hong stared in disbelief. What is going on? Why did Lu Chintu come back? Clearly saw her go in. So why is she back out here?